Chapter 1 Flirting. Hiss. In his sleep, Chu Yang only felt a hot and wet nostril spraying on his ears, and that tingling sensation made his body uncontrollably excited. His eyes snapped open and, sure enough, it was the same woman from last night. At the moment she was on top of herself, looking up at herself with misty eyes. That flirtatious and pretty face seemed to still have the drunkenness from last night. It seems that all this is not a dream, one is really reborn. This was the first thought that came to Chu Yang's mind. He only remembered that he had been secretly untied from the safety rope by Qin Xia during his climb to Mount Everest, and then pushed himself off a 10,000-foot cliff. Qin Xia, his fiancée, she is also known as the financial jade lady in the financial sector. He still can't figure out that he's already about to marry the other guy. More than that, he was ready to hand over the billions of dollars he had worked hard to earn over half his life to the other side. Why would the other person want to harm himself? You should know that you, as the founder of Tianyang Capital, is already worth more than $10 billion, and is also known as a model good man in the financial field. Marrying yourself doesn't seem so bad, does it? Just when Chu Yang was puzzled, he only heard a calling sound, and then he only felt a smooth and soft touch coming from him. That woman actually took the initiative to come up and wrap her body around him. Seeing the other party's flirtatious expression, the spring water in a pair of lax beauty eyes seemed to be able to spill out of the Chu Yang where can still hold back. Directly the other party ruthlessly rubbed into the arms. An hour later, the woman finally drifted off to sleep with a satisfied smile. Chu Yang looked at the time. Surprisingly it was just 3 o'clock in the morning. The two had gone wild more than once just last night. Pretty good at sustaining the fight. Looking at that stunningly beautiful face that was so soft and charming to the extreme, Chu Yang could not help but wonder a little. This kind of superb woman needs to come out for excitement? If she just nodded her head, I guess there would be countless men willing to be lickspittles. Thinking about the pleasure that went deep into his bones just now, Chu Yang could not help but feel some emotion. He had been a model good man before he was reborn and hadn't touched a few women. So that feeling he had just experienced was something he had never experienced before. The first day of rebirth. Can have this kind of ravishing fortune? It seems that God is not bad to me. Taking this near-perfect body into his arms, the corners of Chu Yang's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly as he finally fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, in the Love Her couple hotel, only to hear a woman's scream sounded. This scream could be said to be loud and clear, directly waking Chu Yang up. Chu Yang opened his eyes, only to see the woman from last night looking at him with a pale face and a panicked expression. She still had the quilt in her hand, wrapped tightly around her body. You? Who are you? How did I get here? I say, beautiful girl, yesterday it was you who took the initiative to look for me, and in bed it was you who took the initiative. You won't have forgotten all about it, right? Chu Yang could not help but be speechless. Last night I was drinking at the Absolute Zero bar, and this woman took the initiative to sit across from me. Although the other person was a bit drunk at the time, it was indeed the other person who initiated the act, and later on, he was even more passionate about it, and he made a move on him. Otherwise, just with his fixation, he wouldn't have been able to bring a woman to the hotel so casually. I initiate? Hearing Chu Yang's words, the woman's face became even more ugly, wrinkling her brows in thought, seeming to vaguely recall what happened last night. She couldn't help but turn pale with her pretty face, and her entire body froze there. Looking at the other party's dumbfounded expression, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and lit a cigarette in his mouth. After a long time, the woman finally woke up from her stupor, her expression having regained its calmness. Raising his head to look at Chu Yang, he said expressionlessly, "Turn around." What? Chu Yang could not help but stare. The woman's face went a few shades colder and, "I need to get dressed, please turn around. I've seen what I need to see. What's there to be afraid of? Fine, I'll turn around." Without waiting for him to finish, he only felt the other party's gaze full of murderous aura looking over. Chu Yang could only turn away somewhat helplessly. A few minutes later, the woman got dressed, grabbed her own bag, and headed straight for the door. Just before she reached the door, she remembered something and turned around to stare at Chu Yang with a cold gaze, her voice icy cold. "There is no relationship between us in the future. Besides, I don't want anyone to know what happened last night." After saying that, without waiting for Chu Yang to reply, he directly turned around and left. Not last night when I was actively begging to rip my clothes off. You're really not recognizing me with your pants up. Chu Yang stood up breathlessly and spat while getting dressed. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at a patch of crimson on the bedsheet, his gaze steepening as his entire body froze. It's, how is that possible? Chapter 2, The Flower of the Department and the Flower of the School. And in the end, I didn't figure out what the hell was going on. Pushing the matter of that woman out of his mind, Chu Yang walked out of the hotel, looking at the Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics not far away. Shu Yang was also finally certain that he was truly reborn. Walking in the familiar campus, looking at a young figure around him, feeling the youthful hormone atmosphere that came to his face, Shu Yang could not help but feel some emotions. I didn't think I'd come back after all these years. Once the beautiful teacher's schoolflowers schoolmates. Are you okay? Hey, Shu Yang. A voice came from not far away and Shu Yang could not help but raise his head to look over. Only two girls were standing not far away. The girl at the head of the group was wearing a white dress that, fair skin, long hair hanging over her shoulders, and a delicate melon face that was very pretty, combined with some light makeup. It's absolutely killer for the average guy in college. Seeing this girl, Shu Yang was obviously stunned. Some memories came flooding back again. In his last life, he had only pursued a total of 2 women. One has been pursued for 4 years of college and has been hung upon by the other with the comment, "I don't plan on getting into a relationship in college. I thought that true love could touch each other, but I didn't realize that on the day of graduation, the other guy got right into a middle-aged man's BMW. The other one is Chin Sia, the financial jade lady, whom he met only after he had worked hard and suffered in silence and finally succeeded in founding Tianyang Capital. It was also the girl who seemed as pure as snow that made him believe in love again, but never thought of it. When he trusted the other person the most, he was actually pushed into the middle of a 10,000 foot cliff by the other person. A good man is rewarded? It's ironic. Shu Yang couldn't help but sneer in his heart as he looked towards the pretty girl in a white dress not far away. That's right. This is exactly the flower of the finance department of the College of Finance and Economics, Jiang Xiaoying, whom he chased for 4 whole years in college. Shu Yang. I may have spoken a bit harshly that day, but right now I am really not ready for a relationship. Jiang Xiaoying walked up to Chu Yang, looked at the boy who had not gone to class for 2 days after he was reportedly rejected by himself, and said indifferently, "But it's my birthday tonight, you can come to my birthday party." Birthday party? If it was the Chu Yang of his previous life, he would definitely be excited beyond belief after hearing these words from Jiang Xiaoying, instantly coming back to life with full blood. Then lick the dog to get each other birthday presents. It was just a pity that the current Chu Yang was no longer the original Chu Yang. After hearing Jiang Xiaoying's words, Shu Yang could not help but laugh a little. Remembering the last life, that's the way the other guy does it, not accepting or rejecting, and occasionally giving himself fantasies. Let yourself waste 4 whole years of college on her, wasted at the same time. There's also a good chunk of your own living expenses and hard-earned money from your part-time job, eating, cell phones, clothes. There are also various brands of cosmetics, paid so much. As a result, throughout the entire 4 years of college, he or she hadn't even held each other's little hands a couple of times. Instead, on the day of graduation, the other guy was unceremoniously getting into the passenger side of a BMW. It was from that day on that one felt like a newborn and began to bury oneself in the struggle. Hey, Chu Yan. Seeing that Chu Yang was standing there without saying anything, Lu Nana, who was on the side, got a little impatient and, "Did you hear that? Our Xiaoying's birthday party is tonight at Jinsha restaurant. Don't forget to prepare a gift." A gift? Sure enough, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth curved up into an arc. Thinking of Jiang Xiaoying's metal-worshipping nature, he nodded his head after a little thought. "Okay, I'll be there on time. That's more like it," Lu Nana muttered, then came over to Chu Yang's side and whispered, "Xiaoying recently but want to change a fruit phono. Depends on you." After saying that, she pulled Jiang Xiaoying towards the school building. A fruit phone? Shu Yan was slightly stunned. Just then, everything that happened in his last life flooded into his mind like an electronic image. Wait, what's going on? Showing a movie? Chu Yang felt the clear picture in his mind that was generally the same as the video replay, and his whole body froze there. Even every detail of his love rendition with Chin Sia in bed was clear as day, including every intoxicated expression on the other person's face, sensitive reactions in every part of the body, even swashbuckling voices. Is this the perks of being born again? Hiss. Feeling the fiery reaction of this young body, Chu Yang sucked in a sharp breath, hurriedly put his hands in his pockets and pressed. Thinking of what Lu Nana had just said about the fruit cell phone and the birthday party, Shu Yang made a slight comparison in his mind and instantly determined that he was reborn back in 2012. He is in his sophomore year at the Zhejiang Provincial Finance College. At this time he was still frantically pursuing Jiang Xiaoying. Today is Jiang Xiaoying's birthday. In the last life, which is today, he scraped together everything, even using his own living expenses for the next few months, before barely scraping together enough money to buy Jiang Xiaoying a fruit 4S. But at the evening's birthday party, the other party was disliked because it wasn't the latest model of Fruit 5. Jiang Xiaoying even accepted a Fruit 5 from a male son in the school in front of him, then went cold on him for a couple months. It was not until later, at Christmas, when he saved up money from his part-time job and sent another set of high-end cosmetics to the other party, that Jiang Xiaoying took care of him again. That's quite a lick. Thinking of himself back then, Chu Yang was also speechless. Look, it's that infatuated guy Chu Yang. What infatuation, but just a licking dog. He, look at him that way, like a dog. So poor. Oh, hey, you don't say. This licking dog is still quite handsome. A few girls passed by and pointed at Chu Yang. It was only then that Chu Yang came back to his senses and could not help but cry after hearing their words. Is this what you look like to others in the first place? Oh, it seems that good men really are made of dogs. Thinking back to his pathetic life and his last life, Chu Yang couldn't help but want to slap himself. Grass, since the heavens have given me a chance to be reborn, this life can never be lived in vain like the last one. Birthday present? Thinking of Jiang Xiaoying's birthday party in the evening, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked into a playful smile. Just then, those girls saw a figure not far away and hurriedly left with a quick step and some panic. Ah, it's senior sister Yi Shiatsu. Let's go. Only to see an immortal and stunningly beautiful figure slowly walking under the library floor not far away. Fully 170 centimeters tall. Simple plain white dress. Snow white, straight, slender calves in a high ponytail. The skin on her face was as white as snow, and her delicate face was cool and unrecognizable. It gives a sense of distance that can only be seen from a distance. It's easier to feel ashamed of yourself. Compared to the Jiang Xiaoying just now, this one was clearly more than one level higher in both appearance and temperament. The president of the student council of the finance school, also known by many as the first school flower of the finance school, Yi Shiatsu. And when he saw this goddess of the Academy of Finance, Chu Yang froze in his tracks. General Manager Yi? Chapter 3, Bad Girls Don't Waste It. His eyes fell on Yi Shiatsu's exquisite and flawless cool face. Chu Yang could not help but be in a bit of a trance. For a moment he was unable to determine whether this was the last life before rebirth or after rebirth. Because this person in front of me is the general manager of the Magic City branch of Tianyang Capital in his last life. His immediate subordinates. It was also a working queen who was already quite famous in the financial field of the country of China at that time. Remember the last life. This business goddess joined Celestial Capital after being thoroughly defeated by herself in the A-share market and contributed greatly to the successful expansion of Celestial Capital. It shouldn't occur to anyone that, underneath the ascetic exterior of this incredibly proud business goddess, there is a submissive attribute in her bones that yearns to be conquered. Thinking about how different the other party was to him in his last life, Chu Yang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Seeing Chu Yang staring at himself with a dumbfounded look on his face, a trace of disgust flashed through Yi Xiaoju's icy gaze as she directly walked quickly towards the girls' dormitory building. Looking at Yi Xiaoju's pretty back, Chu Yang could only smile helplessly and bitterly. You can't go up to the person and tell them that I'm your boss in a few years, can you? Then the other party will probably be treated as a psychopath and directly greeted with a big mouth. Chu Yang had vaguely thought about it. This one did seem to have done his undergraduate studies at the same college as himself, only 2 grades higher. And the other party is not only the face value of heaven, but also the finance college is famous for the super female school bully. Even before he graduated, he had already been guaranteed a place at the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. Coupled with that already transcendent aura on her body, it made her directly transcend above the entire academy. In his last life when he was in college, there was a huge gap between the two and they never crossed paths. Chu Yang didn't think any more about it. Having just returned from being reborn, there were many more important things for him to do. Now with a clear memory of a previous life, coupled with the experience and vision gained from years of entrepreneurship, adding a couple of zeros to your last life's wealth figure shouldn't be a problem. What's more, it's 2012, the golden age of mobile internet development. There are some things that could not have been done that can just now be laid out ahead of time. Thinking of the last generation of Chinese domestic science and technology enterprises were always forcibly blocked by pretty countries and suppressed using various means, as well as the condescending and arrogant stance of those gringos. Chu Yang couldn't help but snort coldly. Since I'm living again, I have to do something myself. Just after walking into the dormitory, a lanky boy came up and hooked Chu Yang's shoulder. Yangzi, why didn't you come back last night? Do you want a brother to have a drink with you? Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Yang's heart shook. The other party was none other than the oldest brother in the dormitory, and also his strongest buddy in his last life, Zhou Wei. In his last life the other guy went to jail for a woman and never got out. Now that he saw the other party's vibrant young figure again, the excitement in Chu Yang's heart could be imagined. What's wrong, Yanko? When Zhou Wei saw that Chu Yang's expression was a bit off, he thought it was because of Jiang Xiaoying. ********. It's just a woman. Seriously, Yangzi, what's so good about that Jiang Xiaoying woman? She doesn't just rely on the fact that she's a bit prettier. She's as proud as a mother rooster every day. But I heard she's having a birthday tonight. So if you don't have enough money, there I have more here. Only then did Chu Yang come back to his senses. Smiling gratefully at Zhou Wei, he then patted his pockets. revealing a confident expression of, "Thanks, why? But I can't use it. I have enough money ready here." Yell. It looks like our brother Yang is planning to hemorrhage money this time. Another boy with a thin build came over and smirked. Brother Yang, I heard that you want to buy a fruit machine for your goddess. Do you want me to get in touch? There's definitely a discount. This boy's name is Chen Xiaokong, a native of Minnan, who usually likes to do some small business in school. What to eat, drink and use, electronics and healthcare products are all involved. Chu Yang was most impressed by that. In his last life this guy actually pimped out those gynecological specialty hospitals, specializing in introducing young couples at school who have accidentally gotten pregnant. This girl doesn't make a lot of money from the middle. Cell phones won't be necessary. Chu Yang shook his head. But Xiao Kong, I heard that you have some connections with the Minnan Chamber of Commerce side. Can you do me a favor? I heard that the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce has opened a sizable car dealership in the financial center, and I'd like to rent a car for the night. Borrow a car? Hearing Chu Yang's words, Chen Xiaokong could not help but be confused there. Although it wasn't clear how Chu Yang knew that he knew someone from the Minnan Chamber of Commerce. Still, with little hesitation, he simply shook his head and, I'm sorry brother Yang, I actually don't know them very well. I really can't help with this favor. $2,000 a night, plus I'll fill up the gas. Without waiting for Chen Xiaokong to finish, Chu Yang directly smiled. $2,000? Hearing this figure, Chen Xiaokong was instantly moved. He had some idea of the prices of rental cars on the market, and this price was definitely considered high. Yes, but the car can't be too low grade, preferably a luxury brand. Chu Yang nodded and added another sentence. Brother Yang, wait a moment, I'll call and ask General Manager Zhang's side. Still unable to resist the temptation, Chen Xiaokong picked up his cell phone and walked aside to make a call. Chu Yang was right. He did know the people from the Minnan Chamber of Commerce very well. One of his distant cousins is from the Chamber of Commerce, and many of the private hospitals, gas stations, and car rental agencies throughout Hangzhou City are industries of the Minnan Chamber of Commerce. After a while, Chen Xiaokong hung up the phone and walked back, somewhat excited. Brother Jan, it's done. Mr. Zhang said he could arrange a BMW 5 Series for you, but you can't drive it yourself. You have to let a driver from the dealership drive it. No problem. Chu Yang nodded. It was better with a driver. Chu Yang, what are you renting a car for? It's not for Jiang Xiaoying's birthday, is it? Zhou Wei and the others, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing how Chu Yang suddenly went from buying a cell phone to renting a car. Chu Yang smiled faintly, but did not explain anything. These brothers obviously don't realize the power of a luxury automobile right now. Money isn't for women to spend, it's for women to see. After all, the phrase hasn't caught on the internet yet. And apart from this sentence, Chu Yang was a bit more impressed with another sentence. Good girls don't fail, bad girls don't get wasted. 6 o'clock in the evening, Kinza's restaurant on the side of the College of Finance and Economics. Wow, this restaurant is so beautiful. It's much better than the place where that Chu Yang treated us to dinner last time. As soon as they walked into the restaurant, a few of the girls had their eyes popping out of their heads. Of course, this was arranged by Senior Ma Ziqiang especially for Xiaoying. And this Kinshasa restaurant is one of the most high-end Western restaurants in the neighborhood. It's certainly not comparable to those small restaurants. Besides, Master Ma Ziqiang's family owns a restaurant chain company, and there are several branches in Hangzhou City. Where is Chu Yang's kind of poor student comparable to? Lu Nana looked like she knew what she was talking about, then snickered at Jiang Xiaoying who was at the side. Xiaoying, Senior Ma Ziqiang has spent a lot of effort for you. Why don't you go with him tonight? He. Hearing Lu Nana's words, Jiang Xiaoying couldn't help but feel a little moved in her heart. This Ma Ziqiang is one of the more famous males in the music department and one of her suitors. Although he didn't look as good as Chu Yang and had talked to slightly more girlfriends, his family's condition was really good. As a sophomore, my family bought me a Honda sedan, not to mention, it's rumored that all the bags he gets his girlfriends are Donkey brand. It was far from being comparable to Chu Yang, whose living expenses were only a few $100s a month. I didn't realize the other party had put so much thought into themselves this time. A few people just walked to the door of the box. A short and fat boy in Audi sportswear held a bouquet of roses to welcome up. It was Ma Ziqiang. Xiaoying, happy birthday. Thanks. Jiang Xiaoying's pretty face blushed slightly as she took the rose. Seeing Jiang Xiaoying's pretty face as well as her seductive appearance, Ma Ziqiang couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his eyes looking straight. In his heart, he said that he must take the other side down tonight. According to his experience, for a girl like Jiang Xiaoying, as long as she showed a certain amount of strength, there was no worry about taking her down at all. And when it comes to things like displaying strength, who in the entire Academy of Finance can be compared to him? Thinking of this, Ma Ziqiang directly greeted a few girls and sat down, then intentionally slapped the car keys in his hand on the table and shouted at the waiter, "Waiter, Serve one of each of your store's signature dishes. We're crowded and fewer dishes won't be enough. The waitress sniffed with a slightly embarrassed face and politely reminded. I'm sorry, sir. Our restaurant is a French Western restaurant. We usually order according to the number of diners. Each person is a separate portion. Ma Ziqiang was a little embarrassed, and apparently hadn't eaten much Western food either. The reason why he chose this restaurant today was also because Lu Nana highly recommended it, saying that this side was very upscale. The waiter thoughtfully reminded. Sir, you can order a spaghetti steak combo. The combo includes an entree and a main. Well, it's going to be this whatever spaghetti steak combo. One for each person. Ma Ziqiang nodded his head in a hurry, and in order to pretend that he understood it well, he added another sentence. Specifically, by the way, make that steak an eighth of a mile rare. I always thought that was just the right doneness when I ate it before. Rare? The waiter was speechless for a while, but this kind of customers who don't know what they are talking about can often be encountered, and can only nod politely and then retreat. Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana looked at each other with odd faces, although they seldom eat Western food. But some time ago on the internet I read that the steak is only well done, rare, medium rare, and so on, and there is no rare said. However, Jiang Xiaoying took another look at the Toyota key on the table, and the hint of discomfort that had just arisen instantly disappeared, and her gaze toward Ma Ziqiang became gentle as water again. Feeling Jiang Xiaoying's gentle gaze, Ma Ziqiang couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, and directly handed an exquisite handbag to the other party. Xiaoying, this is my birthday present for you. The latest model of Fruit's cell phone. Speaking here, he looked straight at Jiang Xiaoying, and his voice became incomparably gentle. There's something I've been wanting to say to you. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? After listening to Ma Ziqiang's words and seeing the latest model of the Fruit 5 generation in front of him, Jiang Xiaoying couldn't help but be stunned. She didn't expect the other party to be so direct. At the same time she was a little torn. After all, she always wanted a rich boyfriend. Although this Ma Ziqiang was not one of those really rich and powerful second generation, he was already much better than the vast majority of boys. At least it wasn't something that a poor boy like Chu Yang could compare to. Besides, how can it be so easy to meet that kind of real rich boy? Just as Jiang Xiaoying's red face was considering whether or not to agree to the other party, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Just a girl pointing out the window with an incredulous look on her face. Look guys, is that person Chu Yang? Chapter 4, Freedom and Love. A few people's box was located on the second floor, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows you could just see the road in front of the restaurant. Chuyan? Jiang Xiaoying couldn't help but look out the window, then froze in place. Only a champagne-colored BMW stretch limousine slowly stopped in front of the restaurant in the evening afterglow. That blue sky and white clouds logo in the center of the rear of the car looks unbelievable. The driver quickly got out of the car and opened the backseat door with immense respect. Then a man in a navy blue suit stepped out of the car and headed inside the restaurant. Seeing that familiar figure, Lu Nana's eyes directly widened. Xiaoying, that wouldn't be Chu Yang, would it? Chu Yang? How can that be? Absolutely not. Jiang Xiaoying barely hesitated and directly shook her head. Chu Yang she knows better than anyone, not to mention riding in a BMW. You usually can't even afford to take a cab, and while a person may be similar in appearance, their temperament is hard to imitate. The aura of that man just now was simply not something that an ordinary college student could possess. How could it be him? It's just that the two look a bit alike. By the way, why hasn't that Chu Yang come yet? The waiter has already started serving the meal. Are we still waiting for him? No need to wait for him. Let's eat our. Before Jiang Xiaoying could finish her words, the door of the box was opened. Then a bland but confident voice rang out. Sorry, something delayed me for a while. Everyone looked up and then froze right there. Wonderful plot in the next chapter. This chapter is a padding. Guys must be patient to read on Omega. Only Chu Yang was seen wearing a black and gray casual suit without any logo on it, but it fit incredibly well. On his feet was a pair of brown leather shoes with a big H logo, which glowed eerily in the light. The original messy hair has also been replaced by a simple and sharp short hair that looks fresh and clean. The most crucial thing is that his whole temperament has changed radically. In addition to the absolute confidence between his eyebrows, there was also a kind of bland self-containment of a superior person. Compared to him, the other people in this entire box were like unseen bumpkins. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth lifted slightly as he walked over to Jiang Xiaoying and sat down next to her. Young Chu, this is the red wine prepared according to your order. The chauffeur-like middle-aged man walked in with two exquisite and incomparable red wine boxes and walked up to Chu Yang respectfully. Chu Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand casually. The middle-aged man carefully placed the wine on the table and respectfully left. Chu Xiao, seeing this driver-like guy with this address as well as this attitude, Jiang Xiaoying and the others were even more confused. Chu Yang glanced faintly at Ma Ziqiang, who was on the other side of Zhang Xiaoying, and the keys to the Honda on the table. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, then beckoning to the waiter. The waiter, open the wine. The waitress on the side saw the 2 bottles of red wine on the table and first stared at. Then he took another look at Chu Yang, and his entire body became respectful. Yes sir, please wait. The waitress carefully opened the red wine and poured it into the wake. One of Zhang Xiaoying's acute roommates then called out, Chu Yang, what are you up to? This won't be some miscellaneous brand of red wine. We wouldn't dare to drink it. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. The waitress, on the other hand, put the bottle of wine away and looked at this young but amazingly graceful man again. Her pretty face could not help but slightly redden before she could not help but explain for Chu Yang. This is not a miscellaneous brand red wine, but the authentic French Burgundy estate of Romane Conti red wine, a bottle of at least tens of thousands of dollars it. Hiss. When the crowd heard this price they all directly sucked in a mouthful of cold air, staring wide-eyed at the red wine on the table, then looking incredulously at the smiling Chu Yang on the side. Tens of thousands of dollars a bottle of red wine? Just take 2 bottles at random. Was this still the Chu Yang they knew? Or did this guy win the lottery? Ma Ziqiang on the side was also looking at the red wine on the table with some confusion, because the family opened a chain of restaurants. For the Romane Conti such a higher than Lafite class of top red wine must have heard of, but he won't be able to tell if it's real or not. It's Xiaoying's birthday today, so we don't need to think about the price. Just drink freely. Chu Yang faintly smiled and said, scanning the steak and spaghetti on the table again. He couldn't help but frown and turn to the waiter. Pretty girl, order us each a small portion of caviar, then a bowl of seafood soup, a vegetable salad, and later a fruit pudding each. Yes sir. The waitress nodded her head respectfully, thinking that this is what people do when they eat Western food. The first plate, soup, side dishes, and dessert several pairings were almost perfect. On the side, Nana Lu was dumbfounded and, this guy still knows Western food? Xiaoying, he didn't pretend to be poor before, did he? Zhang Xiaoying opened her mouth. She then realized that although Chu Yang had been courting her for over a year, she didn't know much about him. The food came up quickly, and since they knew the price of the wine, Lu Nana's few people were all scrambling to actively pour the wine and couldn't wait to drink more. Even Zhang Xiaoying, who prides herself on never drinking, poured a glass of. Soon 2 glasses of wine were down and the crowd was getting a little tipsy. Chu Yang raised his glass and gently touched it with Zhang Xiaoying, his gaze carrying an indescribable sadness and regret. Xiaoying, do you know what the most precious thing in the world is? Ah, no, I don't know. Zhang Xiaoying shook her head somewhat nervously. She felt that tonight's Chu Yang was incomparably charming. It was a far cry from the poor student who was originally dressed in an Audi King suit, and surprisingly, some of it made her nervous. Freedom and love. Chu Yang gently shook his wine glass. His handsome face was one of indescribable yearning, with a faint hint of sadness at the same time. This year or so of college has been one of the happiest times for me. As poor and wretched as it may seem, I am free, and no one is restricting me from what I can do. The only thing I regret is that I didn't get a love. Speaking of this, Chu Yang's gaze was filled with regret. But next thing I know, I'm going back to that cagey place again. No more freedom, and probably never love. Ah, Chu Yang, you before. Zhang Xiaoying's petite body trembled violently, and her mind was already frantically brainstorming the plot of a powerful son leaving home to experience university life. Yes, I'm here just to experience college life for a while and find a peachy love again. But time is running out now. I may have to go back tomorrow. There are too many things waiting for me to take over at home. After all, family business, you know. Speaking here, Chu Yang raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. His expression was filled with helplessness and determination. A strangely shaped delicate wristwatch was inadvertently revealed on his wrist as he raised his wine glass, which just happened to fall into Ma Ziqiang's eyes. Richard Miller? Ma Ziqiang's eyes widened, and he directly failed to hold back his exclamation of surprise. He could not help but look deeply at Chu Yang, his attitude instantly becoming respectful. Freedom? Love? The family? Business? Zhang Xiaoying keenly captured these words, plus the scene just downstairs. Luxury BMW, respectful driver, sky-high prices for wine, familiar ordering, suddenly perfect temperament, as well as Ma Ziqiang's reaction just now. She felt that she had guessed the truth. Well, it's getting late, so I'm going to head back. Have fun. Chu Yang stood up and his eyes fell on the unopened fruit 5 in front of Ma Ziqiang again. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Feeling his gaze, Ma Ziqiang was directly startled and hurriedly put away that fruit 5. He's just trying to pick up a girl, the man who could casually wear Richard Miller. He really didn't dare to provoke. If you don't do it right, you might even get your family's business involved. Xiaoying, see you again sometime. After saying that, Chu Yang did not look back and directly walked straight towards the outside. Seeing Chu Yang's determined back, Zhang Xiaoying finally became anxious and, Chu Yang, you wait a moment. Chapter 5, You Can't Be Too Casual. Chu Yang turned around and looked at Zhang Xiaoying with some doubt. Then get in the car and talk. Okay. Zhang Xiaoying whispered somewhat nervously. Where was the usual high and mighty look? Sitting in the car and feeling the luxury of the interior, Zhang Xiaoying's heart began to pound. The eyes couldn't help but flash with a flash of obsessive yearning that was hard to hide. It's the first time she's been in a BMW like this. Xiaoying, my time is limited, so please say anything as soon as possible. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's expression, Chu Yang sneered in his heart. The surface frowned, seemingly a little displeased. Okay. Zhang Xiaoying winced and hastily put away the expression she had just worn. She knows it. Rich people's time is worth a lot. She was also worried that Chu Yang would misunderstand her. Chu Yang, actually, I was just testing you before. Oh, Chu Yang faintly answered. I would have, in fact, wanted to agree to be with you tonight. Zhang Xiaoying nodded decisively, her large eyes filled with deep emotion. You may not know that I've been in love with you for a long time, but I'm a girl, so I can't be too casual. Looking at the blushing, shy and timid Zhang Xiaoying, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. If he didn't know Zhang Xiaoying's true colors, he probably would have been tricked by the other party. Sure enough, women are natural actors. Can't be too casual? Then let's see how casual you can be tonight. The cold smile in Chu Yang's heart intensified as he revealed a skeptical expression. Xiaoying, you're not saying that because I'm rich, are you? No, absolutely not. Zhang Xiaoying shook her head in a hurry. Chu Yang shook his head with some disbelief, seemingly a bit disappointed that, Xiaoying, it's not that I don't believe you. After all, you know, there have been many women who said they wanted to be with me in the past, but they were all because of our family's money. So, but I'm not like that. Zhang Xiaoying explained somewhat anxiously. I can prove it to you. Oh, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, his gaze glancing aggressively around Zhang Xiaoying's body. Feeling Chu Yang's incomparably wanton eyes, Zhang Xiaoying not only did not recoil, but instead felt some strange heat in her body. Obviously, to her, the flamboyant Chu Yang was much more attractive tonight than the cowering pauper of the past. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth curved up into an arc as he faintly said, Get a room? Ha! Zhang Xiaoying froze, then her face instantly reddened and she lowered her head. Chu Yang sized up Zhang Xiaoying, who was like a small woman at the moment, and laughed coldly in his heart. The previous life at this time itself, how could it be thought of? Zhang Xiaoying, who usually has a high-flying persona, would have such a soft and charming side, right? What? No? Chu Yang said indifferently, sensing the coldness in Chu Yang's voice. Zhang Xiaoying hastily shook her head and, No, I just think, isn't it a little too soon? Chu Yang frowned with some impatience. My time is limited, so if you don't want to, then get out of the car. No, I'm not reluctant. Zhang Xiaoying's heart tightened and she hastily shook her head, then hesitated again and asked somewhat pitifully, Well, then, will you marry me afterward? Sure. Chu Yang nodded with a solemn expression, as long as you want. Seeing Chu Yang nodding his head in agreement, Zhang Xiaoying's entire heart was about to jump out of her chest. She didn't think she would actually be able to marry into the family. It's amazing how quickly dreams come true. Even though it required paying for your first time, it was definitely worth it. In her mind, that membrane was meant to be used when it mattered most. She forced herself to hold back her excitement and said in a delicate voice, Then, I'm all yours. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up an evil arc as he said to the driver in front of him, Go to Marriott International. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoying got down from the car and looked at the splendid Marriott International Hotel in front of her. Her heart was once again shocked. It also confirmed Chu Yang's rich second-generation status even more. She had heard of this hotel. It was the most high-end 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. It's at least a couple thousand a night. A fruit cell phone is gone after 2 days of random stays. That's how the really rich live. Holding Chu Yang's arm and walking in the incomparably luxurious hotel lobby, Zhang Xiaoying unconsciously held her head up. It was as if she was already a rich wife. Walking into the luxurious and incomparable room, Zhang Xiaoying was as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, letting out gasps of amazement from time to time. Chu Yang took off his suit jacket and casually hung it into the closet, pointing to the shower room. Why don't you go ahead and take a shower? There's everything in there for a bath. Aha! Zhang Xiaoying was secretly shocked when she saw Chu Yang's skillful movements. Although he knew that Chu Yang's family was rich, he didn't expect the other party to be able to stay in this kind of 5-star luxury hotel on a regular basis. Many things can be faked, but details can't be camouflaged. The last vestige of doubt in her mind disappeared completely. Listening to the sound of clattering water in the shower room, the curves of Zhang Xiaoying's body loomed through the frosted glass. Chu Yang, however, was not the least bit excited, didn't even look at it much. He was sitting on the couch with a hotel notepad and ballpoint pen in his hand, frowning tightly as he ticked off his notes. Previous life. As the founder of Tianyang Capital, Xu Yang's knowledge of the financial industry is not deep, not to mention knowledge of the stock market. Coupled with that perverted memory that was like playing a video, Xu Yang quickly found, from his memory, detailed information on the movements of some important stocks in the stock market in recent years. Xu Yang, I'm done washing. Zhang Xiaoying walked out wrapped in a bath towel. The long, wet hair was draped over her shoulders, and her snow-white, rounded shoulders were exposed to the air, with some wonderful scenery looming. A cut of snow-white, straight calf was revealed beneath the towel. Xu Yang raised his head and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This woman is a bit of a gold digger, and a little green tea, but one has to admit that it does have a certain amount of capital. Feeling the strong reaction of this young body, Xu Yang directly put the pen down and walked into the shower room. You go wait on the bed. I'm going to take a shower. Chapter 6. Don't let me see you again. A few minutes later, Xu Yang walked over to the bedside with his bath towel on, and smiled evilly at Zhang Xiaoying. If you please me tonight, I can take you home tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoying instantly trembled. A pair of large eyes filled with undisguised surprise. In the shower her thoughts were racing. Have fantasized all the scenarios after marrying into the family several times. Just a little worried that Xu Yang might just be playing around. After all, the youngest members of the family are generally more flamboyant. It's likely that you won't appreciate it when you get it. But if Xu Yang really took himself to meet his parents, that would be of a completely different nature. He himself became the daughter-in-law recognized by Xu Yang's parents. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaoying raised a touch of softness between the corners of her mouth. A pair of big eyes rippled with spring water, and her whole body was directly attached to Xu Yang's body. She hadn't had sex with a boy, but she had quietly studied a lot of little romance movies. On the one hand, it's for the day it will be used. On the other hand, also her own body needs. She may look high-strung, but she has an indescribably contrasting personality in her bones. For Zhang Xiaoying, money is the best catalyst, coupled with Xu Yang's already handsome looks, and the kind of bland aura that was suddenly unleashed. Soon Zhang Xiaoying sank into it with her eyes mesmerized. In a dream world, the night is in full swing. This is a vast horsefield. Two stallions galloped on the field, always glued together. Difficult to distinguish between the upper and lower. Riding is a fun sport. On the wide field, Zhang Xiaoying flew up and leaped onto the steed. Along with the rhythm, the long black hair danced and flew lightly like a waterfall. Zhang Xiaoying is actually a very courageous girl. Apart from not being very comfortable in the beginning, I soon got the hang of riding and the rhythm. And in order to show more in front of Xu Yang, she was riding a horse for the first time though, but took the initiative to try a variety of rides. It is even more active as a daredevil innovative rider, unlocking a lot of new equestrian play. There were times when I nearly fell off, but with Xu Yang's excellent physique and reaction speed, he was always able to hold her just right. A sport like horseback riding is physically demanding. Sweat had been waving like a torrential downpour. The two ran 4 or 5 laps around the track, only then exhausted and completely relaxed. This night, Zhang Xiaoying had an incomparably beautiful dream. In her dream, she became a rich young grandmother, lives in a big villa and goes out shopping every day in a luxury car. Just swipe your card like crazy every time and buy all kinds of big name clothes, makeup and bags, got everything she ever aspired to, and then flaunt it in front of your bestie. That envious look from her girlfriends made her whole body drunk. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaoying woke up drowsily from her sleep. When he opened his bleary eyes, he saw Xu Yang sitting sadly on the edge of the bed, actually lighting a cigarette in his hand. Honey, what's wrong with you? Although she didn't know when Xu Yang had learned to smoke, Zhang Xiaoying still wrapped her body around it and, any offenses? Feeling the soft and slippery behind him, Xu Yang suppressed his body's impulse and sighed long and bitterly. What I'm worried about is how I'm going to pay it back next. Pay back? Zhang Xiaoying froze, not reacting for a moment. Yeah, this outfit cost me thousands of dollars even though I bought it at the Wenzhou wholesale clothing market. And that what's his name Richard's watch. It's the latest high imitation. And it's not cheap. It's $650. Xu Yang pointed to the clothes and watch on the sofa and shook his head helplessly. After spending $1,000 on a rental car and nearly $2,000 on hotels for this night, I'm only living on a few $100s a month, so it looks like I'm going to be eating dirt for the rest of the year. What? Wenzhou wholesale clothing market? High-quality imitations? Zhang Xiaoying was directly dumbfounded. Her eyes lingered on the clothes and watch for a long time, and only after a long time did she force a smile. Honey, you've got to be kidding me. You're testing me, aren't you? Xu Yang shook his head helplessly and was just about to say something. At this time, Zhang Xiaoying's cell phone rang. Zhang Xiaoying glanced at it and picked up the phone, and Ma Ziqian's urgent voice came from inside the receiver. Xiaoying, It's Ma Zicheng. There's something I have to tell you. The red wine that Chu Yang brought last night, I brought the rest of the bottle back. As it turned out, after being tested by our catering company's professionals, that so-called Romane Conti red wine was absolutely fake. If you buy it at the wholesale market, it's up to $99 a bottle. No, a case. Only heard a snap sound. The cell phone fell directly from Zhang Xiaoying's hands on the bed. Zhang Xiaoying's entire body seemed to have lost her soul. Her eyes were lifeless as she looked at the red color on the bedsheet. It was only after a long time that she raised her head, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with endless hatred as she looked towards Chu Yang and gritted her teeth. Chu Yang, you're ruthless. Why are you doing this? Chu Yang revealed a guilty expression, as if he had turned back into the original him who was coy in front of Zhang Xiaoying. I'm sorry, Xiaoying, I really love you too much. That's why I came up with this. I just hope you can agree to be with me. Xiaoying, you are now my person. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard in the future to be able to let you live the life of a rich man. Get the hell out of here. Hearing Chu Yang's words, the fire in Zhang Xiaoying's heart became even more out of control, and she directly opened her teeth and claws like a shrew. What the makes you think I can live like a rich man, on your few $100s a month? A trashy man like you wants to be with me? What a ing dream. Zhang Xiaoying cursed as she put on her clothes, then got up from the bed and put on her shoes. It was just a pain coming from underneath her as a result of too much exercise last night, making it a little hard for her to walk, but she was obviously not willing to stay in this room any longer, much less look at Chu Yang, the poor man, for more than a second. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's strange walking posture, Chu Yang shouted in mock panic, Xiaoying, wait a minute, didn't you say you were going to go home with me to meet your parents? Get the outta here. I better not see you again in the future. Zhang Xiaoying slammed the door to her room and limped downstairs. Chapter 7, The Earth and the Sky. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, seeing Zhang Xiaoying limping onto a cab, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he turned around to look at the redness on the bed sheet. I didn't realize that in my last life I had spent 4 years of my life in college struggling for something. The second day back from the rebirth, he had already gotten it. And that's with the other person doing everything they can to please themselves. Although it was somewhat deceptive in nature, Chu Yang did not owe Zhang Xiaoying the slightest bit in his heart. Chu Yang shook his head and tore off the piece of sticky note he had sketched on the coffee table and casually slipped it into his pocket, then turned and went out of the room. Coming to the lobby of the first-floor hotel, having just finished checking out, Chu Yang turned around and was about to leave, when a somewhat familiar and stunningly beautiful figure was reflected in his eyes. A fine, upscale suit, and black stockings under a wrap-around skirt that, coupled with the stunningly beautiful face that was almost devoid of the slightest bit of emotion, made her, who was originally no more than about 20 years old, appear slightly more mature. Is that her? Chu Yang was slightly stunned. The other party was the same young woman who had pushed herself forcibly on the first night of her rebirth. Mr. Mu, the 9 o'clock meeting is scheduled for the conference room on the 7th floor. In addition, the Oriental Group's general manager Dongfang Hao has just called to make another appointment with you, this time to say that he wants to talk about cooperation. Hearing the words Dongfang Hao, the young woman's face instantly sank. Don't ever mention that name in front of me again. In addition, our company will no longer consider cooperating with the Eastern Group. Okay, I know Mr. Mu. The young female assistant hurriedly nodded her head in response. Several people took the special elevator directly to the upper floor and did not see Chu Yang on the other side. Mr. Mu, Marriott Hotel. Could it be Mu Tianyuan's Mu Tian Group? Seeing the scene just now, Chu Yang's heart moved slightly, and then he smacked his lips at the thought of what the woman had just looked like. TSK, but it's kinda like a high-strung female president. Seeing that the other party didn't even look at himself and walked straight into the elevator, Chu Yang shook his head, no longer thinking much about it, and turned around to walk towards the opposite side of the hotel. Across the street is a Guotong Securities office, with Guotong Securities written in large letters on the building above. This is surrounded by the most central area of Hangzhou, and this Guotong Securities building is also built with an extraordinary atmosphere, so it should be the Hangzhou headquarters. Walking into the business hall, Chu Yang directly opened the door and handed his ID card and bank card to a staff member. Hello, I'd like to open an account. Okay, please fill out the account opening information. Soon this female staff member opened the account and then looked at Chu Yang and asked, Hello sir, the account has been opened. Do you need to transfer funds? Well, turn 5,000 and go inside. Chu Yang thought for a moment. It was actually the same money he was going to use for tuition next, but it shouldn't hurt to use it for a while. 5,000? Hearing this figure, the somewhat obese female staff member was directly somewhat speechless, and her face revealed an undisguised look of contempt. Here is the Guotong Securities Hangzhou Center Business Hall. Over the account are generally worth a lot of money, big brother. Take 5,000 yuan account speculation. she really is the first time to meet. After completing the transfer, the female staff member directly threw her ID card and bank card in front of Chu Young, then turned around to meet a middle-aged man with a big belly. Feeling the other party's cold attitude, Chu Yang did not care, directly picked up the ID card bank card, came to the side of the computer, logged on the securities account he just applied for, then took out the notepad from his pocket, searched for a few random stocks to verify them, and then the joy in his eyes grew stronger. Sure enough, it's exactly the same direction as one remembers it going. There is currently no butterfly effect caused by his rebirth. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he once again gazed at his eyebrows for a while, his eyes finally resting on the stock Luodong Development. Rodong Development, $4.92. Current gain/loss, -8, 15%. Comparing the memorized chart, Chu Yang was directly ready to buy the whole position. The $5,000 balance is just enough to buy 10 lots, or 1,000 shares. This gentleman, if this is your first time speculating in stocks, it is still recommended that you pick a solid stock. Stocks like Rodong Development, which has been down for a week now due to last month's earnings crash, are likely to fall today based on the current chart. Right at this moment, a cool and melodious voice rang out from the side. Chu Yang raised his head but saw a very young woman standing on the side. Snow-white delicate face, high nose, foot 170 centimeters tall figure, a decent professional black silk suit. Although he was only in his 20s, he gave off the impression of being an elite in the workplace, professional and cool. Only the long, silky black hair tied in a simple ponytail gave the whole a slightly softer air. Chu Yang was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that in this hall, he would be able to meet a top beauty with a score of 95 or above and a superb temperament. Thanks. Chu Yang thanked him, but did not change his operation and still pressed the buy button. It's only 10 lots. It's an instant deal. Exiting his account, Chu Yang turned around and smiled politely at the young beauty before turning around and walking towards the outside. Looking at the back of Chu Yang's departure, and then looked at the continued decline nearly stopped that Luodong Development. Lin Shiyu helplessly shook his head. She's seen a lot of these college students who want to get rich in the stock market. However, they often leave the market at a loss and do not listen to the good advice of others. Seeing Lin Shiyu's figure, the obese female staff member hurriedly walked over to her. Manager Lin, Mr. Zhao from Golden Sea Private Equity is looking for you. Lin Shiyu nodded faintly and walked towards a middle-aged man with a big belly. And, what's the big deal? You're just a turtle. If you weren't so pretty, no one would come to you even if you were a teenage mutant ninja turtle. The female staff member muttered sourly in the background. When he saw Lin Shiyu, the middle-aged man with a big belly had a light in his eyes. Manager Lin, it's nice to finally meet you. My humble self, Jean High Private Placement Zhao Xin. We met last time. I know Mr. Li, the head of your sales department, very well. I'm sorry Mr. Zhao, I'm just the wealth manager. If you need anything else, you can contact someone else. Lin Shiyu managed to get rid of this ill-intentioned general manager Zhao and turned around to go upstairs. Just then, a shriek rang out from somewhere in the hall. Asterisk. You guys, look at the Rodong Development. Rodong Development? What's the matter? Didn't that stock just drop? Look, it's already pulled up. And it's going to be red soon. What the hell? I just cut my meat this morning. Okay. The hall, which had been fairly quiet, suddenly became noisy. Rodong Development? Lin Shiyu froze slightly and couldn't help but look over. Only on the big screen, the chart of the stock, Rodong Development, had been pulled up. In just a blink of an eye, a straight line went straight up into the sky. It went from down to up in an instant. The floor ceiling, stopping price is a full million hands of the buy order deadlocked. Ward days, the ground skyboard. I should have known to just buy a few lots. A full 20 points of profit. I'm afraid it's more than 20 points. Such a straight line pull up. Less than a minute's effort to seal the board. I guess there's still big meat behind. What bad luck. I just cut my meat. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, looking at the stop on the stopping board of more than a million hands of sealed orders, Lin Shiyu's petite body shook as her eyes glared round. Her mind couldn't help but conjure up the scene just now when Chu Yang bought this stock in full without hesitation. Chapter 8, The Treasure Girl. Yanko, where were you last night? Chu Yang had just walked into the dormitory and was seen by Zhou Wei, who came over and asked with some concern. The other roommate, Guo Changdong, was lying on the bed, flipping through web novels while speaking a mouthful of authentic northeastern dialect and laughing badly. That's right brother Yang, how come you still learn to stay out at night? Wouldn't be going to a small hotel on a street in the east of the city, right? A street in Changdong is just east of the university town, Hangzhou's famous red light district. It is said that many guys from college towns have accounted for the first time in their lives there. What are you thinking? How can that class be worthy of my brother? I was at the Marriott Hotel last night. Marriott International? Brother Yang is awesome, although I know you're blowing off the awesome, but looking at your hair and clothes it's kind of like that. Guo Changdong laughed playfully on the bed, obviously not believing Chu Yang's words. Marriott International, that's a super 5-star hotel. How can you get a few $1,000s a night? Can a poor student like him go there? Chu Yang rolled his eyes ignoring him and explained to Zhou Wei. Brother Wei, wasn't it Xiao Ying's birthday last night? I drank a little too much, so I just stayed in the hotel. Aha. Zhou Wei nodded. He knew that Ma Ziqian from the music department had also gone to Jiang Xiaoying's birthday and seemed to have guessed the scene that Chu Yang encountered last night. He wasn't a very articulate person, wanting to comfort something but not knowing how. Yangko, let's have a drink together as brothers when the weekend comes. Feeling Zhou Wei's concern, Chu Yang's heart warmed and nodded. Okay Viagra, I'll treat you guys then. Right at this moment, Chen Xiaokong pushed open the door of the dormitory and walked in, and as soon as he saw Chu Yang immediately and excitedly came forward and, Brother Jan, how's it going? Are you satisfied with the car last night? It's a new car that I just picked up, and no one's ever sat in it. New car? Chu Yang froze slightly, then nodded meaningfully and, well, that's a nice car. New indeed. That's right, my Chen Xiaokong's reputation is absolutely trustworthy. Brother Yang, next time you have this kind of business find me again. Although Chen Xiaokong felt that Chu Yang's smile was a bit strange, he did not think much about it. He made a full $500 on this order yesterday and couldn't be more satisfied. Come on, Yangko, it's time for class. Zhou Wei stood up and greeted a few people going to class. Just after walking out of the dormitory building, Zhou Wei pulled Chu Yang and pointed not far away. Ahem, Yankee. Chu Yang also felt a chill come over him and looked over, only to see Jiang Xiaoying limping over from the direction of the girls' dormitory building. The face looked his way without expression. It looked even colder on that already fair face. There was an indescribable hatred in his eyes. Chu Yang, come over here for a moment. I have something to say to you. Zhou Wei glanced at Jiang Xiaoying with some doubt. Brother, you're good. Guo Changdong quietly gave a thumbs up before pulling Zhou Wei towards the school building. Cao Yang, it looks like the BMW is still good. Chen Xiaokong hemmed and hawed and gave Chu Yang a wink before he too followed a few people. If you have something to say, just say it. Chu Yang landed his gaze on Jiang Xiaoying. The other party was obviously not in good shape today. Her makeup was far less refined than on a normal day. His face looked a little pale, as if he had lost a lot of blood, but Chu Yang didn't feel any heartache, and not the slightest bit of guilt. Not to mention that last night was all about the other person's own initiative. Many of the tricks he was experiencing for the first time. Sensing Chu Yang's strange eyes, Jiang Xiaoying's eyes flashed with a flash of strong hatred and she coldly said, First, I don't want anyone to know what happened yesterday. Second, there will be no relationship between the two of us in the future. No problem. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. He had long guessed the purpose of Jiang Xiaoying's coming over. For her, stopping the loss in time and not affecting her icy image was the most important thing. Seeing Chu Yang agree, Jiang Xiaoying snorted coldly and was about to leave. Chu Yang, however, suddenly opened his mouth. Wait, there's one more thing I need to make sure of. What is it? A flash of disgust flashed through Jiang Xiaoying's eyes, thinking that Chu Yang was trying to pester her again. That is, you won't regret today's decision and pester me again in the future, right? Chu Yang said with a serious expression. Regret? Pestering you? Jiang Xiaoying laughed angrily. Her cold smile was full of disdain and contempt. Even if I, Jiang Xiaoying, were to die, I wouldn't go for a trashy man like you. After she finished speaking, she did not even look at Chu Yang and directly turned around and walked towards the school building. Looking at Jiang Xiaoying's still somewhat unnatural walking posture, Chu Yang revealed a confident smile. It seemed that after he was reborn, certain aspects of his abilities had been greatly strengthened. Chu Yang. Just then, a soft female voice full of concern came from not far away. A figure quickly trotted over, somewhat out of breath, stopping by Chu Yang's side, her full breasts heaving up and down, a pair of large eyes filled with concern. Chu Yang turned around and what met his eyes was a long-haired girl in somewhat old-fashioned clothes. She was tall, but looked a little bloated because she was wearing an old sweatshirt. The girl lowered her head, her long bangs covering most of her entire face, and only a pair of big, dark, bright eyes could be seen. The long black hair fell softly over her shoulders, with an indescribable quiet gentleness, and even though he was just wearing a normal old tracksuit, the greatness underneath that Chu Yang could clearly feel. Chu Yang, are you alright? Seeing Chu Yang staring blankly at herself without saying anything, the girl finally raised her head and asked in a somewhat worried whisper. Chu Yang caught a glimpse of the beautiful face full of aura under the long hair. Then the heart shook. This face seems. Chu Yang directly froze. In his impression, there wasn't such a divine face girl in the academy. It took him a few moments to think vaguely about it. There really did seem to be one girl in the class who wore an old school uniform every day. and then usually kept her head down to hide her face under her long hair. In the last life, it seems that no one has ever paid attention to this girl with a very low sense of existence, because he happened to help the other person once in his freshman year. Since then, this introverted, shy girl has been good to herself, and because he had been pursuing Jiang Xiaoying, he hadn't even looked at the other girls more than once. Su, Darryl? Looking at the gentle and serene girl in front of him who lowered her head once again, Chu Yang was able to correspond with the name in his memory for a long time, and then couldn't help but mentally curse myself 100 times over. Was I out of my mind in my last life? He himself had let go of such a gentle and beautiful treasure girl to lick a green tea whore like Jiang Xiaoying. Su Ruoshi looked at Chu Yang with some worry. She had seen Jiang Xiaoying's cold attitude towards Chu Yang just now. According to Chu Yang's character in the past, he should have long been heartbroken at this time. Why are you standing there giggling today, and act like you've never seen yourself before? Could it be that is stupid? Just then, a somewhat huffy voice rang out from the sidelines and, "It's time for class. Why don't you go into the classroom?" Only to see a mature beauty was standing under the school building, frowning at Chu Yang and Su Ruoshi. The woman was wearing a tight black dress, the perfect curves of her body wrapped tightly in the dress. A pair of straight legs looked even sexier wrapped in black stockings, and with the thin high-heeled black sandals on her feet, she showed off her mature sexiness to the fullest. Chapter 9, Office Romance. Chu Yang looked dumbfounded, but he quickly reacted and hurriedly said, "Hello Mr. Su, we'll be right in." Then turning to Su Ruoshi, he nodded his head and, "Classmate Su, let's go." "Ah, okay." Su Ruoshi was startled. This was the first time Chu Yang took the initiative to talk to her. With a red face, she nodded, then hurriedly followed behind Chu Yang. Looking at Chu Yang's back and remembering something, a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Su Yuru's eyes before she followed the two into the classroom. "TSK, my goddess is even sexier. Just this body, this temperament. Who can fight in the whole finance college?" Seeing Su Yuru on the podium, Wo Changdong directly swallowed his saliva. As the number one geek in the boys' dormitory, his favorite is a mature and sexy style beauty like Su Yuru. Chu Yang also sized up the beautiful guide with interest for a few moments. He was no longer the green brat he had been before. It had to be said that from the perspective of a mature man, this beautiful guide was really a superb one. The whole body exudes a ripe charm. It was as if water could drip from a pinch. In some ways it was simply not comparable to a yellow-haired little girl like Jiang Xiaoying. Seemingly sensing Chu Yang's aggressive gaze, Su Yuru turned around and glared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang did not avoid the other party's gaze, but instead smiled faintly at Su Yuru. Su Yuru frowned. In her impression, although Chu Yang had some looks, he was rather shy and had a bit of an inferiority complex. "Why are you so bold today?" Chu Yang didn't appreciate Su Yuru's body anymore, took out his own big rice cell phone and downloaded the Flush software. The rice phone was bought for him by his family when he first got into college. It also cost nearly $2,000 at the time. Although the brand is not good, but the configuration is not low. Running the same Flush this kind of speculation software is more than enough. Logging on to his Guotong Securities account, before he had a chance to look at it, a news item was pushed on top of the Flush. Mystery money strong plunge in Rodun development. 1 minute staged the Earth and Skyboard. Chu Yang's heart was happy, and he quickly opened the chart of Luodun development. Sure enough, not long after the morning of their own buy, a straight line directly from the stop pull up. Rhododendron development. Current price, $5.85. Current gain, plus 10.00%. Number of positions, 1,000 shares. Position, $5.850. Looking at the position, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. There's no way around it. There's too little funding. Even if it's close to a 20-point profit, it's still only $1,000. If nothing else, this rodent development will have the next 3 stops, and all of them opened up on the board. But he wasn't going to wait until 3 days to sell. The bell rang and Su Yuru announced the dismissal of the class. Then her eyes fell on Chu Yang, who was sitting at the back. "Chu Yang, come with me to the office." The office? Chu Yang froze slightly. The memories of his last life flashed through his mind. I don't remember that today this beautiful guide called herself alone to go to the office. But he still stood up and walked out after Su Yuru. Zhou Wei, Chen Xiaokong and the others gave him a look of take care. Brother Yang, you've got a lot of lust. Guo Changdong, on the other hand, showed an envious expression, as if he was envying Chu Yang for being able to spend time alone with his sexy goddess. Su Yuru's office is on the office floor behind the teaching building, divided into 2 rooms, inside and outside. Although Su Yuru was only a counselor, her treatment was not low, and she occupied a separate room inside by herself. Walking into the office inside, Su Yuru put down the textbook in her hands, then sat down directly. Chu Yang was just able to see the tantalizing waist and hip curves from the side, the slim waist and rounded thighs perfectly combined. Shu Yang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had a mature soul in his 30s inside him, and naturally knew how deadly those round thighs could be at certain times. Suyuru didn't notice Chu Yang's expression and just took the other party as an immature boy. She turned sideways to look at Chu Yang. Her waist appeared even more slender, but there was some huffing in her voice. Chu Yang, do you know why I called you over? I don't know. Chu Yang looked somewhat enviously at Suyuru's legs under her tight black skirt and shook his head incomparably honestly. Humph. Suyuru lightly hummed. The color of dissatisfaction on her face intensified, her gaze looking at Chu Yang as if scrutinizing. Chu Yang rolled his eyes in his heart. Using this kind of tactic to deal with elementary school students to deal with himself? Mr. Su, if there's anything you want to do, you can just say it. Seeing Chu Yang's mixed-up attitude, Suyuru was even more displeased in her heart and said in a cold voice, "Where did the tuition go on your bank card?" Tuition? Chu Yang froze. It can't be that unlucky, can it? You just transferred out yourself and the school is withholding tuition? Seeing Chu Yang's surprised expression, Suyuru once again snorted coldly. In the morning, the financial office deducted tuition fees, the result of the whole class. Only Chu Yang, a person's bank card, prompted insufficient balance. Is it used to chase girls? It's that Jiang Xiaoying from the finance department, right? I heard yesterday was her birthday. Suyuru had heard other classmates mention Chu Yang's dog-licking pursuit of Jiang Xiaoying, but she never expected that Chu Yang would spend all the tuition fees in order to pursue a girl. I heard it was still for a fruit phone for the other guy. It is simply unbelievable. Ms. Su, you may have misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Chu Yang, I don't care where the tuition was spent by you. I'll give you another week. Suyuru lightly glanced at Chu Yang and, pay your own tuition to the school treasurer by next Friday at the latest. Okay, thanks Ms. Su. Chu Yang didn't say much and was just about to turn around and leave when he heard the office door outside being opened and then a whiny woman's voice came from outside. Director Wang, don't be in a hurry, in case someone else sees. What are you afraid of, dear? They've all gone to dinner at this hour, and you know this office. I'm alone except for Mr. Su. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Chu Yang immediately reacted and dodged behind the door as he pulled Suyuru, because through the glass on the wall, it was possible to see into this office inside. Sure enough, the two figures looked in. Oops, that's in case Mr. Su comes. Don't worry, that little wannabe hoof usually goes straight home after school. Come on, hold. You hate. Listening to the unpleasant sounds coming from outside, Suyuru's face turned green. She knew that this director Wang out there had a very messy private life and had a great relationship with several female teachers in the school. But I didn't expect to mess around in the office either. The voices outside are getting excessive. Although Chu Yang felt amused, he was not overly surprised. Office romance. It's very common in schools. But Suyuru felt incredibly awkward. Not to mention the fact that there was a male student right next to her. Her face was getting redder and redder, and she didn't know if it was because she was angry or what, but her delicate body was trembling. Finally, Suyuru couldn't help but get up and go out, but her arm was pulled by Chu Yang. Then accidentally the whole person was stuck on Chu Yang. Chu Yang made a silent gesture at her and then shook his head, feeling that warm and soft touch, and smelling the faint body fragrance coming from the other party's body. Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little distracted. Suyuru glared at Chu Yang with a red face, but she also knew that if she went out at this time, she would make things difficult. However, she glanced at Chu Yang with some curiosity. This boy who was always shy, why was he acting so calm today? Looking at the side face that seemed to be more handsome than ever, listening to the woozy sounds coming from outside, Suyuru's face became even more flushed. I didn't realize this old man was quite powerful. Chu Yang looked outside and sighed with emotion while surveying the office. Suddenly, his gaze stopped on the computer screen on Suyuru's desk. Chapter 10, The Blue Rune Energy Pills. A few minutes later, the sounds of battle outside finally ended. That whiny female voice came in again. Director Wang, I don't have any strength left. Why are you so powerful today? Little hoof. Today I came prepared. Blue Rune Polymerization Pills to lock in more energy. How about it? Satisfied? Satisfied. Get up. It's getting late. I should be getting home. What are you afraid of? Just that loser in your family. Male volleyball giant can play? Chu Yang almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. No wonder the old man is so persistent. So he has a trick up his sleeve. After looking at the beautiful teacher who was blushing a little red on the side, he finally managed to harden his laughter and hold it back. With a slamming door, the world was once again quiet. Hearing the shameless conversation between the two outside, Suyuru felt like her entire being was bad. Remembering again that Chu Yang was still at the side, her face became even more flushed. Suyuru stood up, but she realized that Chu Yang was staring at her computer screen and seemed to have discovered something that her delicate body could not help but tremble. Her whole body instantly tensed up. and she hastily stood up to block the computer in front of the Shu Yang. What are you looking at? Shu Yang looked at the incomparably nervous Su Yuru, as well as that pretty face that was as red as if it could drip blood. His expression became a little strange. It's just to look at the computer. Is there a need to be so nervous? Shu Yang could not help but have an evil thought in his heart. Mr. Su, this icon technology you bought is very risky next. It's better to stop losing early. Dropping a sentence, Shu Yang turned around and walked out of the office, leaving Su Yuru standing there with a dumbfounded look on her face. Alcon technology? It was only after a long time that she reacted and turned to look at the computer screen, only to see that what was displayed on it was exactly the user interface of the flush speculation software, and his own position in Alcon technology is in the green. It's down a full 5 points today. She breathed a sigh of relief at that. Risky? You know how to speculate on stocks even though you're a kid? A few days of macroeconomics and you think you know the stock market? Own bullish on this icon technology. Good fundamentals. Completely potential stocks okay. Now falling is definitely the dealer in the wash. Trying to wash yourself out? No way. Su Yuru opened her big eyes and studied some more, then gritted her teeth and increased her position again. With the rest of all the money, the whole position bottom this acorn technology. Shu Yang came out of the office building and went to the cafeteria to get a meal first. When I swiped my card, I looked at the balance of my meal card and it was $15.90. Deduct the $6 deluxe version of the boxed lunch and you're left with $9.90. Shu Yang revealed a bitter smile. If he hadn't come back reborn, he would probably be eating dirt in no time. Looks like there's still money to be grabbed. Just after settling the meal, there were 2 drops and the cell phone message alert sounded. Shu Yang took out his cell phone and found a light blue girl's avatar flashing inside his QQ friends. Sister Zihan, elementary brother, do you have time? Sister Zihan? Shu Yang was slightly stunned. Then a figure that was a perfect blend of sexiness and innocence appeared in his mind and, especially those snow-white straight legs, definitely the YYDS of all boys. Yang Zihan, the beautiful sister from the art college next door, is a senior this year. If we talk about face value and body, this is the existence of the art college school flower level. 95 points or more of the very best, because Chu Yang has a good voice. He joined the school's music club in his freshman year, and occasionally followed it out to participate in school performances. And by chance, he met Yang Zihan. Although Yang Zihan is a goddess in the art academy, she is very nice to Chu Yang, a young and handsome elementary school brother who often helps her silently, and often flirts with him. But at that time, Chu Yang was rather inferior. How could he dare to have any thoughts about this goddess of the art academy? The two haven't been in touch since graduation. He only remembered that later on, this beautiful schoolmate became a rising star in the singing world, releasing several songs one after the other that achieved good results, and soon gained a considerable amount of fame. But the good times didn't last long. And then first there was a scandal with one of the biggest names in showbiz. Then it was exposed as the so-called gate incident. And then there's being completely shut down. Chu Yang remembered that in his last life, after the establishment of Tianyang capital, only by chance did he hear that the other party, after being blocked, went to Yunnan province alone. Thinking of Yang Zihan's sexy figure, Chu Yang was slightly surprised. Why would this schoolmate suddenly contact him? Wind clearing, Sister Zihan, what's the matter? The message came back, just after it was sent. Sister Zihan, if you have time, come see me at absolute zero now, *__*_*. Absolute zero? Chu Yang could not help but stare. This was exactly where he had met that flirtatious woman on the first day of his rebirth. That night, before meeting that flirtatious woman, it seems that I also met this schoolmate in the bar and something happened. Chu Yang vaguely remembered something and looked at the time, then directly returned 3 words. Wind clearing, okay, wait for me. Absolute Zero is one of the largest bars in the University City neighborhood. Great location on the University Park side of town. The decor is also very luxurious and upscale. Apart from students, this bar has a larger clientele of elite white-collar members of society. So the spending here is not low. Chu Yang had just walked into the bar when he saw a tall figure standing on the stage in the corner, standing in front of the microphone and singing. Yang Zihan wore a white duck-tongued cap, her head slightly lowered, her long soft black hair scattered over her shoulders. It's hard to see the blooming face underneath, only the pair of snow-white legs under the black shorts. Under the lining of a pair of brown marten boots appeared more slender and straight, bright and very attractive. Chu Yang casually found a card seat and sat down when a figure that seemed somewhat familiar flashed past his eyes. He hurriedly turned to look, only to see the familiar flirtatious figure walking towards the outside of the bar. Is that her? Chu Yang frowned slightly. Could it be that the other side is here again? Thinking of the scene that night when that woman stopped herself in the bar and even directly took the initiative to hug herself tightly, Chu Yang's heart instantly became a bit uncomfortable. You're here? Just then, a clear and pleasant voice rang out from behind. With a hint of undisguised joy in its voice, Shu Yang turned to look at only to see that Yang Zihan had walked behind herself at some point, and those snow-white straight legs looked even more dazzling, and that pink, crystalline googly-eyed face was veiled, but without a single blemish. There was a bright light shining in a pair of large eyes, giving off a feeling of innocence like water, when it really is an angelic face and a devilish body. Anything you want to drink, it's on me. Yang Zihan winked playfully. All right, still going to sing? Not going. The main task of the day is to drink with you. Yang Zihan shook her head and sat down opposite Chu Yang. Then the corners of his mouth quirked up slightly as he pulled out 2 bottles of absolute vodka directly from behind him as if by magic. Chu Yang was directly confused. Chapter 11, No Regrets. Why? I remember this is what you were drinking that day. Seeing Chu Yang's reaction, Yang Zihan could not help but have some doubts in her big eyes. She didn't know much about wine and had never had one. It's just that night Chu Yang suddenly ran to the bar and drank like crazy, and she wrote down the brand of wine. It was then that Chu Yang remembered that he did drink a large bottle of vodka here on his first night back from rebirth. It was the same night that the strange woman was met here. So, should I change it? Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Yang Zihan blinked her eyes. No, just drink this. Chu Yang shook his head and took the bottle and opened it directly. Ask the waiter for another large glass, 2 bottles of juice and black tea, and ice. Then start mixing drinks. After all, this wine is too strong and hard to swallow, especially for girls. Yang Zihan watched quietly from the sidelines and, seeing Chu Yang's skillful movements, as well as the clear side of his face under that seriousness, a gleam of color flashed in his beautiful eyes. The other woman felt as if she were back to that night. Incredibly mature and reassuring. Doesn't even look like a sophomore yearbook. Here, Chu Yang poured 2 glasses of the large lemon vodka that he had made, put one of them in front of Yang Zihan, and then lifted the glass and, cheers, cheers. Yang Zihan picked up her wine glass and clinked it with Chu Yang in a decent manner, but after only one sip, the spicy directly opened his mouth wide, fanning the wind with his small snow-white hand, and his face has swished red, too. So spicy. Seeing Yang Zihan's adorable appearance, Chu Yang could not help but laugh dumbly. This is considered spicy? You're not drinking for the first time, are you, senior sister? Well, seeing the other party nodding with red cheeks, Chu Yang was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that this kind of scourge-like girl, who was stationed inside a bar, would be drinking for the first time. Yang Zihan quickly adapted to the spicy flavor and didn't drink less because it was her first time drinking, but frequently took the initiative to raise her glass. It's still early at this hour. There weren't many customers in the bar. The two chatted as they drank. The drink was relaxing, but the alcohol was already slightly diffused. Gardenia, white petals, falling on my white pleated skirt. A song came on, and it turned out that the stage had changed to a resident singer. It was a slightly older woman singing later by Renee Liu. Although her voice was nowhere near as good as Yang Zihan's, she sang well and was quite infectious. Hearing this song later, Chu Yang suddenly remembered that figure just now, as well as the scenes of that night, and his emotions inexplicably fell a little low. Yang Zihan quietly looked at this enigmatic schoolmate from the side. I don't know why the other guy's mood is down. The chat between the two just now had been very pleasant for her. It's safe to say she's never had this experience before. In addition to the breezy confidence and right humor that unobtrusively flowed through it was as if the other person had a vast store of knowledge in all fields regardless, and definitely not of the uninformed variety. Not at all comparable to the brats who pursued her at the academy. There are thousands of good-looking skins and not one in a million interesting souls. Is this the interesting soul? For the first time, Yang Zihan experienced this feeling of a heartbeat. The scene of the other's determination to stand in her way that night came back to mind, and her heartbeat quickened even more. But then she thought of something else, and her bright face became a little bleak again. Later, I finally learned how to love. It's a pity that you're long gone and disappeared in the sea of people. Then finally, in tears, I realized, some people once missed are never again. Listening to the song on the stage, Yang Zihan's eyes were actually slightly red. Schoolboy, what do you say if you miss someone? What if you regret it years later? If two people can meet again after many years, is it possible that they will still miss? Hearing Yang Zihan's question, Chu Yang picked up his wine glass to take a shallow sip and faintly said, a book reread may have new insights, but it won't have a new ending. Hearing Chu Yang's faint words, Yang Zihan directly froze there. The bar was gradually filling up with customers. Despite wearing a hat, still many men noticed that Yang Zihan, who was sitting opposite Chu Yang, was the prettiest girl in the entire bar. Frequently, they cast their eyes over it. Some customers in particular who had seen her before came forward to strike up a conversation. Or you may smile like a gentleman, or make an offhand display of financial strength, but they were all easily rejected by Yang Zihan. It was obvious that she had become very skilled at dealing with this kind of pickup scene. Chu Yang suddenly remembered those people he had violently beaten up that night. His heart could not help but tighten. Would the other party come back to trouble this schoolmate again? By the way, did those people the other night? Don't worry, I have a very good friend who has taken care of it for me. Without waiting for Chu Yang to finish, Yang Zihan had already guessed what he was worried about and gave him a reassuring look. Noticing again that Chu Yang's expression seemed a bit off, she directly and playfully rolled her eyes and, "What are you thinking? It's a female friend and my roommate, and she's pretty." Only then did Chu Yang put his heart down. As for the words that followed, he naturally did not doubt them. After all, the Art Institute has always been full of beautiful women. What's more, the face value of the one who could be good friends with this scourge-like schoolmate must not be bad. Rejecting another successful-looking middle-aged man's accosting, Yang Zihan once again raised her wine glass and touched it with Chu Yang before drinking it down. Then looking dully at this elementary school brother across from her, her pair of beautiful eyes had become a bit mesmerized. Chu Yang, do you think you men are all the same? Not a single good thing. Chu Yang didn't know how to reply and took a sip from his own wineglass, looking at the men and women in the corner of the bar, and skimming the, "I don't know if there are any good men, but I do know that good men are often not cherished by women." You're talking about yourself, aren't you? Yang Zihan put his arm on Chu Yang and somewhat gloated. In fact, she had inquired about Chu Yang's pursuit of Jiang Xiaoying being rejected. By coincidence, Ma Zijuan was a junior in the music department of the College of Finance and Economics, while Yang Zihan was superb in the vocal department of the College of Arts. The two are sort of in the same circle. Yang Zihan, on the other hand, indirectly inquired about the gossip about Chu Yang through a schoolmate. Although she didn't understand how that girl named Jiang Xiaoying could reject a boy who was so outstanding, she was still happier deep down after hearing the news. Chu Yang shook his head and poured the last glass of wine before drinking it all in one go. In the past, maybe, but after this rebirth, he will not be a good man even if he kills himself. Don't drink it yourself. Waiter, 2 more bottles of wine. Yang Zihan looked at the already empty bottle of wine and shouted to the waiter not far away. You've had a little too much to drink. Senior sister, let's get ready to go back. What? Don't you want me to get too drunk? Elementary brother? Wouldn't it be better to drink too much and not be able to go back? Probably because she was really a bit drunk. Yang Zihan winked at Chu Yang and revealed a seductive smile. Molesting me? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and his aggressive gaze looked at Yang Zihan. You'd better not light a fire. School marm, I'm a normal man and I'm drinking now. Yang Zihan smiled playfully, but in her heart, she had already made some sort of huge decision. Her cheeks flushed as she raised her head, her gaze straight to Chu Yang, a pair of big eyes with watery light, her ethereal voice slightly trembling. Chu Yang, let's go to the hotel. Looking at Yang Zihan's proud curves and feeling the soft touch coming from her body, Chu Yang couldn't help his mouth from drying up. Sister, are you sure? Aha. Yang Zihan nodded and looked at Chu Yang with drunken eyes. Even if we can't be together in the future, at least I have no regrets at this moment. Chapter 12, Yang Zihan's Dream. The most prestigious dating mecca for couples in University City. Fall in love with her love hotel. The ambience and decor here is very nice, cozy and unobtrusive. Behind the circular hotel building is a secluded courtyard. The compound was a dense jungle with a winding path connecting the entrances. Inside is a spring of clear water that moistens the dirt around it. The originally secluded jungle suddenly became somewhat lively at some point. Although it was late into the night, there was not the slightest hint of quiet in the surrounding rooms. After a few hours of madness, Chu Yang felt that his entire body-soul had been sublimated. Lying on top of the one-piece round bed, he lit a cigarette. Chu Yang looked at his perfect body in the mirror above the bed and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. I didn't realize that this goddess schoolmate was a first-timer, and it's amazing that you can be that crazy even though it's your first time. Let your two worldly selves be uncontrollably mesmerized. Born with a charming bone. The word popped up unconsciously in Chu Yang's mind. Lying in Chu Yang's arms, Yang Zihan's pair of eyebrows were a bit lax, obviously still immersed in the shirime from just now. Sister Zihan, won't you regret it? Regret? What's there to regret? Sister is going to enter the entertainment industry in the future. You should know how muddy the water of the entertainment industry is, right? Sis doesn't have any strong background, so she certainly can't go it alone in the entertainment industry. Yang Zihan seemed to be very open-minded, but a trace of sadness still flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Since sooner or later I'm going to be taken advantage of by those disgusting smelly men, I might as well take advantage of you little guy first. Little guy? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and moved slightly. No, not the little one. Yang Zihan begged for mercy in a hurry. Despite her extraordinary physique, it was after all the first time in her life. She hadn't thought that Chu Yang, who looked a bit civilized and weak. It's amazing how gifted it is. If she continued like this, she was really afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it. In fact, Chu Yang was also a bit puzzled, remembering that although he was not bad in his last life, it was not so exaggerated. Looks like another one of the perks that come with being born again. Sister Zihan, you want to be a singer in the future? Well, I love to sing and my only dream since I was a kid was to sign with Star Entertainment. A flash of longing flashed through young Zihan's eyes. That was her biggest dream. Star Entertainment? Chu Yang was slightly stunned. He knew this company, the leading boss in the entertainment industry. If he remembered correctly, in his last life, Yang Zihan had entered this company, and then a scandal broke out between him and one of the leaders of this company. Yeah, it's Starry Sky Entertainment. You may not have heard of it, but this company is an absolute hegemon in the entertainment industry. Speaking of which, Yang Zihan was a little lost again. But a company as big as Starry Sky Entertainment surely can't look at an ordinary student like me. Don't worry, senior sister. I think with your singing voice and musical talent, you'll definitely be able to be recognized by Starry Sky Entertainment. Chu Yang comforted. Alas, you don't know that talent isn't the only thing that works in the entertainment industry. Many times it depends on other things as well. Yang Zihan shook her head. In her opinion, elementary school students like Chu Yang did not understand the complex turbidity of the entertainment industry. Early the next morning, Yang Zihan woke up from her dream and the first thing she felt was Chu Yang's energy. Chu Yang gently kissed Yang Zihan as he swept her into his arms. Boing boing. After nearly 2 more hours of madness, it was only at 9 o'clock that Chu Yang walked out of the room with Yang Zihan. Hello, room 8201 checking out. Walking over to the front desk of the hotel, Chu Yang handed over his room card. Okay sir, in addition to the room charge, your extra charge is $30. No, $60. Card or cash please? The receptionist, a young woman in her 20s, confirmed the room consumption and then looked at Chu Yang with a red face. Aha! Only then did Chu Yang react. Feeling his empty pockets, he took out the bank card with only a few $100s of balance left and handed it over. Swipe your card. The waitress finished swiping her card with a red face, then handed the bank card back. Sir, your bank card. Please keep it. Chu Yang nodded and was just about to take it, but the bank card was snatched by Yang Zihan who was at the side. Yang Zihan took out her cell phone and took a picture of the card number before returning the bank card to Chu Yang. Don't forget to get some breakfast. Sister has class later, so I won't be accompanying you. Aren't you going to eat? I'm full. Go to class. Bye. Yang Zihan smiled cheekily and threw Chu Yang a seductive look before waving her hand. Watching Yang Zihan move a pair of straight and slender jade legs far away, Chu Yang then turned around and walked towards the Guotan Securities business office. Within a few steps, suddenly the cell phone rang. Chu Yang took out his cell phone and took a look at it. Huaxia Merchants Bank, your account with tail number 1718 received a transfer transaction of 50 renminbi, 000 at 9:12 on October 12th, with a current balance of 50 renminbi, 182.65. What? Chu Yang first froze and instantly remembered something and found Yang Zihan's cell phone number and dialed it. Soon, Yang Zihan's nice voice came from the cell phone. Little brother, you don't miss your sister so soon, do you? Did you transfer the money? My sister made some money by taking on a resident singer, and I don't usually use it, so I'll just borrow it from you. Yang Zihan rolled her eyes and explained, as if she was afraid that Chu Yang would refuse. Fine, let me know when you use it. Chu Yang didn't refuse, but simply said. Hanging up the phone, the corner of Yang Zihan's mouth curled up slightly. She had heard that Chu Yang had spent all his living expenses in order to celebrate Jiang Xiaoying's birthday. That's why he took down Chu Yang's bank card number and transferred money to him. This was all her savings for this period of time, but she usually used very little money, so she transferred it all to Chu Yang. Originally, she was worried that Chu Yang would not accept it, but now it seemed that this elementary school brother was not that macho. Just like last night, Chu Yang didn't think about it that much. Now he was in need of money, and since Yang Zihan had it, he would just use it first. After all, to the man who was once worth billions of dollars, the $50, 000 was nothing. And now, with that $50, 000 principal, it's able to make him money a lot faster. It was just 9:25 when Chu Yang walked into the business office of Guotan Securities. Collective bidding has just ended and trading will officially open soon. Chu Yang walked straight to the customer area, found a free computer and quickly boarded his account. The $50, 000 from the card was then transferred directly into the securities account. Open Rodent Development Time Chart Interface. Sure enough, the opening one-word board stop. Rhododendron Development. Current price, $6.44. Current gain, plus 1%. Number of positions, 1,000 shares. Position amount, $6.440. Compare that to yesterday morning's buy price for a total profit of almost 30 pips, making $1.520. The primitive accumulation of funds is still slow enough. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly, then with little hesitation, he directly operated to select sell. A full million lots of sealed orders on the stops were instantly traded, and this scene just happened to fall into the eyes of Lin Shiyu who was passing by. Chapter 13, Super Rookie. Seeing that Chu Yang sold rodent development on the stop, Lin Shiyu was directly speechless. Originally, she was still skeptical that Chu Yang would be an expert in buying rodent development on the dips yesterday without hesitation. Now that I look at it this way, that thought is instantly gone, and it's even more certain that the other guy is a superb rookie. Anyone who really knows what they're doing knows that there's this saying inside the stock market: it is the apprentice who will buy, it is the master who will sell, and will be short. That's the grandmaster. Rodent development. This stock today opened directly one word board stop, but also by the millions of hands of the buy orders sealed dead. This also means that this check will still be at a premium tomorrow and will most likely even continue to go up. What's not brain dead if you sell at this point? She rolled her eyes breathlessly, completely losing interest in Chu Yang, and headed directly upstairs. Chu Yang does not know that he has become a brainwashed in the eyes of Lin Shiyu, but after selling the Luodun development, looked at the balance of funds, and then it switches directly to Waco Media. Today is the first day of the resumption of trading in the shell of Media China. The stock, which is being shelled by Wachovia, has been suspended since 2006 and has been shut down for a full 6 years until today's official resumption of trading. Waco Media. Current price, $9.05. Current gain, plus 912. 0%. That's right. According to the regulations of the Huaxia A share market, on the day of the resumption of stock reform, it is not subject to the 10% limit of increase or decrease. Be that as it may, a whopping 900% increase still makes it look alarming. Even after 6 years of closure, it went up 9 times as soon as it opened. That was unexpected by everyone. At this time, the entire business hall is frantically discussing the horrible opening price of Waco Media. Dried right up from $1 to $9 on the opening price. That's too much, isn't it? If I remember correctly, this one-day gain should break the all-time record for A shares. Yes, I just checked. The king of the demon stocks in 07, St. Langsha, had a single-day gain of only 715%. It must be the main force that is maliciously speculating. At this price, no one will take over. Sure enough, right at that moment, the straight line that had been going upward was suddenly smashed down. Continuous multiple 10,000 lots of large orders released to smash the disc. The dude just now smiled smugly and dismissively. See, pulling up is just to ship out. Just this kind of dog banks routine, I've seen a lot. I was just about to buy a couple hands to gamble on, but luckily I didn't. Me too. Just now if I bought it, that's a real straight to the top of the mountain. Directly smashed down more than 100 points. Think of the excitement. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth raised slightly as he looked at the disc seriously. In a few 10,000 hands of large orders directly to the Waco Media shares smashed to 7.85 yuan, Chu Yang decisively hung single full position to buy. Instant deal. Waco Media. Current price, $7.85. Current gain, plus 726. 8%. Number of positions held, 7. 200 shares. Position amount, $56. 520. 00. After a few large orders crashed through $7.85, the stock continued downward as panic orders scrambled in the market. It quickly got to the $7.80 position, but it was only a moment's work, and there were huge buy orders, sweeping up and down in a frenzy, kept the stock price around $7.85. In a matter of seconds, though, a 100,000 lot super buy order suddenly appeared, sweeping away all sell orders between $7.85 and $8.10. Straight away, the stock price was instantly pulled up to $8.11. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth lifted slightly. Obviously, this is a big lobbyist through just the main approach to detect the real intention of the main force to do more. Sure enough, after the super large order, the entire disc directly into the grabbing interface. It should be multiple power brokers entering the market to sweep upwards in a frenzy. The stock price of WKM is once again on a straight line upward, soaring into the sky. It quickly surpassed its opening high. Is this still available? By my ass. It's in this location. By a standing hillock? Listen to me. The main force is obviously another bait and switch. Otherwise how can it pull so fast? A group of people swallowed their saliva, watched the price of Media China from 8.11 yuan a straight line upward to 11.65 yuan. Then it stabilized at around $11.60. This, ******. I should have known I would have just bought the whole position. Even buy a few lots will be fine. It'll come down again later. And I'm telling you from my 10 years of extensive stock market experience that this is definitely a main bait and switch. Bull ****** induced loan. This main large single inflow of funds are nearly 1 billion, more than the small and medium-sized single together. Have you ever seen such a temptation to go long? Everyone slapped their thighs in chagrin. Regret not placing a buy order just now. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth curled up slightly and he shook his head helplessly. That's the thing about leaks. They always like to pat themselves on the back. Even if they were given another chance, they would still be like this. If they buy in, then the result is simple. They are standing in for the majors. Seeing that Huaca Media's share price had stabilized, Chu Yang directly exited his account and turned off the trading software. Then opened the browser and read the news. Meituan officially announces its entry into the wine and travel group buying market. Renren welcomes its strongest rival. Beaver Group announces first 3 quarters results. Taobao online transaction total surpasses 500 billion yuan. Momo app surpasses 20 million users. Just 11 months after launch. Internet industry news takes up most of the front page of the news. Chu Yang looked around and the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted up. For the born-again man, there are just too many investment opportunities in this day and age. Finally his eyes stopped on a news item that officials of the state of Huaxia have issued a document that will actively advocate the introduction of private capital into the financial industry. Chu Yang clicked on and carefully studied this official document. He knows that it was this document that announced the opening of this round of A-share bull market a year later. Although he has the memory of where the stock market went in his last life. But after the funds in his hands reach a certain volume, it will inevitably have an impact on the market. It will be difficult to buy and sell at will without fear. Like now, after watching the news, Chu Yang was just about to get ready to leave, then suddenly remembered the beautiful woman who had personally pushed him off the cliff before he was reborn. He took a slow breath, opened the search window of Qiandu again, and typed in the words Qinxia. Then enter. Chapter 14, Qinxia's true face. The internet speed of the business hall was very good, and after Chu Yang pressed the enter key, the search results were displayed in an instant. Chu Yang started reading from the top. He found a lot of names that were the same as Qinxia's, but they were obviously not the same person. There are neighborhood moms, shot put athletes, and 13th line starlets. It seems that right now Qinxia doesn't have much of a reputation in the financial circles, not to mention being a financial nymph. In fact, Chu Yang hadn't figured out until now why Qinxia had taken action against himself that day, though he had not yet told her that he was going to give her all his possessions in full. But the two are now licensed. It's already husband and wife. The other side seems to have no reason to kill itself. Suddenly, Chu Yang's eyes stopped on a search result at the bottom of the screen. Qinxia, female, 22 years old, staff member of Antai Securities Hangzhou Center Sales Department, joined in June 2012. Wait, 22? Chu Yang's heart stirred. He remembered clearly that although Qinxia in his last life looked as pure and beautiful as a young girl, her actual age on her ID card was 2 years older than himself. He himself is now 20 years old, and the other person is positively supposed to be 22. He hastily clicked on the message, and then an ID photo showed up. Sure enough, Chu Yang's gaze was fixed and he took a deep breath. The woman in this photo looked a little green though, not as mature and temperamental as Qinxia in her previous life, but with familiar features and a pretty face. It was the same person at first glance. It's an employee orientation, and there are several introductions of new employees in addition to Qinxia. Unexpectedly, so an ordinary employee of the securities business department, in just a few years, but became the financial field famous financial jade girl? After Chu Yang read it, he casually clicked on the homepage of the website of the Hangzhou Center Business Department of Antai Securities and looked at it. Just then, another name appeared on the screen that he didn't expect. Lu Jianrun, General Manager of Hangzhou Center Sales Department. Chu Yang's pupils shrank, and directly his entire body froze there. Some memories are gradually coming to mind. Lu Jianrun was his deputy and the number 2 person at Tianyang Capital. When Tianyang Capital was first established, it became famous in the financial world of China in a single battle. At the peak of his career, Lu Jianrun left a private equity firm and came to Tianyang Capital. Later on, he gradually took the position of his deputy. As one of the important members in the company, Lu Jianrun had naturally seen Qinxia on weekdays, but the two never said they knew each other before. Qinxia, as her own woman, also often advises herself on the development of the company and has repeatedly expressed her favorable opinion of Lu Jianrun. As a model good man, he generally supports the adoption of Qinxia's suggestions. It can be said that the reason why Lu Jianrun was able to achieve the position of the number 2 of Tianyang Capital is absolutely inseparable from the pillow wind blown by Qinxia. But, how could the two not know each other when they previously worked in the same securities sales department? What's more, Lu Jianrun is also the general manager of this business department. Thinking of this, and recalling some of the details of the time when Qin Xia and he were together, Xu Yang's face became more and more ugly. No wonder that acted so unnaturally the first time he played poker. And something about riding a bike too hard when you were a kid. The reason why Xu Yang did not suspect the other party is mainly because Qin Xia is known as the financial jade girl. In the industry has always been a pure jade girl image, never even rumored to be with another man. This was also the main reason why Xu Yang once again chose to believe in love and fell into the other party's tenderness. Now with the clear memories of his last life, Xu Yang recalled some of the details of the time he had been with Qin Xia and finally determined. The relationship between Qin Xia and Lu Jianrun was definitely not ordinary. Even after being with himself, Qin Xia is likely to still often carry himself and Lu Jianrun that get together. No wonder you know so much in bed. There are even times when it is an eye-opener for your movie and TV-loving self. Financial jade? Financial lust woman. I guess. Grass. In hell. Xu Yang's face turned blue and he had realized it. It was obvious that when Qin Xia had contacted herself, it had originally been with a purpose. It's highly likely that it's a setup she's doing with Lu Jianrun. Or rather, Lu Jianrun was the real mastermind behind the scenes. So, after making a move on himself, Tianyang Capital rightfully fell into the hands of both Lu Jianrun and Qin Xia. And that's what the two were going for. General Manager of Anti-Securities Hangzhou Center Sales Department? Looking at the message on the screen, Xu Yang's mouth hooked into a cold smile. It's from a previous life. Though, but separating grudges is a fine virtue of a good young man in the new era. The next morning, Xu Yang didn't go to class and skipped class directly to the Guitong Securities business office. He had other things to do today besides trading. Finding a free computer again, Xu Yang logged into his account. Since it's still time for the market to open, it's still showing yesterday's up information. Waco Media. Current price, $12.90. Current gain, plus 1,183. 65%. Number of positions held, 7. 200 shares. Position amount, $92. 880. 00. Over 60% profit in one day. This is an appalling rate of money making. Seeing that the funds had gone from more than 50,000 to more than 90,000, Xu Yang didn't show much excitement. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars in profit. It was nothing compared to the big scenes he had seen in his last life. Soon after, at 9:15, the pooled bidding began. A gasp came from the side again. Asterisk. Huaca Media even went up again on a one-word board? Directly do not give us the opportunity to get on the car. This is definitely malicious speculation. Yesterday it went up 1,200% in one day. Have you ever heard of a stock that can go up 1,200% in one day? Grass. I should have known to get on the bus yesterday. Really hold up the bold and starve the timid. Hiss. Yesterday's frantic thigh slap. Moncler Outlet Online slapped his thigh again, then sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. However, he accidentally saw Xu Yang's position on the side, and his eyes directly widened. This kid bought Wachovia yesterday? Looking at the over 70% profit already after stacking up today's stops, Moncler Outlet Store, the mouth is about to water. Wait. His eyes widened incredulously as he watched Xu Yang put up a sell order on the stop. Instant deal. There are still 500,000 lots of buy orders below. This kid actually sold on the stop. Moncler Outlet Store straight away. He couldn't resist slapping his thigh again. There was a pop. Moncler Outlet Store. He drew a cold breath and bared his teeth. Hiss. Sure enough, people who can make money in A-shares are not quite right in the head. Chapter 15, Leveraging, Waco Media. Current price, $14.19. Current gain, plus 10.01%. Number of positions held, 7. 200 shares. Position amount, $102. 168.00. Although Wacom Media surged nearly 200% yesterday, it opened at a not-so-low starting price because it's a ticket that's been suspended for years. So although Xu Yang almost bought at the lowest level, by the close of a single day's return of just over 60%, looked at the fund balance and stacked it with today's 10% gain. It's just over $100,000. That's nearly double compared to yesterday's 50,000 or so. That's the power of compound interest. Xu Yang nodded slightly. Then instead of choosing another stock, he walked towards the service counter. Hi, I'd like to open GEM trading. After saying that, Xu Yang realized that the one standing in front of the service counter was actually the beautiful manager who kindly reminded him on the day he opened his account. Lin Xiyu? Good name. Xu Yang glanced at the other party's badge and was secretly surprised in his heart. I remember hearing the saleswoman say the other day, this is not the manager upstairs. How come to the lobby desk? Sir, to open GEM, you need a fund balance of 100,000 yuan or more, and you also need your ID. Lin Shiyu's mood was obviously a bit low, but she still politely said, Here's my account opening information. And here's my ID. Chu Yang handed over the account opening information and ID card. Lin Xiyu raised her head and saw that it was Chu Yang and could not help but be slightly stunned. She has an impression of Chu Yang. When the other party in the downturn by Rodin development after the Rodin development of this ticket directly to the ground skyplate. She also wondered if the other person could be an expert. But when I saw the other side directly dumped Rodin development on a one-word stop yesterday, straight up speechless, I felt that I was overthinking it. It seems like it was just luck that the other side was able to buy shares in the Earth and Skyboard. How else would you sell on a one-way stop? Looking at the information documents handed over by Chu Yang, Lin Xiyu frowned. If she remembered correctly, this college student-looking young man had only opened his account a few days ago. When I sold Rodin Development yesterday, the funds in the account were just $5,000 or $6,000. And now just take out another 100k to open the GEM? And with the level of rookies on the other side, is there really too much money to spend looking for compensation? Lin Xiyu was a bit speechless, but still kindly reminded, Mr. Chu, gem trading is very risky, and although the age limit on shares has now been temporarily lifted, it is still not recommended to open GEM for beginners. Beginning to speculate? I'm afraid that the combined age of my stock is greater than your cup. Chu Yang was amused in his heart, and glanced at the other party's chest plate at the, maybe I'm jumping to this conclusion a bit early. I know, just open it for me straight away. Okay. Lin Xiyu could only take Chu Yang's account opening information and ID card and operate it on the computer. Looking at the fund balance on the system, $102, 168.00, which is barely meeting the minimum requirements for opening a GEM. Well, Mr. Chu has opened the GEM trading privileges for you. Gem stocks daily up and down limits, although the same 10% fluctuations will be relatively large. Please invest with caution. To clarify, the gems up/down limit was changed to 20% after August 24, 2020. Also, there will be some slight discrepancies in some of the trading rules due to plot needs. Lin Xiyu returned the information and identification documents to Lu Yang, still kindly reminding him, after all, while $100,000 is nothing in the stock market, it's not a small amount of money for the average college student. Thanks. Chu Yang nodded, adding some more points in his heart for this beautiful manager. Though those words didn't mean anything at all to myself, but the fact that the other person was able to remind him or her shows that he or she is a highly professional and kind person. It is important to realize that inside a securities firm, a salesman's performance is directly tied to the volume of client transactions. That is, the more frequently one trades, the higher the performance of the other side will be. In this case, can still take the initiative to open the mouth to remind themselves, showing that the other party has their own adherence to the principles and bottom line. Just then, a snarky voice came from not far away. Lin Xiyu, didn't I ask you to clean the hall? Why haven't you cleaned it yet? Chu Yan looked over and realized that the one who had spoken was the same young woman who had opened an account for him. The woman came forward, with a condescending look of, Mr. Zhao is coming over soon. Don't you know to clean up first? Manager Wang, I have a customer over here. Lin Xiyu explained helplessly. A client? The young woman glanced at Chu Yang and let out a cold smile as she, I guess you just want to talk with the little man, don't you? Lin Xiyu was directly infuriated and her pretty face turned red, her delicate body trembling. Chu Yang frowned, his icy gaze looking straight at the other party as he spoke faintly. What is your name? What is your position? As a successful man who has been in a high position for a long time and has a deep and shrewd mind, Chu Yang carries a natural momentum between his hands and feet. Once it got serious, it had more of a thick, majestic look. It's hard to fake that kind of swagger. This was the main reason why Chu Yang was able to trick Zhang Xiaoying, Ma Zichang and the others that night. Feeling the inexplicable aura on Chu Yang's body, the young woman's body trembled and her heart could not help but get a little weak. I think the minimum quality required of an employee of NCTC is not to attack people, especially customers, at random. Speaking here, Chu Yang glanced faintly at the young woman and, also, if I remember correctly, cleaning doesn't seem to be the business person's job, does it? The young woman opened her mouth, but no words came out. Chu Yang was right. There was a specialized cleaning staff in charge of hall hygiene. She just wanted to deliberately target Lin Xiyu. She didn't recognize Chu Yang either. After all, a person who took $5,000 to open an account to speculate on stocks could be directly ignored in her eyes. At this moment, feeling the inexplicable aura on Chu Yang's body and hearing the other party's words, the young woman's heart became even more nervous. To be able to say something like this, the identity of the other party is certainly not simple, and it is even very likely to know the senior management of Guotong Securities. This is not the kind of person one can afford to offend. At that thought, the young woman turned away in a hurry and with some distress. Thanks. Watching the woman leave, Lin Xiyu said gratefully, "She's been unlucky lately. First being demoted from a managerial position to an ordinary salesperson, and then it was just a succession of hard knocks. She hadn't expected this young boy to stand up for himself, and it just looked like, seems pretty cool." Thinking of this, Lin Shiyu's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Chu Yang did not care and just nodded casually before asking again, "By the way, I'd also like to inquire about what conditions are required if I want to increase leverage. That is, open a financing facility? Leverage?" Lin Xiyu was directly confused. The hint of goodwill she had just developed towards Chu Yang instantly vanished. The other side is not crazy. Opening the GEM is not enough, but even want to increase leverage. After a few days of stock trading, you really think you're a stock god? Chapter 16, The Shocked Lin Xiyu. Seeing that the other party was so unbelievable, Lin Xiyu's face also turned a little cold. "I'm sorry, opening a financing and securities financing requires more than 500,000 account funds, and the account opening time should be at least half a year or more." Chu Yang nodded. He was just asking casually. He knows that brokerage firms have higher restrictions on leveraged financing for stock speculation. In addition to the size of the funds, there are many requirements such as account opening time. The current self should not be able to meet the conditions. "Thanks." After saying his thanks, Chu Yang turned around and headed towards the lobby computer area. Looking at Chu Yang's back, Lin Xiyu shook her head helplessly. Are all the young people nowadays so self-righteous? She lowered her head and was just about to shut down the user system when her gaze steeped and stopped at a number. Then instantly, his eyes widened, and his pretty face was nothing but shock. Account name, Chu Yang. Account level, ordinary customer. Account opening date, October 19th, 2012. Funding account number. Last month's return, 79.85%. This, how is it possible? Lin Xiyu stared at the figure of 79.85% with a pair of eyebrows full of unbelievable colors. It says it's a 1-month yield, but the other person has just opened an account for no more than 3 days. The other guy opened his account the morning before, even though the stock he bought went up every day. It's up to 2 stops by today. Add to that the 20-point profit from the first day of the Earth 10 panel, and you're looking at about a 40% profit at best. After all, the other side did not open GEM trading before. The maximum daily increase is 10%. 2 geodesic plates? Sorry, the entire A-share market has only recently seen one such floor and ceiling board as rodent development. Besides, even if you were able to buy 2 geodesic boards, there's no way you could achieve a horrible 79.85% return. There must be a system error. Lin Xiyu murmured. Then for a moment she didn't hold back and clicked on the delivery slip for Chu Yang's account. When her eyes fell on the words Waka Media, she was directly dumbfounded. She naturally knows about this big demon stock that broke the record yesterday with a 1-day gain. "I remember that the stock was specifically mentioned by company executives during a meeting last night. Said the dealer behind it was so ferocious that he fooled almost everyone. Because of the overpriced opening and the extreme trend, very few people actually bought in. There seems to be only one account in the entire center sales office that bought this stock. This account. It won't be just." Thinking of this, Lin Xiyu swallowed hard. Having once again taken a good look at the transactions recorded on the delivery slip. October 20th, 2009, 9:52, bought Waka Media. Bid price, $7.85/share, sold quantity, 7. 200 shares, sold amount, $56.520. On October 21st, 2009 at 9:30, sold Waka Media. Selling price, 12.90 yuan per share. Number of shares traded, 7. 200, transaction amount, 92.880 yuan. Almost bought at the lows and still bought in full. A single profit of almost 70% in just one trading day? Seeing this transaction record that could be called horrifying, Lin Xiyu's entire body was dumbfounded. That morning, the scene where Chu Yang sold rodent development on the stop without hesitation appeared in her mind again. It's ridiculous that you were laughing at each other for being rookies in the first place. It turns out that the ridiculousness is actually self. What's one stop compared to a 70% gain in one day? Just then, an exclamation rang out from the hall. Look, Waco Media actually opened the stop. Asterisk. This is hundreds of thousands of hands downward smashing. This dealer is too ferocious. What? Did Wachovia open the stop? Lin Xiyu's petite body shook once again, her gaze once again falling on that delivery slip. The other side was sold on today's opening halt. That is, selling at the highest point. Hiss. Lin Xiyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, her expression incomparably complicated. Although the other person is young and has just opened an account a few days ago, he or she should be a stock market novice. But is this really something that can be done by luck alone? Plus the last Rodon development. Slowly shaking her head, Lin Xiyu suddenly remembered something and quickly walked towards the trading hall. Chu Yang is sitting in front of a computer, looking at the stock market of Leshy. This Leshy is a technology stock on the growth enterprise market, GEM, because the founder of this company So-and-so was very good at drawing cakes, and stood on the internet ecological, this wind mouth, so it has gained the favor of many investment institutions. The stock is also consistently viewed favorably by outsiders. It rose spectacularly over the next few months, and today, it's the first uptick in this wave to start. Chu Yang has carefully recalled. According to the K chart, this check should be underwater today's lowest point, 5 points or so, but it's still fluctuating slightly up and down at plus 3.5% above water. So Chu Yang is looking at the disk in boredom, waiting for the right time to buy. Chu, Mr. Chu. Hearing the voice, Chu Yang raised his head and saw Lin Xiyu walking to his side. The expression was respectful, and the gaze he looked at himself had changed greatly compared to just now. In addition to admiration, there seemed to be some curiosity. Is there something wrong with him as? Lin? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. He had already guessed the reason for the other party's change in attitude. Mr. Chu, it's like this. Just now you consult the matter of adding leverage. According to the requirements of our Guotong Securities, the financing and bond melting business really needs more than 500,000 account funds to be able to open. Speaking of this, Lin Xiyu changed the subject. But if Mr. Chu really needs it, I can help you contact an over-the-counter placement institution on my side. Over-the-counter placement? Chu Yang was first slightly stunned, then an overwhelming ecstasy surged in his heart. How did I forget this myself? Over-the-counter, OTC, funding refers to a third-party organization outside of a securities firm that provides funding trading services to stockholders. There is a processing fee though, but this little bit of handling fee was nothing to Chu Yang. A few years later, the officials of the state of China specifically issued a relevant document, explicitly prohibiting over-the-counter funding, but with the current level of regulation, it is still possible to use OTC funding. Mr. Chu, if you need it, I can help you contact the matching institution right now. Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Lin Xiyu smiled. Chu Yang nodded. Okay, what is the maximum number of times this OTC placement can be made? What are the other requirements? Depending on your personal account funds, you can set your own matching multiplier, and the lending institution will automatically close or blow up your position according to the amount of funds allocated in market conditions. Generally, A shares are 10 times if the maximum, and special deals will limit positions based on the allocation. There is also a percentage deposit required, typically 10%. Chapter 17, Keeping Zhang Xiaoying as a Princess. This over-the-counter placement agency is highly efficient, coupled with the fact that Lin Xiyu was more familiar with them. It only took about 10 minutes of effort to help Chu Yang open his account for the over-the-counter placement, and it binds Chu Yang's stock account on the trading system. When she saw that Chu Yang directly chose 10 times leverage, Lin Xiyu couldn't help her heart beating wildly. 10x leverage. It also means that the risk of trading is magnified tenfold. One drop and it's a straight-up blowout. The account balance goes straight to zero. It's not something the average person can afford. Thinking of the risks involved, Lin Xiyu hastened to speak out. Chu, Mr. Chu, why don't you start by opening at 2 or 3 times matching ratio? If it's too high, it's easy to force a blowout. What's the point of doubling and tripling? Lin, please don't worry. I understand the risks involved. Chu Yang smiled and shook his head, still choosing the 10x matching ratio on his own. Looking at stubborn as a gambler Chu Yang, Lin Xiyu cannot help but secretly regret. Perhaps he should not tell the other side of the matter of off-market placement. Chu Yang once again logged on to the trading system, looking at the account above in addition to 10% of the margin, still as high as 900,000 available funds. The heart cannot help but feel a great deal of pride. As the founder of Tianyang Capital and someone who had spent most of his life in the financial field in his previous life, Chu Yang knew the rules of the financial market like the back of his hand, so he knows exactly how to build wealth most quickly. Having the leverage is the equivalent of having the best conditions for him to get wildly rich right now. A daily profit of 10% is able to reach 100% by 10x funding. A 100% daily profit is equivalent to doubling your principal every day. The horror of it can be imagined. Of course, this is only appropriate when there is absolute certainty. Otherwise, just one drop and it's straight up barbecue. The average person simply can't afford it. See, the disc Leshy network was a succession of several large singles smashed down, began to substantial diving, soon to the underwater. Chu Yang smiled slightly and saw the right moment to place a quick pending order at -2%, straight to full position. Instant deal. A $900,000 buyout is nothing to a market cap of nearly $10 billion on a plate. It didn't even block for a second. The stock continued downward until it slowed down at -3.5%. Ah, Leslie? Lin Xiyu was watching from the sidelines with trepidation. especially when she saw that Chu Yang had bought all the shares of Leshy at the time of the rapid dive of the stock price. Gem stocks are much riskier than the average A share. Well, Ms. Lin, I'm going back to school. Thank you so much for today. Chu Yang directly exited his account and then bid farewell to Lin Xiyu to leave. Looking at Chu Yang's faraway back and thinking about the other party's bland and self-assured smile, Lin Xiyu could not help but freeze there. After a 10x leveraged full buy-in, it's just as easy to walk away? You know, even as a bystander. After seeing Chu Yang's 10 times leverage to buy a stock in full, she can't help but be curious about the next trend of this stock. Lin Xiyu couldn't help but look at the disc, then directly opened her mouth wide. Just see Lexus in the -3% up and down position just stalemate for a while. By a few 10,000 large orders frantic buying. Then a deep square root word walk was pulled up. Looking at the time chart in front of her eyes, which was constantly climbing in volume, Lin Xiyu's entire body was petrified. She's been in finance for a few years and what she's experienced hasn't been as shocking as today's day. It was 12 o'clock noon when we got back to school. Chu Yang walked to the school entrance just in time to meet Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana, who came out from inside. Seeing Chu Yang, Lu Nana directly revealed a look of contempt. She had already heard from Jiang Xiaoying about Chu Yang's car rental that day. Shay, what I despise most is the kind of people who have no money and still like to pretend to have money. No money, what to pretend? You can't even afford to buy a fruit cell phone, and you still want to chase after our Xiaoying? Jiang Xiaoying glanced at Chu Yang. A trace of disgust flashed across her face and she sneered. Humph. For this kind of hypocritical man, even if I buy 10 fruit machines for me, I still can't look at him. Do. Just then, a horn sounded from a short distance away, followed by the sound of rubber tires scraping the ground. All that could be seen was a Honda Civic sedan speeding in from the distance and coming to a stop on the side of a few people. The window opened and inside sat none other than Ma Zichang. A small Honda sedan froze and he drove it like a supercar. Ma Zichang smiled smugly and got down from the car, looking at Chu Yang with a teasing expression. What? Young Master Chu didn't rent a car today? Obviously. Jiang Xiaoying had told him about Chu Yang's car rental as well. In his heart, Ma Zichang actually admired Chu Yang's flirty maneuver. He himself usually sends a cottage bag to fool the girls at most. I did not expect the other side directly by Shanghai La Fight to wear Shanghai watch, and even the luxury car is rented. Add to that the excellent acting the other night, and it's amazing that I fooled myself. If Jiang Xiaoying's character is not traditional and guarded, and even more at the last critical moment to recognize each other, any other girl would probably have accompanied the other to the hotel to play poker. That's right, that's what Jiang Xiaoying said to him. He took her word for it, too. After all, Jiang Xiaoying had always been a high-flying goddess image, and even her hand hadn't let him touch it until now. Awesome. Ma Zichang sighed in his heart with pity. How many of those beauties would have been able to resist if they had learned this trick earlier? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and was just about to speak. Jiang Xiaoying, however, walked over a bit nervously and blocked between Chu Yang and Ma Zichang. Zichang, what's there to talk about with this kind of liar? I'm a bit hungry. We'd better go eat quickly. Saying that, she directly pulled Ma Zichang's hand and was about to get into the car. It was the first time that Ma Zichang had this kind of physical contact with Jiang Xiaoying, and when he felt that soft little hand pulling on him, his entire body went numb with excitement. Ah, well, Xiaoying, whatever you want to eat today just tell me. I'll arrange it all. He hurriedly ran to open the car door and let Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana sit in. Before getting into the car, Ma Zichang still did not forget to wink at Chu Yang, and specifically put his hand out and waved it in front of Chu Yang. The smugness on his face was not hidden at all. Looking at Ma Zichang's smug movements, Chu Yang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. You're so satisfied with just a touch? If this guy knows that Knight Jiang Xiaoying took the initiative to play on himself, I do not know what will be the reaction. Chapter 18 Dialogue in the Oriental Group. Chu Yang naturally knew that the reason why Jiang Xiaoying panicked just now was because she was worried that she would tell the truth about what happened that night. Looking at the distant Honda sedan, Chu Yang shook his head somewhat helplessly, turned around and walked towards the school. Just as he walked into the middle of the campus, the sound of a news broadcast came over the campus radio. Huawei has officially launched the Hesi K3V2 processor, which is China's first self-developed cell phone processor chip, and the Huawei-made series of cell phones that will hit the market next month will be equipped with it for the first time. The rise of the domestic high-tech industry is just around the corner. Well, why? Half processor? Chu Yang slightly froze, then shook his head somewhat helplessly. He was well aware that Huawei did see a wave of rapid growth next, but was stuck with pretty country a few years later. It's more of a succession of years of not being able to get 5G chips. This, coupled with various technological blockades in other areas, led to the direct collapse of the only domestic cell phone leader. It wasn't until years later that a domestic chip company, by virtue of a domestic chip company, produced its own 7-nanometer processor, but it still lags behind the West. Semiconductor chips. Xu Yang frowned slightly. He knew very well that this industry was not something that ordinary companies could get involved in. Even the entire Chinese domestic, in this key area by the beautiful country stuck in the neck for a whole decades. Without the accumulation of experience and time in the field of high technology, it can be said that it is difficult to make a breakthrough under the technological blockade of the beautiful countries. But since he had been reborn and returned, wealth was absolutely no longer a problem for himself. On the basis of absolute financial strength, coupled with one's own forward-looking vision of the development trend in the next 10 years, is it possible to realize some breakthroughs? Xu Yang frowned in thought while walking in the direction of the dormitory building, and not far away, a mature and sexy beautiful figure was standing there, looking at Xu Yang's single thin back that was somewhat depressed in the autumn wind, thinking again of the scene just now when Ma Zichang and Zhang Xiaoying were laughing at each other together. Her good-looking eyebrows couldn't help but knit up tightly. Hangzhou City, Oriental Mansion. Asshole, who let you use that kind of tactics for that girl from the Mu family? If this matter gets out, do you know how much trouble it will bring to our Eastern group? In the chairman's office on the 16th floor, a middle-aged man with a rather upper-class air looked at his son in front of him with a gloomy face, forcibly resisting the urge to give the other party a slap. Dad, I just want to cook the rice in advance. This will also be conducive to the next development of our group. Dongfang Hao revealed an aggrieved expression. I just didn't think I'd let that little wannabe hoof get away. Raw rice? You think that Mu family girl is that simple? The middle-aged man sneered and looked at his son like he was an idiot. No brains at all. You kid has really lived all these years for nothing. Humph. Fortunately, I don't know what the reason is, this time that Mu family girl didn't vocalize this matter, but you must be honest for me next, and you're not allowed to mess with that girl again in the near future. Glaring angrily at Dongfang Hao, the middle-aged man picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip before his tone slowed down somewhat. Don't worry. For the side of the Mu Tian group, I've already planned it out, and sooner or later I'll fulfill your wish. Dad, are you telling the truth? Dongfang Hao was instantly ecstatic in his heart and hurriedly looked at the middle-aged man. Whenever he thought of that naturally flirtatious and sexy body, he couldn't help but be tickled. Yangzi, let's go to the food court for a barbecue together tonight, and have a drink for the brothers. Seeing Chu Yang coming back, Zhou Wei came over and said. He sensed that Chu Yang was a little off these days and thought that it was still because of Zhang Xiaoying's matter. So he couldn't help but be a little worried. Having a barbecue? Chu Yang was slightly surprised. Barbecue was definitely a high-end consumption for college students. He remembered that before the dormitory get-togethers went to small restaurants and rarely went to barbecues. It's that bird Wang Kai who's back, saying he's going to treat everyone to a barbecue tonight. Guo Changdong was still lying on the bed flipping through the novel, gritting his teeth in some displeasure. These dogs are never a dime a dozen, and this time it's not easy to treat him, so I have to kill him. Wang Kai is treating us to a barbecue? Chen Xiaokang, who had just walked into the dormitory room, was directly shocked when he heard this. He wouldn't have fallen for some rich woman, would he? Otherwise how could that stingy guy treat her? Guo Changdong rolled over and skimmed his lips. This dog is said to have a new girlfriend. He must want to show off in front of us again. We must kill him tonight. There were 6 people in the 310 dormitory. Apart from the 4 people, Xu Yang, who had been single-mindedly pursuing Zhang Xiaoying before, Chen Xiaokang, who was busy with his business every day, Guo Changdong, the die-hard otaku, and Zhou Wei, who had a quiet crush on the girl in the next class. There are 2 other legends who rarely show up in the dormitory, Sun Guodong and Wang Kai. Regarding semiconductor chips and photolithography, here's a note for you. The development of this field is better known to the author, and he is aware of the key difficulties. This book will not be a brainless attempt to write about how easily the male lead can achieve a technological breakthrough, but will be based on the male lead's rebirth, and the plot will unfold in a logical and sensible manner. The more you get to the end, the better the plot gets, and you won't be disappointed. Thanks again for the support. Chapter 19, Yang Zihan's Invitation. Sun Guodong and Wang Kai. Both of these men are rarely seen in the dormitory, but for very different reasons. Sun is the only 3 good students in the dormitory. Not only never smoked, drank and played games, but also the Department of Economics and Management and even the entire finance college. One of the famous school bully. After graduation, she even went straight to graduate school at the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. He was also one of the only 2 outstanding graduates of that session of the finance college who had been admitted to the Magic City Finance University. As for the other one, it's Yi Shiatsu, the flower of the College of Finance who has been guaranteed a place, and if Sun was a legend, then Wang Kai would be able to call himself a legend. It was because although Sun Guodong stayed in the library every day, he still had to go back to his dormitory at night after all, and this guy, Wang Kai, stays out at night almost every day. Naturally, he wasn't there to study, but to sweat it out almost every day in the hotels around the school. Non-stop waist strength exercises. Once in a while, he comes back with dark circles under his eyes and a weak step. That's right, this guy is the most flirtatious guy in the dormitory, and a famous flirt in the finance school. In just over a year since his freshman year, the number of girlfriends this guy has talked to is definitely not in the double digits. I have to say, this guy is really good at dealing with girls, but several brothers in the dormitory looked at the bird with displeasure. Throw in a certain amount of envy and jealousy. More because this bird is a thief and generous in front of women, but very stingy with his brothers. I'm not sure how much I'm going to pay. Going out to a dinner party is more like never paying the bill. What's even more detestable is that this also likes to bring women to show off in front of their several single dogs in all kinds of asterisk. It's just having a girlfriend. What's the big deal? Guo Changdong closed the novel in his hand viciously and gritted his teeth. You guys say Wang Kai is not stupid. How free and easy to be by himself. Have to be stupid to find a woman. Despite what he said, the acidity in his words could be smelled from a distance. Ahem, I might have to bring a girl over tonight too. Chen Xiaokong coughed dryly and suddenly came out with a sentence. You. Guo Chandong opened his mouth and was choked for half a day. Xu Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. At this time his cell phone rang and picked it up, but it was a message from Yang Zihan. Do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Xu Yang thought about it and typed. We're going to the food court to have a barbecue in the dormitory. Yang Zihan seemed a bit disappointed, and it took a while before he replied. Sister also want to go to the food court then next time I'll treat you to it you? I'm sorry, I don't know. The north gate of the College of Finance is a very long snack street, or food street as students call it. There are all kinds of specialty snacks from all over the world, as well as Sichuan, Hunan, Lu and Guangdong restaurants or open-air barbecue stalls, because it is next to two universities, the College of Finance and Economics and the College of Fine Arts. Every night, the place is bustling. Xu Yang, Zhou Wei and Guo Changdong, the three single dogs came to the barbecue stall first and found an empty table to sit down and order food. Just as he sat down, a tart voice rang out from a short distance away and, Hey guys, long time no see. Only Wang Kai was walking from the direction of the art academy. As usual, this guy had two panda eyes and looked like he hadn't woken up. He was followed by two girls. The girl holding his arm was slightly chubby, with ample breasts and buttocks, and her face was covered in heavy makeup, and she was quite good looking, the complete opposite of Wang Kai. This girl had a spirited look, with a smile on her lips snuggled up to Wang Kai, looking at Wang Kai as if she was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. The other girl also wore heavy makeup and was pretty good looking, maybe an 80 or so. Although there was still some gap compared to Jiang Xiaoying, she was still considered a beauty, especially a pair of snow-white thighs under the ultra-short skirt, bright and very eye-catching. It was just the condescension written on his face that made it feel a little off-putting. Some guys prefer to eat it, though. For example, after seeing this girl, Guo Changdong's eyes lit up and his entire person instantly branched out. After Wang Kai heard Chen Xiaokong go to pick up his girlfriend, he directly pulled the girl beside him and introduced her with a proud face. Introducing you. This is my girlfriend, from the art academy next door in Zhejiang province. Wan Na. Hearing that it was from the Zhejiang province art academy, several people were stunned. In my heart, I cursed this dog a few handfuls of really a stinking show-off to come. However, as a boy from the finance college, it was indeed something to be proud of to be able to find a girl from the art college as his girlfriend. After all, the finance college is nothing more than a third-rate undergraduate institution, and Zhejiang Provincial Art College, but a proper focus on a book. Although the two colleges were merely a block apart, the gap between them was there, coupled with the fact that the Art Academy has produced a few not-so-small stars in recent years. The girls of the Art Academy are even more eye-catching, especially when facing the boys of the Finance Academy. This beauty is also from the Art Academy, your sister-in-law's roommate, Gao Jingjing. After he finished speaking he winked at Xu Yang, as if there was some other meaning to it. The cough. Xu Yang, let's carry the beer together, Guo Changdong immediately stated. Keiko, I'll go with you. I'm strong. Are you strong? Wang Kai rolled his eyes. You go get the hot water while Yanko and I carry the beer. Xu Yang was a bit puzzled, but still got up and followed to carry the beer. Having just taken a few steps, Wang Kai suddenly lowered his voice. Yangzi, what do you think of that Gao Jingjing? Tell you what, that's the prettiest one in your sister-in-law's dormitory, and it's also considered the school flower level in the art college. Bro knows that you've been dumped by that Jiang Xiaoying, so he specifically asked your sister-in-law to bring this Gao Jingjing over. Ready to introduce you to her. How's that for righteousness, buddy? Wang Kai had a righteous expression on his face, and those two panda eyes looked full of righteousness. Xu Yang was dumbfounded. When was this guy so nice to himself? You know, this Gao Jingjing is usually the department flower of the art academy, and ordinary people who want to invite her to dinner would have to line up. After bullishly finishing his speech, Wang Kai turned his words around and blinked his panda eyes at Chu Yang again. Ahem, if your buddy is so righteous, don't you have to show it? Indication? Chu Yang was even more puzzled. Wang Kai gave a dry cough. Ahem, tonight is buddy in order to introduce you to your girlfriend. So this dinner. It was then that Chu Yang came to a realization. Let's just say what's so nice all of a sudden. Chapter 20, The Handsome Cougar. This Gao Jingjing can also be considered a department flower? And the ing flower of the art school? Chu Yang could not help but be speechless. But nodded anyway. He had made a lot of money in the stock market in the past few days, and it was time to treat his brothers in the dormitory to a handful of meals. Seeing Chu Yang nodding his head in agreement, Wang Kai was all smiles and directly carried the box of Taishan Original syrup up. Let's brothers today to taste this Taishan Original pulp how. Have not drunk it before. 10,000 grass mud horses instantly raced through Chu Yang's heart. This dog is not even a $2 bottle of regular hail beer if he usually drinks by himself. When you hear someone treating you, you have to drink this $10 bottle of Tarzan Original. At this time, Chen Xiaokong also came over, accompanied by a girl, not really outstanding in appearance, but also considered moderate, 1.6 m or so tall. A pair of eyeballs turn quite fast, give a person a very shrewd feeling. Looks and Chen Xiaokong quite match. Ahem, let me introduce you all to my girlfriend, Lily Yu, sophomore in the finance department. Seeing Chu Yang's few people return, Chen Xiaokong introduced them. Several people greeted each other, and this Yu Lily was not shy, very generously standing up and greeting everyone one by one. Moreover, she was directly able to call out the names of Chu Yang and the others, so it was obvious that she had already done her homework before. Chu Yang secretly nodded his head when he saw this. Chen Xiaokong is indeed more mature, probably due to the fact that he started a small business at a very early age, and he is able to see this from the fact that he chooses his girlfriend. This Yu Lily is not very outstanding, but it looks like a good hand at doing business and living a good life. However, after this Yu Lily greeted the crowd, she obviously looked at Chu Yang a few more times, and her gaze was a bit strange. Wang Na's mind was focused on Wang Kai, and she sat there with her whole body half leaning on Wang Kai, her hand under the table making little movements from time to time. It made Wang Kai groan every now and then. These two people could really be cheeky as well, and they wouldn't blush in the slightest. Wang Kai mouthed department flower Gao Jingjing is a high cold look. Look and the condescension is not the slightest concealment. Apart from the occasional word with Wang Na, there was clearly no desire to talk to anyone else, especially after seeing several people's only female family member. Yu Lily, Gao Jingjing's expression became even more proud, and her gaze towards the several people had a hint of disdain hidden in it, as if it was beneath him to eat with these bumpkins. Brothers, I haven't seen you for a week. I really miss you. Come on, let's go. Without waiting for the barbecue to come up, Wang Kai directly served the beer. A few people had picked up their glasses of wine, and they all drank it down. In addition to Yu Lily who didn't drink, that Wang Na and Gao Jingjing were both straight to the bottom of a cup, obviously also often drinking outside. Zip, don't tell me, this original beer tastes pretty good. Wang Kai looked like he hadn't finished yet. Then he seemed to think of tonight's wrongdoer Chu Yang, and he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed in his heart. So he turned to look at Gao Jingjing and smiled. Gao de beauty, this is Chu Yang, the most handsome looking guy in our dormitory. How about it? Do you want to get acquainted? Gao Jingjing glanced faintly at Chu Yang, and after seeing that his whole body together was no more than $200 of ground goods, she never had the desire to look at him for a second time. Seeing that Gao Jingjing didn't say anything and looked like she didn't want to take care of people, Wang Kai was afraid that it would be a cold scene, so he hurriedly picked up his wine glass again. Come on, let's all drink first. The barbecue came up quickly and it was getting dark. Soon 2 beers each were down and the conversation grew. Aside from Chu Yang and Zhou Wei, whose faces were as normal, the faces of the other few people were already somewhat flushed. The heavy makeup on Gao Jingjing's face was not obvious in the night, but because of the alcohol, 2 flushed flushes flew up on her cheeks, and with her high-strung expression, she looked quite seductive, coupled with the long white legs underneath that short skirt. It did attract more attention from the boys at this barbecue stand. Guo Changdong then Ichi, at the dinner table to show particularly attentive, from time to take the initiative to go over to Gao Jingjing open wine and pour water. This dog's a couple of assholes. Forgetting about his teacher Su at this point, Wang Kai cursed, then whispered to Chu Yang who was at the side. Yangzi, just now this Hai Jingjing is in front of outsiders cannot put face to. You can rest assured. Later drink familiar. I let you add her QQ friend. Come, we brothers drink a cup. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and picked up his wineglass to drink it all in one go. While they were drinking, they only saw Guo Changdong surprisingly pick up his wineglass and walk to Gao Jingjing's side with his cell phone in his hand, then said to make a friend to add a QQ or something like that. I do not know what the other side said. He directly red face and walked back. Sitting there with his head down, He didn't say a word. Several people were drinking, and although they saw the scene, they didn't care. Just then, a white Maserati sports car sped in from the distance and came to a stop with a tail flip next to the barbecue stand. The large Trident logo at the front of the car is bright and eye-catching. A tall, skinny boy opened the door and stepped out of the car, then walked straight toward the barbecue stand. Boys look cold and arrogant, wearing a Versace brand casual wear. Feet is a pair of black leather boots, belt on the large obvious LV logo unabashedly exposed, adding a few, 10, more points of charm to his already quite handsome appearance. Ah, Nana, look, it's Senior Ouyang. Seeing this boy, Gao Jingjing, who was sitting there, directly couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her eyes filled with little stars. Chapter 21 Insufficient Balance. Wang Na also looked over once she heard this, then her eyes lit up with a florid look, almost not drooling. Nana, who is this? A smell of vinegar drifted in, and Wang Kai, who was on the side, said somewhat sourly, Kai Z, he's the president of the student council of our art academy and one of our academy's two major grasses. Ouyang Jia, not only is he a handsome man, he also writes good songs. The most crucial thing is that his dad is said to be a leader in Starry Sky Entertainment. Starry Sky Entertainment, that's heaven for us art students. You just saw it. It's only junior year and people are already driving Maserati sports cars. Wang Na licked her lips, still staring intently at the boy, then seeming to smell the sourness. He turned back to the table and smiled reassuringly. He, don't worry, I'll just have my fill. Even if I can look at people, they can't look at me. If this one is looking for a girlfriend, he should at least be at Jingjing's level. As he was talking, he only saw that Ouyang Jia walking over in the direction of a few people. Gao Jingjing's eyes were happy, and she hurriedly stood up to welcome them, her voice immediately becoming clipped up. Senior Ouyang, are you here for a barbecue too? Ouyang Jia lightly glanced at Gao Jingjing, not paying the slightest attention to her, and walked straight towards a table not far away. Looking at the other party's cold and arrogant back, Gao Jingjing could only sit down with some disappointment. This Ouyang Jia is notoriously high-strung. It's not like you don't know. Seeing her best friend in this state, Wang Na uttered a few words of comfort, and then picked up her glass of wine again and, come on, let's drink. Gao Jingjing's mood was obviously low, and she directly picked up her wine glass and clinked it with Wang Na, then drank it all in one gulp. Hearing Wang Na and Gao Jingjing's words, the few people in the 310 dormitory didn't say anything. They know what it means to drive a sports car to school as a junior. And it's a multi-million-dollar Maserati. Guo Changdong's head lowered a few points more. Sitting alone, he ate in silence. Only Chen Xiaokong and Yu Lily chatted about their plans to save up some more money next semester and buy a used Jetta to drive. In 2012 China, many college students get their driver's licenses after the college entrance exams, but very few are actually able to have a car. Being able to drive a used Jetta to school is great. The few people drank for a while longer. In between, Wang Kai found a few more opportunities to subtly express his intention to introduce Chu Yang to Gao Jingjing, but they were all directly ignored by Gao Jingjing. Finally, the 2 cases of beer were down to a few bottles. The owner of the barbecue stand brought the last plate of kebabs to the table and then asked, a couple of students, the kebabs you ordered for your table have been served. Is there anything else you need? Well, do you guys have anything else to add? Wang Kai looked at the several people with a bold face, saw Zhou Wei several people were shaking their heads, and then looked at Gao Jingjing. Gao, big beautiful girl, you have what you want to eat, just add more. Tonight is our handsome Chu Yang's treat. It's mainly for you. Don't need to be polite with him. Chu Yan's treat? Zhou Wei and the others couldn't help but stare. Then seeing Wang Kai's wink, they realized the other parties set up. That's a couple of dogs. Although they all cursed Wang Kai in their hearts, at this time, several people naturally could not say anything else. Gao Jingjing's mind was on Ouyang Jia, who was not far away, and she directly shook her head. None to add? Okay. Then boss, you figure out how much. We'll pay for it. Seeing Gao Jingjing shaking her head, Wang Kai directly passed a wink to Chu Yang. Okay, I'll take a look at. The owner picked up the list and did some math, then said, the barbecue is $278, plus 2 cases of draft beer. That's $518, so I'll charge you $510. Hearing the figure of 510, Zhou Wei's few people once again greeted Wang Kai in their hearts. $500. That's enough to pay for their food for a month. Chu Yang didn't feel anything. This amount of money was not enough to cover the handling fee for his one day of trading. He was about to pay, but he felt in his pocket and then remembered that all his money was now in his stock account. Don't really have any cash on me. I can't remember how much is left on my bank card. He hesitated to ask, boss, can you take credit cards here? Swipe. The boss froze for a moment. At this time of the year, when students eat, they all pay in cash. Rarely do they swipe their cards. That's fine. Wait for me, classmate. I'll get the POS. TSK. It seems like Chu De Handsome is really rich now, going out and spending with his card. Wang Kai is a typical social bull *********, and took advantage of this opportunity to help Chu Yang with his publicity. As expected, Gao Jingjing could not help but cast her eyes over once she heard that Chu Yang was directly swiping his card when he paid the bill. Indeed, these days swiping a card to check out is considered a more pushy behavior. Seeing the boss bring the POS over, Chu Yang handed over his bank card. Enter your password. Dropping twice, the boss looked at what was displayed on the POS and his expression got a little weird. What's up, boss? Did you finish painting? Wang Kai asked as he ate the grilled lamb kebabs. The boss smiled somewhat awkwardly and looked at Chu Yang. Ahem, classmate, you don't seem to have enough balance on this card. It shows an insufficient balance. Not enough balance? Upon hearing these words, other than Chu Yang whose face was as normal, everyone else's face became strange. College students are at an age when they love to save face, and even if they are really poor, they don't want to show it in front of their classmates, especially when it comes to buying a bill. Not even a couple $100 in the bank card? How poor does this man have to be? Gao Jingjing directly sneered, looking at Chu Yang with an even more disdainful gaze than just now. There were even a few moments of contempt. A low balance? How is that possible? Wang Kai first froze, then looked at Chu Yang and forced himself to find a reason for the other party to. Yanko, you must have the wrong bank card. Quickly change it to one of the usual swipes. But Chu Yang shook his head with incomparable honesty. No mistake, it's the only bank card I have, and it does seem to have no money in it. Speaking of which, he looked at Zhou Wei. Brother Wei, I don't have enough money here. Do you have any there? Lend it to me first. Yanko, I don't have any money today. Zhou Wei shook his head with a bitter smile. Normally he wouldn't go out with so much cash. Not to mention that it was this bird Wang Kai who said he would treat tonight. A few of them had already agreed in the dormitory that together they would purposely not bring money out in order to prevent this bird from skipping out on the bill again. Chu Yang once again looked at Guo Changdong and Chen Xiaokang both. As expected, both of them also shook their heads with an embarrassed look on their faces. He could only turn to Wang Kai and, Keiko, you're that. Wang Kai revealed an expression that was worse than tears and shook his head. If it hadn't been for the draft beer, he might have been able to scrape together the money he had on him. Seeing this scene, Gao Jingjing held her chin high, a cold smile between the corners of her mouth. This bunch of boys from the finance school, who came out to eat but didn't bring any money with them, were really extreme. And seeing several of the boys shaking their heads, the boss's expression became even more odd. Can only turn around and drop his eyes on Gao Jingjing aside. Chapter 22, This is my sister. Wang Kai, what do you mean? Seeing the barbecue stall owner looking at himself, Gao Jingjing, who was originally sneering at the side, first froze, then directly exploded. You insisted that Nana dragged me out to dinner and said something about introducing a boyfriend to me, and this is the kind of stuff you introduced? With the strength of the wine, Gao Jingjing spoke louder and louder, as if she had been greatly insulted. But despite her loud voice, the students at the surrounding tables weren't paying attention to this side of the room, as their eyes were drawn to the road not far away. Just see a Porsche convertible sports car do not know when parked in the barbecue stall aside. Two eye-catching beautiful figure one in front of the other from the car down. You don't have a dime in your pocket and you want to come out with your bank card and act tough? Gao Jingjing glanced at Chu Yang as if she was looking at a clown. Just this kind of trashy poor guy. Also want to be my Gao Jingjing's boyfriend? Do you think he is worthy? The reason I came over for dinner tonight is just for Nana's sake. There are more people who want to treat me to dinner. Just you bunch of the very best of the finance academy. Ha! Hearing Gao Jingjing's words, Wang Kai's face turned red, but he was unable to refute them. For it was indeed he who had dragged the other man here this evening by force. Just trying to show off in front of my dormitory brothers. After all, to be able to find a girlfriend from an art school, and to bring a beautiful girl from an art school over for dinner, for the boys of the finance college, it is indeed something to brag about. And introducing Gao Jingjing to Chu Yang was also his temporary thought. After all, Chu Yang was handsome and nice, and had suffered so many losses on that Jiang Xiaoying. It's good to change the target to divert attention. But he never expected this outcome. Guo Changdong still had his head lowered, his face swollen red, and he was panting heavily. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders helplessly, his expression not fluctuating much. Now that he was no longer a childish 20-year-old teenager, it was difficult for this kind of acerbic words from the other party to cause his mood to fluctuate at all. Or rather, with his current state of mind, he didn't even put a girl like Gao Jingjing in his eyes. It's just a passerby. As for the face, oh, dignity comes from strength. A man's face never needs to be proved voluntarily. Stopping Zhou Wei who was about to get up, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and stood up just before he was about to open his mouth. But a clear and pleasant female voice came from not far behind Chu Yang. Being Chu Yang's girlfriend? Are you worthy? The originally crisp and ethereal voice contained an indescribable coldness and anger at this moment. Almost at the same time, an exclamation of surprise rang out from the surroundings. "You guys, look over there. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Asterisk 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 this is the first time I've seen this level of beauty, and it's two at a time." Only then did Wang Kai and the others realize that somehow, everyone's gazes had converged behind Xu Yang. Only two stunningly beautiful figures were standing not far behind Xu Yang. The girl in the lead had a beautiful face that was a scourge of the world, at least 95 points or more, an absolute school beauty, wearing a simple white shirt, especially a pair of beautiful legs under the black high-waisted shorts snow white and straight, in the night brightly more moving. At this moment, the willow eyebrows on that white as snow face were slightly furrowed, and there seemed to be a kind of suppressed anger in her beautiful eyes. The girl in the back had light makeup painted on her face, and her delicate melon face had to be at least around 95 points, also a pair of black high-waisted shorts. The white wobbly thighs underneath looked incredibly round and sexy, though slightly less so than the other girl, especially the top blue cardigan inside a black halter, flat belly on the snow-white skin hidden, so that the surrounding boys cannot help but wildly swallow saliva. The most crucial thing was that although this girl had a cool demeanor, she had an indescribable flirtatiousness to her body, and she seemed to seduce people's hearts between her knitted brows and her smile. Hearing the words of the girl in the lead, and seeing these two goddess-level girls walking over to this side, Wang Kai and the others all directly froze. What? Such a beautiful beauty. One has never even seen it before, not to mention recognizing it, only to see the girl in the lead walk straight to Chu Yang's side, directly holding Chu Yang's arm, her icy cold gaze looking straight at Gao Jingjing, her voice even colder. "Do you think you deserve it?" Seeing this godlike beauty actually holding Chu Yang's arm, Wang Kai and the others directly stared with wide eyes and open mouths for a long time. Zihan's senior sister, only to see Gao Jingjing directly turn pale, incredulously looking at the one in front of her, trembling her body and unable to speak. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. As the number one school flower of the Art Academy, Yang Zihan's position in the Art Academy was almost untouchable. Whether it's the excellent academic performance or the many suitors in the academy, it can be said that Yang Zihan has concentrated nearly all the halos of the whole Art Academy on her. In addition, she has participated in many provincial and even national singing competitions, and has received various awards among the art academies. That's legendary, just like Yi Shiatsu's position in the College of Finance and Economics. What's more, Yang Zihan and Gao Jingjing were also in the vocal department. Yang Zihan was a senior and Gao Jingjing was a sophomore. Although there was a huge difference in status, Yang Zihan could be considered Gao Jingjing's fellow senior sister. Several of Gao Jingjing's professional course teachers were usually discussing their professional knowledge with Yang Zihan every day. In fact, not to mention these, just Yang Zihan's many suitors alone. With just one word from Yang Zihan, he was able to make Gao Jingjing unable to mix inside the art academy. This was also the reason why Gao Jingjing was so scared. "Zihan, is everything okay on your side?" Sure enough, only to see that Ouyang Jia had already seen Yang Zihan, his face changed, and he hurriedly walked over quickly, only to see that Yang Zihan had actually taken the arm of another boy. His face directly sank and he was about to step forward, but he was stopped in his tracks by an icy look from Yang Zihan. One could only look at Chu Yang there with a gloomy face. It was the first time he saw that Yang Zihan would be so close to a boy. Yang Zihan ignored Ouyang Jia and glanced coldly at Gao Jingjing. "Apologize." "Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Gao Jingjing hurriedly bowed her head to Chu Yang and apologized. She never thought that such an ordinary boy from the Finance Academy would know Yang Zihan. She couldn't help but greet Wang Kai's entire family in her heart. "I know this one. Why do I need him to introduce me to a girlfriend?" And looking at the two in this position, it was obvious that their relationship was extraordinary. However, she also puzzled in her heart. Yang Zihan, the proud girl of the Art Academy. How would she know this kind of poor boy from the Finance Academy? Yanko, this is? And it was only then that Wang Kai and the others reacted from the shock and swallowed hard. Yang Zihan turned around and smiled brightly at Zhou Wei and the others, and the frost on her body melted instantly. Hello guys, I'm Yang Zihan from the Art Academy in Chu Yang's. Without waiting for Yang Zihan to finish, Chu Yang directly interrupted her and introduced himself to Zhou Wei and the others. "Ahem, this is my sister." He knew that Yang Zihan's biggest dream was an acting career, so there can't be any bad rumors. Chapter 23, Mutian Group. "Ahem, this is my sister and the schoolgirl of the art college next door." Hiss. Chu Yang was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Then he only felt a pain on his waist and drew a breath of cool air, only to see Yang Zihan give him a flirtatious cross-glance, her gaze full of grudges. "Sister?" Wang Kai and the others were directly jaw-dropped. When did Yankee this have such a goddess sister? How never heard of it? In their opinion, whether it was face value or temperament, the one in front of them was more than a step ahead of Zhang Xiaoying. What's more, The other party is also the school beauty of the art college. Having this kind of goddess sister and still licking a woman like Jiang Xiaoying, is this guy sick? After all, every day with this kind of fairy-like sister, how can the vision must be higher? And hearing that Chu Yang was Yang Zihan's younger brother, Ouyang Jia on the side frowned and looked at Chu Yang with some suspicion. He hadn't heard that Yang Zihan had such a brother, and looking at the intimate posture of the two, their relationship was definitely extraordinary. Seeing Yang Zihan take out her wallet to pay for the bill, Wang Kai and the others showed envious expressions, so happy to have such a beautiful sister. After paying the bill, Yang Zihan turned around and winked at Chu Yang, pointing at the girl on the side and introducing her. Little brother, this is my best friend Mu Yurong, also the school beauty of our art academy. Oh, Yurong, he's the Chu Yang I told you about. Ah, seeing Yang's appearance clearly, Mu Yurong's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and her entire body froze there. Chu Yang also froze, his gaze somewhat complicated as he looked at this Yang Zihan's best friend. It didn't occur to me that after that night, the two would meet again in this way. That's right, in front of her, Yang Zihan's best friend, the school beauty of the art college. It was the same woman that Chu Yang had a one-night stand with on the first day he came back from his rebirth. What's going on? You guys knew each other before? Seeing that the two of them looked a bit strange, Yang Zihan couldn't help but wonder. No, don't recognize it. Mu Yurong shook her head in a hurry, then nodded at Chu Yang and faintly said, Hello, Mu Yurong from the art school. Chu Yang, College of Finance and Economics. Sensing the indifference in the other party's attitude, Chu Yang did not have much enthusiasm. Only his eyes skimmed unobtrusively over the snowy whiteness of the other's waist, and he couldn't help but think of certain beautiful images from that night. Although this woman's pair of legs were not as straight and slender as Yang Zihan's, the slight plumpness added a few more points of sexiness. To mature men, the attraction would not be weaker than Yang Zihan in any way, especially where the other party's full and firm chest, as well as this small savage waist like a water snake. It is absolutely fatal to men, coupled with the kind of innate charm on her body. Ordinary men simply can't resist. Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Mu Yurong hummed softly, a trace of ice coldness flashing in the depths of her gaze. Yang Zihan's heart was focused on Chu Yang and did not notice her best friend's abnormality. Saying goodbye to Yang Zihan, he watched the other get into the passenger side of that Porsche 718 convertible, and Mu Yurong sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Accompanied by an engine roar, this compact Porsche sports car sped toward the art academy. Several boys were looking at the distant Porsche sports car with envious faces. This brand of car was not rare in the university town. TSK, I didn't expect to be able to meet Miss Mu. This is the first time I've seen her in real life. Only after watching the Porsche sports car go away did Wang Na pat her chest with an emotional expression. Gao Jingjing had long since left in disgrace, and Wang Na did not leave together because she still had activities with Wang Kai in the evening. Miss Mu? Nana, you know this one? Thinking of that enchanting figure just now, Wang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva again. Of course I know her. Sister Mu is one of our academy's two school beauties, although she rarely appears in the academy on weekdays. In some ways, she's much more powerful than Sister Yang Zihan. What do you mean? Wang Kai couldn't help but ask. Chu Yang also looked over with some curiosity. You guys should have heard of the Mu Tian Group, right? That's a famous industrial group in Hangzhou City, with countless high-end hotels under its umbrella. Basically all the star-rated hotels that can be named are owned by their family. This school Sister Mu is the eldest miss of the Mu Tian Group. Seeing the shock on Chu Yang's face, Wang Na rolled her eyes. She couldn't believe that as Yang Zihan's younger brother, Chu Yang wouldn't know Mu Yurong's details. The entire art academy knew that although Mu Yurong rarely came to the academy for classes, the two of them had a very good relationship with Yang Zihan, just like close sisters. This was one of the reasons why Yang Zihan's status in the art academy was superb. After all, the strength of the Mu Tian Group was there. Even in the entire Hangzhou City, it was also an old listed company that ranked high. As the eldest miss of the Mu Tian Group, Mu Yurong, no one dared to offend her at all. And naturally, Yang Zihan, as her best BFF, has been affected in some way. The missy of the Mu Tian Group? Chu Yang's whole body was a bit confused. With the other party's status, he would go to a bar to look for a one-night stand? And also, are all these big ladies so wild? He naturally knows about the Mu Tian Group, the old giant of the hotel industry in Hangzhou City, and its strength is not trivial. However, in the course of the next development, but encountered some problems. He remembered that in his last life, because of the changes in the Mu Tian Group, the entire high-end hotel industry in Hangzhou City underwent a complete reshuffle, and the Mu family's losses during this reshuffle are not generally heavy. No wonder she can drive that kind of sports car, so she's the big miss of the Mu Tian Group, Wang Kai said with a look of amazement, but he also knew that that kind of woman wasn't something he could even hope for. This huge gap between status and position is almost impossible to cross. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth lifted slightly. He knew that in fact, this Mu Yurong had already been considered very low-key. After all, that Porsche 718 was less than 1 million Chinese dollars, which was nothing to the grand lady of the Mu family of the Tang group. Yangzi, quickly tell us the truth. When did you have such a goddess sister? Still hiding it from the brothers. Wang Kai suddenly remembered something and started to raise his voice directly at Chu Yang. Zihan, the Chu Yang you talk about every day is that guy just now? Isn't he just an ordinary college student? Or from a secondary school like the College of Finance and Economics? What's so great about this guy? Worth you treating him like this? It's the first time I've seen you that angry. Mu Yurong drove while pouting her lips in displeasure. She really didn't want this bestie of hers to get too close to the guy she had just been with. What's wrong with the Finance and Economics College? I think ordinary boys are just fine. Why? Has our Miss Mu become too poor to love the rich? Yang Zihan smiled playfully and blinked her big eyes meaningfully. Besides, you don't know about Chu Yang's greatness. Oh. Chapter 24 Mu Yurong's shock. Only Yang Zihan smiled playfully and blinked her big eyes meaningfully. Besides, you don't know about Chu Yang's greatness. Oh. And, isn't it just a bit of a looker? Not to mention other conditions. I've seen more handsome guys than him. Mu Yurong skimmed her mouth, with a disdainful expression on her face. What can be so great about just an average boy? Speaking here, she suddenly noticed Yang Zihan's expression and remembered her red and swollen somewhere after that night. She was first stunned and then directly screamed out. Ah, Zihan, you won't be with him already. Gosh. Mu Yurong directly slammed on the brakes, and the car came to a violent stop in the middle of the road, causing a burst of horns to sound from behind. Yang Zihan, come on and tell me the truth. Are you not pure anymore? Yang Zihan blinked and didn't say anything with a smile on her face. Seeing this expression on Yang Zihan's face, Mu Yurong seemed to understand something and directly the whole person was bad. And thinking about the complicated relationship between herself and that asshole, she wanted to die in her mind. After a long moment of silence, she took a deep breath and raised her head to look at Yang Zihan. Are you nuts? Even if you want to find a boyfriend, you have to look for one, right? How can you just find any boy and besides, aren't you planning to enter the entertainment industry in the future? How can you just have sex with men? Yang Zihan nodded. Yeah, just because I'm planning to go into the entertainment industry. It's not like you don't know how dirty the water inside the entertainment industry is. I'm already planning to dedicate my life to the arts, but before I do that, it's always important to give the best of yourself to someone you love. Mu Yurong took another deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. A favorite? What do you like about him? Thinking about it, Yang Zihan could not help but recall Chu Yang's valor that night in her mind, and her pretty face slightly reddened as she said, well, I can't say, it just feels like he's simple and real, and gives me a very down-to-earth feeling, and lately I've been feeling an indescribable aura in him. My aunt, there are plenty of simple and real men out there. You have to find one in better condition, right? Mu Yurong almost lost his breath. She knows very well the musical talent and excellent voice of her own best friend, and any song is no worse than those sung by popular singers nowadays. Coupled with that near-perfect face and body, she's bound to be able to hit it big when she enters the singing world. Such a goddess-level existence chose such an ordinary boy from a secondary school? Not to mention his own business. Just for Yang Zihan's sake alone, Mu Yurong definitely didn't think Yang Zihan should be with that guy. She took a deep breath and looked at Yang Zihan with a solemn expression, saying seriously, Zihan, I don't care how far things have progressed between you two, but as the best sister, I have to tell you that you must not continue dating that guy anymore. If you really want to be in a relationship, I can introduce you to some great guys who really deserve you. Speaking of which, Mu Yurong couldn't help but think of that strange boy who couldn't even afford to pay for a barbecue again, and shook his head breathlessly. You'll know how big the gap between them can be after comparing them, and then you'll understand that the gap between people sometimes really can't be made up by effort. Besides, that guy can't even afford to pay for a barbecue. Is he going to rely on you to support him in the future? Hearing Mu Yurong's words, Yang Zihan's heart was slightly uncomfortable. She was a girl with a straightforward personality and never thought that much with Chu Yang. For some reason, she had an inexplicable good feeling towards Chu Yang, especially after that day with Chu Yang. She had an indescribable dependence and closeness to Chu Yang, as if she had become one with him. No one was allowed to say anything bad about Chu Yang. This was also the reason why she was directly angry at Gao Jingjing just now at the barbecue stand. Yurong, you should stop talking about this matter. I still have some things to do, so go back by yourself first. Yang Zihan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, then directly opened the car door and walked down. Zihan, you. Looking at Yang Zihan's hurriedly distant back, Mu Yurong helplessly opened his mouth, and in the end, he could only give a quiet sigh, the whole person not knowing what he was thinking. As I said, The University of Young University schoolgirl is the daughter of one of my dad's friends, which is also considered my sister. Facing Wang Kai and the others' severe interrogation, Chu Yang could only explain helplessly. I told you so, even though you girl has a few looks, it's impossible for you to have such a beautiful biological sister, unless the genes have mutated. Wang Kai skimmed his mouth and sort of reluctantly accepted this explanation from Chu Yang. A few others finally subsided. In their opinion, there couldn't be any special story between Chu Yang and Yang Zihan. After all, the gap between the two was there. An art school's #1 schoolgirl, a lickspittle from a finance school. If it weren't for the paternal relationship, it's doubtful that any crossover would have existed between the two at all. But it's still okay to have that pretty schoolgirl introduce a few art school babes to the brothers. Wang Kai and Guo Changdong glanced at each other and smiled lewdly in unspoken agreement. By the way, how come that Ouyang something or other from your academy was so aggressive just now and wanted to pay for us? Wang Kai suddenly remembered what Ouyang Jia had just done. Wang Na gave him a blank stare. Of course it's because of big schoolgirl Yang. We all know in our academy that senior Ouyang is courting big schoolgirl Yang. Speaking here, Wang Na glanced at Chu Yang and continued. In fact, senior Ouyang Jia is still quite good, not to mention handsome, his family is also rich, and Yang de schoolgirl together seems to be quite compatible. She thought that if Ouyang Jia really got together with Yang Zihan, Chu Yang could also take the opportunity to hook up with Ouyang Jia, which seemed pretty good. He's not worthy, Chu Yang said coldly. Wang Na was choked speechless for a moment. No? Do you deserve it as a poor man who can't even pay for a barbecue? She cursed this penniless and pretentious guy a million times in her mind and stopped talking. After walking for a while longer, Wang Kai looked at a street of hotels not far ahead and whispered to Wang Na, Ahem, Nana, why don't we each go back to our dorm rooms and stay there tonight? I haven't been back there for a week straight. Wang Na, however, as if she didn't hear it, smiled and said goodbye to a few other people. Well, you guys go on back, Keiko and I have things to do. Then he directly carried Wang Kai towards a hotel, looking at Wang Kai's eyes that were filled with the desire to survive. A few people almost didn't die of laughter. Ha ha, it looks like the dog has finally met his match. Imagining the scene of Wang Na's strong body ravaging Wang Kai, a few people couldn't help but pass Wang Kai a sympathetic look before laughing and leaving. Just after walking downstairs to the dormitory, Chu Yang's cell phone message alert sounded. Chu Yang glanced at it, then couldn't help but stare at it. Sister Zihan, elementary brother, where are you now? I'm at your school playground. Returning a message, he said to Zhou Wei and the others that he had something to go back to the party. Then Chu Yang turned around and walked towards the playground. The distance between the boys' dormitory building and the playground was not far, and in a short while, Chu Yang arrived at the edge of the playground. Although the financial college is only an ordinary second college, but the size of the playground is really not small. Even compared with the key undergraduate art colleges are not too much. The empty playground was a little chilly under the gentle evening breeze. Only a few night runners moved slowly around the track. Chu Yang was just about to take out his cell phone to contact Yang Zihan when he heard a clear and ethereal voice coming from behind him. Chu Yang! He turned to look, only to see that under the color of the night, Yang Zihan was standing under the sycamore tree at the edge of the playground, her long hair dancing gently with the wind, and a stunningly beautiful face smiling like a flower as she looked at herself. The eyes were full of tenderness. Chapter 25 Yi Shiatsu's Terror. Without waiting for Chu Yang to react, Yang Zihan had already trotted to Chu Yang's side. Then she directly took Chu Yang's arm, half of her body leaning on his shoulder, her pretty face full of heartfelt smiles. Sister Zihan, is there something wrong with coming over so late? Feeling the soft touch coming from his arm, Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little distracted. Can't I come to you if there's nothing going on? Yang Zihan pouted her little mouth, and remembering what had just happened, she directly hummed delicately, and with a grudging face, she said, Humph. Why did you just tell your classmates that I'm your sister? Is it a shame to have a girlfriend like me? Sister Zihan, you've misunderstood. Don't you want to develop an acting career in the future? I'm afraid that if our relationship spreads out, it will have some bad effects on you. Chu Yang revealed an aggrieved expression and then said with a fervor. Besides, you have to think about my personal safety. Regarding Sister Zihan's terrifying charm and your status in the art academy, if we really make our relationship public, I'm afraid I won't even dare to go out of the gate of the finance academy in the future. Ha ha. Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, Yang Zihan couldn't help but to smile, charmingly crossed Chu Yang a glance, pouting, and, it's not as dramatic as you make it sound. However, her heart was still warm because Chu Yang was really thinking about her. If it were a different boy, I'm afraid that he would have been eager to show off the fact that he had picked up the school beauty of the art college, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but stick her body a little tighter to Chu Yang. Chu Yang wrapped his arms around Yang Zihan's slender waist, feeling the slippery softness of the other party. The corner of his mouth slightly raised an imperceptible arc. The old man was meant to be a scumbag in his life. Girlfriend? Is that what a certified scumbag is supposed to do? Yang Zihan naturally did not know about this grandiose ambition of Chu Yang, and with a touched face, she pressed herself against his chest and said softly, "Let's take a walk. I'd like to stroll around your school." Chu Yang nodded and walked inside along the side of the playground. The campus of the College of Finance is not small. Between the playground and the school building, you need to cross a man-made lake, and a small park. The small park is lush and green with trees. The two of them walked along the dimly lit path, and every now and then there would be some rustling and strange noises coming from it. Occasionally there would be a grunt of pain as if someone had bumped into a tree or stone. Chu Yang was thick-skinned enough to keep his face as normal on the surface. Yang Zihan, on the other hand, her pretty face was red, her whole body was tightly attached to Chu Yang's body, and her head was buried in Chu Yang's embrace, only revealing a rosy, cute little ear. Walked to a trailhead with a thick jungle on one side. Yang Zihan suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful eyes were brimming with autumn water. Elementary school brother, should we go inside? Chu Yang was slightly stunned, then nodded his head in a serious manner, and then rapped the school flower schoolmate with amazing ideas and walked in. Thanks to Chu Yang's excellent physical quality nowadays, although the environmental conditions were a bit tough, they were easily overcome by him. The evening breeze was light and the moonlight was ghostly. Listening to the sounds of insects around them, and strange movements coming from not too far away. Look at the students running at night on the playground in the distance. It's a different story. More than an hour later, Chu Yang helped Yang Zihan, who was already a little off her feet, to walk out. Yang Zihan was half hanging on Chu Yang like a wombat. Her face was as scarlet as blood, her forehead was filled with fragrant sweat, and the tips of her hair were already wet. His chest kept heaving up and down as he took a big breath of fresh air. It was as if he had just finished a 3,000 meter run. Exit the park and walk to the playground again. Looking at Yang Zihan, who was still breathing rapidly and still had not slowed down, Chu Yang could not help but laugh in his heart. "Sister Zihan, are you still going back tonight? Why don't we go to a hotel?" Not waiting for him to finish, Yang Zihan directly shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I have things to do at the college in the morning." She wouldn't dare to go to a hotel with Chu Yang again. Although that feeling was very appetizing, she was really afraid that her body couldn't take it. And there is a real thing going on at the academy tomorrow. "Well, I'll take you back then." Chu Yang nodded and walked towards the entrance of the academy with Yang Zihan. Just after walking for a while and passing by the library building, the two just happened to meet a beautiful figure. The other party had just come out from inside the library building. Still the same plain white dress, still a simple high ponytail, carrying a simple shoulder bag with a collegiate aesthetic. Under the dim light, one could still feel that transcendent aura on the other side. Yi Xiaozhu did not care about the Chu Yang's and walked straight in the direction of the girls' dormitory building. "Junior, is that pretty girl from your college?" Seeing this girl whose figure and appearance were not inferior to his own, Yang Zihan could not help but be a little surprised. "Well, Yi Shiatsu, the #1 school flower of our finance school." Chu Yang nodded. "Yi Shiatsu? That name seems a bit familiar. I didn't realize that your finance academy had such a beautiful girl." Yang Zihan was still a bit surprised. The kind of unique temperament on the other party's body, even if placed in the middle of an art academy, I'm afraid that none of them would be able to compare. "Well, she's a legendary figure in our finance academy, and it said that she came to our finance academy after missing the English exam during the college entrance exam that year." Chu Yang smiled faintly and casually explained. He wasn't too surprised by this former subordinate. After all, to be able to enter Tianyang capital and serve as the head of the branch, the ability is naturally extraordinary. "Ah, is she? No wonder the name is so familiar." Yang Zihan suddenly realized that she and the other party are the same class of high school candidates. Remembering that year there was a high school English 0 points total score also took 575 points of the demonic students came to Hangzhou. I just didn't realize it was right next door to the College of Finance and Economics, and such a pretty and fairy girl at that. Yang Zihan couldn't help but remember what Mu Yurong had said today. I wonder how she would feel if she knew that this demon was also in the Finance and Economics college that she despised. 0 points for English and 575 total points. That means the other side casually took the English test and scored at least 700 total points. Do not say that the art college, this kind of art class key undergraduate, even if placed in front of the Zhejiang Province University gang of eyes high above the top of the high school students, this is also casually crushed. The next day was Saturday. Yi Xiaozhu read the graduate textbook International Finance for 2 hours in the study room of the library building early in the morning, and then put the book into her backpack along with her notebook. In the adoring gaze of a group of schoolmates behind him, he walked out of the library building. The student from dormitory 310, Sun Guodong, is one of them. As one of the most outstanding academics in the finance college, Yi Shiatsu was the ultimate goal and source of motivation for him to catch up. Of course, he also knew the gap between himself and Yi Xiaozhu, a true genius. Though he knows he may never be able to compete with the other guy, he's still trying his hardest. Walking out of the entrance of the finance college, Yi Xiaozhu directly stopped a cab, then stopped in front of the Starbucks underneath the Hangtown building. Chapter 26, Is there really a genius in this world? Yi Xiaozhu was from Mordor, and her family conditions were not outstanding in Mordor, which was full of rich people, but they were definitely not bad either. Call it a traditional bookish family. She was also one of the 2 genius girls in the family, having grown up in the best school in Mordor, studying all the way through her senior year with absolutely outstanding grades. But at the time of the entrance exam, I missed the English exam due to some health reasons. There was an option to repeat the course, but she didn't. In Yi Shiatsu's view, learning is its own business. It doesn't have much to do with what school you learn inside, especially at the undergraduate level. This would be the self-confidence of a genius. However, although Yi Xiaozhu was a genius, in her heart, there was an even more demonic existence. The other person was also someone she had admired since she was a child. That would be the other genius in their family, her cousin. This cousin's grades are not in any way inferior to hers, if not better. The other party had entered Yenbei University with absolutely excellent grades in the college entrance examination. After graduation, he even went to Harvard University in the United States to attend graduate school, and at the same time, he took a double master's degree in finance and management, then returned to work. Just work not long ago. Has been in a large securities company as a general manager of the business department of Hangzhou Center. Less than 26 years old. Just joined the workforce. To be able to directly serve as the general manager of the center's business department can definitely be called horrible. So, this cousin is also the one she's been trying to catch up with. Yi Shiatsu had also heard that recently. Because of some things, her cousin was having some trouble at work, but she was sure that with this cousin's excellent ability, she would be able to deal with it soon. But what she never expected was that today this talented cousin was sitting across from her with a haggard, soulful look on her face. Sister Shiyu, what's wrong with you? Is it still because of something at work? Yi Xiaozhu asked with some concern. It was the first time since she was a child that she had seen this look on the ever-confident genius cousin. Lin Shiyu shook her head with a bitter smile. Since yesterday's Leshy network from underwater 3 points straight line up until after the stop, her whole person has been in a muddle. The mind constantly floating out of the Leshy network straight line pulled to a halt the scene of the scene, and Chu Yang's bemused expression before he left, especially after last night's major positive announcement by the company Leshy. If nothing else, next Monday, the check of the Leshy network will have a stop, or even more than one. You should know that Leshy is a GEM stock that starts with 300. At this point in time, it's rare for a GEM stock to go up, let alone go up continuously. Just one day up, that's a full 10 points profit. Chu Yan bought from -2% and used the maximum 10x placement again. That meant that in just one day's work, Chu Yang's 100,000 capital had doubled. Thinking about Chu Yang's divine operation this week, Roden Development and Huaca Media 2 stocks, Lin Shiyu immediately felt that her whole body is not good, didn't even sleep all night. She is also a top senior graduate of Harvard with a master's degree in finance and has her own self-confidence, if not ego, in the field of finance. But there is really no way to understand this demonic operation of Chu Yang. Just then, the waiter came by with coffee and, "Here's your coffee, ladies," somewhat numbly accepting the coffee handed over by the waiter. Lin Shiyu's gaze was still a bit lax as she mumbled, "Shinobu, do you think there really are geniuses in this world?" "Ha? What did you say, Shiyu-san?" Hearing Lin Shiyu's words, Yi Xiaozhu was directly confused. This cousin was already demonic enough in her mind, but the other party would even ask such a question? Lin Shiyu let out a bitter smile and described Chu Yang's demonic operation since opening his account. "You mean to tell me that this person doubled his principal in just 3 trading days after opening his account?" Yi Xiaozhu's eyes also widened when she heard it. She also studied finance and was no stranger to the rules of the stock market. This rate of return, without the use of leverage, is virtually impossible to achieve. Lin Shiyu, however, shook her head with a grave expression and slowly said, "For trading days to be exact, quadrupling the principal, not to mention that he's been able to buy every single one of his trades up, including the amazingly high Waco Media." Speaking here, Lin Shiyu once again took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. The bottom line is that this person is only about 20 years old and appears to be an average college student. 20 or so? Even with Yi Xiaozhu's character, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and that stunningly beautiful face was filled with shock. She had thought that this demonic figure Lin Shiyu was talking about had to be at least a stock market big shot around 40 years old. After all, it's hard to make a mark in the stock market without sufficient experience and a sufficient amount of tuition as a foundation. The stock market may seem simple, but it is human nature that is tested in it, and one of the most complex things in the world. About the same age as himself, or even a little younger than himself, he was able to achieve this kind of horrible yield, and even more so, this genius cousin of his reacted so. It made Ji Xiaozhu couldn't help but become a little curious about this person. She thought for a moment and said, Sister Shiyu, would this person just be lucky and happen to buy these stocks that went up? Coincidence? Lin Shiyu couldn't help but think of Chu Yang's calm confidence when he purchased Leshi, and shook her head. I can't help but think of Chu Yang's calm confidence when purchased Leshi. All of these stocks, he pretty much bought at the lows and sold at the highs. It would be possible for one check to be coincidental, but 4 checks in a row all like this is a situation that is almost impossible to be coincidental. Yi Xiaozhu was even more surprised and asked again after thinking about it. So, could he have some inside information? Chapter 27 Sports Girls, is it insider information? Lin Shiyu nodded with a complicated expression and finally picked up her coffee and took a sip, but there was still some doubt in her mind. Is the other side really relying on insider information? Indeed. It would not be surprising if one could make that kind of accurate judgment by knowing insider information about these stocks ahead of time, but I don't know why. Lin Shiyu always felt that that boy didn't seem so simple. Sister Shiyu, in fact, this matter is very simple. No matter if that person is relying on luck or insider information, you can just watch his next operation. Aha! Lin Shiyu nodded. She knew that Yi Xiaozhu was right. After all, one's good fortune can't last forever. Insider information isn't available on every stock, and leaks of insider information are easily detected by regulators. Yi Xiaozhu also took a sip of coffee, then thought about Lin Shiyu's work. By the way, Sister Shiyu, how are things at your job? Is it taken care of? Lin Shiyu shook her head indifferently. It's still the same. The company leaders want to force me to. Forget it. Things are complicated in the workplace. When you work later you will understand, but it doesn't matter. Big deal. I'll just work for another company. Well, Sister Shiyu, you can go back to work in Magic City. Oh, I'm going to go to Magic City University of Finance and Economics for graduate school soon. Yi Xiaozhu smiled cheekily. That always cool and pretty face rarely showed an incomparably cute and playful expression. If the students of the Finance Academy looked at it, they would definitely be shocked. She knew that with this cousin's education and strength, she would definitely be snapped up by those large listed companies. Monday, Xu Yan climbed out of bed early in the morning and rummaged through the cabinet to put on a set of sportswear, putting on the pair of Audi King sneakers that were already a bit worn out again and looking at himself in the mirror. He was still quite the athletic handsome man. After founding Tianyang Capital in his last life, he had gotten into the habit of insisting on exercising. Plus the exercise with Yang Zihan in the small park the night before had also made him realize the importance of physical strength. You have to be physically tough if you want to be a competent scumbag. Although after being reborn, he was hardened in all aspects of his body, but it wouldn't hurt to be a little harder. It's always good to be prepared. It was a little after 6 a.m., and it was slightly light. The playground wasn't very crowded yet. The grass was covered with a fine layer of dew and the air smelled fresh and earthy. Chu Yang simply did a few warm-up exercises before jogging around the playground track. After being reborn, probably due to the strengthened physical quality, Chu Yang's body type became more and more proportional, and together with his angular and handsome side face, it really had some indescribable charm. It occasionally drew frequent side glances from a few girls on the playground. However, Chu Yang all but lost interest after taking a look. After all, with his current vision, girls of average quality weren't really worth wasting time on. Having just run half a lap, Chu Yang realized that almost all the boys in the playground had their gazes on a black figure in front of them. It was a girl who was running, tall and well-proportioned. The other man was wearing a black sports tank top that wrapped tightly around his upper body. The slender waist was exposed to the air, and the already pale skin looked even whiter. At the flat belly, 2 shallow waistlines were faintly visible. Underneath was a pair of tight bodybuilding pants, also in black, with perfect leg lines clearly outlined. The tantalizing proportions of her hips, coupled with the small waist that she held in her hands, was definitely the most standard S-shaped figure. The pace of his opponent's run was steady, unhurried and well-controlled, and the boys behind them, seemingly on purpose, were following not far behind the girls, keeping a fixed distance. After about 2 laps, the girls' speed remained unchanged. Those boys, however, were obviously a little bit unable to hold on. Their footsteps were a little bit panicked, and they began to pant heavily. After 2 more laps, only the girls and Chu Yang were left on the track. Chu Yang secretly lamented that his current physical quality was truly extraordinary. It was much stronger than even in his last life when he was at his peak. 1 lap of the track is 400 meters. 8 laps is 3,200 meters. Running a 3,000 meters. Breathing as usual. Not to mention, surprisingly, not even sweating much. But looking at the figure not far ahead, that high ponytail still swayed up and down with extreme rhythm. Xu Yang could not help but be secretly surprised. Is the other guy a gym student? Otherwise, this is too much physical fitness. Shaking his head without thinking much, Xu Yang began to accelerate. After all, exercising at this intensity before didn't make much sense for his current fitness level. The speed directly doubled as Xu Yang's body darted towards the front. Soon arriving at the girl's side, Xu Yang couldn't help but curiously turn around to take a look. No kidding? It's her? Seeing that beautiful side face with an immortal aura, Xu Yang was slightly stunned in his heart. This big woman who ran 4 laps in a row without taking a breath and wore a bunch of boys down. Surprisingly, it was that former subordinate of his, who was also now the Academy's super scholastic goddess Yishiatsu. This one is already a one-trick pony when it comes to academic and work skills. How come he's even so unbelievable when it comes to sports? What's wrong with the rest of the world? However, in his last life, although the other party was his subordinate, he wasn't aware that the other party's physical quality was surprisingly so great as well. Xu Yang returned to his senses and could not help but measure the other party a few more times, only to see that the beautiful face of the unearthly fire was also filled with beads of sweat, and a pair of exquisite collarbones under the snow-white neck was flooded with some slight waterlight. Beautiful indeed. How did I not realize that myself before? This fragrant and sweaty look added a few different aesthetics to the other side. Because of the close proximity, Xu Yang was able to hear the gasps that were only slightly rushed, which actually caused his current young body to have some reaction. Seemingly sensing Xu Yang's gaze, Yi Shiatsu glanced at Xu Yang with her afterglow, her willow brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of disgust vaguely flashed across her expression. She hadn't realized before that the other had been behind her, and now she saw the other running up to her at a fast pace. Thought Xu Yang was the kind of boy who wanted to attract his attention, so not without some boredom. But to her surprise, Xu Yang did not have the slightest intention of slowing down, but passed by her side and went straight ahead quickly. Guotai Securities, Hangzhou City Center Sales Department. Lin Shiyu came to the business office very early today, and after taking care of her daily work, she turned on a computer in the lobby and looked up the stock Leshi. Looking at the time, it was not yet 9 o'clock, not time for the market to open. Lin Shiyu only felt that time had passed so slowly today. It was finally nearing 9:15, and Lin Shiyu looked at the computer screen a little nervously. For some reason, she felt more nervous than even her first speculation. 9:15 p.m. The moment the collective bidding began, looking at the screen directly displayed a big red plus 1%, as well as the following hundreds of thousands of hands of queuing by orders. Lin Shiyu body trembled, hard to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Sure enough, another stop. Chapter 28, doubled again. Good morning, Manager Lin. Just as Lin Shiyu was staring blankly at the disc, Xu Yang's voice rang out from behind her. Xu, Mr. Chu. When Lin Shiyu saw Xu Yang, she once again swallowed hard and forced herself to calm down. Mr. Xu, this luxury you bought, today it's up again. Again, aha. Xu Yang casually answered, then walked over to his computer and logged into his account. Looking at the current account holdings, Loki, current price, $17.86. Current gain, plus 1%. Number of positions held, 59. 500 shares. Amount of position, $1,062,670. 00. Profit on position, 24. 10%. Amount of profit, $185. 580. 00. Xu Yang nodded slightly. Friday and today's 2 trading days. A total profit of 24. 1%. More than 180. 000 yuan. Compared to the $100. 000 principal. That's nearly twice the direct profit. That's the power of 10x leverage. In the face of this horrendous rate of return, the thousands of dollars in OTC placement fees are almost negligible. Together with the original 100. 000 principal, he now had 280. 000 Chinese dollars in his own account. Looking at the full 6-figure profit amount, Lin Shiyu once again couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Even though she is used to seeing big clients, it is not uncommon for her to be able to make a profit of $180. 000 on a single trade within 2 trading days. What's more, that's with only a $100. 000 principal. Almost no hesitation. Xu Yang directly in the stop liquidation of Leshi. Mr. Xu, this. Lin Shiyu's heart trembled and she was just about to warn, but realized that it was already too late. The word successful was already displayed on the screen. Another full position sold on a one-way stop, and this time it's still with 10x leverage. Lin Shiyu can only have a lifeless expression. Xu Yang didn't think so much and casually opened the trading interface of Luodun Development. Looked at the eye is still underwater 5 points or so struggling Luodun Development. Xu Yang thought for a moment, and then directly by the whole position. Again, 10x leverage was used. Over $2 million is a relatively large buy order for the current volume. The share price of Rudin Development was directly pulled up by nearly a point, then back down again, but just fall back a little bit. As if by Chu Yang this deal inspired some kind of effect, directly several thousands of hands of buy orders swarmed. The share price of Rodin Development instantly shot up, but in a matter of minutes, it pulled from underwater -5 points straight to red over water, then actually did not look back. Directly a straight line pulled to a halt. This. Looking at the nearly 90-degree straight line on the screen, Lin Xiyu on the side opened her mouth wide and didn't react for a long time. Chu Yang opened the position status and took another look at it. Rhododendron Development. Current price, $8.05. Current gain, +10. 1%. Number of positions held, 361. 800 shares. Amount of position, $2. 912. 490. 00. Profit on position, 15. 20%. Amount of profit, $382. 580. 00. Seeing the number 382580. 00 behind the profit amount, Lin Shiyu's eyes were incredibly round. Even the delicate body was trembling slightly. Just a few minutes of profit of 380. 000 WASD. Funding has more than doubled again. Is this really humanly possible? Inside information? Are you kidding me? What kind of insider information can make someone pull to a stop within 2 minutes of buying it? Even though she had been called a financial genius by those at the university, she had always thought that her vision in the securities field was good enough. But upon seeing the scene in front of her, a deep sense of devastation came over her for the first time since she was a child. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling grew for the first time from the bottom of her heart. Exhaling with difficulty, Lin Xiyu looked at the man's clear-eyed face, and her gaze was already one of indescribable admiration. So, there are such men in the world. Well, my transaction record. I hope Manager Lin can help me keep it a secret. Chu Yang looked at the shocked Lin Xiyu and said indifferently, Yes, please don't worry. Lin Xiyu hurriedly nodded seriously and respectfully again. Mr. Chu, my current position is no longer a manager. You can just address me directly by my name. Xiyu? Chu Yang looked at the other party's badge and casually said. His eyes swept over the other's perfect body underneath that uniform in passing, and he nodded in his mind. It had to be said that the other party did have a perfect body, especially with this work uniform. Dimpled and rounded curves, enough to arouse any man's desire for uniform seduction. Lin Shiyu's pretty face was slightly red. This was the first time a boy had directly addressed her like this. Ever since she was a little girl she had always been the strongest bully in school, and the average boy wouldn't have had the guts to approach her. For some reason, when Chu Yang called her this way, she didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment. Instead, she had an indescribably strange feeling. I'd better address you as Ms. Lin. Seemingly seeing Lin Shiyu's embarrassment, Chu Yang smiled. He guessed that Lin Xiyu might have encountered some trouble at work, but didn't ask much. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Lin Xiyu nodded, but there was some inexplicable loss in her heart. It was already past 12 o'clock when Chu Yang left the Guitong Securities business office and returned to the college. Since he hadn't eaten lunch yet, Chu Yang didn't go back to his dormitory and came directly to the dining hall. It was past the lunch rush hour by this time, and the cafeteria wasn't very crowded, probably due to the strengthening of all aspects of his body, coupled with the intense exercise in the morning. And in the evening, Chu Yang felt that he was now eating a lot more. Think it's capable of eating a cow. Classmate, you're 3 meat and 3 veggies here, plus 2 servings of rice? That's $11. Looking at the rice that was about to overflow from Chu Yang's dinner plate, the ama who served the food looked at Chu Yang in surprise and then said, Okay. Chu Yang answered, took out his cell phone and was about to scan the code to pay, when it suddenly occurred to him that scanning code payment was not supported now. He scratched his head awkwardly and took his meal card out and swiped it. There were 2 ticks and the red LED on the swipe machine flashed. The older woman took a look and frowned. This student, you don't have enough money in your meal card. It was then that Chu Yang remembered that he really didn't have any money left in his meal card, and the first few times he came to the restaurant to eat, he swiped Zhou Wei's meal card. Just when he was incredibly embarrassed, he only heard a soft voice coming from behind him. I'll pay for you. Chapter 29, 2 White Buns. Chu Yang turned back and realized that at some point, a girl in an old school uniform was standing behind him. There was something strange looking about that white school uniform with a pair of tan-colored sleeves. It's none other than Daryl Sue from the class. She only bowed her head and handed over the meal card in her hand. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, but still took the meal card. Holding the meal card in his hand he realized that the outside of this meal card was wrapped in a layer of protective bag printed with a cartoon bear pattern, which seemed to be handmade by himself and was quite delicate and cute. Ding! The deduction was successful. The card machine shows a balance of $26.80. Thanks. Chu Young turned around and handed the meal card back to the other party. I'll pay you back in class tomorrow. No, it's not necessary. Tsuruwashi hurriedly swung her hands in front of her chest and whispered somewhat nervously. How did you dare to initiate a conversation with yourself when you were so easily shy? Looking at the little girl who was a bit socially terrified, Chu Young smiled and did not say anything more, turning around to find an empty table in the hall. There was free thin rice in the cafeteria. Usually it's millet porridge or nori egg drop soup. Chu Young placed the dinner plate on the table and went to serve the thin rice. Today's free rarebit was seaweed and egg drop soup, but it was very thin and basically all seaweed, and the egg drops were hard to see with the naked eye. Having just finished serving a bowl, he turned around but realized that Tsuruwashi was standing behind him. Chu Young directly handed over the soup in his hand. Here. No, it's not necessary. Tsuruwashi was just about to refuse, but she was glared at by Chu Young, and could only take the soup in a somewhat aggravated manner, and whispered, Thanks. Chu Young did not say anything and directly served another bowl of seaweed soup before turning around and walking towards his table. After a few steps, he sensed something and turned back. Sure enough, the shy earth girl was still following her. Seeing Chu Young looking at herself, Tsuruwashi's cheeks became even more flushed, as if she had a fever. Where's your meal? Chu Young asked with a raised eyebrow. That, over there. Tsuruwashi pointed to a dining table not far in front of her. It was only then that Chu Young realized that this girl did not intend to follow him. It was also true that, with the other party's sociopathic character, how could he voluntarily follow himself? He had thought about it. The reason this shy little girl was so nice to herself was because of an incident during her freshman year. At that time, Chu Young was working part-time in a restaurant across the street from the college in order to pursue Jiang Xiaoying and met Tsuruwashi, who was also working here. At that time, he was preoccupied with Jiang Xiaoying and did not pay attention to this female classmate who always kept her head down. One day, though, this incredibly skinny-looking girl was serving food when she accidentally stumbled, breaking her plate and spoiling her dish. The owner of that restaurant was outright furious, and instead of docking all his wages, he angrily told Tsuruwashi to pay for the damages. At that time, Chu Young was young and vigorous, so naturally, he would not stand by and watch his classmates being bullied. Directly going up to the other side to theorize, he blocked Tsuruwashi, whose eyes were red and whose silver teeth were clenched, behind him, and ended up helping her get a good chunk of her part-time paycheck back. Tsuruwashi, who came out from the mountains, felt warmth in this big city for the first time, so from then on, her tiny heart then developed an indescribable gratitude and good feeling for Chu Young. This was also the reason why after Chu Young was dumped by Jiang Xiaoying a few days ago, the other party, with that kind of introverted character, took the initiative to come over to care for Chu Young. Thinking of this and looking at this shy little girl, Chu Young could not help but feel some warmth in his heart. Come over and eat with us. He pointed to his own table, then took the bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup from Tsuruwashi's hands and walked straight toward the table. Directly didn't give the other party a chance to refuse. Tsuruwashi was slightly stunned and froze for several seconds looking at her empty hands before she could only go and get her own dinner plate and carefully took a seat opposite Chu Young. It's awful. Chu Young took a sip of the seaweed and egg drop soup and almost couldn't hold back from spitting it out. Light as a bird, not to mention an earthy flavor of purple cabbage. It made Chu Young, who had never been a picky eater, feel a little hard to swallow. Chu Young shook his head helplessly and picked up his chopsticks to just start drying the rice, but his gaze inadvertently landed on the opposite side, and then the whole person directly froze. Only on the dinner plate in front of Tsuruwashi, there were only 2 bare white steamed buns, not to mention non-vegetarian dishes, not even a single leaf of green vegetables. And this little girl is holding half a steamed bun while taking small bites of it and occasionally drinking a mouthful of nori soup. Weight loss? Chu Young directly frowned. It wasn't right. The other party was obviously not fat at all, even though he was wearing a loose old-school uniform. In addition to the overgrowth of her chest, she was even a little thin. Looking at the old-school uniform that was washed white on the other party, as well as the big head shoes that had some open rubber on their feet, and remembering the other parties going to a part-time job, Chu Young suddenly understood a little. Looking at Tsuruwashi chewing on the steamed buns in small bites with a satisfied look, looking again at the super deluxe version of the boxed lunch with 3 meat and 3 veggies in front of him that cost a full $11, Chu Young suddenly had an indescribable feeling. His gaze looked straight at this little girl across from him for a long time before he took a deep breath and pushed his dinner plate directly in front of Tsuruwashi. Tsuruwashi was startled and raised her head to look at Chu Young with some confusion. Chu Young pointed at the dinner plate, his voice a little low. It's too much. I can't eat it. You help me. No, it's not necessary. Tsuruwashi hurriedly shook her head with a kind of panic that she didn't know what to do. Chapter 3066. Ignoring Tsuruwashi's refusal, Chu Young directly picked up the dinner plate and rattled the braised fish pieces, kung pao chicken, and yam and shrimp inside into the other party's plate in one fell swoop. Ah! Suruwashi was startled, her little head shaking like a rattle drum. No, it's not necessary. I really don't eat. Chu Yang ignored her and put the dinner plate down and pushed Suruwashi's dinner plate in front of her again. Suruwashi was so anxious that she was about to cry out, but she didn't know what to do, so she could only sit there, clutching the steamed buns in her hands. Chu Yang also felt hungry, probably due to the law of conservation of energy. After being reborn, his body's need for energy was indeed a bit greater. After picking up a few mouthfuls of rice, Chu Yang raised his head and saw Suruwashi sitting there, still taking small bites of steamed buns, without moving a single dish on her dinner plate. He frowned, showing a hint of impatience. And, why don't you eat? Suruwashi shook her head a little nervously, chewing on a steamed bun and pointing at Chu Yang without speaking. Is it because you're afraid you won't have enough to eat? Chu Yang hummed lightly and directly picked up a piece of braised fish with his chopsticks and passed it forward to Suruwashi's mouth. Ah! Suruwashi was first startled, then her small face instantly swished red. Although this time is not the peak of lunch, but there are also 3 or 2 students around. Suruwashi's skin is very thin. Where to go through this kind of formation? She stepped back in a hurry, her little head shaking like a rattle. No, it's not necessary. If you don't eat, I'll keep feeding you like this. Chu Yang moved his chopsticks a few more points forward with a brash attitude. A few students passing by looked over curiously and whispered something like, "That boy is so sweet." Feeling the gazes of the surrounding students, Suruwashi's face was so red that she was almost able to drip blood. Under Chu Yang's almost threatening gaze, she could only slightly open her small mouth, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. Seeing that Suruwashi had eaten the fish, Chu Yang nodded his head in satisfaction before suddenly slumping his face again and snorting coldly. Took Suruwashi by surprise. She didn't know what she had done to piss off the other woman again. Humph. However, he only saw Chu Yang handing over a pair of chopsticks and glaring over with a vicious glance. You have to feed it when you're such an adult. Can't you use chopsticks yourself? Suruwashi was startled, as if she was also afraid that Chu Yang would feed herself again, like she did just now. She took the chopsticks in a hurry and ate carefully under Chu Yang's fierce gaze. Seeing the other party in this state, Chu Yang could not help but laugh in his heart. Although the long hair covered most of the other's face, he had just glimpsed it keenly once again. It was a stunningly beautiful face full of aura. There is a beauty of pure clarity. It was as if it had not been tainted by any worldly things. It's great for stirring up a man's protectiveness. Chu Yang withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to continue solving his meal. Soon, he had settled all of his 2 portions of rice and a couple of dishes, and put down his chopsticks with an unfulfilled desire to, only to find that Suruwashi had also put her chopsticks down and was sitting there looking at herself. The bun on the plate had been eaten, but there was still a large portion of the dish left, except for the braised fish chunks. The other 2 servings were barely touched. Chu Yang frowned and finally did not get angry again. Had enough? Aha! Suruwashi nodded and whispered, and then pointed to the braised fish and kung pao chicken, which she hadn't touched. You eat. Chu Yang did not pay attention to her, but directly took her dinner plate with one hand, and then picked up chopsticks to start quickly eliminating. Looking at Chu Yang eating directly from his own plate, and remembering that Chu Yang had just fed himself with the chopsticks he had used, Suruwashi only felt her face rolling as if she had a fever, but there was also an indescribable joy in her heart. After finishing his meal, Chu Yang walked in the direction of his dormitory building. Suruwashi followed with her head down. The men's dormitory building and the women's dormitory building are very close to each other. However, when she passed by the library building, Suruwashi suddenly whispered, I have a few things to do again. Bye. Watching Suruwashi walk into the library building, Chu Yang slightly froze, only then remembering that he had heard Sun Guodong say in the dormitory before that this girl seemed to be working part-time inside the library building. Generally is responsible for moving books from the warehouse and so on. The pay is not much, $10 or $20 a day, but a part-time job at a college beats safety. This should be the reason why Suruwashi chose to work part-time in the library building. Returning to the dormitory, Chu Yang found King of Cannon Huang Kai lying on his own bed, moaning breathlessly. He couldn't help but be surprised. Asterisk. I'm not mistaken. You girl even came back? How could that girlfriend of yours let you back? Ha ha, look at him like that. I guess he's been squeezed dry. After all, even squeezing peanut oil has its moments. Guo Changdong rolled over in bed and gloated. I broke up with Wang Na. Wang Kai finally sat up from the bed with a lost expression. Asterisk. It's you mother asterisk heirs who want to change girlfriends again, isn't it? Guo Changdong's face was contemptuous, but in fact, his heart was envious. No, this time it really wasn't me who initiated the breakup. It was that woman Wang Na who dumped me. Wang Kai shook his head, some of his panda eyes somewhat lifeless in a pair of panda eyes. Chu Yang and the others were slightly surprised. It is said that brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes, and this is true that changing girlfriends is more frequent than changing clothes. Before, after every breakup the other person was all excited and jumpy, actively looking for the next one. It was the first time they had seen this guy show this kind of expression. Could it be that this time it's really moving? What's wrong? Even a bird like you who changes girlfriends in 3 days gets sad? Guo Changdong skimmed his lips, somewhat gloating. Chen Xiaokong finished answering his girlfriend's phone call and walked over to pat Wang Kai on the shoulder. It's just a woman. What's there to be sad about? Don't want this kind of thin-skinned woman. Look at my girlfriend. She wouldn't dare to say break up in front of me if she had 2 more guts. Although he said that, his expression was full of smugness. Previously, this kid had often shown off in front of them in various ways, and this time, he finally raised his eyebrows. You guys are mistaken. I'm not sad. Wang Kai shook his head. A hint of complexity passed through his pair of dark panda eyes, then said with a resigned face, it's just that I really didn't expect to be defeated in bed, and so thoroughly this time. Gee, that sure is good. Seemingly thinking of certain scenarios, Wang Kai shook his head heartily, then he smiled a little smugly again. But Wang Na also said that I'd been the best performer out of the 66 boyfriends she's dated. Brothers have votes if the first smash over it. Rushed Up will be crazy plus more. In addition to the monthly vote of the top 20 book lovers and exclusive surprise benefits, plus book group to get Q914807314, intersection. Chapter 31 Chu Yang, the Pig. Crap. 66? Chu Yang and the others were dumbstruck and were directly thunderstruck. This ex-girlfriend of Wang Kai is really an old 6A. Looking at Wang Kai's smug expression, several people were directly speechless. Scum? Chu Yang suddenly felt like he was insulting the term somewhat. Seeing the crowd's dumbfounded look, Wang Kai thought they were all envious of him, and flipped his hair in a stinky manner. Shao Kong, are there any pretty girls in your girlfriend's dorm room? Introduce them to your buddies. Q. Chen Xiaokong rolled his eyes without any humor. Introducing a girlfriend to this asshole? It would be better to just push someone's girl into the fire. Che, don't want to forget it. Actually, I am planning to find a girlfriend this time and have a serious and sensational relationship. Wang Kai bristled. So this time I'm going to just look in our class. Who do you think is the prettiest in our class? How about Ma Yuchen? Rabbits don't eat grass by the side of the nest. You dogs don't hurt the girls in our class. Guo Changdong had a displeased expression on his face before retorting. But to say who's the prettiest in our class, that Ma Yuchen is kind of a dir. It has to be Shen Nannan, especially the figure. That's a full 38C. Also that Ma Yuchen can be compared? Cough. I think it's better for Ma Yuchen to look better. Although there aren't many beauties in our class, Ma Yuchen's face is considered to be one of the most capable. Chen Xiaokong joined in. A few people had that heated discussion. The central topic revolves around the best-looking girl in the class, whether it's the clean-looking Ma Yuchen or the amazingly fierce Shen Nannan. Even Zhou Wei voiced his opinion in favor of Ma Yuchen. After all, Shen Nannan's kind of woman with big boobs and a big ass didn't fit the current aesthetics of the average young college student. Guo Changdong was the only one there who gritted his teeth and held his ground, saying that besides a mess, Shen Nannan was the girl with the best body he had ever seen. It's almost comparable to the who's who of romantic action blockbusters. Only Chu Yang smiled without saying anything. I think if you have seen Su Ruwashi, that little girl's face, as well as that loose school uniform under the proud body, you will know that Shin Horse are floating clouds. For the next 2 days, Chu Yang went to the playground every morning to run, then skipped class to go to the National Security's office. During his morning run, he was able to encounter Yi Xiaozhu almost every day. Chu Yang also found out that this academic schoolgirl ran 10 laps every day, no more no less. That is 4,000 meters. I was a little sweaty after the run, but I wasn't even panting heavily. This stamina? If it wasn't for the fact that his body had been strengthened after his rebirth, he would have killed his original self in a minute. If only Yang Zihan had that kind of stamina. Ahem. Chu Yang can't help but imagine many kinds of rich images. That picture is too beautiful to look at. After the morning run, Chu Yang are directly skipping class to the Guitong Securities business office. 2 days in a row, he picked 2 stocks that were 2 or 3 points underwater and then unsurprisingly went up on the day. Sell the next day after eating another stop. This also ensures the fastest money making. This equates to a daily profit of over 20 pips. With 10x leverage, that's over 200% profit per day. Lin Shiyu had become somewhat numb to this kind of demonic operation of Chu Yang. She even had a feeling of unreality every day. Work on those unhappy have been forgotten by her. And now every day the biggest thing in her mind is to see Chu Yang's daily stock market operation. On Thursday, Chu Yang came to the business hall early, because today is more important. There's a newly listed stock today, ZD Shirbao. This is also one of the famous demon stocks in the last life. On the first day of the new listing, It set 8 records of new stocks, such as the highest one-day increase in the listing of new stocks, the fastest opening of the temporary suspension of trading, and other records of new stocks. So Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little excited. If the operation goes well, today's one-day gain will be able to reach a horrifying 50%. Although not as good as a few days ago the directed issue of the Huaca Media, a single-day profit of nearly 70%. But now it's a 10x leverage add-on, a 50% gain, that's 500%. For Chu Yang, it's equivalent to a direct 5-fold increase in principal. Good morning, Mr. Chu. Seeing Chu Yang walk into the hall, Lin Shiyu, who was standing in front of the service counter, hurriedly greeted him and said hello. Then she saw the pancake fruit in Chu Yang's hand. Still a big pile. It looks like there must be at least a couple of them. Lin Shiyu directly froze. Others didn't know this one's background, but she knew it well. This young man, who looks like a college student, has been earning more than hundreds of thousands of Huaxia coins every day lately, and it's growing by geometric leaps and bounds. I can't believe you're just eating pancake nuts? Is that how rich people play? Well, good morning, Chu Yang said back while eating a pancake fruit, then casually handing a steaming pancake fruit to Lin Shiyu. Well, have one. It's just been made. It tastes great. Lin Shiyu received the pancake fruit with a messy face. The last time she had a pancake cone was when she was in high school. After college, I never had the chance to eat it, especially after going to Rice to study. Looking at the way Chu Yang was eating with relish, and then looking at the hot and fragrant pancake fruit in her hand, Lin Shiyu really couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Want some? This is a question worth considering. According to the rules in Guotai Securities, staff members are not allowed to eat during working hours. But Lin Shiyu thought of something, and as if she was gambling, she directly picked up the pancake fruit in her hand, opened her rosy little mouth, and took a hard bite. It's so fragrant. As Lin Shiyu ate, a very satisfied expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. How does it taste? Chu Yang finished fixing the 2 pancake fruits and saw Lin Shiyu gulping down the pancake fruit she had given her. Where was the usual professional strong woman look? He could not help but ask with a smile. Yummy. Really yummy. Lin Shiyu bit into a pancake fruit while nodding her head vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice, slurring under her breath. Chu Yang smiled and took out another pancake fruit from the bag to start eating. Burp. Lin Shiyu finished fixing the pancake fruit in her hand, burped contentedly and looked up to find Chu Yang still eating the pancake fruit in the bag. The stance was nothing short of wolfing it down, almost settling one in 3 or 4 bites. Well, still want it? Chu Yang pointed at the last pancake fruit in the bag and looked at Lin Shiyu. No, I'm full. Lin Shiyu hastily shook her head. Aha! Chu Yang nodded his head, and then in a few bites, he finished off the last pancake fruit again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looking at Chu Yang's domineering manner of eating the pancake fruit, Lin Shiyu counted the bag of pancake fruit in his hand and then couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Ward days. This guy's a pig, right? I can't believe I ate 5 pancake nuts in one sitting. That's 6 if you count the one you ate. Lin Shiyu could not help but add another kind of worshipful meaning in her gaze toward Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't notice Lin Shiyu's eyes and directly turned on a computer. After logging into the account, quickly find the ZDON Sherbao, the stock. Chapter 32, Xinhai Private Equities Reaction. Zhidong Sherbao? Seeing that Chu Yang had found such a new stock out, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. In the past 2 years, because the overall stock market is not good, the listing of new shares below the issue price is a very common thing. So not many people speculate on new shares. Chu Yan looked at the basic disc of Zhidong Sherbao. Zhidong Sherbao. Issue price, $2.58. Number of shares outstanding, 90 million. Market capitalization outstanding, $232. 2 million. Total share capital, 22,000,000 shares. Total market capitalization, $567. 6 million. A total of only more than 200 million disc. Even if the stock price rose 10 times, but only 2 billion or so circulation value. No wonder it is so easy to speculate up. Chu Yang heart suddenly, and then switched to the previous purchase of the Tetra, directly stopping the price of the whole position, hung up a sell order. Lin Shiyu for Chu Yang. This kind of operation has long been not strange. Just curious about Chu Yang today will choose which stock can continue the previous myth. In fact, even if Chu Yang made 1 or 2 mistakes, it could no longer change his position in Lin Shiyu's mind. After all, even Warren Buffett, the god of stocks, has the occasional misstep. And Chu Yang's recent demonic operation, Lin Shiyu felt that even if the stock god Warren Buffett came over, he might not be able to do it. At 9:30, the stock market officially opened. Sure enough, Tetra, a direct one-word board stop. The sell orders hung up by Chu Yang were all instantly sold without exception. Chu Yang almost at the same time operation. In the Zhidong Sherbao trading interface, directly put up a buy order, and it was a full buy at a high price of $12.00 with 10x leverage. Directly, Lin Xiyu, who was on the side, looked dumbfounded. This ZDON Sherbao issue price is only 2.58 yuan per share. Direct high 400%, not to mention the opening reached 11.61 yuan price, which has been very rare in the recent market conditions. And this one went so far as to put up a whopping $12 straight up. Is this too much money to spend? But did not wait for her to react, only to see the disc ZDON Sherbao the price of this stock directly and quickly open high. Especially in the case of the Chu Yang, this full 310,000 hand buy order smashed down. The huge 30,000 plus lot sell order at $12.00 was eaten directly by Chu Yan alone. The whole trend instantly penciled upwards. It's quite a forward-looking atmosphere. And so on. That huge $12.00 sell order was actually eaten by Chu Yan alone? In other words, Chu Yang has just placed 310,000 buy orders at $12 per share. 10,000 lots is 1 million shares, or 12 million Chinese dollars, and 30,000 lots is a full 36 million Chinese dollars. Only then did Lin Xiyu react, a pair of beautiful eyes instantly glaring round, looking unbelievably at that incomparably young and clear-eyed face. Although she knew that in the past few days Chu Yang's side had opened 10 times the allocation, and every day she still managed to catch stocks that went up and down, so she must have made a lot of money. But she hadn't specifically calculated Chu Yang's profits, and now seeing these 310,000 lot orders in front of her, she realized that this college student-looking teenager in front of her, in this short period of a few days, the funds in his account had already exceeded 1 million Chinese coins, 36 million Chinese dollars. Even if you take away the 10x match, that's a full 3.6 million Chinese dollars. Together with the deposit, Chu Yang's own account had reached about $4 million. From $50,000 to $4 million in 10 days? Is it really humanly possible? Lin Xiyu took several deep breaths before she managed to try and calm her mood down. She also finally understood why Chu Yang had to directly put up a high buy order of $12.00. Joking. $12.00 below the sell orders add up to a maximum of 1 or 2,000 hands. If not directly hanging 10,000 hands of buy orders sneak attack. A bite to eat $12.00 of the sky volume of sell orders. Trying to buy that many chips can be almost impossible. Seeing the 10,000 hands brother driving, where other retail investors do not understand, directly flocked to, but their hands are slow after all, because the major lobbyists have long realized that something is wrong, directly began to grab chips mode. But 2 minutes time, ZDON Sherbao directly announced a temporary suspension of trading. This also set a new record for the fastest temporary suspension of a share IPO opening. Chu Yang also paid attention to a bit, found that this time ZDON Sherbao temporary suspension of trading time, then in the last life of the time but also in advance of nearly 10 minutes. This should be due to your own involvement. After all, there were only 900,000 lots of shares outstanding in total, and he himself took 30,000 directly. The implications for this check are predictable. Magic City, 36th floor of Jinmao Tower. The famous Xinhai private equity in the financial field of China is located here. This was a huge office with an area of more than 200 square meters, in which a dozen desks were lined up in order. Each desk was set up with a couple of large displays and some professional watch and manipulation equipment. Boss, who the hell is this chip grabber? Surprisingly, he directly hung 30,000 buy orders. It's the first time I've seen someone so unruly. ZDON Sherbao, after the temporary suspension of trading, a young man wearing a pair of thick glasses slammed the table in anger, stood up directly to look at the front center of the desk. Are we going to stick to the original plan? Should we get him the other way around? The 30,000 plus lots of sell orders just now were put up by him to press buyer momentum and eat some more chips, but he didn't expect to be eaten by Chu Yang directly in one stroke. Lightning has just checked. The other account is from the Hangzhou side. In front of the large and luxurious desk, a middle-aged man with a cold face looked at the message sent on the computer screen and frowned. It should be the Daredevil team over in Hangzhou. Grass. I didn't think that the bureau we laid for so long would be interjected by this group. That gang again? The young man wearing glasses was so exasperated that he sucked in a few sharp breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at the middle-aged man again and, "Boss, so are we going to change our plans? The temporary suspension will be over soon." He knew that the deal was not a large amount, but it was important for Xinhai private equity. The middle-aged man gazed at his brows and thought for a moment and shook his head with a grave expression. Still operate according to the original plan. Since the other side is so blatantly buying 30,000 lots at this time, their intentions are bound to be not small. Or rather, since they dare to show their muscles so nakedly, they should have the same goal as us, but absolutely no one could have imagined that we started laying out this check 6 months ago, and today the chips in hand have even reached 30% of the float. Speaking of this, the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth hooked up in a cruel arc. Didn't we have some concerns before that the counterparties were all retail investors and the harvesting wouldn't be as painful? So it may not be a bad thing for the other side to come to the door at this time. Chapter 33, Lin Shiyu's Abnormality. Hangzhou, Wotong Securities Center Business Office. This time Chu Yang bought, and did not leave as usual, but continued to stand in front of the computer, waiting for the Zhidong Shibao, the next trend. Although he had already analyzed and had absolute confidence in the next movement of this stock, but after all, the amount of money involved this time is so large that certain uncontrollable factors still exist. Looking at the ZDON Shibao temporary suspension of the interface, Chu Yang on the surface looks calm. In fact, the heart is also a little excited. Spare me the fact that in his last life he was used to seeing all kinds of big scenes. Still, this moment of witnessing history can't help but be a little heartfelt. Although he is now only 4 million funds, but with the help of over-the-counter funding, with 36 million funds, but became the ZDON Shibao speculation, one of the main participants, to know that now from his rebirth back, full count at most only 10 days. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little grateful to Lin Shiyu in his heart. The other side to help themselves to find this OTC funding agency is really powerful. The capital ceiling is high not to mention, and very reliable. Even today, when I opened such a high allotment myself, there were no surprises. It's safe to say that this placement agency has been the key to being able to reach the current amount of money so quickly. But just at this time, a voice rang out at an inopportune moment. Mr. Liu, just now Lin Shiyu even blatantly violated the company's rules and ate pancake fruits in the hall. This is the video I recorded. Take a look. I saw the obese woman greet a middle-aged man in a suit with a fawning face and a cell phone to sue. The middle-aged man had just walked into the hall and couldn't help but stop in his tracks when he heard the slightly chubby woman's words. Looking at the video on the other party's cell phone, then frowning at Lin Shiyu beside Chu Yang, he swept a glance over Lin Shiyu's perfect figure before resting on that delicate and cool face, a hint of obscene desire flashing in the depths of his gaze. But he hid it well. After all, as one of the vice presidents of the Hangzhou branch of Guitong Securities, he was already considered a successful person in Hangzhou. With his status and position, he naturally knew how well he should hide his desires. Lin Shiyu, come to my office after work, he spoke faintly, and then he withdrew his gaze and headed upstairs. As for Chu Yang beside Lin Shiyu, this Mr. Liu did not even look at him. This kind of ordinary customer whose whole body doesn't add up to more than a few $100s doesn't even make it into his field of vision. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang frowned slightly. I didn't realize that sharing a pancake fruit with Lin Shiyu would bring this kind of trouble to the other party. He apologized to Lin Shiyu. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry, if you need me to do anything, it doesn't matter. Lin Shiyu, however, shook her head directly, with a disinterested expression, and there was even a hint of a smile on her delicate pretty face. You don't have to worry, Mr. Chu, this matter has no effect on me. Although Chu Yang was a bit puzzled, he still nodded and did not say anything else. Soon, ZDON Shibao 15-minute temporary suspension of the end of the time, open again. The moment it opened, it went directly and ferociously upward again. In a matter of 2 minutes at most, it quickly broke through the $15.00 barrier to $15.48. Then it suddenly stood still. Temporary suspension again. This, Lin Shiyu looked at the red number of plus 500% on the screen. Her two red lips slightly opened, and she didn't say anything for a long time. The whole thing had gone a little numb. Chu Yang wasn't surprised in the least, and did another comparison with the memorized trend of his last life. This second suspension was almost 10 minutes earlier than his last life, probably because of their own 30,000 lots of buy orders. The main force has not dared to use a large single pressure. There isn't even a single sell order above 1,000 lots on it. There is no resistance and the trend is predictable. 15 minutes later, it opened again. Sure enough, not surprisingly, several 10,000 hands of large orders crazy sweep. A straight strand was pulled up to a price of $18.75, plus 726, 74%. Then it just suddenly stood still again. That's right. The rate of increase was so fierce that it triggered a third temporary suspension once again, and according to the current trading rules of the Shin market, this temporary suspension is also the last temporary suspension today. It's going to last until the market closes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That means $18.75, which is today's final price. Looking at the unsurprising $18.75, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth slightly raised, then closed the trading interface, casually opened the new Wolf News financial homepage. As expected, the 4 words Zhidong Shibao have already been screened here. Almost all of them are news that break a number of IPO records, such as the highest one-day gain for an IPO, breaking the fastest opening temporary suspension, etc. At this time the hall was also bursting with exclamations of surprise, and everywhere was discussing this divine stock that had risen over 700% in a single day. It can be said that ZDO ensure about this new stock today's performance is considered to completely clear the haze of the A-share market in the past 2 years, adds endless hope to these leaks. Saying goodbye to Lin Xiyu, Xu Yang turned to leave, looking somewhat dumbfounded at Xu Yang's back. It was only after a long time that Lin Xiyu came back to her senses, listening to the discussion around her. Her expression was incredibly complicated. Only she knows. This Zhidong Shirbao today's horrible performance, a large part of it, thanks to the young man just now. Although she didn't understand the mystery behind this stock, the huge 30,000 lots of buy orders just now were definitely the key to influencing the trend of this stock today. Expression complex looked at that has gone way back. A long time before Lin Xiyu remembered something, slowly exhaled a breath, turned around and walked toward the upstairs. The next morning, Xu Yang came to the Guotan Securities business office at 9 o'clock on time, because today is more important compared to yesterday. But he didn't feel too much pressure. After all, the popularity of this stock was already there, properly the city's No.1 anymore today. It can't be down at the opening bell. Seeing Xu Yang walk in, Lin Xiyu took the initiative to welcome him as always. Mr. Xu, the computer has been opened for you. Over here, Lin Xiyu said softly before leading Xu Yang towards a computer. She seemed to have deliberately dressed herself up today, her hair at her bangs neat and fresh, her light makeup incomparably exquisite, bringing out her already perfect features even better. A pair of overalls looked like brand new. Surplus can hold the waist, also girded with a belt matching with the professional dress. That concave and convex body curves for the first time to show so fully. Looking at Lin Xiyu's pretty back, for some reason, Xu Yang felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the other party today, like there was something on his mind. Chapter 34 A Stone Strikes 1,000 Waves. Walking over to the computer, Lin Xiyu turned around and looked at Xu Yang, somewhat eager to speak. Xu Yang couldn't help but be a little curious. Miss Lin, is something wrong? Lin Xiyu hesitated for a moment, probably considering that the stock market was about to open, or shook her head. No, Mr. Xu, you get busy. Xu Yang was a bit puzzled, but now that the stock market was about to open, there was no time to ask more questions. He could only smile, and then turned around on the computer to log on to his account. Opened the Zhidong Shirbao desk. 9:15 p.m. Collective bidding begins. Looking at the collection of bidding interface full 300,000 hands of stop price buy orders, Xu Yang cannot help but be a little surprised. He remembers very clearly, in the last life, ZDON Shirbao the next day opened and did not have a one-word board stop. Instead, it circled around the stops for a long time, repeatedly stopping and opening the board, a stop sucking up, and then only to suddenly and quickly dive in the afternoon. Could the popularity be the reason this time around for the buy orders that retail investors are clamoring to line up and hang on to? Just as this idea popped up, Xu Yang shook his head and directly dismissed it. Impossible. The last life of the Zhidong Shirbao than yesterday rose a little slower, but the final rate of increase is the same, but also broke many records. The impact of the market is equally horrible. Popularity wasn't much weaker than it is now. The next day there wasn't much buying going on. Besides, a retailer is a retailer, and there's no way it's going to be that cohesive. So there's only one explanation. That is that the dealer's operating strategy has changed this time. Could it be that, as a veteran player in the capital market, Xu Yang had instantly figured it out? Looks like he's being treated like a big leak. Thinking of this, the corners of Xu Yang's mouth could not help but raise. Looked at once again one-word board stop ZDON Shirbao. Lin Xiyu at the sight of the heart beating wildly, breathing or some shortness of breath, full breasts constantly up and down. Although I've seen this scenario before in the last few days, this time it's a one-word IPO. It's not like those regular stocks that open up, according to normal logic, after the new stock one-word board, generally able to successive multiple trading days, continuous one-word board stop, and Xu Yang this time, but the use of 10 times the matching funds, a full 30 million funds in it. Thinking of the horrifying daily gains that would follow, Lin Xiyu felt her breathing become a little difficult as she hurriedly approached Xu Yang's side and suggested in a low voice, Mr. Xu, this time you wait a few days before selling. After all, your body of money is already here. What she means is that it's hard to get such a high return on such a large amount of money, even if it comes out. And now that you're in there, it's a solid, huge payday. So why not wait a few days? Sniffing the faint body fragrance coming from Lin Xiyu's body, Xu Yang slightly froze, then instantly understood what she was thinking and could not help but laugh dumbly. He looked again at the buy order that had increased to a full 500,000 lots, and he couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart. Indeed, The general public see this kind of new stock the second day of one-word board stop, coupled with yesterday's main force of the strong rush, will think that this ticket will certainly be the next many consecutive days or one-word board stop, right? If not himself, replaced by others, even those well-known bulls or lobbyists. This time I'm afraid to get into the trap. After all, it's hard for others to think that this insidious banker is holding more than 30% of the chips in circulation, but it shouldn't have occurred to the other side that they only had those 30,000 hands of chips. It's incredibly loud when you buy it, but you just want a day trip, right? During the pooled bidding period, Xu Yang did not have a pending sell order. 9:30. Official opening. Crouching a big groove. Look, ZDON Sherbao went straight up on a one-word board. A full 500,000 lots of closed orders? Then this one mustn't grow to the sky? Don't mention it. I was going to buy it yesterday, but I didn't dare to do it. And now my intestines are green with regret. Forget it. I'll just hang up my order and queue up. Maybe I can still get it. That's right. I guess the check is going to be day to day and I'm lined up. Even if I can't get it today, it would be nice to get it tomorrow. A thigh-slapping voice once again rang out from the hall. Only no one noticed that the buy list was changing by tiny margins at this time of year. Each time, it increases by a few hundred lots, then decreases by a few hundred lots, then increases by a few hundred lots again. The overall number of closures doesn't look like it's changed much, or even increased a bit. Xu Yang but keenly discovered this. This is a typical withdrawal maneuver. Unknowingly the retailers buy orders in the forefront. Not many people know about this withdrawal maneuver now, but after a few years it is no secret at all, because a few years later a lot of new cell phone software are able to monitor out this withdrawal operation. So many bookmakers no longer use. The corners of Xu Yang's mouth rose even more visibly. Sure enough, as one suspects, the dealer behind this does not intend to go long, but is ready to ship out. If he really waited a few days to sell like Lin Shiyu said, he would probably be directly trapped inside. Although their own cost price is low, it is not so easy to sell them when the time comes. Looking at the many lovely leaks in the hall, Xu Yang's mouth hooked up a playful smile, decided to help these retail investors. Looking at the still 500,000 hands of closed orders, Xu Yang did not hesitate, directly hung 310,000 hands of sell orders. No surprise, an instant deal. Originally there was little volume on the disc, the volume indicator steeply enlarged. Xu Yang knew that his 30,000 lots of sell orders must have been eaten by the main force altogether. After all, it was just a few minutes into the trading session at this time, and the majors hadn't had time to fully withdraw their orders. And this is a full 30,000 hands, adding up to more than 50 million Chinese currency sell orders, as if a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In the much-anticipated Zhidong Sherbao plate smashed, instantly caused a shock wave. Chapter 35, Withdrawal, Magic City, Jin Mao Tower. What? The middle-aged man with an extremely superior air saw the scene in front of him, and actually stood up out of character, no longer having the previous success. Then reacting almost instantly, he hastened to look at the young man with the glasses and, thunder, how many sealed orders do we have in front of us now, boss? There's still 120,000 lots left. The spectacled youth hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem and looked at the data on the screen, and then said irritably after answering, what the hell are these guys thinking? How can they afford to sell now when it's so obvious that they can draw down and go long? The middle-aged man is ignoring him, his eyes firmly staring at the disc, eyebrows are twisted into a Chuan character. After seeing the volume gradually zoom into triple digits, he gritted his teeth and finally stopped hesitating and waved his hand violently at the crowd. Withdraw the order immediately and grab and run the shipment. The spectacled youth was first stunned, but his hardened professionalism made him not ask more questions, and he directly joined the others in quickly operating on the keyboard. Just see the ZDON Sherbao plate. Hundreds of thousands of hands of the sealing order quickly reduced. The volume of transactions instantly enlarged. Nearly 100,000 hands of sell orders on the stop in a moment to close. It was only a matter of seconds before the stop was smashed open, and then it was like a flood catharsis, an instantaneous cascade. Many retail investors didn't even have time to withdraw their orders before they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Anyone did not expect, just now also strong and unrivaled straight to the day of the Zhidong Sherbao, but will be a moment atrophy down. 10 minutes later, looking at the Zhidong Sherbao, which has been lying quietly on the stop, the middle-aged man finally withdrew his gaze, slowly exhaled a breath. Looking at the glasses young man, and the Zhidong Sherbao, the middle-aged man finally withdrew his gaze, slowly exhaled a breath. Looking at the glasses young man, how many shipments did we just get out? 1. A total of 130,000 lots, and it's another 20,000 of them, picked up by our own people. The spectacled youth looked at the data on the screen. His face was incomparably ugly. and his voice was a bit shaky. 130,000 lots? The middle-aged man sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. The number was much less than he had imagined. The spectacled youth and the others looked at the boss, whose face was incomparably gloomy, and they were all silent and didn't dare to speak. They all knew that if they followed the original plan, not to say they would be able to get all the goods out today, they would at least be able to get about 300,000 lots out. And now, ZDON sure about this check has stopped. Continue to ship. The cost and price is unimaginable. Keep going long on the backhand? That's even less likely. As the top private equity team in the stock market, they know very well that once the popularity of a ticket is broken, it is harder than ever to gather it again. And that just smashed 30,000 lots of sell orders in one breath on the stop, as if poking a hole directly in the balloon. The popularity of the Czech Zedong Sherbao, which was originally nearly invincible, was instantly broken open. After nearly 10 full minutes of silence, the middle-aged man finally raised his head and looked at the spectacled youth. Several people. Choose the right time in the afternoon. Pull up on the dips and get out as you go. No matter what, we must get out 200,000 lots today. Yes, boss. A few people nodded their heads in a hurry. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, once again stopped at the very beginning of that 30,000 lots of sell orders on the plate, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Lightning, check the details of that last account for me. Xu Yang does not know. This tart operation has given the famous Shanghai private equity, brought nearly too small target loss. Although this is not a lot of money for Shanghai private equity, this face hit is definitely a fiery pain. For so many years, Shanghai private equity in the market invincible, should still be the first time to eat this kind of dark loss. Even if Xu Yang knew, he wouldn't care in the slightest. For him, who has a complete and clear memory of his last life, a Shanghai private placement is nothing. And in his opinion, the stock market is, after all, just the stock market. Just a market game that utilizes speculation for profit. The real biggest profiteers in this game are surely in the hands of the rulemakers. Xu Yang couldn't help but think of a line from a certain book. If I get hold of the issuance of money, then I don't have to care who makes the constitution. It may sound unexplained, but it's really just a load of crap. It is not true that the economic base determines the superstructure, but the economic base does not refer to currency issuance or financial markets. Rather, it is the mode of production, or productivity. To be truly powerful, the stock market alone certainly won't do it. Xu Yang, who has been in the financial field for many years in his last life, is incredibly clear about this in his mind, but despite that, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed after seeing the full balance of more than $29 million on his account after it was settled. In less than 2 weeks since he came back from his rebirth, he had already earned 29 million huaxia coins, and that's with only 55k in principal. It really wasn't a dream. After a moment of silence, finally accepting this fact that he had become a multi-millionaire, Xu Yang slowly exhaled a breath and unbound his account from the matching account. Mr. Xu, what are you? Seeing Xu Yang's maneuver, Lin Xiyu came back from the shock and could not help but ask. Well, I'm very grateful to Ms. Lin for introducing me to this placement agency, but I probably won't be able to use it for a while, Xu Yang explained with a smile. Lin Xiyu was slightly stunned, then seemed to guess what was going on. Mr. Xu, you're worried about trouble, right? Xu Yang smiled noncommittally and did not say anything. Lin Xiyu was right. After all, the funding account is considered to belong to the semi-public state, their own so exaggerated operation. Interested people, if they want to find out, if it is very easy to find out. Even the securities account of Guitong Securities, he did not intend to use it again in the future. After all, in the stock market, it's not good to be too obvious about your goals. Smothering is the way to go. And the amount of money in his account is now upwards of $20 million. With such a large volume of capital, operating in the market will already be subject to many restrictions, and there is no need to use matching funds. After withdrawing his account, Xu Yang turned to look at Lin Xiyu. Ms. Lin, is there any restriction on handling large withdrawals on this side of Guitong Securities? A large withdrawal? Lin Xiyu couldn't help but stare. Mr. Xu, could it be that you want to? Seeing Xu Yang smile and nod, Lin Xiyu could not help but laugh bitterly. Cash withdrawals and transfers below 10 million can be handled directly from our side, but your account funds have exceeded 10 million. If you want to withdraw and transfer all of them, it is necessary to make an appointment in advance. Chapter 36 Invitation. Xu Yang nodded his head and handed Lin Xiyu his identity document. Good, then we'll withdraw this 9 million or so to the bank card first, and we'll have to trouble Ms. Lin to help me with the reservation for the remaining 20 million. Okay, Mr. Xu, please wait. Lin Xiyu took the ID card and walked behind the counter to help Xu Yang with it. Although more than 20 million is indeed a lot of money, but here after all, is the Guitong Securities Hangzhou Center business office? Not to mention 20 million. or 1 or 2 small goals of the transfer of funds is also a very common thing. Soon, Lin Shiyu came over and returned the ID card to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, for the 9.22 million yuan cash withdrawal amount I have applied for a fast channel for you to arrive on the same day, and it will arrive within an hour. I've already made an appointment for you for the remaining $20 million of cash withdrawal transfer. You can come over for it next Monday. Speaking of this, Lin Shiyu hesitated slightly, but still said it. And, Mr. Chu, I may not work on the Guotong Securities side in the future. Next week you can just go straight to the counter and see another salesperson. What? Not working here anymore? Chu Yang was slightly stunned, and then looked at the other party's work clothes that were indistinctly like new. No wonder he felt that this girl was a bit strange today. He couldn't help but think of yesterday's. It can't be because of that pancake fruit, can it? It has nothing to do with you. It's because of some personal reasons and because I want to work for a different company myself. Guessing Chu Yang's thoughts, Lin Shiyu smiled and shook her head. But there was an indescribable helplessness in the depths of her smile. There were some reasons that she was naturally not comfortable explaining to Chu Yang. Looking at Lin Shiyu's expression, Chu Yang slightly frowned, thinking of the Mr. Zhao on the day he opened his account and the Mr. Liu yesterday. He vaguely guessed something. The heart can't help but feel a little emotional. It seems these unspoken rules of the workplace are everywhere. And this one in front of me. He does have his own insistence in his heart and is not willing to compromise with the forces of evil. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's evaluation of Lin Shiyu in his heart was a little higher. He looked at Lin Shiyu and suddenly said, "Ms. Lin, I wonder if you're interested in coming to work for my company?" "Ah, your company?" Lin Shiyu directly froze at the words. She really didn't know that the other party even had a company. After all, looking at Chu Yang's age and dress, how could he not look like a company owner? Chu Yang nodded with a serious expression. "Well, I happen to lack an assistant on my side. I think Miss Lin should be able to handle it. If Miss Lin is willing to do so, she can start now." Coming out from Guotong Securities, Chu Yang directly walked towards the China Merchants Bank not far away. Just now, Lin Shiyu didn't directly agree, but she didn't reject it either, only saying that she wanted to think about it. Chu Yang understood it well. After all, the other party can be in the Guotong Securities Center business office as a manager. Education and other conditions naturally will not be bad. Plus the other party is not uncommon appearance temperament, so there should be a lot of big company positions can choose. May not be able to look at this assistant position he is talking about. Chu Yang left his cell phone number and said that he could call him directly after considering it. The opportunity has been left to the other side. It's up to her to take advantage of it. Coming to the China Merchants Bank and running a new bank card, Chu Yang transferred the 9,220,000 Huaxia coins that had just been withdrawn to the account. After all, the bank card that was used before was dedicated to paying tuition fees, and the balance could be seen inside the school. Chu Yang didn't want to act too shockingly in school. Wouldn't it be nice to live quietly and pretend to be a pig in a poke once in a while? But after seeing Chu Yang's account balance, the bank staff's attitude made a direct 180-degree turn, and he took the initiative to upgrade Chu Yang's bank card into a platinum card with a tail number of 68. Chu Yang did not refuse. He knows that this platinum card is very convenient to use and has many privileges in terms of transfer limits and settlement methods, only that it has certain threshold requirements for personal account assets. Leaving from the Merchants Bank, Chu Yang directly took a taxi to the Auto City next to the International Convention and Exhibition Center. It's time to buy a car. After all, it's just not convenient to be without one. A large, three-pronged, Starburst logo was unmistakable in the sunlight at the Motor City's most prominent location. Underneath, the letters Mercedes-Benz are written in large letters. Chu Yang walked directly into this Mercedes-Benz 4S store. After circling around the showroom, probably because of his age and clothes, a few of the female salesmen who looked okay just glanced at him and then instantly lost interest. No one came forward to introduce him either. But Chu Yang was also happy to be quiet, looking at the current hot models inside the showroom by himself. He was no stranger to automobiles, and had even studied them slightly. There aren't many men who don't love beautiful women in cars. Suddenly, an imposing black sedan caught his eye. Maybach 62S? Looking at this luxury stretch limousine with a length of over 6 meters, Chu Yang could not help but see a light in his eyes. This car was not unfamiliar to him. He had seen it many times on the internet in his last life, and it was the car of Ma Baba, the founder of the Beaver Group. After founding Tianyang Capital in his last life, he had originally planned to buy one as well, but the car had already been discontinued at that time. Even Maybach, the ultra-luxury independent brand, no longer exists. Now naturally he wouldn't have chosen the car that was sure to be driven by a chauffeur, but he couldn't help but look at it a bit more. How do I sell this car? Chu Yang casually stopped a saleswoman and asked. $12 million. What? You want to buy? Glancing at Chu Yang, the saleswoman said with a leathery smile and a hint of undisguised mockery in her voice. What she despises most is this kind of customer who obviously can't afford it and still likes to run to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store to ask questions, especially when you also come up and ask about the most expensive car in the store. Sensing the saleswoman's attitude, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and did not speak. This gentleman, if there's nothing else, I'm going to get busy. Sizing up Chu Yang's body once again, the saleswoman's heart became even more despicable. After saying that she didn't wait for Chu Yang to speak, she turned around to meet another middle-aged man with a big belly. Why does this feel like the same old cheesy face-punching plot from a novel? Chu Yang was speechless for a while in his heart. Chapter 37, Can I pick up my car today? Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. Mercedes is considered one of his favorite car brands, but if the sales all had that attitude, he wouldn't mind switching to another one. First, sir, may I introduce you? Just then, a young saleswoman came forward, looking a little formal. Shouldn't have been in the business long, but the face value was still very good. Although there was still some gap with Yang Zihan, at least it was more than one level higher than the one just now. Well, introduce the car. Chu Yang nodded and pointed at this Maybach 62S. Okay sir, this is the latest ultra-luxury sedan from Mercedes-Benz premium sub-brand Maybach. Mercedes-Benz high-end sub-brand Maybach's latest ultra-luxury sedan. In addition to using the top 6TV 12-engine powertrain, 12 sturdy double-width grille bars with the inner grille also reflects the grandeur of its unique aura. At the same time, the car's length reaches 6.2 meters, and the wheelbase is nearly 3,827 millimeters. The interior space performance is far from the average luxury sedan. Due to the ultra-premium brand positioning of the Maybach brand, the car currently has only two competitors on the market, the Rolls-Royce Phantom and the Bentley Mulsanne. Although the young female salesman looked a little formal, but the introduction was very professional. The characteristics of this Maybach 62S one by one in detail. There was no slight at all because of Chu Yang's age or dress. The saleswoman who had just seen this scene sneered and skimmed her lips. This Zhou Xiaoxiao is really brain dead. No wonder she hasn't even sold a car after working for more than half a month. In her opinion, a young man like Chu Yang looked like a pauper, obviously coming over to loiter. There was no way he could afford a car. But yeah, if it wasn't for such brain-dead teammates, how would such a great client have ended up in their hands? Thinking of this, she hurriedly turned to fawn on the big-bellied middle-aged man beside her. Boss Chen, this Mercedes-Benz E260 sedan you're looking at, the store has a current car right now. If you can order it today, I can help you apply for a 30,000 yuan discount. Only 30,000 off? The middle-aged man, however, wasn't quite satisfied with the price and shook his head to continue bargaining up. Although this Mercedes E260 was the lowest equipped E-Class sedan, it still cost more than 400,000 Huaxia coins, which was not a small amount for him, so he naturally wanted to minimize the price. And over here, after listening to the young saleswoman's introduction, Chu Yang nodded and said indifferently, "What about the price?" "Sir, the official guide price of this car is 12 million Huaxia coins, but our 4S store now has a terminal discount, and the selling price after the discount is 10.7 million Huaxia coins. Aha. Chu Yang slowly nodded his head. Not the slightest surprise could be seen in his expression. Actually, this car is really not expensive at $10.7 million, and if nothing else, the Maybach brand will be completely discontinued next year, and this car will be the final showstopper. It's only in the hands of the top few of those great tycoons. The price of the new car was even speculated to be more than 15 million Chinese dollars, especially after the Beaver Group's old horse's car was replaced with this car. This car has directly become a symbol of the identity of many rich and powerful people. Even the price of the second-hand cars are pushed up to the sky. Xiao, come over here and take care of this Boss Chen first. I'm going to find the manager to apply for a discount on this E260 for Boss Chen. The saleswoman came over and spoke directly to the young saleswoman named Xiao. There was also a smug look on his face, as if he was showing off that he had sold another car. Although another $20,000 was cut, and the sales commission that could be obtained was not much, but after all, another one was sold. At least it was too much better than this new rookie. Zhou Xiaoxiao, Sister Sue, I still have customers over here. The young saleswoman, Zhou Xiaoxiao, shook her head somewhat awkwardly, signaling that she was introducing the car to Chu Yang. What client? You think he can buy a car or something? The saleswoman glanced at Chu Yang and shook her head disdainfully. Go take care of Boss Chen. Perform well and I'll share a little performance score with you at the end of the month. Otherwise, beware of being fired for zero performance. Zhou Xiaoxiao's face changed and she hesitated a bit. She had struggled to get this job, but it had been over half a month so far and a car hadn't been sold yet. If it's still like this at the end of the month it really could be fired. She considered it for a while, but still said to the saleswoman, Sister Sue, let me ask this gentleman if he needs anything else first, right? Then he turned to Chu Yang and politely said, is there anything else you need now, sir? The saleswoman got impatient and pointed to the Maybach 62S on the side and sneered at Chu Yang. Just say straight out if you're buying or not. We're very busy and have a lot of important clients to attend to. I'm not buying this car right now. Looking at the Maybach 62S that the saleswoman pointed at, Chu Yang shook his head with a calm expression. It's a car he naturally wouldn't buy right now. Not to mention, the yellow license plate alone was not something he could drive with only a C license. This kind of car definitely needs to be driven with a full-time driver. Ha! The saleswoman sneered and passed a sea wink to Zhou Xiaoxiao. It means that she has seen a lot of such young people who like to pretend to be X. Zhou Xiaoxiao was a bit helpless. In fact, she also knew that although this car was asked by many people every day, there were simply not many who could afford it. And how could the one in front of him, who looked to be in his mid-20s, afford even one of the cars in the showroom? It was only good professionalism that made her serve Chu Yang politely and well. Not buying now? What? Mean you still want to buy it later? The saleswoman looked at the calm Chu Yang and couldn't help but make another sarcastic remark. Chu Yang, however, did not pay any attention to him, but instead smiled faintly at Zhou Xiaoxiao and pointed to a jewel blue coupe not far away. That CLS 63 AMG is available, isn't it? Can I pick it up today? Chapter 38, The Gift. The jewel blue coupe sits alongside the Maybach 62S, with its slinky styling coupled with a low-slung body design that is extremely sporty and aesthetically pleasing. The large triple starburst logo on the front end and the extremely aggressive headlights give the car a very badass look, while it looks a lot like the regular CLS 300 coupe, but the red brake calipers, ceramic perforated brake discs, 20-inch feet, and the AMG logo everywhere on the body make it clear that this car is something special. That CLS 63 AMG is available, isn't it? Can I pick it up today? Hearing Chu Yang's words, both the saleswoman and Zhou Xiaoxiao directly froze. Even that boss Chen on the side stared at Chu Yang with wide eyes and a surprised expression. Although he didn't know the exact price of that CLS 63 AMG, that appearance, at a glance, was going to be quite more expensive than the E260 he was going to buy. Are all young people so arrogant nowadays? Put. The saleswoman reacted, barely holding back her laughter. She thought this young man was just too funny and was addicted to pretending. Also, can you pick up your car today? It sounds kinda like that. While this CLS 63 AMG is a bit cheaper than that Maybach 62S, it's definitely considered one of the highest-end models in the store, and the price is far from the average Mercedes sedan. Otherwise it wouldn't have been placed at this top end. Even this boss Chen beside him might not be able to afford it, let alone such a brat whose hair hadn't even grown back. Zhou Xiaoxiao, however, nodded politely. Sir, this CLS 63 AMG is available in our store. The official guide price is 1,988,000 yuan, but because it is the latest model, there is no discount for the time being. In fact, Zhou Xiaoxiao's latter sentence was meant to give Chu Yang a step down. After all, they are all young people. She is a little intolerant to see each other down. Swipe your card. Chu Yang didn't say much and directly handed over the bank card. Ah, this. A side of the saleswoman saw this China Merchants Bank Platinum card. Directly the whole person is stupid there. Opened his mouth, no longer able to speak. She naturally knew that this kind of platinum card had to have account funds of 5 million Chinese dollars or more to qualify for it. So, the other person wasn't just pretending. Turns out the joke was actually on himself. And by such a top coupe on the road more than 2 million, but do not even ask the price. The other party's strength is afraid to exceed their own imagination. Thinking of this, the female saleswoman's body trembled, and her gaze towards Chu Yang became incredibly respectful in addition to fear and regret, and even her entire body bowed slightly. Ah, Zhou Xiaoxiao was also startled, but immediately reacted and respectfully accepted the bank card. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. I'll go and get it for you now. The paperwork for the new car took a bit longer, so Chu Yang stopped by the store for a free lunch. I have to say, lunch in a Mercedes 4S store is okay, but Chu Yang's meal size took many people by surprise. Looking at the trays of meals stacked higher than herself on the table, the waitress beside her face turned green. If they didn't know that the other party had just bought a luxury car that cost more than $2 million, those who didn't know would have thought that this person had come over specifically to dabble in food and drink. Apparently, many people around here had that thought and frequently cast their eyes over. After a full meal, Chu Yang returned to the rest area at the side of the showroom, just as the young female saleswoman Zhou Xiaoxiao walked over with a stack of information, followed by a middle-aged man around 30 years old. Mr. Chu, the formalities have been completed for you. This is Manager Zhao from our 4S store. Zhou Xiaoxiao handed the bank card and information to Chu Yang before introducing them. Seeing that Chu Yang was even younger than he thought, the middle-aged man was secretly surprised in his heart. With his experience, He naturally knew that those who could buy a $2 million luxury car at this age with a casual remark would definitely not have a simple background strength. "Hello Mr. Chu, it's an honor to serve you." Manager Zhao hurriedly greeted him, respectfully extending his hand and, "Mr. Chu, since this CLS 63 AMG is the latest coupe flagship product of the Mercedes-Benz company, according to the Mercedes-Benz manufacturer's policy, there is really no discount, but as an apology, we have a license plate just for you. Would you see if you are satisfied?" Chu Yang shook hands with the middle-aged man, then looked at the license plate number on the profile. 1 letter in front and 4 numbers behind, all SIXS. Chu Yang was secretly surprised in his heart. The other party was very willing to put down money. Such a license plate, and it's from Hangzhou, would cost at least a few 100,000 huaxia coins if placed 10 years later. Even now, it's estimated to be less than $50,000. Chu Yang nodded. "Thank you Manager Zhao. I hope to cooperate more in the future if we have the chance." Hearing Chu Yang's words, Manager Zhao's heart rejoiced and the smile on his face became even brighter. That was the effect he wanted, because he knows that befriending a truly powerful young man can bring benefits to the store's performance that may be beyond imagination. Especially just now when he heard Zhou Xiaoxiao say that the other party didn't even ask about the price and directly swiped his card to buy this nearly $2 million top-of-the-line coupe, but consulted for a while Maybach 62S. What does that mean? It means that the other party will most likely take this $10+ million Maybach 62S in the future. Manager Zhao, I have to commend this Ms. Zhou to you. I'm very satisfied with her service today. Chu Yang looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao and nodded with a smile. Then with another unobtrusive glance, not far away, at the apprehensive saleswoman. As for the others, well, Manager Zhao had been in the shopping mall for a long time and instantly understood what Chu Yang meant and hurriedly said, "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. I apologize to you for the poor hospitality in the store today. Please rest assured that our 4S store has always been clear about rewards and punishments." Speaking here, he first coldly glanced at the female manager before turning to look at Zhou Xiaoxiao with an approving face. "Xiaoxiao, your performance today is very good. This time the performance is directly calculated by twice. In addition to the end of the month additional bonus for you." Zhou Xiaoxiao is flattered. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Thank you Mr. Chu." Chu Yang sat down in this brand new Mercedes-Benz CLS 63 AMG top-of-the-line coupe and pressed the start button. Accompanied by a powerful engine roar, the car slowly left the automobile city. Chu Yang quickly familiarized himself with the operation and got back the feeling of driving in his last life. It's actually a very classic car, with its slinky styling, frameless doors, and 4-door design, all of which are very much to the liking of young people, especially the pair of devil's eye taillights, which claim to be the pinnacle of the CLS lineup. Chu Yang's last life was greedy for a long time. Often in the automobile home BBS above brushed this car's picture over the eyes. Later, after achieving success, I was actually in a position to purchase the car, only to find that it had been discontinued, and the new facelift is downright ugly. Chu Yang's car skills were already good, coupled with his excellent physical reflexes after being reborn. He quickly brought out the performance of this top-of-the-line coupe. At this time of the day, there aren't a lot of vehicles on the streets of Hangzhou, only to see a jewel blue coupe speeding like lightning, weaving nimbly through the vehicles, and finally stopping underneath Hangcheng Mansion. Chapter 39, Meeting Again. Hangcheng Mansion is one of the top high-end shopping centers in Hangzhou City, where all types of domestic and international medium and high-end brands are concentrated. Stopping the car at the Hangzhou Mansion parking lot, Chu Yang stepped down from the car. Standing in front of Hangcheng Mansion, looking at the old sportswear he was wearing and the somewhat open Audi King sneakers on his feet, Chu Yang could not help but be a bit dumbfounded. Having just been in a Mercedes-Benz 4S store, it's no wonder that the saleswomen didn't want to bother with themselves. Your own outfit does look a bit extreme. The main reason was that in the past 10 days since he was reborn, he had been busy messing around with money, and really hadn't had the time to change into a telling outfit yet. It's good to keep a low profile, but there are conditions. But also deliberately dress themselves up and beggars pretend to be poor. That should be really sick. The reason he didn't continue to invest in the stock market any further with this $9 million or so was specifically to improve his life. Making money was just a matter of time for him now and there was no need to rush. Chu Yang was just about to walk towards the inside of Hangcheng Mansion when he inadvertently saw a deja vu figure, and the whole person directly froze there. It was a young woman in her 20s, stepping out of a black BMW 7 Series sedan not far away. The woman was dressed in a black professional outfit, quite tall, with long chestnut-colored hair coiled back end. Her features were delicate, and her face was painted with light makeup. She had some of the professional aura that Lin Xiyu had, and a kind of cool and unassuming quality that Yi Xiaozhu had, but it wasn't as pure as the two. Raise hands and feet, and even give people a kind of soft and weak feeling. but it had to be said that this woman's face value and temperament were top-notch, and by no means comparable to ordinary women. Driving the car was a man around 30 years old, not very tall, dressed in a designer suit, wearing a pair of expensive gold glasses, giving a very gentlemanly feeling. He got out of the cab and turned to the young woman and smiled. "See ya, let's go inside." The young woman nodded slightly and whispered, "Okay, Mr. Liu." Looking at the backs of the two, Chu Yang was silent for a long time before he finally slowly exhaled a breath. That's right, these two people are the same financial jade lady who pushed him off the cliff before he was reborn, his wife-to-be in the last life, Qin Xia, as well as Tianyang Capital's number 2, Lu Jianrun. This scene just now had also proved Chu Yang's previous guess. Qin Xia had colluded with Lu Jianrun before she became her woman. Even close to himself, Lu Jianrun into Tianyang Capital. Are these two carefully planned a good show? Chu Yang laughed coldly in his heart and looked at the backs of the two in the distance again. It seems like the two should have just met not too long ago now. After all, Qin Xia had only been working at Antai Securities for a short while, and the conversation between the two of them just now showed that, if he wasn't wrong, Lu Jianrun should be pursuing Qin Xia right now. After all, Qin Xia's appearance temperament there, as her top boss, Lu Jianrun is difficult not to heart. Thinking of this, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up a cold smile as he walked towards the inside of Hangzhou Mansion. Go straight to the men's brand area on the 3rd floor. Chu Yang was not unfamiliar with any of the brands over here, and walked into the Ferragamo counter under the surprised gaze of the attendant. However, the service staff here possessed good business skills, and although they saw the clothes on Chu Yang's body and muttered in their hearts, they still had a courteous smile on their faces. Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to that and simply chose a suit, picked out another random belt, and a pair of shoes. Then, to the entangled gaze of the attendant, he walked straight into the fitting room. This gentleman. The young saleswoman opened her mouth, and before she could say anything, she saw that Chu Yang had already walked into the fitting room and could only smile helplessly and bitterly. But it's every guest's right to try on clothes. You can't stop the other person from trying on clothes just because they're worn out, can you? Let's just hope the man, who looks okay, doesn't get his clothes dirty. You should know that the price of Ferragamo's clothes is already not expensive. Just any one of them is more than a few $1,000s. The ones the other party had just chosen were the highest-end series in the store. However, when Chu Yang walked out from the fitting room, the young saleswoman couldn't help but freeze and looked at Chu Yang with a pair of infatuated eyes. Cool, it's just too handsome. It was the first time she had seen that someone was able to wear Ferragamo's clothes with this flavor. Only Chu Yang was seen wearing a dark blue suit with a light blue striped shirt inside, and on his feet was a pair of plain black formal leather shoes, completely covering up his original hint of youthful boyishness. The angular face lines, high nose, clean short black hair, a full nearly 180 centimeters of erect body, plus the extremely tasteful vicissitudes of the gaze, made the surrounding several female sales were dumbfounded. Actually, although Chu Yang turned out to be quite handsome, it was not as exaggerated as it is now. More than anything else, the enhancement of all the qualities of his body after his rebirth had made his already handsome features even more well-defined, as well as that inexplicable aura on him. It gave off an indescribable feeling. Wow, good, so handsome. The young saleswoman who had just come back to her senses finally looked at Chu Yang again and couldn't help her heartbeat from accelerating. It's just a shame it's a poor man. The young saleswoman shook her head somewhat regretfully. If the other person wants to be their boyfriend, should they say yes? Is it a choice of good-looking skin? Or do you choose the interesting substance? Alas, the fish in the bear's paw is really hard to choose. The young saleswoman's mind was incredibly torn up. Chapter 40 The King of All Watches. Feeling the attentive gazes thrown around, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. In fact, with his current state of mind, he didn't really like the feeling of being very much in the spotlight. After all, his soul was no longer a brat in his 20s. According to the size of the suit, Chu Yang casually chose 2 more sets of mediocre-looking casual wear, and without trying them on, he directly handed them to the saleswoman. Load these up for me. The young saleswoman had just gritted her teeth and decided that she was going to give up the bear's paw for the good-looking skin. As a result, when he heard such a sentence from Chu Yang, his mouth directly opened wide, and it was only after a long time that he reacted and hurriedly nodded his head respectfully. Yes, please wait. Her mind shook inexplicably as she carefully loaded her clothes. I thought it was a handsome beggar, but it turned out that people are really rich and handsome. Now you don't have to choose between the fish and the bear. None of them are their own. Casually buying tens of thousands of dollars of clothes in one breath. Swiping a platinum card. This kind of man is simply not something you can expect. Looking at the handsome back of Chu Yang directly wearing a suit to leave, the young female sales cannot help but be gloomy. Chu Yang naturally did not know that this young saleswoman had just staged a set of romantic drama in her mind. He carried 2 bags and went directly to the Patek Philippe counter on the 1st floor. Next door is a Richard Miller. At this time Richard Mill's prices were not yet sky high, and there was still a gap between them and the old watch kings like Patek Philippe, but Chu Yang didn't really like the brand that relied on advertisements and so-called high-tech new materials to fire up the pricing. After all, if you're in the financial industry, you're more than familiar with the hype. "Hello sir, how may I help you?" Looking at Chu Yang who walked over, the mature female sales pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but flood with a flash of color. Such a handsome man is rarely seen even in this Patek Philippe counter. Plus this high-end suit from Ferragamo, which was absolutely expensive, was perfect on the other man, especially the young but vicissitudes of the other party's temperament. For young women like them, is like poison, so that people are unconsciously attracted. "Show me this 5270p. Chu Yang's eyes swept through the display case and pointed at one of the men's watches with a dark blue dial. "Yes sir." The mature saleswoman was a little surprised in her heart, not expecting this young handsome man to be able to call out the model number of this watch off the top of his head. She took out the watch and carefully handed it to Chu Yang. Chu Yang casually picked it up, looked at it for a few moments, and put it on his wrist with incomparable skill. The design of this watch is simple, yet subdued. The metallic platinum case looks comfortable, and the dark blue dial has an ethereal sheen in the light, giving it an extraordinary sense of nobility. Well, it's still the same familiar feeling. That's right, the watch Chu Yang had been wearing before he was reborn was this one. While not the most expensive of the Patek Philippe models, it is one of the most iconic. Chu Yang had also gotten used to wearing it a long time ago. Just then, a voice came from not far away. "Sia, over here is the watch counter. Go see if there's anything you like. I'll give you a piece." Chu Yang frowned slightly and turned to look. The one who spoke was none other than Lu Jianrun. Qin Sia stood beside him, carrying an LV bag in her hand, which she should have just bought. Hearing Lu Jianrun's words, a touch of joy flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes, but on the surface, she still showed a shy expression. "Mr. Lu, no need. This is too much for you to break the bank. No breakage, no breakage. Sia, I can't be happier that you were able to accept my gift." Lu Jianrun smiled and shook his head. This Qin Sia was the most beautiful woman he had seen in so many years. The first time he saw Qin Sia, he had already made up his mind that he would take the other party down no matter what. Hearing that the other party's tone did not completely reject himself, he could not help but be even happier. Pulling up Qin Sia's arm to walk towards the Longyan's counter on the side, Qin Sia, however, turned to look at this Patek Philippe counter with an innocent expression. "Mr. Lu, the watches in this store seem quite pretty to me." Lu Jianrun was first stunned. After seeing the Patek Philippe brand words, the chrysanthemum could not help but tighten. This brand he naturally knows. That is the king of all watches, Patek Philippe. He remembers the tagline of the brand is something like "No one can really own a Patek Philippe watch. They just keep it for the next generation." Grass. Even the tagline is so powerful. Can the price be cheap? Although he is now the general manager of Antai Securities' Hangzhou Center business office, his annual salary is only a few $100,000. The brand name Patek Philippe was obviously not something he could afford to spend money on, but as the beauty opened her mouth, he could only swollen his face and forced to smile. "Ahem. Well, let's go check it out." Qin Sia nodded with an innocent face, but a hint of cunning flashed in the depths of her eyes. Obviously she knew that this brand was not expensive. The two walked to the counter. When Qin Sia saw Chu Yang on the side, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of surprise. Then she couldn't help but look twice more. She had rarely seen such a handsome and dignified man, and so young. Although she might not be as rich as the general manager Lu beside her, who already had a somewhat out-of-shape figure, it didn't affect her to appreciate it a few more times. Sensing Qin Sia's gaze keenly, Chu Yang slightly raised his eyebrows as if he didn't see the two of them, and continued to study the watch on his wrist. This kind of high and cold attitude, however, could not help but make Qin Sia even more curious about him. Chapter 41, Qin Sia's reaction. Seemingly sensing Qin Sia's strange gaze towards Chu Yang, Lu Jianrun glanced at Chu Yang with some irritation. "Sia, let's just check our watches." Okay Mr. Lu." Qin Sia's cheeks were slightly flushed and she hastily withdrew her gaze before looking at the watch in the display case. After just a couple of glances, her eyes stopped on a compact wristwatch with a rose-red dial, and it was hard to move them any further. "Mr. Lu, this watch is so beautiful." She didn't mean to pretend, but the watch was really pretty, especially for her aesthetic. Lu Jianrun's heart jumped, but he still smiled strongly at the mature female sales. "Please show us this watch." "Okay." The mature saleswoman nodded with a polite smile and held out the rose-red compact wristwatch, handing it to Qin Sia. Qin Sia took the watch and carefully put it on her wrist. Her wrists were white, beautiful in the light, and the tiny rose-red watch, worthy of Patek Philippe, set off her wrists to perfection. "Well, it's beautiful." Qin Sia looked at the rose-red wristwatch on her wrist somewhat obsessively, her eyes full of love. After watching for a few moments, she turned to the mature saleswoman and asked, "Hello, how can I sell this watch?" "Hello, this is our Patek Philippe 4947G001, belonging to the Complicated Functions Timepiece series. The counter price is 329,800 yuan. More, how much?" Hearing this figure, Jinxia directly froze in her tracks. Although she knew that this brand of watch was definitely not cheap, she did not expect it to be as expensive as this. She is, after all, just an ordinary girl from a normal family, although usually self-conscious, a little petty, but also very much looking forward to that kind of luxury life. But for this really high-end top brands were the first time to come into contact with. Beautiful lady, this watch is priced at $329,800 at our counter. This was obviously not the first time this scenario had come up for the mature saleswoman, and the courtesy was repeated again. Hearing this price, Lu Jianren secretly smacked his lips on the side and even took a step back. Although he coveted Jinxia's beauty, it was impossible for him to buy the other party this 300,000 plus watch. Are you kidding? You want more than $300,000 for a watch? With that kind of money, buy a new BMW 3 Series. Doesn't it smell good? Hearing the price clearly again, Jinxia swallowed hard and reluctantly removed the watch from her wrist and returned it to the mature saleswoman. She is not stupid. She is also very clear. To Lu Jianren's strength, buy such a watch need to pay how much? Or rather, this kind of class of consumption is simply not affordable to the other party. Excuse me, do you have a 7130G here? Right at that moment, Xu Yang's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Yes sir, this is the one. The mature saleswoman smiled as she took a light blue compact wristwatch from the counter and handed it to Xu Yang. Although this watch had a simple design, it looked much more atmospheric than the rose-red watch that Jinxia had just looked at. Xu Yang took it and casually glanced at it, then nodded and handed it back, pointing at the 5270p again. Help me put these two watches together. What? Mature saleswoman suspects she's heard wrong. Two pieces? Well, two watches together. Xu Yang nodded, then took out his bank card and handed it over, saying indifferently, just swipe your card. Looking at the platinum card of China Merchants Bank handed over by the other party, the mature female sales body trembled, and her heart was suddenly ecstatic. She then realized that she was really needing a big client. Due to the high price of Patek Philippe watches, it took several days to sell one on weekdays, and it was the first time she had encountered a situation like this where she sold two at once. What's more, these two watches aren't the highest-end ones from Patek Philippe, but they're definitely not a low-end line either. At least it's more expensive than the rosy red watch the woman was just looking at. The commission she was able to get from this performance alone was very substantial. The thought of it made her feel even more excited, and she spoke a little nervously. First, sir, this 5270p is priced at $866. 800 and this 7130G is priced at $468. 800, which adds up to $1. 335. 600. Speaking here, she looked at Xu Yang again with some apprehension and carefully said, If you're sure about the purchase, I'll swipe your card now. Well, swipe your card. Xu Yang nodded casually. Watching Xu Yang buy these two watches that were over $1 million was like buying something that was over $100. That kind of gesture of throwing away money made the delicate body of Jinxia on the side tremble slightly, and her gaze towards Xu Yang was even more colorful. The other party's already handsome face had more of an indescribable charm. She couldn't help but look at Lu Jianren beside her, who also had a shocked look on his face. Originally this Mr. Lu was already a very successful man in her eyes, but at the age of 30, he sat in the position of general manager of the business office of Antai Securities Hangzhou Center, with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But compared to this one, no, there is no comparison between the two at all, both in appearance and in stature. Even in terms of age, this one is almost 10 years younger. It's true, people will die and goods will be thrown away. Taking in all of Jinxia's expression in his eyes, and glancing at Lu Jianren on the side, Xu Yang could not help but sneer in his heart, thinking of the last life of this pure as snow financial jade, and his own good subordinate collusion together, in front of their own play up to a few years of good drama. His heart coldness even more. Chapter 42, The Limited Edition Bag. However, although Xu Yang was icy cold in his heart, he could not see it in the slightest on the surface. Only a playful arc was drawn up between the corners of his mouth. After the mature female salesperson swiped her card, she carefully packed the two watches and filled out some more information before respectfully handing them over to Xu Yang. Sir, here's your bank card and two watches. Maybe the surprise came too suddenly. Her breathing was still a bit rapid. Her face was full of blush, and the deep career line appeared even more obvious on her slightly heaving breasts. Thanks. Xu Yang nodded and gave a warm and mellow smile to the mature saleswoman, reaching out to pick up the watch and bank card. No, you're welcome. The sight of this charming smile, especially after her own little hand had accidentally touched the other's large one. The mature female sales body violently trembled. A pair of round and slender legs could not help but tightly together. Seeing the mature saleswoman's cheeks full of blush, as well as some strange expression movements, Chu Yang could not help but feel a little strange in his heart. He didn't think much of it, though, and turned toward the outside. It was only when he passed by Sia that he suddenly stopped and turned around to reveal a warm and mellow smile of praise to Sia. This beautiful woman. You're so pretty. Ah, Sia did not expect that this young, handsome man with a lot of money would praise himself, and a heart beat violently and uncontrollably. Looking at the other party's handsome face, listening to the other party's magnetic voice, her pretty face couldn't help but burn a little. Thanks. Lu Jianrun, who was on the side, frowned, especially when he saw Sia's pretty face with spring in it. It was as if he felt like he was green on the head, but he couldn't say anything more. After all, the other party had only praised Sia and hadn't done anything excessive. Chu Yang smiled at Sia and nodded before turning to leave. Looking at the other side of the charismatic handsome back, Sia cannot help but be a little disappointed. Leaving Hangcheng Mansion, Chu Yang withdrew some more cash from the ATM self-service cash machine downstairs and then drove towards the academy. Inside the finance academy is prohibited for outside vehicles to drive in. Even ordinary teachers' cars are not allowed to drive to the academy. Usually only the school leader's car can drive in. So not far from the entrance to the school is a large dedicated parking lot, which makes parking easy. Chu Yang parked his car in the parking lot and then carried a set of clothes towards the school entrance. Just walked a few steps, but heard a beep 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 horn sound from a short distance, and then a white Honda sedan in front of the very flamboyant stop. Zhang Xiaoying and Ma Ziqiang stepped out of the car. Zhang Xiaoying was also carrying a new LV bag in her hand. Only then did they see Chu Yang in a suit on the side, and then they were all shocked a bunch by the other's handsomeness. How did this guy suddenly become so handsome? Especially Zhang Xiaoying. A hint of fascination even flashed in her eyes. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's expression, Ma Ziqiang's heart tightened as he hurriedly stepped forward and sneered. Hey, Chu Dashue, today this clothes is again from the wholesale market to buy high imitation goods, right? But the style is quite good. Must have spent several $100s, right? His eyes fell on Chu Yang's wrist again and instantly smiled even more exaggeratedly. He was quite knowledgeable about watches, so he recognized the brand of this watch at a glance. Patek Philippe? Chu Dishao is really luxurious. Either Richard Mille or Patek Philippe. This watch is estimated to cost at least $500 to take it down, right? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Zhang Xiaoying, after a short period of infatuation, remembered that all these famous brands on the other party were faked, and remembering what happened that night, a wave of hatred surged up from her heart once again. She had intended to hang a real golden son-in-law with her one blood, but instead she had been tricked by this hateful liar. What's even worse is that he was so forthcoming that night. Basically all the playstyles are actively unlocked for each other. So every time she saw the other side, she felt immense shame. Zhang Xiaoying sneered, her mouth filled with contempt and disdain. I most despise is the kind of no money still like to pretend to have money people. Pretend over the past interesting? Only really used to know. The real luxury brand is not the kind of high imitation goods can be compared. Speaking of which, she deliberately shook the LV bag in her hand. That's it. Ma Ziqiang also smiled smugly and said with an arrogant face, see, this is the limited edition LV bag I gave Xiaoying. Know how much? Say it to scare you to death. The price of this one bag is enough to buy hundreds of these cottage goods on you. A limited edition LV bag? Chu Yang glanced at the pink LV bag in Zhang Xiaoying's hand and almost didn't laugh out loud. He looked at Ma Ziqiang with a playful look on his face. This dude can actually know to steal from himself. But it's fine to steal from yourself, but then to turn around and mock yourself is a bit unseemly, isn't it? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness as he walked over to Zhang Xiaoying and whispered something. Then Zhang Xiaoying obviously froze, then looked at the bag in her hand with some suspicion. Then her face instantly changed drastically. Chapter 43, May Mr. Wang's strength continued to grow. Looking at Zhang Xiaoying and Ma Ziqiang who were already clamoring, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth lifted slightly as he directly turned around and walked towards the academy. Walking in the college, Chu Yang in a suit attracted countless eyeballs, and even a few girls took the initiative to come over to ask for QQ numbers. Not many people recognized the handsome dog as the licking dog from before. Chu Yang didn't really like this feeling of being watched like an animal, so as soon as he returned to the dormitory, he changed into a set of mediocre-looking casual clothes. But spare me, it was so much better than the previous King Adi, with an introspective maturity. Chu Yang, that suit you just wore where did you get it? There is no one in the dormitory at this time. Only Guo Chandong is sitting in front of the computer playing jerk. heard the commotion and casually glanced at Chu Yang who came in, waited until the game ended and turned around in surprise. Work clothes from selling insurance. Why, do you want to go? Chu Yang casually said while hanging the suit into the closet. Selling insurance? Then forget it. I'll just stay in my dorm room. Guo Chandong shook his head and clicked on a new game of matchmaking. Chu Yang slipped the wad of cash he had taken out into his pocket before exiting the dormitory room and heading directly towards the administrative office building of the academy. It was Thursday and he was going to go and pay his tuition. When Su Yuru gave him the word that he had to pay the tuition to the finance office by this Wednesday, he forgot about it yesterday. Chu Yang came to the door of the finance office, knocked on the door, and then walked in. What can I do for you? This student? A middle-aged female teacher wearing glasses raised her head and looked at Chu Yang and asked, "Hello teacher? I'm Chu Yang from the 2011 class of the Department of Economics and Management. I've come here to pay the tuition fee." Chu Yang explained and then handed over a wad of cash. Chu Yang? The middle-aged female teacher froze slightly, then remembered something and said with some confusion, "Student Chu Yang, haven't you already paid your tuition? Did you make a mistake? Turned in?" Chu Yang was dumbfounded. "Yeah, it was turned in during yesterday." The middle-aged female teacher nodded her head with great certainty, then remembered something else and, right, at that time it was handed over by Ms. Su Yuru. I remember it clearly. Mr. Su. Chu Yang was stunned, but he quickly reacted and, okay, thanks teacher. Coming out from the finance office, Chu Yang directly walked towards Su Yuru's office building on the side, walked to the office door, a creaking table and chair shaking sound from the inside. Chu Yang went forward and knocked on the door. The movement of the rocking table and chairs came to an abrupt end. A good while later, the office door was opened a crack. A middle-aged man's face stretched out from the doorway, and saw that it was Chu Yang who frowned somewhat impatiently. What is it? Seeing this middle-aged man, Chu Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this the same director Wang who used the blue talisman giant blade last week? No wonder the movement was so familiar just now. He instantly realized what was just happening inside the office. Ahem, Director Wang, I'm looking for Ms. Su. Mr. Su is not here. The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently, then closed the door with a bang. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and went back up to knock on the door again. The door opened again, and this Director Wang impatiently stuck out his head, a pair of panda eyes glaring at Chu Yang with displeasure. What again? Director Wang, it's like this. I have something important that I need to find in Ms. Su, so I would like to have her cell phone number. No, ahem. If not, I'll just have to keep standing at the door waiting for Mr. Su. Chu Yang revealed an innocent expression. This Director Wang was so angry that he almost didn't take a breath, and could only take out his cell phone in great displeasure, and flipped out Su Yuru's contact information. 136057. Remember that. Remember. Thank you, Director Wang. I wish Director Wang's majesty will not fall, and the more you fight, the more you will be brave. Director Wang didn't even hear Chu Yang's words clearly, and directly closed the door again with a bang, and then couldn't wait to sit on the desk. Asterisk. If this kid dawdles for a while longer, the potency of this blue rune mega power pill of mine will be over. Quickly, come up. There's no class for Ms. Su this afternoon, so where would she be if she's not in her office at this hour? Wouldn't be hiding behind the door of that office and there eavesdropping again, would she? Chu Yang guessed while taking out his cell phone to dial the number he had just written down. The phone quickly connected, and Su Yuru's soft voice came out from inside. Hello, who is this? Teacher Su, I'm Chu Yang. Chu Yan? What's the matter with you calling me? Where are you now? Mr. Su, I'll return the tuition to you. Tuition? Su Yuru visibly froze for a moment, then softly said, there's no rush on that one. You don't have to worry about the money. Just wait until it's convenient for you. Well, that's it. After saying that, Su Yuru was ready to hang up the phone. Chu Yang said in a hurry, Teacher Su, it's convenient for me right now, and the money for tuition has already been taken out. You can't let me keep so much money with me all the time, can you? So quickly tell me where you are now. Unable to argue with Chu Yang, Su Yuru could only helplessly say, alright then, I'm at Peninsula Coffee on the east side of the college. Just give me a call when you get there. Peninsula Coffee. Chu Yang knew this cafe. It was on the side of the park on the east side of the finance college, but the consumption was on the high side, so the average student would rarely go there. Hanging up the phone, he headed straight for the outside of the academy. After leaving the academy, Chu Yang didn't drive and walked directly to the east. In about 15 minutes or so, he arrived in front of the Peninsula Cafe. I have to say, the scenery around this cafe is really nice, especially when it is backed by a park, with all the lush greenery and fresh air. It's a bit spendy for the average student, but it's definitely a great place for adult couples to go on a date or for a business meeting. Xu Yang could not help but nod secretly. He took out his cell phone and was just about to call Su Yuru, but he inadvertently saw that inside the Peninsula Cafe, leaning against the window, a familiar and beautiful figure was being entangled by a man around 30 years old. It was Su Yuju. Chapter 44, Odd Man Out. The man who pestered Su Yuru was about 30 years old, wearing a suit, looking pretty good looking, just with a somewhat roguish expression. Seeing that Su Yuru was being pestered, and even that man had some intention to make a move, Xu Yang's gaze chilled, and he directly walked in with quick steps. Inside the Peninsula Cafe, Yang Dongqing, if you don't want your face, I still want it. Get out of the way right now, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Su Yuru's face turned blue as she said in a cold voice to the man across from her. Thinking of the other party's words just now, she felt like her lungs were going to explode with anger, and her full and firm chest kept rising and falling up and down. You're not polite? Oh, I'd like to see how you can be unkind to me? The man on the opposite side revealed a lewd smile and took another step forward, a few points closer to Su Yuru, his eyes greedily surveying Su Yuru's body. Hey, I didn't realize that after not seeing you for so many days, your body has become even more attractive. You, shameless. Seeing the scoundrel face of the other party, Su Yuru was so exasperated that she was almost speechless. You get out of here. Roll where? Why don't you and I go roll around on the bed again? The man shamelessly smiled, and even directly reached out his hand, and swept it towards Su Yuru's slender and soft waist. Seeing the other party's disgusting hand reaching over, Su Yuru's face became even paler and she hastily stepped back, but behind her was a glass wall, and there was no way for her to retreat. Pop! Just when the man's hand was about to touch Su Yuru's waist, only to see a figure flashed, and then there was a pop sound. The man's arm was instantly knocked out. The man only felt a strong force come upon him, and his entire body stumbled a few steps to the side before he managed to stabilize his body. Then a tall young figure blocked in front of Su Yuru. This was naturally Xu Yang. Xu Yang turned around and smiled at Su Yuru, who had a surprised look on her face. Mr. Su, are you okay? No. Su Yuru shook her head, her complexion somewhat. Who the hell are you? Only then did the man see Xu Yang's appearance, and seeing that the other party had made a move against him and was now in front of Su Yuru, he couldn't help but become annoyed and angry. Say that again? Xu Yang's face turned cold as he turned to look at the other party, and his icy gaze that was like substance fell on the other party, causing the man to shiver. The current Xu Yang, not only did he have the aura of a superior person that he had accumulated for decades in his previous life, but after being reborn, all aspects of his body were even strengthened to an extremely large extent, and he carried a kind of indescribable aura between his hands and feet, especially when it gets serious. The average person can't really resist. Being swept by Xu Yang's icy gaze, coupled with the cleanliness of the other party's strike just now, the man's speech became a little sloppy. It took him a while to suppress the fear in his heart, and then he thought of something else, and immediately took another step forward, pointing at Su Yuru and shouting, She's my wife. This is our family business. What's it to you? What? Wife? Xu Yang could not help but freeze, and his entire body was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that this clothed beast who pestered Ms. Su and even made a move on her would be Ms. Su's husband. That self. It seems like it's not really possible to ask. He couldn't help but turn to look at Su Yuru. Su Yuru was looking at Xu Yang's back somewhat out of her mind. For some reason, this young boy who suddenly blocked in front of her had an indescribable aura about him, giving her a sense of security that she had never had before. Seeing Xu Yang looking over, she then came back to her senses and hurriedly explained, Don't you listen to him? He and I have been divorced for a long time. There is no longer any relationship between us now. Speaking of which, she looked at the other party again, her gaze filled with disgust. Yang Dongqing, do you still want to be shameless? You actually have the face to say that I am your wife? My ex-wife is also considered a wife. Okay, the man called Yang Dongqing may know that he is in the wrong, especially the intimidating Xu Yang is standing aside. He also dared not use those rogue tactics on Su Yuru just now, and can only come to Su Yuru softly, but he also dared not use those rogue tactics on Su Yuru just now, and can only come to Su Yuru softly. Besides, a day's husband and wife. Xiaoru, let's, one day as a couple? So you want to introduce me to your leader? Su Yuru smiled to herself, then her pretty face was covered in frost, and her voice was filled with endless coldness. Yang Dongqing, I'm going to emphasize to you for the last time today, there will never be any relationship between the two of us again, and you should never contact me again. Xiaoru, you misunderstood. Mr. Wu, he is a real young talent, not something that can be compared to the likes of me. I am also thinking about your happiness. Yang Dongqing still wanted to say something, but he only felt a chill coming from the side. He looked up, only to see Chu Yang looking at him with an icy gaze, and he couldn't help but shiver. Introducing your wife to your leader? Chu Yang didn't think that there would be such an extreme product in the world. He looked at the disgusting man and spat out a cold word. Get out! Chapter 45 The Exquisite Su Yuru. Seeing Yang Dongqing leave somewhat grayly, Su Yuru then breathed a sigh of relief, her entire body finally relaxing completely. It was only after a while that she raised her head to look at Chu Yang, a bitter smile appearing on her pretty face. Thanks, I made you laugh. Chu Yang shook his head with a disinterested expression and said with a smile, what's wrong with that? Life is so long, who hasn't met a few scum? Especially if you're as beautiful as Ms. Su, the probability of meeting scum will naturally increase geometrically. Put. Su Yuru was directly amused, charmingly crossed Chu Yang's eyes and pouted. So what you're saying is that I deserved it when I met the scum of the earth? I didn't say that, but if Ms. Su has to think so, it's not impossible. Seeing Su Yuru's charming and attractive appearance, Chu Yang couldn't help but dry his mouth a little and dryly laughed. Hearing Su teacher 3 words, Su Yuru only then remembered that in front of this is their own students. Think of their own even in front of their own students to reveal just now the kind of little girl attitude. Cheeks cannot help but a little flushed up. Gollum. Suddenly, a somewhat strange sound came. What's that sound? Su Yuru looked at Chu Yang with some doubt. Chu Yang couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression. His meal volume had increased greatly recently and he had been busy all afternoon today, so his stomach couldn't help but protest. Su Yuru instantly understood, and once again couldn't help but cover her mouth with a smile, and picked up the bag on the table. Come on, as a token of appreciation, I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. Chu Yang shook his head. Ahem, Ms. Su, it's better for me to treat you today. I haven't thanked you for the tuition fee yet. Saying I'm treating you means I'm treating you. Let's go. I know a place that tastes great. Su Yuru rolled her charming white eyes. This guy didn't even know how he got his tuition together, and actually had to treat himself to dinner. After saying that, she headed outside. Chu Yang could only follow. Walking to the entrance of Peninsula Cafe, Su Yuru walked directly next to a beige Volkswagen Beetle sedan, opened the car door, then turned around and waved at Chu Yang. Seeing this lovely-looking Volkswagen Beetle, Chu Yang couldn't help but stare. I didn't expect this sexy, mature and beautiful teacher to choose this car. When sitting in the car, looking at the car inside a variety of cute ornamental dolls, Chu Yang even more surprised. Hangzhou City, Manhwa French Western Restaurant. Sitting in this elegantly decorated Western restaurant with a tranquil environment, listening to the melodious light music and feeling the romantic lighting, Chu Yang could not help but feel some emotions. This Western restaurant is not the top of the line kind of price, but both the decoration and the environment are top notch. I didn't expect this beautiful teacher to be so tasteful and affectionate. I just don't know how I was able to look at that strange man I just saw in the first place. Chu Yang was puzzled, but Su Yuru suddenly stood up and, Chu Yang, wait here for a moment. I'll go get something from the car. Okay, Ms. Su. Hearing the words teacher Su, Su Yuru couldn't help but freeze for a moment, thinking before saying, you shouldn't call me teacher Su outside. Well, call me sister, or just call me by my name. Okay sister Yuju. Chu Yang nodded directly. Only then did Su Yuru nod her head in satisfaction and walk towards the outside. After watching Su Yuru's sexy figure walk away, Chu Yang began to take a closer look at this Western restaurant. But just by looking around for a few moments, he realized a problem. The surrounding area was basically filled with couples coming over for Western food. So Mr. Su brought herself over, thinking of the other party's sexy body that was so mature that it seemed as if water could drip out of it with a pinch. Chu Yang could not help but get a little carried away. Thinking about what? Su Yuru's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. No, nothing. Chu Yang reflexively shook his head in a hurry. Well, I picked up a bottle of red wine, so why don't you have some with your sister tonight? Only to see Su Yuru put a bottle of red wine on the table and then sat down opposite Chu Yang in a graceful manner, a pair of beautiful eyes blinking at Chu Yang. Looking at the red wine on the table and listening to Su Yuru's words, Chu Yang couldn't help but think of that night when he drank with Yang Zihan, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. What? You don't know how to drink? Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Su Yuru could not help but feel a little strange. Will, let the waiter sober up a bit first. Chu Yang nodded and then looked at the bottle of red wine and realized that it was actually a bottle of 2002 vintage Petit Latour red wine. Although the price was not very high, it was definitely considered to be one of the more classic models of red wine. The taste is very good. It was also a red wine he used to drink in his last life. He couldn't help but think a little more highly of Su Yuru in his heart. Obviously, the other woman is a woman who lives a very sophisticated and classy life. Seeing that Chu Yang came up and first settled 2 large portions of French pies with lightning speed, Suyuru couldn't help but hold her tongue a little. However, her gaze towards Chu Yang softened even more. This kid, how long has it been since I've had a full meal? Chapter 46, Confessions. Watching Chu Yang wind up solving 2 large portions of French pie, Suyuru handed Chu Yang a tissue and softly said, "Would you like another one?" Chu Yang shook his head in some embarrassment. Ahem. No, I ate a bit less at lunch. I'm almost done now. Well, let's start drinking then. Suyuru nodded tenderly and picked up the wine fountain to pour red wine for Chu Yang, probably because she was in a bad mood. Suyuru drank quickly. The bottle of red wine was soon mostly gone. That snow-white face was already covered with redness, and a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with water, reflecting the light even more charming. The two chatted more and more. After hesitating for a while, Chu Yang still couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Su, the one just now, you mean that scum Yang Dongqing, right?" Suyuru's beautiful eyes flashed a touch of pain, picked up the wine glass to drink, "and then will be their own before this failed marriage process," narrated out. Hearing Suyuru finish, Chu Yang then realized that this beautiful teacher would actually have such a tragic emotional experience, that Yang Dongqing was her college classmate and sort of her senior. At first, after meeting Suyuru, a beautiful elementary school girl with a superb temperament, he had launched a frantic pursuit of her. At first Suyuju didn't agree, but under the other party's stalking, Suyuru finally accepted his pursuit. In the beginning, Yang Dongqing was really nice to her, all sorts of caring and thoughtfulness, a look of a wonderful man. Especially after knowing the situation of Suyuru's family later on, she was even more responsive and caring to her. Suyuru also gradually and completely believed each other, immersed in each other to weave this big network of feelings. Although her family had been against the two being together, Suyuru still agreed to Yang Dongqing's marriage proposal. She had just graduated from school and married the other person in spite of her family's objections, even broke with the family outright over it. What she didn't expect was that Yang Dongqing would finally expose his true self to her after he managed to marry her. She also never expected that behind the other party's well-dressed back, he could still possess such a beastly other side. There is no longer any tenderness in the past, not to mention, but also casually cursing at her, and even many times on her hands of domestic violence. Good for nothing, lewd and perverted, human-faced and heartless. None of these words were enough to describe the scum of the other side, especially after repeatedly asking Suyuru to beg her father for help and being rejected. She was directly violent to her, all kinds of insults and torture. Suyuru can no longer endure. In the midst of all the regrets, resolutely chose to divorce each other. Finally, some time ago, the divorce was finalized. Today, she received a call from Yang Dongqing, and the other party asked her to come out, saying that there were still some formalities that needed to be discussed with her, but never thought that after the meeting, the other party's first sentence is to introduce her to their own leader, Mr. Wu, to know. Directly Suyuru to the gas explosion. What came next was the scene Chu Yang saw. "Come on, Sister Yuru. Cheers." Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Chu Yang picked up his wine glass and said with a smile, "Anyway, here's a toast to you getting rid of the scum and regaining your freedom." "Well, thanks. Cheers." Suyuru's face then looked better, lifted her wine glass to clink it with Chu Yang, then drank nearly half of the red wine in one go. Seeing the other party drinking in this manner, Chu Yang could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. Such a bottle of highly red wine, he only drank 2 glasses. A large part of it was drunk into the stomach by the other party. Chu Yang, thank you. Probably because of the alcohol, Suyuru's tongue got big when she spoke. Her cheeks were crimson, her eyes were rippling with water, and her eyes were mesmerized as she looked towards Chu Yang. Thank you for helping me deal with that asshole today, and also, thank you for drinking with me today." She meant what she said. Just now at the Peninsula Coffee, Chu Yang stood in front of her, giving her a sense of security that she had never felt before. More so, Yang Dongqing that gray away. And now, she's finally got someone to talk to about all this unhappiness she's been having. Although the mention of these things was a little uncomfortable for a moment, it completely soothed her deep inside. What's more, what she didn't expect was that although Chu Yang was only a sophomore, he was far from the average young man in terms of conversation and insight. Even many mature men she had seen with successful careers could not do what Chu Yang did. I don't know why. Today's Chu Yang seems to have an indescribable temperament that makes her somewhat fascinated. It seemed that the other party exuded an indescribable charm between his words and mannerisms. No, this little guy is a student of his own. I guess I'm really drunk. The corners of Suyuru's mouth raised as she looked at Chu Yang across the room with drunken eyes and murmured, Chu Yang didn't hear her clearly, but seeing her drunken look, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. "Sister Yuru, why don't I take you back?" Seeing that the other party didn't react, Chu Yang knew that Suyuru was really drunk, so he hurriedly waved at the waiter and, "Waiter, the check." The waitress came over, politely, I'm sorry sir, the lady has just paid her bill. Chu Yang couldn't help but froze. Then he remembered that just now Su Yuru had left once in the middle, saying that she had to go to the bathroom. That should be the time to go and get the order in. Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Yang stood up, walked over to Su Yuru and helped the other party up. Su Yuru is still wearing that tight black dress today, and underneath it are black stockings and thin high-heeled shoes, making those already straight and round thighs look even more slender and sexy. On top was a chiffon shirt in a soft fabric. Feeling this soft mature body half leaning on him, Chu Yang couldn't help but have some dry mouth and tried to suppress his body's strong reaction as he walked towards the beetle. Not waiting to walk in front of the car, Su Yuru's pair of beautiful eyes opened slightly, looked at the surroundings, then shook her head at Chu Yang and pointed to the neighborhood next to her. The 6, Building 6, Unit 1, 201, Chapter 47, The Highest Hunter. Chu Yang was dumbfounded, and only then realized that in front of the door of the neighborhood, the 4 big words Academy Garden were written. He had heard before, the faculty and staff of the College of Finance Family Neighborhood. Is this Academy Garden neighborhood? Turns out it's right next to this restaurant. No wonder this beautiful teacher dared to drink even though she was driving, feeling that she didn't have to drive. In the somewhat strange gaze of the gatekeeper, Chu Yang helped Su Yuru into the middle of the neighborhood. I have to say, the neighborhood is really nice. Should be the cause of the family area of the university. The green aspects of even more than a decade after the so-called Garden House neighborhood is much better. It was hard to find a unit in Building 6. Su Yuru's body was almost directly hanging on his body, and a pair of beautiful legs were even clamped between his thighs. Except for the warmth of the incense and the softness of the jade, Chu Yang can't help his mouth dry up, but it's obviously hard to walk up the stairs in that position. Looking at the stairs, Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. Sister Yujiu? Mr. Su Yujiu. Seeing that the other party's beautiful eyes were still closed tightly, without the slightest intention of waking up, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and directly wrapped his arm around Su Yuru's shoulders, then his other hand encircled the other party's thighs and hugged the other party up. That's right, the princess hug position. To Chu Yang's current physical fitness, this amount of weight was obviously nothing. He easily picked up Su Yuru and then took a few steps to the second floor. It took a good deal more fumbling around on the other side before the key was finally found. Placing Su Yuru on the sofa, Chu Yang got up to pour hot water, and in the meantime, he took a look around the room. It's a 2-bedroom house, but it's large and the living room is spacious. The room was very neat, with little clutter, and the floor was spotless. Next to it was a good-sized study, in which, besides some antique bookshelves and desks, there was also an ancient zither. The whole room was filled with a light fragrance. It's similar to the smell on Su Yuju. Mr. Su, come, drink some hot water. Chu Yang sat down on the side of the sofa with the hot water and tried to help Su Yuru up. The other party, however, directly fell on his arms. The pretty face with drunken red appeared even more charming. A pair of beautiful eyes finally somewhat drowsy half open, murmured, Chu Yang, thank you. Seeing Su Yuru's delicate appearance, and feeling her charming to the extreme eyes, Chu Yang couldn't help but swallow his saliva, instantly becoming even more uncomfortable. Mr. Su, drink some hot water. Chu Yang hastily diverted his attention and passed the cup of water to Su Yuru's mouth. Su Yuru took a shallow sip of water before leaning her body against Chu Yang's body once again. Chu Yang, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep and sleep. Because of drinking. At this time Su Yuru's voice is far from the usual mature and steady, but delicate and soft, more like a little girl in the general pampering. Powerful. It only came close to setting Chu Yang on fire. Chu Yang swallowed vigorously, took a deep breath, and forced himself to hold back the agitation in his heart, stood up somewhat awkwardly, and helped Su Yuru toward the bedroom. Putting Su Yuru on the bed, he gently covered the quilt. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face that had fallen into a deep sleep, Chu Yang turned around with great difficulty and walked out. Grass. It's almost tempting to commit a crime. Placing the wad of cash on the coffee table and gently closing the door to his room, Chu Yang headed downstairs. His mind, however, kept floating back to the seductive appearance of Su Yuru just now. He realized his heart was beating fast and his body was honest and it was as if uncontrollably he wanted to get back into that bed again. Chu Yang hastily took a deep breath and walked quickly toward the outside of the cell, trying to divert his attention. After all, this was his teacher, and the other guy was so drunk. There's a bottom line for scumbags, right? Room. Listening to the sound of the door closing from outside, as well as the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs, Su Yuru slowly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes in the clear incomparable. Where there is still half of the just drunkenness? She slowly sat up and glanced at the hot water sitting on the nightstand, and couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Thinking of the scene just now again, the pretty face once again became flushed. In the dim light looks incomparably seductive. The scene in the afternoon when Chu Yang had stood in front of her reappeared in her mind. Suyuru couldn't help but curve the corner of her mouth, followed by a sigh of frustration. This fool! And remembering that just now Chu Yang carried himself upstairs with incomparable ease, as well as the strange sensation of those big hands groping for the key on her body, her pair of straight and slender rounded legs couldn't help but tighten and close together. At this moment, Chu Yang was sitting in the cab, so naturally he didn't know about this scene. Otherwise, he probably would have had to ask the master to turn around and go back immediately. Chu Yang was brushing the news with his cell phone when he suddenly saw a very interesting article headline that, "The most brilliant hunters often come in the form of prey." What does that mean? He was just about to click on the article, when the master driver stopped the car and pointed ahead of him. "Class, the finance school is here. Starting at $8. Yes, thank you master." Chu Yang casually turned off his cell phone before he had a chance to read that article. Taking a $10 bill from his pocket, he handed it to the master, said no change, and got out of the car. Academy Gardens is actually very close to the finance school, about 2 kilometers or so. Chu Yang was just about to head towards the academy when his cell phone rang. Chu Yang took it out and looked at it. It was Yang Zihan's call. Just after connecting, Yang Zihan's somewhat sultry voice came out. "Humph, little brother. You haven't contacted me for 2 whole days." It was then that Chu Yang remembered that he had indeed not contacted the other party for the past 2 days. He couldn't help but apologize a little. "I'm sorry Sister Zihan, I've been busy with something for the past 2 days." Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Zihan's playful voice once again came out from the cell phone. He, I'm just kidding you. I've actually been busy these past 2 days. There's an event over at the Art Academy. By the way, where are you right now? I'm just getting back to the academy now. Right in front of it. Wait for me then. I'm just around the corner. I'll be right there. Oh. Hanging up the phone, remembering Yang Zihan's pair of long and straight legs, as well as her charming appearance during certain scenes, the flames in Chu Yang's heart that had just subsided for not long burned up again. He remembered something and turned toward the parking lot not far away. Chapter 48, Is the Stone Cool? At this time just into the fall, Hangzhou and the southern coastal cities, the evening wind is just slightly chilly. It was already past 9 p.m., but both the Finance College and the Arts College, both of which are more lenient with their students. So there are still a lot of students on this road in front of the school. A lot of young couples, in particular, tend to like to come out at this time of day, wander around for a while. Then down the road it was off to a street of hotels to splash the hormones of puberty. Chu Yang had just stepped out of the parking lot when a voice of surprise came from not far away, only to see a tall and beautiful figure standing on the roadside, waving her arms hard at herself. It caused a lot of sideways glances from the boys around them. Then they all cast envious gazes at Chu Yang, a beauty of this caliber. In the entire university town, they hadn't seen a few times. Sister Zihan, is it cold? Chu Yang walked to Yang Zihan's side and realized that the other party was actually wearing only a short JK skirt today, with a white t-shirt on top of it, and a pair of snow-white crystalline slender jade legs were thus directly exposed in the air. Bright and very tempting. Well, a little bit. Yang Zihan nodded, then directly jumped into Chu Yang's arms and put her 2 small hands into Chu Yang's clothes pockets. Chu Yang was dumbfounded and held the other party's soft little hand with a pair of big hands. Under the streetlight, the 2 figures clung to each other, their reflections drawn out by the streetlight. By the way, this is for you. Chu Yang suddenly remembered something and took out a delicate and compact lady's watch from his pants pocket and handed it to Yang Zihan. He just went to the car just to get the watch. As for the watch packaging box and all that, he just threw it in the car. Yang Zihan froze for a moment, then instantly reacted with a pair of beautiful eyes filled with surprise. Is this what? Sent me? Seeing Chu Yang nodding his head, she hurriedly took the delicate and small light blue watch, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She didn't know much about the brand of the watch. She just took it for granted that it was bought by Chu Yang in a general store. After all, she was well aware of the other party's financial condition, or else she wouldn't have taken the initiative to transfer money to the other party in the first place. But the more you hold it in your hand, the more you realize that the watch is cleverly designed, delicate yet not too atmospheric, and the quality seems to look as if it's pretty good too. It shouldn't be cheap. Yang Zihan happily put the watch on her wrist, and under the streetlight, the snow-white slender wrist, paired with this exquisite wristwatch, the light blue dial looked eye-catching, reflecting the light. The shopkeeper looks like the moon, and her wrists are covered with frost and snow. Chu Yang couldn't help but think of such a poem. Yang Zihan carefully put the watch away and turned around to ask, "This watch is so beautiful. I guess it costs more than $1,000, right?" "Pretty much." Chu Yang smiled and nodded. Yang Zihan was somewhat touched as she snuggled into Chu Yang's chest and said softly, "Chu Yang, thank you." Looking at this girl who was so easily moved, Chu Yang did not say anything. but only exerted a slight force in his hands and tightly wrapped the other party in his arms. After embracing each other for a long time, suddenly Yang Zihan raised her head up, then pointed to the inside of the financial institution and came to Chu Yang's ear to say quietly, "Elementary school brother, I want to go inside your school and hang out." Feeling the other party's hot and wet nostrils, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up an arc and directly pulled Yang Zihan towards the academy. The southernmost part of the small park in the treasury is a wigwam. Although it was a fake mountain, it was composed of several incomparably large natural boulders, towering over the south side of the small park, looking just like a real mountain in general. This wigwam is also one of the landmarks of the Zaibatsu. Below the wigwam was a man-made lake, and right in front of it was the playground. There was no path between the small park and the wigwam, only a huge rock connecting them. Because of the treacherous terrain, very few people would climb the wigwam. Today, however, two figures came under the wigwam. "Elementary brother, I want to go up there." Yang Zihan pointed to a natural barrier in the middle of the wigwam. Chu Yang froze at his words. Then in his heart, he could not help but praise this beautiful schoolmate for her unique idea. Good. Chu Yang nodded his head. Then as he gathered Yang Zihan in his arms, he walked towards the big rock. Under Chu Yang's absolute physical quality, the two didn't have to exert too much effort and smoothly came behind that natural barrier. There was some silence in the middle of the campus at night. Aside from the shadows of the trees, only a few birdsongs would sound from time to time, and the whole little park seemed to be in a state of silence. The bare wigwam, in particular, looked even quieter. Only a few sporadic students running at night on the playground in the distance, reflecting the lights of the library building in the distance, seemed to be in perfect harmony. Although the evening breeze was a little chilly, the athletic teenagers were still sweating. Yang Zihan held onto that natural barrier, facing the playground. Her forehead was covered in fragrant sweat, and she was biting her red lips tightly. Chu Yang, on the other hand, stood behind her, repeatedly exercising the endurance and explosive power of his waist, occasionally patting the softness of the body in front of him. Is the stone cool? Well, also, okay. Well, a full nearly 2 hours later, Chu Yang helped Yang Zihan, who was already a bit off her feet, walk out of the small park. Yang Zihan was still half hanging on Chu Yang like a wombat. Both cheeks were as scarlet as blood. Her forehead was filled with fragrant sweat, and the tips of her hair were already completely wet. His chest kept heaving up and down as he took a big breath of fresh air. It was as if he had just finished a 3,000 meter run, but it seems to be better than last time. Walking to the side of the playground, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and looked down at Yang Zihan. What's wrong? Yang Zihan was a bit puzzled. Was it worn on purpose? Chu Yang pointed to the JK super short skirt she was wearing. Yang Zihan's pretty face reddened a few more points, and she gently nodded her head. Just went to change it specifically before coming out. Your stamina? I've been working out lately. So now to the hotel? I have things to do at the academy tomorrow. The next morning, Chu Yang finished his run as usual and then went to the cafeteria to finish his breakfast. Just as he walked out of the cafeteria, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar cell phone number. Pressing the answer button, a familiar voice came from the phone's earpiece. Hello Mr. Chu, this is Lin Shiyu. Chapter 49, done with Lin Shiyu. Hello Mr. Chu, this is Lin Shiyu. Hearing Lin Shiyu's voice, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. He had already guessed the reason why the other party had called. Sure enough, only to hear Lin Shiyu continue. Mr. Chu, I've already considered what you said before. When can I start? Any time. So, then I'll meet you at the office now? Well, Chu Yang thought for a moment, then said, go directly to the Tianyuan mansion and wait for me downstairs. I'll be there soon. Okay Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu hung up the phone, her complexion still somewhat complicated. In fact, she was torn about whether or not to work for the other company. After all, with their own academic qualifications, it can be said that whether it is a state-owned enterprise or a foreign enterprise, or those large listed companies, can be picked at random. And the other guy was nothing more than a young man in his 20s, although he did have an amazing talent for speculation. But with things like stock speculation, where luck is very often important, it's hard to be long-term, much less stable. Given the age of the other party, how big and powerful can the company be? Not to mention that he went to the other company as nothing more than an assistant. Reason told her that she should still choose a large company to join. At the very least, the kind of Guotai Securities before. But there was also a hidden voice within her that told her that this young man was definitely not simple, giving her an urge to go and follow the other party to start a business. Every time she thought of the other party is only 20 years old, idle general operation of tens of millions of funds, the main play in the palm of the hand, she cannot help but some excitement. This, coupled with the aura of bemused confidence on the other party, made her want to trust the other party. In the end, she decided to take the gamble, so made this call. Tianyuan Mansion? Lin Shiyu naturally knew this place. It is one of the top financial buildings in Hangzhou, located in the core business district of Hangzhou, surrounded by major banks and securities companies, and the building is a collection of the top private equity institutions in Hangzhou. The other party's company was even in the middle of the Tianyuan building, so the scale should definitely not be small, right? Thinking of this, Lin Shiyu's mood couldn't help but improve. Looks like you didn't make a bad choice. Hanging up Lin Shiyu's phone call, Chu Yang directly walked towards the dormitory building. The first employee was officially recruited, so he planned to dress a little more formally today. But before he could get to the floor of his dormitory, he realized that many of the students around him were looking at him with strange eyes. Some of the girls even came together and pointed at themselves. What? Chu Yang could not help but be a little puzzled. Looking at himself, it's not that awesome suit. Could it be that himself has become handsome again lately? Chu Yang was confused. Eventually, I couldn't resist taking out my phone and turning on the front camera. Well, does look pretty cool. It hasn't changed much from before, though. Chu Yang walked into the dormitory in a state of confusion. However, without waiting for him to sit down, Wang Kai and the others surrounded him and looked at him with a sympathetic face. Yangzi, you mustn't think about it. There are still brothers. Grass. Ma Zichang, that is really too much. Yangzi, you don't worry. When I see him, damn sure to beat him hard. Brothers can be supportive of you. Are frantically registering trumpets to help you clarify. Chu Yang interrupted a few people with a confused look on his face. Asterisk. Can you guys tell me what is going on? Ha? You don't know yet, Yanko? With a surprised expression, Zhou Wei walked to the computer and pointed at the computer screen. This is what Ma Zichang that posted last night, and it's currently ranked number 1 in terms of hotness on the school BBS. Last night Chu Yang came back too late and today he got up too early. Several people did not see his silhouette, thought he was hiding on purpose. Chu Yang looked over, only to see that on the BBS of the Academy of Finance, the first ranked post was red hot and bubbling, and the title was, Exposure of the Financial Institution Fraud Scum, Rent a Luxury Car to Send Fake Wine Pretending to be a Big Money Cheating. Even cleaning ants are not spared. Poster ID, Singing Loving Little Tough Guy. It ing rhymes. Chu Yang was directly confused and opened the post to read a few times, and found that it was clearly talking about his renting a luxury car, delivering fake red wine, and pursuing girls. And it comes with a couple pictures. One was the very same $99 bottle of 82 Lafite with a not-so-formalized test report attached to it. Another one was a scene of himself getting out of a Mercedes CLS 63 AMG coupe, looking a little blurry but vaguely recognizable as himself. There were also a few pictures of himself downstairs in the women's dormitory when he was chasing Zhang Xiaoying, not directly mentioning the name, but Cutie also knew it was him. And the first couple of reposts below are straight out of his name. Isn't this Chu Yang? Isn't he a dog licker? How come he's still a liar scum? I prove that the content of the post is true. I am Zhang Xiaoying's roommate. Chu Yang did send 2 bottles of fake red wine, and also rented an Audi car specifically. I'm also Zhang Xiaoying's roommate, and I'll testify that I even drank several glasses of that fake red wine. And when I went back and went to the restroom for the night, I ended up staining the entire restroom red. I understand everything that was said upstairs. What I want to know is, where is the cleaning lady? Is there any video? Well, don't get me wrong. I just want to know the truth. Same request for cleaning mom video. Email 3838 **** at QQ if you have it. There were thousands of followers below, and except for the occasional trumpet that spoke for Chu Yang, public opinion was almost lopsided. All of them were accusing Chu Yang of being hypocritical and shameless. He couldn't work as a licking dog and started to be a liar. It was simply a disgrace to the Academy of Finance. Chu Yang has already understood over. This should be yesterday. Ma Zichang was revealed by himself after being infuriated. So revenge himself to come. After casually reading the content of the comments below for a few moments, Chu Yang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Then he directly closed the post, stood up and changed his clothes while smiling at Zhou Wei and the others. You guys don't need to get trumpets. I'll take care of this. You'll fix it? A few people froze. Then they directly went forward and pressed Chu Yang down on the bed. Yangzi, you must not be impulsive. Chu Yang's head was filled with black lines. 10,000 grass horses raced by in his mind. An hour later, Lin Shiyu drove her own Toyota Corolla to the downstairs of Tianyuan Mansion. The car was still bought when she first came to Hangzhou, and was mainly used for commuting to and from work. Economical and fuel efficient and drives well. Parking the car, Lin Shiyu waited for a while downstairs at Tianyuan Mansion, but she never saw Chu Yang's figure. Just when she couldn't help but take out her cell phone to call Chu Yang, her cell phone rang. It was Chu Yang's call. She picked it up in a heartbeat and, Mr. Chu, I'm already here, just downstairs in the Tianyuan mansion. What? You're across the street? Antai building? Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Shiyu hung up the phone with a confused look on her face and looked across the road. Then I saw the old building across the street, which was at most 10 stories high, with the words Antai building written on it in big black letters that had already lost their paint. It should be because of the long age that the words could not be seen in their original color. Looking at the opposite side of the road to their own smile and wave Chu Yang, Lin Shiyu alone in the wind messy. Chapter 50, Renting It All. Lin Shiyu crossed the road and walked to Chu Yang's side, only to realize that the other party was handsome today, especially compared to the past. That suit simply set off the other person's temperament perfectly. So he's this good looking. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but have a few little stars rise in her eyes. Then the matter of changing the name of Tianyuan building to Wantai building was put aside. Lin, let's go up. Chu Yang nodded at Lin Shiyu and turned around to walk inside the Antai mansion. Okay. Only then did Lin Shiyu react. Her pretty face slightly flushed as she hurriedly followed behind Chu Yang. Walking into the elevator, Lin Shiyu was about to press the elevator and looked at Chu Yang and asked, Mr. Chu, what floor is our company on? She had already changed her name and directly addressed Chu Yang as Mr. Chu, how many floors? Chu Yang froze slightly, then asked rhetorically, well, what floor do you want it on? Lin Shiyu's head was filled with black lines. What do you mean? What floor do I want to be on? Seeing Lin Shiyu's expression, Chu Yang dryly coughed and, ahem, it's like this. In fact, our company's office location has not been determined at present. Today we first talked to Antai Group to rent the place. Lin Shiyu looked at Chu Yang with a messy face. The company doesn't even have an office yet. Are you really serious? She swore that if she hadn't been looking at this suit on the other woman, she would have turned around and walked away by now, seemingly also feeling that he had indeed gone a bit too far. Chu Yang hurriedly added another sentence. But don't worry, whichever floor of this building you choose, it's yours. Looking at the obsolete walls and the extremely historical elevator, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but have 10,000 cute little alpacas running through her heart. Chu Yang pressed the button for the 5th floor. Fortunately, the elevator, though a bit old, was of pretty good quality and came to a steady stop on the 5th floor. The 5th floor is exactly the office of the headquarters of the Antai Group. Hello, what can I do for you too? Seeing that the two of them, Chu Yang and Lin Shiyu, although young, both had extraordinary looks and aura, the young man in the office didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly stood up. Chu Yang nodded and said indifferently, hello, we are here today to talk to your company about leasing this office building. You're renting office space? The young man was first stunned, then his heart couldn't help but rejoice. There were several other small companies renting the upper floors of this building, but they all moved out some time ago. The group is worried that no one will rent it. If this is done right, he definitely gets a lot of credit. Chu Yang nodded and said dryly, that's right, if it's suitable we'll consider renting it all together and sign the contract today. Can you do that? All rented? The young man was directly dumbfounded, and it took him a few seconds before he reacted, somewhat excitedly. Please wait a moment, I'll go and ask our general manager to come over right away. After saying that, he hurriedly jogged towards an office inside. Not long after, a rather dignified middle-aged man walked in, and the young man from just now was behind him, looking a bit restrained. It seems that this would be the general manager of the Antai Group. Antai Group is one of the famous and long-established enterprises in Hangzhou City, which is involved in many fields such as securities, real estate and commerce. As the general manager of the entire Antai Group, the other party's status and position was already extraordinary. By no means the general manager of the Antai Securities Hangzhou Center business office, Lu Jianrun, can be compared. The middle-aged man wore a pair of glasses, and his demeanor carried a faint sense of majesty. He sized up the two Chu Yangs and was first a little surprised at how young they were, but after inadvertently seeing the watch on Chu Yang's wrist, his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and his gaze toward Chu Yang steeply became solemn. Both of you, I'm Zhou Guoqiang, the general manager of Antai Group. I heard that you want to rent these floors of our office building upstairs? Aha! Chu Yang first nodded, then shook his head. But not these upstairs levels. What? You just said you were going to rent all the upstairs floors. The young man on the side couldn't help but be anxious at his words. Chu Yang smiled faintly and explained, that's right, but when I say rent all of them, I'm not just talking about these floors upstairs, but I want to rent all of this entire Antai mansion. The young man was outright dumbfounded that, the whole building? How is that possible? Renting this whole Antares building? Lin Shiyu also muttered in her heart, not to mention the other party's willingness to rent it out. She really couldn't figure out what Chu Yang's purpose was in renting such a whole dilapidated building. Do you need to use such a big place for stocks or finance? and although this place is right across the street from the Tian Yuan building, it's stuck next to an old hospital and parking is difficult all around. Definitely not a great place. This gentleman, I didn't understand what you meant. The middle-aged man also frowned, his eyes burning as he looked at Chu Yang. My meaning is very simple. Hasn't your entire group's new headquarter building already been built? It should be under renovation now. I guess you'll move there soon. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and opened the door. You shouldn't be using this building anymore either. In that case, why don't you just lease the whole building to us? Tianyang Capital. Celestial Capital? The middle-aged man and the young man were both stunned. They had never heard of this company, but listening to the name, as well as looking at the aura on the other party, this company was clearly not simple either. Looks like it should be a company out of state. Tianyang Capital? Lin Shiyu was also secretly surprised in her heart. This name was a good one. Seeing these two people look shocked, she wanted to laugh. The other side certainly do not know that this so-called Tianyang Capital is not even an office right now. Right. However, after hearing Chu Yang's words, the middle-aged man was shocked. The new headquarter building of Ontai Group has indeed been built, and the group's senior management has decided to move there as a whole next month. But this matter was just decided at the group's high-level meeting yesterday afternoon, and was not announced to the public. And how did the other side know? After all, the previous external statement has always been that the old group headquarters were kept at the same time. However, this matter was no longer important. If it was really possible to lease out this old Entai building directly, then for the Entai group, it would definitely have 100 benefits without any harm. Not only do you get more cash flow, but you also avoid the risk of this old building being derelict. It's definitely considered a big deal for yourself, too. By then, one will also have more say on the group's board. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and in a split second his mind had already thought of the pros and cons. Chapter 51, Su Yuru's Anger. College of Fine Arts, Women's Dormitory Building. Yang Zihan was lying on the bed sleeping her beauty sleep. Although she had been strengthening her body recently, Chu Yang still tossed her around last night, especially that pair of legs. Last night was crispy and numb, now it is sour and soft. This dormitory room was the most extravagant two-bedroom room in the art academy, with only her and Mu Yuyong living in it. And recently Mu Yurong had something going on in the company and rarely came back. In a daze, Yang Zihan heard the door of the dormitory seem to be pushed open. Who? Yang Zihan opened her big, bleary eyes and looked outside while yawning, only to see Mu Yurong walking in hurriedly. Yurong, why are you back? Zihan, get up. Have you seen the campus BBS yet? Mu Yurong went straight to the computer desk and opened it, then turned around and asked, Campus BBS? No, what's wrong with Arigato? Yang Zihan shook his head somewhat doubtfully, then sat up from the bed and stretched a great deal. She was wearing only 2 pieces of underwear. Her beautiful body was on display, especially the snow-white skin that was like sheep's fat white jade, which was fascinating in the dark pink light. What's wrong? Mu Yurong rolled her eyes and said with a speechless face, You still don't know, do you? That what's-his-name very powerful elementary school brother you like is simply a big liar. Chu Yang is a big liar? How can that be possible? Don't joke around if you have the capacity to do so. Yang Zihan didn't even think about it and directly shook his head with a face of disbelief. Chu Yan lied to her? How is that possible? It was his own initiative that brought him to the door. Okay, even the $50,000 was transferred to the other party of his own accord. Seeing her good girlfriend in this state, Mu Yurong stopped talking and directly opened the Finance and Economics Campus BBS on her computer, then pulled Yang Zihan over. Check it out. Yang Zihan reluctantly looked over. Then instantly his face changed drastically, and the more he looked at it, the more ugly his face became. Seeing Yang Zihan's cloudy pretty face, Mu Yurong sighed quietly. I told you, that guy just doesn't seem like a good match for you. Without waiting for her to finish, she only saw Yang Zihan directly gnashing her teeth. It must be that bastard Ma Zichang. How dare he slander Chu Yang? He's dead. Ma Ziqiang? Mu Yurong was confused. It took a while for her to react to the fact that the stupid best friend of hers was still speaking up for that liar. She couldn't help but want to spit blood in her mind. He had no choice but to get sick in the first place, and it was just bad luck that he ran into such a scumbag. And she's such a good BFF that she's acting like a ghost and is so devoted to that scumbag. Then she saw that Yang Zihan was actually replying to the post to speak for Chu Yang, and she was still using her real account. Zihan, are you crazy? Mu Yurong hurriedly pulled Yang Zihan with one hand. Do you know how much attention this account of yours is getting? Do you still want to enter the entertainment industry in the future? Besides, you'll just heat up the thread even more, and it'll invite more haters for that guy. Upon hearing these last words from Mu Yurong, Yang Zihan then bit her red lips and didn't continue to reply to the post, but the full chest was still heaving up and down, obviously infuriated. Seeing that Yang Zihan finally listened to her words, Mu Yurong then breathed a sigh of relief, but then suddenly glanced at the watch on young Zihan's wrist. "Hey, Zihan, where did you buy this watch from? It looks quite pretty." She directly pulled up Yang Zihan's arm, then instantly widened her eyes. "What, Patek Philippe? Xu Yang gave it to me yesterday. Not bad, right? It costs over $1,000. At the mention of the watch, Yang Zihan's mood was a little better, and she beamed her little mouth. Mu Yurong was originally shocked and was trying to take a closer look at the watch, but as soon as she heard that it was a gift from Chu Yang, she instantly lost all interest, directly put Yang Zihan's arm down. Sure enough, just like the post said, that guy would get some fake name tags to give to girls. $1,000? The guy was honest this time. But this kind of cottage watch is estimated to be a few $100s at most. Looking at her happy-faced best friend, Mu Yurong could only helplessly shake her head. She secretly decided in her heart that she must find a chance to reveal that guy's true colors, and absolutely could not let the two be together. Hangtown College of Finance and Economics. Su Yuru walked into the office refreshed. She slept well last night, and while there was some slight disappointment in reality, there was a degree of satisfaction in fantasy. Sitting in front of the computer, casually opening the browser, without realizing it, the post on the campus BBS was reflected in her eyes. Liar scum? Is the heat even that high? Su Yuru clicked on the post with some curiosity, and as a result, the more she looked at it, the more ugly her face became, especially after seeing the following reposts that mocked and insulted Chu Yang. She resisted the urge to reply to the post in curse, and directly picked up her cell phone and called the information office responsible for managing the campus BBS, then demand without question that the person remove the post immediately. The result startled that director of the information office, and it was the first time he had seen this always gentle teacher Su get so angry. Considering the special status of the other party, the director of the information office hastened to say that immediately delete the post, and the posting account to do the blocking process. Hanging up the phone and seeing that the post on the BBS had been completely deleted, Su Yuru then breathed a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but be speechless again when she thought about what had just been written on that post. That must be a fake. Otherwise, could it be that you're not even as good as a cafeteria mom? Chu Yang naturally didn't know about this. At the moment, he was still with Lin Shiyu, in the middle of Antai Mansion, communicating with the Antai Group's side about renting Antai Mansion. What? 10 years? Hearing Chu Yang say that he wanted to directly rent it for 10 years, Zhou Guoqiang was directly confused even though he had a deep chest. The average company rents office space for a maximum of 2 to 3 years. After all, unlike personal use, business operations need to take into account the ever-changing nature of the situation. So when he heard Chu Yang say that he wanted to directly sign a 10-year lease contract, Zhou could not help but be a little skeptical of the other party's true purpose. Chapter 52, $1 million a year. Good, it's 10 years. Chu Yang nodded lightly, with a breezy look on his face. If not for the fact that we, Tianyang Capital, have several other important investments at the moment, and the flow of funds is subject to some constraints. Instead of renting it this time, we would have considered buying this building outright. Aha! Hearing Chu Yang open the door like that, Zhou Guoqiang could not help but smile bitterly in his heart, knowing that he was overthinking. Indeed, not to mention renting for 10 years, even if the other party wanted to directly buy the old building and the land underneath it now, the Antares Group would directly agree to it and even beg for it. The location is good. After all, it is surrounded by the most central business district of Hangzhou City. In addition to the most representative Tianyuan building, the headquarters buildings of several major banks are almost entirely located around here. Normally, this location is absolutely inches away. After all, many powerful group companies want to build a headquarters building around this, and then hang the company's name, is definitely the best way to show strength. But this old hospital next door has a direct impact on the value of the place, not to mention the lack of parking places. Due to this old hospital, a lot of small stores and vendors have been born, causing the whole surrounding area to be a mess. Most importantly, the Antai building is just stuck in the middle of the hospital, and there is no way to build it separately. Antai Group had communicated with the hospital side many times to buy the land over, but it never materialized. This is because this hospital is directly under the official management of Zhejiang province. It's simply not up to the individual to decide, and the old director of the hospital is still a greasy old man who refuses to budge on anything big or small. This is also the reason why Antai Group ran to Qianjiang New District so far away again to build a new headquarters building. In the end, Zhou Guoqiang agreed to Chu Yang's request to rent it out for 10 years at $2 million a year, with the rent paid annually. This is not a low price, and for the Antai Group, which is now having difficulties in its business, $2 million per year is a considerable amount of cash flow. After agreeing with Zhou Guoqiang to sign the contract next Monday morning, Chu Yang and Lin Shiyu both said goodbye and left. As the two of them descended the stairs, the elevator stopped midway on the second floor. and then a familiar figure appeared in front of the elevator door. "It's you?" Shin-sia looked at Chu Yang with some surprise. She hadn't expected to run into each other again, and on her own company building. The first and second floors of this Antai mansion were the offices of the Antai Securities Center business office, which was where Shin-sia worked. Seeing Shin-sia walk in, Chu Yang also revealed a surprised expression before smiling and nodding. Seeing Chu Yang smiling at her, Shin-sia's heartbeat quickly sped up and, while wondering why the other party appeared here, he was torn in his mind as to whether to take the initiative to ask the other party for his contact information. After all, she regretted it for a long time after the last time in Hangzhou Mansion. She always remembered the warm, mellow smile with which the other had complimented her. More importantly, of course, was the wave of excitement that accompanied the purchase of those two overpriced watches. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. Chu Yang flashed another charming smile at Shin-sia before turning around and walking towards the outside. Looking at Chu Yang's back as he left, Shin-sia became even more frustrated. "Ms. Lin, I know you're curious as to why I rented such an old office building for as long as 10 years. I naturally have my reasons for doing so. You will naturally understand later." Walking out of Antai Mansion, Chu Yang turned to look at Lin Shiyu and smiled. But, without waiting for Lin Shiyu to open her mouth, Chu Yang directly interrupted her and raised his eyebrows. "Ms. Lin, from today onwards, your job is to be my full-time assistant. You just need to do what you need to do." Lin Shiyu directly almost stormed out. Chu Yang's meaning she naturally understands. That is, let yourself do your job. Should not ask, do not ask. Should not pipe more, do not pipe. What does that make you? That's a little too disrespectful, isn't it? He is at least a Harvard graduate with a double master's degree in finance and management. Okay, do you really think you can't find another job? Lin Shiyu raised her willow eyebrows and was just about to say that she was quitting, but she only saw Chu Yang directly handing over a platinum bank card. "As for your salary scale, let's tentatively set it at $1 million a year. Provident fund, bonuses, and all these other things. Also, the company side will give you another car, within $500,000, model of your choice. Is this okay with you? You can just let me know if you're not satisfied. By the way, what were you going to say just now?" Speaking here, Chu Yang looked at Lin Shiyu with some doubts. "No, nothing." It was only then that Lin Shiyu reacted from her dumbfounded state and hurriedly shook her head like a rattle. $1 million a year? With a $500,000 car? With that kind of treatment, let alone making her an assistant, she could have been a nanny, not to mention her a master's degree. Even a Harvard PhD, who just graduated back home at this time of the year, would not be able to reach this figure in annual salary. Chu Yang nodded and asked again, "So is this rate of pay okay with you? You can just mention it if you're not satisfied." Satisfied. Lin Shiyu swallowed her saliva with difficulty, then looked at Chu Yang with a solemn expression and a resolute look. "Mr. Chu, please don't worry. I will definitely try my best to be a qualified assistant. Well, there's 5 million Chinese dollars in this card, so it'll be used as the company's working capital and put it with you first." Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction and then arranged it. "There are a few things you need to do next. First thing, this afternoon go to the business administration department to register a company. The name will be Tianyang Capital. The second thing, go to the Oriental Securities Company to open a securities account. Directly with your identity information can be. Remember to open all the GEM and other permissions. The third thing, help me check the details of the Mutian Group, especially the shareholding relationship charts in the last 2 years, as well as the shareholding changes. The fourth thing, next Monday you bring the company information to this side to sign the contract, when you pay attention to the terms of the contract. As for the fifth thing," speaking here, Chu Yang paused for a moment. Lin Shiyu memorized a few things one by one, then seeing that Chu Yang didn't say anything further, she couldn't help but ask, Mr. Chu, what's the fifth thing?" Chu Yang smiled faintly and pointed to the small Toyota sedan across the street. "Fifth thing? That's the weekend you go to the Motor City and trade this car in. Under $500,000, model of your choice. Just pay with this card. I'll text you the password later. I'm going to head back. Call if anything happens." Chu Yang pointed at the bank card in Lin Shiyu's hand, then turned around and walked towards the Mercedes CLS 63 AMG not far away. Looking at Chu Yang's handsome back and looking at the bank card in her hand, Lin Shiyu had a very unreal feeling. "You're making $1 million a year? You know, even if she was a manager at Guitong Securities before, her annual salary was only 200,000 Huaxia dollars, and that included provident fund bonuses and all that. I thought that after leaving the job, the new job in the short-term treatment is certainly not as good as before, but I did not expect to turn around as $1 million a year." Even at the moment the other party hasn't even glanced at her academic profile, although she had not signed any entry agreement with Chu Yang. and the other party had moreover only verbally told her the salary package. But for some reason, Lin Shiyu had an inexplicable sense of trust in Chu Yang. What's more, the money may be a huge sum for the average person, but for that man, it's nothing. It could also be seen from the fact that the other party had just handed over $5 million to himself casually. Lin Shiyu, for a long time to come back to God, looked at not far away from their own small Toyota car. The heart cannot help but rise a trace of reluctance. The reason why Chu Yang trusted Lin Shiyu so much was because he believed that the other party was a smart person. I believe the other side will make the right choice. Sitting in the car, Chu Yang looked up at the imposing Tianyuan mansion across the street, turning to look at the large and Thai building he was about to rent, as well as the incomparably noisy skin hospital next to it. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up with a touch of playfulness. Just as he was about to start the car, a scene in front of the hospital building fell into Chu Yang's eyes. He couldn't help but frown as he got out of the car and headed towards the hospital. Chapter 53, A man's knee is full of gold. Doctor, I'm kneeling down for you. My father is really dying. Please just operate on him first. Don't worry, I'll think of something right away, and I'll make sure to get the money for the surgery by tomorrow. In front of the hospital building, a burly man in a camouflage suit was kneeling on the ground pulling on the white coat of a male doctor, begging bitterly. He was carrying an old man on his back, and the injuries on his two legs were so severe that his pants were already completely soaked with blood, and the crimson blood was still dripping down to the ground. It looks alarming. The old man was dying. There is no way. Our hospital has hospital rules. You will naturally arrange for surgery after you pay the fee. Besides, if every patient was like you, we wouldn't have a hospital. The male doctor shook his head with a cold face, directly shook off the lanky man's hand with force, and without even looking at the old man, he turned around and walked towards the building. The stout man fell on his knees in despair, crying like a child. Father, son is not filial. Men don't shed tears, they just don't get to the sad part. How could he not have imagined that his old father, who had suffered all his life, would encounter such a flying disaster the first time he came to visit him in Hangzhou? The driver of the car couldn't be found, and the little money he had on him wasn't enough to cover the cost of that expensive surgery. Muddy tears flowing down the lanky man's dark cheeks, he could not care less about wiping hands and feet out of the cell phone to call his sister in the old country, just hoped to be able to find a glimmer of hope again. Just then, a voice rang out from his ears. Get up, get in, pay up. The lanky man looked up while shedding tears, and saw a student-looking young man standing behind him, frowning at him. He was followed by a beautiful woman with an unassuming demeanor. The one who spoke was naturally Chu Yang, and he called Lin Shiyu over as well. That scene just now happened to fall into his eyes, and the male doctor's attitude of indifference to the extreme caused an unspoken anger in his heart. There was a time when I faced this indifference myself. Thinking of that scene once, Chu Yang could not help but clench his fists, and a bone-chilling chill emanated from his entire body. Just as the lanky man was in a daze, Chu Yang directly stepped forward and walked in front of him, helping the other party up with one hand. Go in and pay. But I don't have any money, the burly man said with some embarrassment. I have, Chu Yang said indifferently and then took the lead to walk inside the hospital building. The burly man first froze, then instantly took a deep breath and hurriedly stood up, carrying his father on his back and quickly followed Chu Yang. He knew that he had met a good man. The lanky man finally breathed a sigh of relief as he watched his father being rushed into surgery. He wiped the tear tracks on his face before he turned around. Then he actually knelt down directly towards Chu Yang. Then with a solemn face, he said in a deep voice, "This little brother, from now on, this life of mine, Yang Dahu, is yours. You can take it whenever you need it." Seeing this scene, Chu Yang's face was as normal, but Lin Shiyu on the side was startled and could not help but slightly open her red lips. Chu Yang stepped forward and helped the lanky man up, then slowly shook his head. Everyone has hard times. Today it just happened to me. This 200,000 is nothing to me. Now take good care of your father first. This money is considered as my loan to you. You can contact me later when it's convenient. After saying that, Chu Yang left his contact information to the other party, then turned around and left. The only reason he helped the other party was because he had experienced something similar in his last life. Knowing the pain of that despair is just that. And $200,000 to him now is indeed nothing. Looking at Chu Yang's back as he left, the burly man clenched his fists, his eyes moist again. Walking out of the hospital gate, feeling that Lin Shiyu's eyes were looking at her a bit wrong, Chu Yang couldn't help but stop his steps. What? Something wrong? Lin Shiyu hastily shook her head. She just felt a little curious that this man would spend $200,000 directly on someone so unknown to her, and it's clear that the other guy doesn't have much of an ability to repay. Is it because it's too rich? No. Lin Shiyu secretly shook her head in her heart. She knew that many rich people would not be so kind, and even the richer the person is, the more they care about their wealth instead, and the less likely they are to spend their money on anything that has no value. This guy, it's really hard to figure out yet. On the way back to the college, Chu Yang stopped by Hangzhou Mansion to buy 2 Fruit 5 Generation, and each one asked for 64 gigabytes. At this point in 2012, 64 gigabytes of RAM was the ceiling in the cell phone world. Back in the dormitory when about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the dormitory only Zhou Wei a person. Why? Where are they? Went out to dinner. Said they were having a bonding session with some girls from Khan's girlfriend's dorm room. Zhou Wei sat up from the bed, still holding a thick magazine periodical with the 4 big words Electronic World written on the cover. His hobby in his spare time is to study these electronic products. Fellowship? Then how come you didn't go? Why? Hearing about the fellowship, Chu Yang then realized that the only thing that could make Guo Changdong, a dead geek, go out in the middle of the night, besides eating, was probably only girls. It didn't feel like much fun, and besides, I didn't want to go if they didn't call you. Hearing Zhou Wei's words, Chu Yang nodded. He knew that the birds must not have informed him because of his current reputation for interfering with getting into a sorority with those girls, and half the reason why Zhou Wei doesn't go is because he doesn't go himself, and the other half of the reason? I think it's because he really isn't interested in other girls, because his mind was always on Minmin Zhu in the next class. Other people were not clear about it, but Chu Yang knew that Zhou Wei had been secretly in love with this Xu Minmin. In his last life, though, he didn't go and confess to the other guy until his senior year, but it was a step too late. The other person has become someone else's girlfriend. Touching his dry belly, Chu Yang turned around and pulled Zhou Wei up from the bed. Come on, brother Wei, let's go out and get high as brothers tonight. Chapter 54, outside the building. Pulling Zhou Wei out of the dormitory building, the two of them walked directly towards the entrance of the academy. As he walked down to the library floor, he saw a familiar figure walking head-on with his head down, still in that old-school uniform, with her hair covering her cheeks and only revealing a pair of big, dark and bright eyes. It was none other than Su Ruwashi. Have you had dinner yet? Under Zhou Wei's astonished gaze, Chu Yang directly stepped forward and stopped in front of her. Ah! Su Ruwashi was taken aback and only slightly relieved after realizing that it was Chu Yang. Still, not yet. Come on, let's eat together. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, not to be denied. You invited me last time. I'll invite back this time. No, it's not necessary. Su Ruwashi hurriedly shook her head, but was glared back by Chu Yang with a glance. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. Outside the building? Seeing this classical restaurant building with extraordinary decoration in front of him, as well as the 3 big words shaking in gold above, Zhou Wei directly froze there. There aren't many high-end restaurants in the university town around the academy, but if there is one, it's definitely this Lu Wai Lu Chinese restaurant. Beyond the mountains, beyond the green hills, beyond the buildings, Westlake songs and dances went to rest. Because of this poem, Luweilu has been famous for a long time, and there are only 2 of them in the whole Hangzhou city, a family on the shores of Westlake. The other one is in a university town, and this Luweilu in University City is even more authentic in flavor than the tourist-oriented one in Westlake. But the vast majority of students are unfamiliar with the restaurant, or subconsciously don't think of the restaurant, which reportedly spends thousands of dollars, as a product of a college town. And indeed, very few students do come over to spend money, as is the Peninsula Cafe on the other side of the park. Yanko, Zhou Wei was just about to say something when he saw that Chu Yang had already pulled Su Ruwashi into the middle of the restaurant. His throat moved, but he finally let out a bitter laugh and could only walk in after him. Where had Su Ruwashi come to such a high-end place? Looking at the hall's simple but obviously uncomplicated decor, she walked with some constraint. Chu Yang, however, did not take this place as a high-end place in the slightest and casually found a window card seat upstairs with an excellent location before pulling Su Ruwashi and Zhou Wei to sit down. Sir, may I ask how many of you are ordering now? The waiter here had obviously received specialized training and the service was spot on. Seeing that Chu Yang nodded his head, he hurriedly handed over the menu to Chu Yang. Zhou Wei glanced at the menu and was startled by a number on it, then fiercely gave Chu Yang a wink. Ahem, Yanko, let's just, well, I know you're all hungry, so today I'll treat you to the most authentic Westlake vinegar fish. Right, there's also Longjing lobster, dongpa stew, and vegetarian roasted goose. All of these, serve them as soon as possible. Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to Zhou Wei's eye color and directly ordered several dishes in one breath before adding, and 2 more bottles of Melanchan Erguo too. Ah, the waitress froze outright. What? No? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Yes, please wait. The waitress hastily apologized. The store did have this $10 bottle of white wine. It was just never ordered. Yanko Yu. Seeing the waiter nodding his head and leaving, Zhou Wei's eyes widened, and he was about to say something that, however, After glancing at Su Ruwashi on the side again, he ultimately did not open his mouth again. In the heart but already prepared for the next in Chu Yang and eat noodles together. There weren't many people in the restaurant this evening. Apart from Chu Yang and their table, only not far away and also by the window, on a relatively large card seat, sat a few young people with not bad looks and temperament. There was also a middle-aged man who carried an aura of superiority that was hard to hide. Chao Wei is a good drinker. After being reborn, Chu Yang's drinking capacity was definitely not small either. So the two of them are drinking a lot faster than they did last time. They chatted and drank, and soon the bottle of 2 pots of wine was at the bottom. Su Ruwashi naturally didn't drink, and lowered her head on the side, concentrating on peeling the crayfish. From time to time, she put the peeled lobster meat on the dinner plate in front of Chu Yang, just like a gentle little daughter-in-law. Why, do you have any dreams in your life? Drinking down another half cup of white wine, Chu Yang's face was already slightly tipsy as he looked at Zhou Wei. Dreams? Zhou Wei was visibly stunned. Chu Yang laughed and nodded his head. Yes, it's like the drunken, waking up in charge kind of thing. Drunk on a beautiful woman's knee, waking up in charge of the world? This kind of thought is not in my mind. Zhou Wei couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile before continuing. If I really say I have any dream, it's to be able to work at Warwick after graduation. Warwick? Chu Yang poured another full glass of wine and held it up. Zhou Wei clinked glasses with Chu Yang, nodded, and half joked. Well, do your bit for our national brand. He drained the beer from his mug, then let out a long breath, a flash of reminiscence in his eyes as he, you know, my father is the old skilled laborer of Chunlan Electronics Factory, although the factory later closed down, but he has always still remembered the rise of our domestic technology brand, which is also the dream of his old man in this life. My father, he has always been concerned about our China's major technology enterprises. He often said to me in the past 2 years, the hope of our China's high-end technology, only possible in the Huawei company. Speaking here, Zhou Wei's eyes flashed with a color of determination as he said with a firm look, so that's why I want to work at Huawei after I graduate. It was then that Chu Yang realized, no wonder the other party had been wanting to work at Huawei in his last life, and obviously majoring in economics and management, but still hugging a bunch of electronic magazines and studying them every day. Turns out that's why. Chu Yang knew that Zhou Wei was from Ludong and was very filial to his parents, so he also attached great importance to his father's dream, and it's kind of his own dream to work on electronics himself. Come on, Yanko, drink. Zhou Wei had obviously felt the urge to drink as well and staggered his glass up, clinking it with Chu Yang before drinking it down in one go. Chu Yang drank the wine in the cup, looked at the opposite face of the determined Zhou Wei. His heart could not help but bitterly laugh. It seems that the other party is really determined to go to Huawei. He remembered that in his last life, the other party eventually didn't make it into Huawei, but went to an insurance company. But the cell phone had been using the Huawei brand. Become a loyal and hardcore fan of Huawei phones, until later after the Huawei company was implemented by the United States technology blockade. He remembered that Zhou Wei also frustrated for a long time. Thinking of this, and looking at his good brother who had a determined look on his face, Chu Yang's heart was slightly moved. He thought briefly, then looked at Zhou Wei. Brother Wei, have you ever thought of starting your own company in the future to produce the most advanced cell phone products in the world? Start your own company? Producing the most advanced cell phone products? Ha ha, that's something I can't even dream of. Zhou Wei laughed and shook his head as he ate his food. Chu Yang could not help but feel helpless. He then remembered that Zhou Wei was just an ordinary college student after all. This kind of thing does sound a bit pie in the sky to the other side. He suddenly spoke after thinking about it. Well, have you ever thought about what if Huawei doesn't end up succeeding? Chapter 55, The Mysterious Woman. And have you ever thought about what if Huawei doesn't end up succeeding? Hearing Chu Yang's words, Zhou Wei first froze, then could not help but feel a moment of silence. He studied electronic magazines every day, and naturally, he was clear that there was still a considerable gap between the current Chinese domestic in terms of cutting-edge technology and the Western developed countries such as rice, especially in core areas such as chip semiconductors, and his father had also said that this field needed time to settle down, and that it was definitely not something that could be caught up with overnight. He picked up his own glass to take a drink, and ultimately didn't say anything, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit heavy. Chu Yang shook his somewhat dizzy head and asked the boss to bring 2 more bottles of Taishan Original Plasma Beer. Pouring the wine separately, Chu Yang patted Zhou Wei's shoulder and, Brother Wei, do you believe me, brother? Of course I believe it, so if I ever need it, would you be willing to come and help me? Of course I do. Zhou Wei nodded without hesitation. Chu Yang nodded his head with some emotion and said with the strength of his drink, well, why? You like electronic technology so much? Have you ever considered starting your own business in the future? Entrepreneurship? Well, like starting a tech business that makes its own cell phones or something like that. What? Setting up a business? Manufacture cell phones? Zhou Wei looked at Chu Yang with a confused expression. He really didn't know what was going on in the other man's head. Chu Yang, however, nodded his head affirmatively and said with a serious face, "Well, that's true, but producing cell phones is just the beginning. There are still a lot of things we need to do if we want to be truly independent and autonomous." Seeing Zhou Wei's already petrified expression, Chu Yang drank another glass of wine and continued, "Brother Wei, you may not realize that our domestic high-tech seems to be developing well, but we are still being stuck by that gang of Yanks in key areas, especially in the field of semiconductor chips." Zhou Wei, who was on the side, first thought that Chu Yang was talking drunk, but as a result, the more he listened later, the more alarmed he became. With his daily study of electronic magazines and his father's teachings, he naturally knew what was going on with domestic chip technology in China right now. It was just that he had never expected that Chu Yang, who usually did not care about the field of science and technology, would know so much about this. In fact, Chu Yang knew that even if he was reborn and came back, it would still be harder than heaven to break through the technological blockade deliberately implemented by the Western developed countries with his own strength. The only thing you can rely on yourself is nothing more than a vision ahead of its time. There isn't much else that can be relied on. Still starting from scratch. But there are some things that someone has to do. Chu Yang sighed slightly in his heart, then thought of something else and continued. Of course, there are more opportunities in the internet space next. And there will be a big round of shuffling in the internet industry next. The Beaver Group, which is now in the ascendant, is bound to go into decline next, and a variety of emerging Internet Plus, or Plus Internet new economic businesses, will soon be born. And for us, now is the best time. Since we have this opportunity, we have to seize the opportunity of the times and jam out these old established companies like Beaver. Chu Yang finished soundly, then drank the remaining half of the wine in his cup, looking at his good brother, who was still a bit confused. His heart was full of pride. This was the first time since he was reborn that he had expressed the true thoughts of his heart. Just then, but only a faint cold humming sound came from the side of the humph. Jamming off the Beaver Group's position is quite a mouthful. Chu Yang raised his head, but he only saw a young man wearing glasses looking at himself with a gloomy face on that card seat not far away. Then Zhou Wei's somewhat surprised voice could be heard. "It's Yi Shiatsu-senpai?" It was then that Chu Yang realized that apart from the middle-aged man on the main seat at that table, there were actually two acquaintances among the several young men. One is none other than the #1 school flower of the Finance and Economics College, Yi Shiatsu. The other, however, was that student body president of the art college, who seemed to be called something like Oyangjia. There were two other young men with the same confidence, or ego, written all over their faces. As his eyes fell on the middle-aged man, Chu Yang's pupils could not help but shrink slightly. With his current horrible memory, he had already recognized that this should be a certain leader of the official Zhejiang province. The level is definitely not low. With the other party's status, it was surprising that he would appear on such an occasion with such a group of young people. Chu Yang was slightly surprised in his heart, but when his gaze landed on the position beside the middle-aged man, his heart was even more shocked, only to see that it was a young woman in a black evening dress, around 27 or 28 years old. She was cool and dignified, and her hands and feet exuded a faint aura of superiority. And looking at the middle-aged man's attitude towards her, there was actually a hint of hidden deference. Chapter 56, Seriousness. The outside of the building is tastefully decorated, but the dining room is not very large. The two sides were very close together, with only a small card table separating them. At this moment, several people had their gazes on Chu Yang, obviously having heard the amazing remarks he had just made. The young man with glasses had a gloomy face. Chu Yang's words just now made him very upset. Yi Shiatsu, on the other hand, was as unearthly as ever, only lightly glancing at Chu Yang without the slightest fluctuation in her expression. When Ouyang Jia saw that it was Chu Yang, he couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Yang continued to eat his food without paying attention to the other party. What? Brother Ouyang knows this entrepreneurial genius who can easily surpass our Beaver Group? The man with the glasses grunted, a little offended. A friend's brother, sort of, but not well. Ouyang Jia nodded, but the corner of his mouth was hooked up in a teasing manner. Seeing a hint of displeasure flash through the other party's expression, he hastened to explain again. Don't mind Senior Jiang. In fact, this guy is quite hot above the campus BBS recently. Campus BBS? The man with glasses frowned. Ouyang Jia nodded and looked at Yi Xiaozhu. That's right, to be exact, it's the campus BBS of the College of Finance and Economics. This is something beauty ye should know. Hearing the words College of Finance and Economics, a hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the man with the glasses. As a senior student of Zhejiang Provincial University, the College of Finance and Economics was no different from a pheasant university in his eyes. Yi Shiatsu's slender brows knitted slightly, then shook her head and faintly said, I'm not sure. She actually did read that post and had recognized Chu Yang. Even in his heart, He was disgusted to the extreme for a boy like Chu Yang who did not do anything all day and did not put his heart into his studies. However, as the president of the student council of the finance academy, she did not want to talk about the students of her own academy in front of people outside the school. Since Beauty Yi doesn't know, then I'll tell you all about it. Ouyang Jia pointed to the suit on Chu Yang's body and then described roughly what was on that post. Hearing the other party's colorful description, Zhou Wei's face instantly became incredibly ugly, and he was directly about to stand up, but was stopped by Chu Yang reaching out his hand. Chu Yang acted as if he didn't hear Ouyang Jia's words. The corners of his mouth still hung a faint smile as he settled the meal on his plate by himself. Hearing his description, and associating it with those believable words of Chu Yang just now, when the few people looked at Chu Yang again, their faces already carried a kind of indescribable contempt, obviously already thinking of the other guy as one of those oddball boys who can blow his bull out of the water. The man with glasses was still a little angry. As a graduate of Zhejiang Province University, one of the youngest executives of Beaver Group, he has full confidence in the next development of Beaver Group. That's why he was very upset about Chu Yang's assertion about the Beaver Group just now. But after listening to Ouyang Jia's words, the corner of his mouth directly hooked up with a touch of disdain, and then somewhat playfully looked at Yi Xiaozhu. He, Chairman Yi, I really didn't expect that your College of Finance and Economics would still have this kind of extreme student. Yi Xiaozhu frowned and was just about to say something when she only heard the young woman in the black evening gown speak faintly. Uncle Gua, it seems that the quality of students in some colleges and universities still needs to be strengthened now. Hearing her words, the middle-aged man was shocked in his heart and quickly nodded his head. Yes, Ms. Su, it's true that individual college students nowadays still lack a certain amount of guidance, especially in terms of their outlook on life and worldview. Please rest assured, Ms. Su, our Zhejiang Province Education Department will definitely pay attention to this matter next, and will definitely not let similar things happen again. In addition, for the students concerned, we will also step up our criticism and education, and those who need to be dealt with will certainly be dealt with seriously. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the young woman nodded slightly and, serious treatment is not necessary. After all, at present has not caused any substantial harmful consequences, but criticism and education is a must. The conversation between the several people did not suppress their voices in the slightest, as the distance was very close, and incomparably clear into the ears of Chu Yang's several people. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. However, it directly scared Zhou Wei so much that his entire body froze there. Su Ruwashi was also frightened to the point that her pretty face turned slightly white. These people are calling this middle-aged man Mayor Gua. The young woman's identity was obviously more than simple. Dealing with an ordinary college student like Chu Yan was not just a matter of words, until finally the other side said that it was only criticizing and educating. Zhou Wei and Su Ruwashi then breathed a sigh of relief, but still a little worried. Instead, the young woman's gaze landed on Su Ruwashi beside Chu Yang. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she whispered something to Yi Xiaozhu. Yi Xiaozu's face changed, but still nodded. Watching the few people get up and leave without even looking this way again, Zhou Wei and Su Ruwashi then breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the backs of the several people leaving, Chu Yang's face was calm as he picked up his wine cup to drink it. Then he realized that there was a large pile of cleanly peeled lobster meat on the plate in front of him, and turned to look at Su Ruwashi, only to find that the other party was looking at him with wide eyes. The plate next to the pile of lobster shells in front of her was clean and empty. I'm already full, and since you peeled these, you're responsible for eating them. Chu Yang pushed the lobster meat directly over and placed a large piece of hot Westlake vinegar fish on her plate. Not to be denied. Also eat all of this fish. No waste. Su Ruwashi looked pitifully at the fish on her plate, and under Chu Yang's threatening gaze, she could only pick up her chopsticks and eat it in small bites. Leaving from the building outside the building, both Chu Yang and Zhou Wei's footsteps were a little shaky. Su Ruwashi hesitated for a moment, but finally went forward to support Chu Yang. Looking at Su Ruwashi, who was like a little daughter-in-law, gently helping Chu Yang wipe the corners of her mouth, Zhou Wei could not help but feel a little envious. Although he wanted to ask Chu Yang how he had just paid the bill, he didn't intend to be a light bulb, either. As soon as he walked through the gates of the academy, he excused himself and wended his way toward his dormitory building. Looking at Zhou Wei staggering back, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly, turning to look at the quiet girl on the side, and said with rare tenderness, "Walk with me." Well, Su Ruwashi supported Chu Yang's arm and nodded slightly. The gentle evening breeze blew by and swept up Su Ruwashi's hair, revealing one side of her stunningly beautiful snow-white cheeks, causing Chu Yang to look stunned. Chapter 57 I Don't Care About You. Chu Yang had drank a whole bottle of erguotu and was already feeling a bit tipsy. As he looked at that aura-filled face, he couldn't help but see a flash of amazement in his gaze. I remembered that in my last life, throughout my college days, no one had noticed this nerdy girl's amazing face either. It may be that the other party pays attention to the protection of their own sake, has been so a stunning face well hidden under the hair. Looking at Chu Yang staring at herself, Tsuruwashi's face was immediately colored with a reddish hue, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Yang. Come on, let's go over to the artificial lake. He directly took Tsuruwashi's small hand and walked towards the artificial lake. Tsuruwashi's face was as red as a fever. It was the first time she held hands with a boy. She hesitated in her mind for a few moments, but ultimately didn't pull her hand back. The artificial lake under the wigwam is not large, but under the bright moonlight, the lake's surface is like a mirror reflecting the sky clouds and the moon, constituting a dark ink painting of some autumn melancholy. With the light breeze and the water rippling, Chu Yang's heart was unusually quiet. Turning to look at the red-faced Tsuruwashi, Chu Yang could not help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly, thinking of the scene just now in the building outside the building. Suddenly asked, "Do I look like a liar to you?" Tsuruwashi looked at Chu Yang with some doubt, seemingly somewhat unable to understand what he meant, but still shook her head firmly. "Does that look like a scumbag?" Chu Yang asked again. Tsuruwashi's little head seemed to be thinking about the corresponding word scum, and then shook her head. Chu Yang was dumbfounded and looked at this incomparably dumb little girl again. "So would you still be so nice to me if I was scum?" Tsuruwashi seemed to feel that her little head was a bit inadequate, looking at Chu Yang blankly for a while before nodding gently. Chu Yang almost didn't laugh out loud, lifting his head and striding forward, pulling the other party's small hand to shake it off. Walking around the artificial lake, looking at the surrounding couples in twos and threes snuggling with each other and sitting by the lake, Chu Yang suddenly lowered his head, his gaze incomparably gentle. "Ms. Tsuruwashi, why are you so nice to me?" Tsuruwashi was visibly stunned by the question and didn't say anything for a long time. Chu Yang didn't wait for her to answer. He directly pulled her forward and continued walking. Tsuruwashi was somewhat unable to keep up with Chu Yang's footsteps behind her, and while she tried to speed up, she murmured in a voice that only she could hear, "Because you're nice to me." After walking around the artificial lake for a full 2 laps, Chu Yang shook his head with some disinterest. "This artificial lake is still too small. There's nothing to stroll around. Why don't we go back?" Tsuruwashi nodded, then thought of something else and suddenly stretched out her hand to point at the small park to the side. "What?" Seeing that Tsuruwashi actually wanted to go to the small park, Chu Yang was directly shocked. He directly recalled the scene when Yang Zihan first dragged herself around the small park. Are all girls so wild nowadays? But he quickly figured out that the nerdy girl should just want to simply stroll around the small park. "Well, then we'll go inside and hang out." Chu Yang nodded, and with a righteous face, he pulled Tsuruwashi's small hand and walked in. Seeing this dull girl looking around with some curiosity, Chu Yang could not help but ask, "Haven't been here before?" "Well," Tsuruwashi nodded a little shyly. Chu Yang could not help but be dumbfounded. "I guess inside the entire academy, girls who hadn't come to visit the small park should be as rare as guys who hadn't seen a romantic blockbuster. This girl is really different." But suddenly thinking that the other party had to go to work every day, Chu Yang seemed to understand something. He opened his mouth and was going to tell the other man that he could help her later so she wouldn't have to work so hard, but after a moment's hesitation, he finally didn't say anything. Chu Yang thought about it and asked with a smile, "Dumb girl, where are you from?" "In Kawasaki, Sichuanshu." "Well, I've been to Sichuanshu. It's beautiful and the people are nice." You've been to Sichuan?" Hearing Chu Yang say that he had been to Sichuan in Sichuan, Tsuruwashi immediately raised her head, her big eyes filled with surprise. Chu Yang nodded. "Yes, Sichuan and Shu there are especially good at eating spicy food, and it's spicy, and the scenery over there is beautiful, with mountains and water, and there are also giant pandas. If you don't believe me, I'll say a few words of Sichuan Shu for you to hear. Hua Hua Zi, you look so good. I rare you." Yikes! Hearing Chu Yang's words, Tsuruwashi was shocked and delighted, especially when she heard the last sentence. Her pretty face was so red that it was almost able to drip blood. Mentioning her hometown, Tsuruwashi was visibly happier and slowly talked more. After chatting for a while, Chu Yang also finally knew that this dull girl's hometown was in Shudu, but it was a small mountain village at the very edge of Shudu city. The people there are simple and honest, but they share the common characteristics of the remote mountainous regions in the west, that is, poverty and backwardness. And this nerdy girl grew up with her mother-in-law, so you can imagine the financial aspect, especially to come to the city of Hangzhou, which is at the top of the domestic consumption level in China, to study at the university. Looking at the old school uniform on the other party, thinking of the scene of this dull girl eating steamed buns and drinking purple cabbage soup in the cafeteria, Chu Yang secretly made a decision in his heart. The moon is full tonight. Under the moonlight, Chu Yang pulled Tsuruwashi's small hand, and the shadows of the two of them were stretched out. Without realizing it, the two had walked deeper into the park. The surroundings also became incredibly quiet. Suddenly, A somewhat strange sound rang out from the jungle not far away. Chapter 58, Treasure as a Treasure. Ugh, don't you stop, so tired. You go up there. Well, there seems to be someone over there. What are you afraid of? If you come here at this hour, you must be a fellow traveler as well. Hey, you, didn't you tell me to go? To the top. No, wait a minute. It was as if the boys suddenly had their strength back. The branches and leaves trembled again and the charge sounded again. Listening to the strange sounds coming from not far away, Tsuruwashi's small face was filled with questions. A pair of big eyes couldn't help but look over, only to see that not far away where the branches and leaves were thick, the trees were in shadow and the branches were shaking. Not waiting for her to get a good look, Chu Yang directly sidestepped and blocked her line of sight. What are you looking at? Childish. Tsuruwashi was stunned at first, and only after a while did she understand what was going on, her pretty face instantly turning as scarlet as blood. Seeing this lovely appearance of the other party, Chu Yang couldn't help but get his fingers tingling, utilizing the strength of the wine to directly pull Tsuruwashi in front of him, then wrapped his arms around her waist. It's slim, but soft. This was Chu Yang's first feeling. Tsuruwashi was first startled, but then she realized that because of Chu Yang's action, she was facing the woods that she had just been in, and she hurriedly buried her head into Chu Yang's chest, not daring to look at it again. Looking at this shy appearance of the other party, Chu Yang was amused in his heart, and his hands tightened a few more points, half embracing this dull girl towards the front. As the light wind blew, Chu Yang only felt a nice fragrance drilling into his nose. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. With this dull girl's condition, she definitely wouldn't be able to use cosmetics, and the smell was very nice, far from those so-called luxury brand perfumes. Feeling the amazingly full mass coming from his arm again, Chu Yang could not help but secretly sigh. Truly a treasure girl. Finally out of the small park, Chu Yang somewhat fondly removed his hand from the other party's waist. Tsuruwashi still had her head lowered, only that snow-white neck had already been colored with a layer of pink. Walked down to the girls' dormitory. Tsuruwashi raised her head and looked at Chu Yang before whispering, I'm going back to. Wait, take this. Like a magic trick, Chu Yang took out the box of a Fruit 5 generation cell phone from his pocket and handed it to Tsuruwashi. Tsuruwashi was startled and quickly shook her head. I got it from my phone bill, so if you don't want it, I'll give it to another girl? Chu Yang glared at her and shoved his cell phone right into her hand. There's a cell phone card in there, so it's easy to contact me. With that, he turned and headed for the boys' dormitory. Looking at Chu Yang's distant tall back, Tsuruwashi stood dumbfounded downstairs for a long time. It was only when she saw Chu Yang walk into the boys' dormitory building that she withdrew her gaze. She didn't know why, but she felt that recently Chu Yang was very different from before. It seems that, it's like being a different person. The old him didn't even talk to her much. Is it because of that girl? Tsuruwashi's expression couldn't help but be a little complicated, but then she thought of the scene with Chu Yang tonight, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Holding the cell phone, which was given to her as a treasure, Tsuruwashi carefully walked towards the upper floors, and just now the scene downstairs in the dormitory room happened to fall into the eyes of Jiang Xiaoying upstairs. Is that Fruit 5? Jiang Xiaoying stood on the balcony and recognized the phone that Chu Yang had handed to Tsuruwashi at a glance when she saw it. That asshole. Thinking that Chu Yang did not bother to buy himself a Fruit cell phone, but turned around and gave that bumpkin-like girl a latest Fruit 5. Jiang Xiaoying could not help but gnash her teeth in hatred, but at the same time, she was also a bit puzzled. She knew Chu Yang's condition better than anyone else. It was simply impossible for him to come up with any more money to buy such an expensive cell phone. Is it possible that phone is also a copycat? Right, that must be it. Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaoying's heart felt a little more comfortable. Monday afternoon, on the 6th floor of Antai Mansion, inside an extremely spacious office. Mr. Chu, this is our Tianyang Capital's business license and company registration information. This is the new securities account I opened at Oriental Securities last Friday, and all the trading privileges that can currently be opened have been opened. This is the building rental contract that I signed with the Antai Group in the morning, and all the supplementary clauses in the content of the contract are in accordance with your requirements. Lin Shiyu opened the 3 brand new folders and then placed them in front of Chu Yang, introducing them one by one. Then she turned around again and carried a large stack of a full dozen file boxes to Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, these are the details of the Tianmu Group, which include all of the changes in the shareholdings of the Tianmu Group since its inception. Because there is so much information that it may look a little inconvenient to you, I have prepared a special electronic scan version and put it all on this USB flash drive. Speaking here, Lin Shiyu placed a small and delicate metal USB flash drive in front of Chu Yang. Well, good. Chu Yang nodded, then looked at Lin Shiyu again. And, Lin Shiyu was slightly stunned for a long time before she remembered something, lowered her head and took out a car key from her bag. Mr. Chu, this is the Volkswagen CC I bought over the weekend. Volkswagen CC? Xu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned by. I didn't realize that this beautiful assistant was quite good at saving money for herself. He himself had given the other party a standard amount of 500,000, and he had thought that Lin Xiyu would choose a BMW 5 Series or an Audi A6L. The Volkswagen CC, on the other hand, while also looking beautiful, is considerably cheaper than those two cars, with the top-of-the-line one coming in at around $300,000 or so. I think the reason why I chose the Volkswagen brand was because of my status as an assistant. Xu Yang slowly nodded his head and did not say anything more. Lin Xiyu remembered something again and handed another file bag to Xu Yang. By the way, Mr. Xu, this is my personal entry file information, including educational certificates and other materials. Please take a look. Chapter 59, Climbing Relationships. Passing her dossier to Xu Yang, a hint of playfulness flashed in the depths of Lin Xiyu's beautiful eyes. In her mind, she had already anticipated the kind of surprised expression on the other party's face after seeing her academic profile. Aha! Xu Yang nodded and picked up the file bag, opened it and casually looked at the several academic degree certificates inside before casually putting it back. Looking at Xu Yang's expression as usual, Lin Xiyu was confused in her heart. She originally wanted to see the other party after knowing their conditions of the kind of shock performance. If you can then say this 1 million annual salary spent not bad, that would be more perfect. But, this, how come there's no reaction? Can't you see your 2 Harvard diploma degrees? Don't recognize English? That's not true. It's also clearly written on the other foreign student certificate. You have a decent education. You're kind of able to meet the criteria to be my assistant. Xu Yang handed back the dossier bag and nodded casually. The always elegant Lin Xiyu couldn't help but burst out in her heart. It's okay? Sort of? Listening to the other side this meaning, feelings of his own Hall of Harvard University master's degree graduate, to him as an assistant is still a bit reluctant? Not to mention such a small company that went ahead and registered itself. If it wasn't for that $1 million annual salary, I'd have to show him what it means to be a 5th degree black belt in Taekwondo. Forcibly resisting the urge to go up and violently beat up Xu Yang, Lin Xiyu incomparably suffocated and received her dossier, feeling that Lin Xiyu's eyes were looking at herself in a somewhat strange manner, seemingly containing an indescribably complex emotion. Xu Yang could not help but be somewhat puzzled. Is he getting handsome again? He speculated somewhat dubiously as to the reason for this. Looking again at the several pieces of information neatly organized in front of him, Xu Yang could not help but secretly nod his head. Lin Xiyu's working ability and efficiency was indeed not bad at all. It's not much worse than his male assistant in his last life who graduated from Cambridge University and earned a PhD in 3 disciplines at the same time: management, economics and finance. Huaxia Merchant Bank, your account with the tail number 6888 received a large amount of 20 million renminbi in a bank transfer transaction at 1403 on October 28, with a current balance of 226688850.00 RMB. Looking at the text message on his cell phone, Xu Yang nodded. This was the withdrawal of the $20 million inside the Guotong Securities account had arrived. Is there a working computer here? Xu Yan looked around the office and found it empty except for a desk, and a few somewhat worn filing cabinets. Lin Xiyu shook her head somewhat awkwardly, then thought of something and turned around and walked quickly toward the stairs. Mr. Xu, my laptop is in the car. I'll go get it up for you now. Logging on to the newly opened securities account on Lin Xiyu's laptop, Xu Yang didn't hesitate for a second and directly transferred the $20 million that had just arrived into the account. Looking aside, Lin Xiyu was a bit alarmed. At the same time there was something in his heart. This securities account was opened with her identity information, which means that this is equivalent to transferring a huge sum of $20 million directly into her account. Her opponent's trust in her is evident. Xu Yang didn't think so much about it and simply transferred the 20 million Chinese coins in, then lifted his wrist to look at the time. 2:15 p.m. There's a 45-minute trading halt. There should still be time. He closed his eyes slightly, his mind quickly bringing back the historical movements of several stocks. A few minutes later, he snapped his eyes open. In the stock selection interface quickly selected Jinhai Shares, Tiger Balance 2 stocks, and then opened. Both checks are still green at the moment, one with 4 dots underwater and one with 2 dots underwater. Xu Yang did not hesitate, directly began to buy 2 checks in turn in batches. It took a full 10 minutes or so, with many purchases back and forth, before Xu Yang finally relaxed. These 2 checks he purchased for $5 million and $15 million respectively. He bought more because the plate for this check at Tiger Bomb is a bit bigger. After all, tens of millions of dollars is not a small amount for the vast majority of stocks. One slip-up can be detected and even targeted by the main force. That's why he needs to buy in batches. Looking at the 2 stocks that pulled up in a fast straight line almost simultaneously not long after Xu Yang's purchase, Lin Xiyu on the side was once again dumbstruck. Although she had become somewhat numb to her opponent's demonic operations, Lin Xiyu still felt shocked beyond belief every time. Is this really humanly possible? Ms. Lin, there's something I need you to do. Chu Yang's voice rang out from beside him, and only then did Lin Xiyu come back to her senses and hurriedly said respectfully, Mr. Chu, please go ahead. Our company needs to build a full-fledged manipulation team. Do you have any recommendations? The manipulation team? For Chu Yang's idea, Lin Xiyu did not feel surprised. After all, do stocks, professional trader is essential, she said with some hesitation after a little thought. Mr. Chu, I have a few more suitable candidates, but their level of manipulation is not considered top. Well, at least there is still a gap compared to Shanghai private equity kind of top team. Chu Yang smiled faintly and shook his head. No problem. Just need them to do some basic professional operations. Don't need them to have a high level of manipulation. But one thing is vital. Please rest assured, Mr. Chu, these people are trustworthy, and their professionalism is very high. Knowing what Chu Yang meant, Lin Xiyu hurriedly stated, identified candidates for the manipulation team. He also arranged for Lin Xiyu to immediately recruit a group of logistics staff to completely reorganize the inside of the entire building. And then Chu Yan directly walked towards the elevator. It's you? The elevator stopped on the second floor, and like last time, another somewhat surprised voice came. But this time, it wasn't Qin Xia, but Lu Jianrun, whose figure was already slightly blossoming. He still wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a designer suit, and looked like a successful man in his mid-30s. Otherwise, in his last life, it would have been impossible to take care of a woman of Qin Xia's caliber. Hello, my humble self, the general manager of the business department of Antai Securities Center, Lu Jianrun. Seeing that it was Chu Yang, Lu Jianrun hesitated for a moment before finally extending his hand. Tianyang Capital, Chu Yang. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and shook the other parties. Tianyang Capital? Lu Jianrun was visibly stunned. Then a smile piled up on his face in an instant. It's the company that rented our entire building, right? In that case, Brother Chu, you work upstairs in our building? The last time he saw Chu Yang buying 2 watches of over $1 million in one breath, he had gotten the idea of trying to climb the relationship. After all, the young man who can so easily take out more than $1 million to buy 2 watches, the family conditions must be extraordinary, and he is planning to leave Anthem and do his own private placement to get money. Getting to know a few more gold masters is very important to him right now. Well, over here for now. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. That feeling's good. Our brother is also regarded as upstairs and downstairs neighbors. What need brother I help? Brother you despite the opening is, after all, I'm the managing director of Antai Securities, so I can still say something on this building. Lu Jianrun's heart was happy, directly climbed up the relationship, and patted his chest. For the mellow man, this kind of scene can be said to come out of his mouth. In his opinion, although the other party was a rich second generation, he was still young after all. Young people are the best face, as long as they grasp this point, and the other party to make a good relationship. In the future certainly do not worry about money from the other hand. Then thank you in advance, Brother Lu. Chu Yang laughed coldly in his heart, but his face was all touched. Saying goodbye to the passionate Lu Jianrun, Chu Yang went straight back to the university town. Parking his car in the parking lot, Chu Yang walked on the side of the road and was about to go to the food street to get something to eat. Instead, all that could be heard was the sound of hard braking with tires scraping against the ground, followed by the sound of a beeping horn blaring behind them. Chu Yang turned to look. Instead, he only saw a familiar Porsche convertible parked right behind him. A stunningly beautiful woman wearing sunglasses sat in the car, was looking at himself with an icy gaze. Thank you for your support guys. The follow-up is even more exciting. Updated every day at 6 p.m. sharp. Ask for 5 stars, ask for votes, and you must add more if you get good grades asterisk. Chapter 60, The Little Guy. Seeing this woman, Chu Yang could not help but faintly stare. Get in the car. Mu Yurong parked the car beside Chu Yang. Her red lips lightly opened and coldly spat out 2 words. Chu Yang frowned, but still opened the door and got into the car. Without waiting for Chu Yang to fasten his seatbelt, Mu Yurong's foot slammed down hard. This tiny Porsche Roadster sped away like an arrow from a string. The moment he started, Chu Yang's entire body was almost thrown out, but he had quick reflexes and instantly took control of his body. Sitting firmly in his seat, feeling the swift speed of the car, Chu Yang could not help but raise his eyebrows. It's obviously coming from a bad place. However, seeing the other party's long hair fluttering in the wind, as well as that cold but still can't hide the charming and beautiful side face, Chu Yang can't help but think of that night again, in that fall in love with her in the hotel scene. Soon the car stopped at an isolated roadside. Sitting on this Porsche convertible, looking at the empty surroundings, Chu Yang cannot help but be a little surprised in his heart. this will not be looking for excitement again, right? Looking for yourself again? Thinking of this, and glancing at Mu Yurong's snow-white waist that was exposed in the air, Xu Yang could not help but quietly swallow his saliva, and his entire person instantly branched out. But the next sentence from the other party directly doused his fire completely. Leave Zihan at once. Mu Yurong coldly glanced at Xu Yang and said expressionlessly. Seeing the somewhat lewd expression on the other party's face just now, the loathing in her heart increased by a few more points. Oh, Xu Yang raised his eyebrows, his playful gaze falling on the other party's flirtatious face as he said indifferently. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Seeing Xu Yang's attitude, Mu Yurong's face became even colder. I'm Zihan's best BFF, so I have to think of her. Speaking here, a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes as her icy gaze fell on Xu Yang and she asked rhetorically, what's more, do you yourself think you're worthy of Zihan? Not worthy? Feeling the disdain in Mu Yurong's eyes, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a hint of fire in his heart and smiled coldly. I've even slept with the grand lady of the titular Mu Tian group, so how can I not be worthy? You! Mu Yurong was almost able to spit fire out of her beautiful eyes, and in her heart, she was even madly spitting blood. The other night if it wasn't for, how could I let this asshole take advantage of myself? Thinking of her crazy behavior that night, Mu Yurong couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry in her heart. Seeing Mu Yurong's shy and angry look, Xu Yang directly added more fire, revealing a look of dawning realization. And, I see, Miss Mu, it couldn't be that you were jealous when you saw me and Zihan together, right? That's right, after all, the two of us were together that night. Why don't you go to hell? Without waiting for Xu Yang to finish speaking, Mu Yurong couldn't stand it any longer and directly launched into a rage. For a man like you, Mu Yurong, wouldn't look at you even if I were blind. Her full and firm chest was undulating up and down, and the anger in her heart could be seen. Xu Yang did not take Mu Yurong's words to heart in the slightest, but instead, his gaze fell on her chest, and the corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. There is room for all. Sure enough, the ancients are true to their word. You. Hearing such rogue words from Xu Yang, Mu Yurong was directly exasperated to the point of being speechless. As the eldest miss of the Mu family and the first heir of the Mu Tian group, how had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? She had thought that Xu Yang would definitely not dare to be unbridled towards herself, and would even be respectful. After all, she's Yang Zihan's best friend, and she's also the big miss of the Mu Tian group. For an ordinary college student from a second college, the Mu Tian group was an existence that they could only look up to for the rest of their lives. This was also the reason why she dared to come to Xu Yang alone, but he didn't expect the other party to know his identity. But he still dared to be a hooligan to himself. This asshole. Seeing the other party's unbridled expression of complacency, Mu Yurong was anxious and angry, but could do nothing to take the other party. Suddenly her heart stirred and a bad taste was born. She smiled coldly and said disdainfully to Xu Yang, "Oh, how dare a boy like you, who is physically incapable, eat from the bowl and watch the pot? What? Physical strength?" Xu Yang was directly confused and looked at Mu Yurong with a shocked expression. If he remembered correctly, the two had fiercely fought for a full 3 rounds that night. Each round lasted no less than an hour. Not physically capable? Is this woman serious? Seeing Xu Yang's dumbfounded appearance, Mu Yurong finally felt some relief and looked at Xu Yang with some pity. And, little guy, go back or eat more goji berries to replenish. Little guy? Hearing Mu Yurong's words and looking at the other party's pitying eyes, Xu Yang was about to blow up directly. It's okay to call him poor, it's okay to call him ugly, but call him small. He was really not convinced. Little guy? Looks like you didn't get to experience it properly last time. Xu Yang held a cold smile between the corners of his mouth. His entire body moved forward a few points closer, his gaze staring playfully at Mu Yurong. So should we verify again now whether it's the little one or not? Hearing Xu Yang's words, Mu Yurong did not know what came to her mind, and her pretty face instantly flew a scarlet red. Seeing Xu Yang's movements and feeling the extremely aggressive gaze of the other party, she could not help but be a little alarmed, and her entire body hastily shrank backward. What do you want? Xu Yang was amused in his heart, but on the surface, he still had a horny look on his face as his body pressed forward once again. Mu Yurong instantly lost her color, and her pretty face was turned a little white with fear. Don't you dare! Don't you come here! Chapter 61. Don't delay her future. Just as Mu Yurong was scared out of her wits, a cell phone suddenly rang. Both of them froze. It's Zihan. Seeing the name on the cell phone screen, Mu Yurong could not help but feel happy in her heart, as if she had seen a savior. She glared at Xu Yang and directly pressed the answer button. Yang Zihan's crisp voice came from the cell phone. Yurong, why haven't you arrived yet? I've been waiting at the entrance of the academy for quite a while. It was then that Mu Yurong remembered that she had previously made an appointment with Yang Zihan to go shopping together. As a result, she forgot about it when she was delayed by this asshole. I'll be right there. Zihan, you wait for me a little longer. Hanging up the phone, Mu Yurong glared fiercely at Chu Yang. This asshole is just too much. Toad wants to eat swan's meat, pestering his bestie not to mention his. Chu Yang moved his body and put his hand next to the seat and, straight away, Mu Yurong was startled again. You? What do you want? But only to see Chu Yang picking up the seatbelt and buckling it into the carabiner. With a helpless look on his face, he said, Big sister, I'm wearing my seatbelt. Just now you drove at that speed. I'm afraid I'll be thrown out. Looking at Mu Yurong's mortified expression, Chu Yang added another sentence. Don't worry, Chu Yang, am not exactly a good person, but at least I won't try to force a woman in such matters. For example, that night. Don't you dare mention that night again. Mu Yurong instantly exploded, glaring fiercely at Chu Yang and stepping on the gas as if she was venting something. The white Porsche convertible popped out in the wind, sort of maximizing the performance of that turbocharged 3.0T engine. Soon the car stopped in front of the College of Finance and Economics. Chu Yang unbuckled his seatbelt and just stepped out of the car, but he only heard Mu Yurong's faint voice coming from behind him. Zihan is going to enter the entertainment industry after graduation. With her musical talent, her future development can be said to be unlimited, and in your condition, the gap between the two of you is objective, which you can't avoid, so I hope you will think of her and not delay her future. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Yang to speak, she directly stepped on the gas pedal and instantly went far away. Looking at the distant Porsche cabriolet, Chu Yang's mouth could not help but raise slightly. The entertainment industry? The next morning, when Chu Yang came to Antai Mansion again, he could not help but secretly marvel at Lin Shiyu's efficiency, only to see that inside the entire building, except for the bottom 3 floors which were still being temporarily used by the Antai group, all 4 floors and up have been cleaned. The 5th and 6th floors are even more refreshed in all the offices, in addition to all replaced with brand new desks, chairs, sofas, coffee tables and other furniture, but also all equipped with computers, printers and other office equipment. There is also a dedicated studio that has been organized, enough more than 100 square feet of room, more than a dozen special desks lined up in order, nearly 10 sets of professional manipulation equipment on it. Mr. Chu, I have equipped this studio according to the standards of a standard manipulation team. Do you think this is okay? Lin Shiyu stood behind Chu Yang and introduced him. Nice. Looking at this studio that could be called luxurious, Chu Yang nodded casually before asking again. When will those heirs get here? I informed them to come over for an interview this afternoon. I wonder if you have time this afternoon. Interview? Chu Yang shook his head. No, you can just gatekeep the decision yourself. Lin Shiyu directly froze. The trader can be different from the general staff, that is able to access the company's most core secrets, especially for a stock market demon like Chu Yang. The consequences would be unimaginable once his selected stocks leaked out. I didn't realize that the other side was so trusting that they let themselves directly decide on the manipulator. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu couldn't help but be moved in her heart and nodded solemnly, secretly deciding that she must choose the most suitable person to come over. Well, after the candidates are finalized this afternoon, you'll arrange for them to start working on a regular basis starting tomorrow straight away, Chu Yang said indifferently. Then he turned and walked out of the studio toward his office. The studio that Lin Shiyu had arranged for Chu Yang was on the 6th floor, the one from yesterday, but now it's brand new. On a solid wood desk that could be considered luxurious is a top-of-the-line Apple all-in-one and is flanked by a ThinkPad high-end laptop, a large leather sofa, with a rather upscale-looking ceramic tea set sitting on the coffee table. There were also a couple of luscious, rich fortune trees placed in a couple of corners. Chu Yang opened the computer, logged on to the securities account. Directly will today again stop the Jinhai shares and Tiger Balance 2 stocks all liquidated and sold. Looked at the balance. 24.7 million Chinese dollars. 2 trading days and a profit of about 24% is not bad. Another search through my memory only to find that there were no particularly suitable tickets for the 2 days. After considering it for a while, Chu Yang once again bought all of Lexus. He knew that the dealer pattern behind this demon stock of Leshy network is very large, and more than 10 billion disc. Their own more than 20 million funds simply cannot affect the layout of the dealer. After having lunch with Lin Shiyu at an Italian Western restaurant downstairs in Tianyuan Mansion, Chu Yan walked out somewhat uncomfortably. He's just not used to eating this stuff, especially for lunch. What it's like to eat 5 plates of spaghetti in a row with his meal size. Simply, he'd rather go for 5 pancake fries. Assistant Lin, turn around and turn the 9th floor of our building into a company restaurant. Walking out of the Western restaurant, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and turned around to Lin Shiyu and arranged to say, well, Chinese and Western food are separated. The grade is higher. All the expenses are borne by the company, and the company's personnel eat free of charge throughout the day. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu froze slightly, then nodded her head in a hurry, then thought of something, in his mind secretly decided, must be in the restaurant. Arrange a master who is good at making pancake fruit. You go back to the office, I'll go to the hospital. Separating from Lin Shiyu, Chu Yang directly walked into the hospital next door and then headed towards the inpatient building. Mr. Chu. Just as he walked into the hospitalization building, a surprised voice came from a short distance away, only to see Yang Daho carrying a kettle of hot water and standing next to the hot water dispenser waving at himself. How is the old man recovering? Chu Yang walked over and asked. By the look on the other man's face, he already knew the surgery should go well. As expected, only Yang Daho nodded with some excitement. The surgery was a success, but it will require some time in the hospital because of the injury to the spine. Speaking here, he looked at Chu Yang with a grateful face. The doctor said it was lucky the surgery was done in time. If it had been half an hour later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mr. Chu, Seeing Yang Daho's eyes reddening again, Chu Yang hurriedly interrupted him and, Go see the old man. It was only after Chu Yang walked into the ward that he realized that it was an old ward with 8 rooms. The space was very limited, not to mention that there was an unpleasant pungent smell in the air. Chu Yang frowned. He knew that the other party should have chosen this ward with the worst conditions in order to save money. The old man was lying on a cot at the far end, by the window, hunched over, bandaged, with 2 plaster-like casts strapped to his legs. On the side but stood a girl with a pair of twisted braids, looking no more than 15 or 16 years old, rubbing the old man's arm. I only saw Yang Daho put down the hot water kettle, quickly walked to the bed, and said to the girl, Little sister, is father awake yet? Come over and meet the great benefactor. Chapter 62, 2 living people have been replaced. Brother, this is. The little girl raised her head, revealing a round googly egg face, and a pair of dark eyes cautiously looked at Chu Yang with a hint of timidity in her gaze. Just then the old man in the bed coughed and struggled to open his eyes. Cough, Dahu, is the benefactor coming over? Yes, father, this is Mr. Chu. Yang Dahu hurriedly walked to the bedside. Quick, help me up. The old man became even more agitated and was about to sit up, holding onto the bed. Chu Yang frowned slightly, walked to the bed and shook his head at the old man whose face was still a bit pale. Elderly man, your body is inconvenient, so don't move around. But the old man still stubbornly shook his head, letting Yang Dahu and the little girl help him to barely sit up, and looked at Chu Yang with a grateful face. I have an old bone. This woe I thought I could not survive, but I never thought I would meet a benefactor. With our Luanjia Yang family's ancestral motto, if you receive a drop of water, you must return it with a spring of water. Speaking here, the old man shook his head in immense shame and sighed. But I also know that with our family's current situation, there is really no way to repay our benefactor's great kindness. Looking at the old man with a righteous face, Chu Yang shook his head and comforted him. Old man, you don't need to take this matter to heart, much less have any burdens. I have already talked to Brother Yang before. This matter is nothing to me. The old man, however, shook his head, and his expression contained an indescribable gravity. Mr. Chu, the old man, I still have an unkind request. I still hope you can agree. Chu Yang nodded. Old man, please. The old man looked at Yang Dahu and the little girl on the side and slowly said, Our Yang family has always been living in the Luanjia mountain area of Ludong province. Never come out for so many years. Dahu retired from the army is also the first time to come to Hangzhou want to beg for a bowl of rice. But on this side is also difficult. Although this girl, Ting Ting, is considered smart and clever, she is still young after all, and with my current physical condition, I won't be able to continue to take care of her when I return. Speaking here, the old man's somewhat cloudy gaze looked towards Chu Yang. Therefore, I want to entrust these 2 siblings to Mr. Chu. Seeing that Chu Yang frowned, the old man said firmly again, Mr. Chu, please don't worry. These 2 siblings are all under your arrangement. No matter what happens in the future, even if they suffer from fatigue and starvation, I guarantee that these 2 siblings won't say a single word of bitterness. Looking at the old man with a solemn face, Chu Yang took a deep breath, his mood incomparably complicated. How could he not know that although the other party said that they were entrusting the 2 siblings to themselves, they were actually doing it just to repay their favor to themselves? Feeling the hope in the old man's gaze, as well as the already disabled body, Chu Yang remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. Seeing Chu Yang's agreement, the old man's pale face was instantly filled with joy, and he hurriedly turned to Yang Dahu and the little girl. Quick, Dahu, Ting Ting, why don't you come over to pay your respects to Mr. Chu? Looking at Yang Dahu and Yang Ting Ting who knelt down in front of him, Chu Yang could not help but smile helplessly and bitterly. I did not expect the other side of this family so rules and etiquette. It seems to be Ludong Langya, that piece of the old family. Arranging these 2 people is not a problem for him at all. Now that Tianyang Capital has been established, the company is full of people to use, and these two, they would certainly be loyal to themselves in the future. Thinking of this, Xu Yang could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. That day he stepped in simply wanting to help the other side, but did not expect to be replaced by Too Big Living. After leaving from the hospital, Xu Yang returned to the office of Ontai Mansion, sat down in front of his desk and took out a thick piece of information and began to study it. It was Lin Xiyu who compiled the detailed information about the Mutian Group. Just after opening the information, the words Mutian Yuan fell into Xu Yang's eyes. According to the information, the other party was the chairman of the Mutian Group and the largest shareholder of the group, a person who owned 30% of the shares of the Mutian Group. It seemed that this should be Mu Yurong's father. Thinking of that flirtatious figure, Xu Yang could not help but laugh a little. However, when he saw the figure of 30%, Xu Yang's brows frowned slightly. It is important to know that the Mutian Group is a listed company, and the shares outstanding in the secondary market are usually not less than 50%. And apart from Mutian Yuan, the largest shareholder, the distribution of other shareholdings is relatively decentralized. In this case, Mutian Yuan, who owns 30% of the shares, is the absolute largest shareholder of the company. Normally, holding is perfectly fine. So what exactly caused the Mutian Group's equity fiasco in his last life? Xu Yang vaguely remembered that during the course of that fiasco, Mutian Group's stock price soared one after another. However, the Mu family suffered serious losses, and even directly lost its controlling interest in the Mutian Group. Not being able to figure out the reason for this, Xu Yang could only shake his head and continue to look through the information. Seeing the words Blue Earth Group written behind the second largest shareholder, Xu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Chapter 63, Disposition, Blue Earth Group. He naturally knew about this real estate enterprise that had an extraordinary status in Hangzhou City, especially after a few years of golden period of real estate. Blue Earth Group even developed into the strongest real estate company in Zhejiang province. Only for now, the market value of the other side is only about 5 billion Chinese dollars. Hospitality companies and real estate companies have a close relationship in terms of development, so it's normal for such a real estate company to own a 15% stake in a hotel company like Mutian Group. The Eastern Sea? Seeing the name of the third largest shareholder of the Mutian Group, Xu Yang couldn't help but slightly stare. This name seemed like he had heard it somewhere before. Eastern Group. Xu Yang thought a little in his mind and quickly remembered the identity of the other party. This Dongfang Hai should be the chairman of the Dongfang Group in Zhejiang province. Oriental Group is also one of the famous hotel enterprises in Zhejiang province. Although the status is not as good as Mutian Group, but the development momentum in recent years is very amazing. However, compared with the Mutian Group, which concentrates on the development of high-end star-rated hotels, the Oriental Group's hotels are mainly low-end and mid-range express hotels, and it is only in the last year that it has started to enter the field of high-end hotels. The chairman of the Oriental Group would actually be the third largest shareholder of the Mutian Group? Xu Yang's expression became a little odd, and as is evident from this material, this Dongfang Hai had purchased 10% of the shares of the Mutian Group 2 months ago from another retired patriarch of the Mutian Group through an equity transfer, and the rest of the shareholders, in addition to a group called Mu Tianlin's vice president, still owns 5% of the shares. The other is all the retail investors in the stock market army. Seeing this and looking at the current shareholding structure chart of the Mutian Group, Xu Yang had already vaguely understood something. Having single-handedly founded Tianyang Capital, he knows all about the equity side of the company. Xu Yang put down the information in his hands and called Lin Xiyu in. Has the team been finalized? It has been confirmed, Xu. A total of 5 people. All are very reputable veteran trader. Just now I have let them sign a confidentiality agreement. They can start working from tomorrow. Lin Xiyu had a hint of joy in her expression, obviously very satisfied with these 5 people. Xu Yang nodded and arranged it. Notify them to liquidate their positions in lots of things on Friday's call, and then start building up their positions in batches to buy the check for Muti shares. Also tell them that the modus operandi must be covert and not cause too much volatility on the disk. School of Finance and Economics. Suyuru walked to the door of the dean's office and knocked on the already open door with some doubt. Dean, you wanted to see me? It's Mr. Su, come in quickly. Inside the office, an old man with slightly gray temples had a gentle smile on his face as he waved at Suyuru in the doorway. He is the old dean of the College of Finance and Economics, Wu Guoliang. Suyuru walked into the office, only to realize that the president of the institution's student council, and the talented student in the academy, Yi Shiatsu, was standing beside the desk. Ms. Su is like this. There are 2 things that need to be discussed with you. Wu Guoliang nodded at Suyuru, his voice incomparably gentle. Well, go ahead, Dean. Suyuru nodded, but in her heart, she was secretly guessing what it was that made this academy's hand personally arrange it. The first thing? It's about the student called Chu Yang in your class. due to the overly bad influence, after several of our faculty leaders have deliberated, we're going to give him a disciplinary action, either detention, or a notice of criticism. Called you over. Also want to get your opinion. What? To give Chu Yang disciplinary action? Su Yuru was directly confused, then reacted very strongly and, Dean Wu, I strongly disagree with this matter. I've read that post carefully, and what's in it is pure slander. Moreover, Chu Yang's performance in all aspects of his life is very good on a regular basis. If a student is disciplined because of such a post that clearly has the suspicion of slander, I think that would be unfair. Her voice was loud and she spoke in a hurry, and her pretty face was already a little red, obviously emotionally unsettled. Mr. Su, don't get excited, just take your time. Come on, drink a glass of water first. Wu Guoliang didn't seem too surprised by Su Yuru's fierce reaction, but got up and poured a cup of water and placed it in front of Su Yuru. Then with a grin, he explained, Mr. Su may not know that the reason for the disciplinary action in this matter is not actually the college's intention. Not from the academy? Whose idea was it then? Su Yuru managed to calm down and looked at Wu Guoliang with some doubt. Mr. Su, this is actually Mayor Guo's intention. Without waiting for Wu Guoliang to reply, Yi Shiatsu on the side but suddenly opened her mouth and then roughly told the events of that day. What? Are you saying that Su Ruocheng from the National Youth Corps came to Hangzhou City specifically to take charge of this national student entrepreneurship competition? Su Yuru was shocked in her heart after hearing this. Other people might not be clear about it, but she knew that Su Ruocheng was the core representative of the younger generation of the Yinjing Su family. At less than 30 years of age, he already holds a prominent position in the National Youth Corps, and Yinjing Su family, that for the average person can only look up to. Seeing Yi Xiaozhu nod her head, Su Yuru's face could not help but become incredibly ugly. She was naturally aware of how terrifying the Su family's influence was, and it was probably for this reason that Mayor Guo had specifically requested that Chu Yang be dealt with inside the academy. After a long moment of silence, Su Yuru finally let out a breath and slowly shook her head at Wu Guoliang. Dean, I still disagree with disciplining Chu Yang. Chapter 64, Jiangning Electric Appliances. Hearing Su Yuru's words, Wu Guoliang shook his head somewhat helplessly with a puzzled expression. Teacher Su, I can understand your feelings of wanting to protect your students, but there is also pressure in the academy over this matter. Hearing Wu Guoliang's words, Su Yuru's mood became a few points heavier. In fact, she knew that even if she didn't agree with disciplining Chu Yang, she was afraid that it would be hard to change the decision in the academy. After all, this was an instruction given by the leader of Hangzhou City. It was impossible for the academy leaders to go against the city leaders because of such an ordinary student like Chu Yang, but only heard Wu Guoliang continue. What's more, the main competition area of this national student entrepreneurship competition is located in our Hangzhou City, and Mayor Gui is also the main leader in charge of this work. He has given us the job of asking each of our colleges and universities in Hangzhou City to come up with a few decent entrepreneurial programs. Teacher Su, you know the situation of our college. We are really weak in this aspect of college students' entrepreneurship, not to mention a few, not even a single entrepreneurial project with real potential. At that time, I'm afraid that this Mayor Guo will be even more dissatisfied with our academy, and even take the opportunity to lash out at our academy. Speaking here, Wu Guoliang showed a helpless expression to Su Yuru inside. Mr. Su, as you know, our College of Finance and Economics is now in a critical period of being upgraded to become a University of Finance and Economics. If there is no such thing, this Chu Yang matter in the academy will naturally fully respect your opinion. After all, you are his teacher in charge. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Yuru was the one whose delicate body trembled violently and asked in a hurry, Dean Wu, are you saying that if we resolve this entrepreneurship competition matter, the academy can refrain from disciplining Chu Yang? Hearing Su Yuru's words, Wu Guoliang couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't move, just nodded his head somewhat reluctantly. If we can find good entries, we won't have to look at that Mayor Guo's face much. After all, our academy is under the management of the Provincial Department of Education, not the official Hangzhou City. Hearing Wu Guoliang say this, Su Yuru's beautiful eyes instantly lit up and immediately said without hesitation, Principal Wu, then let me take care of this student entrepreneurship competition. You mean, leave the entries to you? Wu Guoliang revealed a puzzled expression and looked at Su Yuru. That's right, please don't worry. I promise to do my best to fulfill the mission. Su Yuru assured firmly, afraid that the other party would not agree. Since Mr. Su said so, I naturally believe it. Wu Guoliang nodded, then turned to look at Yi Xiaozhu, who had a somewhat odd expression on the side. Shinju, then how about we leave the matter of this entry program to Mr. Su, and we'll hold off in the academy regarding Chu Yang's classmates? Okay. Yi Xiaozhu didn't react for a moment, then nodded somewhat stiffly. Seeing Wu Guoliang agreeing, Su Yuru's heart was immediately overjoyed, and her entire body instantly relaxed. Thank you, Dean. I'll get back to preparing for the entrepreneurship competition now. After Su Yuru finished thanking her, she turned around and headed out of the office. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Wu Guoliang again, somewhat puzzled. By the way, Dean, didn't you just say there were two things? I wonder what the other thing is. Aha! Wu Guoliang froze and smiled somewhat awkwardly. Actually, the other thing is this college entrepreneurship competition thing, which is now all said and done. Oh, okay, I'll just head back then. Su Yuru somewhat confused out of the office, still some Tu and Tu Shang puzzled, always feel where it seems a little wrong. In the dean's office, after Su Yuru left, Yi Xiaozhu looked at Wu Guoliang with some doubts. Dean, you just did this. What she had reported to the other party before was clearly that Mayor Gua had explained that she only needed to criticize and educate Chu Yang. It didn't say anything about needing to discipline Chu Yen. Ha ha. Seeing Su Yuru's back completely far away, Wu Guoliang finally couldn't help but laugh openly, then looked at Yi Xiaozhu and said somewhat meaningfully, Shinobu, do you know the identity of this Mr. Su? Seeing that the other party shook his head somewhat doubtfully, Wu Guoliang smiled faintly. Your major is finance. The name Su Near East should not be unfamiliar to you, right? Su Near East? Yi Xiaozu froze slightly, then instantly widened her eyes. You mean, that founder of Jiangning Electric, Su Near East? Wu Guoliang nodded slowly. Yes, this person can be said to be a real business genius. Resigned from the sea in the 90s, started from scratch, only used more than 10 years of time, to achieve our domestic electrical appliances retail field leading position, but also to replace the original as the days of Huamei electrical appliances. Now Jiangning Group is not only online electrical retail industry is unstoppable, but also actively invest in the development of online e-commerce and other areas. The development momentum is very impressive, and this MS. Su Yuru from our academy is the daughter of that Mr. Su Near East Su. Chapter 65, Wu Guoliang's purpose. Looking at this talented student who rarely revealed a shocked expression, Wu Guoliang smiled faintly. For Su Yuru, the big lady of the mansion, he was considered quite knowledgeable. Although the other party had an extraordinary background, she usually kept a very low profile, and could not even tell that she was the eldest miss of the Jiangning Group in the slightest, and it was never easy to approach, especially treating students very seriously and responsibly. And it is also a highly educated person who graduated from a prestigious school like Yinjing Normal University, sort of one of the best young teachers in the college. He wouldn't have used this method if he really didn't have any other way this time. I see. By this time, Yi Xiaozu had already figured it out. Dean, I get it. You want to let Jiangning Electric participate in this college student entrepreneurship competition. Or, let's have Jiangning Electric invest in one of our college's entrepreneurial programs. Wu Guoliang nodded, a helpless expression on his already somewhat wrinkled face. Yes, this national entrepreneurship competition, you know. Although it is said to be a college student entrepreneurship competition, but in the end the ones who can really get the awards are invariably those entrepreneurial projects that have large corporations behind them. Just now you also said, our Hangzhou city, several other colleges and universities have their own good entrepreneurial projects, and Zhejiang Provincial University even has a beaver group invested in entrepreneurial projects. It seems to be called what salted fish it. It is said that the market potential is very impressive, and our students in the College of Finance and Economics have been so busy with graduate school these past few years that they really don't have anything to show for it in terms of college entrepreneurship. But as long as Mr. Su is willing, if the Jiangning Group makes a move to support a random entrepreneurial project in our college, the results of this competition will be secure. Even if it's not as good as that startup program invested in by the Beaver Group, at least it won't lose out to a few other colleges and universities. Speaking here, Wu Guoliang shook his head with a bitter smile. For so many years he has poured all his energy into the development of this college, and the finance college has become one of the famous examination schools in Zhejiang province. But it didn't occur to me that the winds have now suddenly changed. Alas, I didn't realize that now the country has suddenly begun to pay attention to college student entrepreneurship. This time even the Su family, the leadership of the National Youth Corps, have made a special trip to come over. Visible this time, the importance of the National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition will certainly be one of the important indicators in terms of the assessment of the development of colleges and universities. Our finance college is in the critical period of upgrading to the University of Finance and Economics. We can't be sloppy. Hearing the other party's words, Yi Xiaozhu finally understood. She looked at the somewhat tired-looking old man with immense admiration, and then couldn't help but feel a little ashamed in her heart. As the president of the student union of the finance school myself, and the main person who participated in this entrepreneurship competition as a student representative. I was surprised that I failed to contribute in this competition. Oriental Mansion. Okay, mister. Sure, please don't worry. I will arrange everything on my side. Hanging up the phone, Dong Fanghai thought briefly and picked up his cell phone to dial another number out. The phone didn't connect until the third call, but Dong Fanghai didn't dare to be the least bit impatient, because he knows better than anyone else that this one is powerful and extraordinary in the field of stock securities. Hello, is this Mr. Su from Shinhai Private Equity? Which one? Hello Mr. Su, I'm Dongfang Hai from Hangzhou Dongfang Group. We've met before. Chairman Dongfang, what can I do for you? It's like this. There's one thing on my side that I want to cooperate with you, Shinhai Private Equity. It's about stocks. Oh, if I remember correctly, I don't think your Eastern Group is listed now, right? It's another company's stock. It's like this, Mr. Su, I would like to invite you Shinhai Private Equity to help operate a stock with a small market value. Chairman Dongfang is joking. Our Shinhai Private Equity is a formal investment organization. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up first. Bye. Hearing the faint voice coming from the cell phone, Dongfang Hai couldn't help but rush. Please wait a moment. Mr. Su, it was Mr. Sherbati and Sher who asked me to contact you, and this matter is actually Mr. Sher's intention. Oh, Mr. Sher. Hearing Sherbatian's name, the other party's attitude clearly changed, and after a few seconds of silence, the other party's faint voice came out again. If you want to talk about cooperation, why don't you and Mr. Sher come to Donghai together and we'll talk face to face. I have time tomorrow night. Okay, Mr. Su. Hanging up the phone, Dongfanghai took a deep breath, a cruel smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. Chu Yang naturally didn't know about these things. At this time he was having a good time with Yang Zihan on the big bed of the hotel. Because of its proximity, it is still the Love Her Couple Hotel. But this time, at Yang Zihan's suggestion, the two of them chose a top-end romantic-style round bedroom. The room was large and the rosy red light was incredibly tantalizing. In addition to a cozy round queen-sized bed, the room has a variety of high-end toys such as a fun chair, sofa, and gravity-defying chair. Some of these things are even seen for the first time by Chu Yang, who has been a man for 2 lifetimes, and does not even know their usage. Yang Zihan, on the other hand, didn't realize the purpose of these high-end toys, and studied them on the side with the look of a curious baby. After knowing the use of these things, she immediately screamed, blushing face directly paralyzed in Chu Yang's arms. Chu Yang realized that Yang Zihan's recent workout had achieved some results, which could be seen from the fact that she dared to take the initiative to challenge herself. And after a big round of sparring, although it was still Chu Yang who had emerged victorious, but Yang Zihan, who had already routed once, barely rested before taking the initiative again. Chapter 66 Parting Nights. In 2012, this kind of couples theme hotel is still relatively new. This Love Her Couple Hotel has just started operating. The rooms are brand new and the hygiene is very good. Above the large round bed was a huge mirror. Chu Yang, who was lying on his back on the bed, could just about clearly see the beautiful picture on the bed at the moment from inside the mirror. The skin is like a cream. The green silk is flying. That white and smooth back was like an absolutely rare piece of warm jade, emitting a crystalline luster that made people fall in love with it. And the pair of incredibly elastic and slender legs were even more stirring. Fragrant sweat had permeated her forehead, neck, and slender waist. Looking at the other party's beautiful eyes lost in thought and letting out a soft voice, Chu Yang felt that his body and soul had been thoroughly cleansed. Finally, after a feeling like suffocation, Yang Zihan's entire body completely paralyzed on Chu Yang. Looking at Yang Zihan who could not come up for air and no longer had the slightest strength, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and some slight regret. I would have liked to experience those chic high-end toys with each other, but I guess it will have to wait for another time. It was only after a long time that Yang Zihan moved her body, moving a little closer towards Chu Yang's arms. Elementary brother, the academy has arranged for me to go over to the Yinjing Film Academy for exchange studies, and it's estimated that I won't be able to come back until 2 months from now. Yang Zihan lay on her back in Chu Yang's arms and said softly with some reluctance, "That's a good thing. When do we leave? Are you going by yourself?" Chu Yang knew that Yinjing Film Academy was considered to be the top college in the field of art in China, and it had a much higher gold content than the Zhejiang Provincial Art Academy again. Yang Zihan being able to go to the Yinjing Film Academy for exchange studies would be good for her future career development. "I'm leaving tomorrow, with a teacher from our vocal department, but it's been too long. By the time we get back it will be winter vacation." Yang Zihan pouted her lips and grunted, "I didn't want to go, but the college leadership insisted that I attend." "Silly girl, what are you thinking about? This kind of opportunity is very rare. I guess this place is being snatched up in your academy, right?" Chu Yang patted the other party's elasticity-filled place and said breathlessly, He also suddenly understood why this girl took the initiative to ask herself to come to the hotel today. Humph, I still can't let you go. Yang Zihan gave a petulant hum. I wish someone else would take this spot, so I could spend more time with you, but since the Yanjing Film Academy has designated me to go there can't be anyone else. Xu Yang nodded, but in his heart, he was somewhat touched. In his impression, in his last life, Yang Zihan could be said to have given everything for her acting career, and now, it is willing to give up the opportunity to go to a famous school like Yanjing Film Academy to exchange and study for himself. Xu Yang thought of something else and touched the other party's small head, laughing lightly. It's okay, I'm going to Yanjing sometime later, so I can stop by the Yanjing Film Academy to see you. Really? Seeing Xu Yang nodding affirmatively, Yang Zihan instantly cheered up. Her originally somewhat low mood instantly swept away. Well, then I'll wait for you in Yanjing. When you come, you contact me directly and I'll pick you up. After being excited for a while, Yang Zihan thought of something else and drew circles on Xu Yang's chest with her fingers and said with some sadness, "Elementary school brother, next year I might be getting ready to go sign with an entertainment company, so I guess we'll have even fewer chances to see each other by then." After saying that, not waiting for Xu Yang to say anything, but only to see Yang Zihan suddenly raised her head, gave Xu Yang a bad smile, spat out her soft little tongue, and then lowered her head. Xu Yang could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and his entire body instantly became a little numb. This night, Xu Yang for the first time felt Yang Zihan's crazy, and even took the initiative to shy face to take the initiative to want to try those professional toys. Xu Yang knew that this was Yang Zihan expressing her love and unwillingness to let go of herself and her heart in another way, and the regret of committing to an acting career later and not being able to be with myself. The night was almost sleepless. After a few moments of frenzy, the two finally lay in bed together, exhausted. Through the gossamer curtains, one could see that the sky was already glowing slightly in the far east. Sister Zihan, you have such a great body. How on earth did you grow to be so perfect? Yang Zihan pressed her side against Xu Yang's arm. It was slightly deformed because of the squeezing, but it was evident that both the shape and elasticity were perfect. Hearing Xu Yang's praise, Yang Zihan's heart rejoiced, but her pretty face was a bit shy and said, "Which is not? This is nothing. You do not know. There is wrong, she is really big." When she said this, she then realized that she seemed to have said too much and quickly changed her words. "Arigato, her body is really good." Hearing Yang Zihan say that Mu Yurong was big, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. He didn't know Mu Yurong's identity that night, but the most profound memory that the other party gave him, aside from that woeful and charming temperament, was the astonishing scale of the place. But his mouth said, "Just your fat best friend? Don't be ridiculous, just her body can compare to yours? Yurong Ku is not fat at all, but just right. Really, you haven't seen it before. Even I'm a bit envious of her figure." Hearing Xu Yang praising herself, Yang Zihan's heart was very sweet, but she still blanked Xu Yang and explained for her good girlfriend. Xu Yang shook his head helplessly and pinched Yang Zihan's cheeks. "Sister Zihan, you're praising your best friend so much in front of me. Aren't you afraid that I'll take an interest in her?" I'm not afraid. Our sisterly bond is already indistinguishable. If you can really chase after Yurong, I won't be too happy." Yang Zihan smiled playfully at Xu Yang and spat out her cute little tongue. Remembering something again, she stopped laughing and looked at Xu Yang somewhat seriously. "After I'm gone, you can look for Yurong to help you if you encounter anything. You don't know it yet. She's the big miss of the Mu Tian group." "Oh, Mu Tian group? That high-end hotel group that has gone public?" Xu Yang deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Yang Zihan nodded and explained, "Well, although Yurong is still in college now, she is already serving as the assistant to the chairman of the Mu Tian group, and her father has also left a lot of things in the company in her charge. That's why Arigato is usually not in the academy, but busy in the company. But I heard her say that she's been busy preparing for this national student entrepreneurship competition recently." Hearing those words, Xu Yang couldn't help but faintly froze. "The national student entrepreneurship competition?" Yang Zihan nodded and explained, "Well, this time, the National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition is held in our Hangzhou city, and it is said that the young leaders of the National Youth League even made a special trip to our Hangzhou city. The entry of our College of Arts is the one that Arong is in charge of together with Ouyang Jiat, the president of our college's student union. It seems to be a senior hotel project. I guess your College of Finance and Economics also has a project entry." "Oh, so that's it." Xu Yang couldn't help but think of the scene that day at the outbuilding. Yi Shiatsu and several other student body presidents, that official leader middle-aged man, and that obviously more uncomplicated young woman. National Youth Corps? The corners of Xu Yang's mouth could not help but raise slightly. Chapter 67, Layout of Mutian Shares. Friday, Antai Mansion. In the middle of the studio on the 6th floor, A middle-aged man in his 30s and 3 young men were sitting in their seats with serious expressions. They were the 4 professional manipulators chosen by Lin Xiyu. Among them, this middle-aged man named Zhou Yu was the leader. At the moment the computer on each person's workbench was turned on, and various disk information was displayed on several large displays. They were waiting for Lin Xiyu to arrive. This was because Lin Xiyu had already told them earlier that today was the first day that they would officially start working and conducting maneuvers, and for confidentiality reasons, the specifics of the operation will need to be told to them before the opening. This basic rule is naturally clear to them as professional manipulators, and they were all pumped up and didn't dare to slack off in their attitudes. After all, this Tianyang capital, the treatment offered to several of them was really beyond their imagination. Not only does it far exceed what they were previously treated at other firms, it has even surpassed many of the top private equity organizations in the industry. Brother Yu, do you think our mission today will be very difficult? After not seeing Lin Xiyu arrive for a long time, a young man in a white shirt couldn't help but look at Zhou Yu and asked with some apprehension. Another young man with somewhat darker skin also said with some excitement, "Yes, the company's treatment for us is just too good. Gee, the basic annual salary is $500,000, plus bonuses. This treatment is more than twice as high as the fund company I worked for before." The last of the youngest, a young man who looked to be about 20 at the most, nodded as well. Well, you guys don't know yet, right? It's said that the 9th floor is still being renovated for a working restaurant, or Chinese and Western food are separated, and Assistant Lin said that we can all go and dine for free. Seeing the somewhat excited few people, Zhou Yu could not help but laugh dumbly in his heart, but still coughed with a serious expression. "Stop gossiping, all be serious. Since the company is paying us such a high salary, the work task must not be too difficult. When the mission comes down later, we all have to be on our toes. No mistakes allowed. Okay you," the 3 of them hurriedly said in unison, with a look of toughness on their faces, clearly ready to fight a tough battle. Just then, Lin Xiyu, dressed in a professional suit, finally appeared in front of the studio door. "Assistant Lin, you came over." Finally seeing Lin Xiyu walk into the studio, the middle-aged man hurriedly stood up. "Well, this is your main trading account from now on." Lin Xiyu nodded and walked over to Zhou Yu's computer, placing an A4 sticky note with account information in front of Zhou Yu before saying, "According to Mr. Chu's arrangement, your job task today is to liquidate the stock lisher inside your account on the stop." "What? Clearing a position on the stop?" Zhou Yu's few people could not help but freeze, especially after Zhou Yu logged on to his account. Several people looked at the account position inside the profit of more than 50%, now the market value of up to 36.1 million Chinese dollars Leshy Network shares. Another look at the plate still in the stop, and even have a full million hands of sealed orders. They are directly dumbfounded. Even Zhou Yu, who was in the lead, was in a daze. "You call this a mission? Or is that too easy a task? Although I do not know why to liquidate this Leshy on the stop, but such a strong closed stock, not to mention them, or just find someone on the stop is estimated to be able to sell the whole position." Looking at a few people's expressions were a bit odd. Lin Xiyu could not help but look at the plate, and also could not help but stare, which realized why a few people were reacting in this way. All she could do was cough dryly and cough. "This is a task arranged by General Manager Chu, so you guys just do as you're told. After the mission is completed, General Manager Chu has other arrangements." After saying that, Lin Xiyu turned around and left the office, only left Zhou Yu 4 people face to face. "Mr. Chu has just cleared all the positions of this check of Lushou. This transaction made a profit of 51.25%, and the total amount of profit is 12.1 million. The total amount of funds in the account now is 36.4 million Chinese dollars. Should we arrange for them to start building a position in Mutian shares now?" In Chu Yang's office, Lin Xiyu stood in front of the desk and reported with an adoring face. Once again, she was blown away by the other side, and this time the trade did not use OTC funding, but was a pure principal trade. Just 4 trading days and over 50% profit. The amount of direct profit is over $10 million. Simply appalling. 36.4 million? Chu Yang frowned, looked at the computer Mutian shares disk information. The total market value of the Czech Mutian shares is not high, but around 2 billion Chinese dollars. But even then, the amount of money, more than $30 million, would only buy less than 2% of the shares. Looks like the money is still slowing down a bit. Chu Yang pondered slightly and raised his head to look at Lin Xiyu. "Take 5 million out of this 36 million and transfer it to my bank account, and let them use the rest of the funds to build a position to buy Tianmu shares starting next Monday." "Okay Mr. Chu, I'll go arrange it right away." Not long after Lin Xiyu left, Chu Yang's cell phone was prompted to receive a $5 million arrival message. Chu Yang once again logged on to his Guotong Securities account, and then transferred the $5 million directly from his bank card into the securities account, while once again opening at 10 times the matching amount. Then find a few strong stocks in your memory and analyze them on your computer. Monday. Chu Yang came to the hospital early in the morning and Lin Shiyu followed him. I just received a call from Yang Dahu, saying that he was in the process of discharging the old man from the hospital. Walked into the ward, but found that Yang Dahu and that little girl were packing up their things, while the bed was already empty. Chapter 68, The Gentle Chu Yang. This ward is no longer the same. After leaving that day, Chu Yang arranged for Lin Shiyu to come over and change the old man into a VIP ward with good conditions. However, the old man was extremely opposed to it, and in the end, I don't know what Lin Shiyu used to convince the old man to move over with great difficulty. Where's the old man? Looking at the already empty hospital bed, Chu Yang frowned and asked, Mr. Chu, you came over. Seeing Chu Yang, Yang Dahu's face was obviously a bit unnatural, but he still explained, it's like this Mr. Chu, my father said that his body has pretty much recovered, and that he's not quite used to living here all the time, so he's been discharged to go back to the Ludong side. Back to Luton? Chu Yang's face changed. His face instantly sank, his icy cold gaze staring straight at Yang Dahu. You let the old man go back by himself like that? Under the gaze of this icy cold gaze, Yang Dahu's burly body could not help but tremble, swallowing hard. For a moment he did not know how to answer. Just then, a brittle voice rang out from the side. It was my uncle who picked up Dad. Father, don't let us go to send him off. Let us go as soon as possible to follow your arrangement, Mr. Chu. The one who spoke was clearly the little girl with a twisted braid on the side, blinking her big eyes with a hint of timidity still in her gaze, and hastily lowered her head to look at her toes after she finished speaking. A look of a sociopathic teenager. Only after hearing her words did Chu Yang's face return to its normal color. Although the old man's body had recovered well, he definitely needed someone around to take care of him in this situation now. Aha! He nodded slightly and turned to look at the little girl and, what's your name, little girl? Hearing the title little girl, the little girl frowned, but still answered honestly, Tina Yang. Well, Dahu, Ting Ting, you guys come with me then, we'll talk outside. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the outside. Looking at Chu Yang's back, Yang Dahu had an indescribable surprise in his heart. He had not thought that such a young teenager would have just erupted that extraordinary aura as if it was substantial on his body. It seems that my father was right. The other party is obviously not the usual kind of rich young man. Thinking of this, his heart became a few points firmer, picked up his luggage, and pulled Yang Tingting, the little girl, to hurriedly follow behind. Been in the military? Walking out of the hospital gate, Chu Yang stopped and took out a pack of red Taschen and casually handed one to Yang Dahu. Well, just got out of the army after 10 years. Yang Dahu nodded and took the cigarette. 10 years? Chu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard that. No career change? Well, something came up in the army and I had to make some mistakes, so I was cleared out of the army early. A complex color flashed in Yang Dahu's eyes before he looked at Chu Yang with some worry. He had previously carried disciplinary action in the army, and when he was looking for a job, he was rejected by many companies for this reason. So after coming to Hangzhou, he could only earn some physical money by doing hard labor at a nearby construction site. Chu Yang seemed to know what the other party was worried about, but did not say anything more and asked, "Can you drive?" Yang Dahu first stared blankly, then hastily nodded his head and, "Well, I drove for a few years in the army, and I can drive both big and small cars." Chu Yang held the cigarette to his mouth, took out his lighter to light it, and then handed the lighter to Yang Dahu. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a slow smoke ring, nodding his head and speaking faintly, "Then drive after me from now on." Yang Dahu couldn't help but be happy and nodded his head. Okay, thank you Mr. Chu. Chu Yang looked at Lin Shiyu. Assistant Lin, rent a few sets of single apartments around the company as the company's staff dormitory, and give one set to each of Dahu and his siblings. Okay Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded her head in a hurry. She had long been used to Chu Yang's generosity and was not the least bit surprised by this arrangement. Yang Dahu was shocked when he heard it, but he quickly shook his head and, no need Mr. Chu, it's fine for me and my sister to live in the place we rented before. Chu Yang glanced at him and said indifferently, "This is for your job consideration, and for our drivers from Tianyang capital. The company is supposed to be responsible for their food and accommodation. Also, the pay scale for our company drivers is 10,000 per month, with a separate bonus at the end of the year. You're okay with that, right?" He knew that the other party rented an old bungalow in a shantytown, old and shabby not to mention, at least 10 kilometers from this side. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Yang Dahu's entire body was directly confused there. A driver gets $10,000 a month? It was something he couldn't even think about. Mr. Chu, this is inappropriate. Yang Dahu reacted only after a long time and shook his head in a hurry, about to say something, but was glared back by Chu Yang with a glance. All one can do is shut up. A rush of indescribable emotion did well up in his heart. Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to Yang Dahu, who had a complicated expression, but turned to look at Yang Tingting, who was on the side. His expression immediately eased down as if he was facing his own sister, and his voice was rare and tender. He had wanted a sister since he was a little boy and had never gotten his wish. Tina, are you still in school now? No, I've graduated. The little girl shook her head. Brittle. It's okay, you can still go to high school after you graduate, Chu Yang said with a smile. In his opinion, with this little girl's age, she was at most in her first year of high school. And think of Yang Dahu's family's financial situation. It should be after graduating from junior high school did not continue to study in high school. He turned to Lin Shiyu and arranged it. Assistant Lin, find a high school for Tingting in the neighborhood and arrange for her to enroll as soon as possible. If a public school is difficult, a private high school will do. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll go arrange it right away. Lin Shiyu nodded. This matter wasn't difficult, especially with a private high school. One only needed to pay that exorbitant tuition fee. No, I already read it in high school. Yang Tingting shook her little head and said crisply, "Ha, all 3 years of high school already?" This time, it was Chu Yang who was surprised. He was a bit surprised to look at Yang Tingting for a while, and then realized that there was a very old-looking IBM laptop in the luggage in the other party's hand. This little girl doesn't look more than 15 or 16 at most. How come she reads so early? But since high school is finished and you didn't take the entrance exam, college is not a good place to be. Chu Yang thought briefly, then looked at Lin Shiyu and arranged it. How about this? Assistant Lin, you arrange for Ting Ting to come to work in the company, and the logistical side of the work will be. After saying that, he looked at the little girl again and asked in a somewhat spoiled manner, Tina, is this arrangement okay with you? The little girl hastily shook her head, her little head shaking like a rattle. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll arrange this matter right away. Seeing the rare and gentle Chu Yang, Lin Shiyu could not help but feel a little amused in her heart, but on the surface, she still nodded her head in a hurry, listening to Chu Yang's arrangement. Yang Dahu's expression was a little strange, as if he wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a few moments, he finally didn't speak up. Chapter 69, Mu Tianyuan's Confidence. Not far from Antai Mansion, there was a Mu Yun International Hotel, which was one of the top super 5-star luxury hotels in Hangzhou City. It was said that a night stay in this hotel's highest-end cloud suite would cost a full nearly 100,000 Huaxia coins. Behind the hotel was a towering commercial building with the words Mutian Mansion written in gold. At this time, a Porsche convertible stopped under the building. A beautiful figure wearing a high-grade professional suit stepped down from the car and walked into the Mutian Mansion. Hello, Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu, you're back. Mr. Mu. Seeing this figure, the staff in the building all hurriedly greeted him respectfully. But they knew that although this Mu family's eldest miss was still in college and was only 22 years old, her talent and ability in the business field was extraordinary. Many of the group's new development projects have been proposed by the other party and have achieved very good results so far, and the chairman of the Mu Tian group was her father, Mu Tianyuan, so these people naturally knew how they should be treated. Stinky girl, you still know to come back. These days you are not in, and the group has a lot of things to do. It's almost busy. Your father me. In the chairman's office on the 17th floor, an elegant man with an unassuming aura saw Mu Yurong walk in. A hint of joy appeared on his face, but he grumbled under his breath. He was Mu Yurong's father and the chairman of the Mu Tian group. Mu Tianyuan. Dad, it's not like you don't know. Lately I've been busy with this entrepreneurship competition, Mu Yurong said with a pout, her delicate little face slightly aggravated. Speaking of which, another flash of hopefulness flashed through her eyes. And if this project can achieve results in this entrepreneurship competition, it will also be a good publicity opportunity for our Mu Tian group. Hearing Mu Yurong's words, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Oh, isn't it just a college entrepreneurship competition? Is it that influential? Mu Yurong shook his head and explained. Dad, you don't know. This national college student entrepreneurship competition was directly authorized by the highest official level. Although the host city is our city of Hangzhou, the participants are major universities nationwide, and it seems that although it's a competition between major colleges and universities, it actually involves a lot of big conglomerates behind the scenes, and it's rumored that even the Beaver Group has a supported entry this time. Oh, even the Beaver Group is involved? Mu Tianyuan was shocked in his heart, to be able to get a giant like the Beaver Group involved. Then the influence of this entrepreneurship competition could be imagined. Thinking of this, he began to pay attention to this entrepreneurship competition as well, and hurriedly asked, You wrong. This time, this elderly health hotel project you prepared, Is there much hope of winning the award? Mu Yurong shook his head somewhat helplessly. I don't know. The main thing is that all the opponents are very strong this time, so let's hope we can get a place. Speaking of which, she remembered something else. By the way, Dad, did you ask me to come over for something? Mu Tianyuan nodded and slowly said, well, the group is going to hold a shareholders meeting early next month, and I plan to nominate you to become a director of the group at this shareholders meeting, formally entering the board of directors. Ah, onto the board? Mu Yurong was not surprised in his heart. The board of directors was the highest decision-making body of the group, and once she entered the board of directors, it meant that she would become one of the most central leaders of the Mu Tian group in the future. But Dad, I'm still young after all. Is this appropriate? Will those shareholders agree? Mu Tianyuan smiled faintly and shook his head. Age is not a problem. Everyone has seen your ability over the past few years, and Dad is a bit old now. In the future the group will eventually be handed over to you. As for those shareholders, speaking here, Mu Tianyuan revealed an expression of incomparable confidence. Don't worry, Dad is the group's #1 shareholder, plus our Mu family's own people. Dad can still count when he speaks inside the group. Alas, but you're a girl after all, and Dad doesn't want to see you work too hard to eventually find someone to rely on. Dad, hearing Mu Tianyuan mention these things again, Mu Yurong couldn't help but be a bit non-compliant. Mu Tianyuan, however, suddenly remembered something. By the way, Yurong, how about that kid from the Dongfang family? Dongfang Hai, that old guy was always probing my mouth some time ago, obviously wanting you to be their Dongfang family's daughter-in-law. You mean Dongfang Hao? At the mention of this name, Mu Yurong's face immediately went cold. Humph, Dad, just advise him to die while he can. I, Mu Yurong, will not marry that bastard even if I don't in my life. Fine, all according to you. Seeing that his daughter was really angry, although Mu Tianyuan was a bit puzzled in his heart, he still nodded his head in a hurry and answered yes. But that old boy Dongfang Hai bought 10% of our group's shares from one of our retired group patriarchs some time ago, and is now considered the third largest shareholder of our group. What? Hearing Mu Tianyuan's words, Mu Yurong couldn't help but stare. What is he, Dongfang Hai, doing buying shares of our Mu Tian group? Chapter 70, Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, listening to him say is wanting to be closer to us. It is estimated that he wants to use this to facilitate his son and you. After all, if you guys really become, in the end, it is still their oriental family to earn cheap. Mu Tianyuan half-joked. Seeing Mu Yurong's face about to turn cold again, he hurriedly changed his words. But as long as you, Arong, are unwilling, even if he buys all the shares of our Mu Tian group, I won't agree. Mu Yurong, however, shook her head, her expression becoming somewhat serious. Dad, I mean, would their Eastern group have any other purpose in buying our Mu Tian group's shares? Other purposes? Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but stare, then instantly understood what Mu Yuyong meant and shook his head with incomparable confidence. You mean group control, right? Don't worry, that's even less likely. You know, your father and I own 30% of the group's shares by myself, plus your uncle Tian Lin. The two of us already take up a large portion of the shares in the board of directors, not to mention the shares in the hands of Dongfang Hai alone. Even if we add the 15% in the hands of Blue Earth Group, it's not even possible. Seeing a confident Mu Tianyuan, Mu Yuyong then put down his heart. Chu Yang hadn't been going to the classroom lately, basically spending all his time in his office in Antai Mansion studying stocks. Already a mature soul in his 30s, he was a little uncomfortable with the idea of squatting honestly in a classroom with the gang of brats and listening to lectures. What's more, it was still a crucial time for him to make primitive accumulation in this life, because the volume of money in the account is now somewhat large. It is far less flexible in terms of operation than it was at the beginning. But Chu Yang's last life, after all, in the financial field for many years, coupled with the rebirth of a clear memory of the market trend, or a steady grasp of the market opportunities, as well as individual stock trends in their own funds under the impact of the chain reaction. Both Yang Dahu and Yang Tingting had also begun their normal work. Yang Dahu's job was very free and he usually just followed Chu Yang around, and Yang Tingting, the little girl, was a bit busier, taking care of the logistics of several manipulators in the studio every day. The studio has also opened a number of special accounts. Zhou Yu and others are in the Mutian shares of the stock every day in the sucking operation. Friday morning, Chu Yang was sitting in his office as Lin Shiyu stood in front of his desk reporting on his work. What? You mean there's another batch of money sucking up inside this check for mutual shares? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and his gaze steeply became grave as he looked towards Lin Shiyu. Yes, Mr. Chu, Zhou Yu said that the other party's modus operandi is very clever. If not for an accidental mistake today, it would be difficult for them to discover. Lin Shiyu's face was slightly unsightly. Zhou Yu's few people were recommended by her, and although the level was not considered to be top-notch, it was considered to be good in the general private sector. I didn't realize that this time I didn't even see the other side sucker punch. Xu Yang frowned and asked after a slight pause. Do you know the other side's bottom line? What's the approximate percentage of chips the other side is holding right now? Zhou Yu said he is still the first time to see such a clever suction technique, so do not know the other side of the bottom, but one thing can be confirmed. The other side is definitely the industry's top of the few private equity institutions, one of the. Lin Xiyu shook her head, her expression a bit heavy. Listening to Zhou Yu, based on the performance of the disc in the past few days, the other side should have more chips in their hands than us, probably around 2 times ours. Xu Yang nodded and asked again, how much leverage do we have in our hands now? As of this morning, Zhou Yu and the others have bought a 70% position, roughly 1.5% of the total share capital of Mutian shares. Lin Xiyu's look was a bit guilty. 70% of the position was already considered a heavy position, plus the amount of money of more than $20 million, which was not a small amount, and until now, they didn't realize that there was another, significantly more powerful stream of money in the mix, which could be considered a serious blunder. If he hadn't found out today, he might even have been eaten by the other side without any bones left. The stock market is like that. One wrong move and it's easy to lose it all. 1.5%. That means the other side has about 3% in their hands. Xu Yang's brows were locked as if he was pondering something. Seems to vaguely think about what to understand. His eyebrows gradually relaxed open. The corner of his mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc. And just then, Lin Xiyu's cell phone suddenly rang, and Xu Yang waved his hand, signaling her to answer the phone. Lin Xiyu nodded and pressed the answer button. But just after listening to a few sentences, her face instantly changed drastically, and a pretty face became even more miserable and white. Xu, Mr. Xu, Zhou Yu said that just now the other party has started to smash the plate. As a master's degree graduate in finance, Lin Xiyu naturally understands what it means for the other party to smash the disc at this time. It must have already discovered the presence of his side. It may even be that they have already found out, but they are just waiting until now to reap the rewards. With the other side's skillful maneuvering and unfathomable strength, coupled with the fact that the chips on their side are double that of their own, there was no need to think about it to know that Zhou Yu's side must be powerless. The only options are to cut your losses and leave the market, or give the other side a lift. And with only those few $1 million left in the account, you can't even lift a sedan chair if you want to give it to the other side. Looks like this one will have to leave at a loss. Lin Xiyu's pretty face didn't have the slightest bit of blood color, and her beautiful eyes actually had some glistening water light in them. She never thought that the first failure of the talented young man in front of her would be at her own hands. If Zhou Yu hadn't found out late, surely this wouldn't have happened. Xu, Mr. Xu, yes, I'm sorry. Chapter 71, Playing Like a Monkey. Sorry? What's there to be sorry about? Xu Yang has just opened the Mutian shares disc, some puzzled to look up at Lin Xiyu a glance. Faint smile. That's a good smash. Tell Zhou Yu and the others to keep buying until all the money in the account is used up. Following. Keep buying? Lin Xiyu directly froze. If we continue to buy in, we won't be rubbed on the floor by the other side? But, seeing Xu Yang's face turn cold, Lin Xiyu could only nod her head and took a deep breath and said, Okay, Mr. Xu, I'll inform Zhou Yu and the others right away. Assistant Lin, are you sure you want to continue buying now? In the studio, Zhou Yu looked at Lin Xiyu with a somewhat ugly face. He has also been in the stock market for many years, so he is naturally aware of the mistakes made by these people of his own this time, and what it means to keep buying now. That's like going to direct war with the other side. Whether it's capital or technology, their side doesn't have the slightest advantage, and it can be said that they don't even have the qualifications to fight with each other. Well, this is Mr. Xu's intention. You guys can just implement it directly. Lin Xiyu nodded. Not to be doubted. Zhou Yu was silent for a while, but finally nodded and waved his hand at the other three. Keep buying until you're full. Magic City. Jin Mao Tower. A middle-aged man with an extremely superior aura was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire East Sea City. His experience in the Chinese stock market has been regarded as a myth by many people, and he has even been labeled as the first brother of Chinese private equity, because he relies on the incomparably sharp sense of smell in the stock market. Unusually fierce approach. Single-handedly founded the top private equity institutions in the country of China, Xinhai Private Equity. It was once called the wind vane of the Chinese stock market, and retail investors do not know is that this in the stock market can be said to be able to call the wind and rain of the existence of the back is a lot of unknown insiders. Perhaps it was for this reason that he preferred to be called Master Su. He slowly turned around and looked at the spectacled youth and others not far away, and faintly said, Well, what's the reaction, boss? The panic discs have started to sell off in droves, but those idiots don't seem to have reacted yet, and they're even still buying. The spectacled youth bristled with some contempt and, as one of the top traders in the Xinhai Private Equity, The other side's techniques are obviously not enough to look at in their eyes. Still dare to buy? The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth hooked up with a hint of cruelty. Then keep smashing, and eat the goods as you do so, until the other side spits them out. In fact, according to his agreement with the Oriental Sea, only need to buy more than 4% of the chips, and then continue to pull up to contract the trading volume. That side promises that there will be action behind the Mutian Group to ensure that the price is pulled up smoothly. But as the helmsman of the private equity sector, the middle-aged man naturally will not be willing to carry the sedan share for others. And this time, if it wasn't for the relationship of an old friend, he wouldn't even bother to take on a small company like this with a market capitalization of just over $1 billion. Now that we have taken it, it is only natural to maximize the benefits. So after discovering Zhou Yu and his group's generally weak opponent played on the first day, he had already decided to play the other party like a monkey. Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics. Su Yuru was sitting in the middle of the office, holding a cell phone in her hand, her pretty face full of hesitation and nervousness. At first, because she insisted on being with Yang Dongqing, she disregarded her father's discouragement and took the liberty of quietly holding a wedding with Yang Dongqing. As a result, the strong character of the Su Near East after knowing the sudden burst of anger. The two had a big fight after nearly severed the father-daughter relationship. After the marriage, although Yang Dongqing repeatedly told her to go to Su Near East to soften, she never went there. Later, Yang Dongqing, therefore dissatisfied with her all kinds of violence and abuse. She is also a person silently gritted his teeth to endure. Never complained about the family. Even until after she divorced Yang Dongqing, she didn't want to face her father. And now, because of Chu Yang's matter, she even took the initiative to open her mouth to take the matter of the entrepreneurship competition over without the slightest hesitation. Taking on this matter also meant asking her father for help, which she knew in her heart. Ugh, what a little ingrate I am. After struggling in her heart for a long time, Su Yuru sighed quietly and finally dialed the number. The number had just been dialed, and in just a few seconds of effort, a somewhat raspy voice came out of the cell phone. Hello, is this Ru? Hearing this voice, Su Yuru's petite body trembled and her eyes instantly turned red. She had this number specifically changed later and never told her family, and the other party even recognized it at a glance. Obviously has been paying attention to himself. Su Yuru opened her mouth with red eyes, but no words came out. The other party heard Su Yuru not speak, and after a long period of silence, he said again, "Why don't you talk? Have you had lunch yet? I'll be in Hangzhou later. Why don't we have dinner together?" Su Yuru's throat moved, finally said a good word. At this time, Magic City, Jiangning Electric Magic City branch, Su Near East, who was presiding over the meeting, first went out to answer a phone call, and then directly announced that the meeting was temporarily cancelled when he returned to the conference room again. Then tell the driver to go straight to Hangtown as fast as he can. The gang of executives from Jiangning Electric were directly dumbfounded. They are still the first time to see this in the work has always been incomparably serious. Su general manager revealed such a side. Chu Yang's comfortable days didn't last for a few days, but on Monday he suddenly received a call from Su Yuru, saying that his successive absences from classes had been noticed by the academy, and that they wanted to talk to him. Chu Yang could only rush back to the academy helplessly and arrived in front of Su Yuru's office door. Just as he walked into the office, he saw that Director Wang from last time was sitting on the desk outside, and a heavily made-up female teacher was standing next to his desk. The two of them were chatting about something as they raised their eyebrows. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart as he glanced at the desk that had obviously gotten a little loose. "It's you? What are you doing here?" This Director Wang had obviously recognized the student who had badgered him last time and said with some displeasure. Chapter 72, Enrollment. The name of this Director Wang is Wang Yukai, although his name is Yukai, but in terms of education then Su Yuru is far worse. His position, however, is the Dean of Faculty for the Department of Economics and Management. He is responsible for the department's usual teaching supervision, assessment and examination work, and also cooperates with the college's political education office to carry out disciplinary inspections. That's why the average student is trembling in front of him, not daring to breathe a single breath. Last time, Chu Yang had spoiled his good deed and did not treat him with the kind of deference that a normal student would have, which made him quite unhappy in his heart. Hearing the displeasure in this Director Wang's tone, Chu Yang, however, was not the least bit concerned and winked at the other party with a smile. "Director Wang, those videos you recorded are great. Oh, very enlightening for our adolescent students. I don't think it's best to keep it on your computer though. That's not very safe." Wang Yukai was first stunned, then suddenly his face changed drastically. The heavily made-up female teacher on the side was even more directly pale, glaring at Wang Yukai and trembling her body. You deadbeat. I told you not to videotape. You had to record. Look, this is good." The somewhat balding Wang Yukai swallowed hard and looked at the computer on his desk. then turned to look at Chu Yang with some apprehension. You looked at my computer? Seeing these two people reacting in such a way, Chu Yang's heart was greatly assured. Sure enough, this old pervert already had this fetish at this time. He remembered that in his last life, there was a time when the college overhauled its computers, and as a result, a large number of self-directed love videos came out from inside the computer of this director Wang Yukai. It's also all in ING 1080p HD quality. Later, these videos were quickly spread on the internet and became the famous office door incident of a college. Seeing Chu Yang looking calm and smiling at himself, Wang Yukai had already determined that the other party must have seen the video in his computer. Otherwise how could he know? Even the little bastard may have snuck in a copy. Thinking of this, Wang Youcai's heart regretted his intestines. He originally thought that no one dared to touch his computer, so he found a hidden corner in the hard disk to save a copy of those videos, convenient for his usual sneak viewing back, but did not think that this bold student dared to touch his computer. If this matter really spreads out, it is estimated that he will not be able to do his job as the academic affairs director, and he might even be expelled directly from the academy. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, then tried to squeeze out a smile at Chu Yang and, ahem, this student, I wonder what your name is. Seeing Chu Yang frowning slightly, he hurriedly explained. No, classmate, you must not misunderstand. We only met twice, but I feel very much in tune with you. Throwing in the towel? Chu Yang glanced at him with a smirk. Wang Yukai nodded somewhat awkwardly and, ahem, this student, I'm the head of academic affairs of the Department of Economics and Management. If you encounter any difficulties in the academy in the future, you can come to me. The heavily made-up female teacher on the side also hurriedly looked at Chu Yang and said in a somewhat coy manner, Yes, this student, you can also come to me anytime if you need individual tutoring for your homework. Oh, then thank you both. I'm Chu Yang from the class of 2011. Chu Yang was amused in his heart and nodded his head and said, Chu Yang? Wang Yukai felt that the name seemed somewhat familiar and instantly remembered it. What? You're the Chu Yang from the Academy BBS post? Seeing Chu Yang nodding his head, Wang Yukai could not help but be a little snappy. Student Chu Yang, that matter of yours Mr. Su has already helped you out. Otherwise I would have gone to the head of the academy to speak for you. My business? Chu Yang was slightly stunned. Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Wang Yukai was a bit puzzled but still explained. Yes, I heard that the academy was going to give you a disciplinary action. It was only after Mr. Su firmly opposed it and took the initiative to take on the task of this entrepreneurship competition that the academy agreed to waive the disciplinary action against you. Punishment? Chu Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Once again remembering the conversation of those people in the building outside the building on that day, he had already understood a little. For him now, this so-called disciplinary action is naturally something that simply doesn't matter. He would have opted to drop out and leave long ago if he didn't still want to experience college campus life once in a while. But it was not expected that this matter would involve Mr. Su. Thinking of the scene where Su Yuru was embarrassed by the academy leaders, Chu Yang could not help but flash a touch of bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Looks like something needs to speed up. Thinking that Su Yuru had done so much for herself, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart and turned around to head inside. Wait. Wang Yukai hurriedly called out to him and asked with some apprehension. Chu Yang student, that thing, what is it? Chu Yang turned around and revealed a bewildered expression, shaking his head with an innocent expression. I don't know anything. Okay, well, thanks a lot little brother. Only then did Wang Yukai let out a long sigh of relief and finally put his heart down. What are you and that old pervert talking about out there? Seeing Chu Yang walk in, Su Yuru said with some doubt. She wore a tight black turtleneck sweater today. Her long chestnut hair was simply tied back, and her plump, full curves were outlined. Underneath was a pair of tight blue high-waisted jeans, and two long, round, sexy legs were tightly wrapped in light blue denim fabric. Add to that the even more exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio sitting in the chair, and the killing power is nothing short of terrifying, directly causing Chu Yang to look dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel his mouth a little dry. Old pervert? Chu Yang could not help but laugh dumbly. It seemed that this beautiful teacher knew quite a lot about this director Wang as well. After looking at Su Yuru's mature and sexy alluring body again, and thinking that that old guy stayed in the same big office with Su Yuru every day, Chu Yang could not help but feel a tightness in his heart. Looks like there's a need to knock the old guy out. Nothing, casual conversation. Chu Yang casually dealt with the situation, then looked at Su Yuru and asked, Mr. Su, what did you want to see me about? Humph, of course something's up. Su Yuru glared at Chu Yang and lightly hummed. What's been going on with you lately? How long has it been since you've been to class? Several teachers have reflected to me that you miss class, and that Joe Wei, he's the one who answers for you every time. If it wasn't for the fact that Mr. Lee named both of you at the same time that day, I would have thought he was Chu Yang. Luckily, these teachers are still just talking to me right now. If it reflects to that old guy out there, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to handle. Hearing Su Yuru's words and looking at the other party's pretty face that seemed to be a bit haggard, Chu Yang could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. Looking straight at Su Yuru, he softly said, "Ms. Su, thank you." Su Yuru had a puzzled look on her face. Chu Yang took a deep breath, then suddenly opened his mouth. "Ms. Su, I want to sign up for this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. Chapter 73, Competition Program? What? You're entering this startup competition?" Hearing Chu Yang's words, Su Yuru directly froze. She knew very well that this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition, although it was called Student Entrepreneurship Competition, in fact, it was not something that ordinary students could participate in at all. After all, the importance of the official high level was there, and the influence of this competition was definitely not trivial. Therefore, the projects entered by each university are selected as key entrepreneurial projects after careful consideration. This was the main reason why that old dean had gone through all the trouble of getting the Jiangning group behind her involved. After all, the average college student, even if they are incredibly talented in business, can't compete with programs backed by large corporations that already have an absolute advantage in the marketplace. Chu Yang nodded, and with a hefty smile, "Mr. Su, if you participate in this entrepreneurship competition, you don't have to be inside the classroom on time anymore, right?" Only then did Su Yuru realize. I said how this kid suddenly wanted to participate in the entrepreneurship competition. So it was for this reason. She suddenly thought of this venture again, and her heart was slightly stirred. If Chu Yang was able to participate in this entrepreneurial program, it would definitely benefit him greatly in the future. After all, this entrepreneurial project is the direct support of the Jiangning Group, and invested a lot of money in the operation, and now there is just a lack of a college student as the project leader. Thinking of this, Su Yuru's heart could not help but feel happy. She was previously planning to let the hospital student union to arrange a special person in charge of this entrepreneurial project. If this entrepreneurial program can achieve success in this entrepreneurial competition, the person in charge of this program will definitely rise in the water and benefit greatly from it. Now that I think about it, why not give it to this little guy when you have such a great opportunity? Thinking of this, Su Yuru nodded and, "Well, that's fine. Then you'll be in charge of this entrepreneurial program in the college, which belongs to the e-commerce type, and is called Jiangning Tesco." Jiangning Tesco? Chu Yang was slightly stunned and looked at Su Yuru with some surprise, and in his heart, he could not help but speculate about the relationship between this project and Jiangning Group. Then he shook his head at Su Yuru and said, "No, Mr. Su, you may have misunderstood. What I mean is that I want to participate in this entrepreneurship competition on my own." Under Chu Yang's insistence, Su Yuru finally agreed to his request. He was allowed to submit his own entrepreneurial project as one of the two projects entered by the College of Finance and Economics in this competition. It's hopeless anyway, so there's no point in signing up for an extra program. The only pity is that the other party will not be able to represent this project of Jiangning Group to compete, because the opening ceremony of this entrepreneurship competition is held half a month later. And before that, you need to submit the relevant information and plan of the entrepreneurship program. So when he came out of Su Yuru's office, Chu Yang returned to Antai Mansion at the first opportunity, then called Lin Shiyu into his office and made some careful arrangements. "Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll find out right away." For Chu Yang's arrangement, although Lin Shiyu was a bit puzzled in her heart, she immediately turned around and went to implement it. The next morning, Antai Mansion, Lin Shiyu walked into Chu Yang's office with a stack of information. "Mr. Chu, I communicated with the site of Huaxia Connect yesterday. At present, using the latest 4G technology, remote positioning and remote unlocking can be realized, and this kind of equipment they have cooperated with automobile companies before. According to them, this remote control chip can be made very small, mainly in terms of mechanical structure." Speaking here, Lin Shiyu handed the document in her hand to Chu Yang. "This is the information I checked last night. At present there are 3 main remote automated mechanical control structure production enterprises in our country. This is their detailed introduction, as well as the mode of cooperation." Chu Yang took the document and looked at it carefully for a full half hour before nodding his head. "Well, good. This information is very detailed. It seems that there are no technical hurdles at the moment. The biggest problem lies in cost control. Based on the previous quotes from these 3 companies, the purchase cost of each piece is going to be as high as $600, and with the addition of Connect's 4G communication equipment, I'm afraid that each bike is going to cost more than $1,500 to produce." Speaking of this, Chu Yang could not help but frown. A bicycle? Lin Shiyu was even more confused, not knowing what the other party meant by bicycles. "Not at this price, for sure." Chu Yang shook his head. "Based on the current price level, The production cost of each bicycle needed to be kept within 1,000 Chinese coins. The quality of the body can't be watered down in any way, and the requirements are even a bit higher than for a regular bike. Then the cost of controllers and 4G data devices must be knocked down. Assistant Lin. Next, you first contact a few of the largest bicycle manufacturers around our Hangzhou city, including Yangzhou, Fenghuan, a few big brands, to understand the details of OEM production, mainly in terms of quality and price. Chu Yang said as he copied a file from his computer to a USB flash drive, then handed it to Lin Xiyu in front of him. Here are the design drawings, and approximate parameter requirements. Speaking here, Chu Yang then saw the doubt on Lin Xiyu's face and couldn't help but chuckle. It's like this, Assistant Lin. This next project we're going to do is called Pineapple Bike. Chapter 74 Flash Crash. Mutian Stock. Magic City. Xinhai Private Placement. The middle-aged man walked into the operation room, and his eyes fell on the spectacled young man who was tapping on the keyboard. How's it going? Are they out yet? The spectacled youth's face was a bit ugly, and he shook his head helplessly. Not yet, but those retail investors from the original highs are basically gone. And other than those guys, all that's left in there is small money that's come in recently to take the plunge. Hearing that the other party hadn't even chosen to leave yet, the middle-aged man couldn't help but frown and asked again, how many chips do we have in our hands now? The spectacled youth glanced at the computer screen and, a couple of accounts combined are probably around 6% of total equity, and those guys have bought some more recently, and they should be holding around 2% of the chips right now. Speaking of which, the spectacled youth was somewhat speechless. These guys have so many goods in their hands, but they refuse to go out, and the more we smash them, the more they buy, as if they are competing with us. Compete with us? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cruel arc. Against such small sums of tens of millions of dollars, he had hundreds of ways to make the other side repent. He walked over to the computer and looked at the disk, then waved his hand directly at a few of the young men with glasses and, keep slamming the disk until it drops. Yes, boss. The spectacled young man hemmed and hawed, knowing that he was going to have to make a hard move this time, and joined a few others on the keyboard for a quick maneuver, only to see Mutian shares on the disk of this stock suddenly and quickly appeared more than 10,000 hands of sell orders. Crazy smash disk. The stock price jumped straight down in a big way. Seeing such a horrible trend, the only remaining number of retail investors who were trapped and insisted on sticking around until today were directly scared to tears, finally cut their meat and liquidated their positions. And many of the original on the sidelines watching, ready to plunge into the bottom of the retail investors, are even more scared. A time also dare not plunge into the bottom of the field, so there is almost no resistance. But in the blink of an eye, Mutian shares was smashed to the stop. It was even more deadlocked by sell orders of more than 100,000 lots, and the number of closed orders is still growing in a steady stream. It soon exceeded 300,000 lots. Seeing this number of closed orders, almost everyone knows this stock is definitely not saved. You know, Mutian shares is now in the low, but it is also for 35 yuan per share. So the sell orders on the dips alone have added up to over 100 million Chinese dollars. The Mutian shares is only a listed company with a market capitalization of less than 2 billion yuan, and the outstanding shares are only about 40%. That means that the number of block orders on this sell order has reached more than 5% of the entire shares of the entire company. If you count only the outstanding shares, that's even more than 10% of the float. This is a clear money grab inside the stock market. I wonder how many more dips will follow. Mutian shares. This is close to the flash crash shock trend in the stock market bar also caused an uproar. Asterisk. Scared me to death. Just now I want to plunge to the bottom, but the result of a minute to kill the drop is too fierce. What's wrong with this check? It's been down for a week straight, and instead of bouncing back, it's gone straight down. This kind of trend, at first glance, is the main force left the market inside the bottom of the money to step on each other caused by just this check's fundamentals are obviously very good. The development potential of this business also looks very good. The main force why to leave the market at a low level. Look at this company's announcement that it's going to hold a shareholders meeting next Saturday. So I guess there's some kind of negative news, right? I just don't know what kind of negative news is it that can kill so hard? Could it be an earnings thunderstorm? Newton Mansion. In the chairman's office. Dad, what's going on with our company's stock price? Is there some bad news? Mu Yurong rushed into Mu Tianyuan's office with a panicked face. At this time, Mu Tianyuan was also looking at the financial news on the group's stock commentary article. His heart is also puzzled. A blank face shook his head. It can't be. Our group is now developing well in all aspects, especially those new projects you proposed. They have already achieved good market results so far, and the next group's financial report is estimated to be very good. As the chairman of the company, Mu Tianyuan understood the development of the Mu Tian Group better than anyone else, so he knows very well that according to the actual situation and development potential of Mu Tian Group, the stock Mu Tian shares has been seriously undervalued before. Normally, the market capitalization of the Mu Tian Group should at least be around 5 billion Chinese dollars, and now but a week's time, originally less than 2 billion market value of the Mu Tian Group, but hard to be smashed to only a little more than 1 billion. If the program was not too complicated and it was too late, he, Mu Tianyuan, himself wanted to increase a portion of the group's shares in the stock market again. Only after hearing Mu Tianyuan's words did Mu Yuyong put her heart down, but her pretty face was still filled with doubts as she murmured, "So, how did that happen?" Mu Tianyuan bitterly smiled and shook his head, somewhat helplessly. It is estimated to be maliciously shorted by some bookmakers. After all, this kind of thing is also very common inside the stock market, but this will not have any real impact on our company's operation. The next morning, Antius Mansion. "Boss, again, it's down again." The young man in the white shirt swallowed hard and shrieked, "I saw it." Zhou Yu's face was grim as he looked at the disc. As expected, not waiting for the opening of the market, this day Mu shares in the collection of bidding on the direct one-word board fell. The selling order is still the same as yesterday, a full 300,000 lots of sky-high sell orders sealed dead. Looking at this trend, I'm guessing I don't know how many more dips will follow. It's suffocating. What do you think that Mr. Shu is thinking? Surprisingly, let us directly lock position does not move. If we had sold in advance, we wouldn't have lost so much money, right? We can't even sell if we want to. Seeing the boss in this state, the somewhat dark-skinned youth was also a bit emotional. The youngest of the young men nodded in agreement. "Yeah, this check isn't really going to go bust, is it? How else could the other side smash the disc like this? If it's just against us, it won't be like this." Zhou Wei's face was as heavy as water. He didn't speak and shook his head without a word. There are so many variations inside the stock market that no one has an absolutely accurate answer. Even the dealer who is ready to go long can always backhand short, so never go blindly speculate on the intentions of the dealer. That's what his master once told him. And today, for the first time, Zhou Yu realized these words so deeply, just but never thought that it was under these circumstances. Looking at the account position interface that -37, 90% of the green numbers, Zhou Yu's mood for the first time so heavy. Although the locking position is that never met Chu under the instructions of the general manager, but he has always felt that this time the mistake. He has an unshirkable responsibility. Ah! Just then, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out and, only to see the dark-skinned youth's eyes widen with a shocked expression as he pointed at the plate and trembled. "You, guys, look at." A few people couldn't help but look over, and then they were suddenly dumbstruck, staring at the disc with wide, dead eyes. How is this possible? Only to see the disc, that nearly 300,000 lots of sell orders, but was a full 15,000 lots of super buy orders bite-eaten most of it. Volume was instantly extreme, and apparently someone else noticed the amazing commotion, and many of the small buy orders that followed the trend quickly followed suit, only to see that remaining 100,000 lots of sell orders begin to rapidly diminish once again. Chapter 75, Kettle the Kettle, Magic City. In the studio of Shinhai Private Equity, the Glasses Youth, several people are bored looking at the disc, while chatting about the sky. In the last 2 years, under the leadership of the middle-aged man, they have been invincible in the stock market, but also stomped down several private equity institutions that were originally well established in the industry. In addition to the Zhidong Shibao in the previous period of time, a dark loss above, can be said to be God blocking the God, Buddha blocking the Buddha. Also accomplished Shinhai Private Equity for words in the Chinese stock market in the hefty reputation. It made them relax a bit as well. Brother Gale, the market value of this Mu Tian stock is only a total of over $1 billion. The plate is so small. How come the boss chose such a check this time? A young man in a denim jacket asked with some confusion as he glanced at the disc information. Small plates? The spectacled youth, however, hemmed and hawed. "Hey, don't look at the small plate. But the boss told me that the check can be a demon in the later stages. Asterisk. Really?" The other few people were all shaken in their hearts and couldn't help but look at the spectacled youth with some excitement. Demon stocks are nowhere near as ubiquitous this time of year as they will be a few years from now. To be able to participate in the operation of a demon stock, for a trader, that is definitely something to be proud of. And the demon stock once up, which the gains can be amazing. For them the bonus is naturally not less. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it's not like you guys don't know about the boss's strength. We just need to follow his instructions. Not waiting for the young man with glasses called Gale to finish speaking, an exclamation suddenly rang out, only to see the young man in the jean jacket was trembling and pointing at his computer screen. and the young man in the jean jacket was pointing at his computer screen. No, it's not good. Quick, look. Blas's youth heart tightened, hastily looked at the disc, just to see that 10,000 hands of huge orders instantly by that scene. His heart jumped wildly, his whole body instantly reacted, and he hastily dialed the middle-aged man's phone number. Old boss, it's bad. Someone's eating on the dips, eating 150,000 of our lots in one gulp. Some retail investors are also following the trend in buying. The seal has loosened a bit. What? The middle-aged man's heart sank, and he hurriedly clicked on the trading disc on his computer. Looking at the terrifying buy orders that added up to 150,000 lots, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Previously, in order to force that stock of money to leave the market, he specifically let put a full 300,000 lots of chips hanging on the decline, just to show muscle to create panic. After all, in this case, this kind of stock without any good news coming out, it is simply unlikely that anyone would dare to take the plunge and take over the stock at great risk. But he never thought that such a cold small-cap stock that no one had speculated on for many years would still have big money that dared to participate at this time, and it ate half their chips in one bite. This is tantamount to taking a paycheck from the bottom of the pot for Shanghai private equity, directly plowing through the chips they have managed to collect over this period of time. The middle-aged man's face turned blue, and the anger in his heart could barely be suppressed. Since the establishment of Shanghai private equity, it was the first time he had suffered such a big dark loss, and with such a large amount of money on the other side. It's obvious that what the other side is trying to do is not small. Did word get out? Looking at the decreasing number of sealed orders, the middle-aged man remembered the agreement between him and Dongfan Hai again, and no longer had time to think too much, and hurriedly said, "Remove the sell orders immediately and start grabbing chips." Rob the chips? The spectacled youth didn't react for a moment and thought he had heard wrong. He didn't know about the agreement between the middle-aged man and the Eastern Sea. The middle-aged man repeated, in a determined tone, yes, withdraw the order immediately and grab the chips. The faster the better. Antai Mansion. Xu Yang is sitting in his office, leisurely drinking tea while looking at the Mutian shares disc. Yes, that 150,000 lot sky-high buy order just now was his handiwork. This week or so, he used that $5 million, plus 10 times leverage, to buy and sell dozens of stocks with accurate judgment based on clear movements in his memory. The stock market has been doing pretty well lately, with dozens or more stocks going up every day. So while the yields aren't as impressive as they were before when the funds were small, they're still pretty horrible. Almost every day you are able to make a profit of about 10 pips. Add in 10x leverage and that's nearly 100% profit per day. So it was only 6 trading days, and after Chu Yang liquidated his last ticket this morning, the balance of funds in his account had reached 75 million Chinese dollars. Just now he plumbed the bottom of the 150,000 lots of Mutian shares, but also only used about $60 million, and even did not use the amount of matching funds. Sure enough, watching Mutian shares on the disc, the remaining 100,000 lots of sell orders were instantly withdrawn, and then the stock price was quickly pulled up. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth could not help but rise slightly as he clicked the mouse, actually hanging up 210,000 lot buy orders again. These 210,000 lot buy orders were like catalysts, making the original upward trend instantly a few points more rapid. Just a few minutes of work, Mutian share price was a straight line pulled up to the stop. Although there are only more than 100,000 hands of sealing orders, but the seal is very solid, not the slightest sign of opening the board. This scene watched all the retail investors dumbfounded, have been talking inside the stock bar, looking at the disc that has risen steady as a rock. Chu Yang finally completely relaxed, picked up a cup of tea to sip tea. Just then there was a somewhat urgent knock at the door of the Mr. Chu. Then only Lin Shiyu walked into the office with quick steps, with an unconcealable elation still on her face. Mr. Chu, did you see that? Mutian shares have now stopped falling, and have just been pulled up. Listen to Joyu, they said. There should be new funds to come in, and this stop, although some bizarre, but sealed board is sealed very stable. Behind the estimated there will be upward space. Aha. Xu Yang nodded indifferently, then pointed to his stock account and, Assistant Lin, prepare the relevant materials and notify the Mutian Group side that we will be attending this shareholders meeting. Chapter 76 Unusual. We're going to the AGM? Lin Shiyu was slightly stunned and did not understand what Xu Yang meant for a moment, but when she looked clearly at the account position information on the computer screen, a pair of beautiful eyes instantly stared round, opened her mouth wide, and only after a long time did she react. Shu, Mr. Shu, hardly, could it be, just now was it you? Seeing Chu Yang nodding slightly, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and swallowed hard before finally accepting this after a long time. Again, I can't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just now himself and Zhou Yu and others are still for a new money into the bottom of the field and ecstatic, but also have speculated that the new entry of the mysterious funds will be what is the origin. After all, to be able to come up with such a large amount of money to bottom this Mutian shares, the origin is certainly not simple, but never thought that the other party would be Chu Yang. Well, why don't you prepare the relevant materials and notify the Mutian group side in advance? Seeing Lin Shiyu's dumbfounded look, Chu Yang could not help but laugh in his heart. Good General Manager Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded her head in a hurry. Chu Yang nodded and asked again, by the way, how's what I asked you to find out earlier going? Lin Shiyu finally calmed her mood down and replied, Mr. Chu, I sent the design drawings and parameter requirements to 3 bicycle manufacturers, 2 of which, Yongjiu and Fij, said that they could produce them, and I've already paid the deposit respectively, and the fastest prototype can be produced in half a month. There's also the person you asked me to investigate. I think his name is Wu Lei. He was in college before at the Computer Science School of Zhejiang Province University and has won many times above the Topcoder World Programming Contest. But then because of some mistakes, he accidentally went to the police station and also was ordered to drop out inside the school. Speaking of this, Lin Shiyu looked at Chu Yang with some curiosity. She did not understand how the other party could be interested in such a person. Wu Lei, sure enough it's him. Hearing this name, Chu Yang could not help but feel happy in his heart. His eyes flickered, not knowing what he was pondering. The next morning, out of everyone's expectation, Mutian shares directly open one-word board stop, probably smelled the unusual flavor of it. A lot of lobbying bulls have also been lined up below to hang up a buy order. Looking at the stop on the full more than 1.5 million lots of buy orders, Chu Yang's mouth slightly raised, picking up the phone to dial Lin Shiyu's phone. Not long after, Lin Shiyu walked in, looking at Chu Yang with indescribable admiration in her gaze. Obviously, she already knows that Mutian shares continue to strong stop on the board. Mr. Chu, you're looking for me? Chu Yang nodded. Well, you have time to go over to the business department and incorporate a new company as a wholly owned subsidiary listed under Tianyang Capital, Magic City, Xinhai Private Placement. The middle-aged man surnamed Su was sitting at the most central desk in the studio, his face gloomy. Old, boss, the disk seems to be out of our control. The young man with glasses called Gale looked at the plate of 1.5 million buy orders, carefully said. The middle-aged man grunted coldly and, it's not bull asterisk. Since getting plowed on the dips yesterday, the disk has been out of their control. How much more was bought in this morning? How many chips do we have in total now? The spectacled youth looked at the account and said with an ugly face, Boss, we only bought a total of 5,000 lots this morning, and there are a couple of big orders ahead of us. We now have a total of 140,000 lots of chips in hand, all of which have now been pooled into one account, which is roughly 3.8% of the total share capital. 3.8%. Hearing this figure, the middle-aged man's face became a few points more ugly. Just before yesterday, they had already obtained 6% of the shares, but as it turned out, they hadn't even reached the 4% that they had agreed with Dongfanghai in the first place. He took a deep breath and looked up at the spectacled youth. Start lining up for the order from the early hours of tomorrow morning and make sure that the chips in our hands reach 4% of the total share capital of this company in the shortest possible time. After that, the middle-aged man was silent for a long time, then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Lightning, investigate and account for me. This time I want the other party's details. The next few consecutive trading days, Mutian shares is like a hangover. Continuous one-word board strong stop, and as many retail investors have found out, they just can't even hang out in line in the wee hours of the morning to buy in. The first moment the market opened, there were already millions of lots of buy orders deadlocked. In this case, there are also fewer and fewer sell orders on the stops, and trading volume shrinks to a crawl. Many people already smell something unusual in it. Mu Tianyuan, who was not familiar with the rules of the stock market, was quite happy at first when he saw the group's stock price rise one after another, thinking that it was because Mu Tian Group's recent development had been recognized by the market. But after seeing the fifth one-word stop, Mu Tianyuan also finally felt wrong, and quickly called the chairman's secretary in. Go check our group's current shareholders' holdings, especially the record of shareholding changes in the recent period. Chapter 77, Decadent Man, Stone Technology. According to the regulations, the secretary of the board of directors of a listed company is allowed to apply to the stock exchange to inquire about the latest shareholders of the company. In the afternoon, the chairman's secretary placed a thick stack of information on Mu Tianyuan's desk. Chairman, this is the list of all the shareholders of our company as of the close of the stock market yesterday, as well as the recent changes in equity. Please take a look. Mu Tianyuan nodded and began to look at it. The first page is the list of the top 10 shareholders. As a result, just by looking at it, his pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Only 2 unfamiliar names appeared above the list of top 10 shareholders, and it's actually in the 5th and 6th positions, respectively. Mu Tianyuan's heartbeat couldn't help but instantly speed up. Chuyang, Golden Sea Investment Limited? Seeing these 2 unfamiliar names, as well as the shareholding ratio that had reached more than 4% behind them, a strong uneasiness surged into his heart for the first time. In Mu Tianyuan's impression, the group's 10 major shareholders, in addition to himself and his cousin Mu Tianlin, as well as the 4 major shareholders of the Greenland Group and the Oriental Sea, the rest are some of the executives in the group, and the shareholdings are all very low, adding up to only about 1%. This is why he has always been very comfortable with the equity side of the group. After all, the Mu Tian Group had always been considered the Mu family's family business, and with his own 30% stake, plus his cousin Mu Tianlin's 5%, he had already taken up more than half of the majority shareholders' shares. The shares in the hands of the Blue Earth Group are 15%, and the shares in the hands of the Oriental Sea are 10%. Apart from the 4 largest shareholders, the small amount of shares among the other executives has little impact at all, and these 2 newly emerged major shareholders have a combined 8% stake in their hands. To some extent, this has created the potential for a threat to the company's controlling interest. Mu Tianyuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, picking up another copy of the recent shareholding change record and flipping through it in a hurry. In just a moment's time, he saw these 2 new top 10 shareholders, both of whom had acquired 4.5% and 4.0% of the shares respectively through secondary market purchases a few days ago. This should also be the root cause of Mu Tian Group stock, which has recently gone up one after another. Mu Tianyuan's heart was beating wildly. The shareholders' meeting was about to be held. If the other party had any other attempts, then I was afraid that the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, he hurriedly called his secretary in. Not long after, that young secretary once again walked into Mu Tianyuan's office. Chairman, I've just understood. This Golden Sea Investment Company is an investment company over in the Magic City? The other party not only holds the shares of our group, but also holds the shares of many other companies, so this company shouldn't have a problem. It should just be involved in speculating on our group's stock. As you know, this kind of speculation in the stock market is a common occurrence, and this shareholder whose name is Chu Yang can't find any information on the internet. It's as if he came out of nowhere as a person. Hearing the secretary's words, Mu Tianyuan's originally lifted heart finally eased down. It seems like there should be no problem with this Jinhai investment. I just don't know who this Chu Yang who appeared out of nowhere is. However, with the 4.5% stake in the other party's hands alone, the threat to the controlling stake is much smaller. However, thinking of his daughter Mu Yurong's words and that smiling tiger Dongfang Hai, he had already started to be secretly wary of Chu Yang, the newly emerged major shareholder in his heart. And at this time, Chu Yang was strolling around the computer city with Lin Shiyu. Yang Dahu also followed behind the two. Mr. Chu, if you need to buy a computer, I'll just come over and buy it for you directly. Looking at Chu Yang who was looking around the computer city, Lin Shiyu said with some confusion. In her opinion, Chu Yang was practically a stock god possessed lately. His time was too precious and should be spent entirely on studying stocks. Well, but we didn't come over here today to buy a computer. Chu Yang shook his head, his eyes searching for something in the computer city. Not buying a computer? Lin Shiyu was even more confused. Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he suddenly had a light in his eyes and walked straight towards an inconspicuous store in the corner. Lin Shiyu hurriedly followed behind, and then saw that it was a very small store, measuring no more than 10 square meters at most. A sign with the words Stone Technology hangs above it. The following is written: website construction, program development, game plugins, cell phone jailbreak. In other words, a man of about 30 was sitting at a computer inside, tapping something quickly on the keyboard. The beard on his face had grown a little long, he looked a little disheveled, and his whole person seemed to have little energy. Wu Lei. Seeing the man, Chu Yang tentatively called out. The other party, however, did not react, as if he had not heard, and still continued to tap rapidly on the keyboard. Hearing the word Wu Lei, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but froze, vaguely understanding the purpose of Chu Yang's visit. Then he looked at the man a few more times carefully, and was a little surprised. This disheveled guy, the computer software genius from Zhejiang Provincial University back in the day? It doesn't look like that in the slightest. Just then, 2 high school-looking boys ran up to the man, then walked right up to him and, Brother Lei, how's that CF plugin I wanted? My gang of brothers said that as long as it works well, we'll each buy one. The somewhat disheveled man finally stopped tapping the keyboard and looked up, revealing a somewhat sickly pale face that, he pointed to the computer off to the side and said lightly, well, you try. The boy at the head of them sniffed with joy and hurriedly sat down in front of the computer. quickly logged on to the CF game and began to test it. It was only for a moment that the boy looked up excitedly and, "Nyoi class, Brother Lei, this plugin you wrote is simply awesome. I'll take 6 months for myself first." "How much was it?" "30 a month, 180 for 6 months. "Okay, here's $200. The disheveled man nodded and took the $200 bills the boy handed him, then found another $20 bill to return. After the boy took the money, he couldn't wait to pull the other boy and run toward the internet cafe next to the computer city. Lin Shiyu's jaw dropped as she watched this scene. The disheveled man, however, did not pay any attention to Chu Yang and the others, and sat back down in front of the computer again and continued to start tapping on the keyboard. Lin Shiyu frowned. Mr. Chu Yang, however, smiled faintly and looked at the disheveled man. He, the hallowed software genius of Zhejiang Provincial University, the winner of the Top Coder World Programming Contest. Is he willing to write game plugins here? Chapter 78 Beaver. Jiang Fan, as Chu Yang's words fell, only to see the disheveled man's action of hammering on the keyboard visibly stagnate. He raised his head and glanced at Chu Yang's several people, and faintly said, "Something wrong?" Chu Yang smiled faintly and directly opened the door. Mr. Wu Lei, my name is Chu Yang. I am the head of Tianyang Capital and the founder of Tianyang Technology Company. I came over today to invite you to join us at Tianyang Technology. Not interested. Without waiting for Chu Yang to finish, the disheveled man did not hesitate in the slightest, and directly lowered his head after coldly uttering the 3 words, and the sound of pounding on the keyboard resounded once again. Mr. Chu, Lin Shiyu furrowed her willow brows and was just about to say something when Chu Yang reached out his hand to interrupt her and looked at the other party to continue. Then I wonder if Senior Wu Lei is interested in this national student entrepreneurship competition? Seeing that the disheveled youth still did not react, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and continued. It is said that this time, the entry project of Zhejiang Province University has already obtained the support of the Beaver Group, and the person in charge of this project is called Jiang Fan. Hearing the word Jiang Fan, the disheveled man's body obviously trembled, and the movements of his hands abruptly stopped. His hands were clenched into fists, and his entire body was trembling slightly and uncontrollably. After a long period of silence, the disheveled man finally turned around to look at Chu Yang, but did not speak. Chu Yang revealed a sincere smile and faintly said, "This time the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. Our Tianyang Technology also has a project to participate. Just don't know whether senior brother Wu Lei is interested in joining in?" The disheveled man called Wu Lei took a deep breath, stood up directly, and said only one word, "Good." Looking at the disheveled youth on the passenger seat, Lin Shiyu was very puzzled. Although the other party had previously won an award at the World Programming Contest, that was after all many years ago, and now this guy had already dropped out of Zhejiang Province University for many years, and hadn't even gotten an undergraduate diploma. Now it's nothing more than a small business owner who writes game plugins. Is it worth the effort to come over and invite? And the other side still has this attitude. Sensing Lin Shiyu's doubts, Chu Yang smiled faintly, but did not explain, because only he knew that in his last life, this disheveled young man who was still earning a living by writing game plugins, after a year, it was invited by Wang Xing, the founder of Meituan, to Meituan Corporation, and even more directly as the head of the technical department. That is, after this person went to the Meituan app interface directly revolutionized, but also the first of a variety of innovative models. It was only then that Meituan Takeout developed in one fell swoop, pushing takeout platforms such as Chide Takeout out of the market, and even eventually defeating Hungry Bar Takeout, a pioneering online takeout that was originally owned by the Beaver Group, which was in the ascendant. It can be said that at this time or an ordinary group buying site, the Rice Group, a year later, the reason why the breakthrough development, the achievement of the later trillion market value, Wu Lei absolute credit, and there is a deeper reason in this, which is the feud between this one and the Beaver Group Jiang Fan. It is said that when Wu Lei was in college, he talked about a very beautiful girlfriend, but he was taken by Jiang Fan, who was the president of the student union of Zhejiang University, across the board, and the reason why he was ordered to drop out of Zhejiang Province University back then was precisely because of Jiang Fan. This Jiang Fan can serve as the Zhejiang Province University of the school student body chairman. Strength background is naturally not simple. After graduation is directly into the day of the Beaver Group as an executive. So Wu Lei after entering the Rice Group company, then don't want a life in general crazy work, just to be able to beat the Beaver Group. Before Chu Yang was reborn, as the person in charge of Tianyang Capital, he had once focused on investigating and understanding the Rice Troop Company, and all of this was also what he had seen on some information at that time. It may not be entirely accurate, but judging by the reaction of this one just now, it shouldn't be far off. At the very least, there was definitely a not-so-small grudge between the other party and that Jiang Fan. looking at Wu Lei's disheveled face that was a bit sickly and old, thinking of the scene on the building outside the building and that young man who was condescending. Xu Yang could not help but sneer in his heart. Beaver Group. Jiangfan? Yang Dahu parked his car downstairs at Antai Mansion and Xu Yang and his men walked down from the car. Senior Wu Lei, this is our Tianyang Capital's office building. Tianyang Technology is on the 8th floor, and your office is also there. Xu Yang pointed downstairs and smiled at Wu Lei. Wu Lei looked at the Antai Mansion, but remained cold and didn't say anything. Xu Yang could not help but smile a little awkwardly and said to Lin Shiyu, who was at the side, Assistant Lin, you lead Senior Wu Lei directly to his office. I'll be there in a moment. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu answered, then smiled at Wu Lei. Mr. Wu, please follow me. Wu Lei remained expressionless as he followed Lin Shiyu into the elevator. After 10 minutes, Xu Yang arrived at the 8th floor. Walking into the office, he saw that Wu Lei was standing in the office with a somewhat icy face, while Lin Shiyu stood aside somewhat awkwardly. Why don't you sit down, Senior Brother Wu? This room is your office from now on. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you just mention it. Xu Yang asked with some surprise, then thought of something else and, by the way, Brother Wu, in the future, you will be the Minister of the Program Technology Department of our Tianyang Technology. All the software program development aspects of the company will all be your responsibility. The annual salary is tentatively set at 1 million Huaxia coins. What do you think? Humph. Wu Lei, however, grunted coldly. Not interested. Better let me know when we do enter the startup competition. After saying that, he actually turned around and was about to walk towards the outside. Only then did Xu Yang react. The other party must have thought that he was lying to him and hurriedly said, Senior Wu, the project we're competing in this time is called Pineapple Bicycle, and the work that your programming technology department is going to do now is to develop the client software for this project. Only then did Wu Lei stop and turned around to look at Xu Yang with some suspicion in his expression. Xu Yang was also a bit helpless, and could only let Lin Shiyu go to participate in the entrepreneurship competition to bring over the registration materials, and Pineapple Bike operation mode is probably introduced once again. Wu Lei finally believed in his words. Moreover, when hearing the operation mode of the Pineapple Bicycle project, the other party looked obviously a little surprised. Just his attitude towards Xu Yang is still cold and unimaginable. Walking out of the office, Lin Shiyu finally couldn't help herself. Mr. Xu, this one also takes himself too seriously, and there are plenty of such program talents out there. I can go recruit some if you need them. Xu Yang nodded. Well, Assistant Lin, you have to recruit some software programmers recently, as the employees of the Program Technology Department are uniformly arranged on the 8th floor. Thinking of Wu Lei's attitude just now, his eyes couldn't help but go cold. Talent isn't fake, but if the attitude has been questionable, then there's no point in him having to use it. The last thing this world lacked was talent, especially for him after being reborn. Putting this matter down for the time being, Xu Yang can't help but think of the matter of tomorrow's shareholders meeting of the Mutian Group. Chapter 79 Participation, Oriental Mansion. Mr. Sure, we've already contacted the Xinhai private equity side, and Mr. Su will arrange for someone to be there tomorrow. Good, tomorrow everything will be according to the plan. Please rest assured that Mr. Sure, Dongfang Hai, will absolutely keep the agreement. After tomorrow's shareholders meeting, the piece of land that the Mutian Group has in the Riverside New District will be transferred to the Blue Earth Group's name. Also in the future, all the hotel construction projects of the Oriental Group and the Mutian Group will all be handed over to you. Blue Earth Group, to do. Hanging up the phone, Dongfang Hai had a hard time calming down his excitement, and raised his head to look at his son. Dongfang Hao, get ready tomorrow and come with me to the Mutian Group's shareholders meeting. Okay, Dad. Dongfang Hao's heart was delighted and he nodded his head in a hurry. Just now he heard the conversation between Dongfang Hai and Sherbatian, although he was not clear about the specifics, but he also vaguely guessed that tomorrow at the shareholders meeting of the Mutian Group, they will certainly have a big action. The shareholders meeting of the Mutian Group was usually held in the conference room of the Mutian building. This time is no exception. Early in the morning of the next day, there were already specialized staff standing downstairs of the Mutian mansion, responsible for welcoming the participating shareholders this time, only to see a middle-aged man with a somewhat fierce face walk down from a Mercedes S600 sedan, followed by two burly bodyguards. Mr. Sure, long time no see. Mu Tianyuan hurriedly greeted him, a smile piling up on his face. This was the famous figure in Hangzhou City's real estate industry, the boss of Blue Earth Group, Sherbatian. Chairman Mu, don't come back well. I heard that our Mutian Group has been developing very well recently, and several projects have achieved good results. Congratulations. Sherbatian nodded his head at Mu Tianyuan and said with a leathery smile, Thanks Mr. Sure, but I didn't put much effort into all this. it's all because of your niece. Mu Tianyuan smiled and shook his head. He knew that this Mr. Sure had previously wanted a piece of Mu Tian Group's construction land in the Riverside New area, but had rejected the other party because Mu Yurong wanted to build a new project in that area. And this Mr. Sure Badian Sure was known as a bully in the business world of Hangzhou City. Few dared to refuse him. So this time, although the other party didn't say much on the surface, they should be a little upset in their hearts. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind the two men. The Mr. Sure, Chairman Mu, long time no see. Mu Tianyuan turned to look, only to see Dongfang Hai walking over, and behind him was a rather handsome youth, none other than his son, Dongfang Hao. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Today was the shareholders' meeting of the Mu Tian Group, and those attending the meeting were the shareholders of the Mu Tian Group or the group's executives, and it seemed a bit out of order for the other party to bring his son over to attend. But he didn't say anything more. After all, they were all major shareholders of the group, and there was no need to fight over such harmless little things for every penny. Chairman Dongfang, I heard that the several mid-range business hotels recently launched by your Dongfang Group have achieved good market results. Congratulations! Seeing Dongfang Hai approaching, Mu Tianyuan said with a smile. Chairman Mu fallacious praise. Have wrong that girl's new launch of those hotel projects is really powerful. Simply let me open my eyes. Dongfang Hai laughed, then nodded somewhat respectfully to Sure Baotian. The Mr. Sure, you've come over as well. Well, I just got here too. Sure Baotian smiled and nodded, then said meaningfully to Dongfang Hai, elder brother Dongfang, Chairman Mu has given birth to such a good daughter. Do you think our brothers should give him a good slaughter? Dongfang Hai was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted. Ha ha, that's right, he must be slaughtered. Ha ha, I'm supposed to be the host today. Mu Tianyuan, however, did not think much about it and laughed openly. Mr. Sure, Chairman Dongfang, don't worry, after the shareholders meeting is over later, let's go to Mu Yun International in front and have a good drink. Just as a few people were talking to each other, a tall young woman walked down from a Volkswagen coupe not far away, only to see this young woman with a cool face and stunningly beautiful features, dressed in black formal attire, carrying a black briefcase made of leather in her hands. Although he was only in his 20s, he gave off the impression of a business elite. Coupled with that stunning face and a full 170 centimeters tall figure, it directly drew frequent side glances from Dongfang Hao on the side. He had no resistance to this kind of OL dress beauty, but he didn't think that he would be able to meet a superb beauty here that was not inferior to Mu Yurong. Seeing this young woman walk over, the staff on the sidelines rushed to welcome her. Mr. Sure, Chairman Dongfang, you guys go up first, I'll be there later. Seeing that the staff member's expression seemed a bit strange, Mu Tianyuan sent Sure Badian and Dongfang Hai, as well as Dongfang Hao, who was still a bit reluctant to take a step or three, into the building, then turned around and walked towards the young woman. Thinking of Dongfang Hao who just had a colorful expression on his face, Mu Tianyuan then understood why his daughter was so disgusted with the other party, and also secretly regretted the idea of trying to set the two up before. Chairman, this is, seeing Mu Tianyuan walking over, the staff hurriedly walked over to him and whispered something. What? The fifth largest shareholder? Hearing the words of the staff, Mu Tianyuan could not help but be startled and hurriedly raised his head to look at this young woman whose appearance and temperament were extraordinary. Chairman Mu, right? However, she only saw the young woman smile politely, then handed a material to Mu Tianyuan in front of her. Hello, I am Mr. Chu Yang's assistant, Lin Shiyu, and I am here today to attend this shareholders meeting on behalf of our Mr. Chu. This is my authorization material, please take a look. Hearing the word Chu Yang, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but jump in his heart, and after receiving the material and taking a look at it, he finally determined the identity of the other party. Sure enough, the other side is still coming. After a sharp turn of hard electricity, Mu Tianyuan still piled up a smile. MS. Lin, welcome to our group's shareholders meeting this time. The venue is in the conference room on the 20th floor. Well, thank you Chairman Mu. Lin Shiyu nodded her head in an unassuming manner before heading inside the building. Looking at Lin Shiyu's subdued back, Mu Tianyuan's brows couldn't help but tighten. The other party, although young and only an assistant, was clearly not simple, and this fifth largest shareholder of unknown origin, today is not personally show up, obviously some out of the ordinary, which makes his heart a little worried again. Just then, a young man wearing glasses stepped out of a black BMW 7 Series sedan, then walked up to a couple of, hello, I'm Li Feng from Golden Sea Investment, and I'm here today on behalf of the company to attend this shareholders meeting. Chapter 80 Objection. The AGM is the official start at 9 a.m. In the conference room on the 20th floor, Mu Tianyuan sat in the center of the ring-shaped conference table, with Sure Badian and Dongfang Hai sitting on either side of him. A middle-aged man around 40 years old sat on Shirbation's side, and if he looked at his looks, he bore a slight resemblance to Mu Tianyuan. He was the general manager of the Mu Tian Group and Mu Tianyuan's cousin, Mu Tianlin. Then in order were Lin Shiyu, the spectacled youth, several board members of the Mu Tian Group, and the main group executives. There were also some small and medium shareholders who came to the meeting and sat in the general seating at the back, and at the forefront of the company's executives sat a young woman who was no more than about 20 years old. It was Mu Yurong. Mu Yurong had obviously dressed up specially today, wearing a brand new professional formal dress, with light makeup painted on her face. That originally slender willow eyebrows appeared more angular, a bit more heroic, less charming. Her long black hair was simply tied behind her, and with the black professional suit on her body, she gave off a confident and competent look. If you look closely, you will find that underneath her seemingly cool demeanor is some slight nervousness and excitement. Mu Tianyuan, who was in the center position, looked around the room and paused slightly when his eyes landed on Lin Shiyu before speaking into the microphone. Ahem, I will now announce that this shareholders meeting will now officially begin. First thing first, to consider the motion related to the acquisition of the Blue Sky Hotel by a subsidiary of the group. Seeing that as usual, all the shareholders voted unanimously to pass the first motion without any comments. Especially Lin Shiyu's side also directly raised her hand to agree without the slightest ripple. Mu Tianyuan's heart that was originally a bit suspended finally relaxed. Seems like I should have been overly concerned. He nodded, then continued. The following is the second motion to be considered. The motion related to Ms. Mu Yaoyan's entry into the group's board of directors and becoming a member of the board of directors. After speaking, he looked at the crowd and smiled slightly. As you should all know, in the last 2 years, a number of projects under the responsibility of Yurong have achieved very good results in the market, and have played a vital role in the future development of the group. So as the chairman of the group, I propose to have Young Her to join the group's board of directors so that she can make a more prominent contribution to the group's next development. Hearing Mu Tianyuan's words, the pupils of Mu Tianlin on the side shrunk slightly, and an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. Mu Tianyuan, however, didn't notice, but looked at the crowd and continued to smile. If there are no comments, then this second motion is considered voted on. Hearing his words, Mu Yurong's heart was delighted, and a smile finally appeared on that originally cool face. The moment is flattering and unusual. Looking aside, Dongfang Hao could not help but be dumbfounded. However, without waiting for Mu Tianyuan to finish, a faint voice rang out. Chairman Mu, if I remember correctly, your daughter is still in college now, right? It seems a bit inappropriate to enter the group's board of directors at such a young age, right? Aha! Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but froze, then turned around and saw Dongfang Hai who was looking at him with a smirk. His brows couldn't help but frown. He didn't think for a moment why the other man would oppose himself at this time, but he still nodded and explained to the Eastern Sea. Chairman Dongfang, this matter has just been explained by me. In these 2 years there is Rongher for the development of the Mu Tian Group can be said to be creditable, especially she is responsible for a few projects that have been achieved in the market. Not waiting for him to finish, Dongfang Hai directly interrupted him. Hey! You're the chairman of the Mu Tian Group. Naturally you're the one who decides what happens in the group. Who knows if it's you who gives good projects to your daughter to work on. Speaking of this, Dongfang Hai smiled grimly and pointed at Dongfang Hao, who was not far away. Besides, I think my son Dongfang Hao is also very talented in business, especially in the field of high-end hotels, and the achievements of our Dongfang Group in recent years are all due to him alone. Then I'll also recommend him to enter our Mu Tian Group's board of directors. What does Chairman Mu think? You. Hearing Dongfang Hai's rogue words, Mu Tianyuan was so directly angry that he almost lost his breath. He had never expected that at this point in time, this guy would stand up against himself, and to say something so shameless. Looking at Dongfang Hai's rogue face, Mu Tianyuan took a deep breath, tried to calm down and said lightly, since Chairman Dongfang has given his opinion, why don't we all vote by a show of hands and determine whether this proposal will be passed or not based on the results of the vote? Yeah, I'm against it anyway. Dongfang Hai directly objected with a cold smile. Mu Tianyuan ignored him and looked at the others. His heart was immensely confident that there hadn't been any accidents on the board of directors of the Mu Tian Group for so many years, and his proposals never failed to pass. But just then, a voice rang out again. Ahem, Chairman Mu, I think Chairman Dongfang has some truth in what he said. After all, my niece is still young. Chairman Mu was a bit hasty. Only Sher Batian slowly shook his head with a look of regret. What? Mu Tianyuan's body shook as he looked at Sher Baotian incredulously. He had never expected that this old partner of the group would be on Dongfang Hai's side at this time. Dongfang Hai was after all only a new shareholder of the Mu Tian Group, and this was the first time that the other party had come to the shareholders' meeting. Sher Batian, on the other hand, was an old shareholder of the Mu Tian Group, and his Blue Earth Group had also been working with the Mu Tian Group for a long time, and as far as he knew, Sherbatian and Dongfanghai should not be familiar with each other, emotionally and reasonably. It seemed that the other party shouldn't be on Dongfanghai's side. Seeing Sherbatian and Dongfanghai, two people that seemed to smile, Mu Tianyuan's heart cannot help but jump violently. A strong feeling of uneasiness once again surged into his heart. Seeing this scene, Mu Yurong under the stage is also a pretty face pale. She had worried about before, seems to be about to become a reality. Mu Tianyuan was silent for a while and seemed to finally understand something. Looking towards Mu Tianlin, who remained silent, and faintly said, Skyrim, what's your opinion? Seeing a flash of panic on the other party's face, Mu Tianyuan could not help but secretly sigh in his heart. Really? Only to see Mu Tianlin clench his teeth and finally raise his head to look at Mu Tianyuan. Big brother, don't blame me, but you've really gone too far in the last few years. The Mu Tian Group is the property of our entire Mu family, yet you treat it as if it belongs to your own family. Even your nephew wants to work in the group and you don't agree. It's ridiculous that I, a group general manager and the fourth largest shareholder, can't even organize my own son's job. But what about yourself? First, not to mention making your daughter the assistant to the chairman. Now you even want her to go straight to the board of directors. Do you think that's fair? You don't have to say it, I get it all. A color of pain flashed in Mu Tianyuan's eyes as he took a deep breath and slowly said, Tian Lin, don't you know what kind of son you have yourself? Just a few months into working for the group, he knocked up several female employees in the group's hotels. Do you think our group will still be able to grow properly if people like him continue to stay in the group? Hearing Mu Tianyuan's words, a complex color flashed across Mu Tianlin's face, but sensing Sherbatian's gaze to the side, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what you say. Anyway, I support Mr. Sher's decision today. Mu Tianyuan's heart sank as he closed his eyes in some pain. It took a long time before he opened his eyes again, and he remembered something else, slowly turning around to look at Lin Xiu, who was in the position of the fifth largest shareholder. And, now that we're here, let's take a stand together. Chapter 81 Rampant Oriental Sea. Looking at the young woman whose expression remained calm, it was as if she wasn't the least bit surprised by these things that had just happened. Mu Tianyuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Sure enough, today this was all planned by the other side long ago, and once the other side got hold of the controlling interest of the Mu Tian Group, the consequences were unimaginable. Thinking of this, Mu Tianyuan's entire body seemed to have instantly aged by more than 10 years. In his opinion, even the people of the Mu family, his own cousin, had already sided with the other side. This one's purpose for coming over today was naturally clear. The shares in the hands of Sherbatian, Dongfanghai, and Mu Tianlin together had reached 30%, plus the 5% in the other party's hands. That was a full 5%. Even if all the shares in the hands of the remaining group executives are on his side, that's only 1%, and there's no longer the slightest chance of winning. Just then, the spectacled young man called Li Feng on the side was standing up and shook his head. We at Golden Sea Investment also believe that Chairman Dongfang has a point. A mature business needs a mature leader. That's why we're against this proposal too. Hearing the words of the spectacled youth, the smugness on Dongfanghai's face intensified a few points. On the other hand, Mu Tianyuan was like falling into an ice cave, and his heart had completely despaired. He had thought that this Golden Sea Investment Company was just optimistic about the development of the Mu Tian Group, so it was just buying the group's stocks. On occasions like today, such investment companies should remain neutral and not get involved. However, he never expected that the other party was also with Dongfanghai and the others. Mu Yuyong's pretty face looked at this scene miserably, and the whole person seemed to have lost her spirit. She also finally realized that the other party this was has made sufficient preparations, and the strength was feared to be beyond her imagination. Hey, Chairman Mu, you heard it. Everyone doesn't seem to agree with this proposal of yours. I think this matter of having Rong's niece on the board of directors should be forgotten for the time being. Dongfanghai smiled smugly at Mu Tianyuan, and then looked at Mu Yurong on the side with a playful face, smiling and laughing. Of course, if Nisarong is willing to be our Dongfang family's daughter-in-law, I can reconsider this matter. You dream. Not waiting for him to finish, Mu Yurong directly let out a cold snort, a pretty face as cold as frost. Even if I, Mu Yurong, don't make it to the group's board of directors in my life, I won't marry that scum. Hearing her words, Dongfanghai on the side had a face that directly turned into a pig's liver color in anger. Dongfanghai's face also sank as he smiled grimly and said, He. It seems that Nisarong still has a misunderstanding about our Eastern family. In that case, Chairman Mu, as one of the group's major shareholders, I would like to take advantage of this shareholders meeting to propose on the spot. on behalf of several other major shareholders, to replace the members of the group's board of directors and re-elect a new chairman of the board, which shouldn't be a violation of the procedures, right? You. Hearing the other party's words, Mu Tianyuan's face instantly became paler. Sure enough, his worst fears came true. Mu Yuron's delicate body also trembled violently. She finally realized that this matter was much more serious than she had imagined. It's not as simple as whether she gets on the board or not. Once the chairman is re-elected, then it also means that Father Mu Tianyuan will completely lose the actual control of the group, and I'm afraid that the Mu Tian group, which was the Mu family's family business, would no longer have anything to do with the Mu family. Thinking of this, Mu Yuron's pretty face was suddenly pale, no longer the slightest blood color. Just at that moment, a faint female voice but rang out. Excuse me, I support Chairman Mu's proposal. What? Everyone couldn't help but stare, not reacting for a moment. As for Mu Tianyuan, his entire body froze there, especially when he realized that the person speaking was Lin Xiyu. He thought that he had misheard him. Dongfang Hai frowned and looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Lin Xiyu, and thought that the other party was a certain executive of the Mu Tian group, so he couldn't help but say with a cold smile, "This is now a conversation between our group's major shareholders. You minor shareholders aren't qualified to interrupt, are you?" Mu Yurong didn't know Lin Xiyu's identity, and was only somewhat puzzled as she looked at this young woman whose looks and temperament were able to rival her own. And by this time, Mu Tianyuan had already reacted, especially after seeing that there didn't seem to be any relationship between the two of them, Dongfang Hai and Lin Xiyu. His heart couldn't help but start beating violently at the thought of a certain possibility. Wait, this is also one of the major shareholders of our group, so he's naturally qualified to express his opinion. Major shareholders? He. Mu Tianyuan, you can't be angry and confused, right? Dongfang Hai glanced lightly at Lin Xiyu and sneered. He had long studied the previous shareholding situation of the Mu Tian group many times over, and there were only a few major shareholders. There is simply no such young woman among them. Mu Tianyuan ignored him and instead beckoned to the chairman's secretary on the side, and the other party immediately understood and introduced himself to the crowd. This is the authorized proxy of our Mu Tian group's fifth largest shareholder, holding 4.5% of the group's shares and entitled to exercise the rights of a shareholder. What? Fifth largest shareholder? Dongfang Hai and Shi Ba Tian were directly dumbfounded. The Xinhai private equity side didn't say anything to them about someone plowing through the shares of the Mutian group, but only got 4% of the shares of the Mutian group as agreed. Li Feng, who was on the side, vaguely guessed what was going on and glanced at Lin Xiyu, who was not far away, and his face became somewhat cloudy. Lin Xiyu, on the other hand, smiled faintly at Mu Tianyuan. Chairman Mu, although I don't really understand the development of the Mu Tian group, our general manager Chu has already explained that we, Tianyang Capital, fully support Chairman Mu and Miss Mu Yurong's arrangement today. Celestial Capital? It took Dongfang Hai a long time to recover from his shock, and when he heard those 4 words, his heart couldn't help but sink. The other side was obviously prepared as well. 4.5% of the shares? Dongfang Hai quickly began to calculate in his mind. According to the company law of the state of Huaxia, a resolution at a shareholders' general meeting needs to be passed by more than half of the voting rights held by shareholders present at the meeting. Mu Tianyuan owns 30% of the group's shares, plus 4.5% of this Tianyang Capital, adding up to 34.5% of the shares. On their side, Sherbatian owned 15% of the group's shares, plus his own 10%, Mu Tianlin's 5%, and Jinhai Investments 4%, adding up to exactly 34%, a difference of only 0.5%. And that 0.5% has clearly been the difference between winning and losing today. Thinking of this, Dongfang Hai's breathing became a little short, and he hurriedly gave Mu Tianlin a wink before landing his gaze on those group executives that he hadn't really cared about just now. That 1% stake held by these executives is the key to successfully taking control of Mu Tian Group today. Mu Tianyuan had obviously thought of this, and also hurriedly gave Mu Yuyong a wink before looking at those group executives. However, just at that moment, Lin Shiyu's voice rang out once again. Chairman Mu, there's one more thing I'd like to clarify. Our Tianyang Capital, in addition to our Mr. Shu owning 4.5% of your group's shares, I myself also own 2% of your group's shares. Chapter 82 Mu Yurong's Curiosity. Chairman Mu, there's one more thing I'd like to clarify. Our Tianyang Capital, in addition to our Mr. Shu owning 4.5% of your group's shares, I myself also own 2% of your group's shares. That's why I've come over today. In addition to representing our general manager Chu, I'm also attending this shareholders meeting on my own behalf. As Lin Shiyu's voice fell, Mu Tianyuan once again froze, and then looked at the chairman's secretary, who was not far away. With some confusion, the chairman's secretary hurriedly looked at the list of shareholders in his hands, And then he also couldn't help but show a surprised expression as he nodded his head at Mu Tianyuan. Chairman Mu, this Ms. Lin Shiyu is right. She herself is one of the major shareholders of our group, owning 15% of the group's shares. Hearing the other party's words, Mu Tianyuan's heart burst into ecstasy, and he almost didn't even hold back his laughter. He knew that with this 15% shareholding added, the scheming of Dong Fanghai and the others was completely hopeless. And hearing the words of the chairman's secretary, Dong Fanghai's heart sank to the bottom, completely deflated. Originally there was a glimmer of hope today if there was only a 0.5% difference in shares, but if the other side adds this 15%, their plan is no longer even remotely possible. Already knowing that things could not be done, he directly let out a cold snort, stood up and coldly glanced at Lin Shiyu, who was not far away, turned around and walked out, and Sherba Tian was still sitting there, his face as heavy as water, as if he didn't have any mood swings due to what had just happened. Mu Tianlin sat on the sidelines with some apprehension, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. Mu Yuyong, on the other hand, looked at Lin Shiyu with a look of adoration. The other party had just saved their Mu family's control over the Mu Tian group with just one sentence. This is simply awesome in her eyes. Seeing Dong Fanghai getting up and heading out, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart and pretended to stay. Chairman Dongfang, don't be in a hurry to leave. This shareholders meeting is not yet over it. There are still a few motions that need to be voted on. Humph. Dong Fanghai grunted heavily and walked outside without looking back. Dad, wait for me. Seeing this, Dongfang Hao was a bit at a loss for words and hurriedly stood up to follow. Looking at the backs of the two men, and glancing at Sherbatian, who was still sitting there as calm as water, Mu Tianyuan smiled faintly. Mr. Sure, are you alright? Let's continue the meeting? Spartan gave a dry laugh. Cough. Chairman Mu, just now that old man Dongfang Hai is probably having a brain cramp, to be able to say such asshole words as replacing the chairman of the board. But don't worry, just now, even if we really had to vote, I, Sherbatian, would firmly stand on your side, Chairman Mu. After all, our two companies have been working together for so many years. I know your importance to the Mu Tian group better than anyone else. Oh, Mu Tianyuan revealed an astonished expression and said with a seeming smile, then I really have to thank Mr. Sure for supporting me, Mu Tianyuan, especially for our Mu family. As he said this, he unobtrusively glanced at Mu Tianlin on the side. Chairman Mu was polite. Sherbatian smiled awkwardly, then remembered something and hurriedly said, by the way, Chairman Mu, just now didn't you propose to let Niece Yurong into the group's board of directors? I just thought about it again and felt that Niece Yurong is really creditable for the group's recent development, and that the development of the Mu Tian group also needs young fresh blood, so I don't have a problem with that. Oh, then since Mr. Sure also agrees, then this matter is considered passed by us? Naturally, it passed. Then the next step is to consider the third motion on the group's plan program to invest in the development of a high-end senior residence project. Next, Mu Yurong successfully entered the board of directors of Mu Tian Group, after which Mu Tianyuan proposed two more important project motions. Both of these projects are proposed for the first time and will most likely have a far-reaching impact on the development of the Mu Tian Group. After the shareholders' meeting was over, looking at Sherbatian, Li Feng, and the others who were far away, the corner of Mu Tianyuan's mouth spread a cold smile. He thought of something else and hurriedly pulled Mu Yurong to quickly walk to Lin Shiyu, who was about to leave, took a deep breath and said with a solemn face, Ms. Lin, I won't say any more polite words. I, Mu Tianyuan, will always remember today's incident. Lin Shiyu glanced at Mu Yurong on the side, secretly surprised at the other party's youthful beauty, especially that natural flirtatious temperament on the other party's body, then shook her head at Mu Tianyuan and said, Chairman Mu is polite. I'm just following what our general manager Chu explained. Mr. Chu, Mu Tianyuan froze slightly, then said with a solemn face, please also tell General Manager Chu that in the future, if there is anything that can be used by our Mu Tian group, please feel free to speak up. Our father and daughter are absolutely at your disposal. Okay, I'll pass it on to Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded, then turned around and headed outside. Seeing Lin Shiyu leave, Mu Yurong finally couldn't help but ask, Dad, what exactly is this Ms. Lin? Why did she help us today? Watching Lin Shiyu's back completely disappear outside the conference room door, Mu Tianyuan was frowning in thought. After a long time he couldn't come up with anything but shook his head and, I haven't figured it out either, but I heard that Ms. Lin say that the other party seems to be called something like Tianyang Capital, so I guess it's also for the purpose of investing in our Mu Tian group. But one thing is for sure, this Ms. Lin and that Mr. Chu behind her should have no malice towards us, but with this lesson, we must be extremely careful in the future. Especially for the two people, Dongfang Hai and Sherbatian. You must always be careful and watch out for them. Yu Rong, Saying this, Mu Tianyuan suddenly remembered something else, turned around to look at Mu Tianlin, who was sitting there with an apprehensive face, and coldly hummed. It scared Mu Tianlin to the point where his whole body trembled. Big brother, I can't help it. Chapter 83 Test Drive, School of Finance and Economics. At the time when Mu Tian Group held its shareholders meeting, Xu Yang and Zhou Wei were testing the Pineapple brand bicycles that had just come out of the trial production. Yanko, why does this bike look a little strange? Zhou Wei was a little surprised to see the small and chic bicycle in front of him. In the front is a shallow shelf basket with what appears to be a glass baseplate underneath. The car seat is big and soft and there is no place to carry people in the back. The whole body is a combination of white and green, giving a simple and refreshing feeling. It also has a cute pineapple lagoonette. It was the first time he had seen a bike with such a clean design. The crisp sound of chains. Xu Yang rode around the dormitory floor, feeling the light body and the comfortable ride. The corner of his mouth could not help but raise a smile. Not bad, that's what it feels like. In fact, in the last life, when the competition in the bike-sharing market was white-hot, Tianyang Capital considered investing in Magic Bay, which was in the leading position at that time, but the capital chain was already very tight. Xu Yang also specialized in studying the design structure of Mobike's most competitive bike-sharing design at the time. However, after fully analyzing the state of competition in the market at the time, it was eventually ceded to Meituan Inc. There are only two reasons why the competition in the field of bike sharing is brutal within China. One is the gap in the relevant patent protection rights, and the other is that the big internet giants have moved in to stir things up. The frantic subsidies have led to too much involution, and a single bike sharing program simply can't make a profit on its own in the short term. One of the fundamental reasons is because of the huge user volume of bike sharing, which is undoubtedly the best traffic base for the internet ecosystem. It is also the key entrance to the future IoT ecosystem. Thinking of the nearly disastrous competition situation of the bike-sharing industry in the last life, Xu Yang could not help but feel a little helpless in his heart. Adequate competition is a favorable thing for the development of the industry, as well as the protection of consumer rights. But if an industry competes excessively, or even maliciously, after that, what will be brought about will only be the failure of the price mechanism, irrational allocation of resources, and even a direct reduction in the efficiency of social and economic operation. This was also reflected in the last life when many of the early bike-sharing companies that entered the market went bankrupt and closed down. And these bike-sharing companies that have piled up and collapsed can't even afford to pay out users' deposits. In his last life, Xu Yang had researched the field of internet economy quite deeply and was able to single-handedly create Tianyang Capital. He naturally knew the reasons for this. He shook his head. No longer think about it, but pineapple bicycle ride to Zhou Wei in front of. Here, Viagra, how about you try it? Xu Yang got down from the car with ease and, because Zhou Wei's height was 185 centimeters, he casually adjusted the car seat higher again. Seeing the strange switch under the car seat that adjusted it, Zhou Wei was even more surprised. It was the first time he'd seen a bike that was able to adjust the seat height so easily. Somewhat curiously, Zhou Wei sat in the car. Zhou Wei began to pedal, and then instantly froze. It's also too good to ride. Light and airy with no effort at all. Even his weight, which is more than 180 pounds, does not feel the slightest effort. The more Zhou Wei rode, the better he got, and he just couldn't stop. With the sound of crisp chains, he made a big circle directly around the college. Since it was a Saturday, there were a lot of students on campus. Seeing Zhou Wei, a big burly man, pedaling a strangely shaped compact bicycle, riding cheerfully as if he had let himself go, many people threw their eyes over, and then have wondered what kind of wind this guy has been smoking to get so high on a kid's bike. And it's amazing that you can ride that fast. Wei, are you crazy? You're not afraid of crushing the car. Chen Xiaokan walked out of the dormitory building, and the first thing he saw was Zhou Wei, who was riding high, and rushed forward to stop him. It's fine. Yanko says the car will take 200 pounds with no problem. Zhou Wei was not yet finished from the bike. Some curiosity to study under the seat of the switch to adjust the height of the seat. Then after easily lowering the car seat, he pushed the car in front of Chen Xiaokan. Do you want to try it? It's a great ride. That good? Chen Xiaokan rode the bike with some suspicion. Then after just 2 pedaling strokes, his eyes lit up. What kind of fairy car is this? It's also too damn good to ride. He just rode around for a while and then rushed to ride in front of Xu Yang and asked with some excitement, Brother Jan, where did you get this car? How much does it cost? Chen Xiaokan felt that he had discovered a huge business opportunity. Such a good riding car hadn't been seen much before. If we get a bunch of them and sell them in college towns, we'll make a fortune. Seeing that Chen Xiaokan's eyes were glowing, how could Xu Yang not know what the other party was thinking? Bought it from the Fiji bicycle factory, but it wasn't cheap. How much for one? Chen Xiaokan asked with some disbelief. Just such a small bicycle. How much can it be worth? About 1,000 apiece, Chu Yang casually said. What? Over 1,000? Chen Xiaokong was directly thunderstruck. The thoughts he had just had instantly disappearing into thin air. Just kidding. Who's going to spend over $1,000 on a kid's bike like this when you can get a regular brand of mountain bike for $700 or $800 these days? Why did you buy it at such a high price? Chen Xiaokong looked at Chu Yang with a puzzled expression of looking at an ingrate. I don't think anyone would even want to sell this thing used, not even to drive a person. Chu Yang smiled faintly. This one is just a sample. I'm going to buy some more for rent. Rental? Chen Xiaokong's eyes directly widened. Chu Yang nodded. Well, what do you think about $1 an hour? You're crazy. Chen Xiaokong shook his head somewhat speechlessly. Spare him the knowledge. But it was really the first time he heard of someone renting out a bicycle. And it's a ING hourly rate. $1 an hour. Why don't you go rob? People come here specifically to rent a car, and then they have to return it after riding it. And I'm afraid that the round trip alone will take more than an hour. And price aside, renting a bike to go back and forth is such a waste of time in between. While the bike does ride well, how could anyone want to rent it? After looking at the chic children's bicycle in the distance, and seeing Chu Yang's serious expression there, Chen Xiaokong couldn't help but be a little skeptical. This guy can't really be stimulated by Jiang Xiaoying that woman to stupid right. Chapter 84 discouraged Lin Qiyu. Chu Yang didn't explain anything more to Chen Xiaokong and the others, but only told Zhou Wei about going to participate in this National University Student Entrepreneurship Competition and told him to prepare to go over and help out recently. Zhou Wei naturally nodded his head directly in agreement without hesitation. However, when he heard that Chu Yang was just going to use this bicycle rental program to participate in this entrepreneurship competition, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But nothing more was said. This kind of college entrepreneurship competition is all about participation. When Chu Yang returned to Antai Mansion, Lin Qiyu was already waiting for him in his office. Mr. Chu, the shareholders meeting just ended. You were right. Today the Dongfang Haiyanshe Battalion joined forces to try to force Mu Tianyuan into a fight. Lin Qiyu talked about what happened at the shareholders meeting today and became even more curious about Chu Yang in her heart. Even Mu Tianlin hadn't thought that Dongfang Hai and the others would turn on him at the shareholders meeting, so how did Chu Yang know? Even more in advance to arrange their own appearance. Gently dissolved the crisis of Mu Tianyuan. After listening to Lin Qiyu's description, Chu Yang nodded and then asked, are you saying that there's also a company called Golden Sea Investment attending the meeting today, and it holds a 4% stake in the Mu Tian Group? Yes, Mr. Chu, the young man representing this company to attend the meeting is called Li Feng. I've just checked. This company's registered address is in Magic City. There seems to be some kind of connection between it and Xinhai Private Placement. Lin Qiyu just found out when inquiring about this company that although this Xinhai investment company was not established for a long time, many sources on the internet say that this company has a great relationship with Xinhai Private Equity. There are even rumors that this company is one of the investment companies under Xinhai Private Equity, so she couldn't help but be a little worried. When she worked as a manager at Guotai Securities, she had heard a lot about the horrors of Xinhai Private Equity. It can be said that the four words Xinhai Private Equity in the Chinese securities market is like a mountain, almost insurmountable. Even more so, no one dared to offend, especially the Xinhai Private Equity that Mr. Su can be said to be a generation of stockholders in the eyes of the myth, but also a lot of people in the heart of the nightmare. Xinhai Private Equity? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, already somewhat understanding. It seems that recently in the Mutian shares this check. Let Zhou Yu and other people have no power to fight is actually this famous Xinhai Private Equity. The other side should have made some kind of agreement with the Eastern Sea. It was no wonder that Chu Yang had heard about the tactics of this chief rudder master Su in his previous life. Although the establishment of Tianyang Capital, the other party has been eclipsed. Xinhai Private Equity, these four words have also become the past tense. Mr. Chu, it is said that the one of Xinhai Private Equity has extraordinary means. And many private equity institutions that have accidentally offended them before have been targeted miserably. Should we take shelter for a while? Lin Qiyu hesitated, still somewhat apprehensive. The one from Xinhai Private Equity? You mean Su Yang? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. When she heard the word Su Yang, Lin Qiyu couldn't help but jump in her heart. At this point in time, very few people in the Chinese private equity field dare to say this name directly. Seeing Lin Qiyu's somewhat apprehensive expression, Chu Yang smiled faintly. You don't have to worry about it, just do what I've arranged. By the way, did you just say that at today's shareholders meeting, in addition to Mu Yuron entering the group's board of directors, Mu Tian Group also officially announced 2 key projects? Hearing Chu Yang ask about this matter, Lin Qiyu immediately nodded her head with some excitement. Yes, Mr. Chu, both of these projects have great development potential, and are definitely a great boon to the Mu Tian stock check. Coupled with the battle for actual control at today's shareholders meeting, It's estimated that both Mu Tianlin and Dongfang Hai's side will rush to buy the group's stocks, right? When do you think it's more appropriate to wait for the Mu Tian Group's stocks in our hands to rise to when it's more appropriate to sell them? In her opinion, with this shareholders' meeting of the equity dispute, coupled with major good news, Mu Tian shares the next check will certainly soar. The 30 million or so shares in her account had previously more than doubled to a market capitalization of 65 million before the shareholders' meeting, and then a stop and go. Wouldn't that be a moneymaker? Thinking of this, she secretly admired Chu Yang again. I didn't expect the other party to be able to detect the abnormalities of the Mu Tian group, and just by allowing himself to collect some equity information, he discovered the problems. Just as Lin Shiyu was fantasizing about the horrible gains to come, Chu Yang shook his head. Notify Zhou Yu and the others to liquidate all the Mu Tian shares in your account on Monday. Clearance? Clearance? Lin Shiyu was directly dumbfounded and looked at Chu Yang incredulously. Chu Yang, however, nodded once again. Well, just liquidate your position when it opens higher. You don't have to wait for a stop. Lin Shiyu was like a deflated ball, but she did not dare to go against Chu Yang's arrangement, so she could only nod her head in some frustration, and then asked somewhat unwillingly, Mr. Chu, can you tell me why? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, a negative is a positive, and a positive is a negative. You've heard of that saying, right? Although the key project of the Mu Tian Group is a major positive, it's not to the point where institutional funds are snapping it up, and it's unlikely that the executives within the group didn't know about it before. But, seeing Lin Shiyu, who was still somewhat unconvinced, Chu Yang knew what she wanted to say and directly interrupted her. You want to talk about the controlling stake fight at the shareholders' meeting, right? Do you think that Mu Tianyuan, for the sake of his position as chairman, will surely go and buy more shares of the company next? There's even Dongfang Hai and the others, who will also continue to buy shares of the Mu Tian Group and compete with Mu Tianyuan. Hard, isn't it? Lin Shiyu asked with some doubt. For some reason, she felt that Chu Yang was looking at herself as if she was looking at an idiot. You're so naive. Looking at Lin Shiyu's somewhat confused and adorable expression, Chu Yang could not help but laugh dumbly and shook his head. If after today's shareholders' meeting, Mu Tianyuan he still needs to increase his stock holdings through the secondary market to secure his controlling interest, then he doesn't deserve to be in the position of chairman of Mu Tian Group. As for the Oriental Sea and the others, hearing Chu Yang's words, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but feel like she was really an idiot. She still didn't even understand what the other party meant. He was a senior student who had graduated with a master's degree in finance from Harvard University. So how could there be such a big gap between him and the other party? Lin Shiyu pouted her mouth in some displeasure, a strong sense of frustration surging through her once again, and lifting her head to look at Chu Yang's handsome side face that was bland and self-contained. She was momentarily somewhat infatuated. Chu Yang did not notice the abnormality in Lin Shiyu's expression, but continued with the arrangements. One more thing. You recently find out what the current Bitcoin trading platforms are and sign up for a few trading accounts. Chapter 85 Project First Review. Bitcoin? Lin Shiyu was slightly stunned. She was not unfamiliar with this name after returning from studying in the meter. She knows that this kind of digital cryptocurrency, which is generated according to a specific algorithm and has decentralized characteristics, was not much cared for when it was first created in 2009. Few people actually use it as currency either. There was even a rice engineer who begged a baker for 2,000 bitcoins to get a burger back in 2010. In the last 2 years, however, Bitcoin's security has been gradually verified and it has come into the public eye. Its price has also risen from less than a penny a piece initially to $5 a piece some time ago. It is also at its highest position in its current history. Well, let Zhou Yu and the others find a suitable opportunity to build a position to buy bitcoins. The price is not required to be the lowest, but the operation must be hidden. Chu Yang nodded without explaining too much and arranged it again. Meanwhile, after liquidating its position in Mu Tian shares, it put its main position in 2 tickets, Palmtech and CJP. Okay Mr. Chu, I will immediately go inform Zhou Yu and the others. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Lin Shiyu's heart jumped and she quickly nodded her head, then walked quickly toward the outside of the office. For Chu Yang's judgment on the stock market, she had now reached a point of blind trust. While looking at Lin Shiyu's back, Chu Yang was pondering something. He had originally asked Lin Shiyu to represent him at this shareholders meeting because he didn't want to expose himself prematurely, because Chu Yang knew very well that, although he had been reborn in a new life and had a forward-looking vision that ordinary people didn't have, and then with that horrible memory, he was easily able to obtain huge wealth in the capital market. But that doesn't mean with that he's truly on his way to the top, especially for those truly powerful existences within China. Personal wealth is no more than a number without sufficient strength to support it. So for him who had just been reborn, obscene development was the way to go. However, now that he had taken on the behemoth that was Xinhai Private Equity, Chu Yang, who was familiar with the rules of the capital game, knew very well that he should soon be exposed in front of that chief rudder master Su. It seems that his intentions of having a comfortable time are going to be in vain, something that has to be brought up to speed. Looking at his own stock account, market value has reached 130 million Chinese dollars Mutian shares, as well as more than a week recently doubled again 50 million available funds. Xu Yang cannot help but some feelings. From the time he was reborn until now, it had only been more than a month in full count. Together with the shares in Lin Shiyu's account, his assets have reached 2 small goals, and this speed of enrichment is considered terrifying. Right at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Xu Yang picked up the phone and saw that it was the call from the beautiful guide Suyuru. He retrieved his thoughts and pressed the answer button, and Suyuru's somewhat urgent voice came out from the cell phone. Xu Yang, just now the competition committee over there notified that this afternoon in Zhejiang Province University over their on-site preliminary examination of the entry project information, all the registered projects must pass the preliminary examination before they can participate. In addition, the opening ceremony of this entrepreneurship competition will be held tomorrow morning at the University of Zhejiang Province, and it is required that the heads of all participating projects must arrive early. On-site preliminary examination? Xu Yang was slightly stunned, then immediately reacted that this should be to screen out some entries that failed to meet the standard of the. Okay, Mr. Su, I know. I'll go over to the Zhejiang Provincial University this afternoon for the preliminary examination. Well, where are you now? Do you want me to pick you up and go over there with you? Thanks, Ms. Su, but no, I can go there by myself. Alright then, don't forget to bring all your entry materials. Also, remember that it's at the Zhejiang campus of Zhejiang Provincial University. Hearing Xu Yang's refusal, Suyuru seemed a bit disappointed and barked a few more words before hanging up the phone. Bohemia Harbor Campus. Putting down his cell phone, Xu Yang thought for a while, then picked up the pineapple bicycle project information out of the office. To the side of Yang Dahu said, "Let's go." To the Zhejiang Province College of Finance and Economics. Zhou Wei came directly to the entrance of the academy after receiving Xu Yang's call. Then he saw Xu Yang, who was already sitting in the car waiting for him. Sitting in this Mercedes-Benz coupe, which was expensive at first glance, looking at Yang Dahu, who was driving in front of him, and then looking somewhat doubtfully to Xu Yang, who was on the side. Zhou Wei hesitated for a while, but in the end he did not ask more questions. In fact, after the last time he was in the building outside the building, he had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong with his good brother. Rarely returning to the academy, not to mention, the whole person was like a different person compared to before. Everyone else thought that Xu Yang was unwilling to come back to face the cynicism of the others because he was devastated by what happened to Jiang Xiaoying, plus that campus BBS incident. But Zhou Wei knew in his heart that with his understanding of Xu Yang, the other party would never be someone who would choose to escape so easily. Guess there's something else going on, but none of that mattered. He trusted Xu Yang and that was enough. Thinking of this, Zhou Wei's entire body instantly relaxed, casually asking while somewhat curiously surveying the luxurious interior of this Mercedes, "Yanko, where are we going?" "Go to the University of Zhejiang Province and take part in the preliminary screening of projects for this entrepreneurship competition." Taking in Zhou Wei's expression, Xu Yang's heart warmed and the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly. The University of Zhejiang Province is the only superb university in Zhejiang Province. Even in the entire Chinese country, it is only second to Yanbei University and Jinghua University, 2 colleges and universities only, and is on par with the Magic City Jiaotong University, Huadan University and other top-notch schools, especially in recent years, thanks to the rapid development of the internet industry in Hangzhou City, as well as the strong financial support from all parties. The strength of ZJSU has further soared. It has even ranked first in the country several times in scientific and technological inventions, and business incubation for the internet economy. Far from the financial college such as the ordinary second college can be compared. The Zaijingshan campus is the main campus of Zhejiang Provincial University, located next to the scenic CC wetland. Xu Yang and Zhou Wei had just walked into the campus when an endless lake came into their eyes. Looking at Zhou Wei, his jaw dropped straight to the ground. This lake is too big, isn't it? Yangtze, is this Zhejiang Province University? How come it feels like this lake alone is bigger than the entire area of our finance college? Looking at Zhou Wei, who was somewhat nervously surveying his surroundings, Xu Yang could not help but laugh dumbly. Indeed, for Zhou Wei, who studied hard throughout high school to get into the finance college, Zhejiang Province University is indeed considered a more sacred place. Looking at the somewhat lively small square in the distance, Xu Yang directly walked forward with quick steps. Let's go. That should be where the initial review of the program is over there. There were rows of tables set up in the small square, and some college students were sitting behind the tables collecting materials, presumably student union cadres who had been drawn over to help. A few leader-like middle-aged men were sitting in the back. reviewing the materials handed in. Because there are more colleges participating, the square looks a bit crowded at this time of the year, and there are some faces that seem somewhat familiar. Chu Yang didn't want to delay more time here, and just happened to see a free table, directly stepped forward quickly and handed the materials in his hand. At that moment, however, another hand was in front of him, then an undeniably faint voice rang out. Help my friend with the trial first. Chapter 86 Oddball Program. Help my friend with the trial first. Only to see a young man with glasses wearing a well-pressed suit blocked in front of Chu Yang and placed the information in his hand on the table. Seeing this figure, the boy in charge of collecting the materials hurriedly said somewhat respectfully, Yes, President Jiang. Chu Yang frowned. He had already recognized that this was the young man who had been with Ouyang Jia that day on the upper floor outside the building. If there was no mistake, the other party should be the one who had snatched Wu Lei's girlfriend and used means to send Wu Lei to the police station. That is, the current student council president of Zhejiang Province University, Jiang Fan. It's you? Jiang Fan turned around and was about to leave, but inadvertently saw Chu Yang and Zhou Wei behind him and recognized Chu Yang as well. He froze slightly, then remembered the scene the other day when Chu Yang had mouthed off above the building outside the building. Ha, you're even here for this startup competition? Jiang Fan couldn't help but glance at the project materials in Chu Yang's hands, and after seeing the name of the project on the cover, he directly didn't hold back a laugh. Shared bike rentals? Rental bikes? Oofed. This can't be the startup you said could threaten the Beaver Group? Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Jiang Fan barely managed to stop his laughter as he remembered something else, then turned around and laughed at the two not far away. Chairman Ouyang, this acquaintance of yours has actually come to participate in this entrepreneurship competition, so it seems that he really does have high aspirations. This venture in particular is just so creative. Ha ha, can't do it, laughing my ass off. Seeing this mocking expression from the other party, Zhou Wei on the side could not help but turn red in the face, but Chu Yang shook his head at him, signaling that there was no harm in it. Senior brother Jiang, what kind of business venture is it that's so funny? Another voice came, only to see a man and a woman walking over from a short distance away. The boy is handsome, a luxury brand fashion dress up, and between the corners of the mouth there is an evil smile. It looks just like those top male stars. The girl was stunningly beautiful, and although she was also a student, she was dressed in a proper professional suit. Simple white shirt and black package hip skirt but could not hide that bumpy and delicate figure. The skirt below to reveal a pair of snow-white round sexy legs. Although there were no stockings on, no flaws could be found on the crystalline skin that was like sheep's white jade. Coupled with the hidden hint of flirtatiousness in the other party's cool demeanor, it drew the surrounding boys to look straight in the eyes. Ouyang Jia had already recognized Chu Yang, and when he thought of Yang Zihan's reason for rejecting him and the scene of his gesture of intimacy with the other party, a trace of hatred couldn't help but flash through his eyes. Then he saw Jiang Fan pointing at the information in the other party's hands, laughing and unable to speak. Chairman Ouyang, guess what this person's entrepreneurial project is? Ha ha, it's a rental bike. Ha ha, this is simply the most creative business project I've ever seen. What? Rental bikes? Ouyang Jia first froze, then glanced at the title of the project on the information in Chu Yang's hand, and also almost failed to hold back his laughter. The corner of his mouth hooked up in mockery as he looked towards Chu Yang. Chu student, this entrepreneurship competition is not a small business. Not any cat or dog project can participate, and even if it's a small business, you should at least be a little more atmospheric and rent out an electric car or something, right? An electric car? Ha ha. Jiang Fan couldn't help himself again and gave Ouyang Jia a thumbs up, laughing again. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. It's you? When Mu Yurong saw that it was Chu Yang, she could not help but furrow her brows. She hadn't expected the other party, such an ordinary student from a second-born college, to sign up for this entrepreneurship competition. The difficulty of this national student entrepreneurship competition is clearer to her than anyone else, and it is not at all the kind of competition that used to be a formality to go through the house, not to mention an ordinary second-year college like the College of Finance and Economics. If the project doesn't have some real substance and a large corporation behind it, even for a key institution like the Art Academy, there is not the slightest possibility of getting an award. Although her heart did not have the slightest good feeling towards this fellow, but thinking of Yang Zihan's explanation to herself before she left, Mu Yurong still took a step forward, pulled Chu Yang to the side and said softly, this entrepreneurship competition is not that simple. You'd better not waste your efforts. Go back. There's no need to be here to be seen as a joke by them. Seeing that it was Mu Yurong, Chu Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. But when he thought of the information of the entry project in Jiang Fan's hand just now, he instantly already understood. It seems that the other party is also here to participate in this entrepreneurship competition, and the entry project should be that senior health hotel project. I didn't realize that this girl had some vision. Xu Yang was naturally clear that the high-end health hotel sector did have a good development prospect in the next few years. However, after hearing Mu Yurong's words, he smiled faintly and shook his head. Wasted effort? I don't think so. I think I still have a pretty good program. You, not bad? Just your odd program for renting out bikes. Seeing Xu Yang's smug look, Mu Yurong couldn't help but be furious. And seeing that Mu Yurong had actually pulled Xu Yang aside, the smile on Zhang Fan's face instantly chilled. He had long coveted Mu Yurong, the famous business genius beauty of Hangzhou City, especially the kind of natural flirtatiousness on the other party that made the experienced heart flutter. He had pursued Mu Yurong for some time but was always met with a cold face by the other party. But he didn't think that the other party would recognize this oddball guy, and it seemed that he actually cared a little about the other party. Just then, the student's voice came from the sidelines. Senior brother Jiang, this project material of yours has passed the review. Zhang Fan turned around and received the project materials, then walked over to Mu Yurong, revealing a smile that he thought was very handsome. Ms. Mu, your entry has passed the preliminary examination. As I just said, the project you proposed is definitely fine. Thanks. Mu Yurong took the materials from Zhang Fan's hands and faintly said thank you, without the slightest expression on her cool face. Ms. Mu is polite. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Then he remembered something and turned to Chu Yang, who was on the side with a cold smile, and said in a formulaic tone, "This student, where is the teacher in charge of the entrepreneurship competition in your college? Even this kind of oddball project was brought to the competition. Didn't they carry out a basic gatekeeper?" As the president of the student union of Zhejiang Province University, he was already used to treating other students with such a condescending stance. What's more, the main organizer of this entrepreneurship competition was their Zhejiang Province University. Chapter 87 Ouyang Jie's anger, 5-star praise added. As a student of Zhejiang Provincial University, there was already a natural sense of superiority when facing students from other institutions in Hangzhou City. What's more, this national student entrepreneurship competition is also the home field of their Zhejiang Provincial University. And to be able to become the president of the student council of such a well-known university in Zhejiang Province University, Zhang Fan's family background was naturally not simple. So when facing Chu Yang, Zhang Fan naturally carried a condescending stance. Chu Yang, however, raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "It seems that this has nothing to do with you, right? Or can you represent the race committee on this one?" You. Zhang Fan's face went green and white, and for a moment, he was actually choked speechless. Representing the race committee on this one? That's something he wouldn't dare say. The National Student Entrepreneurship Competition is an event that is emphasized by the top officials, and the competition committee is composed of the leaders of the National Youth League and the official leaders of Zhejiang Province. Even they, Zhejiang Provincial University, were merely responsible for providing the venue. Although he is the president of the student union of Zhejiang Provincial University, but in this entrepreneurship competition, it is just a participant. After saying that, Chu Yang didn't pay any more attention to the other party and walked directly to the table, placing the materials in his hands on the table. The boy who collected the materials looked at Zhang Fan on the side with some hesitation. He had just heard the conversation between several people, so he was afraid that this chairman Zhang would be angry with him. What? No more reviewing program materials? Or does this program of mine fail to meet the vetting criteria just by its name? Seeing that the other party did not look at his materials, a flash of coldness flashed across the bottom of Chu Yang's eyes, and the aura on his entire body abruptly changed. A majestic superior's aura was vigorously released. No, no. Being swept by Chu Yang's icy gaze, the body of the boy who had collected the materials trembled, only feeling as if the air around him had instantly chilled a few points, and hurriedly picked up the materials and looked at them. After making sure that the material was complete, he hastily took the material again and turned around and walked quickly to a few middle-aged men in the back. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang hummed faintly, and the aura on his entire body instantly disappeared into thin air, once again returning to his previous state. In his last life, as a successful man who had single-handedly created Tianyang capital with a fortune of nearly $10 billion, the aura on Chu Yang was naturally far from ordinary. But as a true superior, this kind of aura had become plain and unassuming, and it was just a matter of putting it away. Even after being reborn, within this young body was still that mature soul of nearly 40 years old, and with Chu Yang's vision and goals, naturally, he would not put these brats like Zhang Fan and Ouyang Jie in his eyes, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a fire in his belly. Ha! Feeling the unusualness of Chu Yang's moment, Mu Yurong's beautiful eyes could not help but flash through a flash of surprise, a feeling she had only ever felt on her father, who was the chairman of the Mu Tian group, but that feeling was fleeting, and she couldn't help but secretly shake her head. Surely she was feeling it wrong. The other party is just an ordinary college student from a second college. How can he be compared to his father? Oh, This oddball project of renting out bicycles also wants to pass the preliminary examination? It's just making a fool of itself. Zhang Fan let out a cold smile and turned around, walking towards the distance. I think it's only good to get lucky and pass the preliminary rounds. That way you'll have a chance to teach him what real entrepreneurship is all about when it comes to the competition. Ouyang Jie followed behind with a playful look on his face. Then he turned around to look at Mu Yurong, who was still standing there again. Do you think so, Ms.? Mu Yurong ignored him. Instead she frowned and looked at Xu Yang again. But in the end she didn't say anything, throwing down a sentence to Ouyang Jie. He then turned around with the materials and walked towards the outside of the campus. I'll be coming over for the opening tomorrow. Looking at Mu Yurong's faraway pretty back, Zhang Fan couldn't help but coldly grunt. He had already sensed that since mocking Xu Yang, Mu Yurong's attitude towards himself and Ouyang Jie had obviously changed. Chairman Ouyang, how did Miss Mu come to know that kind of no-good guy? It seems like she's quite concerned about that guy? Senior brother Jiang misunderstood. That's all because of Yang Zihan. Yang Zihan has always claimed to the outside world that the extremely good one just now is her younger brother. Ouyang Jie spoke about Chu Yang's relationship with Yang Zihan roughly. So it is. Hearing that there wasn't the slightest relationship between Mu Yurong and Chu Yang, Zhang Fan's mood then improved before he was curious again. If I remember correctly, Chairman Ouyang, aren't you pursuing that Yang Zihan? Why would you still target her brother so much? Brother? Ouyang Jie let out a cold laugh. A flash of indescribable hatred flashed in his eyes, and for a moment there was a slight distortion on that handsome face. Hey, have you ever seen a sister and brother go to a couple's hotel room? Yangzi, that guy is too arrogant, isn't he? If you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have punched the hell out of him. Seeing Zhang Fan's few people go away, Zhou Wei said with some indignation. His face was still a little red, obviously still angry. Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly. He knew that Zhou Wei was a typical Ludong man with a very straight character, and sometimes he was most displeased with this kind of bullying. Well, ignore them, we're just here for the startup competition. Startup competition. Hearing these words, Zhou Wei's face instantly became bitter. Yanko, although what those guys just said was a bit excessive, this rental bike program of yours does have some. Otherwise, let's just forget about it. Xu Yang rolled his eyes breathlessly and was just about to say something when he only saw the boy who was responsible for collecting the materials leading an imposing middle-aged man over with quick steps. This middle-aged man was about 40 years old, simply dressed in standard institutional attire, but a faint hint of majesty flowed between his eyebrows without any thought. The boy pointed at Xu Yang and introduced him respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded and walked directly to Xu Yang with the materials and asked, "Excuse me, are you the person in charge of this pineapple bike program?" Seeing Xu Yang nodding his head, the middle-aged man's heart rejoiced and said with some excitement, "This student, can you elaborate on the exact model of this pineapple bike? What does this material mean when it says matching vehicles based on location information and picking up and returning vehicles without a fixed location?" Chapter 88, A Man's Identity, 5-star praise plus more. The middle-aged man seemed to be a bit agitated, which seemed a bit inconsistent with the majesty that unconsciously flowed from his brows. Xu Yang smiled lightly and explained the details of the pineapple bicycle program one by one. The more the middle-aged man listened, the more he was shocked, and the look on his face changed from initial curiosity to later shock. He served in the Zhejiang Provincial Development and Reform Office. For the urban green travel, this piece of special research, naturally know that this project, if successful, will be for the urban green travel reform is of great significance, especially for the masses traveling within the city. It will be too convenient. He even didn't expect that such a young college student would be able to come up with such a creative project, and even more so, the many details of the project were so well thought out. It was obviously a new thing that was born for the first time, a startup project that was only in the early stages of planning, but in the other party's description it was as if it was a mature market product. This little guy, definitely not simple. Seeing Xu Yang's bland and self-contained expression, the middle-aged man who had read a lot of people could not help but nod secretly in his heart. By the way, what's your name, classmate? Are you a student of Zhejiang Province University? Xu Yang shook his head. My name is Xu Yang. I'm currently a sophomore at the Zhejiang Province Finance and Economics College. Zhejiang Province Finance and Economics College? The middle-aged man couldn't help but stare, his heart even more surprised. This financial college he also heard of, but is an ordinary second college only. The last few years is trying to apply for upgrading to Zhejiang Province Financial University. Currently has not passed. He did not expect that such a creative entrepreneurial program would come from such an unheard of second university. And in front of this look is not ordinary young man, but only an ordinary second college students. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, then asked again, "Student Xu Yang, I wonder when you plan to start this pineapple bicycle project. Are there any difficulties in terms of funding?" In his opinion, It is difficult to seek strong support in terms of funding for an ordinary second-tier institution like the Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics, not to mention a brand new industry model with such an inevitably high upfront investment. And when he heard Chu Yang say that the current bicycle samples had already been test-produced, and that he would even start mass production soon, the middle-aged man could not help but feel a shock in his heart. Then he took a deep breath and directly took out a business card to hand it to Chu Yang, his face solemn. Mr. Chu Yang, I'm Guo Jindong from the Zhejiang Province Reform and Development Office, and I'm also a member of the competition committee for this entrepreneurship competition. I'm very optimistic about this pineapple bicycle project of yours, and if you need my help later on, feel free to call me. After saying that, he reached out his hand to pat Chu Yang's shoulder and turned around to leave. This scene just now, in addition to making the jaws of the boy in charge of collecting the materials on the side, Zhou Wei, who was on the side, even looked directly dumbfounded and muttered under his breath, Janzi, I can't believe there are still people who look favorably on this bicycle rental project of yours. Who is this uncle? Chu Yang glanced at the business card in his hand, and his eyes could not help but light up. Then he raised his head to look at that distant back and faintly said, Gui Jindong, the hand of the Zhejiang Province Reform and Development Office. Zhou Wei first froze, and then directly stared in disbelief. What? You mean that uncle just now is the director of the Zhejiang Province Reform and Development Office? Seeing Chu Yang nodding his head, Zhou Wei could not help but draw in a breath of cold air before swallowing hard. Hiss. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a big leader. As a native of Ludong, Zhou Wei knows the official institutional level very well. He naturally knows that a provincial reform and development office director means nothing. That is a proper solid full department level leader, and it's still the top-ranked kind. For Zhou Wei's reaction, Chu Yang is not the slightest bit surprised. A full hall level leader for the general public, that is indeed enough to shock. But for him who had single-handedly founded Tianyang Capital in his previous life, this level of leadership was nothing. However, the identity of the other party, for the next pineapple bicycle project, but should be able to play a great role in the development of Chapter 89 Guo family in Zhejiang Province, 5-star praise plus more. After sending Zhou Wei back to the Finance Academy, Chu Yang then returned to Antai Mansion. Lin Xiu followed Chu Yang into the office. Mr. Chu, the piece of vacant factory area you mentioned is about 5 kilometers away from the University City. That is under the management of the University City Management Committee. I've already communicated with the Management Committee side. The annual rent is 500,000 Huaxia coins and there are no other expenses. How long do you think it's appropriate to rent? In addition, Fija's side of the company said that if we can purchase more than 1,000 bikes at once, the price of each bike can be lowered to 150 yuan. Here's the price of the entire vehicle, which includes that remote mechanical control system we customized, and the 4G data device. $500,000 Chinese dollars a year? Chu Yang was slightly surprised. The area of that piece of vacant factory area is 30 acres of land. That is, nearly 20,000 square meters. This price can be said to be ridiculously cheap. But in a flash he also realized that the last few years belonged to the decline of the domestic electronics production industry. University City north of that industrial area is to electronic products production enterprises. The past 2 years inside the many electronic production enterprises have closed down, and these vacant factory sites are virtually unoccupied, so the price has smashed straight down. Communicate with the side of the University Town's Management Committee and see if you can buy it outright, at a price of $30 million or less, Chu Yang added after some thought. In addition, and Fei Gu Company directly explain, our first batch of direct purchase of 10,000 units. The number of subsequent orders should be more, but the price of each must be reduced to less than 1,000 yuan. If we agree, we can just sign the agreement and start production now. If you don't agree, then we'll have to find another bike company to OEM. 10,000? Lin Xiu was directly dumbfounded. She just knew that Chu Yang's designing this kind of bicycle, as well as asking her to register and set up the Pineapple Technology Company, Ltd, should be for the purpose of taking part in this national student entrepreneurship competition. 10,000 bikes to be procured for just one race? She could only express that she really couldn't figure out what the young people were thinking nowadays. Chu Yang nodded faintly and, well, this is just the first batch of orders. If nothing else, the number of subsequent orders may exceed their imagination. What he didn't say was that if Fei Gu could really take all the OEM orders for Pineapple Bike, this company's next performance might take off straight away. Only, just the first batch? Lin Xiu's expression was directly petrified. Ignoring the dumbfounded Lin Xiu, Chu Yang got up and made a pot of tea, then casually took out the business card in his pocket and placed it on the table. Gui Zhendong? Lin Xiu saw the name on the business card, then revealed a surprised expression. Seeing Lin Xiu's expression, Xu Yang couldn't help but ask. Why, do you know this one, Assistant Lin? Well, I've heard of it. Lin Shiyu nodded. This director Guo originally served in Hangzhou City Official, or the city's official number 3. That time did a lot of practical things for Hangzhou City. In the folk reputation is extremely good. Then last year when directly promoted to the position of director of the Zhejiang Province Development and Reform Office, is considered to belong to the rocket promotion. But with his work performance, coupled with the support of the Guo family, this is considered normal. The Guo family? Xu Yang looked at Lin Shiyu with some doubt. Well, it's the Guo family in Zhejiang Province, and one of the few strongest families in Suzhou and Zhejiang provinces. Lin Shiyu nodded and continued. Right now, there are several important people among the Guo family who are serving in official positions, and none of them are at a low level. One of the representative figures is this director Guo Zhendong's brother, Wei Zhenxiang. Guo Zhenxiang? Xu Yang's heart could not help but jump. This name was naturally not unfamiliar to him. He had even come into contact with it a few times in his previous life. This is currently in Zhejiang Province official responsible for publicity and coordination of the work of Minister Guo, but properly the official Zhejiang Province, one of the top 10 figures. In the next few years of his last life, this person was promoted one after another, and eventually sat on the position of the first official in charge of the Su Province. This level of characters, for the general public distance is really a bit far. In his last life, Xu Yang, as the head of Tianyang capital, had a few encounters with Gui Zhenxiang, who had already served as the No. 1 figure in Suzhou Province, when he invested in several key projects in Suzhou Province, but that was only on official occasions. Just did not expect that director Guo will be the brother of this. Seeing Xu Yang's shocked expression, Lin Shiyu did not feel surprised. After all, although an existence like the Guo family could not be compared to those few top Chinese domestic families in Yanjing, it was no longer comparable to ordinary business families. For example, the Mu family, where Mu Tianyuan is located, has no comparison in front of the Guo family. Lin Shiyu suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Chu, Chairman Mu Tianyuan just called over and said that he is prepared to have you serve as an independent director of the Mu Tian Group, and asked me to ask for your opinion. Independent director? The corner of Xu Yang's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. He knew that Mu Tianyuan was showing goodwill to himself, and at the same time, he did not want to get too involved in the group's affairs. An independent director is a director who does not serve within the enterprise and has no direct connection with the company's managers and business content, but only makes independent judgments on the company's business management and can give opinions. Simply put, it's an idle position, but it's quite high in status within the organization. It seems like this chairman Mu has already settled things within the Mu Tian Group. Xu Yang smiled faintly, then nodded to Lin Shiyu. Call him back and tell him I agree. Okay Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded her head and responded, and was just about to prepare to leave when Xu Yang called out to her again. By the way, Assistant Lin, how is Wu Lei's side? Chapter 90. The big man. That weird guy has been coming over every day lately and then just sitting in his office by himself on his keyboard. I've gone to see him a couple of times and he won't talk to me. Lin Shiyu skimmed her lips, obviously very uncomfortable with this guy who took the frame, then remembered something else and, oh yeah, he finally took the initiative to come over and talk to me at noon today, asking me about the preliminary review of the projects for this entrepreneurship competition. And when I said I didn't know, he turned around and left. Seeing Lin Shiyu's somewhat speechless expression, Xu Yang could not help but smile and shake his head. Looks like this Wu Lei still cares about this entrepreneurship competition. This is good. At least in the pineapple bicycle project, the other party should spare no effort. As for after the entrepreneurship competition, if the other party was still this bullying, there was no need for him to have to use him. Although the other party does have some strength in software programming, but in this world, the most important thing is talent, especially for the reborn self. A coldness flashed in Xu Yang's eyes before he looked at Lin Shiyu again. How's it going over at Program Tech? The Program Technology department has been fully staffed, and I have recruited nearly 10 more professional programmers on top of Collage, 2 of whom were also highly paid poachers from the Beaver Group. Lin Shiyu said somewhat invitingly, then remembered something else. Well, by the way Mr. Chu, Zhou Yu's side said that they are not used to someone serving them tea, so I arranged that girl Ting Ting to do the logistics work on the Program Technology side. Aha! Xu Yang nodded. Young Ting Ting, that girl is still small and can't do any other work. It's good to do some service work first to exercise. Mutant Group. Xu Yang guessed correctly. Mu Tianyuan directly asked Mu Tianlin to hand over 5% of the shares in his hand after the shareholders meeting in the morning and signed the equity transfer agreement. After Mu Tianlin saw the failure of Shi Batian and Dongfang Hai's plan, he was also clear that he no longer had anything to rely on and could only agree. But Mu Tianyuan didn't treat him poorly either. After signing the agreement, The money for this share was transferred to his account directly at the market price, and after this deal was completed, the shares in Mu Tianyuan's hands had reached 35% of all the group's shares. If you add to that the 6% held by Tianyuan Capital, it could be said that it was already almost impossible for others to threaten Mu Tianyuan's actual control over the Mu Tian group. At the same time, Mu Tianyuan was already preparing to issue a portion of its shares in a targeted manner for the two key projects newly promoted by Mu Tian Group. The funding agency is naturally the company he actually controls. This in turn dilutes the shares in the hands of other shareholders, thus further ensuring his controlling interest in the Mu Tian Group. At this time, Mu Tianyuan was sitting in his office. After receiving Lin Shiyu's call and hearing that the mysterious Mr. Shu was willing to be the independent director of the Mu Tian Group, his mood became even better. Sip your tea leisurely and even can't help humming a little tune. Just at this time, Mu Yurong, who was in a somewhat low mood, walked into the office. "What's up, Arigato? Did you guys run into problems with that program's first review?" Sensing that his daughter's mood seemed a bit off, Mu Tianyuan quickly stood up and asked. "Nope, it's been cleared." Mu Yurong shook his head. She was a bit annoyed because of what happened to Chu Yang. Although she thought that guy was annoying, she didn't know why. But when she saw Jiang Fan, Ouyang Jia and those people mocking that guy, there was an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Seeing that his daughter's expression was a bit strange, Mu Tianyuan's heart stirred and asked without moving, "Because of which boy?" Mu Yurong nodded and shook his head. She felt that she should be because of Yang Zihan's instructions before she left, and she felt that that guy was humiliated in front of her, and she was a bit sorry for Yang Zihan. Seeing that Mu Yurong actually nodded her head, Mu Tianyuan was directly shocked and hurriedly said, "Is it one of your classmates? If you get a chance you can bring it back for Dad to look at and he'll help you out." "What's this with that?" Mu Yurong cried and laughed, directly rolling his eyes at Mu Tianyuan, speechless. "Dad, you're overthinking it. I just want to develop our group's projects right now. I don't have any plans for a relationship for the time being, and even if I fall in love, then I definitely want to find a man who is more capable than me in every aspect, so that I can marry willingly." Hearing his daughter's words, Mu Tianyuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that this daughter of his had been high-minded and proud since she was a child, and couldn't look at ordinary men at all. "Ugh, you're probably going to have a hard time getting married with that request. If I can't get married, I'll stay with you." "What's the matter, Dad? You don't want to support me?" Mu Yurong pouted her small mouth and said in defiance. Seeing Mu Tianyuan's helpless and bitter expression, she gave another delicate humph. "Humph, there are a lot of good men out there. There's always one I can fall for. If you don't want to support me, then I'll just find a random one and marry him off." Speaking of which, for some reason, Shu Yang's nasty face unexpectedly surfaced in her mind again. Thinking of the other party's strange bicycle rental program, Mu Yuyong was once again speechless for a while. The next morning, Shu Yang received another call from Su Yuru early in the morning. The other party said is today's opening ceremony of the entrepreneurship competition may have a big man to the scene. The above clearly requires all participants must all attend, including the lead teacher. Shu Yang originally didn't want to go to a boring event like the opening ceremony where the form far outweighed the meaning, but he also didn't want to affect Su Yuru, so he could only drive to pick up Zhou Wei and then head towards Zhejiang Province University. As for what Su Yuru said about big shots, Shu Yang directly did not care. What kind of big shot could there be for just the opening ceremony of a startup competition? At most, it's just some official leader of Hangzhou City or Zhejiang Province. It was even likely that it was the same Director Guo who had given him his business card, but such a real position of the Director of the Provincial Reform and Development Office. For the school, it is also really considered a big person. Chapter 91 Opening Ceremony. Parking the car in a parking space not far from Zhejiang University, Chu Yang and Zhou Wei both walked directly towards the inside of Zhejiang University. Having just walked into Zhejiang Province University, Chu Yang could not help but be slightly stunned. He realized that in just one day's work, the campus of Zhejiang Provincial University was significantly different today compared to yesterday. The corners have been cleaned, not to mention that the trees and greenery on campus have been specially pruned. Even the few security guards at the janitor's office had changed into brand new security uniforms and stood straight inside the guard booth. Is there really a big leader coming? Chu Yang shook his head somewhat doubtfully, but didn't think much about it, and looked at the time, which was nearly 9 o'clock. So he walked quickly in the direction of the playground. The playground was quite busy by now. Below the spacious podium, there were neatly placed rows of seats, which had obviously been specially arranged, and I guess it had again suffered the officers of the student union. In addition to the leading teachers and participating students sitting in the front according to different institutions, there were all the freshmen of Zhejiang Provincial University this year, all lined up neatly at the back. When Chu Yang passed through the crowd, he couldn't help sweeping these young freshmen with some sympathy. He knew that this group of poor freshmen should be the audience. Chu Yang, this way. Su Yuru was sitting in a center back seat. When she saw Chu Yang, she quickly stood up and waved. Chu Yang nodded and waved his hand to Zhou Wei behind him, walking towards the other party. Yankee, ye big school girl. Zhou Wei suddenly pulled Chu Yang and said with some excitement. Only then did Chu Yang realize that a cool figure was sitting beside Su Yuru's body. A simple plain white dress with a high ponytail in the back. It was none other than the talented schoolgirl of the finance school, Yi Shiatsu. There were two other boys sitting beside Yi Xiaozhu, both sitting there somewhat restrainedly. From time to time, he would also sneak a glance up at Yi Xiaozhu on the side, with the appearance of an adolescent teenager. Obviously my fair lady, but they should also know the gap between them and this one, so they just sneak a few glances. Chu Yang, Zhou Wei, this is the president of our academy's student council, MS, Yi Shiatsu. You should have heard of her, right? This time, our college's entry, Jiangning Tesco, is mainly handled by the side of the college's student union. Letting Chu Yang sit down on the empty seat on his right side, Su Yuru introduced to Chu Yang and said. Then he looked at Yi Xiaozhu, who was on the side. Shinju, this is Chu Yang and Zhou Wei from our class. You should know them as well. Yi Xiaozhu did not even look at Chu Yang, but only glanced at Zhou Wei beside Chu Yang and nodded slightly. Directly, Zhou Wei was so excited that he couldn't speak for a moment. Chu Yang did not think so and looked around, but his eyes stopped at the two rows of seats at the very front that were obviously a bit different. Only a couple of young men of uncommon temperament were sitting there and, especially a man and a woman at the head of them, with nothing but confidence and conceit between their brows, and on the sidelines not even the lead teacher. That's the teams from Yanbei University and Essence University. Sensing Chu Yang's curious gaze, Su Yuru explained at the side. Oh, the two universities, Yanbei Jinghua, will also participate in this entrepreneurship competition? Chu Yang couldn't help but stare at what he heard. These two universities had a very special status within China. This kind of not business entrepreneurship competition, hosted in Zhejiang Province University, normally the other side should not bother to participate in it. Su Yuru nodded and explained. Well, it is said that the official top management of this entrepreneurship competition attaches great importance to it, and it is only natural that the two top universities, Yanbei Jinghua, should respond to the call of the state. I've heard that although they each have only one entry and are prepared on an ad hoc basis, their development potential is all extraordinary. There's even a 1000 Degrees company and the Jingxi group behind them. Speaking here, Su Yuru looked at Chu Yang and said with a smile, Chu Yang, I didn't expect that your startup project would be able to pass the preliminary examination. I remember that the name of that project of yours seems to be called Pineapple Bicycle, right? She didn't know much about Chu Yang's enrollment program, and in her concept, the reason why Chu Yang participated in this entrepreneurship competition was just to be able to make up for the credits he had deducted by skipping classes before. As for getting grades, that's not even a thought. With so many powerful teams competing in the competition, taking out just any one of them is not simple. Even the fact that Chu Yang was able to pass the preliminary examination was already beyond her expectations. Aha! Chu Yang nodded and did not say anything more. While hearing the strange name Pineapple Bicycle, Yi Xiaozhu on the other side slightly knitted her eyebrows, seemingly a little curious. She had been a little confused as to why this teacher Su would call this scummy guy who was famous in the academy to come over, and only then did she realize that this guy had actually participated in this entrepreneurship competition as well, and surprisingly, it passed the initial screening. However, thinking of the content on that post, as well as those rumors about Chu Yang in the academy, the trace of curiosity in her heart, whose character was already cool, instantly disappeared without a trace. It was at this time that the entire playground suddenly fell silent. Several people could not help but look up, only to see a line of imposing leaders walking to the podium and sitting down one after another. Chu Yang also looked over and then couldn't help but stare. Among the leaders on the stage were two he had seen before. One of them was none other than the middle-aged man who approached him yesterday to learn more about the Pineapple Bike project and took the initiative to hand him his business card, as well as Guo Zhendong, a hand of the Reform and Development Office of Zhejiang Province, and the other side is surprisingly just sitting on the very edge of the podium today. The other is a middle-aged man with a country face, whose appearance is vaguely similar to that of Guo Zhendong. However, the entire person's breath was even more introverted, and the only thing that gave off an unfathomable feeling was the deep gaze and a pair of tiger eyes. It's none other than Guo Zhenxiang, the official top 10 figure of Zhejiang Province, the Minister of Missionary Department of Zhejiang Province. Seeing that this one was actually walking up to the podium as well, Chu Yang directly and completely froze there. He really couldn't figure out how such a small opening ceremony of a college student entrepreneurship competition could attract leaders of this level to the venue. And when he saw that this official bigwig, who was known throughout Zhejiang Province as a man of the world, did not even sit down in the center of the podium, but crossed over afterward and sat down on the side, Chu Yang became even more puzzled. The Chinese officials have always been extremely particular about the seating position. Could it be that there is even a higher existence than this one among the characters present? Right at this moment, Xu Yang's pupils shrunk violently, only to see a young woman dressed in a black gown walk up to the podium. She was cool and dignified, and her hands and feet exuded a faint aura of superiority. In Xu Yang's unbelievable gaze, this young woman whose appearance was absolutely beautiful and whose age was no more than 26 or 27 years old at most, actually sat down on the main seat in the center of the podium. Chapter 92 Money and Power. How is this possible? See, this temperament and appearance are impeccable young woman even in the center of the podium on the main seat sat down, and then with a side of Guo Jinxiang whispered pleasantries. What? Xu Yang directly dumbfounded. He has recognized this woman. The other side is the day in the building outside the building above, sitting next to the mayor of Guo, that young woman. But he really can't believe that this young woman, whose age is just over 20 years old, can reach the point where she is equal to an existence like Guo Jinxiang in the official system. It is important to know that the Chinese officials attach great importance to seniority. If the seniority is not enough, even if the ability to excel, it is impossible to violate the promotion and appointment. That is to say, within the official system of China, there is a very direct relationship between age and rank. And yet, Xu Yang did not know how to explain all this in front of him. Even in the process of this young woman talking with Guo Jinxiang, Xu Yang also vaguely discovered one thing. That is, this Guo minister's so heavenly existence, even to this young woman, seems to be a little respectful. That's right, it's respectful. It was at this point that the last of the old men with white hair slowly sat down to the right of the young woman, and the whole playground became a little quieter. Oh my god, it's Principal Ming. One of the girls on the side couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Mr. Su, is this old man Principal Ming Tingxiang? Yi Shiatsu also asked in a rare opening, a hint of reverence and admiration on that white as jade face. Su Yuru nodded and, well, this is the president of Zhejiang Province University, Ming Tingxiang, who is also an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and has an extraordinary status in the domestic education sector. It can be said that Zhejiang Provincial University was able to develop to such a point today. This President Ming definitely deserves a lot of credit. This old man seldom shows up on weekdays. I didn't expect that he would attend today's opening ceremony. Just then, a somewhat old but very powerful voice rang out from the podium. Good morning, friends. I'm Ming Tingxiang, the president of Zhejiang Provincial University, as well as a member of the competition committee for this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. First of all, congratulations to everyone here who successfully passed yesterday's preliminary audit and officially participated in this entrepreneurial competition. Using theory to guide practice and summarizing experience in practice. This is the consistent educational philosophy of our country of Huaxia. Remember 10 years ago, our Zhejiang Provincial University first proposed to support the innovation and entrepreneurship of school students, and successfully incubated a number of influential and innovative enterprises. Some time ago, the national high level officially put forward the innovation-driven development strategy, and emphasized the comprehensive support for entrepreneurship in the college student population, specifically deploying this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition. It can be said that this entrepreneurship competition is an excellent opportunity and challenge for every one of you, every one of your projects. The old man's voice rang out from the podium, attracting everyone's attention, especially the students of Zhejiang Provincial University, who looked at the old man with a reverent face who had a pale but unusually tall physique. The old man's speech was extremely simple but far-reaching, and Xu Yang couldn't help but nod frequently as he listened to it, feeling quite benefited. This entrepreneurship competition is an event for you young people, so I will leave the rest of the work to you young people. Speaking here, the old man dropped his gaze on the young woman beside him and smiled. Next is your Yanbei University's senior sister and today's representative of the National Youth League, MS, Su Ruocheng, to preside over today's opening ceremony. National Youth Corps? Hearing the old man's words, Xu Yang could not help but look towards the background wall behind the podium, only to see that the large background wall, the center of the first National Student Entrepreneurship Competition, is written in large letters, and the following is written. Organized by National Youth Corps of China. Co-organizer, officials of the province of Zhejiang. Organizer, Zhejiang Provincial University. Hangzhou City official, etc. It was only then that Xu Yang realized that this was actually the representative of the National Youth League. No wonder he was able to sit on the main seat right in the middle. This kind of entrepreneurship competition among young college students is organized and hosted by the National Youth League, which is normal. He was still a bit puzzled though. While it was true that the leaders in the National Youth Corps were a bit younger than the rest of the official sector, they couldn't be that young, could they? After all, the rank was there. Hello students, I'm Su Ruocheng, a 2007 graduate of Yanbei University, and I'm honored to be here today on behalf of the National Youth Corps to take charge of this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer, Zhejiang Provincial University, and Hangzhou City officials for their great support. The young woman's voice was soft but strong, each word able to reach everyone's ears clearly. That's right, you graduated in 2007. You've been in the system for 5 years at most, and how high can you be? Xu Yang shook his head breathlessly. He really couldn't figure out. Since this entrepreneurship competition was very important, how could the National Youth Corps put such a little girl who didn't even have all her hair in charge, and with such a great group of leaders in tow? Nope. Xu Yang's heart suddenly jumped as he realized that he had overlooked a point. If this young woman was just an ordinary representative of the National Youth League, how could a person of such high rank as Gui Zhenxiang personally come to accompany her? Like Gui Zhenxiang, this level of characters personally come to participate in the opening ceremony of the university entrepreneurship competition. Such occasions itself is extremely unusual, not to mention the veteran president of Zhejiang Provincial University, who rarely shows up. National Youth Corps, Su Ruocheng, CO? Xu Yang's heart jumped. It couldn't be someone from the Su family, could it? Although he had already been reborn in a new life, his previous life's understanding of the Yanjing Su family still made him feel a sense of awe in his heart. Huaxia, since ancient times, business does not fight with the officials. Money in front of the power seems to never straighten up. The Yanjing Su family, on the other hand, represented to a certain extent one of the pinnacles of the power pyramid in the country of Huaxia. Gui Zhenxiang's Gui family, in Zhejiang province, was already one of the strongest families, but if it was placed in front of the Su family, it was still somewhat inadequate. Even though Xu Yang had already founded Tianyang Capital in his last life, and was considered to have a place in the business world, the gap between him and the existence of the Yanjing Su family was still like a moat. Thinking of this behemoth, Xu Yang could not help but look at the podium once again, only to see that the young woman looked confident and spoke fluently and forcefully, just like no ordinary character could compare. Gui Zhenxiang, on the other hand, smiled and nodded frequently from the side, looking at the young woman with an undisguised solemnity and respect in his gaze. Not only him, in addition to the old principal just blandly smiling and looking at the stage, a few other people on the podium at the moment are sitting in a formal manner, from time to time slightly sideways, frequently nodding their heads, as if they were elementary school students listening to the teacher's lectures in general. Seeing this scene, Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but he also basically confirmed the identity of this young woman. He also recalled what he had heard from a few friends who had served in official positions in his last life when he had gossiped, that although there was only one female in the direct line of the Su family in Yanjing in this generation, she was gifted and extremely capable, and had received a doctorate in management from Yanbei University at the age of 22. After entering the system at the age of less than 30, he already held a key position in one of the official ministries of the state, and between them, he broke several official youngest records in a row. Since it is the Su family's first daughter, it is normal to be arranged to sit in the main seat today, and the reaction of these people is not at all excessive. Chapter 93 Race Schedule. Chapters 93 and 94 together. Teacher Su. This one's identity shouldn't be simple, right? Xu Yang glanced at Su Yuru, who was looking at the podium with a shocked expression on the side, and asked without moving. Well, the leader of the National Youth Corps is said to be one of the youngest division-level cadres in the country at the moment. Su Yuru nodded and didn't mention the Su family. In her opinion, an existence like the Yanjing Su family was just too far away from ordinary students like Xu Yang. She had also stumbled upon the horrors of this Su family because of her father, Su Near East. Even the Jiangning group, placed in front of this Su family, is nothing at all. Not far ahead, Mu Yurong was sitting there with Ouyang Jia and a few other students from the art academy. This woman is amazing, so young to be able to sit at the podium and address us. A girl marveled, a look of adoration on her face. That's natural. That's the leader of the National Youth League, the youngest division-level cadre in our country of China. Ouyang Jia, who was on the side, smiled proudly and said with some bragging as if he was showing off. A few days ago, this person also specially invited the presidents of the student unions of several of our universities to have a meal in the building outside the building to seek our opinions on the schedule of this entrepreneurship competition. And at that time there was also our Hangzhou city's vice mayor Gua. Feeling the adoring gazes of the girls on the side, Ouyang Jia's heart became even more complacent. At this time, the young woman's voice again came from the podium. According to the decision of the competition committee, this national student entrepreneurship competition officially starts from today. Let me announce the schedule for this national student entrepreneurship competition, as well as the scoring criteria. From today until December 20th, this 1-month period, each participating team is free to operate and develop in the marketplace according to the characteristics of their projects. The teams, then, are required to submit written materials on the development of their respective projects, accompanied by real business data, to the competition committee's judging panel by December 21. There are 5 judging groups, which are composed of members of the competition committee, experts and scholars, investors, etc., judging projects including product services, project prospects, financial operations, social benefits, team quality, etc. From December 22nd to 23rd, the judging teams will conduct preliminary evaluations of the 118 entrepreneurial projects in this competition, from which 20 projects will be selected to advance to the finals of this entrepreneurial competition. On December 24th, the finals of this entrepreneurship competition will be held here, where the final scoring of these 20 advancing projects will be conducted jointly by the judging teams on site. Hearing the young woman's words, many of the participating teams under the field were instantly in an uproar. Many of the program leaders are blushing. Xu Yang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows as well. This kind of schedule setting is clearly unreasonable, and arguably even a bit outrageous, especially for programs that are slow to respond to the market. Just 1 month. This kind of program can't achieve much obvious market effect, and naturally can't be compared with other entrepreneurial programs in terms of financial operation, market performance and such data performance. And the same is true for programs that have not been adequately prepared. For example, it's hard for an average college student, even with a good business venture in hand, to really make much headway in that mere month. After all, an ordinary college student has limited funds and connections, and in the development of a limited time, it cannot be compared with those projects with well-known companies behind them. Only for a month? Su Yuru, who was on the side, also furrowed her brows and turned to look at Yi Xiaozhu, who was on the side. Shinobu, will time be too tight? Is there a problem on your end? Yi Xiaozhu didn't seem surprised by this schedule and shook her head slightly. Don't worry, Mr. Su, the Jiangning Group side has already built the Jiangning Tesco website. We just need to put it into operation directly. Only then did Su Yuru put her heart down, and then remembering something, she hurriedly turned to look at Xu Yang on the other side of the room. Xu Yang, what about you guys? Will time be a little tight? It doesn't matter, we'll just do our best. Xu Yang shook his head indifferently. In fact, this is a big impact on the pineapple bike project. After all, only 1 month. I'm afraid that 10,000 customized bicycles are difficult to produce. But Xu Yang didn't care. For him, it's good to get a result in this entrepreneurship competition, which may benefit the promotion of pineapple bicycle in the future. It was fine if he couldn't get the results. He had originally signed up for this competition just to help Su Yuru complete her mission, and now he already knows. This time Su Yuru handed over to Yi Xiaozhu they are responsible for this project, even with the support of the Jiangning Group in the back, that in this competition should not be a problem to get a ranking. Then Xu Yang remembered something else, something playful, setting up only 1 month of competition. It seems that there is something interesting about the schedule this time. I guess this young leader from an uncomplicated source is patting his head all by himself. I hope he won't be scolded too much by those participating teams. His meaning is obvious. This Miss Su is still too young and has no idea about the actual situation in terms of entrepreneurship, which is why she has worked out such an outrageous schedule. Humph. It was proposed by several of our student body presidents after a joint discussion. Hearing Xu Yang's words, Yi Xiaozhu on the side but faintly hummed and coldly said, and this kind of entrepreneurship competition is already limited by various objective factors. A month is already reasonable. And the student body presidents of several other colleges and universities think so too. Xu Yang could not help but be speechless. He had thought how smart this legendary genius figure of the academy would be, but he hadn't expected to be so idiotic. For people like Zhang Fan and Ouyang Jie, who were supposed to be the head of the participating programs in their respective schools, naturally the shorter the duration of the race, the better, because they've been well prepared and have a strong enough business behind them that, for them, the shorter the length of the schedule, the more obvious their advantage. The more likely you are to win this startup competition. And this legendary first genius figure of the Finance Academy didn't even think of that. It's not as big as Mu Yuron's. How can it be so brainless? Xu Yang glanced at the stiffness above the plain white dress on Yi Xiaozhu's body and shook his head somewhat helplessly. Looking at the confident Su Ru watching on the podium again, Xu Yang was once again speechless in his heart. This Miss Su is also great. As the National Youth League leader came to Hangzhou directly to find students to understand the situation to seek advice. Indeed in line with the no research, no right to speak this idea of work, but she didn't take into account the specificity of the people she was asking for advice from, all of whom were the heads of the participating programs at the ING universities, and without even considering the most basic point of how long it takes to develop a business program. Looks like this one has really been up there a long time. And with such an unreasonable schedule arrangement, not a single person on the race committee's side raised any objections, which also reflects the horror of the Su family from the side. After the opening ceremony, Xu Yang and Su Yuru and the others walked together towards the outside of the playground. listening to the complaints and lack of understanding from many of the participating teams around them regarding the schedule of this tournament. Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly and did not say anything. On the other hand, Yi Shiatsu on the side was frowning frequently, obviously not expecting that this schedule arrangement would cause such a big reaction. Just then, a group of several people came from not far away, and the person at the head was none other than Gui Zhendong. After seeing Chu Yang, this official bigwig actually walked directly towards the several people. Under the astonished gazes of Su Yuru and the others, Gui Zhendong walked up to Chu Yang and said with a gentle smile, "Mr. Chu Yang, the schedule is indeed a bit tight this time, and if that pineapple bike project of yours encounters difficulties during its development, you can call me directly. Thank you, Director Gua. I'll bother you if I need anything." Chu Yang hurriedly nodded his head and said with heartfelt gratitude. Gui Zhendong nodded slightly before turning to leave with a few people behind him. Chu Yang, who was that just now? Seeing the distant back of this middle-aged man with an obviously unusual identity, Su Yuru couldn't help but ask. "Mr. Su, he is Director Gui Zhendong of the Zhejiang Province Reform and Development Office, and a member of the competition committee for this competition." Without waiting for Chu Yang to reply, Zhou Wei, who was on the side, could not help but say, "Director Gui Zhendong?" Su Yuru was directly dumbstruck. The original Hangzhou City's number 3 figure she naturally knows, and now the other side of the Zhejiang Province Reform and Development Office, is one of the most powerful official departments in Zhejiang Province, especially for Zhejiang Province, which is experiencing rapid economic development. This kind of character would even know about that business venture of Chu Yang's? And looking at the other party's attitude, it seems to be very important. Yi Shiatsu on the side was obviously a bit puzzled as well. Someone would actually be interested in this guy's startup? Although she does not know the specific identity of Gui Zhendong, but from the other party just words can also be inferred that the identity of the other party should not be simple. Antai Mansion. Some time ago, Lin Shiyu registered and established Pineapple Technology Company, Ltd., under the authorization of Chu Yang, as the entity company operating the Pineapple Bicycle project. And there's only one physical department under Pineapple Technology at the moment, and that's the Program Technology Department. Chu Yang even allocated the entire 9th floor office of the Antai building to the Program Technology Department, showing the importance he attached to this department. In a spacious office on the 9th floor, several young men wearing black-framed glasses were sitting in front of a computer crackling on the keyboard, led by a tall, thin youth. "Boss, from what Assistant Lin said, that impolite guy is actually the head of our Program Technology Department? On what grounds?" "That's right, that guy can be compared to you, Brother Tao? Brother Tao, your skill level was ranked in the Beaver Group before." "No, the one is not as simple as you think." The tall and thin young man who was called Brother Tao by several people shook his head. "I've checked, his name is Wu Lei. Before that, he was a software program genius from Zhukezhen College of Zhejiang University, and he has won many awards in the Top Coder World Programming Contest. I found a few programs online that he wrote before, and the level is definitely better than mine. Maybe not even much worse than the one from the Beaver Group." "The one from the Beaver Group? You mean Mr. Sai?" Seeing the other party nodding their heads, everyone's eyes were wide with an expression of disbelief. "Beaver Group's Mr. Kai, that is the most powerful technical bull of the entire Beaver Group. Even in the entire Chinese domestic internet enterprises are well known. It can be said that the Beaver Group has been able to achieve today's success in many e-commerce platform competition to crush the rivals, in which Mr. Kai contributed a lot. That facepalm guy named Wu can be compared to this Mr. Sai." Several people cannot help but look at each other, the heart shocked inexplicable. And at this time, in the innermost independent office on the 9th floor, Wu Lei is sitting in front of the computer staring at a string of code on the screen, thinking hard about something. His eyebrows are twisted into a Chuan character. Chapter 94 Legendary Figures. After Wu Lei joined Pineapple Technology, Chu Yang only gave him one job, which is to be responsible for writing the client app of Pineapple Bicycle and the background management system. Probably because Chu Yang said that this Pineapple Bicycle is the project to participate in this entrepreneurship competition and compete with Jiang Fan. So even though Wu Lei had a cold attitude towards Chu Yang, Lin Shiyu and the others, he was still completing this work seriously recently. Normally, this kind of client software was not difficult for him, a former program genius from Zhejiang Province University, but it was just a matter of moving his hands. But after building the basic framework, Wu Lei realized that the background management system of the Pineapple bike sharing is not as simple as other software. In particular, the need to upload the GPS location information of each bicycle in real time and synchronize the management of the distribution in the background, which is the first time in the current internet program. At this time, the Rice Group company has not entered the takeaway market. Hungry no company's takeaway mode is only merchants to deliver on their own, and did not do real-time display of delivery status. Not only that, Xu Yang also mentioned the electronic fence system and the background function of Pineapple Bicycle in a very advanced way. That is, in the prescribed parking area buried transmitters, through interaction with the vehicle Bluetooth lock, to realize the fence function, assisting in requiring users to regulate parking. This further increased the difficulty of writing the back-end management system for Pineapple Bike. Wu Lei's character can be said to be very stubborn, and even called a little paranoid, especially when it comes to approaching program writing. At the very beginning he didn't pay much attention to this work as a routine operation, but when he realized how challenging it was, the status was pulled straight to full, then even nestled himself whole in his office and pounced on it with all his energy. But, after working overnight for 2 days and 2 nights, the program genius, who has won many awards in the World Programming Contest, stared at the computer screen with red and swollen eyes, but still failed to make a breakthrough. Wu Lei stared at the string of codes on the computer screen, his brows locked, thinking hard for a long time but still did not have the slightest clue. Looking at the time in the bottom right corner of the screen, it was already 8 a.m. He pursed some cracked lips, picked up the teacup to want to drink, but found that the water in the teacup is already at the bottom. Even the kettle on the side has long been empty. Knock, knock. Just then, a soft knock sounded on the door. Wu Lei glanced at the half-covered door of the office, did not say anything, once again looked at the computer screen and continued to think hard. Hearing no movement inside, the door was gently pushed open a few seconds later before a small girl with 2 ponytails walked in carrying a kettle of hot water. Yang Tingting looked somewhat curiously at Wu Lei, who had red eyes and a disheveled face with his entire being listless, and then replaced the kettle. Inadvertently glancing at the contents of the screen, a sudden gleam flashed in her eyes, like a mature old hunter seeing the most novel prey. Need a hand? A somewhat childish voice rang out. Wu Lei couldn't help but froze, then raised his head in some confusion and looked at this little girl who had recently come over every day to bring him hot water and clean up after himself. He didn't understand what the other man meant. The little girl blinked her big dark eyes and pointed at the computer screen. Wu Lei was still a bit puzzled. The little girl shook her head somewhat helplessly, and took the computer keyboard over in Wu Lei's uncomprehending gaze, and then a pair of snow-white slender little hands actually began to quickly tap on the keyboard. What? Wu Lei's eyes that were somewhat red and swollen instantly glared round, directly rising violently from his chair, and after seeing what the other party had tapped, his pupils shrunk even more violently. The entire person was directly dumbfounded. How is that possible? Only to see that the original plagued him for 2 days and 2 nights of difficult problems, but in the other side of a few simple code easily solved. The back and forth added up to just a few minutes of work, and the other party's thoughts on constructing a program language and skills in using it were clearly more than one level above his. Well, there's something interesting about this back-end system. It's the first time I've come across it. The little girl's mouth quirked up slightly before she tapped out a string of code out of habit and finished wrapping things up, and after seeing the piece of code that this little girl habitually tapped out in the end, Wu Lei's heartbeat once again sped up violently, staring at the other party dead on with a shocked face. The eyes blazed. You're Wolfsbane, Lord. Hearing Wu Lei's words, Yang Tingting glanced at him with some surprise. Surprise was written all over her small face. She hadn't thought that this guy would be able to guess her identity. Seeing Yang Tingting's expression, Wu Lei was even more sure of his guess. His entire body shook again. His standing posture became a bit restrained, and his gaze towards Yang Tingting was nothing but blazing with admiration. He never expected it. This genius being, who is considered to be an unbelievable genius in the field of programming languages in the country of China, 2 years ago with his own strength to block the hacking attack of the Rice country. But also a shocking operation will be the Chinese flag in the Rice White House official website above the legendary figure. Surprisingly, it would be such a young girl who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old. Just why is the other person here? And keep serving yourself tea. Thinking about the horrible influence of the word wolfang in the field of computer programs in China, Wu Lei couldn't help but smile bitterly. If those people knew about this, they would probably be able to drown themselves in spittle alone. Mr. Chu, Fei Ji's side has agreed that if the number of our orders can be determined to reach 10,000, the OEM price for each bicycle can be reduced to 920 yuan. At the same time, they also said that if the number of orders reaches 10,000 units, they will free up 2 dedicated production lines for our orders, which will more than double the production speed. After Chu Yang came to the office, Lin Shiyu walked in after him and talked about the situation over at Fei Gu. Good. You immediately contact Fei Ji's side and ask them to start production as soon as possible. Also ask how soon it can be delivered. Chu Yang nodded. There's also the matter of that factory area. I'm going to Yanjing next. I don't expect to be back until next week. Try to negotiate it before I come back. Okay, General Manager Chu. Lin Xiyu nodded her head. Chu Yan logged on to his stock account on the computer. Looked at the position of Guanyue Pharmaceuticals is still up today. The corner of the mouth cannot help but slightly raised. This Guanyue Pharmaceuticals, due to a market performance of the hot red cans of herbal tea trademark ownership dispute, won the case, is now the second one-word stop. If nothing else, this check will have 5 or more stops next. Coupled with the check's market value of over tens of billions of dollars, this is definitely a good doubling opportunity for Chu Yang's current body of funds, and he naturally won't sell it as easily as he did in the past. Chu Yang casually turned off the trading software, then looked at Lin Xiyu once again. By the way, how's it going over at Program Tech? Chapter 95. The old man's really big gift. The newly recruited programmers have all been formally inducted, and they have entered the work state quickly, and are already writing the relevant programs according to your arrangement. Speaking of which, Lin Xiyu remembered something, but Wu Lei's side doesn't seem to be quite right. He's been staying in his office for the past 2 days and hasn't come out, and I heard from the security staff that the lights in his office have been on at night as well. Oh, Chu Yang could not help but be a little surprised, but he also knew that the software management system of the Pineapple Bicycle project might be a little ahead of its time, and it was estimated that it would be a little difficult to write the program. So standing up and heading out of the office, come on, let's go over there. When Chu Yang and Lin Xiyu both walked to the door of Wu Lei's office, they realized that the door of the office was open, and seeing the scene inside, both of them froze there together. I only saw that little girl Yang Tingting was sitting in front of the computer, which was the original Wu Lei's position, tapping rapidly on the keyboard at a speed that made people's eyes glaze over. Those small, snow-white, slender hands looked like they were dancing. Wu Lei, on the other hand, stood somewhat restrained, bowing slightly, staring at the computer screen with a look of incomparable seriousness, with an indescribable respect on his face. What? Chu Yang's mind was full of question marks. This was the strangest scene he had ever seen since he was reborn. Lin Xiyu behind him was even widening her eyes. It was the first time she had seen Wu Lei, a bully, show such a side, and it was to a little girl. So that's how it still works. I see. Watching Yang Tingting's operation, Wu Lei's eyes lit up. Then the look became more worshipful, like a student who was vainly asking for the teacher's advice. The corners of Yang Tingting's mouth curled up slightly, and just as she was about to really show off her maneuvers, the corner of her eye spotted Chu Yang and Lin Xiyu outside the door. Instantly, like a frightened deer, he hastily stood up from his seat, carefully stepped aside, and respectfully said, Chu, Mr. Chu. Chu Yang frowned slightly, and his gaze landed on the tender-faced Yang Tingting, also looked to the side of the face, obviously some unnatural Wu Lei, and finally dropped his eyes on the computer screen on the program code writing page. What? You mean Tina, she's a computer software whiz? Hearing Wu Lei's words, Lin Xiyu once again widened her eyes and looked incredulously to the side at this little girl with 2 ponytails and a lowered head who didn't dare to speak. No. Wu Lei shook his head. Seeing the other party shaking her head, Lin Xiyu was relieved. She said, so a Ludong province Luenjia mountain area out of the young girl, at most only 15 or 16 years old, how can be what computer master? But then he heard Wu Lei continue, a master? I think that word is a bit insulting to Lord Wolfsbane. Lord Wolfsbane's talent and attainments in programming languages are simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people, especially since she has never been purely researching technology, not driven by any interests, and never representing any interested parties. She is also a god in the hearts of all the programmers within our country of China. And it's not just us in China. Even if we put it on a global scale, Lord Wolfsbane is definitely the absolute best in the field of computer programs. The more Wu Lei said, the more excited he got. His breathing was a bit rapid, where there was still the usual cold and arrogant appearance. Even that originally white face even had some obvious redness. Wolfsbane? Upon hearing this word, Chu Yang was however shocked in his heart and hurriedly turned around to look at Yang Tingting, who had her head lowered to the side. When he invested in the quick shake platform in his previous life, he had heard a bigwig from ByteDance mention this name, and that one had a look of reverence on his face when mentioning the name, especially in the mention of this wolf-teeth adult once with the power of one person against the Rice Country hackers. These glorious deeds. The only regret is that no one knows the true identity of this Lord Wolfsbane. It is said that in addition to the major internet giant enterprises, the official relevant departments have also invited this one specifically on several occasions, but they have all been rejected by the other party without exception. And the other guy rarely showed up on the internet after that incident. This Lord Wolf's Tooth, who can be on par with China's #1 program genius, begged by June, is actually such a teenage girl? Chu Yan was still in a bit of disbelief, until from the downstairs up Yan Daho mouth to learn. Yang Tingting is indeed extraordinary in computer programs. From a very small time by chance contact with an old computer, has shown excessive talent. Even more so, When he was guaranteed admission to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China at the age of 13 and had just returned from early graduation after only 3 years of, Chu Yang directly couldn't help but draw a mouthful of cold air, and finally accepting that fact. The old man's entrustment at the beginning he also finally realized. It seemed that this old man had really given himself a great gift. The value of this little girl can no longer be measured in money. Thinking of this little girl's subsequent obscurity in his last life, as well as the young family's financial dilemma, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It is estimated that the old man was for certain considerations, and did not want to let this just graduated little girl continue to show too much in the field of the network, and after this accident encountered their own, changed the old man's original decision. Looking at the little girl, who had a harmless expression on her face, and who looked down at her toes with some apprehension, thinking that he wanted to let the other party to go to high school, and then even let this famous wolf-teeth adults as a waiter, Chu Yang could not help but smile bitterly. I guess no one would have thought that the famous wolfsbane in the field of computer programs would be such a cute little girl, right? Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Yang once again looked at Yang Tingting. Tina, do you know anything about this aspect of big data recommendation algorithms and user profiling? Chapter 96 Riverside View Garden. Seeing Yang Tingting shaking her head somewhat doubtfully, Chu Yang then remembered that these two concepts should not have been raised by anyone at this time. He explained, roughly, what big data algorithmic recommendations and user profiling mean. Only a hint of surprise appeared on Yang Tingting's tender little face, as if she was thinking about something. Then a flash of light flashed through those big dark eyes and nodded gently at Chu Yang. I can try. Hearing Yang Tingting's words, Chu Yang's heart was suddenly ecstatic. If this little girl was really able to do it, it would definitely be like a godsend for his next plan. Wu Lei, who was on the side, didn't understand at all. It was only when he saw that the legendary Lord Wolf-Tooth was so respectful to Chu Yang that his attitude had quietly changed. Even this one is like that. What is he? A Wu Lei? What's more, listening to the conversation between the two, this person is obviously going to work in this company in the future. To be able to get the support of this person, the future development of this pineapple technology will certainly not be simple. And if one can stay by this one's side in the future, it would be good for one's. After thinking about this, Wu Lei's heart began to beat violently and looked at Chu Yang somewhat nervously. Mr. Chu, it's better to let Lord Wolfsbane do this position of head of the program technology department. Just let me be her assistant. Feeling the other party's expectant gaze, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly. This was the first time this cold and arrogant guy addressed him as Mr. Chu, but he shook his head and, no, I have more important things scheduled for her to do. After communicating with Yang Tingting alone for a long time again, Chu Yang directly asked Lin Xiyu to arrange an independent office for this national treasure little girl, and equipped the other party with computers and peripherals according to the highest standards. This little girl was a little flattered, not realizing how significant what she was doing would be. However, after seeing Chu Yang's serious expression, an incomparably serious look also appeared on his little face and he solemnly nodded his little head. Because of her father's matter, she already had a heartfelt gratitude towards Chu Yang, her benefactor, and in this period of time, Chu Yang has been treating her like her own sister in general. Her heart for Chu Yang has had an indescribable affectionate feeling. Coupled with her father's instructions when he left, she was naturally completely obedient to Chu Yang's words. When he came out from the Ontai mansion, Chu Yang realized that the sky was a bit gloomy and it seemed like it was going to rain. He got into the car and thought for a moment, then started the car in the direction of Riverside Drive. Recently, he had been living among the high-end apartments arranged by Lin Xiyu, and even though it was close to Ontai mansion, it was still a bit inconvenient. With the money he has now, it's time to buy a house. Although for him, investing in real estate is nowhere near as profitable as being in the stock market. But didn't that saying go? Houses are for living in, not for speculation. The jewel-blue Mercedes-Benz coupe stopped in front of a luxury neighborhood that hadn't been built long ago. After looking at the 4 big words Riverside View Garden written on it, Chu Yang slightly nodded his head and then got off the car and walked towards the sales office. This Riverside Scenic Court neighborhood is a new high-end neighborhood developed by Blue Earth Group. The location is right on the river, and the whole neighborhood is built around the river. On the other side is a wetland park, and the environment naturally needs no introduction. And it's also only about 5 kilometers away from Hangzhou City's core business district, which is the Tianyuan Mansion side. So after a few years, this neighborhood has also become one of the top rich residential areas in the whole Hangzhou City. Hello sir, our Riverside View Garden District has just opened. Now the purchase of housing is an activity. If you can book a room before New Year's Day, the price of ordinary households can be discounted to 12,000 yuan per square meter. Seeing Chu Yang walk in, a young female salesperson greeted her with a warm face. Although she looked at Chu Yang's relatively young age and estimated that the possibility of buying a house was not very high, she still introduced it very vigorously. Hearing the price of $12,000 per square meter, Chu Yang could not help but feel a pang of emotion. As one of the earliest cities with rising house prices, although Hangzhou City's house prices have experienced a round of rise, but this time from 2011 to 2012 has entered the first freezing period on Hangzhou's property market. The previous price of about 20,000 yuan per square meter was directly cut down to about 10,000 yuan per square meter, becoming the country's fastest falling property prices in the city. And no one would have thought that, after 2 short years of decline, property prices in Hangzhou City directly climbed again in a straight line like chicken blood. In the next few years is a succession of several times, so that many people can no longer reach. Sir, our Riverside View Garden community. In addition to the usual large units, there are also several sets of exquisite small units of about 80 square meters. You can learn about them. Seeing that Chu Yang stood in front of the sand tray model without saying anything, the saleswoman thought that the other party was too expensive because of the too large size of the house type. So she handed a small house type introduction color page to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, however, shook his head and pointed to the foremost position of the cell sand table model. What's the price of these single-family homes? The saleswoman froze outright, and it took several seconds before she responded that sir, there are only 10 detached villas in our community. Each one is delivered with hardcover, ranging in size from about 350 square meters to about 800 square meters, and all have different prices. The smallest of these, 350 square meters, must cost around $5 million. Chu Yang frowned slightly. He who owned more than one set of detached villas in his last life in several cities such as Magic City Yinjing naturally knew that even a detached villa of 800 square meters was actually not very big. What about 800 square meters? 800 square meters for about $12 million. Well, what about the price of these 2 rows of garden houses out front? 15,000 yuan per square meter. And the garden houses are all large and cost at least 2 million yuan each. The saleswoman was finally a bit speechless. Feelings that you are doing market research to come? She thought this college-looking young man was playing a trick on her. If it wasn't for the fact that the other person was quite handsome, she would have been impatient already. Chapter 97. Should I go up there? Recommendations added. And next, when Chu Yang directly bought a 800 square meter detached villa and 2 180 square meter garden houses in one breath, this saleswoman's entire body was shocked to the point of numbness. Then he couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart, and in the envious gazes of the other sales staff, he respectfully handled the formalities for Chu Yang. And after hearing that such a big customer had come, the beautiful manager of Blue Earth Group who was in charge of the Riverside Scenic Garden District also specially went downstairs to receive Chu Yang. When see Chu Yang, which is so young and handsome, this all-black silko well-dressed beauty manager eyes is flashed a flash of color. Take the initiative to hand the business card to Chu Yang, not to say, is to take out the cell phone to ask for Chu Yang's QQ number. And she said that after moving in, you can contact her directly for anything, and she will do her best to fulfill all your needs. Looked at the business card in the hands of the Jiang Xia. This name, Chu Yang also did not polite, directly added the other QQ friend. There are still some hassles with the purchase process. It wasn't until a little after 4 p.m. that the paperwork for the 3 houses was processed. Chu Yang casually placed the 3 sets of purchase contracts on the copilot and then started the car to go far away amidst the enthusiasm of the beautiful manager and others. By this time the sky was already a bit dim, and a light rain was falling from the originally gloomy sky. Chu Yang originally intended to go directly back to the place where he lived, but when he passed by Antai Mansion, a figure standing downstairs was reflected in his eyes. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and Qin Xia stood below the building in a thin black dress, her long hair fluttering in the wind along with the hem of her skirt. Her already tall and slender figure looked a little more thin in the sluggish autumn wind. Seeing this scene, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up an evil arc. Then he pulled the car to the side under the building, and the window slowly lowered. Need a ride? Qin Xia was first startled. After seeing that the person in the car was Chu Yang, a trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. She quietly glanced at the obviously valuable Mercedes-Benz coupe again. Her pretty face slightly flushed, revealing an embarrassed expression that, this will not be a little too much trouble for you. It doesn't matter. I don't have anything going on. Chu Yang shook his head indifferently, then raised his eyebrows again and faintly said, of course, if Miss Qin finds anything inconvenient, then forget it. After saying that, Chu Yang started the car once again, looking like he was ready to leave. No. Qin Xia hastily shook her head and quickly walked to the front of the car. Then after hesitating for a moment, she still opened the passenger door and sat in the car. Seeing the other party sitting on the co-pilot's seat, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up an imperceptible cold smile. Qin Xia had just sat down, but found that there was a stack of contract-like information under her buttocks. No, sorry about that, I didn't see it just now. Chu Yang shook his head indifferently and pointed to the armrest on the side of the. That's okay, you can just put it in the armrest for me. Shin-sia nodded with a red face and a shy and timid look, carefully pulling open the armrest box and then putting the stack of purchase contracts in. Between her quietly glanced at the content of the contract. A pair of beautiful eyes instantly flashed a flash of color. The heart also cannot help but speed up the beating up. Riverside View Court. Fully 800 square meters of detached house. And it looks like there's more than one set. Ward days. Not bad for a man who can buy millions of dollars in watches at the drop of a hat. Quietly glancing at Chu Yang's handsome side face that was concentrating on driving, Shin-sia's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of indescribable infatuation and yearning. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the number on the screen, Shin-sia's heart tightened, and she hurriedly pressed the mute button, then directly stuffed the phone into her bag. In fact, she and Lu Jianrun had already made an appointment for the other to come and pick her up after work, but now on Chu Yang's car. She naturally did not want Chu Yang to misunderstand. Taking in Shin-sia's small action just now, Chu Yang's eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible coldness, but on the surface, he smiled. "Ms. Shin, are you alright?" No. Shin-sia hurriedly shook her head, glancing at the BMW 7 Series sedan that had just stopped in the rearview mirror. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. "By the way, Ms. Shin, I still don't know where you live? I live in the Hua King Apartments, Building 9, Unit 1, Room 702. After saying that, Shin-sia seemed to realize that she had said too much and her pretty face became even more scarlet. Slightly lowering her head and not daring to look at Chu Yang. Hua King Apartments? Hearing this name, Chu Yang was slightly surprised. This apartment complex is very large, but the location is quite remote, not really close to Antai Mansion, and many young people who have just come to work in Hangzhou choose this place. In his last life, Chu Yang had lived here for a while after graduating from college. Well, you know this place? The one who was surprised this time was Shin-sia. In her opinion, how could a young and golden character like Chu Yang know about this kind of low-end apartment complex? Well, passing through, Chu Yang didn't explain anything more and directly accelerated towards the direction of Huajing apartment. Nearly an hour later, it was completely dark. The car finally drove into the Huajing apartment complex. The security guard at the gate just took one look at the jewel blue Mercedes coupe and the long list of license plate numbers on it that were all sixes, and let it go in a hurry, bringing the car to a slow stop under the 9th floor. Chu Yang turned to Shin-sia and smiled faintly. "Ms. Shin, it's here." "Oh, thanks. Shin-sia nodded and unbuckled her seatbelt, but did not get out of the car immediately. It seemed to be entangled for a long time, and only after a long time did she gather the courage to look at Chu Yang and said with a slightly red face, Do you want to go up and get a glass of water?" Chapter 98 Departure. Going to Yanjing, Chu Yang eventually politely declined Shin-sia's invitation and did not go upstairs for a drink. On the way back, as Chu Yang drove the car, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a cold smile as he thought of the other party's frustrated and grumpy expression after being rejected by himself just now. For this last life cheated himself for so many years, and personally pushed himself off the cliff of the financial jade. Chu Yang also want to hang each other again. After all, after that still have to figure out that Lu Jianrun's details. It's still a little too early, and more crucially, the next will soon go to Yanjing. He wanted to put his own this period of time savings are completely poor Yang Zihan. Thinking of Yang Zihan's coquettishness and madness the night before she left, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. Day 2. Chu Yang came to the office early in the morning. Today he wore a casual suit of Ferragamo brand, and his whole person looked low-key and introverted. "Mr. Chu, this is the ticket to Yanjing, the flight at 10 o'clock this morning. Here's the laptop for you. Those materials you asked for have been copied in. Also as per your request, the reservation for you is the Boya International Hotel, which is near the Yanjing Film Academy." Lin Shiyu placed an airplane ticket and an exquisite computer bag on Chu Yang's desk, and then she remembered something else. "By the way, Mr. Chu, yesterday afternoon I communicated with Fei GE's side, and that side said that their company's biggest advantage is production speed. Plus they've got our pre-ordered remote control system and specialized data equipment, and with 2 separate production lines dedicated to it, it won't take them a month to complete our order of 10,000 units. Chu Yang couldn't help but feel happy when he heard that. He had thought that this kind of bicycle production was troublesome. At the very least it would take about 2 months to produce these 10,000 units, but he didn't expect the other party's production speed to be so amazing. Looks like there's hope for this startup competition after all. Good. Notify them to start production immediately with the fastest speed possible, and preferably to be able to deliver 5,000 units to us first in about half a month's time. During the time I'm going to Yinjing, have Zhou and the others continue to suck up those 2 stocks, and speed up the progress a bit on the program technology department's side. And that little girl Ting-Ting's side, you go and watch her more, don't let her get too tired. Okay Mr. Chu. After arranging things for the company, Chu Yang asked Yang Dahe to send himself to Hangzhou City Shashan International Airport. He was traveling sort of light this time, with only a computer bag and no other luggage. Standing in the empty airport hall, Chu Yang glanced at the air ticket in his hand and couldn't help but secretly praise Lin Xiyu for the meticulousness of her work. In fact, the other person could have taken out the tickets for themselves without having to do so in advance at all, and just booked them, because before boarding the plane, you still need to check in, and that time you can just pick up your ticket together with your ID. But the other person apparently made a special trip to the airport this morning to pick up his ticket for himself. After checking in and picking up my boarding pass, the time was just right, because Lin Xiyu had booked first class. There was a special VIP channel and there was no need to queue up. After a simple and quick security check, Chu Yang directly boarded the airplane. First class is located at the very front of the cabin, near the captain's cabin, with extra space. Opening the folding table, Chu Yang casually placed his computer bag on it, then lightly adjusted the seat and took a seat on the fluffy sofa chair, probably because it had just rained during the night. The weather today was exceptionally good. The sky was unbelievably blue, and the sun was very bright. Looking at the blue sky outside, Chu Yang cannot help but feel some emotion. This is still his first time to take an airplane after rebirth. A middle-aged man in a suit took a seat beside Chu Yang, and just like Chu Yang, the other party was only carrying a leather handbag without any other luggage. Although the middle-aged man looked a bit haggard, this suit on his body was obviously not a general brand, letting people know at a glance that it was worth a lot, especially when placing his handbag on the tabletop. His wrist inadvertently revealed a silver wristwatch of the same brand as Chu Yang's. However, Chu Yang did not feel surprised at all. After all, those who can sit in the first-class cabin, the economic conditions are certainly not bad. While the middle-aged man saw Chu Yang, but showed a hint of surprise. After all, like Chu Yang this age on the first class, or uncommon, the plane slowly took off, and after refusing the active and attentive service of the long-legged flight attendant, Chu Yang felt a little bored and took his computer out of his bag. It's a newest ThinkPad X1 Carbon with a thin and light body that's excellent for travel office use. Glancing at the configuration label affixed to the underside of the i7-3667U, 8GB DDR3, 256GB SSD, Chu Yang secretly nodded. This configuration was already considered very good at this time. In particular, the 256GB SSD was able to greatly increase the system speed, which was still rare on top of laptops at the time. It looks like Lin Xiyu put some effort into her shopping. Opened the ultra-thin carbon fiber cover, pressed the power on button. Sure enough, booting up was fast, and the system desktop was loaded in no more than 10 seconds at most. Chu Yang plugged in his USB flash drive and copied a folder called Intellectual Property Related from the USB flash drive to his computer. All the documents inside this folder were prepared by him alone during this time. Even Lin Xiyu didn't really know about them. Looked at a few other folders on the desktop. Chu Yang casually clicked on one of the called Pineapple Bicycle Project Planning PPT file, and then look at it while modifying up. Chu Yang was revising the file when a voice suddenly rang out from the side, only to see that the middle-aged man was staring at the computer screen with some surprise and a strong interest in his eyes. Seeing Chu Yang looking at himself, the middle-aged man realized what was going on and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I saw it by accident. I can sign a non-disclosure agreement if it involves trade secrets. Chapter 99 Meeting again. There are no trade secrets. Chu Yang casually shook his head and turned around to continue editing this PPT file, and hearing Chu Yang's words, the middle-aged man couldn't help but continue to look on the sidelines, and as a result, the more he looked, the more shocked he became, and the more excitement grew in his eyes. It was the first time he had seen such a new and creative venture, and to his vision, has seen that Pineapple Bike this project's market potential and development prospects are absolutely non-trivial. Seeing Chu Yang put away his computer, the middle-aged man finally couldn't help but ask, "This little brother, may I ask if you're in business now?" "Sort of." Chu Yang nodded casually. The middle-aged man couldn't help but light up in his eyes and hurriedly continued to ask, "Was that just your startup program?" "Aha." Seeing Chu Yang nodding his head, he directly took out a business card out and handed it to Chu Yang with both hands, saying with a sincere face, "I am Gao Yangheng, the person in charge of Hanshin Investment. If you need to invest in this project of yours, little brother, you can contact me directly. To be honest, I'm very interested in this project of yours." "Oh," Chu Yang was slightly stunned, took the business card and looked at it, only to see that it was written with the words Gao Yangheng, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Hanshin Fund Limited and Hanshin Investment Company Limited. What? Little brother, this business project of yours needs investment now? Please rest assured that our Hangshin investment will absolutely invest in the shareholding in accordance with the most reasonable ratio. Seeing Chu Yang's expression, the middle-aged man thought that the other party was moved, and his heart could not help but feel happy, and he hurriedly continued. Aha! Only then did Chu Yang come back to his senses and shook his head somewhat apologetically at the middle-aged man. Sorry, not at the moment. The middle-aged man was obviously a bit disappointed, but still said with some reluctance, well, if there's a need in the future, you can always contact me, little brother. Chu Yang nodded and took another look at the delicate business card in his hand, which was obviously made of high-grade material, before putting it away. This founder of the Everest Fund is no stranger to him. The other hand single-handedly founded Hangshin Fund was once also one of the several private equity funds with the strongest strength in China. Only later in the hands of Xinhai Private Equity suffered a big loss, and then suffered setbacks one after another. Therefore, it could only scale down the volume of capital in the securities market, and at the same time set up the Hangshin Investment Company Limited to invest in other fields instead. This Mr. Gao has a very good reputation in the investment world, and in the beginning Hangshin Investment was considered to have achieved good results in the market. Just the back of the investment direction went wrong, and eventually after a few years, this Hangshin Investment completely withdrew from the capital market. In his last life, before Chu Yang created Tianyang Capital, he had a special understanding of this investment company that had once been brilliant. About 2 hours later, the airplane arrived at the capital of the Chinese nation, Yanjing City. Chu Yang got off the plane, politely declined the middle-aged man's invitation to accompany him, and directly took a cab towards downtown Yanjing. Sitting in the cab, looking at the unfamiliar yet familiar streetscape outside the window, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel another pang of emotion. Sir, 3 Mile East Road is here. Half an hour later, the cab slowed to a stop at the curb. Okay, hard work master. Chu Yang paid the fare and then stepped down from the car. Looking at his surroundings, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This place didn't seem to have changed much compared to 10 years later. Far from being like Hangtown, it's almost like a new city. Perhaps the biggest change is that there are fewer little blue and yellow bikes on the side of the road at this time of year, which were everywhere in the last life. After searching for a while, Chu Yang finally saw a very inconspicuous small sign in the corner of a building, which was written with the words Anjia Intellectual Property Law Firm. Chu Yang's eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked over quickly, then followed the instructions to enter this old building that was even more dated than the Antai Mansion. After climbing to the 4th floor on foot, I saw an office with the words Anjia Intellectual Property Law Firm written on the door. Knock, knock. A few knocks on the door, and soon a deep female voice came out of the "Come in." This office was small and Spartan, but neatly organized, except for the little information on the table. Inside the filing cabinet, each file box is neatly and orderly arranged, with various labels clearly labeled. Chu Yang walked into the office, only to see a short-haired woman of about 30 years old sitting at a simple desk, looking up at him. Can I help you? Her voice was flat, but it gave off an indescribable feeling of confidence. On the woman's body was a very decent professional outfit, which, combined with her short, ear-to-ear hair, made her entire body look extremely competent, and the rather clean-cut features look a bit serious at this time, just like the lawyer's professional characteristics. Seeing this short-haired woman, Chu Yang could not help but feel a shock in his heart, finally seeing the other party again. In his last life, it could be said that a large part of the reason why Tianyang Capital was able to achieve successive successes and almost never had any major problems in the legal aspect was due to this person in front of him. Chapter 1000 Yanjing Film Academy. Seeing the other party's somewhat puzzled expression, Chu Yang quickly retrieved his thoughts. Lawyer, and I have some trademarks and patents that need to be applied for registration on my side. I wonder if your law firm can handle the relevant processes on my behalf. Yes, please. Is the relevant information ready? Ange nodded and then said. Chu Yang took a USB flash drive out of his computer bag and handed it to the other party. All the materials needed are inside the flash drive. After receiving the USB flash drive and plugging it into the computer, and looking at the contents inside, Anjia couldn't help but freeze directly. You mean to say that all these graphics and words should be applied for registered trademarks? Anja stared wide-eyed and incredulously at the strangely shaped shapes and the inexplicable names inside the folder called trademarks, lined up with a bunch of dense graphic files, in addition to Momo, Tan, Quick Shake, Tremolo, and some fruits, like pineapple, oranges, tangerines, watermelon, and so on. There are even tools for life, such as hammers, wrenches, etc. Looking at the shocked Anjia, Chu Yang nodded his head with a serious expression. Well, there are 85 in total, plus if you add in the different related categories, you'll probably need to apply for the registration of about 400 trademarks in total. Anjia directly sucked in a breath of cold air, 400 registered trademarks. This was simply more than the number she usually received in a whole year. Or rather, more than all her previously registered trademarks combined. After all, this law firm of hers was only just over a year old. Lawyer, and there is another more important thing. That is, if this invention and creation patent wants to pass the approval, I don't know what else needs to be modified. Chu Young pointed to the computer screen. The patent application materials written no fixed pickup and return point bicycle rental operation system and method asked, because in the last life, there were some oversights in the application of the patent for the most central technology of this bike sharing market. So the later stage did not have a particularly effective restrictive effect on the bike sharing products in the market. This was one of the fundamental reasons for the chaotic competition in the domestic bicycle sharing market in China at that time. But even so, the patent owner named Gu Tai Lai can still collect royalties of $13 per vehicle per year from the bike sharing companies. This was the information that Chu Yang had perfected on his own based on the content of the patents in his memory. But he was not a professional after all, and he still needed Anjie, a professional, to be the gatekeeper in terms of patent applications. Oh, Anjie knitted her brows slightly and scrutinized the whole set of patent application information. After a long time she looked up and nodded. The set of information is already relatively complete. There are just a few details in the application format that need to be revised, and the probability of passing the review in one go is still quite high. Hearing Anjie's words, Chu Yang's heart was immediately overjoyed. As long as you can get this core patent, the future of the shared bicycle field, others later want to compete with the pineapple bicycle malicious low price competition. It can be said that there is no longer the slightest possibility. If you want it, you can do it too. Pay the patent license royalty first. The trademark and patent registration fee of nearly 1 million yuan was paid to the account of the law firm, and the other party agreed to mail the registration certificate to Hangzhou directly after the successful application. When he was about to leave, Chu Yang was just about to walk out of this office, but he still couldn't help but turn back and smile at Anjie. By the way, lawyerin, I am Chu Yang, the founder of Tianyang Capital. I wonder if you are interested in joining us at Tianyang Capital. Tianyang Capital? Looking at the obviously uncomplicated young man in front of her, Anjie couldn't help but be a little surprised, but still shook her head without thinking. I'm sorry to say I have no thoughts of going into corporate work. Hearing the other party's refusal, Chu Yang was not surprised and nodded, then turned to leave. He knew that although the other party was only running such a small law firm now, he had a confidence and arrogance in his heart that ordinary lawyers did not have in his last life. If you want to get the other side to join, you have to show some real strength to do so. There's clearly a bit of a shortage of Tianyang capital right now. Yanjing Film Academy in China's art school in the status of extraordinary, but also China's only world-renowned domestic performing arts colleges and universities, but also known as the cradle of the Chinese performing arts talent. Many famous first-line stars in the Chinese domestic performing arts industry, and even Chen Guo and Zhang Yi, who are well-known directors, all graduated from this college. So to be able to study in the middle of Yanjing Film Academy is in itself a proof of strength. The campus of Yanjing Film Academy is not that large, but it gives a sense of majesty and heaviness. The road is lined with tall ginkgo trees that, on the corners of the playground's edges. On the other hand, there were a few maple trees staggered about. It's late fall, and the maple leaves are already red, and ginkgo trees full of golden yellow ginkgo trees look spectacular. The road under the trees is covered with thick golden ginkgo leaves, like a carpet made of gold. Zihan, you're just too good. It's the first time Professor Li she's praised a student like that, and what you just sang is really too good. It's hard to imagine that you're just a student coming out of an ordinary school like the Zhejiang Provincial Art Academy. The bell rang for the end of class, and a group of students walked out from inside the school building. A clear-looking girl pulled Yang Zihan's hand with a marvelous face and said, in fact, this girl was also considered to be very good-looking, just that when placed in the midst of this movie academy where there were so many beautiful women, she didn't stand out that much. Thank you, Ru. It was just me being in better shape just now. Yang Zihan smiled and thanked her, her voice as clear and pleasant as a gurgling spring. This girl's name was Sun Xiaoru, a friend she had met after coming to Yanjing Film Academy. Shay, what's the big deal? Just a bumpkin from Zhejiang province. Just then, a disdainful voice came from the distance, only to see a pretty girl with big permed waves twirling her waist. She was wearing a pink Chanel super short dress, her plump thighs directly exposed to the air. Several girls clustered behind her, clearly dominated by her. To think that this bumpkin from the countryside, who had just come for less than a month, had taken away all the halos that originally belonged to him, and that today he had even been valued by that Professor Li, who had great attainments in the field of music. The big wavy girl couldn't help but flash a trace of deep hatred in the depths of her gaze, but on the surface, she glanced at Yang Zihan with extreme disdain and faintly said, I'm treating you all to dinner at Refer West today, and you're all welcome to join us for a good time. Hearing the words Refer Western Restaurant, the surrounding girls suddenly exclaimed. This was one of the top Western restaurants in Yanjing City, and the per capita price was said to have exceeded $2,000. Although it was near the Yanjing Film Academy, on weekdays these students could only look at it from a distance. Sun Xiaoru, you should come along too. The big wavy girl looked at Sun Xiaoru, who was standing beside Yang Zihan, and faintly said. Seeing that the other party hesitated but still nodded, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but hook up a touch of playfulness, lightly glancing at Yang Zihan, who was at the side of the room. It's fine if certain bumpkins want to follow along, or else it'll be difficult to eat inside this kind of top Western restaurant in the future. Sun Xiaoru frowned, but then remembered something and came over to Yang Zihan and whispered, Zihan, why don't you come along too? You know, her sister is the one. When we eat later you find a chance to bow down to her. I guess she won't give you a hard time later. Chapter 101, Refer Western Restaurant. No, I'll just eat inside the cafeteria later. Yang Zihan knew what Sun Xiaoru meant, but still shook his head, then turned around and walked in the direction of the dormitory building. Seeing Yang Zihan's beautiful back that left in a dashing manner, the big wavy girl was even more upset in her heart, and coldly hummed, ungrateful. On the side, Sun Xiaoru looked at the faraway Yang Zihan with some worry, then gritted her teeth and still followed behind the big wavy woman and the girls. In the middle of the campus, which had become a bit noisy because school had just ended, Yang Zihan walked alone on a path leading to his dormitory. A gust of autumn wind blew, and a few golden leaves drifted down from the ginkgo tree on one side, slowly falling onto the ground that was already covered with golden ginkgo leaves. Yang Zihan was wearing a beige tight sweater. Underneath was a pair of black pencil pants, and outside was a thin jacket. Her figure in the autumn wind looked particularly lonely. She took out her cell phone and looked at it. Seeing the empty standby desktop and the date underneath, she couldn't help but slightly pout her red lips before placing the phone back in her bag with some disappointment. But just as he walked downstairs to his dormitory, a cell phone rang out of nowhere. She couldn't help but tremble in her heart, and hurriedly took out her cell phone and, just by glancing at the number on it, the corners of her mouth instantly lifted, and her entire being seemed to take on color for a moment. Sister Zihan, where are you? Hearing the familiar voice coming out of the receiver, Yang Zihan couldn't help but feel a slight sourness in her nose and said softly, I just got out of school and I'm downstairs in my dorm room. Well, I wonder if schoolteacher has time in the evening. Could you do me the honor of accompanying me to dinner? Ah, you came to Yanjing? Yang Zihan's delicate body trembled violently, and she directly couldn't help but cry out in shock. Hearing the undisguised excitement and delight in the other party's voice, the corners of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly, but his mouth was still catching. Well, what? Schoolteacher doesn't want me to come? Humph, you didn't tell me in advance. I wasn't even prepared. By the way, did you just get off the plane? I'll go to the airport to pick you up now. Yang Zihan pouted her little mouth, then thought of something else and said in a hurry, Silly girl, I'm already near your college, so come straight out now and meet me at that Western restaurant west of the school gates. Ah, well, yes, I'll be right there. Hearing that Chu Yan was already not far away from her, Yang Zihan's heartbeat instantly accelerated again, and her pretty face was slightly flushed. She didn't go upstairs to put down her school bag either. She directly carried that small and cute duffel bag on her back, and moved those two straight and slender legs towards the school entrance with a quick step. Yang Zihan had just come to Yanjing less than a month ago, and wasn't very familiar with the surroundings. When she came out from the academy gate, she walked towards the west as Chu Yang said. After just a short walk, an extremely well-decorated Western restaurant caught her eye. This Western restaurant is a small, separate two-story building that just looks extraordinary. Yang Zihan looked around and there were no other stores, making sure that this was the Western restaurant that Chu Yang had mentioned. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, and just as she was about to walk towards the restaurant, the words refer in beige on the top of it caught her eye. Refer? Yang Zihan froze slightly and couldn't help but remember the words of that big wavy girl just now. Although she didn't know the exact price of this Western restaurant, but listening to what the other party just said, I guess it shouldn't be cheap. However, she was in a hurry to meet Chu Yang and did not think much about it as she walked straight into the middle of the Western restaurant. Excuse me, are you the Honorable Miss Yang Zihan? Yang Zihan just walked into the empty Western restaurant. A foreign waitress greeted her with a smile on her face and asked extremely politely in very standard Chinese. Seeing Yang Zihan nodding her head, this foreign waitress hurriedly stretched out her hand to point upstairs and respectfully said, Esteemed Miss Yang Zihan, please follow me. Mr. Chu has been waiting for you up there for quite some time. Feeling the incomparably respectful service attitude of the other party, Yang Zihan couldn't help but be secretly shocked. It was the first time she came to such a high-end Western restaurant, but when she came to the second floor, her whole body stayed straight there. Just see the whole second floor above obviously after a careful arrangement. At the moment there is only a chic heart-shaped dining table set in the center of the position, and there's already a sea of roses all around. Chapter 102 packed, 5-star praise plus more. As one of the most high-end Western restaurants in Yinjing City, the decoration of Refer Western Restaurant is filled with a strong Nordic style, and the details are all extremely elaborate. On weekdays the entire second floor above is even just set 4 dining tables. This makes Refer West one of the most difficult Western restaurants to book. Off to the side is the chef's open console, where dining guests can turn around and enjoy the scene of food preparation on the counter. That's why it's been said that what you eat at this Refer Western restaurant is not just a meal anymore, but more like an artistic feast about food. But at this time on the second floor above, 4 rectangular dining tables have disappeared empty, replaced by an exquisite heart-shaped dining table placed in the middle of the hall. The floor was covered in pink and light blue rose petals, while right in the center was a string of hearts pieced together by bright red roses that surrounded the perimeter of the burgundy heart-shaped dining table. It was simply shocking to the core. A few blonde, blue-eyed, foreign girls in maid outfits stood aside with incomparable respect, and a hint of shock and envy also appeared in their eyes. They had been working in this Western restaurant for so long, and it was the first time they had seen such an extravagant and romantic scene. Under the dark pink light, Yang Zihan stood there dumbfounded, gazing at Chu Yang sitting on the side of the dining table with a smile on his face. The whole person was as if in a dream. Chu Yang stood up and slowly walked to Yang Zihan's side, reached out his hand and pinched the other party's beautiful snow-white and soft face, then pulled up the other party's small hand and led her to sit across from him, with a cheerful happy birthday voice ringing out, only to see a foreign waitress bring up an exquisite and incomparable compact cake. She placed the cake on the table and was just about to open it and insert the candles when Chu Yang stopped her with a wave of his hand. Chu Yang gently opened the specially customized black swan cake and then inserted 20 candles one by one, forming a heart shape. Happy birthday! Lighting the candles one by one. Then Chu Yang raised his head to look at Yang Zihan, whose eyes were already a little red, and said softly, "Here, make a wish." Yang Zihan nodded with red eyes, then slowly closed her eyes, while having expected Chu Yan to remember that it was his birthday. But she never thought that the other party would travel all the way to Yinjing to prepare such a romantic 20th birthday dinner for herself. At this time, the girl with big waves and a few other girls had just walked to the door of the restaurant Refer. Wow! This Refer Western restaurant is worthy of being one of the highest-end Western restaurants in the whole of Yinjing. This small building is so classy. A girl couldn't help but marvel at the chicly shaped 2-story building. It is said that a dinner inside this restaurant, the per capita consumption is at least $2,000 or more. Lily's sister is really too atmospheric. Another girl with heavy makeup deliberately said with some flattery. What? Over 2,000 for one person? Then with so many of us, this dinner must cost tens of thousands of dollars. Hearing this price, the other few girls all sucked in a breath of cool air and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Behind the few people, Sun Xiaoru was also secretly smacking her lips. Such an expensive consumer price. Born in the countryside, she just never heard of. It's only $10,000 or $20,000. What's that worth? The big wavy girl with the condescending look on her face. For my sister, it's just a couple hours of paychecks. Hearing her words, several other girls revealed envious looks. They knew that the other side wasn't bragging. For her sister, who has been in the business for a long time and is now a rising star in the acting industry, this is really nothing. And with a sister with such a colic, this one certainly won't have a bad future in the entertainment industry. Thinking about this, they looked at the big wavy girls a little more respectfully. Come on, let's go in. The big wavy girl nodded contentedly, striding directly inside the restaurant with her head held high. But a few people had just walked into the lobby when they were stopped by the store's staff. The staff member, a handsome Frenchman, looked somewhat apologetically at the college girls, all of whom had good looks. I'm sorry to say that we have run out of space in the restaurant today. You can come by tomorrow if you need to. Looking at the polite smile on the face of this handsome foreigner, and listening to the other party's words, the big wavy girl couldn't help but be slightly stunned and she knew it was hard to get a table at the Refer on weekends, but today was not a weekend. Usually, there were places inside this restaurant at this time of the day, so she didn't make a reservation in advance. Immediately after seeing the empty halls inside, she frowned and, "Excuse me, there doesn't seem to be a guest in here, does there?" The staff member smiled somewhat apologetically and explained, "I'm sorry, our restaurant was booked as a whole by a distinguished guest today, and that guest is dining on the second floor, so it's inconvenient to receive any other guests." Overall booking? Package? The big wavy girl was straight up dumbfounded and it was the first time she had ever heard that the expensive Refer restaurant had a private room. But then again, I thought that I had already boasted in front of these classmates, and if I just went back, it would be too faceless. She hesitated for a moment, stepped forward and pulled the rather handsome staff member aside with a seductive smile, clamping her voice. "Handsome, we are the students from the Yenjing Film Academy next door. Since there is a spare seat on the first floor, can we be allowed to dine on the first floor? Please don't worry. We definitely won't disturb others. Sniffing the perfume flavor of this big wave girl's body, looking at the other side of the deep bottomless seductive career line, this French young man could not help but have some dry mouth up, hesitated for a moment, some for a reason. I'm afraid that's not very appropriate. Tell you what, I'll go up and ask that guest. If that guest doesn't agree, then there's nothing I can do. Chapter 103, Traditional Virtues. Restaurant's second floor. Yang Zihan was happily eating Western food with Chu Yang, and every now and then she would let out a silver bell-like laughter. There was also an inexpensive bottle of Bordeaux open on the table. It had already been mostly drunk by the two. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, the male staff member came over, gave an apologetic expression, and then briefly described what happened downstairs. The esteemed Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to disturb you. It's like this. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Chu Yang had already frowned. He thought that this was a very rude behavior from the other party. As the contractor of this Western restaurant tonight, the other party shouldn't come over to bother him again for this kind of thing. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and was about to refuse directly, but Yang Zihan spoke first and, yes, let them be on the first floor. Seeing Chu Yang's somewhat puzzled look, Yang Zihan explained, it's probably my classmates. They said they were coming over here for dinner. One of them, a girl named Sun Xiaoru, is a good friend I met after I arrived in Yinjing. It was then that Chu Yang came to a realization, but he noticed that Yang Zihan's complexion seemed a bit unnatural, so he could not help but ask, right Zihan, how are you doing over here? Have you encountered anything unhappy? Yang Zihan hesitated, but smiled and shook his head. No, it's all good. After having dinner, Chu Yang and Yang Zihan headed downstairs under the respectful lead of the foreign girl. Because of drinking half a bottle of red wine, Yang Zihan's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she had quietly taken Chu Yang's arm after she stood up. In the lobby of the first floor, the big wavy girl named Lily was sitting at a table in the corner with a few other girls, enjoying the delicious taste and pride of this high-class restaurant. Every now and then there's a gasp, and when Yang Zihan walked to the first floor on Chu Yang's arm, instead of saying hello, she deliberately bypassed the table of the big wavy girls and theirs and walked straight towards the outside of the restaurant. Seeing Yang Zihan's somewhat strange behavior, Chu Yang slightly froze, but did not say anything more, letting the other party take his arm to the outside of the restaurant. At this time, it was already dark, there were not many vehicles on the streets, and there were only 3 or 2 students walking towards the entrance of Yinjing Film Academy. Where are we going next? Chu Yang clutched Yang Zihan's small hand and tightened the other's arm, pointing to the not-too-distant Joy City. Want to go shopping in the mall over there? Don't. Yang Zihan shook her head without hesitation. Then her pretty face suddenly became incomparably scarlet and she leaned over to Chu Yang's ear and murmured in a low voice, I want to sleep. Feeling the hot and wet breath sprayed on his ears, as well as the hot body that had some softness down, Chu Yang could not help but swallow his saliva with difficulty, and directly half-hugged the other party towards the Boya International Hotel that was not far away. Go back in time a few minutes. In the middle of the Refer restaurant, the big wavy girl was savoring the caviar that had just come up with a few other girls, when suddenly an incredibly surprised voice rang out from the sidelines. Zihan? Only to see Sun Xiaoru's eyes widen as she looked at the not too far away with an incredulous expression. A few people couldn't help but look over with some confusion, then instantly froze, only to see that Yang Zihan was holding a man's arm, snuggling close to each other's side, with a heartfelt smile on her face. The two of them walked together towards the outside of the restaurant, with several waiters following behind with immense respect. How can it be? How could that country bumpkin show up here? The big wavy girl grunted angrily and looked at the young Frenchman behind her with an irritated face, questioning, didn't you say your restaurant was booked tonight? How did those two show up here? The staff member froze for a moment, looked in the direction the other party was pointing, and immediately revealed a respectful look that, then turning to the somewhat exasperated, big wavy girl, what's the problem? Those two are the honored guests who have chartered our restaurant tonight. What? How is that possible? Hearing the staff's words, everyone, including the big wavy girl, was directly dumbfounded. They all know that this girl named Yang Zihan is just an ordinary student who came from the art college of Zhejiang province to exchange for study, and her family's condition should not be very good, not even in terms of living expenses, which could be seen in what she usually ate and wore. There's no comparison to a rich girl like Big Wave Girl who lives on tens of thousands of dollars a month. And how is it possible to dine in such a high-end restaurant? And, in the exaggerated form of this package. But soon after, the Big Wave Girl came back from her shock and looked at Yang Zihan's back in the distance with incomparable resentment. I don't know where I found a wild man, so I think I've really flown up to become a phoenix? How dare you make a fool out of me? When I get into acting, I'm going to let this bumpkin know what it means to be truly desperate. In her opinion, tonight, Yang Zihan must have intentionally found a man to book the entire restaurant and then let herself dine on the first floor as if it was a handout, just to embarrass her beyond belief. Hearing her words, the other few girls also instantly understood, with an expression of realization. Only Sun Xiaoru's eyes flashed a strong color of worry. Boya International Hotel, on the top floor, in the highest-end viewing suite, opening the door to his room, Xu Yang put Yang Zihan on the sofa, then took out a delicate little box from his pocket, gently opening it, then handing it to Yang Zihan. Here, a birthday present for you. Ah, Yang Zihan looked at the absolutely inexpensive Cartier diamond necklace in front of her, and remembered the scene in the Western restaurant that Refer had just been in, and the whole person couldn't help but freeze there. Xu Yang naturally knew her doubts, and shoved the delicate box containing the necklace directly into her small hand, smiling faintly. Don't worry, Sister Zihan, this was all bought with the money I made in the stock market recently. Speaking of which, I have you to thank for this. If it wasn't for that 50,000 you transferred to me as a principal, I wouldn't have made so much money. Speculation? Yang Zihan was slightly stunned. His heart was still a little surprised that he could make so much money by speculating on stocks. However, she had unconditional trust in Xu Yang, so she soon stopped thinking about it, only looking at this exquisite and incomparable diamond necklace in her hand, and was a bit distressed. Xu Yang, next time don't buy me such an expensive gift, and you don't need to book such a high-class restaurant. You have a lot of places to use your money in the future. You still need to economize in these areas. After saying that, Yang Zihan carefully put away the small box containing the necklace. Then she winked at Xu Yang, turned around and walked towards the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. Saving some? Xu Yang, however, took a step in front of her and nodded his head with a serious face. Well, Sister Zihan, I think what you said makes sense. Saving is a traditional virtue of our Chinese nation. Yang Zihan looked at him with some confusion, but only to see Xu Yang's mouth corner bad smile, directly will her waist to pick up, stride toward the bathroom. So let's just wash them together. That should save some water. Dizzying water vapor filled the air in the frosted glass-enclosed bathroom, where the temperature had climbed dramatically. If in an outside room, one could just see that on the bathroom wall made of frosted glass, a pair of small, snow-white, slender hands were pushing on it, imprinting two clearly visible slap marks. Behind is vaguely visible a natural and seductive silhouette, black as a waterfall of long hair has been wet by sweat and water vapor, hanging down on the side of the fragrant shoulders. The slender waist that can be grasped from the back looks even more slender for a few points. A pair of big hands directly like to be able to wring the general grip on it. Below, a pair of cute little snow-white, crystalline feet stepped directly on the ground, their toes gently tiptoeing on the, and those straight and slender snow-white legs were slightly bent at this time, then sometimes together, sometimes apart. Sometimes they even lift one of their beautiful legs and hitch a little foot aside. It should be because it had been too long since they had met. Xu Yang was extraordinarily strong today. From the outside, you could see that the perfect silhouette that had been vaguely visible was suddenly and powerfully squeezed onto the frosted glass, creating an extremely beautiful picture on the wall. Just see Yang Zihan's snow-white pretty face slightly raised, open red lips, big mouth breathing. A pair of beautiful eyes have been a little lax, and then violently uncontrollable release chanting up. Chapter 104, by the window. After a full 2 hours of showering, Xu Yang carried the already exhausted Yang Zihan to the bed. The entire room was very quiet at the moment, in contrast to the intertwined and mixed sounds of water and clapping and shouting just moments before. Yang Zihan snuggled in Xu Yang's arms. The frequency of breathing is still a bit rapid, obviously not yet recovered from the high-intensity exercise just now. Elementary school brother, I heard from Yurong that you also signed up for this national student entrepreneurship competition, right? After resting in Xu Yang's arms for a while, Yang Zihan managed to get her strength back and remembered what Mu Yurong had mentioned earlier. Well, our guide is the academy's lead teacher for this competition. Xu Yang nodded without explaining too much, thinking again of the words Mu Yurong had said to herself. Her heart couldn't help but feel a little irritated and pinched Yang Zihan's pair of white and tender erections and asked, Sister Zihan, you're in regular contact with that big-breasted girl? Big boobs? Yang Zihan was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted. Of course, we're the best of girlfriends. Yurong even said that she'll make a special trip to Yanjing to see me when this entrepreneurship competition is over. She's been in a pretty good mood lately. I heard that she seems to have entered the board of directors of the Mu Tian group, and that the group's development is going well. Hearing Xu Yang address Mu Yurong in this manner, Yang Zihan's mouth could not help but slightly curl up. Oh, so young to be a board member of a public company? Xu Yang deliberately showed a surprised expression before skimming his lips. It seems that this big-breasted girl isn't purely busty, although she's a bit cold and arrogant on weekdays. Big boobs? Yang Zihan couldn't help but laugh dumbly and shook his head. Yu Rong is a famous business genius in our academy. It's rumored that several of Mu Tian Group's new major development projects were all her ideas. This time too. She's the one representing our arts academy in this entrepreneurship competition. And you say she's high and mighty. That's just on the surface. She's actually very easy to get along with and has never been a bit of a big lady. Hearing Yang Zihan's words, Chu Yang couldn't help but skim his lips, but he didn't say anything more and turned to ask, "Right, Sister Zihan, how are you doing over here in Yanjing? Still getting used to it?" "Well, this side of Yanjing is quite nice except for the air being a bit drier, especially the scenery in autumn. It's really beautiful." Yang Zihan nodded, then remembered something else and said somewhat happily, "By the way, elementary school brother, today my singing was recognized and praised by Professor Li Niano." "Old Prof. Li Nim?" Chu Yan was slightly shocked. He had heard of this old man who was low-key but had far-reaching influence on the field of vocal music in China. To be able to obtain this person's affirmation, the gold content of it could be imagined. He couldn't help but feel happy for Yang Zihan. He knew that in his last life the other's biggest dream was to be able to succeed in the acting industry. And now with this old man's affirmation, it was enough to prove her strength and great potential for the future. TSK, I'm afraid that even in this Yanjing Film Academy, there aren't many people who can get praise from old Professor Li, right? Chu Yang shook his head with some emotion, then gave a thumbs up to Yang Zihan. I told you, Sister Zihan, you're the best." Hearing her beloved's praise, Yang Zihan's heart rejoiced, but she still reddened her pretty face and shook her head somewhat shyly. "Not really, the Yanjing Film Academy is the top acting school in China. There are a lot of geniuses in it." Seeing this shy and timid look of Yang Zihan, Chu Yang felt that his body was instantly out of control once again. Feeling Chu Yang's dissimilarity, Yang Zihan's delicate body trembled. A pair of beautiful eyes instantly covered with a layer of spring water. As the highest-end viewing suite of the Boya International Hotel, this room is very spacious. Chu Yang and Yang Zihan both first felt the amazing elasticity of the Simmons king-size bed for a while, then went to experience the ride on the leather sofa, and finally went to test up the pressure-bearing ability of the desk. "I have to say, the quality of this solid wood desk is really great." Let Chu Yan repeated all kinds of movements, actually did not make that kind of creaking sound. Yang Zihan's beautiful eyes narrowed away as she leaned back on the table, enjoying the wonderful sensation that made one's soul tremble. Inadvertently glancing at the large floor-to-ceiling windows to the side, she couldn't help but furrow her willow brows and said, Windows. Chu Yan looked at the floor-to-ceiling window that was covered by a thin white veil and shook his head. "It's okay, it can't be seen." No. Yang Zihan, however, shook her little head, and a flirtatious and incomparably shy smile suddenly appeared on that delicate face covered with redness. I mean, go to the window. Chapter 105, The First Airplane Ride. Chu Yang stayed in Yanjing for 2 full days. During these 2 days, Yang Zihan specially took leave from the academy and sweated it out with Chu Yang in the hotel. Until sitting on the plane to the deep city, Chu Yang is still reminiscing about the wonderful feeling that made people taste good when he was with Yang Zihan. Because it was an impromptu decision to go to Deep City, Chu Yang didn't buy a first-class ticket for this flight. Even the business class had been sold out, so he could only buy the most common economy class ticket. In his last life, he hadn't taken a lot of airplanes, but it was really the first time he had ever sat in the economy class. Just as Chu Yang was comparing the difference between economy class and first class with a curious face, a clear female voice rang out from his side. "Hello, can you move over?" Chu Yang raised his head and looked at it, only to see that it was a girl with a very wow figure, almost around 22 or 23 years old, with some Englishness between her eyebrows. A white shirt paired with a professional tight skirt outlined the near-perfect curves, and her body was quite hot, with a height of over 175 centimeters. Somewhere the size could even be compared to Mu Yurong. Well, 90 points is no problem. Chu Yang scored in his mind and then sidestepped to give the other party the passage. The girl easily stuffed the tiny pink suitcase in her hand into the upper locker, then squeezed past Chu Yang. Because the space is a little narrow, and the other party's body is too hot, between the inevitable some physical friction contact, but the other party does not seem to feel, directly squeezed through to sit on the seat inside. "This is your first time on an airplane, isn't it?" Just as Chu Yan was still studying what was the difference between this economy class table board and the first class, a crisp voice rang out again. It was the girl sitting next to him. Chu Yang froze for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. What's there to be embarrassed about? After all, plane tickets aren't cheap, and I've never actually been on one a few times. The girl obviously thought that Chu Yan was embarrassed to admit it, and directly shook her head indifferently. "The first time I flew on an airplane I looked around just like you did, but then I flew more and didn't care." She was obviously very perky and sunny, and there was no disdain in her voice. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh dumbly and nodded his head. Yeah, it's pretty fresh. Right at this moment, a beautiful flight attendant pushed her food cart over and smiled at Chu Yang. Can I get you anything, sir? Without waiting for Chu Yang to reply, the young girl on the side directly took the lead and spoke. It's his first time on an airplane. Let me order for him a fast food, a bottle of mineral water, and a box of gum if you have it. I'll do the same. Seeing the stewardess smile and nod her head, turning around to get ready, Chu Yang was stunned. No need to thank me. It's a show of hands. The girl waved her hand bashfully, then stood up and took the lunchbox and mineral water handed over by the stewardess. After placing it on the small tabletop, and then taking the gum and waving it in front of Chu Yang. Chewing a piece of gum while traveling on an airplane makes the inside of your ears feel better. Seeing Chu Yang's dumbfounded expression, the girl smiled heartlessly and took out another piece of gum and handed it to Chu Yang. Letting her voluptuous body touch Chu Yang's arm intimately, she was as if she did not realize it and sat back on her, but after she finished, it's really a enthusiastic woman. Looking at the chewing gum in his hand, Chu Yang sighed in his heart. A total of about 3 hours or so of flights soon arrived in the Deep City. Deep City is located in the southern part of China, belonging to the subtropical to tropical transitional oceanic climate. Although it is already late fall, here is still very warm. It was a stark contrast to the already chilly Yanjing. Just after walking out of the airport, Chu Yang felt a warm breeze on his face, but he was already dressed thinly and was quite comfortable. It was just getting dark at this time of day, the peak of the traffic jam, and cabs were very tight. Trying to get a cab near the airport is a matter of luck. Chu Yang managed to stop a cab and sat in it, but the traffic on the highway was so heavy that it was jammed for half an hour and still not out of the airport. Looking at the raging traffic in front of him that could not be seen at the end of a glance, Chu Yang could not help but feel a burst of emotion. The deep market deserves to be the leader of reform and development in China. It's still only 2012 and it already feels like a decade later. Suddenly there was a creak. The sound of tires violently scraping against the ground rang out and the cab jerked to a sharp stop. Chu Yang, who was sitting in the back row, reacted quickly and instantly controlled his forward-leaning body. I'm sorry, sir. There's a sudden traffic stop in front of us. The driver master was obviously a bit annoyed, but his service attitude was still very good and he turned to Chu Yang and explained. Chu Yang frowned, looked up and, instead, I just saw a girl with an exploding body standing in front of the car, in a beautiful professional outfit, with a small Hello Kitty suitcase in her hand. Chapter 106, Penguin Mansion, Recommendations plus more. Obviously pleased to see the cab stop, the girl went straight to the back of the car and put her pink suitcase in the trunk. Then with a bit of a big grin, he opened the car door and got his butt in. Thank you, master. You should thank this gentleman. I wouldn't have let you in the car if he hadn't agreed. The driver's master's tone was obviously a bit unkind, and he felt that this woman who suddenly rushed to the front of the car and almost caused an accident might have something wrong with her brain, although she does have a wow factor. Well, thanks. Hearing the words of the driver's master, the girl turned to look at Chu Yang on the side, then her beautiful eyes instantly widened and she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Are you? Chu Yang smiled and nodded. After seeing that it was Chu Yang, the girl didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she was a little surprised, a pair of big eyes staring at Chu Yang in a dark way. What a coincidence. Chu Yang took out his cell phone and looked at the time, then casually replied, Deep South Avenue, over by the Penguin Building. Yikes, the girl exclaimed. It's just too much of a coincidence. I'm going over to Deep South Avenue too. Without the slightest consideration for the feelings of the driver's master in front of her, she smiled playfully at Chu Yang and, great, and it saves a trip on the bus. Seeing the girl with an excited face as lively as a child, Chu Yang could not help but laugh in his heart. Looking at this outfit of this tigress, she should be a white-collar worker or something, right? I just don't know what unlucky company has such a tigerish employee. Penguin Building is located in the northern part of Nanshan High-Tech Park in Shenzhen City, north of Shennan Avenue, completed in 2009. This was Penguin's first self-built office building, and later a nationally renowned landmark on Shennan Avenue. An hour later, the cab stopped across from the Penguin Building. Chu Yang had just pulled out his wallet, but the girl had already handed the money to the master driver in front of him, and then also turned to Chu Yang and said, I'll pay for it, just as a thank you. It's not easy for you to make money. Save it. She was still thinking that Chu Yang was taking an airplane for the first time today, and looking at this outfit, she didn't look like a rich person, so she must not have a lot of money on hand. This somewhat handsome guy should be the north of the drift is not very good, so turned to the deep city to make a living, right? But that's normal. In recent years, due to the rapid development of the city of Shenzhen, many young people from abroad have run over to work. Chu Yang could not help but be dumbfounded. The two of them got out of the car, and the girl took the suitcase out easily, then looked at Chu Yang. By the way, I still don't know what your name is? Chu Yan. Well, My name's Don Jagger. The girl looked at the watch on her wrist. Then the look on her face suddenly became a little anxious, pointed at Chu Yang in the east direction, threw down a sentence and turned around and walked quickly towards the opposite side of the road. There's a place to stay over there, so you'll make do for the night and get a job tomorrow. Chu Yang looked in the direction that the other party was pointing, but he saw a couple of dilapidated small hotels. He burst into tears a bit, feeling that this tigress was treating herself as a migrant laborer. Looking at the set of casual clothes without any logo on his body, Chu Yang couldn't help but shake his head helplessly and turn toward the Marriott International Hotel Zhengzhou, which was not far away on the other side. Early the next morning, Chu Yang crawled out of the hotel's big bed, a quick shower and a brief breakfast in the dining room. Then he made his way across the street to the Penguin building downstairs. Looking at the building in front of him, which looked somewhat empty despite having more than 30 floors, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I'm afraid very few people could have imagined that. This is now by the Ali Group steady head. The market value is just in 1,000 degrees. Net billion. New Wolf. These old internet enterprises similar to the network company. In a few years but became the whole of China's domestic internet field of the real hegemony bar. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. The exact time Penguin goes to work. Some young white-collar workers in work attire were standing downstairs waiting for the elevator. Some with bread and coffee, or milk, in their hands. Chu Yang couldn't help but nod his head secretly. Deep City as a newly risen first-tier city in the country of Huaxia, the pace of life was far faster than the average city. Especially as an internet company, Penguin has a very young workforce, with an average age estimated to be no more than 35. This number will even keep going downward in the future. Chu Yang knew that this was the development trend of internet businesses. A casual-dressed Chu Yang stood in a crowd of white-collar workers appeared a bit abrupt. In the gazes of other people surprised, he walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 12th floor. On the 12th floor is Penguin's Foreign Project Cooperation Department. When Chu Yang got off the elevator, he saw that a female receptionist was standing behind a work desk not far from the elevator. Hello, I'm the person in charge of Pineapple Technology. I made an appointment with Mr. He before to talk about project cooperation. Pineapple Technology. Yes, you can follow me please. The female staff member who looked to be in her 20s at the most glanced at the reservation registration data, then looked up and smiled politely at Chu Yang and brought him to the door of an office. The female staff member knocked on the door and then spoke respectfully to the inside. Mr. This Mr. Chu was the head of Pineapple Technology, and he had an appointment before. Good, invite him in. A middle-aged man's voice rang out from inside. Chu Yang walked into the office, only to see a middle-aged man around 35 years old sitting in front of the desk, dressed in a suit and wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, with a well-proportioned body and a competent atmosphere emanating from his whole body. The other party should be the general manager of Penguin's Foreign Project Cooperation Department. He's Ziping. Chu Yang handed the prepared information to the other party. Hello Mr. I'm Chu Yang, the head of Pineapple Technology. This is the company information of our Pineapple Technology. Please sit down. Mr. Chu. The middle-aged man nodded and took the information and glanced at it before sizing up Chu Yang again, a hint of surprise clearly flashing in his eyes, as if he was somewhat surprised at the other party's youth. Then he raised his wrist again to look at the time and faded. Mr. Chu, I have a meeting I need to attend later, so please keep it short. Chu Yang nodded. He knew that for someone like the other party, time was indeed precious and tight. He opened the project information report in advance in his hand and handed it to He Jiping, opening the door. Mr. This is our Pineapple Technologies bike sharing program. You can take a brief look at it. I came over today, mainly because I want to communicate with your company to see if there is any possibility to reach a cooperation with your company to integrate the online ordering function of Pineapple Bike into your company's mobile QQ client. What? Fusion into the mobile QQ client? He Jiping directly froze, glanced at the project information in Chu Yang's hand, then directly dumbfounded. Little brother, with all due respect, do you know how many users our company's QQ client has now? Chapter 107, Rejection. Little brother, with all due respect, do you know how many users our company's QQ client has now? He Jiping didn't even address Mr. Chu politely anymore, but directly called out the three words, little brother. Work with the mobile QQ client? What's more, you're going to integrate that bike feature into the mobile QQ client? It was the first time he had met such a naive young man. QQ is the core product of Penguin, the largest instant messaging software platform in China. It's also fundamental to what Penguin has been able to do. And now at this time WeChat was just launched not long ago. In the market has not yet developed. The importance of the QQ cannot be comparetto. Not to mention the fact that the other side is such a small, unheard of company that was just established not long ago. Even those well-known enterprises within various industries in China, I am afraid that they would not dare to make such a request casually. QQ should have around 200 million active users now, and the number of active users on the mobile client should be a little less, but not too much less. Hearing He Jiping's words and seeing the expression on the other party's face, Chu Yang could not help but raise his eyebrows and said lightly, He Jiping was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting that this young man would actually be able to accurately report the number of users of the QQ client. Still, he shook his head somewhat helplessly and stood up to give his expulsion order. Little brother, this kind of cooperation is indeed not possible. I still have some things to do, so I apologize for not accompanying you. His time was precious, so naturally he couldn't afford to waste more on meaningless people. Hearing the other party say so, Chu Yang was a little disappointed in his heart, but he had also already thought in advance that this would be the outcome. After all, the status difference between Pineapple Technology and Penguin is really too far now. Mr. Our Pineapple Technology would like to cooperate with your company in terms of web advertisement placement in Qzone. Do you think it's possible? Oh, you're also looking at the advertising space of Qzone? Hearing Chu Yang's words, He Jiping couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Qzone is a website page with blog function attached to QQ, which is very popular in recent years, especially among young students. Although the QQ Space Penguin company has been launched for a long time, but in the QQ Space advertising this feature business is only recently opened. And recently, in addition to Chu Yang, there are two other companies that are also interested in the advertising position in Qzone and want to cooperate with Penguin. That's right, and if we can sign the cooperation agreement today. Chu Yang nodded. He was looking at the huge user traffic of Qzone. For the Pineapple Bike project, the QQ Space advertising space is far more gold than Sina Weibo. I'm afraid this one isn't going to be very good either. He shook his head with some difficulty. A cell phone manufacturer and a gaming company have already come to talk to us about working together before, but there has been no agreement on price. He Jiping knows that although there is a certain amount of traffic above Qzone, but let these enterprises now take out a large sum of money on the internet advertising, they still will not be willing to give up. So, the price quoted by that cell phone manufacturer last time was only 1.8 million Chinese dollars per year, and the price quoted by that game company was not bad, 3 million Chinese dollars per year. It's just that for one thing, Penguin itself has a computer game business, plus it seems a bit inappropriate to promote games in Qzone, which has a large student user base. The partnership was ultimately vetoed by company executives, so until now, there are several advertising areas in Qzone. Except for some of Penguin's own advertisements, there are no other businesses. That's why Ho was feeling embarrassed. Look at each other but more than 20 years old, and this Pineapple Bicycle project information written above is only a college student entrepreneurship program. How much can a college student on the other side afford to spend on advertising? Chu Yang, however, smiled faintly and said directly, one fixed advertising position plus rolling interstitial ads, 3 million Huaxia dollars per year, with a one-time contract term of 3 years. Mr. Do you think it's possible? If your company agrees you can sign the contract today. He had fully analyzed it before and knew that this figure should be the bottom line that Penguin could accept. $3 million a year? Signing for 3 years at a time? Seeing the other party nodding bashfully, He Jiping's heart shook. This price was definitely not low. And the other party is just a college student. Will be able to come up with a few $1 million at once for advertising? Obviously not simple. Just then, he inadvertently glanced at the delicate watch on Chu Yang's wrist again, and his heart jumped. No wonder casually dare to put forward in QQ client cooperation that kind of request. Feeling is the family has a Manhwa, but even if there is some financial strength, and QQ client cooperation such things are obviously impossible. Despite thinking so, his attitude toward Chu Yang has quietly changed. Seeing the other party's serious expression, and looked at the Pineapple Bicycle project information, He Jiping thought for a moment, and then directly nodded. Good, please take a seat first. Mr. Chu, I'll immediately have someone prepare the contract as well as the relevant materials. He took the initiative to invite Chu Yang to sit down on the sofa, then picked up the landline on his desk and made a call. Xiao Tang, come to my office. Bring the relevant contract for the QQ Space web advertisement placement. Hanging up the phone, He Jiping walked to the coffee table and actually made tea himself. Chapter 108, The Disappointed Tang Jieja. As the general manager of the Foreign Project Cooperation Department, He Jiping knows very well how to grasp the mode of getting along with various different cooperation partners. Although the other party was just a college student who started his own business, but to be able to sign a one-time advertising order of nearly $10 million, for Penguin, it was already definitely considered a big client, so his attitude has completely changed over, even personally to the side to make tea. A few minutes later, a sound of high heels hitting the floor rang out from outside before the office door was pushed right open. A tall girl in professional attire walked in, holding 2 contract documents in her hands. The girl walked into the office just in time to see the scene of He Jiping pouring tea for Chu Yang. I don't know which big brother is able to make Mr. He personally pour tea. The girl was quite curious and looked upwards along the teacup. Then a pair of beautiful eyes instantly stared round and directly exclaimed in shock that, "Are you?" The words came out of her mouth, and the girl then realized that she had lost her temper a bit, and adorably spat out her little tongue. Chu Yang was also quite surprised at this moment as he looked at this windy girl. She's got a new set of professional clothes on her, but the tight white shirt still couldn't hide the fiery figure underneath, and the whole body showed an S-shaped curve. Thinking of the other party's sympathy for himself last night, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth couldn't help but raise. So that unlucky company was actually Penguin? He wondered how this tigress with her character was able to enter Penguin to work in such a top internet company. You know each other? He Jiping, who was on the side, looked at the two with some surprise. Well, yesterday we were on the same flight, and by the way, the same cab. Tang Jiejia smiled somewhat awkwardly, then stared at Chu Yang with a pair of big, dark eyes, obviously curious as to why the other party had appeared here. Well, Don, you go make the tea. He Jiping took the contract information from Tang Jiejia and pointed to the coffee table on the side and ordered. Oh, Tang Jiejia went to make the tea somewhat reluctantly, while still secretly speculating about Chu Yang's identity in her mind. New co-worker? Dare I say that this somewhat handsome guy is still an undergraduate college student? After all, Penguin's minimum educational standard for hiring employees is a bachelor's degree. Thinking of this, Tang Jiejia couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, and for some reason she was actually a bit happy. But it's not right. If it's a new colleague, why would Mr. He pour tea for him? Just as Tang Jiejia was wondering, He Jiping's voice fell into her ears. Mr. Chu, this is the contract document for the cooperation of Qzone advertisement placement. Please take a look at it. Mr. Chu, Tang Jiejia directly the whole person confused there. Chu Yang nodded and took this contract that had been stamped in the position of party A and looked at it, then nodded and, no problem, good. He Jiping's heart was greatly determined to be able to sign this contract. For him is also to complete a very important work. With a broad stroke of his pen, Chu Yang signed his name dashingly on the position of party B. Then he took out a contract seal from his computer bag, stamped it and put it back. Mr. He, the contract payment will be transferred to your company's account within 24 hours. The specific design of the advertisement content and other matters. After that, our relevant personnel from Pineapple Technology will communicate with your company. Chu Yang handed one of the contracts back to He Jiping, then stood up and prepared to leave. No problem. Thank you Mr. Chu for supporting our Penguin company. I'll see you off. He Jiping stood up and extended his hand to Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled faintly and reached out his hand to shake the other parties before heading outside. When he walked to the side of Tang Jiejia, who had a hot figure but at this moment was in a daze, Chu Yang suddenly stopped his footsteps. By the way Ms. Tang, thank you for paying my fare yesterday. With a faint smile at Tang Jiejia, Chu Yang turned around and took big strides towards the outside, leaving Tang Jiejia standing there with a face of shame and indignation. Seeing He Jiping come back, Tang Jiejia, who had managed to calm down, hurriedly came up and asked, Cousin, just now that guy in the end, what is the origin? How do you call him? What Chu General? An entrepreneurial college student who started some kind of pineapple tech company. By the way, how's the contract thing going? He Jiping casually explained and then asked. He was helpless with this cousin who had a big personality. 2 days ago, she was asked to go to Yinjing to sign a contract, but the other party froze and forgot the contract in the hotel without bringing it back. If he wasn't a leader in the company in size, I guess this one would have been fired I don't know how many times. I've already gotten in touch with that hotel in Yinjing, and their staff said they would help me mail the contract over. Tang Jiejia said somewhat sardonically. In the mail? He Jiping cannot help but a burst of speechless, since the final contract is still mailed over. When you let you go to this trip, why go? And 3 days at a time, a 3-day trip to Yinjing? However, Tang Jiejia clearly didn't see the leader's cousin's speechlessness, but continued to ask curiously, by the way cousin, you said that guy just now is starting a business? Seeing how you're treating him, isn't it possible that his business venture has a lot of potential? College student and still starting a business. Tang Jiejia couldn't help but be a little more interested in Chu Yang. Potential my ass. It's just a small company that rents out bicycles, but that Patek Philippe watch in his hand costs millions of dollars, so I guess his family's condition can't be worse, or else he wouldn't be able to just sign a $3 million advertising order for a year. Thinking of signing this advertisement order, He Jiping's mood was a little better. Walking over to the table, he poured a cup of hot tea and drank it in one go, then couldn't help but spit it out. TSK, renting out bicycles. College students nowadays can really come up with any weird business venture. Hearing He Jiping's words, Tang Jiejia on the side of the heart but some disappointment. She has not much interest in the rich second generation. Coming out of Penguin Mansion, Chu Yang directly took a taxi to Futian district of Shenzhen City and spent the afternoon strolling around the famous Huaxiang North. At this time of the Huaxiang North electronics market is still at its peak. Sage Electronics building is crowded. In the display cabinets of each stall, all kinds of electronic products are coming out in an endless stream, making people dizzy. Chu Yang strolled around with interest and casually bought a few of the current popular watered-down smartphones. They are all models that are not available in China, such as the Samsung S3 LTE, Google Nexus 6, Black Sisters Passport, and so on. After leaving Huaxiang North with a large bag of cell phones, Chu Yang went directly to the airport and boarded a flight to Hangzhou City. In the evening, the lights come on. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when the airplane arrived in Hangzhou. The night had just begun to fall, and as Chu Yang walked out of the airport, a scene not far away happened to fall into his eyes. Chapter 109, Blue Lagoon International. Seeing the scene not far outside the airport, Chu Yang couldn't help but stop his steps, only to see a young woman with a flashy dress and an unassuming demeanor walk out of the airport in front of him, and a black Audi A8L sedan with a special official license plate of Zhejiang province was parked not far away. Right in front of the airport exit, a middle-aged man with a country face stood in front of the car, followed by a young man who looked like a secretary. Seeing the young woman walk out, the two of them hurriedly greeted her with indescribable respect. The young woman nodded slightly and sat in the car at the invitation of the country-faced middle-aged man. The car started slowly and headed out of the airport. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang slightly frowned and, the Su family in Yanjing? Scary as hell indeed. Chu Yang retrieved his thoughts, then walked towards the familiar silhouette not far away. Because it was a temporary return today, and it was past the closing time, Lin Shiyu took the initiative to come over to pick him up when she learned about it. Lin Shiyu was standing beside the car. When she saw Chu Yang's figure, a touch of joy unconsciously appeared in her beautiful eyes and she hurriedly greeted him. Chu, Mr. Chu, you're finally back. Although Chu Yang had only left for a few days, for some reason, Lin Shiyu felt as if the other party had been gone for a long time. Seeing Lin Shiyu's somewhat haggard snow-white pretty face, Chu Yang couldn't help but be a bit moved, nodded, walked forward and stretched out his hand and, give me the car keys. Lin Shiyu froze for a moment, but still handed over the car keys. Seeing Chu Yang sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Shiyu hesitated for a moment, bit her red lips, and still headed towards the car door at the back. Sit up front. Chu Yang, however, pointed to the passenger seat. He knew that this Volkswagen CC was a slinky design with a little less space in the back than his own Mercedes-Benz CLS 63, and it was uncomfortable to sit in. Well, Lin Shiyu's pretty face was slightly flushed before she sat down in the passenger seat. How's it going at the office these days? Chu Yang asked while familiarizing himself with the operation of this Volkswagen Classic Coupe. Mentioning the matter of work, Lin Shiyu's expression instantly became serious as she nodded and said, Mr. Chu, everything is normal in the company, and the several things you arranged are progressing smoothly. The first batch of 5,000 bicycles from Fiji Bicycle side has already been produced, and we should be able to have them all delivered to us in the next 2 days. The Pineapple Bicycle client software and back-end management system over at the Program Technology Department was completely finished yesterday, and with the addition of that QR code information recognition system you mentioned before, they've already connected those few prototype bikes to start testing today. There is also that piece of factory area north of the university town has also been negotiated. The management committee side agreed to directly sell it to us at a one-time price of 22 million Chinese dollars. Just waiting for you to come back and go over to sign the agreement. Well, that's good. Chu Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. These few things were smoother than he had imagined, but although it sounded simple, I guess Lin Shiyu must not have spent much time and effort in it. Not to mention other things, just the factory area in the university town, to be able to take down at such a low price. The middle is definitely not simply a few words can do. Chu Yang remembered something else and continued to ask, by the way, how about Zhou Yu's side? Zhou Yu and their side is also relatively smooth. Has basically completed the work of the 2 stocks you said to absorb? Listening to Zhou Yu said that one of the tickets seems to have begun to pull up. They are still waiting for your next instructions. Chu Yang nodded. Well, just tell them to wait and I'll give advance notice when they need to clear out. Good. By the way, Mr. Chu, I left the company restaurant specially prepared dinner. You go over to eat some? Good. Feeling a somewhat hungry stomach, Chu Yang straight toward the Antai building accelerated to drive. After having dinner together with Lin Shiyu in the restaurant on the 9th floor of Antai Mansion, the two of them went to the office and communicated for a long time about their next work arrangements. It's mainly about the next arrangements for the Pineapple Bicycle project. Chu Yang is ready to accept the Program Technology Department in the Antai building. The other Pineapple Bicycle project of all personnel all arranged to the university city of the factory. By the way, Assistant Lin, the next Pineapple Bike site still needs to recruit a large number of staff. The specific job requirements and the number of recruitments I will compile a special document for you tomorrow. After Chu Yang finished speaking, he lifted his wrist and looked at the time, then directly stood up and, "It's late, let's go back. We'll talk about work tomorrow." "Okay, Mr. Chu." Lin Xiyu followed behind Chu Yang and the two of them went down the stairs together. Walking over to the jewel blue Mercedes, Chu Yang then remembered that his car keys were still with Yang Dahu. "Mr. Chu, you drive my car." Lin Xiyu revealed a playful smile, and without waiting for Chu Yang to reply after she finished speaking, she directly shoved the car keys into Chu Yang's hands. Chu Yang did not refuse. After all, it was really unsafe to let the other girl drive at such a late hour. He once again got into the driver's side of this Volkswagen CC and started the car, then looked at Lin Xiyu, who was at the side, and asked, "Let's drop you off first, Assistant Lin. Where do you live?" "Aha." Lin Xiyu, however, revealed a strange expression for several seconds before saying, "Blue Lake International, Building C, 1216. "Ha?" This time Chu Yang directly froze, because the apartment he lived in was this Blue Lake International, and it's also Building C, 1217. Chapter 110 Unwanted Thoughts, Recommendations Plus, 1216, 1217. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He knew that Yang Dahu and Yang Tingting also lived in Blue Lake International, but it was above Building D, but never thought that this beautiful assistant of his would live right next door to him. When did she move here? However, Chu Yang quickly figured out that when he had asked Lin Xiyu to rent some apartments for the company's employees to stay in, Lin Xiyu had chosen the Blue Lake International apartments not far from Antai Mansion, and the other party, as his assistant, one of the company's executives, could naturally live here as well. This is not a violation of company rules. Mr. Chu, I actually lived here before. Seemingly guessing Chu Yang's doubts, Lin Xiyu suddenly opened her mouth and explained, "I thought the apartments here were great, so I rented some more for the company, and since high-end apartments are tight, I chose the one next door to mine for you in the first place." Speaking later, Lin Xiyu's face couldn't help but slightly redden, as if she was a bit vain. Chu Yang wanted to cry. Dare the later was still himself? Well, it's just that usually how come I don't have. Before the words were even finished, Chu Yang himself had already figured out that since the other party became his assistant, almost all of his time was spent on company affairs, and every day he was the latest to leave the company and the earliest to rush to work. It's a lot more hard work than you've ever done yourself. How could the two have met? Thinking of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little apologetic in his heart as he started the car and drove towards the Blue Lake apartments. Parking the car downstairs, the two of them walked into the elevator together, the atmosphere suddenly becoming a little awkward. Chu Yang remembered something and suddenly spoke. "By the way, Assistant Lin, I have prepared a house for you over at Riverside View Court. Turn around and you can just move there directly." "Ha?" Lin Xiyu first froze, then seemed to understand what was going on, and her mood visibly dropped a little, nodding imperceptibly. Oh, seeing that Lin Xiyu wasn't as happy as she thought she would be, Chu Yang couldn't help but wonder a bit. A set of garden house in Riverside View Garden. Even now the value is nearly 2 million Chinese dollars. The other party is not even the slightest bit excited? After getting off the elevator at the 12th floor and walking to the door of his room, Chu Yang looked at the numbers 1217 on his own door as well as the numbers 1216 on the door next door, and was secretly afraid. Suborganization. Sure enough, it's just a wall. It's a good thing I didn't do something indescribable in my room, otherwise it would have been really embarrassing. "Mr. Chu, I'll go in first. You also have an early rest." Lin Xiyu walked to the door on the side, opened the door to her room, and turned to Chu Yang, barely showing a smile. "Aha." Chu Yang nodded, then his eyes glanced at the other party's incomparably haggard pretty face and frowned. "By the way, Assistant Lin, recently you should recruit a few more assistants for yourself. There will be more and more matters in the company next. You won't be able to handle it alone." When he said this, he looked again at the room next door, which was obviously much smaller in size than his own, and his voice suddenly became gentle and, "You yourself should not be too tired. Take a good rest. By the way, the house over the Riverside View Court is a hardcover delivery. The conditions are much better than this side, and wait for a period of time for us to move there together." Moving in together? Lin Xiyu's pretty face instantly reddened, although she did have that little bit of a non-consensual desire for this boss. But wasn't this a little too fast? But she nodded her head with a voice like a fly. Okay, ahem. Seeing Lin Xiyu's reddish and attractive face, Chu Yang then realized his speech disorder and hurriedly explained with some embarrassment. "I myself have bought a house over at Riverside View Court, so we'll move there together when the time comes. Well, there's also Dahu and Tingting and the rest of them." Okay. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Lin Shiyu's face instantly reddened almost to the point of being able to drip blood. Itching to find a crack in the ground to burrow into, she hastily opened the door to her room and dug her whole body into the room, shutting the door behind her, blocking it and breathing heavily. It was a long time before she tried to calm down and, thinking that Chu Yang is also going to move over to Riverside View Garden, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up again. A few days later, rows of small, delicate bicycles have suddenly been placed on the side of the road around several colleges and universities in the university town of Hangzhou City. The entire body is sprayed in bright green and yellow paint with a cute pineapple design. Many passing students stopped curiously and then walked over to get a few glances, but were a little confused as to what these strange-looking bikes were for. Why are they lined up on the side of the road? And it looks brand new. Is it for sale? Eventually they couldn't figure it out, so they turned away. Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics. Because it is the weekend, Chen Xiaokong and his girlfriend Zhu Lily made a date to go to the west of the university city of Wenzhou wholesale clothing market shopping. The two had just stepped out of the school gates when they saw a line of brand new bicycles on the side of the road. Yu Lily immediately walked over curiously and, "Hey, what's this bike sitting here for? For sale? No, this would be what that Yanko guy got." Chen Xiaokong shook his head and told the story about Chu Yang and Zhou Wei together wanting to rent out bicycles. What? Rental? Yu Lily was directly dumbfounded. It was the first time she had heard that there were bicycles for rent. Will this work? Okay, my ass. You think anyone would want to pay $1 an hour to rent this thing? They want to make money even with that brain of theirs? Still really think that these businesses that Chen Xiaokong, do can be done by just anyone. Chen Xiaokong revealed a smug expression before skimming his lips again. Yangzi, this guy is probably really bad in the head. Ever since he was rejected by that Jiang Xiaoying from your department, he rarely even goes back to his dorm room now. But I don't know how Zhou Wei is jerking around with that guy too. Originally the dormitory Wang Kai and Old Sun, those two guys rarely show up. Plus these two every day outside to engage in this bike rental. Even Guo Changdong, that bird, is also recently the god of the dragon to see the head and not see the tail. The dormitory is left with my own. Isn't that a good thing? Yu Lily, however, spat and came over to Chen Xiaokong and whispered, "If they weren't all gone, how could we have been in your dorm the last few days?" That's true. At least it saves money on going to the hotel. Chen Xiaokong hemmed and hawed, then wrapped his arms around Yu Lily's very plump waist. But next time we have to be more careful. Don't let Guo Chandong the dog a few handfuls hit. Here. He looked at the pineapple bicycle and said to Lily with a smile, "Forget it, let's ride this bike to the Wenzhou clothing market today, just as a thank you to those two for making room for us. But I wonder how this thing is rented?" Chen Xiaokong said as he looked around and didn't see anyone, so he could only walk up and study the instructions on it for a while. Then soon he showed a surprised expression. It could still work like this? Curious, he took out his cell phone and followed the prompts and typed the above URL into his browser. Sure enough, an app download page appeared on the screen with the words pineapple bike written on it. Grass. These two birds can actually come up with something so foreign? I also don't know if there's any virus. Chen Xiaokong downloaded and installed it while not forgetting to greet Chu Yang and Zhou Wei. After finally completing the download and entering his identity information to register under his real name, Chen Xiaokong scanned the QR code on the handlebar at the prompt of the app interface, along with the ding sound, only to see the car under the seat of the car lock snap open, directly making Chen Xiaokong and Yu Lily both look dumbfounded. Crap, it still works like this. The rapid momentum of the salted fish platform. The two of them, Chen Xiaokong and Yu Lily, had just left not long ago. The two of them, Su Yuru and Yi Shiatsu, then walked out from the College of Finance and Economics. Mr. Su, because of Jiangning Group's support, the number of users of our Jiangning eBay platform is growing at a fast pace, and as of last night, the number of registered users has exceeded 1 million. According to our understanding, among all the participating projects so far, only the Salty Fish platform of Zhejiang Provincial University and the Space Cloud Album platform of Yanbei University have more registered users than us. Yi Xiaozhu looked at the information in her hands and said softly, "Well, the Salty Fish platform is backed by the Ali Group, while the Space Cloud Album should be backed by Chidu, right?" Su Yuru nodded unsurprisingly. With two giant internet companies behind them, it was not at all surprising that these two projects were leading. What about the financials? Ms. Su, we currently have an absolute advantage in terms of financial data. As of today, a total of less than 20 days, our Jiangning e-purchase platform turnover has exceeded 20 million, which is even higher than the second place in the salted fish platform is nearly double. Speaking of this, Yi Xiaozhu explained again, but the competition committee sighed for different types of entries, in terms of financial data to develop different evaluation standards. So projects like Space Cloud Photo Album does not require financial data. Well, that makes sense. After all, there are different profit models for different entries. Su Yuru nodded. she knows, as the online electrical appliances retail platform of Jiangning Electric. Jiangning eShop turnover is naturally not comparable to other entrepreneurial projects. Only the item of turnover is not a necessary criterion for assessing the performance of the program. It was then that her eyes suddenly fell upon the row of bicycles emblazoned with a pineapple design on one side of the entrance to the college. Su Yuru froze slightly, then remembered something and couldn't help but walk over. A pair of beautiful eyes scrutinized the row of brightly colored compact bikes. Yi Xiaozhu followed up with some confusion. It was also the first time she saw this kind of bicycle with a somewhat strange shape. Su Yuru studied for a while, and when she saw the instructions for use, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and entered the URL above. When the car seat under the car lock snap sound open, Su Yuru's whole person froze there, and then a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't realize that this little guy had deep pockets, but he was able to think of such a creative business venture. Although the market prospects for the project Pineapple Bike does not have a clear understanding, but Su Yuru has felt that the project should not be simple. Probably because originally there was a strange feeling in her heart towards Chu Yang. For Chu Yang's sudden display of his overpowering side, Su Yuru's heart wasn't overly surprised. There was only excitement and elation. Mr. Su, this bike is? Just then, Yi Xiaozhu, who was on the side, asked with some doubts. This is another entry from our college. That pineapple sharing bike program by Chu Yang's classmates. The corner of Su Yuru's mouth curled up slightly, and then explained this bike sharing business model roughly. In fact, she didn't know much about the principle of this kind of bike sharing and renting online and unlocking and locking remotely, so she could only describe it according to her own understanding. Is this okay? Yi Xiaozhu looked at the row of pineapple bicycles with some doubt. Although this model sounds somewhat creative, I'm afraid it's not that simple to actually put it into the marketplace. But with that guy, he was able to come up with such a creative project? Thinking of Chu Yang's deeds, Yi Xiaozhu's cool and beautiful face flashed with a touch of doubt, and her brows slightly knitted up. University of Zhejiang Province. Mu Yurong parked the car not far from the school entrance, then got out of the car with a stack of information. As required by the competition committee, teams can take the initiative to report important operational data of their projects, from time to the competition committee's side. Since her middle-aged and elderly wellness hotel project had been well prepared before and had even been in operation for some time, the business figures were still good during this period. Mu, what a coincidence. A brown and black Porsche Cayenne came to a stop on the side and a handsome young man wearing sunglasses stepped out of the car. It was the president of the student union of Zhejiang Province University, Jiang Fan. Mu Yurong didn't say anything, but only nodded slightly. Jiang Fan, however, followed her unrelentingly. Mu, I heard that your middle-aged and old-aged health hotel's business figures are very good. It's worthy of being the business idea you came up with. Mu, Chairman Jiang overpraised. It's naturally not comparable to your salted fish platform. Mu Yurong's face was expressionless as she faintly said, "Oh, it's not the same. Although the salted fish platform of ours was proposed by me alone, it is now favored by the Beaver Group. Now with the Beaver Group behind it, it's naturally not comparable to other programs." Jiang Fan shook his head, revealing an expression of feigned modesty, but it was hard to hide the smugness in his eyes. Mu probably doesn't know. Just now, the number of user registrations on our salty fish platform has surpassed 2 million, and the transaction volume has also surpassed 21 million, just surpassing the previous highest transaction volume of that What's It Jiangning Tesco. Hearing the other party's words, Mu Yurong couldn't help but feel a shock in her heart. She naturally knew what this data meant. Let's not talk about the whopping 2 million registered users. The single transaction volume can be more than have Jiangning Group behind the support of online electrical appliances sales-oriented Jiangning e-shopping platform. This point can be called a horror. Chapter 112 Gui Jindong's decision. After all, and Jiangning Isho, this B2C e-commerce platform is different. Salty Fish platform is positioned as a trading platform for idle goods. That is, C2C mode. The gold content of their transactions is naturally higher. And to be able to break through 2 million users in less than 20 days, which also reflects the support of Ali Group behind this startup competition. If nothing else, there should be no program that can match it. Mu Yurong thought darkly in his heart, but that's been expected for a long time. After all, the salted fish platform is backed by the Beaver Group, and in the current Chinese country, Beaver Group is already a steady leader in the internet field. The status is unassailable, and it is growing very rapidly. Even the old internet giants like Chidu and NetEase now have to bow their heads in front of the Beaver Group, and she called Kong Mei Hotel Health Hotel Project for the elderly. Itself does not belong to the category of internet entrepreneurship. In the development potential above the natural and now on the fast lane internet projects cannot be compared. Just need to make the top 10 myself this time. Mu Yurong thought in his mind. This entrepreneurship competition has won first prize, 3 second prizes and 6 third prizes, because being in the top 10 also means being able to win an award. 4. Comet Hotel. Being able to win in this entrepreneurship competition will be very favorable for the future development of publicity. Just then, a conversation broke out beside the, "Have you seen the bikes in front of the school? What's that for?" "That one is called Pineapple Sharing Bike. You can unlock it by scanning the code after registering, and it costs $1 an hour. I just tried it, and it's actually more enjoyable to ride than old 6 mountain bike." "Seriously? It's even better than Miranda to ride? Can't be, right? If you don't believe me, try it for yourself. And it's easy to just put it on the side of the road when you're done riding." Listening to the conversation between the several people, Mu Yurong couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Turning to look over, the row of brightly colored pineapple bikes not far away fell into her eyes. "Oh, I didn't think that this kind of oddball program would actually pass the preliminary examination." Zhang Fan had obviously heard the conversation between a few people and smiled coldly, his mouth filled with mockery and disdain. "Even if you can play it out, so what? That's still a rental bike too." As the person in charge of the Salted Fish Project, and now is about to enter the Beaver Group, he naturally does not look at this kind of entrepreneurial projects that cannot be branded. But Mu Yurong ignored him and walked over to the row of small, cute, brand new bicycles. After seeing the instructions posted on the top of the handlebar, on that delicate face of Mu Yurong, the color of surprise grew stronger and stronger. She had never heard that bicycles could be rented out like this. After all, after spending so much time in the Mu Tian Group, coupled with her innate acumen for business, she had already vaguely sensed the huge market potential of this bike-sharing rental model. Is this even that guy's doing? After being surprised, Mu Yurong couldn't help but frown again. She knew that although this project seemed to have a lot of potential for development, it was almost impossible to achieve market results in such a short period of time. After all, it's a new thing, and it's very difficult to get people to accept it in the short term. Not to mention the fact that the upfront investment for such a project can be imagined. It would be fine if it was just within the boundaries of Hangzhou City University City, but if it wanted to cover the entire urban area, or even expand to other cities, it would definitely be an astronomical amount, even for the Mu Tian Group. I'm afraid it's hard to bear. So while this program was great, it was almost impossible for an ordinary college student like Chu Yang to develop it. I guess it will soon be the graft of those large conglomerates. Thinking of the imitation speed of certain large domestic enterprises, Mu Yuyang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh slightly in his heart. The official building of Zhejiang province is located in the southeast of the university town, only about 10 kilometers away, and on one side of the official building is the famous West Lake Scenic Spot. An imposing middle-aged man riding on a small, chic pineapple bicycle circled around and then stopped opposite the official building of Zhejiang province, placing the car with a row of other similar bicycles. "Well, I really didn't expect such a small bike to be so lightweight to ride. It's so much better than the public bikes that were introduced over in Mordor some time ago." Looking at the roadside neatly arranged pineapple bicycle, Wei Jindong nodded with emotion. "Director, isn't it just a little bike? It's been a while since I've seen you so attached to a project." The young woman on the side, dressed in a work outfit, couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw the expression on the face of her top boss. She just couldn't figure it out. How could this one pay so much attention to such a college student's business project, even going so far as to make an exception to help the other party coordinate with Hangzhou City's urban management, traffic management and other departments? "Wei, you may not be clear. This is just a small bike, but it is a collection of green travel and public travel, these two important key points, and can maximize the use of resources, greatly facilitating the use of the masses." Wu Zhendong smiled and shook his head as he looked to the young woman at the side and asked, "Some time ago, you should know about the kind of city public bicycles officially launched by Magic City, right?" The young woman nodded and, "Well, I know of it, and this urban public bicycle in Magic City was promoted as a national advanced urban transportation project back in the day." "Well, good." Wu Zhendong smiled and nodded. That would already be considered a good solution to the city's public transportation problem, and our Hangzhou City officials are preparing to learn from it. But they didn't expect that such a perfect bike-sharing program would emerge from this entrepreneurship competition. Compared to this pineapple bicycle, the kind of public bicycles used in Magic City simply has too many disadvantages. Don't believe it? Wait and see. Those public bicycles that Magic City has just launched not long ago will soon be completely eliminated, out in no time at all. Ah. The young woman looked at the row of pineapple bicycles with her mouth wide open and a shocked look on her face. She didn't expect that such a small bicycle, this hand of the Zhejiang Province Reform and Development Office, could give such a high evaluation, but she also knew the vision and ability of her top man. It seems that this business venture is really not that simple. But sadly, with such a great startup program, the development time for this competition was a little less than adequate. However, As if he had thought of something, Wei Jindong's expression suddenly became somewhat complicated. He knew that the time for this startup competition was too tight, even a little too tight. The fact that Chu Yang was able to produce this batch of pineapple bicycle in such a short period of time was already a bit out of his expectation, but only to be able to put these pineapple bicycle in the university city in the West Lake scenic area around only. And there are only 3 days left in the race. These 3 days, want to achieve any effect or achievement in the market. For this new bike rental model that has never been, can say there is no possibility. And the only way for an extremely creative entrepreneurial project like this one to win an award at this entrepreneurial competition is to be seen by some investment organizations and then to develop successfully across the country. After thinking for a long time, Wei Jindong exhaled deeply as if he had made some sort of decision. And, this time, no matter what, we're going to support this pineapple bike program to reach the finals. Chapter 113, Before the Finals. On Tai Mansion. Mr. Chu, the first batch of 5,000 bicycles has already been placed. Currently the entire university town, as well as within the perimeter of the West Lake scenic area has been fully covered. Because of Director Guo's help, the city management department over there arranged for specialized personnel to help us select the most suitable location for the vehicles to be placed. The traffic management side has also made it a lot easier for us. Lin Shiyu stood in front of Chu Yang's desk, reporting on the placement of pineapple bicycles while being secretly alarmed. She hadn't expected that her young boss was not only incredibly talented in the stock market, but was also able to know such a big shot as Guo Jindong. That's the number 2 person in the Guo family, a real powerful department-level leader. And looking at the other party's level of support for the pineapple bike program, the relationship is clearly extraordinary. Well, when the second batch of bicycles arrives in the next few days, continue to increase the placement, and strive to cover the entire Hangzhou urban area in the shortest possible time. Chu Yang nodded his head and continued with the arrangements. You work a little harder on the pineapple bike side during this time, and feel free to add more staff if necessary. With the support of Guo Changdong, the director of the Provincial Reform and Development Office, the development of the pineapple bicycle project is smoother than he had planned. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu remembered something else. By the way, Mr. Chu, that Bitcoin you arranged before, Zhou Yu and their side already started buying it some time ago, but only 200 lots have been bought so far due to low market liquidity. 1,200 hands? Chu Yang was slightly stunned. Yes, the market value is around $500,000. Lin Shiyu revealed a bitter smile and said helplessly, there is a very small market for this kind of Bitcoin and there is only so much you can buy without significantly affecting the trading price. No, quite a lot. That's a lot. Chu Yang, however, shook his head with a satisfied expression and, he knows that the total number of Bitcoins in this thing is at most 21,1,200 lots. That's 120,000 pieces. This has amounted to 0.5% of the total. If you put it at the peak of Bitcoin prices a few years from now, that's a full tens of billions of Chinese dollars. Thinking of this, Chu Yang forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Lin Shiyu. Let Zhou Yu and the others continue to buy. There is no time rush. It doesn't matter if the price is higher, but it must be hidden. Once the quantity reaches 10,000 lots, then immediately stop buying. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll notify them right away. Lin Shiyu hurriedly nodded her head, but in her heart, she still had some doubts. She just couldn't figure out why she had to spend so much money on such a bunch of useless virtual passwords. It's like not understanding why Chu Yang would spend so much time and energy on such a bike project that doesn't seem to have much profitability. December 21st. The last day before judging the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. The vast majority of entries have already submitted this month's operating data over to the competition committee. In the morning, Chu Yang also came to Zhejiang Province University once again together with Zhou Wei. He was holding a material in his hand, which is the pineapple bicycle business data in the past few days. Yanko, I can't believe you're so good at this pineapple bike. Zhou Wei pointed to the row of pineapple bicycles on the side of the school gate. A look of excitement. You don't know it yet, but many students in our academy have ridden this thing now, and every one of them is full of praise after riding it. No wonder your kid wants to participate in this entrepreneurship competition. So there is a masterstroke. By the way, Yangzi, this time we should have no problem taking an award, right? Chu Yang looked at the operating data in his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. The possibility of getting the award should not be great. After all, there are only 800 registered users in total. The turnover is even more than $2,000, which is not as much as a fraction of the other projects of others. In fact, Chu Yang was not the least bit surprised by this business data. After all, it was only a few days old, and I hadn't done any promotional publicity myself. For the average student, many haven't even noticed when there's such a row of bikes on the side of the road. Of course, despite the dismal operating numbers. But if you really analyze the development potential of the project, Xu Yang is confident that Pineapple Bicycle will not lose to any other project in this entrepreneurship competition. That's different. Their entries have been in business for a very long time, while your Pineapple Bike has only been officially in business for a few days full stop, Zhou Wei said with some indignation from the side. Although he is not clear about the real value of the Pineapple Bicycle project, but also can feel that this project is very promising. It is very convenient, especially for college students traveling. It's simply not comparable to those other fancy entries. If that doesn't get you an award, it's obviously unfair in his opinion. It doesn't matter. Look at the race committee side. Passing the business data in his hand to the student responsible for collecting the materials, Xu Yang turned to Zhou Wei and shook his head indifferently. The result of this race has no substantial impact on the Pineapple Bike program. December 22 afternoon. Su Yuru was communicating with Yi Xiaozhu about the latest business situation of Jiangning Tesco when she suddenly received a call from the competition committee. Hello, this is SH. What? You mean, both of our college's entries made it to the top 20? Hearing the other party's words, Su Yuru first froze, and then an uncontrollable surprise instantly erupted from a pair of beautiful eyes. Tomorrow morning? A live meeting of the advancing teams? Okay, well, we'll be sure to be on time tomorrow morning. Chapter 114, Christmas Program, On Time Mansion. Xu Yang did not know that Pineapple Bike had already advanced to the final. At this time he was still sitting in his office, studying those cell phone products brought back from Huashan North. Just then, Lin Xiyu walked in. Mr. Xu, Penguin's side just called and said that because of some technical reasons, our Qzone webpage ads need to be delayed until the day after tomorrow to be able to push the display normally. They said that in order to show their apologies, they can do a special Christmas Eve ad campaign specifically for us. On Christmas Eve, in addition to Qzone, the ad content of Pineapple Bicycle will also be displayed on Penguin, QQ Client and other tops at the same time. Xu Yang frowned slightly and, because these 2 days are the critical period of this entrepreneurship competition, he had originally planned to see if he could impact the results of this competition through a wave of publicity in Qzone. It just can't be helped since it's already like this, and the way Penguin is giving compensation is very sincere. With the special Christmas ad campaign, coupled with the simultaneous display of Penguin and QQ Client, the advertising effect will undoubtedly be several times stronger. Thinking of this, Xu Yang nodded his head and, okay, let's do this as Penguin says. Suddenly, he remembered something else, and the corners of his mouth curved up into a, well, since it's a Christmas special event, we have to thank the new users as well. Assistant Lin, notify the site of the Program Technology Department to modify the app client according to this pattern. Hearing Xu Yang's later words, Lin Xiyu directly opened her mouth wide. This was the first time she had heard of this kind of promotion mode. Mr. Xu, this, in that case, wouldn't that be, in her opinion, the $1 per hour bike rental program would have been difficult to monetize in the short term. If we then promoted according to this burning mode that the other party just mentioned, wouldn't we be looking for compensation? Xu Yang, however, shook his head, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. And who said that a good internet program must make money? Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. Xu Yang picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was Su Yuru's call. After pressing the answer button and listening to the first words of the other party, he directly showed a surprised expression that, what, Mr. Su, are you saying that our 2 programs made it to the finals together? Advancement team site meeting tomorrow morning? Be ready with the latest program operating data. Okay, no problem. Hanging up the phone, Xu Yang's expression was a bit odd. It's no surprise that Jiangning Tesco made it to the final. After all, this is the platform project used by Jiangning Group to develop the field of online retail, only to be appropriated to this competition. Naturally, is not comparable to ordinary projects, and with the current dismal business figures of Pineapple Bike, how can it even make it to the finals? This was a bit unexpected. While it's true that this project has the potential for horrific growth, there shouldn't be many people who can see it right now, right? However, thinking that director Guo Jindong was also a member of the competition committee for this competition, Xu Yang was somewhat enlightened. It seems that this director Guo should not be less effort. Thinking of this, Xu Yang asked Lin Xiyu to extract the latest background operation data of Pineapple Bicycle, ready to participate in tomorrow morning's on-site exchange meeting. In the afternoon, Xu Yang returned to the academy with the information. It was late in the evening and the sun had just set. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky into an extremely layered sea of orange clouds, and the dark golden afterglow sprinkled down on the campus, making the late autumn campus even more beautiful. Xu Yang stood at the edge of the playground, looking at the young athletic figures on the playground, and couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic for the days when he ran every morning. But when we moved to Riverside View, It should be easier to run in the morning. Thinking of the Riverside Park on the side of Riverside View Garden, Shu Yang secretly nodded. Walking downstairs to the girls' dormitory, Shu Yang took out his cell phone and dialed a cell phone number that had been stored for a long time but had never been contacted. Do. It took several rings before the call was answered. But it was quiet across the street. Nothing moving. Ahem. It's me. Shu Yang gave a dry cough and took the initiative to speak. A small exclamation of surprise rang out from the receiver, and then Su Ruwashi's soft voice came out. A voice that seemed to carry an indescribable delight in it. Do you have anything to do with this? I'm downstairs in your dorm room. Come down and have dinner with me. Shu Yang directly didn't give the other party a chance to refuse and hung up the phone after saying that. School had ended early at this time of day, and the other party should be in the dormitory. After waiting for a while, people came and went downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Some girls recognized Shu Yang and showed either surprise or contempt. Shu Yang didn't care, but he couldn't help but frown when he never saw that little girl come out of the dormitory. Feeling like you're being rejected? That little girl had heard about herself too, so she didn't want to have dinner with her? Or is it something else? Just as Chu Yang was speculating on the reason for this, he only heard a very small voice coming from behind him. Sorry I'm late. Chu Yang hurriedly turned around, but only saw Su Ruwashi standing behind him with her head down, still wearing the same old school uniform, carrying a very dated old school bag, and with 2 sleeves over his arms. The long, dark hair hung down on either side of her cheeks, while a fine bead of perspiration beaded the polished forehead of the. She also seemed to be breathing a little fast, and should have come running at a fast pace. Looking at the distant library building, Chu Yang instantly understood something, his brows tightly furrowed. But in the end, he took a deep breath and looked at the other party and faintly said, "It doesn't interfere with your work, does it?" Su Ruwashi hastily shook her head. "No, it's fine. I took a vacation. Okay, follow me." After saying that, Chu Yang directly took big steps toward the outside. Su Ruwashi hurriedly followed behind, quietly raising her head to glance at Chu Yang's back, her small face filled with questions. She didn't know why the other person suddenly looked a little upset. She had heard from Zhou Wei Wang Kai and the others when they chatted that Chu Yang was busy with the college student entrepreneurship competition during this period of time, so he seldom came to the college for classes. Is it because of the startup competition? While Su Ruwashi was still puzzled, the two had already exited the academy gates. Chu Yan walked directly to the side of the row of pineapple bicycles next to the. Then he turned around and put his hand on Daryl Su. "Give me the cell phone." Su Ruwashi was startled, and hastily removed the very historical school bag from her back, unzipped it, and then opened the buttons inside. Only after a good deal of tossing and turning did she take out that fruit cell phone from the innermost part of it and handed it to Chu Yang somewhat nervously. Receiving this fruit 5th generation wrapped in a thick protective shell, Chu Yang was amused in his heart, but on the surface he still had a cold look. He searched for Pineapple Bike in the Fruit App Store, downloaded and installed it, and then directly entered a very special account password. Log in successfully. Chu Yang scanned the QR code on top of the handlebar. Just heard a pop. The lock opened automatically. Su Ruwashi, who was looking at the side, directly stayed there. She has never been out of the college, and seldom communicates with others, so naturally she does not know about the pineapple bicycle. "Can you ride a bike?" Chu Yang's faint voice sounded from the side, and only then did Su Ruwashi come back to her senses and nodded her little head. "Here, ride after me." Chu Yang pushed that bike in front of Su Ruwashi. Then he took out his cell phone himself and swept away another pineapple bike. Chapter 115, Embroidered Pillows. Sunset. Chu Yang and Su Ruwashi rode a compact pineapple brand bicycle one after the other towards the food street in the distance. Su Ruwashi rode her car and followed behind, surprised in her heart. She hadn't expected this small, cute bike to be so comfortable to ride. So much easier and faster than the old bike at home. Riding in the car, Su Ruwashi's long black hair was swept up by the evening breeze, and her flawless and stunningly beautiful face was finally exposed to the air. Since it was after school time, there were a lot of students on this road. Some boys inadvertently glanced at this perfect side face full of aura and instantly widened their eyes, itching to catch up with their bikes to see more. Quick. Look, you're looking at it. Top-notch beauty. What? This is too beautiful. It's definitely not worse than that #1 school flower in our academy. Does anyone know which school's goddess this is? How come I've never seen her before? I'll pay $200 for this beauty's contact information. Why does that bike this beauty is riding look so familiar? Like she's seen it somewhere. This is you out of it. That thing is called Pineapple Bicycle. Our college entrance there. $1 an hour at any time to ride at any time to put. Very convenient. Chu Yang naturally didn't know that this dull girl behind him had actually brushed a wave of advertisements for Pineapple Bicycle in this way, and the scene of Su Ruwashi riding on the bicycle just now, her hair swept up by the autumn wind, has become a beautiful picture forever in the hearts of those boys around. Chu Yang parked his car in front of an upscale fragrant World Sichuan hot pot restaurant, and then pulled Su Ruwashi directly inside. After Su Ruwashi's initial whispered refusal, she also seemed to have gotten used to this guy's overbearing brutality, and could only let the other party take her small hand and sit inside this hot pot restaurant. After having dinner, when Chu Yang and Su Ruwashi came out of the hot pot restaurant, it was already completely dark. Riding the car back to the entrance of the college, Chu Yang gave Su Ruwashi a brief demonstration on how to unlock and return the car. He was afraid that this iron bean, who probably never used a smartphone, would not be able to use it. Seeing that the other party had operated it in its entirety, Chu Yang then nodded his head in satisfaction, pointing to the row of pineapple bicycles on the side of the. If you go out in the future, just ride one of these bikes on the side of the road. No, it's not necessary. Su Ruwashi quietly looked at the words 1 yuan per hour written on the top of the handlebar and quickly shook her head. That's right, she felt that although these bikes were comfortable to ride, they were still too expensive at that price. At $1 an hour, it would be better to walk. Seeing Su Ruwashi's expression, how could Chu Yang not know what was in this dull girl's heart? He couldn't help but be speechless for a while, and then glared over with a vicious glance. This account on your phone is a yearly subscription. Right or not, the money has been spent anyway. Su Ruwashi was startled. Then after hearing Chu Yang's words, she couldn't help but look at the cell phone in her hand. Sure enough, the user interface of the Pineapple Bicycle app showed the words riding time, unlimited. It's also really a yearly package. One of Su Ruwashi's small faces instantly became wrinkled. She didn't know that the pineapple bike, which was so comfortable to ride, was the entry of the guy in front of her. The account on her cell phone is one of only a few permanently free privilege accounts on the entire Pineapple Bike platform. The next day, December 23rd, it is the day of the live communication meeting for the promoted projects and the last day before the final. Because yesterday lived in the dormitory. Early in the morning, Chu Yang and Zhou Wei, two people directly riding two pineapple bicycle to the Zhejiang Province University. In fact, Chu Yang somewhat regretted staying in the dormitory last night, because he was tortured by Qin Shaokong and Guo Chandong until the early hours of the morning. Both of them were very interested in the pineapple bike he came up with, especially curious about where the hell he got so much money from to buy so many bikes at once, almost covering the entire university town. Unable to hold the torture of the two, Chu Yang could only say that this business venture of his was seen by a big boss, and then this was all the investment of that big boss. The two instantly accepted this explanation, and then envied Chu Yang for being able to have this kind of luck. In fact, as a person who had been there before, Chu Yang knew very well that apart from Zhou Wei's character, which was absolutely trustworthy, the other several people in the dormitory could only be considered as passable. Once you are too good at what you do, you are likely to ruin the kind of relationship you had, especially the two, Chen Shaokong and Guo Chandong. So he chose to delay this previous state as long as possible. Chu Yang and Zhou Wei had just stopped their bikes on the side of the Zhejiang University gate when a shrill horn sound came from behind them, only to see a blue Maserati sports car speeding in from the distance, an exaggerated tail swipe jerking to a stop on the side of the. Ouyang Jie, who was dressed in a big suit, stepped out of the car. Then a Porsche 718 also stopped on one side. The car door opened, and Mu Yurong, who was still dressed professionally, walked down from the car. Seeing Chu Yang and Zhou Wei who were parking their bicycles, Ouyang Jie's mouth couldn't help but hook up a thick touch of mockery. What? There are so few people renting bikes that this is here to brush up on business data by acting as a user for themselves? Or did you spend all your money on these bikes, so you don't even have money for a cab? Hearing the other party's eerie mockery, Zhou Wei's face instantly reddened, and he was directly about to have a seizure. Chu Yang, however, reached out his hand to stop him, glanced at Ouyang Jie on the side, and said with a faint smile, "We are at least on our own. Better than some embroidered pillows who don't even have a project of their own and only rub off on other people's projects, right? You." Ouyang Jie was so angry that he almost lost his breath. But what Chu Yang said was true. Although this Kongmei Health Hotel project is nominally Mu Yuyong and he is jointly responsible for, but in fact it is all Mu Yoyong's credit alone. He is not even clear about the most basic business model of this entrepreneurial project, just because he is the president of the student union of the College of Fine Arts to hang a name just. If it wasn't for Mu Yurong, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to come over and participate in this promotion program's live exchange meeting. Looking at the stout Zhou Wei beside Chu Yang, Ouyang Jie forced down the anger in his heart and said with a cold smile, "How dare you come to today's exchange meeting with such a strange program of renting out bicycles? We'll see you later at the exchange meeting. We'll see." Chapter 116, The Exchange, above. After saying that, Ouyang Jie let out a cold snort and directly walked towards the inside of Zhejiang Province University in large strides. Mu Yurong, who was on the side, glanced at Chu Yang. Her slender eyebrows slightly knitted as she walked over to Chu Yang and faintly said, "Today's on-site exchange is very important. In order to get the award tomorrow, you have to fully demonstrate the strengths of your program at today's exchange, especially for your project. If you don't get an award in this competition, it's unlikely that there will be any companies willing to invest in you later on. Even if the project has some potential, it's meaningless." After saying that, she didn't pay any more attention to Chu Yang and directly turned around and walked towards the inside of the school. Looking at Mu Yurong's still cool side face and the near-perfect curves of her body under that professional outfit, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. This big-breasted girl actually cares about herself? He knew that although Mu Youyang's tone wasn't exactly friendly, he was thinking about himself. "Yanko, isn't this that missy BFF of your sister's? Why does it look as if she has a problem with you?" Zhou Wei on the side couldn't help but ask curiously. "Maybe it's love that breeds hate," Xu Yang said casually. Naturally, he couldn't say that this one had lifted her skirt and disowned her after pushing herself against her will that night. Could he? Asterisk. Zhou Wei directly rolled his eyes furiously. Today's promotion program site meeting was held in the auditorium of Zhejiang Provincial University. The importance of this exchange can also be seen in this. When Chu Yang walked into the auditorium, it was already filled with various staff members, as well as students from various participating teams, and the venue has obviously been specially decorated. Only on one side of the podium, with the top rows of seats facing down, there were 5 groups, which would be the 5 judging groups of the race committee. The words Judging Group 1 and Judging Group 2 written on the table tags at the top of each group also illustrate this point. There are about 5 or 6 people in each judging group, and the one person at the front is supposed to be the group leader. Xu Yang looked around the room and his eyes couldn't help but fall on the second panel of judges. Just see this Review 2 group. The front sitting in the middle-aged man is Guo Jindong. The seating across from the panel was regular, 2, and opposite each panel, there are 4 participating teams, which should be the 4 project teams recommended by each panel to advance to the next level, and the seating positions of these 4 teams are clearly related to the strength of their programs. The top spot in each group should be the program team that judging group thinks has the most potential. Zhang Fan was sitting on the opposite side of the judging group, on top of the front seat. In front of the table sign is also written on the words Salted Fish Idol Trading Platform Project. Mu Yurong and Ouyang Jia both sat in the row behind them. Su Yuru and Yi Xiaozhu were sitting in the front seat opposite the judging team 3, and opposite the judging group 4 and judging group 5. Sitting at the very front were the teams representing Yanbei University and Jinghua University respectively. Chu Yang and Zhou Wei came late, looking around but did not see their seats. The seats behind them are almost full. "Yanko, we're not going to be eliminated again, are we?" Looking all over the venue did not see Pineapple Bicycle a few words. Zhou Wei cannot help but some frustration. "Not sure. Hold on. I'll ask out front." Chu Yang frowned. Could it be that there was a mistake in the notification from the race committee side? Just then, Su Yuru's voice came from the front. "Chu Yang, this way." Chu Yang froze slightly and raised his head to look into the distance. Only to see that Su Yuru, who was sitting in the front row, was turning around and waving at herself, and there was an indescribable excitement in her complexion. On the side, Yi Shiatsu was also looking at herself, and there seemed to be something strange on that always cool face. "Why, come on, let's go over there." The two of them, Chu Yang and Zhou Wei, walked in the direction of Su Yuru. Just after walking behind Su Yuru and Yi Xiaozhu, Su Yuru's somewhat excited voice came over. "Chu Yang, Zhou Wei, your position is here." Xu Yang turned around to look, and then froze straight away. The words Pineapple Bike Program were written on the front seat opposite the second group of judges. That is, they turned out to be the one in first place out of the 4 programs recommended for advancement by the second panel of judges. Xu Yang had a feeling that he couldn't help but laugh and cry. It seems that this director Gui is fond of the project Pineapple Bicycle, and the other party should really recognize the great potential and far-reaching significance of this project. When the two of them, along with Zhou Wei, sat down in this front row seat, Xu Yang felt a few icy gazes looking at him. He slightly sidestepped, only to see Jiang Fan on the side just coldly looking at his side before looking at the judging team in front of him, seemingly disdainful. And behind him, Ouyang Jia snorted coldly with an extremely unhappy expression. Mu Yurong's expression, on the other hand, was a bit strange, faintly glancing at himself before lowering his head to read the information in his hands. Xu Yang turned around, but he saw Guo Jindong in front of him looking at him and nodding at him with a smile before he withdrew his gaze and frowned, explaining something to the balding middle-aged man behind him. Xu Yang couldn't help but be a little moved in his heart. He didn't expect that such a handful of the Provincial Reform and Development Office, extremely powerful, full departmental level leader. 2. It's amazing to be so supportive without any interest in it, and he is just an ordinary college student in a second college. "Xu Yang, you're really good," Hearing a voice coming from the side, Chu Yang raised his head and, only to see Su Yuru was looking at herself with an excited face, her beautiful eyes swirling with autumn water, full of shock and delight. She was wearing a short black lace dress over a slightly more formal khaki jacket today. Underneath the short skirt, a pair of sexy legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings, slender and round. There was also a pair of black high heels on her feet, the tops of her feet wrapped in black stockings exposed. It showed off the sex appeal of her mature body to the fullest. It made all the green boys around them couldn't help but quietly cast their eyes over and then try to hide their body's awkward reaction. Su Yuru really didn't think that Chu Yang would be able to come up with such a creative project, and now it's even sitting in that first row with these startup programs that have big corporate backing. You know, even like the Kongmei Health Hotel with the support of the listed company's entrepreneurial projects, can only sit in the second row only. Chu Yang looked at those long, round, sexy legs and couldn't help but quietly gulp down his saliva. He naturally knew what was in Su Yuru's mind, shook his head with a bitter smile, and was just about to say something when a burst of conversations came from not far behind him. That program at the top of the second group is called something like pineapple cycling. What is that program? How come I've never heard of it before? A bike rental program? It seems like they got those bikes in front of the school now. What? Rental bikes? That's a non-mainstream program that can place first in the team? Which school are they from? It can't be Yenbei Jinghua or the other two universities, right? To say that you may not believe it, they are Zhejiang Province Finance and Economics College, and the three groups of the forefront of what Jiangning Tesco is also this college. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kind of program from a second college can also advance, and both programs are also ranked directly at the top of the group. There can't be anything fishy here, right? Hearing the murmurs coming from behind her, Su Yuru couldn't help but flash a hint of sulkiness in her beautiful eyes, but just then, the entire venue suddenly went quiet. Chapter 117, The Exchange, Middle, Extra, only to see a line of several people walking up to the podium, with that young Su family woman at the head, and behind her were two middle-aged men with extraordinary aura. After the crowd saw these people, they were all shocked and instantly closed their mouths. Chu Yang also recognized that these two behind the Su family woman were official bigwigs in Zhejiang Province. The status is not as good as Guo Zhenxiang, who is in the official top 10 in Zhejiang Province, but it is definitely a lot higher than Guo Zhendong. In particular, one of them was a middle-aged man with a white face, around 50 years old, with a face as heavy as water, and a pair of tiger's eyes in which the light of essence flashed, giving off an extremely uncomplicated feeling at a glance. Jiang family, Jiang Yunfeng. Su Yuru also looked at this person with a shocked expression and murmured softly, seeing Chu Yang's somewhat puzzled expression. Su Yuru explained, "This is the representative figure of the Jiang family in Zhejiang Province, and the official leader in charge of economic development in the province. Inside a group of vice-provincial official leaders, it is considered to be an extremely powerful one. The Jiang family?" Chu Yang could not help but stare, naturally thinking of Jiang Fan, who was on the side. Seemingly guessing Chu Yang's thoughts, Su Yuru nodded and softly explained, "Well, the Jiang family and the Guo family where the director Gui is from are almost the same. Both are one of the most powerful families in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. This school student council president of Zhejiang Province University next to you is one of the most outstanding among the younger generation of the Jiang family. In addition, it is said that the Jiang family has an extraordinary relationship with that Mr. Ma of the Beaver Group." Hearing Su Yuru's later words, Chu Yang's heart was already clear. This salted fish project, can get the Beaver Group so strongly support the reason, also has no need to explain. It is no wonder that the other party will enter the Beaver Group afterward, and even directly take the group's senior management positions. Thinking of Wu Lei, who had suffered a big loss at the hands of the other party and had entered the police station, not to mention that he had even been ordered to withdraw from Zhejiang Province University, Chu Yang could not help but sigh slightly in his heart. With the other side of an ordinary college student, even if there is some talent in the field of computer programs, how can they compete with this kind of big family son? By this time, several people had taken their seats on the podium. The Su family woman still sat in the center seat. Jiang Yunfeng and the others sat on the sides. Now that Chu Yang already knew the identity of this young woman, seeing this scene already did not feel strange at all. "Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yunfeng from the Zhejiang Province officials, and I'm honored to represent the Zhejiang Province officials today to attend and host this live exchange." A faint voice rang out, and the one who spoke was none other than Jiang Yunfeng, who was sitting on the side of the Su family's woman. He glanced down faintly, his gaze lingering briefly on Jiang Fan in the front row before continuing. The importance of this national student entrepreneurship competition should be clear to everyone, and today's on-site exchange is one of the most crucial parts of the process. It can be said that through this on-site exchange, each participating team was able to present the core strengths, business situation, and development prospects of their respective programs in the clearest and most direct way in front of the leaders of the National Youth Corps and the judging panels. So today's on-site exchange will only be about dry goods, and I won't say any more. The following is the leader of the National Youth Corps, Director Su Ruocheng, personally arranging the flow of this exchange. Everyone welcome. Just as the words fell, a loud applause boomed out, and after listening to Jiang Yunfeng's simple yet powerful speech, Xu Yang couldn't help but nod secretly in his heart. To be able to sit in this position within the official system, it really can't be simple. And the other party's attitude towards that Su family woman was obviously more respectful than Guo Zhenxiang's, and there had even been some slight suspicion of flattering him. After all, the Su family woman's age was there, and although she had been promoted at an astonishing rate, she was only a regular cadre in the National Youth Corps. Compared to him, a sub-provincial leader, there is no comparison at the moment. But this also once again reflects the horror of the Yinjing Su family. After the warm applause, only Su Ruocheng sat there blandly, looking around the entire venue for a week before revealing a faint smile to the crowd as she slowly spoke. First of all, congratulations to everyone here for being able to stand out among more than 100 teams and advance to the finals of this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. Each of your projects was carefully analyzed and carefully evaluated by the experts of each judging group before advancing through the ranks and finally being selected to the top 20 range. So it's safe to say that the teams present today represent the highest level of college student entrepreneurship in the country today. I also believe that after today's on-site exchanges, after the final evaluation of the competition committee's evaluation team, the 10 entrepreneurial projects that can get the awards tomorrow will be the most promising entrepreneurial projects in various industries in China within the last few years. Another round of applause boomed. Xu Yang could not help but secretly smack his lips, worthy of being a character cultivated by a top family. It was indeed extraordinary. At this age, this speech already sounds not the least bit inferior to the official provincial leader just now, but it's just a bit of a mouthful. In just 1 month's work, the few business projects selected dare to say that they will be the most promising business projects in various industries in the next few years? Oh duh. After the applause, Su Ruocheng's voice came again. The following is the first part of the exchange. The participants will be on the spot to make wide-ranging and rationalized suggestions for the next project review. Because of the different forms of projects participating in the competition, we are striving to make the next judging session the fairest and most rationalized possible. Based on the suggestions you have made, everyone here next can just raise their hand and make a comment. Her voice fell, but there was a silence directly below. Obviously none of them had made preparations in this regard. Zhou Wei couldn't help but look at Su Yuru and asked in a low voice, Mr. Su, should we propose to extend the duration of the race? Such a short period of time is too unreasonable. No. Su Yuru directly shook her head and whispered, this schedule is set by the one above, and the finals will be held tomorrow. If you give your opinion at this time, it definitely won't be adopted. Not to mention that a bad one will make the one unhappy, and it will directly affect the results of your program. Speaking of which, she pointed around and, look at them. Are they all afraid to make random comments? Zhou Wei looked around. As expected, each and every one of them had complex expressions, but they all still chose to keep their mouths shut. And just then, but only to see a boy next to him put his hand up. It was Ouyang Jia who was sitting in the second row. Chapter 118, The Exchange, next, plus more. Su Ruocheng had previously discussed with Ouyang Jia and the others about the schedule arrangement for this entrepreneurship competition, so she naturally still recognized the other party and nodded. Mr. Ouyang, if you have any suggestions, please go ahead. Ouyang Jia stood up and looked at the few people on the podium. Leaders, I would like to suggest that in the next judging session, the strength profile of the institutions where the participating programs are located should also be put under the scope of judging. Su Ruocheng froze slightly, seemingly not understanding the other party's meaning. Ouyang Jia glanced at Chu Yang and Su Yuru on the side and explained, because the judging program of this competition includes team quality, and a good entrepreneurial program must have a good breeding ground. I don't think a second-rate college can give birth to any really good entrepreneurial program. Speaking of which, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer that, even if there is, it's likely that it's just a matter of taking some of the projects that companies were already planning to develop and just competing in them. Oh, hearing Ouyang Jia's words, Su Ruocheng couldn't help but frown slightly. Because she had graduated from a prestigious school like Yinbei University, she had no feelings in her heart for those unimpressive second-tier colleges and universities. And this situation mentioned later by the other party was indeed something she hadn't considered before. Seeing Su Ruocheng's hesitant expression, Su Yuru, however, changed her face. Of all the advancing teams present, almost all of them were from key institutions, and there should only be one second college like the College of Finance and Economics. This is the reason why the other teams were unconvinced when they just saw two programs from the College of Finance and Economics sitting at the top. If the other party really adopted this suggestion, It would mean that Chu Yang and their two programs would probably be eliminated from the competition, and there's no way the other teams in the race would even object. After hearing Ouyang Jie's words and seeing Su Ruoqing's reaction on the stage, Chu Yang's brows also tightened. This silly woman isn't really going to take this brainless advice, is she? Thinking that the other side could even set the schedule of this startup competition for a month, it was not impossible to adopt one such brainless suggestion. He doesn't care. But Su Yuru spent so much effort to participate in this entrepreneurship competition for his sake, and it was even more difficult to advance to the finals. This final results, for the Jiangning shopping project for the future development, the impact will not be small. Glancing at Su Yuru's somewhat pale cheeks to the side, Chu Yang took a deep breath and slowly stood up and, I'm opposed to this proposal, and I don't think there's a direct correlation between a good entrepreneurial program and the strength of the institution where it's located. The official high level would have clearly proposed to support mass entrepreneurship and innovation for all. What is meant by mass and what is meant by 10,000 people shows that there is no overly high threshold for innovation and entrepreneurship. Everyone, whether in a prestigious university or at the grassroots level, has equal opportunities and unlimited possibilities for innovation and entrepreneurship. Speaking here, Chu Yang paused for a moment, looked towards the Su family woman in the center of the podium, and slowly said, what's more, this entrepreneurship competition is only set for a month's development time, which is inherently very unreasonable for those entrepreneurial programs in ordinary colleges and universities without any preparation. How fair is it if the strength of the institution is then factored into the review? Or even if entrepreneurial programs from regular institutions are simply excluded? Chu Yang's speed of speech was slow, and his voice wasn't really loud, but it fell into everyone's ears with incomparable clarity. One word at a time, and it gives a very powerful feeling. His voice fell, and the entire venue was silent. A lot of people are looking at each other in disbelief. They did not expect that someone would dare to openly point out on this occasion that the scheduling of this tournament was unreasonable. Su Ruoqing sat on the podium and looked at the boy who had directly stood up to speak without raising his hand, his face a bit ugly. The words very unreasonable that came out of the other party's mouth were still ringing in her ears. She also suddenly realized this, as if only 1 month of development time does seem a bit unreasonable for many startups, but the thought was fleeting, and she didn't think she was wrong. How could she waste too much of her precious time on this competition? Not to mention that it was a proposal shared by the student body presidents of several colleges and universities. Su Ruoqing's heart is more of a shame. Before, no one ever dared to openly refute her, let alone so directly let her down in front of so many people. Right at this moment, only a cold laughing voice suddenly rang out. Only Jiang Fan stood up directly and glanced at Chu Yang, who was on the side. His mouth was full of disdain and contempt. Fair? That a bike rental program with less than 1,000 registered users and a total turnover of only a few $1,000s can advance to the finals and even sit in this first row is in itself the greatest injustice. His voice fell, and the arena was instantly in an uproar. The people present are not stupid, for the hidden meaning of Jiang Fan's words, in a moment has reacted to, just they did not expect, this kind of so formal national entrepreneurship competition. There will still be catnip inside. Don't know if it's true or not yet though. On the other hand, on the side of the judging team, Wu Zhendong's face had become unsightly. Su Ruoqing was also stunned, and after receiving a copy of the operating data handed over by Jiang Fan, her face instantly sank after just a glance. She raised her head to look at Wu Zhendong with an icy expression and, Team Leader Gua, please explain this matter. Chapter 119, Replacement. Team Leader Gua, please explain this matter. Su Ruoqing's face was gloomy and her voice was icy cold. She really didn't think that with such dismal business figures, she would be able to advance to the finals of this. It's even in first place in the group. This caused her, who was already upset just now, to explode straight away. The fact that she called Gu Zhendong Team Leader Gui instead of Director Gu also showed the anger in her heart at this moment. Normally, Wei Zhendong was the hand of the Zhejiang Provincial Reform and Development Office, and his rank was a full 2 levels higher than hers. However, in this entrepreneurship competition, she was the representative of the National Youth Corps, the general director of the competition. Wei Zhendong, on the other hand, was nothing more than a member of the competition committee, a head of the judging team. Therefore, she did not have the slightest intention of being polite, and her icy gaze fell directly on Gu Zhendong's body. Wu Zhendong frowned and stood up to explain. It's like this, I think this pineapple bike project, for the city green travel aspects have a very important significance, but also can facilitate the public to solve the needs of the last kilometer of travel. But without waiting for him to finish speaking, he only saw the middle-aged Mediterranean man behind him directly stand up and retort. Ms. Su, I don't agree with Team Leader Gua. As an advisor to Ali Group's Strategic Investment Department, I think this kind of bike rental program has no technical content at all, much less market value. At the same time, I feel that as a member of the judging panel, Each project should be treated fairly and objectively, especially in terms of operating data that should be fully referenced, not just based on personal likes and dislikes. Because the operating data of this pineapple bike project is much lower than that of several other promoted projects, I have raised my objections to Team Leader Gwa many times before, but Team Leader Gwa still insisted on allowing this project to be promoted. Hearing the words of this expert consultant of Beaver Group's strategic investment department, Su Ruocheng's face became a few points more ugly. She hadn't expected that with her, as the Su family's eldest miss, in charge of this competition. This Gwa director of the Zhejiang Province Reform and Development Office would dare to engage in one-upmanship. Gui Jindong, however, shook his head, still insisting, I'm not just basing this on personal likes and dislikes. I've specialized in the field of urban green mobility before, and this pineapple bike project does have very important social benefits. Oh, the social benefits? Only to see Jiang Fan stand up again, pointing at the piece of business data in his hand and sneering. On this operating data, with the purchase cost of a bicycle in the thousands of dollars and a rental price of $1 an hour, does Director Gua think that this project has profitability? How can you talk about the social benefits of a startup program that can't even make the most basic profit? Speaking of this, the corner of Jiang Fan's mouth hooked up in an arc, his expression full of playfulness and mockery. I'm sorry, Director Gua, we're a startup competition, not a charity event. Hearing Jiang Fan's mocking words, even with Gui Jindong's cultivation, his body trembled a little from anger. But for a moment, I couldn't find a reason to refute it, because the other side is right. But from the pineapple bike program's current operating data, it is indeed difficult to make a profit in the short term. Well, that's it. Su Ruocheng frowned and opened her mouth to stop the two from arguing. She glanced at Guo Jindong and then at the expert consultant of the Beaver Group's strategic investment department behind him and faintly said, let's temporarily change the head of the evaluation second group to expert Lu Yan from the Beaver Group. You guys have no comments, right? Hearing her words, Guo Jindong couldn't help but stare, opening his mouth but ultimately not saying anything. On the other hand, Jiang Fan and the balding expert named Lu Yan were overjoyed. Taking another position as the head of the evaluation team was absolutely great news for them, because what follows in the finals is the scoring by the judging panels to calculate the final overall score. Su Ruocheng looked at Jiang Yunfeng on the side again and politely said, Leader Jiang, what is your opinion? Jiang Yunfeng shook his head and said with a faint smile, I don't have a problem with that, as long as it doesn't interfere with the rest of the finals. Well, that's settled then. Su Ruocheng nodded, then turned to look at the stage and announced that the exchange would continue. The exchange continues. Although Su Ruocheng didn't explicitly state anything just now, almost everyone below had already seen that this odd bicycle rental program was probably yellow. And naturally, Chu Yang was well aware of this. But he didn't have too many mood swings, knowing that whatever he said in this situation was pointless. And this was nothing more than a college entrepreneurship competition that had no impact at all on his next plans. I just feel a bit sorry for Guo Jindong. After seeing that Su Ruocheng didn't mention that proposal that Ouyang Jia had just made, he also sat down. At least it will not affect Su Yiru's project, Jiangning e-shopping. Yanko, what did they mean by that just now? Is that trying to pick on us? Zhou Wei had only been dragged along by Chu Yang to hit the sauce, and didn't know much about this entrepreneurship competition, so he hadn't yet figured out what was going on just now. He just felt that the condescending and overbearing attitude of Jiang Fan on the side was irritating. It's okay. Chu Yang shook his head slightly and did not say anything more. On the side, Su Yiru looked at Chu Yang with some worry, hesitated but still did not say anything. Near noon, the exchange ended. Under the strange gazes of many people, the two of them, Chu Yang and Zhou Wei, walked out of the venue. After walking out of the venue, Chu Yang but saw a somewhat depressed figure. He could not help but walk over. Chapter 120, the Grand Final and Award Ceremony. Director Gua. Walking behind the other party, Chu Yang softly said. Guo Jindong turned around, and after seeing that it was Chu Yang, a touch of apology appeared on that somewhat tired face. Mr. Chu Yang is sorry for not being able to help you. Chu Yang shook his head and apologized. No, it's us who should say we're sorry for making you suffer this time because of what happened with our project. I'm the one who simplified things. Guo Jindong slowly exhaled and shook his head somewhat helplessly. He thought of something else, and a hint of determination flashed across that somewhat tired face as he looked at Chu Yang and said in a deep voice, Mr. Chu Yang, I still believe in the development potential and social significance of your project, and I will fully support you to develop this pineapple bicycle project no matter what. If you need any help with program development in the future, you can just call me directly. Looking at the other party's face that was already slightly wrinkled, Chu Yang could not help but feel an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. Separating from Zhou Wei at the entrance of the College of Finance and Economics, Chu Yang went straight back to Antai Mansion. Mr. Chu, the newly delivered 5 000 bicycles have all been placed, and currently the Hangzhou City University City, the West Lake Scenic Area surroundings, as well as this side of the new downtown area have all been completely covered. Because of the increased scope of vehicle placement, I have arranged for the recruitment of another batch of maintenance staff, and the staff over at Pineapple Bike has now reached more than 100 people. Lin Shiyu reported the latest situation of the Pineapple Bicycle project while secretly smacking her lips. Not to mention the investment in the vehicles, the 100 or so staff members alone are paid hundreds of thousands of Chinese coins a month. The Pineapple Bike program is currently generating almost negligible revenue. Xu Yang nodded his head, not at all surprised by the 100 or so staff members. Well, get in touch with Fij to sign the second batch of bike orders. This time sign 50,000 directly and just deliver them in batches. All 20,000 units delivered in the early stage were put into Hangzhou, aiming to cover the entire Hangzhou metropolitan area in the shortest possible time. 50,000 units? Lin Shiyu's rosy little mouth directly opened into a big O shape, and the whole person was dumbfounded. It was a long time before she came back to her senses and asked in an astringent voice, well, what about the remaining 30,000? Those 30,000 units are ready to be placed in several university cities in Magic City, and recently you have recruited a few senior managers to take charge of the Pineapple Bike market in Magic City next. Xu Yang replied casually. His gaze stopped on the securities account fund balance on the computer screen, remembering what had just happened in the live exchange meeting. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up with a touch of playfulness. Then he raised his head to look at Lin Shiyu, who was still in a state of stagnation. Assistant Lin, notify the program technology department side to double the reward amount of that promotion I mentioned before. Double it again? Lin Shiyu's entire body is directly petrified. Day 2. That's December 24th. It is the day when the results of this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition finals will be announced and the closing ceremony of this entrepreneurship competition will be held at the same time. Although he knew that the Pineapple Bicycle project would not be successful this time, Xu Yang still came to Zhujiang University together with Zhou Wei at the request of Su Yuru. Just like at the opening ceremony, the entire playground had been meticulously decorated, possibly for a promotional video shoot. This time the rows of seats had tables set up specifically in front of them, and on the tabletops were table tags with the names of the entries. Behind the spacious podium, the large backdrop with the words "The First National Student Entrepreneurship Competition Award Ceremony and Closing Ceremony" written in large letters. And this time, in addition to the fact that all of the teams have arrived, there was also a group of media reporters standing on the side with various interview equipment in their hands, supposedly ready to interview the winning team. Xu Yang and Zhou Wei searched for another big circle and finally found the seat of the Pineapple Bike program at the last position of the participating teams. Xu Yang, why is your location here? Xu Yang had just sat down when Su Yuru's voice sounded from the side. When he looked up, he saw Su Yuru frowning at the table tag with the words Pineapple Bicycle Project written on it, her pretty face filled with anger. In her opinion, even if Xu Yang and the others didn't get an award in the finals, they were still a top 20 ranked team and had to sit in the first few rows at least. That's right, Yanko. Why did you let us sit at the end this time? Zhou Wei also reacted. It doesn't matter. Xu Yang, however, smiled and shook his head, pulling back Zhou Wei, who was going to go to the staff for a theory. Mr. Su, it's about to start, so go back. Su Yuru looked at Xu Yang with a complicated expression, and finally took a deep breath, nodded and turned around to walk towards the front. Xu Yang followed Su Yuru's figure and saw that she and Yi Xiaozhu were sitting in the second row of seats in front of them. On the side of them were the two of them, Mu Yurong and Ouyang Jia, and in the first row, right in the middle of the seat, there was only a tall young man, wearing an Armani-branded customized suit, with a proud look on his face. It was Jiang Fan. Chapter 121, Announcement of Results. Although not explicitly stated, however, after seeing the seating arrangement in front of them, many people had already vaguely guessed about the results of this grand final in their hearts. The playground suddenly fell silent as a line of several people walked up to the podium. This time, sitting on the podium, besides Su Ruocheng, Zhang Yunfeng, Ming Tingqiang, the old principal, and others. Beside old Principal Ming, there was also an old man with an extraordinary demeanor, who seemed to be a bit younger than old Principal Ming, but had a pair of eyes that were deep and bright, and looked very godlike. And this time, the one who came to attend the closing ceremony on behalf of the Zhejiang province officials was Zhang Yunfeng. Hua Jinxiang did not come over. Presiding over today's closing ceremony is still Senior Principal Ming Tingqiang. With a warm smile on his face, the old principal looked toward the stage and spoke slowly into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, after more than a month of exciting competition, we have finally come to the end of this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. I am also honored to be entrusted by the National Youth Corps and the officials of Zhejiang Province to preside over today's grand final award ceremony and closing ceremony. First of all, let me introduce to you the leaders who are attending this conference. National Youth Corps, Department of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Director Su Ruoqing, Zhejiang Province Official, Jiang Yunfeng Jiang Deputy Leader, Zhejiang Provincial Education and Sports Commission, Director of the Pay Letter Group. After the old principal's introduction, Su Ruoqing and the others stood up and smiled and nodded in greeting. Finally, the old rector dropped his eyes on the old man beside himself. At the same time, our competition committee also has the honor of inviting a representative figure in the field of economics in China. The director of the new Economic Research Institute of Yanbei University, Professor Lai Yining, come to this closing ceremony. Upon hearing this name, Su Ruoqing and Jiang Yunfeng and the others showed a hint of respect in their expressions, and many people on the stage couldn't help but be shocked in their hearts, looking at the smiling old man on the stage with a shocked expression. Since most of the teams participating in this entrepreneurship competition are students majoring in economics-related fields, they are naturally not unfamiliar with the old Prof. Li, who is a titan in the field of economics in China, and who once single-handedly advocated the reform of the shareholding system of Chinese enterprises, which has had a far-reaching impact on the economic development of China. It's just that they never expected that this old man, who rarely showed up in public, would appear at today's competition site. After all, it's actually old Prof. Li. Even Yi Xiuju's always cool demeanor had disappeared, replaced by an indescribable look of shock. Yes, I didn't expect this one to attend the closing ceremony of this entrepreneurship competition. Su Yuru was also shocked. She knew that the old Professor Li, who was known as the titan of the economics field in China, had always been obsessed with academic research, and had even twice taken the initiative to resign from the position of Dean of the Guanghua School of Management at Yanbei University, and generally would not participate in such public occasions. Looks like this startup competition is truly extraordinary. Su Yuru glanced at the Su family woman on the stage, obviously thinking that it was the Su family's cause, and said with some emotion, actually, she'd guessed wrong on that one. The reason why this old Prof. Lai Yining was able to participate in this closing ceremony was merely a matter of coincidence, because he and Ming Tingxiang, the old principal, are close friends. This time he passed by Hangzhou to visit each other, but happened to meet the closing ceremony of this entrepreneurship competition. Upon the invitation of old Principal Ming, he sat on the podium as an invited guest, and he, himself, does want to see if there are any amazing projects in this national entrepreneurship competition, which is highly valued by the official top management. The following is the most important part of this competition. Director Su Ruoqing will announce the results of the finals of this national student entrepreneurship competition, as well as the list of the winning projects of this competition. The old principal's voice fell, and the entire playground instantly became a few moments more quiet. Everyone turned their gazes to Su Ruoqing on the podium, waiting for something, especially a few of the teams sitting in the top few rows, only to see Su Yuru and Yi Xiaozhu both furrowing their brows, looking as if they were on the verge of an attack. Mu Yurong on the side also quietly clenched her pink fists, her red lips gently pursed up as she looked at the stage somewhat nervously. Because of the official publicity, this entrepreneurship competition has a high degree of attention in the whole of China. Therefore, the results of this competition will determine whether her Kangmei Health Hotel can attract enough attention in the market, and then get enough users. Jiang Fan, who was sitting at the front, did not have the slightest ripple in his complexion, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked up in a winning manner. Only Su Ruoqing stood up, glanced around at the following, and slowly opened her mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, after our competition committee's evaluation team has strictly checked, carefully scrutinized, and seriously evaluated each participating project, and scored each of them in several aspects such as product service, project prospect, financial operation, social benefit, team quality, etc. Ultimately, from the 20 entries that advanced to the finals, the 10 winners of the competition were selected. Next, let me read out the winners of this national student entrepreneurship competition, the teams they belong to, and the final scores of the relevant projects. Speaking here, Su Ruoqing paused for a moment and looked at the list in her hand. The entire playground was quiet, with only the sound of a slight wind clattering against the few remaining sycamore leaves that insisted on remaining unfallen in the distance. And Su Ruoqing's voice finally sounded. The project that won the first prize in this entrepreneurship competition is Salted Fish Idle Trading Platform Project, belonging to the participating team, Team Jiangfan of Zhejiang Provincial University. Final evaluation score, 99. 50 points. Hearing this voice, a loud cheering sound rang out, only to see that the group of freshmen from Zhejiang Province University who were spectators next to them were all excited, and sensing the attentive gazes that the crowd had thrown at him, the arc of Jiangfan's mouth became a few points more pronounced, and it was clear that he was not surprised by the result. A trading platform for unused items? On the podium, Prof. Li Yining looked at a stack of project information in front of him, and at the top of the list was this salted fish idol trading platform project. On the side, old Principal Ming looked at his old friend and smiled slightly, with a hint of smugness hidden in his smile. Old man, how is it? I didn't expect that the one that would end up taking first place in this competition would be our Zhejiang Province University's program, right? Well, your school has really done a good job with innovation and entrepreneurship over the past few years. Li Yining looked at a few eyes of this salted fish idol trading platform project information and the back of the business data. Slightly nodded. Behind this project should be the Beaver Group. Right, with the traffic entrance of the Beaver Group. This business data is normal. That's right. This project will probably be taken over directly by the Beaver Group investment next. Elder Principal Ming gave Li Yining a thumbs up. The other party could see the key at a glance, and was indeed worthy of being a representative figure in the field of new economics in China. Li Yining nodded slightly. In fact, this project in his view can only be called modest, and before the existence of the 59-city idol trading function is not very different. Only to catch the Ali Group this fast ship only. But it's not bad for a college business program to be able to do this. At this moment, Su Ruocheng's voice continued to come out. The projects that won the second prize in this entrepreneurship competition are, respectively, the Space Cloud Album platform of Yanbei University, the Beauty Chat platform of Jinghua University, and the Kangmei project of Zhejiang Provincial College of the Arts Wellness Hotel project. The final scores for these three programs, respectively, were 95, 85, 92, 60, and 88, 55. Hearing the words Kangmei Wellness Hotel, Mu Yuron's body could not help but tremble. That always cool face revealed a joy that was hard to hide, an innate flirtatiousness that was instantly displayed. A few of the boys watching couldn't help but gulp furiously, feeling the fiery gazes coming from the surroundings. Mu Yurong then realized what was going on and faintly hummed, the whole person once again reverting back to the same kind of coolness as before. Just the heart is still excited. She had thought that her project is not as good as those internet entrepreneurial projects in terms of potential, so her original goal is to be able to enter the top 10. Get the third prize is good, but I never expected the surprise to come so suddenly that I got the second prize, in addition to the first place salted fish program, but also second only to Yanbei, Jinghua, the program of the two universities only. And at this time, she seemed to sense something and raised her head, only to find Jiang Fan in front of her turning to look at herself, with an inexplicable smile between the corners of her mouth. Mu Yurong first froze, then vaguely guessed what. Those slender eyebrows directly knitted up. Chapter 122 Ali Yun Mobile Phone Project, plus more. Upon hearing Su Ruocheng's announcement of the second prize list, Su Yuru and Yi Xiaozhu were however slightly disappointed. They thought, according to the project potential and business data, with the support of the Jiangning Group behind the Jiangning Tesco, even if it is not as good as the two projects of Zhejiang Provincial University and Yanbei University, but it is definitely much better than the other projects. I should be able to get second prize this time. However, I didn't expect that Jiangning Tesco was not on the list of projects that won the second prize, and at this time, Su Ruocheng's voice once again came from the podium. The projects that won the third prize in this entrepreneurship competition are, respectively, the Jiangning e-shopping project of Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics, and, of the University of International Business and Economics, and the Autism Intelligent Diagnosis and Assisted Treatment System of Jinling Medical University. Their scores were 86, 80, 82, 75. After all the winning items were read out, Su Ruocheng put down the list in her hands and raised her head to look down at the stage with a smile. Let's give them a big round of applause and celebrate their awards in this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. The applause boomed. While Li Yining on the podium looked at these project materials in front of her, she was a bit disappointed. These award-winning programs were only a so-so, not the kind of innovative programs that would catch his eye. No wonder the salted fish idol trading platform was able to win the first place. It's not the program itself that's strong. It's the opponents that are weak. Li Yining couldn't help but shake his head helplessly and picked up the information in front of him to look through it a few more times. But he inadvertently found that there was a pile of project information underneath the information of these 10 award-winning projects. But he only looked at these items for a few moments, and then instantly lost interest. Li Yining was just about to put down these project materials, but her eyes suddenly stopped on a project cover below. The words pineapple bike sharing are written on it. Pineapple? Bicycle? Li Yining could not help but be a little puzzled. This strange project name was the first time he had seen it, and at a glance he did not understand the meaning of it. He could not help but open this project information and read it. Turning to the first page, the words sharing economy in the project brief fell into his eyes. Seeing those 4 words, Li Yining couldn't help but stare. Then his face instantly became grave. The following is the awards ceremony, where trophies as well as award certificates will be presented to the winning teams by the leaders and guests. Hearing Su Ruocheng's voice fall, the old Principal Ming realized that this old friend beside him looked at a project information in his hand as if he did not hear it, very engrossed. Hey, old man, it's almost time for us to go to the awards. It was only then that Ri Yining came back to her senses and looked up at old Principal Ming somewhat blankly before reacting, but first she still raised the information in her hand and asked, Old Ming, didn't this program win any awards? You mean the 10 projects in the back, right? Those were the projects that advanced to the finals, but didn't end up in the top 10, so they didn't win, Elder Principal Ming explained, then stood up and, come on, let's go over and give those little guys their awards. No awards? Li Yining's brows were locked, his heart filled with doubts after the shock. After taking a look at the information of the project called Pineapple Bicycle in his hand, as well as the 50,000 points in the score column on the cover, he finally took a breath and stood up to follow his old friend to the awards. Chu Yang really didn't win any awards for that program of theirs. After hearing the announcement of the third prize item, Su Yuru first breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly her heart sank and she couldn't help but turn around to look at Chu Yang at the back. I only saw Chu Yang sitting there with a bland face, as if he was not affected by anything, but the more Chu Yang acted like this, the more worried her heart became. She knew very well what it would mean for an ordinary college student like Chu Yang to win the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition, and the other party can make this Pineapple Bicycle project to such a point now, which invested the blood and sweat must be beyond imagination. Arranging for Yi Xiaozhu to go up to the stage to receive the award, then Su Yuru directly stood up and walked towards Chu Yang. As the winning team took the stage, Su Ruocheng and other leaders awarded the trophies and certificates of honor. The whole podium flash and shutter sound pop. The awarding session was quickly carried out and completed. Everyone sat down again, and Su Ruocheng's voice rang out once again. Next, please invite the first prize winner of this competition, the person in charge of the Salted Fish Idol Trading Platform project, student Jiang Fan, to the stage to speak. Welcome, everyone, accompanied by a burst of thunderous and enthusiastic applause. Jiang Fan, dressed in a suit, walked up to the podium in stride and stood on the speaker's seat at the right front, looking at the crowd on stage, as well as the media reporters on the sidelines. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous but thinking of his next position in the Beaver Group, he quickly calmed his excitement and spoke confidently. First of all, I would like to thank the National Youth Corps and the officials of Zhejiang Province for being able to provide such a good opportunity for each and every one of our college students to present their entrepreneurial projects. This time I single-handedly created this Salted Fish Idol Trading Platform project, which has now received strategic investment from the Beaver Group, and will be directly incorporated into the Beaver Group's next step. At the same time, I myself will be entering the Beaver Group to take up a position, and in addition to being responsible for the Salty Fish platform, I will also be in full charge of one of the Beaver Group's next biggest strategic investments, the Beaver Cloud cell phone project. Speaking here, Jiang Fan turned his gaze to the stage and landed on Mu Yurong in the second row, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and it was hard to hide the smugness on his face. There was also a gasp of surprise from the stage, because a lot of people have heard about this Ali Cloud cell phone project from Ali Group. Among them, Ali Group, which has strong technical and financial strength, will jointly launch the Beaver Cloud cell phone in deep cooperation with many famous cell phone manufacturers, such as Tianyu, Yinli and Hongqi. This is also the most promising cell phone project within China at present. It is extremely popular in the industry. Even many international cell phone companies have paid attention to this Ali Cloud cell phone project, and such an important cell phone project, Beaver Group even gave this young man in front of him to be in charge of it? Almost everyone's gazes toward Jiang Fan once again became more grave. Hearing the words Ali Cloud cell phone, Chu Yang is slightly stunned. The whole person cannot help but begin to recall the last life of this Beaver Cloud cell phone project development. Looking at Chu Yang, who was somewhat lost in thought, Su Yuru, who was sitting next to her, could not help but flash a trace of strong worry in her eyes. She bit her red lips, and after hesitating in her mind for a while, she finally came to Chu Yang's ear and whispered, Chu Yang, let me treat you to dinner tonight. It just so happens that the water heater at my place is broken. Come and help me fix it. It was only when he felt some hot and humid breath on his ears that Chu Yang came back to his senses from the memories of He didn't listen to the words of this beautiful teacher clearly. He just heard the other party say that she was going to let herself go and help her to fix something, so he nodded his head in a daze. Yeah. And just when this awards ceremony was held, a well-designed advertisement was screened inside everyone's QQ space. Chapter 123, The Effect of the Fire. Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics. 310 in the middle of the dormitory. Guo Changdong and Wang Kai were both sitting in front of their computers, playing a versus game called Crossfire. There's only 2 laptops in the dorm room, Total. One for Chen Xiaokong. The other was a used computer purchased by a few other people in a joint venture during their freshman year, and Chu Yang had contributed a share of the money at the beginning. It's mostly just used together to enjoy some singable romantic blockbusters or to play games. However, now that Chu Yang and Zhou Wei were usually not in the dormitory, Sun would only occasionally use the computer to look up information. This computer also becomes Guo Changdong's cool tool alone. Grass. Another shot to the head. These elementary school students across the street are too raw. Wang Kai slammed the mouse in his hand and pushed the computer to Chen Xiaokong, who was beside him with a resigned expression. I don't play anymore either. It's still more enjoyable to read novels. Guo Zhendong also shook his head irritably, and casually opened the QQ space to prepare to see his friend's movements. As a result, the web page just opened. A beautiful animated picture appeared in the QQ space dynamic on the top position. It was just two tiny bikes spliced together in green and yellow. A man and a woman with two cute cartoon villains riding on it, their hair fluttering in the wind, showing a big smiley face. One side is shown in turn. Ride and park as you go for convenient travel. Travel free and have fun riding. Ride hand to hand. Let me ride with you, etc. A flattened logo in the shape of a pineapple sits at the top right. Underneath, it reads Pineapple Sharing Bicycle. New users get 20 renminbi cash red packets for signing up. Invite your friends and you'll get a $1,000 red packet. In big letters. Next to it, there is also a very conspicuous QR code icon of scan code registration. Guo Changdong, who was looking at him, had a direct expression of having seen a ghost. Holy, this isn't the same bike that Yanko and Zhou Wei got into, is it? Chen Xiaokong came over to take a look, then instantly widened his eyes, and his mouth opened up to be able to stuff in a duck egg. How is this possible? He himself usually do some small business. Know that the cost of placing this kind of web page advertisement is absolutely not expensive. Not to mention that it is still in the QQ space, this kind of big platform. These two people engaged in this rental bike program, even able to advertise on top of QZone? In his mind, this is simply impossible. Seriously? $20 for signing up? Wang Kai also came over, but he was instantly attracted to the above sentence. Straight away, he took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code on it. Then follow the prompts to download and install, and enter your real name registration information. At this time of the QQ space and the insertion of advertising is still rare, and as the Penguin Company's website, people for the above advertising content would have had a natural trust. I can't believe it's true. Looking at the cell phone screen, Pineapple Bicycle app inside the balance of 20 yuan. Wang Kai directly shocked. Can I withdraw my cash? Chen Xiaokong was still a bit unconvinced after seeing it. He couldn't believe that there would still be someone so stupid as to register an account and give cash. And at this time, this way of pulling in new users with cash bonuses has never been seen before and is really eye-catching enough. Wang Kai looked at his cell phone screen, then got even more excited, and the $20 shown above can be used directly to ride Pineapple Bike, and you can get another $10 cash bonus for every new user you share and invite to sign up after the first ride. If the balance is over $100, you can withdraw it directly to your bank card. I'll see how to invite new users. Grass. So easy. After seeing the simple and easy to understand invitation steps on the cell phone screen, Wang Kai directly raised his head to look at Guo Changdong and Chen Xiaokong, and hemmed and hawed. Get out your cell phone and scan my invite code to sign up at. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Xiaoying, I specifically went to buy this bag at the Donkey brand counter in Hangqing Mansion. There's an invoice inside. It's definitely the real thing. Happy Christmas Eve to you. Ma Ziqiang stopped Jiang Xiaoying, who was going back to her dorm room, and handed the bag in her hand. Ever since the last time Chu Yang revealed the cottage bag he gave him, Jiang Xiaoying hadn't bothered with him. But the more this happened, the more Ma Ziqiang couldn't get enough of the other person, especially when he thought of the tingling sensation he had felt the only time he had ever pulled on the other man's small hand. He couldn't help but be excited. So today he was kind of hemorrhaging money, went to Hangzhou Mansion, spent more than $10,000, bought the other party in the hands of this real Donkey brand bag. Jiang Xiaoying glanced fatally at the Donkey brand bag in his hand, hummed softly, and finally took it. Xiaoying, you forgive me? Seeing Jiang Xiaoying take the bag, Ma Ziqiang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Let's see what you do later. Jiang Xiaoying grunted and didn't say anything more as she turned around with her bag and headed upstairs towards her dorm room. Ma Ziqiang cannot help but be a little disappointed. Thinking of that bag of more than $10,000, the heart is still a little meat pain. But then he looked at Jiang Xiaoying's sexy back that seemed to be even more concave and convex, and he became even more itchy. And Jiang Xiaoying had just returned to her dorm room when she was pulled over by Nana Lu. The other party didn't even pay attention to the Donkey brand bag in her hand, directly holding the cell phone with an excited face. Xiaoying, quickly take out your cell phone. Jiang Xiaoying took her cell phone out with some confusion. Here, Scan this QR code of mine and download and register this pineapple bike. With the enthusiastic help of Lu Nana, Zhang Xiaoying quickly finished registering the pineapple bicycle app, and then raised her head to look at Lu Nana with some doubts. Pineapple bike? Why does that name sound familiar? Chapter 124, Reactions. Yay, got another one done. Lu Nana looked at the reward arrival interface displayed on the screen of her cell phone. Her happy mouth couldn't close, and she raised her head to explain to Zhang Xiaoying, "It's that lovely row of bicycles in front of our college. I've tried them at lunchtime. They're very comfortable to ride." Humph, not when you said that the one who rented this bike had his brain caught in a door. The other girl on the side was snatched by Nana Lu and skimmed her mouth irritably and said, "With Xiaoying, you must have made $200 on your end? I just went over to the boys' dorm and pulled a few people. Now it's just over 300. Lu Nana winked, not without amusement. The girl's eyes went a little red, and in her mind she considered whether or not she should go downstairs in the boys' dormitory and pull a few people to sign up as well. $300? That's more than half a month's living expenses for the average family. What are you guys talking about $300? Zhang Xiaoying, who was on the side, seemed to have smelled the smell of money and asked in a hurry. Ahem, Xiaoying, it's like this, Nana Lu explained in an aside. A similar scene took place in many dorm rooms. College students are very receptive to such new things. In the Cash Red Packets attraction, just less than a day, many people already know this luxury incomparable pineapple bike platform. Many students even took the initiative to run into the street to do publicity for the pineapple bicycle. In addition to Hangzhou City, students from many other places also downloaded the pineapple bicycle app after watching the advertisement. But they don't know where they can ride this amazing pineapple bicycle. After seeing the words current city to be opened on the app interface, they can only look at the $20 balance to Sai, Deep City East. It is only about 10 kilometers from Luohu. One of the top residential areas in the country of Huaxia Tianlu 8 Villa area is located here. There are only 5 single-family homes in this neighborhood, surrounded by 2 mountains as a chair, the sea as a bank, the center of the river. Feng Shui is unique. The location in the entire deep city can be called unique, and the high asking price is beyond the average person's imagination. A black-stretched Bentley Mulsanne slowed to a stop in front of one of the villas. An imposing middle-aged man got out of the car from the back row, took his suit jacket off casually and held it in his hand, then walked slowly into the villa. The middle-aged man wore a pair of valuable gold-rimmed glasses, and his entire body had an incomparably introverted aura. Whenever there is a holiday, he will arrange things in the company in advance, and then come home to spend time with his wife and children. It's Christmas Eve, too. Dad, you're back? A delighted voice rang out. Then a girl around 20 years old walked out quickly from the living room and directly hugged the middle-aged man's arm. Why are you back so early? No activities at school today? A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth, and he rubbed the other party's small head somewhat dotingly. There are activities, but I don't want to participate. It's not easy for you to have time to go home. I want to spend more time with you, so I booked a noon flight. The girl hugged the middle-aged man's arm, pouting and pouting. She knew what her status as a dad meant, so she understood how busy the other woman was at work. Well, spend some time with you and your mom today, and when your mom prepares something delicious, we'll sit together as a family and watch TV and talk. The middle-aged man nodded a little guiltily, and casually hung up his coat. Then asked casually while turning on the LCD TV in the living room, "By the way, how's that college entrepreneurship contest going at your school?" "It's already over. The closing ceremony was held this morning, and I heard our school even took first place this time," the girl said casually. She majored in literature and didn't really know much about all this entrepreneurial stuff. "Oh, it's that salted fish program of some kind?" A hint of hidden disdain tickled between the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. With his status and position in the internet field of China, he was able to see the development prospects of this kind of project at a glance. "Well, it seems like it," the girl nodded. By this time, the television had been turned on, and the channel on it was the official Hangzhou City TV station. The middle-aged man was not surprised. He knew that because his daughter was studying at the university over in Hangzhou, his wife paid more attention to the news and weather of the city of Hangzhou. He had just sat down on the couch and was about to change the channel when a commercial video on the TV screen caught his eye. It was just an image of a traffic jam on a road, and a commuter man was sitting with an anxious face inside a car with a document by his side, urgently honking the horn on the steering wheel. Suddenly, accompanied by a light music, a clear sound of bells rang out and, ring ring ring, then only a few young men on the side of the road, each riding a brightly colored, small, chic bicycle, came easily from the distance. A few young men with incredibly sunny smiles on their faces. It's a stark contrast to the crowded and anxious scene just moments ago. Then the man in the car who was originally anxious saw the scene. His eyes lit up, and he actually directly parked his car in a parking space on the side. Then he grabbed his papers and got off the bike and walked to the row of bikes on the side of the road. I only saw this row of bicycles, but every one of them was exactly the same as the kind that the young men had just ridden. Vibrant green and yellow patchwork and chic styling make for an instantly memorable look. The man took out his cell phone and scanned the QR code on the handlebar, only to hear a pop sound. Here's a close-up of the camera recording a scene where the lock under the car seat opens automatically, with the man riding easily and soon arriving at the company's main building. He parked the bike easily beside the row of bikes on the side of the road, then flashed an easy smile and gave a thumbs up to the curb. The whole commercial was short, maybe a couple dozen seconds, and there was no dialogue in the process, but it brought instant attention to the novelty-looking bikes. After seeing this advertisement, the middle-aged man was first stunned, and then his brows were furrowed as if he was thinking about something, and at this time, the TV screen showed a man and a woman with two cute cartoon villains riding on it, their hair fluttering in the wind, revealing a big smiley face. The following line also shows up: ride and park as you go for convenient travel. Pineapple shared bicycle. New user registration gets $20 cash red packet. Invite friends to ride and enjoy $1,000 red packet gift. What? Only the middle-aged man's pupils shrank as he stared at the TV screen dead on. It was only after a long while, until the commercial images on the TV had completely disappeared, that the middle-aged man came back from his shock. Dad, what's wrong? The girl on the side sensed that something was wrong with the middle-aged man and couldn't help but ask. She'd rarely seen the always stoic dad look this shocked. The middle-aged man shook his head to indicate that it was fine, then suddenly remembered something and looked at the girl and asked, Lin, is there a bike like the one just shown on TV over there in Hangzhou? The girl nodded her head, somewhat puzzled. Well, those bikes are called pineapple bikes and I rode them this morning. They're pretty handy. After listening to his daughter's introduction, the middle-aged man's face became more and more grave. After a little thought, he took out his cell phone and dialed directly. Chapter 125, Shock of the Parties. What? Are you saying that the head of this pineapple bike company has already come to our company, and signed a 3-year online advertising contract with us? Hearing He Jinping's words on the cell phone, the middle-aged man first froze. Then he heard that pineapple bicycle ads have been placed in the QQ space. He almost did not hold back to burst out foul language. The other party, this Minister of Foreign Project Cooperation, really did it for nothing. As Penguin's Foreign Project Cooperation Department, in addition to doing the daily work of foreign cooperation projects, the most important point is to find out new projects with development potential in the market. And such a horrible innovative program that the other side didn't even notice? This program in particular features that are likely to be of extraordinary significance to Penguin's next steps. The middle-aged man held back the anger in his heart and said in a cold voice, You immediately go and investigate all the information about this pineapple bicycle project, as well as the details of this pineapple technology company. Tomorrow morning the company executives will hold a special meeting dedicated to this project. Okay, Mr. Ma, I'll get ready right away. He Jinping had already felt the anger of the super-duper big brother and shivered as he hurriedly answered. As the founder of Penguin, this Mr. Ma has reached the very top of the pyramid in the domestic internet field in China, and is also a regular on the Forbes list. At this time in 2012, the whole of China's domestic internet field, perhaps only the Ali Group's Mr. Ma can steadily suppress each other ahead. Late at night, Yanjing, China, situated on the site of Yanjing Zhongguancun Science and Technology Park, the Chida building, which was 52 floors high, was one of the tallest commercial buildings in Yanjing City. As a pioneer enterprise in the field of internet in China, although the momentum of development in recent years has seen some decline, but Baidu's achievements in the field of Chinese search engine no one can be out of its right. The word Baidu is taken from a famous line by the former Southern Song Dynasty poet Xin Chiji. When I look back, the man is in the lights. As at this time the Baidu building, although it is late at night, but still brightly lit. What? A pineapple bike share? Baidu's founder, Li Junhong, was sitting in his office when he suddenly received a phone call, and his whole body was in a daze. But after hearing the other party's description, his complexion suddenly became grave. Okay, email me the relevant information right away. At half an hour later, after reading the information on the computer screen, Li Junhong's entire body took a deep breath, picked up his cell phone and immediately arranged for the side of the Strategic Investment Department to travel to Hangzhou City and negotiate with a company called Pineapple Technology. Right. At the same time, arrange for people to study the business model of pineapple sharing bike and see if they can apply for a relevant patent. Chu Yang did not know that the name pineapple bicycle has entered the vision of many internet industry bigwigs so quickly. After the closing ceremony, the two of them, he and Zhou Wei, said goodbye to Su Yuru and rode back to the academy. When he parked the car, He saw that there were already a lot of students surrounding those pineapple bicycles at the entrance of the college, and the cars on the side of the road were obviously a lot less. Xu Yang's mouth couldn't help but lift up slightly. He knows that the publicity and campaigns are starting to have an effect. Sure enough, just after returning to the dormitory, the two were surrounded by Wang Kai and the others, in a three-legged trial stance. Zhou Wei simply could not understand what Wang Kai and the others were talking about. What red packets? What advertisements? He was completely baffled. Xu Yang, on the other hand, directly pushed all of this onto the big boss behind him, saying that he was not clear about all this. He had only come up with such an idea, and all these operational aspects in the later stage were taken care of by the company below that big boss. It was bull ********. But Chen Xiaokong and the others were completely convinced, because it seems to them that there can only be one explanation. Women's dormitory building. Su Ruwashi was busy from the library building and had just returned to her dorm room when a girl came over with her cell phone. Daryl Su, I remember you have a smartphone too, right? Well, Su Ruwashi blinked her big eyes and looked at the other party with some confusion, because of her introverted nature, and the fact that she's not a talker. Another daily part-time job at the library building, usually by myself, so a few of the other girls in the dormitory don't really talk to her. In addition to these, as roommates in the same dormitory, a few of the other girls know a few things about the true reverse face value of this old-fashioned roommate from a less than stellar family, so are either consciously or unconsciously choosing to ignore her. Why don't you sign up for an account by scanning my code on your cell phone? It's that pineapple bike in front of the school. It's easy to ride. The girl gave Su Ruwashi a rare smile and waved her cell phone in front of her. Su Ruwashi didn't understand what the other party meant, but still took out the cell phone that was placed in the innermost layer of her school bag. Fruit 5 generation? After that girl saw the cell phone in Su Ruwashi's hand, she directly couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They all knew that Su Ruwashi's family was in a difficult situation, not to mention that she went to work at the library building every day, and even at the cafeteria, she didn't get much food, and the other guy brought out such a Fruit 5 phone that cost at least $5,000 or more. This scene is just bizarre, but soon she figured it out and gave an expression of dawning realization that, this cell phone of yours is a Huaxiang North Cottage. Right, it looks pretty good. I thought you had to use one of those old people's phones, the girl said, while taking over Su Ruwashi's cell phone, scanned the QR code on her own phone, but found that this cottage fruit cell phone has been installed on the Pineapple Bicycle app. Did someone else beat you to it? Were you too late? The girl could not help but be a little disappointed. Unwillingly clicked on Su Ruwashi's cell phone Pineapple Bicycle app, ready to see whether the user information is registered. The user information is not registered, but the user information is not registered. The user information is not registered, but after just one look, her entire body was directly dumbfounded. What? Writing hours, unlimited. Crap. Now the cottage phone are so powerful. Chapter 126, Christmas Eve Gifts. Just as the girl's jaws dropped, the ringtone of the fake fruit cell phone rang. Looking at the number on it, Su Ruwashi couldn't help but feel a tremor in her petite body, and hurriedly picked up the cell phone and carefully pressed the answer button. Xu Yang naturally did not know what happened in Su Ruwashi's dormitory room, but was just a little surprised at how the other party picked up so quickly this time. Come downstairs and have lunch with me. With just a word, Xu Yang hung up the phone. For some reason, he was always unconsciously macho when it came to this little introverted girl, and looking at the campus, those who are likely to go to the Hotel Street to spend a wonderful Christmas Eve couples, Xu Yang cannot help but feel young is really good. The heart is also a little envious. Soon enough, Su Ruwashi walked out of the dormitory building with that very dated duffel bag behind her. Since it was noon, Xu Yang didn't choose to go out to eat and directly pulled Su Ruwashi in the cafeteria to play 2 deluxe version boxed lunches. That's right, he hasn't had a chance to charge his meal card yet, and he's still using Su Ruwashi's meal card. Looking at under his own coercion, the other party finally ate a small half portion of rice. The rosy cheeks are propped up by the rice. Bulging is very cute. Xu Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but on the surface, he still had a very cold look on his face. You keep eating and I'll go get another drink. He picked up the cute-looking meal card on the table, got up and headed for the far window of the. Just after taking 2 steps, he didn't forget to turn around and glare up at Su Ruwashi, viciously saying, "Eat quickly. I'll eat at least half of it when I get back." The little girl was taken aback and hastened to chew harder. About 10 minutes later, Xu Yang walked back with 2 cups of soy milk. Then the meal card, which didn't seem to have changed much, was placed back on the table, lamenting all the while. This soy milk is actually only $1 a cup. It's so cheap. Is $1.00 a cup cheap? Su Ruwashi chewed her rice hard while thinking with some curiosity. She hasn't bought soy milk, so she doesn't know the price of soy milk in general. When he came out of the cafeteria, Xu Yang walked in the direction of the dormitory building, while Su Ruwashi followed behind him with her head down. When he was almost walking to the girls' dormitory building, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and turned around. Behind her, Suruwashi didn't react for a moment and directly jumped into his arms at once. Feeling Chu Yang's powerful chest, as well as the male scent coming from the other party, Suruwashi's face directly brushed a little red. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth curled up slightly, and a pair of arms wrapped around the other party, taking the opportunity to feel the other party's slender and soft waist, as well as the two full places above. Having finally and thoroughly established that the other woman's body was in no way inferior to that perfect face, before helping the other woman to her feet. Watch the front when you walk in the future. If you're so careless, it's okay if you hit me, but what if you hit the wall? Okay. Suruwashi's red face hurriedly nodded and whispered. Looking at this little girl whose cheeks were so red that they could almost drip blood, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel a little helpless. It's just a hug and this is what it looks like. So if, alas, so easily shy little girl, one cannot get down. Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Yang took out a big red apple from his pocket again like a magic trick, and then handed it to Suruwashi. Here you go. Happy Christmas Eve. Thanks. Suruwashi was taken aback and took the big apple, and there seemed to be some joy in her big eyes. Well, get up there. Chu Yang nodded and turned around to leave, but suddenly he heard Suruwashi's voice coming from behind him. Wait a minute. Chu Yang turned around and looked at the other party with some confusion. Instead, he only saw the other party remove the backpack, then gently opened it and carefully removed a navy blue furry dress from it. The garment was neatly folded and looked like it should be a sweater. Here, for you. Suruwashi handed the navy blue sweater to Chu Yang and whispered with her head lowered. She seemed a little nervous, her small hands clenched tightly. I don't know if it's because I'm shy, or I'm worried that the other person will resent it, or both. Chu Yang, however, picked up the sweater as soon as he could and looked at it in his hand for a few moments, revealing a surprised expression. Did you knit it yourself? Aha. Suruwashi gently nodded her head, her voice like a fly. It's great, thanks, I love it. Chu Yang was not telling lies. This sweater was to his liking in both color and pattern, and the knitting is very good. It looks no worse than those big brand counter cardigans. The other party obviously spent effort. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Suruwashi, on the other hand, her delicate body slightly trembled. The whole person instantly relaxed, and that white, flawless and absolutely beautiful face rarely showed a touch of smile. Chu Yang had just walked out of the college with his sweater and was about to walk towards the opposite parking lot, when a somewhat familiar horn sound rang out from a short distance away. Chu Yang turned to look, but he saw that the pink Porsche 718 sports car was parked on the side of the road, with the convertible top open, and Mu Yurong was sitting in the car, looking at herself expressionlessly. Chapter 127, Su Yuru's Dinner. Seeing Mu Yurong appearing here, Chu Yang could not help but be a little puzzled, but he still walked over. Mu Yurong pointed to the co-pilot on the side, her voice still clear and cold. Get in the car. Chu Yang didn't make any pretense and directly opened the car door and sat on the passenger seat. Then looking at the other party's snow-white neck under the two groups of fierce things, due to the sitting position, almost want to break free from the bounds of professional clothing, the corner of the mouth hooked up an arc. What? The competition is over, and Miss Mu doesn't go busy with the publicity and promotion of that health hotel project of yours, and still has the time to bother with me? Mu Yurong raised her eyebrows, seemingly a little surprised by Chu Yang's state. She had thought that her opponent should be very frustrated at being eliminated outright in the finals this time, but she hadn't expected to see it in the slightest from the surface. She glanced at the row of pineapple bicycles on the roadside not far away, then turned to look at Chu Yang and spoke faintly. This bicycle rental program of yours still has some potential. If you need investment, I can help you contact a few investment companies. Oh, Chu Yang was a bit surprised. He did not expect this big-breasted girl to take the initiative to ask for help. This project is now exposed to the public eye, and once it misses the current optimal development period, it will soon be imitated by other businesses behind it. So now it's paramount to get the investment as soon as possible and grow quickly. Mu Yurong explained again faintly. Then, as if guessing the other party's thoughts, she glanced at Chu Yang expressionlessly and, don't get me wrong, I just don't want to disappoint Zihan too much. Then thank you, Miss Mu, for your kindness, but no need. The corner of Chu Yang's mouth lifted slightly before he shook his head. Hearing Chu Yang's unhesitating refusal, Mu Yurong directly frowned. Looking at the indifferent Chu Yang, she couldn't help but feel a fire in her heart, and directly coldly hummed, get off. Looking at Mu Yurong, who flipped her face faster than a book, Chu Yang could only helplessly open the car door and step out of the car. Then only a roar of the engine was heard, only to see this Porsche convertible speeding away directly as if it had eaten gunpowder. MMP, this big-breasted girl must be a relative from home. Looking at the distant Porsche sports car, Chu Yang was speechless. Afternoon. After several media reporters interviewed the winning teams one by one, the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition finally came to an end. Because of the official attention, in addition to the special reports by many TV stations, the winning projects in this competition were also described in detail on the homepage of many portals, especially as the first-place winner of the competition, Salted Fish Idol Trading Platform, in the publicity coverage of a wave of crazy eyeballs. And the scene where Jung Fan stood on the podium to speak as the representative of the winning team became a hot picture in the news. Young, golden, graduated from a famous school, coupled with his handsome appearance, a circle of female fans countless. There are also many people in the electronic communications industry. Attention to the Jung Fan mentioned in the speech Ali Cloudphone. Evening. Night fell slowly, because it was Christmas Eve. The city was far more lively than usual. Under Lin Shiyu's arrangement, the inside of Antai Mansion was also specially decorated with some festive atmosphere. Even 2 huge Christmas trees appeared in the middle of the restaurant on the 9th floor. The restaurant is also very busy at this time of year, with many people coming over to dine. There are now about 50 or so employees in total above the Antai building, including those in the program technology department. Because of the high standards in the restaurant and the availability of both Chinese and Western food, people almost always choose to eat in the restaurant. Especially the program technology department often work overtime at night. These program apes have more than once exclaimed that this restaurant is the best company restaurant they have ever seen, even if the Ali Group's prestigious staff restaurant is also a little inferior in comparison. Chu Yang called Yang Zihan. The other party's voice was obviously elated, but the surroundings seemed to be a bit noisy. Then Yang Zihan apologized that he was about to attend the Yenjing Film Academy's gala performance tonight. Hanging up the phone, Chu Yang stood downstairs in the brightly lit Antai Mansion, and looked at the lively street malls in the distance, and couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of loneliness. It was a faint melancholy that penetrated to the bone. After he was reborn, he had been busy in making plans or accomplishing established plans, and rarely was he truly as quiet as he was at this moment. In fact, neither Yang Zihan nor Su Ruashi can really understand him. After all, that feeling of being a man in 2 worlds is something he has never been able to share with anyone. Retracting his thoughts, Chu Yang shook his head slightly, turned around and prepared to settle for dinner in the restaurant on the 9th floor. And this time, his cell phone rang. Looking at the 3 words Teacher Su on the screen, Chu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and only then remembered that this beautiful teacher seemed to have made an appointment for herself. Sure enough, just after pressing the answer button, Su Yuru's gentle voice came from inside the cell phone. Chu Yang, I'll be ready for dinner soon. Oh, where are you now? Dinner? Chu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He only remembered that this beautiful teacher was trying to get herself to help her fix the water heater. Well, hurry up and come over. The food will get cold later. Yeah, I forgot to put in the salt. Well, don't talk to you much. Come over here. The address you know, the Academy Garden side. Listening to the blind tone coming from the earpiece, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Forgot the salt? This beautiful teacher wouldn't be cooking for the first time, would she? The corner of Chu Yang's mouth twitched, and his mind had already quickly brainstormed a table of indescribable dark cuisine. Shaking his head helplessly, he still decided to live up to the beautiful teacher's good intentions and walked toward the Mercedes-Benz coupe on the side of the road. Chu Yang's current memory was not something to be reckoned with. He parked his car at the entrance of the Academy Garden neighborhood and walked into the middle of the neighborhood, then easily found the address where he had sent Su Yuru back that night. Knocked on the door. After a while the door of the room was opened. Then Chu Yang saw Su Yuru wearing a big red apron standing behind the door. Chu Yang, come in, it's almost ready. Seeing Chu Yang, a touch of heartfelt joy appeared on Su Yuru's pretty face. Then he sat Chu Yang on the couch and dug himself back into the kitchen. Looking at the 4 plates of exquisite dishes on the dining table that emitted a burst of aroma, Chu Yang realized that he had misunderstood this beautiful teacher, especially that plate of authentic squirrel mandarin fish and the appetizing cassoulet chestnut chicken. If you don't specialize in food, the average person certainly can't make it. Here's the soup. Only to see Su Yuru bring out a big bowl of Ulva silver fish soup from the kitchen. Chu Yang hurriedly got up and took it, placing it on the dining table. Chu Yang, you sit and wait for me for a while. I'll go change my clothes. Su Yuru smiled at Chu Yang before she turned around and went into the bedroom. Chu Yang sat on the dining table and inadvertently saw the bedroom with the door only half hidden. The other party's charming behavior in his arms after getting drunk that night could not help but reappear in his mind, especially when he thought of this beautiful teacher's round and slender legs clamped around his waist, as well as the amazing elasticity where his hands touched when he was carrying the other party. He couldn't help but get a little thirsty. And this young body, uncontrollably, is manifesting itself visibly. Just as Chu Yang's mind was wandering, Su Yuru's figure walked out from the room. When he saw this beautiful teacher, Chu Yang directly froze there. It was only that the other was wearing a plain black lace nightgown, with a kind of delicate lace cutouts in many places, and the neckline was definitely not open high, and the two white as jade semicircular plumpnesses were vaguely visible. The hemline underneath is low, and with the lace cutouts around the edges, it's absolutely lethal for men. And the pair of round and slender legs underneath were tightly wrapped in translucent black stockings, coupled with the pair of snow-white exquisite small feet below the stockings stepped on a pair of black high-heeled shoes, forming an indescribable sense of visual impact. Chapter 128, Public Hooliganism. Although Suyuru had already prepared her thoughts well in advance and decided to use this method to divert the attention of this little guy who was eliminated from the entrepreneurship competition today. However, when she saw Chu Yang's eyes wide open and the whole person looking at herself stupidly, Suyuru still couldn't help but feel her cheeks rolling a little. In fact, the pajamas had just been purchased not long ago, and she was wearing them for the first time, ever since the last time she had bared her heart with Chu Yang. Although in the end Chu Yang did not do anything to her, Suyuru had developed an indescribable feeling for Chu Yang in her heart. Especially the scene where Chu Yang stood in front of her and gave her an endless sense of security appeared in her mind from time to time. She also often fantasizes about nice images with each other. Suyuru finally held back the shyness in her heart and quickly walked to the wine cabinet on the side and took a bottle of red wine out from it, then sat down opposite Chu Yang. It's Christmas Eve. Let's have some wine. Okay. By the way, Mr. Su, are you from Gusu? Chu Yang managed to come back to his senses from the shock and tried to calm down, changing his sitting position in an effort to hide the abnormality in his body while changing the topic. Well, I grew up in Gusu, but then I went to Jinling. Suyuru nodded while standing at the table and opening the red wine. Because he was bent over, Chu Yang inadvertently glimpsed the panoramic view of the face under that open neckline again. Two lofty snowy peaks stand proudly, their curved shapes and volumes in perfect juxtaposition. Chu Yang directly couldn't help but gulp down his saliva again, only to feel an uncontrollable explosive sensation throughout his entire body. He hastily withdrew his gaze and picked up the water cup to take several sips of water in succession, yet he still had a dry mouth feeling. Suyuru only focused on opening the wine, and did not notice Chu Yang's different, just saw Chu Yang drinking water, then picked up the kettle on the side and poured hot water for Chu Yang. Then it's no wonder that Mr. Su was able to make such a table of authentic Sugang cuisine, but even over in Gusu, very few people can make such authentic squirrel mandarin fish, right? Chu Yang forced himself to calm down and pointed to the squirrel mandarin fish on the table. Oh, you've had this dish before? Suyuru was a bit surprised. She knew that Chu Yang was from Linhai. She didn't expect that she would know so much about Sugang cuisine. Had it a couple times. Chu Yang nodded slightly and didn't explain too much, but took the initiative to bring up his wine glass and, Mr. Su, tonight is Christmas Eve. I'm glad to be able to spend it with our beautiful teacher. Cheers. Well, cheers. Suyuru's pretty face was slightly red, picking up the wine glass to actually drink the red wine in the glass. Chu Yang couldn't help but stare. How come this beautiful teacher was so raw every time she drank? After a moment's hesitation, he too drained his glass of red wine. Come, Chu Yang, taste how the teacher's handiwork is. With just a glass of red wine in her belly, Suyuru's pretty face already had a blush on it as she chucked a piece of squirrel mandarin fish and put it in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang tasted a mouthful, then his eyes couldn't help but light up and, although he had already guessed from the appearance and color of the dish that it should taste good, he hadn't expected it to be as good as this. Even in his last life, he had eaten that squirrel mandarin fish in the Gusu City Songhalu restaurant. Compared with this flavor, there is a gap. Well, the fish meat is fresh, flavorful, tender, smooth, with a pine scent wrapped around the teeth and just the right amount of sweet and sour. This squirrel mandarin fish is excellent. Hiss. This chestnut flavor and the freshness of the chicken blend perfectly together into a full-bodied, lingering aftertaste that's just perfect. Chu Yang nodded his head while tasting several other dishes one after another, and as a result, the more he ate, the brighter his eyes became. He really didn't expect that this table of 4 Sugang dishes would be able to make this kind of flavor that was beyond common sense. In fact, in his last life, he had no other hobbies. That is, he had a study of the cuisine of all parts of China, which is also one of the reasons why he was known as the model good man. But even in his previous life, he had eaten at all the most authentic Sugang cuisine restaurants, and I'm afraid that none of them could surpass the flavor of the dishes in front of him. Seeing Chu Yang's reaction, the corner of Suyuru's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. She had learned Sugang cuisine from her grandfather since she was a child, and was naturally confident in her own craftsmanship. I just didn't think that this big boy, who had made his heart grow fonder, even had a study of Sugang cuisine and was able to accurately point out the key to it. She couldn't help but soften her gaze toward Chu Yang a few points more. Teacher Su, thank you for preparing such a table of food. I'll toast you again. After Chu Yang had tasted them one by one, he marveled in his heart, and then lifted his wine cup to clink it with Suyuru. and the two of them once again drank it all. The two found a common topic, chatting about Su gang cuisine while drinking. Soon a bottle of high red wine to the bottom. Both were already feeling a bit tipsy as well. Especially Su Yuru. That pair of beautiful eyes looked like they were covered with a layer of spring water, and had an indescribable charm under the light. Chu Yang poured the remaining red wine in the bottle into the two men's cups, then thought of something else, picked up the wine glass and looked at Su Yuru, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. That's right, Mr. Su, I almost forgot. We still have to celebrate the awarding of your Jiangning Tesco project today. Let's cheers. Chu Yang. Hearing Chu Yang finally mention the matter of winning the competition, Su Yuru's heart could not help but sink. She knew that this matter must have hit the other party very hard, especially after entering the finals, as the first group and then eliminated directly. And finally even the name of the project is not even mentioned. The feeling of falling short is palpable, and for those bikes placed around the university town alone, the other party has likely invested more effort and sweat into this matter than many people can imagine, and he's nothing more than an average second-year college student. Thinking of the scene at the live exchange where the other party stood alone on the stage and was sneered at by the other participating teams, Su Yuru couldn't help but feel a pain in her heart. Looking at the corner of Chu Yang's mouth that seemed to be laughing at himself, Su Yuru couldn't help but stand up and walked behind Chu Yang, gently hugging the other party from behind. Aha! Suddenly feeling a fragrant breeze coming in, and then his head being wrapped in two soft masses, Chu Yang was directly confused. What is this? Public hooliganism? Sniffing the nice fragrance that drilled into his nose, Chu Yang's fire that he had just managed to calm down could no longer hold back from exploding. Feeling Chu Yang's somewhat ragged breathing, Su Yuru slightly froze, then inadvertently glancing at Chu Yang's fiery dissimilarity. Her heart could not help but tremble violently. A pair of beautiful eyes instantly rippled with spring water, and she took the initiative to stick her entire delicate body on Chu Yang's body. Chapter 129 Publishing, 5-star review plus, On Tai Mansion. Although it was already late at night, Lin Shiyu and a few people from the program technology department were standing in an office in the middle of the 8th floor, staring dead on at the several huge screens hanging on the wall. This is the background management system of the Pineapple Bike platform, and the server is placed in a server room. Several huge displays can show the number of registered users, the number of online users, the distribution status of vehicles, the number of user orders and other relevant information in real time. At this moment, Lin Shiyu and the others were staring at the data on the big screen with wide eyes and unbelievable faces. Just see that the number of registered users on it is growing rapidly at an explosive rate. The numbers on the back are like running scores, and it's getting faster. Assistant Lin, $500,000 now. The tall, skinny youth on the side looked at the constantly refreshing numbers on the screen, swallowed his saliva, and said with difficulty, his name was Li Jiangtao, a program expert that Lin Shiyu had poached from the Ali group, and was now the number 2 person in the program technology department. Currently, he is mainly responsible for the back-end system of Pineapple Bike app. It was only after having dinner at the restaurant this evening that he realized the anomaly in the background data and immediately notified Lin Shiyu, which led to the current scene. Hearing his words, Lin Shiyu reacted only after a long time and slowly nodded her head before taking a deep breath. It just took less than a day for the number of user registrations to reach 500,000. This speed is unimaginable. Realize that. Before today, Pineapple Bike put on the half-month time. The number of registered users only less than 1,000 people. Although she knew that this red packet promotion method taken by Chu Yang should be effective, she did not expect that the effect would be so exaggerated. Or, to put it mildly, horrifying. Looking at the obviously faster and faster growth rate on the screen, Li Jiangtao, who was on the side, suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Shiyu, somewhat worried. Assistant Lin, if we keep going at this rate, I'm afraid the performance of this server won't be able to support it, and we'll need to add more servers right away. Aha! Lin Shiyu nodded her head with some difficulty, and with great difficulty she withdrew her gaze from the big screen and took out her cell phone to call Chu Yang. Chu Yang didn't hear the cell phone ringing in the living room. At this moment, he was lying on his back on the big, soft bed in Su Yuru's room. This beautiful teacher was sitting on her haunches, her head bent slightly, her long waterfall-like hair falling to one side. Chu Yang was just able to see the other party's flirtatious side face covered with a reddish haze. After Chu Yang had drawn cold air backwards many times, Su Yuru finally raised her head and turned around to look at Chu Yang with a mesmerized gaze. She sat up and, then with a long sigh from the depths of his soul, he finally completed that most important action that the two had been waiting for. And for the first time, this soft queen-sized bed began to accept the test of fate. A sleepless night. This night, Chu Yang had been enjoying himself passively. He did not expect that this beautiful teacher with a gentle temperament would have such a passionate and unrestrained side. It was only until the sky was already faintly glowing with a hint of light that Su Yuru exhaustedly fell into Chu Yang's arms. With a contented smile on his lips, he fell into a deep sleep. December 25, 2012. It was also the day after the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition ended. It was already 9 o'clock in the morning and Chu Yang and Su Yuru were still hugging each other. At this time, an article titled "Innovation is the Key to the Leapfrog Development of the Internet Economy" from the Pineapple Bicycle platform to talk about the new revolution in the Internet economy. The article was suddenly published in the journal Global Finance. The title of the article, which was a full 20 or so large words, took up half of the entire cover directly. And the author behind this article is clearly the titan of the new economics field in China. Prof. Lai Yining. After the word Luenin, the words group of experts on global finance are also written. In other words, this article was officially published by Global Finance and represents a public statement by Global Finance, the #1 periodical in the financial sector in China. Unsurprisingly, once this article was published, it instantly triggered an earthquake in the financial sector of the entire country of China. For chapters, if you like it, please click the 5-star praise. The results are good to have the motivation to write on. Hope to understand? Oh, *30. Chapter 130 Shocks from all sides, above. Deep City, China. Penguin Corporation Headquarters Building. At 8 o'clock in the morning, He Jinping sent all the information of Pineapple Bicycle and Pineapple Company into the chairman's office with some apprehension. And when he saw the big brother's gloomy face, he walked out with extreme anxiety. He knew that a special meeting was about to be held at the top of the company, and those who could attend this meeting were the company's deputy general managers and above. In his position, he is not qualified to attend this meeting. On the way back to the office, he kept his brows furrowed. He really couldn't figure out how this top bigwig could attach so much importance to such an unheard of and strange project. Bicycle rental. What's the point of this kind of program, even if it's played out? And this Pineapple Company information he has also carefully studied. Is only a Hangzhou city, not long established, a small company only. Could it be that behind that guy, there is what Tong Tian background is not? Tong Tian to let that big brother have to be treated with caution. Thinking of the young man who had lightly signed an advertising order of nearly $10 million with himself, He Jinping secretly guessed. Just then, a sound of high heels hitting the ground rang out from outside. Cousin, here are today's papers and magazines. A somewhat playful voice came, only to see Tang Jiejia push open the door as soon as she walked into the office, holding a thick stack of books and newspapers. With some effort, she placed the objects in her arms on the desk, then gasped for air. The two high masses of her chest kept rising and falling up and down, almost ready to split the tight professional dress. How many times have I told you? You're not allowed to call me cousin in the company. You have to address me by my position. He Jinping grunted angrily and said, grimly, and who gave you permission to enter my office without knocking? Tang Jiejia was first startled, then a pair of big eyes curiously surveyed He Jinping, then walked up to the other party and stretched out her small hand to touch the other party's forehead. Cousin, you don't have a fever here either. Why are you mad at me? He Jinping's head was filled with black lines. Is there any relationship between fever and fire? But he was also helpless. He was unable to do anything at all with this extreme cousin. It was all he could do to stop talking to the other man and reach over and pull out Global Finance from the stack of magazines on his desk. As the head of Penguin's Foreign Project Cooperation Department, he naturally knew the importance of this journal, and it was one of his must-read titles. However, just by glancing at the cover, He Jinping's pupils suddenly tightened, and then he directly couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Cousin, what's wrong? Tang Jiejia on the side noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but come over to ask. He Jinping, but there is no time to pay attention to her, hastily flew open this Global Finance, quickly found the cover of the title article, a serious face to read up. The sharing economy? Mobile Internet Eco Portal? It was only after a long time that He Jinping moved his gaze away from the book, and then let out a long breath with a remorseful look on his face. He then realized that this bike rental program, which seemed to him to be not even worth paying attention to, had really played up the rental bikes, although he didn't really understand the terms just now. His intuition told him that this pineapple bike project would be of extraordinary significance for Penguin's next development. Pineapple bike? Tang Jiejia, who was on the side, also noticed the title on the cover at this time and revealed a puzzled expression. It took her a while to remember, and her eyes instantly glared round and, isn't this that guy's last venture? Well, I guess this young man is. This time, He Jinping slowly nodded and was just about to continue saying something when the phone on his desk rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was the number of the assistant chairman's office. He hastily picked up the phone and, Minister He, the chairman wants you to come to the conference room immediately. Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics, Dean's office. That's good. Wu Guoliang was sitting in his office, looking at the certificate of honor for the award that Ji Xiaozhu handed over and nodded with a smile. Sure enough, This Mr. Su really didn't let him down. With the support of the Jiangning group behind them, it was no surprise that they were able to get an award in the competition this time, and with this winning honor, completing the officially scheduled entry, not to mention the key is for Zhejiang Province Finance and Economics College to apply for upgrading to become the University of Finance and Economics. This matter, and a few more points to grasp. After all, in this National Student Entrepreneurship Competition, which is highly valued by the official top management, Zhejiang Province College of Finance and Economics is the only secondary school that got the award. Shinjuku, both you and Mr. Su have been working hard lately. Take a good rest next. Looking at the certificate of honor in his hand again, Wu Guoliang said with a smile. Aha! Yi Xiaozhu nodded, then turned around and walked towards the outside. Wu Guoliang also stood up and walked over to the window, looking out at the campus, a little lost in thought. The greatest wish of his life is to be able to upgrade this financial college successfully into a financial university. And this time with this national level entrepreneurship award, it finally brings him a few points closer to that goal. Thinking of this, Wu Guoliang's mood became even better. He withdrew his gaze and was just about to turn around when he inadvertently glanced at the top cover of the stack of brand new magazines by the window, and then froze in disbelief. Chapter 131, Shocks on All Sides, Center. Elaine Lai? It wasn't the title on the cover of this global finance book that made Wu Guoliang freeze. After all, he didn't know that there was another entrepreneurial program in the college that had participated in this entrepreneurial competition either. Even the name Pineapple Bike was new to him, but when he saw the words Li Yining at the back, he couldn't help but stop his gaze. He, who also majored in economics, naturally knew that this professor of economics had a profound impact on the domestic economic reform in China, and as far as he knew, this professor seldom took the initiative to publish articles in newspapers and journals, but whenever they are published, the impact is extraordinary. Another look at the cover of the title that seems to have a deep meaning. Wu Guoliang cannot help but pick up the book Global Finance, and then slowly open. Pineapple Bike? National Student Entrepreneurship Competition? Seeing the first few sentences of the introduction, Wu Guoliang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He hadn't thought that this article would even mention the entries in this entrepreneurship competition. TSK, it seems that the influence of this entrepreneurship competition is really extraordinary. Even this old Prof. Lai has paid attention to it. Wu Guoliang thought darkly, then continued to read. The sharing economy? Internet eco-portal? Revolutionizing the new economic model of the internet? While the following, Wu Guoliang was more and more shocked the more he read. He never imagined that this article would be written around this pineapple bicycle project. First of all, the operation mode of the pineapple bike platform is analyzed from the perspective of economics, and compared with the urban public bicycle, which is currently a hot official issue. Through comparison, the article clearly shows that this pineapple bicycle is superior to the urban public bicycle, which has been blown up by many experts in all aspects, and the analysis between the lines is very thorough, greatly affirming the importance of this sharing model for environmental protection and convenient urban mobility. The platform of Pineapple Bicycle is very advanced in the use of QR code, app design, remote control unlocking, electronic fence, etc., which is worth learning from many platforms. For the first time, the concept of sharing economy was introduced. Later in the article, it is even hinted that this kind of bike sharing will be popularized in medium and large cities, and will most likely become a key entrance to the internet ecosystem. Seeing this, Wu Guoqing's conscience was already filled with shock. He hadn't expected that with Li Yining's status and position, as well as his terrifying influence in the economic field of the Chinese nation, he would make such a public statement in support of such an entrepreneurial project. You can see that this bike share model is absolutely extraordinary. Is this the same program that won first place at Zhejiang Provincial University? Wu Guoliang secretly shocked. Worthy of being able to get the first place project? Indeed, not their own college this Jiangning Tesco project can be compared to. And when his eyes landed on the program institution information at the end of the entire article, his entire body directly froze. Seeing the words Zhejiang Province College of Finance and Economics on it, Wu Guoliang directly froze there, then even took off those thick glasses specifically to rub his eyes and read them word by word, finally making sure that he hadn't misread them. This can't be a misspelling, can it? Wu Guoliang violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, then hurriedly picked up the phone on the table and dialed out. The hand that was holding the phone was slightly shaking. At this time, Yi Xiaozhu had just walked downstairs to the library when her cell phone rang, and then Wu Guoliang's somewhat urgent voice came out from inside. Shinobu, come back here right now. A few minutes later, the dean's office. How is this possible? After seeing the title of the article above Global Finance, Yi Xiaozhu's stunningly beautiful cheeks that were as white as snow no longer had the previous day's coolness on them, especially when she saw the words Li Yining at the end of the article. She was frozen in place. She has always been confident, even a little conceited, in her academic research, and has never cared for the average so-called expert. However, he admired Lai Yining, an old man who single-handedly promoted the reform of China's economic system but seldom appeared in public, especially after reading several of this old man's books on economics, which have been able to benefit her every time. But she never thought that this legendary figure would be linked to such a small entrepreneurial project in the College of Finance and Economics. Shinjuku, what on earth is going on? Difficult. Could it be that this entrepreneurial program called Pineapple Bicycle really belongs to our academy? Seeing Yi Xiaoju's reaction, the heartbeat of Wu Guogui on the side accelerated once again, and he hurriedly asked. Yi Xinju managed to recover from the shock and nodded with difficulty, then couldn't help but flip open this copy of Global Finance and Economy and read it. As a result, the more she looked, the more shocked she became, and her entire petite body couldn't help but tremble slightly. And seeing her nod her head, Wu Guoliang became even more excited. Shinobu, which student's project is this pineapple bicycle from our academy? Yi Xiaoju. However, as if she did not hear his words, her beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on the content of the article, as if she was unwilling to miss every word. Not getting an answer, Wu Guoliang was a bit anxious to ask again, but seeing Yi Xiaoju's serious and incomparable expression, he could only wait for the other party. After a long time, Yi Shiatsu only took back her gaze, a pair of beautiful eyes but still some lost in thought. Do not know what is thinking. Having understood most of the article, given her talent in the field of economics, she never imagined that such a small pineapple bicycle project would have such a great potential for development, as well as such an important economic and social significance. Chu Yang's bland expression could not help but appear in her mind for the first time. Is this really something that guy could have pulled off? Just then, Wu Guoliang's somewhat agitated voice rang out again. Shinju, this pineapple bicycle project, which student from our academy actually did it? What award did it win this time? Chapter 132, Shock from all sides. Next, seeing that Ji Shiatsu's expression was a bit strange but still didn't answer himself, Wu Guoliang was so anxious that he almost jumped up and down. Shinobu, why don't you say something? What kind of award did this project win? Why didn't you tell me before? Under Wu Guoliang's incredibly expectant gaze, Yi Shiatsu finally raised her head and slowly shook her head. Dean, this program didn't win. What? No award? Hearing Yi Shiatsu's words, Wu Guoliang couldn't help but stare. Then with an instant look of incredulity, and a loud voice, how is that possible? The project that can make this Prof. Li Yining so highly evaluated, and even published an article in Global Finance specifically, and even used the words the new revolution of internet economy to describe the project, but even did not win the award in this competition? Beat him to death, he didn't believe it. Yi Shiatsu, however, shook her head once again. Dean, this pineapple bike program did advance to the finals, but was eliminated in the finals. She described the incident where Chu Yang was targeted by Ouyang Jia, Zhang Fan and the others at the live exchange. Humph, you mean to tell me that someone is actually proposing to include the college level in the judging? Wu Guoliang's face instantly sank when he heard this matter, and there was a hint of indescribable chill in his voice. He hadn't expected that someone would make such a snobbish and ridiculous offer, or at a national level startup competition like this. And as the dean of the College of Finance and Economics, the anger in his heart could be imagined. If the strength of the academy is included in the judging, is there any need for a competition? Why don't we just compare the college rankings directly? If this suggestion was really adopted, it was at the risk of being disciplined that he would reflect this matter to the top. You mean the program ended up being eliminated because of mediocre preliminary operating numbers? Thinking of something else, Wu Guoliang couldn't help but frown and asked somewhat unwillingly. In his opinion, how could this project, which even old Prof. Li Yining was optimistic about, be eliminated just because of the preliminary operating data? If this project receives the award, coupled with the article in Global Finance, the impact is definitely not comparable to the Jiangning Tesco project. It is even likely that the College of Finance and Economics application for upgrading to become the University of Finance and Economics will be approved outright. But even so, with this article of old Professor Li Yining, Zhejiang Province Finance and Economics College this time is destined to be in the whole of China's financial field of the ruthless scenery. Thinking about this, Wu Guoliang's mood improved a bit. Yi Xiaoju nodded, explaining for Chu Yang in a rare manner. Well, after all, there's no big business support behind this business venture of Chu Yang's. In fact, with him being a college student, being able to achieve this business figure is already very good. Well, Wu Guoliang also nodded deeply. Naturally, he is also aware of how important it is for a startup program to have a large enterprise behind it in terms of financial and technical support. Even many creative business ideas end up dying because there are no conditions for development. Just then, Wu Guoliang suddenly frowned and looked at Yi Xiaoju and asked, Shinobu, what did you just say this student's name was? Yi Xiaozhu revealed an odd expression. His name is Chu Yang. That's the Chu Yang in MS. Su's class. We also, last time, had to discipline him. What? Listening to Yi Xiaozhu's words, Wu Guolian's expression was directly petrified, standing there for a long time without reacting. A similar scene was staged among many enterprises and universities in China. The article in Global Finance, when published, quickly created a furor within the financial sector, coupled with the Pineapple Bike rapid fire up the cash red packet promotion mode. Directly Pineapple Bike, this 4 words on the hot search list. It also brought this NCAA into the limelight. But something soon came to the attention of some people that is, among the 10 projects that won the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition, there is no Pineapple Bike project. That is to say, this one was highly praised by old Prof. Lai Yining. It even claims that the QR code scanning, app design, GPS electronic fence and other features it uses are far superior to other current internet platforms for startups. Surprised you didn't win this startup competition? This seemingly unbelievably bizarre event quickly attracted widespread attention. And in the current hot BBS posting bar, many people have to participate in the discussion of this matter. Many of the ordinary students involved in this entrepreneurship competition are gradually revealing many details of this competition. Even a Zhejiang University student, probably to attract attention, quietly posted the cover of the Pineapple Bike project's final round on the internet. Directly again, there was an uproar. Chapter 133, The Settlement, Recommendations Added. This Pineapple Bike program evaluation information cover picture spread rapidly on the internet. Especially the cover of the score column behind the big 50 points seems to be very eye-catching. 50 cents? Everyone's jaws dropped after seeing that score. Almost everyone did not expect. This is the old Professor Lai Yining's special article highly evaluated entrepreneurial projects. In this National College Student Entrepreneurship Competition did not get awards, not to mention, even only got 50 points. Just when many people were questioning the fairness of the judging of this startup competition, another matter was brought to the attention of those who were interested. That's the schedule for this startup competition, which is surprisingly just over a month before and after. A startup competition? A month? This obviously unreasonable schedule setting has once again sparked a new round of debate. Some people even made direct comments questioning if this national entrepreneurship competition was a show. After all, a discerning eye can see the problems at a glance. This time of the network public opinion spreads extremely fast. Just a morning's work, the online discussion about this matter has been spread all over the world. Zhejiang Provincial University, Rector's Office. Old Principal Ming Tingxian was sitting in front of his desk, looking at the content of the comments on the internet with a bitter smile on his face. He did not expect that this entrepreneurship competition had caused such a strong negative reaction directly because of an article by this old friend of his. Seeing that the internet was full of comments questioning the scheduling of this tournament, Ming Tingxian couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. In fact, he had reminded that girl from the Su family after learning about the schedule this time, only that the other party didn't care and still insisted on their own plan. And according to the official arrangement, this entrepreneurship competition is fully responsible for the other party, coupled with the other party's identity of the special. He did not say anything more. It just didn't occur to me that eventually this matter would be pushed to the forefront of public opinion. Ming Tingxian long sigh. Zhejiang Provincial University, as the organizer of this entrepreneurship competition, naturally also caught up in the public opinion. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Then several imposing figures appeared at the office door. It was clearly Su Ruocheng, Zhang Yunfeng and the others. Zhang Yunfeng's brow was furrowed and his face was gloomy. Su Ruocheng's temperament was still noble, and there was not the slightest expression on that beautiful face, only a vague haggardness in her complexion. Several people walked into the office. Zhang Yunfeng directly opened the door. Principal Ming, you should have seen the news on the internet. Now the impact is getting bigger and bigger. It's very unfavorable to our race committee this time, especially if it's noticed by the higher-ups. I'm afraid we all have a responsibility. We have come here now, mainly because we want to discuss with you together to see if we should take any measures to mitigate the impact of this public opinion. For example, could we make up another special award just for that Pineapple Bike program? In fact, seeing the figures of several people, how could Ming Tingxian not know the purpose of the other parties coming? After hearing Zhang Yunfeng's words, he still slowly shook his head and sighed after a moment of contemplation. I'm just afraid of painting a picture of a tiger. And even if this program thing can be explained away that way, how does a month of playing time explain it? Hearing the old man's words, Zhang Yunfeng's face became a few points more ugly. The online buzz, he does not care. He is worried about public opinion wants further fermentation. If the official high-level attention to this matter, he is the official representative of this Zhejiang province, but also the highest level of leadership of this entrepreneurial competition. And back what responsibility? Recently, It was a critical period in the battle between the Jiang family and the Guo family. As the most important representative of the Jiang family in Zhejiang province, his next position can be said to directly determine the position of the strength of the two families. If his promotion was affected by being disciplined for this, then the loss would be absolutely disastrous for the Jiang family. Several others are obviously in a similar situation. As the local official leaders in Zhejiang province, they are worried about their future because of this matter. Just when several people were all gloomy and frowning, and the atmosphere was incomparably depressing, a faint voice suddenly rang out. "You guys don't have to worry. I'll take care of this." Only Su Ruoqing faintly raised her eyebrows and said expressionlessly. After saying that, she didn't explain anything more and directly turned around and walked towards the outside. The few people left in the office couldn't help but look at each other. Jiang Yunfeng, on the other hand, looked at Su Ruoqing's back, and between the corners of his mouth there was actually a hint of hidden coldness that hooked up. Yes, that's what he wanted. This matter started because of the other party, so naturally the other party should be the one to solve it cleanly. And in his heart from the very beginning it was clear, there is this Yanjing Su family's big miss in. Such a small thing is simply impossible to turn out what waves to. Catching the subtle expression on Jiang Yunfeng's face, Ming Tingxiang's cloudy gaze fluctuated slightly, but he didn't show anything, just picked up the teacup on his desk to take a shallow sip. Chapter 134, Zhu Yang's Doubt. Zhejiang Provincial Reform and Development Office. Guo Zhendong came to the office early in the morning and was sitting in front of his desk reviewing the draft policy documents submitted by several prefecture-level cities. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and the young woman called Wei appeared in front of the office. "Come in." Guo Zhendong nodded, then moved his shoulders that were a bit stiff from sitting for a long time. "Director, this is the application report on the construction of the Beaver Group's high-tech park submitted up by Hangzhou city officials. Please take a look at it," the young woman explained respectfully as she placed a document on her desk. "Aha." Wei Zhendong nodded. Then he realized that the other party didn't leave immediately, but looked at himself with an adoring face. He couldn't help but be a little puzzled. "What's the matter, Wei? Is there anything else?" "Ah, no. The young woman hastily shook her head, then said with incomparable adoration, "I just think that you, Director, are so right on the money that pineapple bike program is really as awesome as you say it is." "Oh?" Wei Zhendong looked at the other party with some confusion, clearly not understanding what she meant. "Ah, you wouldn't still be unaware of that, would you, Director? That pineapple bike is now completely on fire online." The young woman gave a surprised look, then explained, with some excitement, that there's also a special article in Global Finance above about that pineapple bike project. Wei Zhendong, however, was shocked in his heart, especially when he heard the other party's later words. He directly did not hold back and stood up. "What? Global Finance? Yes. The young woman was startled by Guo Zhendong's reaction, and hurriedly walked behind the door, brought a brand new copy of Global Finance and Economics over, and walked quickly to the front of the desk. Receiving this copy of Global Finance, Guo Zhendong just glanced at the cover and froze in his tracks, especially when he saw the words Li Yining after the title. His whole body was slightly trembling. As the hand of the Zhejiang Province Reform and Development Office, in charge of the economic development and reform work of the whole province of Zhejiang, Wei Zhendong's understanding of this old man even exceeds that of many master's degree graduates majoring in economics. And the other guy is one of his most revered top expert professors. But he never thought that this time the other side is like himself. Found that pineapple bike so an ordinary second college student startup projects, even more specifically published in the Global Finance such as the influence of the horror of financial journals above. Is this the fabled hero's way of seeing things the same way? Guo Zhendong couldn't help but want to let out a few loud laughs, but after glancing at his subordinates who were still looking at him with a face of adoration, he finally resisted the urge, then hastily turned over this Global Finance periodical in his hand and quickly found the article and read it carefully. Finally reading the entire article in its entirety, Guo Zhendong exhaled a long breath. The essence of the light in his eyes flashed, and the entire state of the person was as if it had been instantly pulled full of general. With such an article, he had been able to basically imagine what happened behind him, and think of the scene that happened in the live exchange before. An indescribable feeling of smoothness was born from Guo Zhendong's heart. After a long time, Guo Zhendong seems to have made some kind of major decision in his mind, once again sat down in front of the desk, and even personally began to draft a document. And the title of this document is clearly Zhejiang Provincial Development and Reform Office on the promotion of the use of shared bicycles in the province's cities above the prefecture level. Xu Yang naturally did not know that so many things had happened in this short night. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the morning that he slowly opened his eyes, and then he saw Su Yuru sitting on the edge of the bed gently looking at himself. She had put on a new purple lace nightgown, but it seemed to be a vacuum inside, and she wasn't wearing stockings underneath. A pair of long and round snow-white jade legs were directly exposed in the air, bright and very moving. Seeing Chu Yang waking up, Suyuru seemed to have thought of what happened last night. Her pretty face slightly flushed as she said softly, "Breakfast is ready. Get up and eat." Seeing the other party's pretty face with a flushed look, and thinking of the initiative and craziness of this beautiful teacher last night, Chu Yang couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth into a bad smile, and directly took the other party into his arms and gently pinched and squeezed her. "Ms. Su, I don't want to eat." Suyuru let out a delicate cry. Her body instantly softened. "No, how can you not eat breakfast?" Instead, Chu Yang did not speak, but answered her directly with his actions. A few minutes later, Chu Yang sensed that there seemed to be something wrong, and seeing Suyuru's pained expression as she frowned, unable to help but lower his head, it was only then that he realized the other's body's abnormality, and hastily stopped somewhat guiltily to embrace the other into his arms. At the same time there was some doubt in his mind that, even though the other guy was a little crazy last night, he was only passive after all, so it didn't seem like it should be like that, did it? Seems to have guessed Chu Yang's doubts. Suyuru lightly bit her red lips, hesitated for a moment, finally came to the other party's ear, whispering something. "What?" Hearing Suyuru's words, Chu Yang directly froze there. He really did not expect that the scum called Yang Dongqing is congenitally deficient. It's no wonder he's so psychologically twisted that he wants to introduce his wife to his leader. When he heard that the other side is even more because of the heart, and use a variety of tools in various ways to torture this beautiful teacher, Chu Yang could not help but feel a pain in his heart. Directly Suyuru tightly embraced into the arms. After embracing each other for a long time, Chu Yang raised his head just to say something, but his eyes inadvertently landed in the half-open closet on one side, and he directly couldn't help but stare in disbelief. On top of a storage box in the closet was an oval-shaped egg-like object, and next to it was a remote control with buttons. And the storage box, there is a more strange shape of the white soft plastic material things. Yikes! Sensing that there seemed to be something wrong with Chu Yang's expression, Suyuru somewhat suspiciously followed his gaze, and then directly let out a cry of shock as her pretty face instantly turned scarlet as blood. Chu Yang, who was also used to watching love blockbusters, had already recognized these two delicately shaped lovely things, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into an arc. Looks like this beautiful teacher is also a fun-loving person, but he also completely understood. After all, as a mature woman with a very normal body who has been on her own, it is normal to have needs in this area. Imagining some sort of stunningly beautiful picture that one could not bear to look at, Chu Yang could not help but get a little thirsty. Then he looked down and gave Suyuru a bad smile, pointing to the two items in the closet and, "Does it work?" "Well," Suyuru nodded her head slightly with a blush, then seemed to remember last night's divine feelings and hastily shook her head again. "No, not as good as." Speaking of this, her entire body had melted onto Chu Yang like a pool of water. Looking at the other party's obviously radiant and pretty face, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth slightly raised and, sniffing the burst of aroma coming from the other party's body, he couldn't help but reach out his hand to gently rub it on the other party's white jade-like back. A moment later, Chu Yang was ready to get up and put on his clothes, but he felt Suyuru hugging herself very tightly, especially a pair of tight and rounded slender thighs clamped tightly on his thighs. Chu Yang looked at Suyuru with some doubts, and what was reflected in his eyes was a pair of somewhat lax squinting eyes, and then he only heard the other party exhale in his ear. "Chu Yan, teacher wants to." It was more than an hour later when the storm calmed down again. Looking at Suyuru's somewhat pale but radiantly beautiful face, Chu Yang got up and dressed with satisfaction. After getting up, he simply ate some of Suyuru's handmade breakfast, and then went out the door with the other party. Walking downstairs to the side of the beige beetle, Suyuru pressed the car key and, "Chu Yang, I'm going to school too. Where are you going? Let me give you a ride." Chu Yang shook his head and smiled faintly. "No, Mr. Su, I drove myself over." Then he waved his hand and walked directly towards the outside of the Academy Garden neighborhood. "Drive?" Suyuru couldn't help but stare. There are students in the college who have cars, but they are few and far between, and they are the kind whose families are well off. Chu Yang, on the other hand, didn't look like a student who could afford a car in any way, but when she saw Chu Yang sitting on the Mercedes-Benz coupe outside the cell door, directly the whole person stayed there. Just when Suyuru had a shocked face that couldn't be calmed for a long time, the cell phone ringtone suddenly rang. It was then that she looked back at the caller ID and pressed the answer button with some confusion and, "Dad, is something wrong?" Chapter 135, The Clueless Suyuru. Only then did Suyuru come back to her senses, looked at the caller ID, and pressed the answer button with some confusion. "Dad, is something wrong?" However, only Suneri's somewhat urgent voice came from the cell phone. "Xiaoru, does your college have an entrepreneurial program called something like Pineapple Bicycle? Can you help us get in touch with that Chu Yang student in charge of this program?" "Ha?" Suyuju sat in the car with a confused look on her face, especially when she heard the following words from Sunir East. She was even more dumbfounded as a whole. After leaving the Academy Garden community, Xu Yang looked at his cell phone while driving. Only then did he realize that there were a dozen missed calls on it, basically all of them from Lin Xiyu, and two unfamiliar numbers that he hadn't seen before. He frowned. Last night was indeed too crazy, plus the soundproofing of Su Yuru's room was very good, resulting in not hearing the cell phone ringing outside. Xu Yang casually called Lin Xiyu back, and just after dialing out it was already connected. Then Lin Xiyu's incomparably excited voice came out from the phone. Mr. Xu, you finally called back. The company's phone has been busted this morning, and now a lot of investment organizations and internet companies are contacting our company, expressing their desire to invest in the Pineapple Bicycle project. There are also a lot of media reporters that want to book interviews with our company, especially with you. Right, there's also the Pineapple Bicycle platform that has now surpassed 2 million registered users. With our company's current servers, I'm afraid we won't be able to support it anytime soon. Hearing Lin Xiyu's words, Xu Yang couldn't help but be a little surprised. Although the number of registered users of Pineapple Bicycle increased very quickly, but not so exaggerated that in such a short period of time to let those investment institutions and internet gurus attention, right? Although he had anticipated the reaction of these companies, but in his imagination, at least until a few days later, Pineapple Bike platform number of users reached more than 10 million, will really cause widespread concern in the community. Despite the doubts in his heart, Xu Yang still arranged for the program technology department over there to immediately upgrade the server, directly configured in accordance with the current highest performance standards, requiring the ability to withstand 20 million users online at the same time. For those media reporters who contacted our company, do not have to take care of them, just say that we do not have time. As for those companies that want to invest in the Pineapple Bicycle platform, there is no need to pay too much attention to it, so that the staff can simply do a little bit of registration is good. Well, by the way, if the Penguin side comes calling to talk about investment, you can just let me know. After hanging up Lin Xiyu's call, Xu Yang was just about to put down his cell phone when the ringtone rang again. He glanced at it, and it was a call from his beautiful teacher, who had just been separated not long ago. Xu Yang couldn't help but show a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He had naturally guessed the reason why the other party had called. It must have been because of the Pineapple Bicycle bursting into flames as well. But he pressed the answer button anyway and laughed softly. What's the matter, Ms. Su? You just got separated and you're thinking about it again? Su Yuru was no mind to say anything else. The voice is full of uncontrollable excitement and joy. Xu Yang, do you know? That Pineapple Bicycle project of yours actually made it to the Global Finance periodical. And the author is still old Prof. Lai Yining. Do you know about old Professor Lai Yining? He is a representative figure in the field of economics in our Chinese country. And I didn't expect that even he would publish an article in Global Finance and Economics specifically for this project of yours. Xu Yang, you're just fantastic. By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to get your opinion on, so I'll meet you in my office. While listening to Su Yuru's words, Xu Yang was directly frozen, his head full of question marks. After hanging up the phone, he directly parked the car on the side of the road, took out his cell phone to open the New Wolf Financial homepage, and then his pupils could not help but shrink. Sure enough, just above the front page of New Wolf Financials, an article titled Prof. Lai Yining speaks out in favor of Pineapple Bicycle platform. Sharing economy may be the next internet windfall, is prominently displayed in the most prominent position. Chapter 136, Share Exchange. It was only after seeing the complete content of the article by old Professor Lai Yining on the internet that Xu Yang came to a realization. No wonder the Pineapple Bicycle has attracted so much attention in the whole industry just overnight. It turned out to be a godsend with this old professor. After looking at the content of the article on the screen again, Xu Yang could not help but secretly nod his head. This old Prof. Lai is worthy of being a titan in the field of economics in China. Just by virtue of their own so simple project information, will be Pineapple Bicycle market prospects and economic and social significance of the complete analysis out, but also to see the key role of its entrance to the future internet ecology. But that's good. You can move your original plan up a few days. Turning his cell phone off, Xu Yang started the car and drove towards Zhejiang Province Finance and Economics College. Parking his car across the street from the College of Finance and Economics, Xu Yang walked towards the inside of the college. As he passed the entrance to the school, he glanced at the Pineapple Bicycle on the side of the road. I only saw that the original row of Pineapple Bicycles. Now there are actually only a few left parked there. A couple of other students were holding cell phones and standing around telling passing students what to expect. Seeing this scene, the corners of Xu Yang's mouth could not help but raise slightly. He naturally knows the magic of this cash bonus reward, or it can also be called money power. And this type of geo-promotion even became a profession for some after the model of cash promotion to pull new users to sign up became popular a few years later. When Xu Yang walked into Su Yuru's office, he happened to meet director Wang Yukai, who came out from inside. After seeing Chu Yang, Wang Youcai's expression was obviously a bit different. Besides being surprised, there seemed to be a kind of admiration after that. Then he actually gave Chu Yang a thumbs up before turning to leave. It seems that the other party should also know about the pineapple bicycle project. Chu Yang directly walked into Su Yuru's office, only to see Su Yuru sitting in front of her desk staring at the computer screen. Her willow brows knitted up tightly, and there seemed to be an indescribable sadness in her complexion. He could not help but walk behind Su Yuru, but found that the computer screen is clearly flush software speculation interface. Looking at the other side of the account position status, Chu Yang directly almost did not a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Alcon Technology. Current price, $5.25. Current gain, -7. 62%. Cost of position, $18.90. Number of positions held, 12. 100 shares. Amount of position, $63. 525. 00. Profit on position, -72. 22%. Amount of profit, -$165. 165. 00. To be able to lose 70% on the same stock in less than 2 months, this beautiful teacher is really a superb. I remembered that I had specifically instructed the other party to liquidate this Alcon Technology, but looking at this position, it seems that instead of liquidating her position, this beautiful teacher has added a lot more. Chu Yang couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. Sell them all for the Magic City trade. Hearing the voice coming from behind her, Su Yuru couldn't help but be startled and turned around only to realize that Chu Yang had already stood behind her at some point. It's gone down so much, wouldn't it be a loss to sell now? Su Yuru pouted with a very unhappy expression. Chu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking that if you don't sell now, you can lose money until you doubt your life next. He knows better than anyone that this Acorn Technology has fallen continuously for nearly half a year, directly from nearly $20 per share to $3 per share, which can be called the first bear stock of the 2012 to 2013 crossover year. And seeing Chu Yang's expression, Su Yuru thought that he was upset, so she hastily nodded her head and, I listen to you. The big deal is to lose all of it. Anyway, this is all that's left of the 200,000 or so already. While saying that, she was on the computer to liquidate the Acom Technology this stock, and then clicked on the Magic City Trade this check of the time-sharing interface. Looking at the K-line chart that has been rising for nearly a week in succession, with the price close to doubling, Su Yuru couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Isn't going in on this kind of ticket that's already at a high level a proper pickup? However, she only hesitated for a moment, and eventually followed what Chu Yang said and bought the whole position directly. After the purchase, Su Yuru turned around to look at Chu Yang. Her expression suddenly became incomparably grave. Chu Yang, there's one thing I'd like to ask your opinion on. Seeing Su Yuru's rare serious expression, Chu Yang could not help but be a little puzzled. It's like this, my dad just called me, indicating that Jiangning Group is willing to directly acquire, or fund shares in this pineapple bike project of yours. Speaking here, Su Yuru looked at Chu Yang, waiting for the other party's reaction. In her opinion, this kind of thing was definitely a shocking event for Chu Yang, who was still only a sophomore. After all, to be able to sell the pineapple bike project to such a strong enterprise as Jiangning Group, it is definitely something to be proud of. More crucially, Chu Yang is likely to realize wealth freedom directly as a result. Uncle is? Chu Yang could not help but be slightly stunned. Su Yuru then remembered that the other party did not know about her relationship with Jiangning Group, and explained somewhat awkwardly. My dad is the head of the Jiangning Group. Su Near East, Chapter 137 West Lake State Guesthouse, Voting Plus. What? Hearing the name Su Near East, Chu Yang directly froze there. The man who started from nothing, with tens of thousands of dollars of capital single-handedly founded the Jiangning Electric, and gradually developed into the Jiangning Group. Later, it even took out the former electrical appliances retail giant, Huamei Electric. Step by step, he is naturally no stranger to the entrepreneurial maniac who has even been officially recognized as one of the top 10 people of the private economy of China many times. It is said that this legendary man once stayed at the company for several years without going home in order to start his own business, and was even more dedicated to his work than Dayu, who never entered his house. It's just that Chu Yang never thought that this beautiful teacher, who had a crazy night with himself last night, would be the Miss Jiangning Group. Remembering the Jiangning Tesco program, he finally understood. Dare to say that this project is Mr. Su pulled sponsorship from home. No wonder the Jiangning Group will have such great support. Thinking about what Su Yuru had just said, Chu Yang couldn't help but slightly frown. He did not think that Jiangning Group, such as electrical appliances retail enterprises, will also look at the pineapple bicycle project. After a little thought, in Su Yuru's expectant gaze, he still slowly shook his head and, Mr. Su, pineapple bicycle belongs to the Internet Field Project. Its value mainly lies in the attraction of traffic. Profitability can actually only be regarded as general. It will be difficult to turn a profit on this project, at least in the short term. So, this project is not suitable for the Jiangning group. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Su Yuru, however, shook her head indifferently. That's okay, since they're willing to buy it, you just sell it to them. Who cares if it makes money? Don't worry, I'll go talk to my dad about the price and make sure he gives you the highest price. Definitely won't let you suffer. Looking at Su Yuru, who had a serious look on her face, Chu Yang could not help but be stunned. Could this be the legendary pitfall? He couldn't help but mourn for Su Near East in his heart. At the same time, he was somewhat touched that this beautiful teacher was clearly bent on thinking of himself. However, in the end, Chu Yang still refused Su Yuru's goodwill, saying that he already had a relevant plan. At the same time, he also asked Su Yuru to tell Su Near East that if Jiangning Group really wanted to enter the bike-sharing market, he could authorize the technical patent of the bike-sharing model for free. Seeing Chu Yang being so insistent, Su Yuru could only nod her head. As for the patent thing, she didn't understand it either. She just had a feeling of uncertainty. She has also vaguely sensed that this little man of her own may be far from the previous performance of So Simple, which can be seen from the morning that the value of the obviously expensive Mercedes-Benz coupe. Mr. Su, you're not watching some weird video on your office computer, are you? Chu Yang suddenly remembered something and looked at Su Yuru somewhat narrowly. No. Su Yuru's pretty face swished red, and she said somewhat sheepishly. At this time she had already put on that black professional suit. Her long hair was tied behind her back, and the black stockings under her tight skirt tightly wrapped those long and round legs. Coupled with her elegant sitting position in the office chair, her already slender waistline from behind appeared a few points thinner. With an amazing waist-to-hip ratio, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up a trace of arc, stretching out his hand to pinch Su Yuru's already somewhat flushed face, then hooked the other party's snow-white and delicate chin. Su Yuru raised her face in some confusion. Her red lips slightly opened and she exhaled. Chu Yang's fingers gently slid and touched the other party's slightly opened moist red lips above the. Su Yuru actually enjoys this feeling a little, unconsciously sticking out her little tongue, licking her red lips, then sucking that finger into her red lips. Hiss. Chu Yang couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, only to feel a hot, wet and tingling sensation coming from between his fingers. And looking at the other party's pretty face flushed, carefully sucking from all angles, he immediately felt an unstoppable fire rising from his body. But in the end, the two of them still didn't do the most outlandish things in the office, mainly because Su Yuru's body already really couldn't take it. After warming up for a while, Chu Yang left the College of Finance and Economics and then started his car and drove towards Antai Mansion. One of the top hotels in Hangzhou City, West Lake State Guest House, is very close to the official building of Zhejiang Province, and on the other side, it is adjacent to the West Lake. The surrounding environment is unique, and the hotel decoration is also ingenious. It is also the place where the officials of Zhejiang Province entertain their superiors. At this time, in a high-end executive suite of the West Lake State Guest House, Su Ruocheng was standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the distant West Lake scenery, her willow eyebrows slightly knitted up. And there was an indescribable haggardness in her complexion, because it has been winter, coupled with the afternoon sky is a little dusky, the distant West Lake above the gray and cloudy, and not in the past. Light makeup and thick smear is always appropriate. The beautiful. A cell phone ringing. Su Ruocheng picked up the cell phone. See written on it, Zhangfan Zhejiang Province University Student Body Chairman. A few words, directly ignored. Between the color did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. She naturally understood the other party's desire to please her. Although the other party in Zhejiang Province University can serve as the president of the school student union, but also in this national entrepreneurship competition won the first place. It is said that the next to go to the Beaver Group as an executive really counts as a young talent, but it was obvious to her that the other party was not qualified enough to reach her circle, and it would be delusional to think otherwise. After all, it is only a small Zhejiang Province Jiang family, and Yinjing Su family compared to the existence of some gaps is not relying on the efforts of 2 generations to be able to make up for the. Remembering again the performance of Jiang Yunfeng and the others today, Su Ruocheng couldn't help but feel a hint of coldness on her pretty face. She was naturally aware of these people's thoughts, but was just too lazy to pay attention to them. As the only first daughter of the 4th generation of the Su family, she has been cultivated by the Su family since she was a child, and although she is a bit conceited at times, she is definitely not a Jingji idiot. Otherwise she would not have been able to be just over 20 years old, graduated from Yanbei University with a doctorate degree, and even more so within just a few years sat in the National Youth League in the position of a full division. And the public opinion incident triggered by this entrepreneurship competition is the first time she has encountered something tricky in so many years. When she thought of that strange pineapple bicycle project, she couldn't help but be on fire, especially since that old man Li Yining had published an article in Global Finance specifically for this project. As for the development potential of this project, she doesn't really care much about it at all. Actually, it's just a startup program for a second-year college student. So what if it's great? Can another internet giant like Baidu Ali be born? And in her opinion, even if this project does have potential for development, that dismal business data will definitely not win according to the judging rules of this competition. But now that this has festered on the internet, there is a real pressure on her. After all, she is in charge of this national student entrepreneurship competition, and if it is not handled well, it will probably affect her next job. Su Ruocheng willow eyebrows tightly knitted up, hesitated for a long time, finally took out a cell phone to dial a number. Soon, only a hearty laugh could be heard coming from the cell phone. Ha ha, ching ching, I've been waiting for this call from you for a long time. I had thought that you would call me in the morning, but it's worthy of being my daughter, to have persisted until now. Dad, hearing this familiar voice, Su Ruocheng couldn't help but feel a sourness in her nose, and her eyes became slightly watery. Chapter 138 Rejection is not just a small entrepreneurial competition. Do not worry, I have already arranged for people to deal with it. Soon this matter will be over. Seemingly aware of his daughter's mood, the other party once again smiled indifferently, then said somewhat more seriously, but Haruka, after this incident you have to think about it, of which what went wrong with yourself. Yeah, I know Dad. Su Ruocheng nodded heavily into her cell phone, red-eyed. Also, go back to Yanjing as soon as you can after handling the rest of the finishing touches of this competition. Your grandfather wants to see you. Grandpa wants to see me? Su Ruocheng couldn't help but be a little surprised. Her grandfather was none other than the current head of the Su family, and the pin of the entire Su family, with an extraordinary status. Even she rarely had the opportunity to be able to see the old man alone, but soon she responded that, okay Dad, I'll be back in a couple days. On Tai Mansion, Chu Yang had just walked into the office when Lin Shiyu followed him in. Mr. Chu, you're finally back. Lin Shiyu placed the information in her hands on Chu Yang's desk, looking at Chu Yang with nothing but admiration or worship in her gaze. There was even a hint of unconcealed infatuation. It had only been a day or so since she'd seen each other, and she felt as if she hadn't seen each other in a long time. Mainly there's just been too much going on in the last day or so. She really hadn't expected that in addition to being nearly invincible in the stock market, this young boss would be so counterintuitive when it came to entrepreneurship. The Pineapple Bicycle project is under the direction of Chu Yang, and she is responsible for the implementation step by step. At the very beginning of this project, no, even up until yesterday, she still had a hard time understanding why the other party had gone to such lengths to come up with such a strange project, especially when she heard the other party say that they would continue to order a second batch of 50,000 bicycles, and even put them into the Magic City. She really felt at that time that this young boss's brain might be out of order. Her first thought at the time was that the money invested in purchasing so many bikes must have gone down the drain. If not for Chu Yang's own securities account, profitability is really amazing. She even suspected that Tianyan Capital would go bankrupt because of such a project. But she never expected. First, yesterday evening the number of users suddenly began to crazy surge. This morning is a succession of phone calls, in addition to some well-known investment institutions, some large internet companies. Some of the investment institutions directly open the mouth as to want a pineapple bike project for strategic investment, and there is a well-known internet company, but also directly on the phone, willing to bid two small goals: full acquisition of the current pineapple technology. After hearing this price, Lin Shiyu was directly shocked and almost couldn't hold back from trying to agree for Chu Yang on the spot. She knows better than anyone that most of the money invested in the pineapple bike program is in bike orders. Even if you add the 50,000 bicycle orders, all the software program development costs, as well as the 2 days of cash red packet promotion costs, pineapple technology before and after all the investment together is only 70 million huaxia coins. As for the piece of industrial factory area north of the university town, the property right does not belong to Pineapple Technology, but to Tianyan Capital. That is to say, in just 1 month's time, this pineapple bicycle project netted more than 100 million Chinese dollars. Thinking about this number, Lin Shiyu can't help her petite body trembling a little. This isn't the stock market. It's an actual brick-and-mortar business venture. Before she met Chu Yang, she had also been called a genius and had her own pride and conceit, never even admiring any of her peers. And after getting to know Chu Yang, an older boy who was a few years younger than herself, she felt like her perception had been constantly being refreshed. Looking at the young boss in front of her, who still had a bland expression, Lin Shiyu's heart once again couldn't help but beat violently, and she incomparably said respectfully, Chu, Mr. Chu, this is the list of companies that have called today, and it has been recorded according to your request. Aha! Chu Yang nodded and picked up the information on the table and looked at it before realizing that Jiangning Group was right in the middle of it. That's right, Mr. Chu. Just now the side of 1000 Degrees Company also called, saying that they want to ask you to meet and talk. I said that I would call them back later. Lin Shiyu suddenly remembered this matter and hurriedly said with some excitement. In her opinion, 1000 Degrees Company, which was a top giant enterprise in the field of internet, could make this kind of existence take the initiative to call over, which was an honor in itself. And with the strength of Chidu, if the other party is interested in the pineapple bike project, the price offered will certainly not be low. No, just tell them I don't have time. Xu Yang, however, directly shook his head and faintly said, Lin Shiyu couldn't help but be dumbfounded. No time? Is your time that valuable? Didn't even have time to meet a giant like Cheetos. Xu Yang did not pay any attention to Lin Shiyu's surprise, but instead, his eyes fell on the words Hengxin investment on the data, and he could not help but think of the middle-aged man he met on his way to Yinjing. Looks like the other side still hasn't given up. Xu Yang could not help but shake his head helplessly and looked at the remaining names of those businesses again before casually placing the information back on the table. In fact, he knows better than anyone else that the bike-sharing market is not suitable for just any company to participate in. A carelessness will lose money, and in the last life, there were many entrants that ended badly. But still now, as in the last life, this potentially huge cake is still making many companies come forward. Xu Yang remembered something else and raised his head to look at Lin Shiyu. Penguin hasn't called? Penguin? No. Lin Shiyu shook her head in some confusion. Seeing the other party shaking his head, Xu Yang couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. In his opinion, even Chidu has paid attention to the market of bike sharing. There is no reason for Penguin not to move on. Just then, a cell phone suddenly rang. Xu Yang picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. He frowned but still pressed the answer button. Then all that could be heard was a somewhat familiar voice coming from the cell phone that, Mr. Xu, are you in the company now? We just arrived in Hangzhou and would like to meet with you to talk. Chapter 139, A Sudden Visit. Hearing the voice coming from the cell phone, Xu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Ahem, may I ask who you are? Mr. Xu, I'm He Jiping from Penguin's Foreign Project Cooperation Department. We've met before. He Jiping's somewhat embarrassed voice came from the cell phone. His surroundings seemed a bit noisy, obviously not in the middle of an office. By the way, Mr. Xu, may I ask if your company's headquarters is in the Entai building in the Binjiang district? Xu Yang then remembered this and heard the other party's question, vaguely guessing what the. He couldn't help but feel happy that it had finally come, but he still pretended to be puzzled on the surface. It's Minister He. Yes, it's the Entai mansion. I wonder what's the matter. Mr. Xu is like this. Our Penguin Company is very interested in your company's pineapple bicycle platform and would like to meet with you to discuss specific related matters. The corners of Xu Yang's mouth rose slightly as he faintly said, Good, then I will await your company's arrival at the office. Hangzhou Shaoshan International Airport. He Jiping and his group of 4 were standing at the exit of the airport. Among them, in addition to He Jiping, there was also a middle-aged man wearing glasses, not quite tall, but with an obviously not bad aura, followed by a young man in the shape of a secretary. And a professional dress Tang Jiejia is standing behind He Jiping. Today she seems to be a bit abnormal. Honestly carrying a file bag some constrained standing there. Dong Zhang, this Mr. Xu doesn't seem to have too many surprises. He Jiping hung up the phone, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle, then looked somewhat respectfully at the middle-aged man at the side. Well, I guess a lot of companies have already contacted them. No harm done though, as long as we can negotiate first. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, a trace of essence flashing in his gaze. An hour later, in the middle of the reception room on the 7th floor of Entai Mansion. I'm sorry, I didn't expect a few of you to arrive so soon. Please forgive our poor hospitality. Xu Yang quickly stepped into the reception room and looked at He Jiping and the others, his face piled with apologies. He really didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. The middle-aged man sitting in the very center had already stood up, and after hearing Xu Yang's words, he revealed a sincere smile and, It's because we came too abruptly and disturbed Mr. Xu, please forgive us. He Jiping, who was on the side, hurriedly introduced himself respectfully. Mr. Xu, this is our company's director Zhang, who has come to Hangzhou this time, representing our Penguin Company to discuss matters related to the pineapple bike platform with you. Hearing the words Zhang Dong, Xu Yang's heart could not help but tremble. Seeing again this respectful attitude of He Jiping, as well as the usually big-hearted Tang Jiejia now standing honestly at the back, he instantly had guessed the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. One of the main founders of Penguin, Inc., is also the executive director and chief technology officer of Penguin. It can be said that in the Penguin Empire in a few years, The one in front of us is the second biggest superboss after that Madong. I didn't expect that this one would come over in person today. From this point alone, Chu Yang has already vaguely judged Penguin's importance to the Pineapple Bike project, and looking at the general manager Chu in front of him, who was much younger than he had imagined, the middle-aged man's heart was secretly marveling. I didn't realize that the one who set off such a shocking wave in the entire internet economy in the past 2 days was such a college student who was only about 20 years old. From this point alone, the other party is even more powerful than himself and Old Ma when they first founded Penguin. Despite the countless thoughts that arose in the minds of both men in an instant, neither of them showed any color in their expressions, but only smiled and politely extended their hands to shake with each other. Mr. Chu, I would like to take a look at the background management system of the Pineapple Bike platform first. I wonder if it's convenient. After shaking hands, a bright light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes and he directly put forward his idea. Chu Yang first froze, then vaguely understood the other party's intention and directly nodded his head. No problem. A few of you please follow me. Good day, Mr. Chu. Hello Assistant Lin. Seeing Chu Yang and Lin Shiyu leading a few people in, the two staff members of the program technology department hurriedly stood up and greeted them with a respectful face. Chu Yang waved his hand to signal the two to continue working, then turned to the middle-aged man. Dong Zhang, this is our backstage management office, and next door is the server room. There was a hint of astonishment in the middle-aged man's eyes, his gaze staring straight at the large screen on the wall, then turning to look at the computer monitors in front of the two staff members, his brows furrowed as if he was thinking about something. On the side, He Ji-ping, however, said with a suspicious face, Mr. Chu, Pineapple Bike is such a large platform. Are these two staff members the only ones responsible for backstage management? He knows that any website platform under Penguin will set up a specialized backstage management department, and the related backstage management staff is as many as hundreds of people. From this point of view, this Pineapple Bike platform seems a little too sketchy. Chu Yang, however, just smiled and nodded, with no intention of explaining. He could only bristle. After all, he was in charge of foreign cooperation work, and was not particularly knowledgeable about such technical issues. The middle-aged man, however, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. His gaze once again fell on the large screen on the wall, and muttered, so that's it. No wonder the app Pineapple Bike is able to do one-code access and point-to-multipoint instant response. And this back-end management system, I assume, uses a fully automated response dynamic processing model? This back-office management model alone is way ahead of other platforms. The middle-aged man, as the chief technology officer of Penguin, had graduated from the computer department of Shenzhen University together with that Mr. Ma in the beginning, and his talent in computer programs even exceeded the latter by a lot. After knowing the Pineapple Bike platform, the first time he studied the other side of the app program design, but the result is the more research the more alarmed. He suddenly found that, with his strength in computer programs, he could not penetrate the Pineapple Bike platform program design principles. This is also the reason why he has just proposed to see the background management system of Pineapple Bicycle at the very first time. And after seeing this set of backstage management system, he has vaguely understood the key. He Jiping and Tang Jiajia were listening to the clouds, and Tang Jiajia finally couldn't help but ask offhandedly, what are you guys talking about? What model? The middle-aged man frowned and raised his head to look at Tang Jiajia without speaking, but it startled Tang Jiajia, who had always been nervous. She is aware of the horrible status of this person in front of her in Penguin. That is casually a word can let her roll cover to leave the existence of. Chapter 140, Loss-Making Status. Seeing Tang Jiejia's expression, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh in his heart, but he still opened his mouth to relieve her. It's normal that Ms. Tang doesn't understand. Our Pineapple Bike platform adopts the pioneering P2B2C backend management model, where P stands for the platform, B stands for the third-party maintenance companies, and C stands for the consumers. That is to say, with the addition of a fully automated response system, our platform only needs to use the headquarters back-office program to interface with the third-party maintenance companies. Fully automated monitoring, retrieval, push, review, and other work does not need to be done by us. Speaking here, Chu Yang pointed to the monitors in front of the two staff members on the side. In this way, the back-office management side of the headquarters is simple, and two people are perfectly adequate. In fact, this back-office management model will be very popular in a few years, especially after the technological breakthroughs made by these online takeaway platforms such as Meituan Takeaway and Hungry No. The agent management system based on city location information is a similar principle. It's just never been around at this point in time, Chu Yang explained. And only then did the two of them, He Jiping and Tang Jiajia, vaguely understand. Tang Jiajia also red-faced quietly glared at Chu Yang. This guy is still quite righteous, not in vain when he took care of him on the plane A. And the middle-aged man nodded with a look of admiration. Chu Yang's description is simple and clear, straight to the point, so that his evaluation of the pineapple bike platform a few points higher. Now he's even thinking about whether he can apply this P2B2C model that Chu Yang mentioned to Penguin's back-office management. Just at this time, He Ping noticed the content displayed on the big screen on the wall, and couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Chu, what's displayed above this screen should be the total data of your platform, right? Chu Yang nodded. That's right. What's shown here is information on the operating data of our pineapple bike platform since its inception. Tang Jiajia also looked over curiously, and after just one look, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Ah, how come this total profit amount is negative? It couldn't be a miscalculation, could it? Seeing the astonishing numbers on the screen, He Ping also looked at Chu Yan with a puzzled look on his face and asked, Mr. Chu, could it be that the costs of your company's equipment placement, site leasing, and employee salaries are also entered into this back-end system? It stands to reason that this back-office data, unlike the company's financial statements, only interfaces with the order data in the software system and could not possibly include these underlying costs. But if not, this pineapple bike platform is so respected by Prof. Li Yining, and the software is so well designed. How could it be in the red? Is this program really just a showpiece, as some of the news stories claim? The truth is that profitability simply doesn't work. Doubt also appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Doesn't Minister Ho know? Seeing the expressions of the several people, Chu Yang faintly smiled and, our pineapple bike platform has launched a red packet campaign. Every new user who registers can get a 20 renminbi red packet reward, and every user who invites a new user to successfully register will get a 10 renminbi cash red packet. And when the red packet reward obtained exceeds 100 renminbi, it can be directly withdraw cash. Ha, isn't that silly? Again, Tang Jiajia couldn't help but blurt it out directly. This time the middle-aged man is not mine to pay attention to her, but the heart of a shock. He did not understand before the pineapple bicycle platform of this promotion mode. Never heard of a similar promotion either. Now hearing Chu Yang's introduction, as a super big brother in the business field, he almost instantly realized the horror of this burning money mode. For the pineapple bike sharing such a new thing, the most difficult place is how to let the masses to try for the first time. This money-burning model is a perfect solution to this problem. When he thought of this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes and he looked at Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, I wonder how many registered users are currently on the pineapple bike platform. Chu Yang waved his hand and a staff member hurriedly operated the computer to switch an interface. Chu Yang pointed at the numbers on the big screen and said indifferently, as of now, the country's registered users are more than 2.8 million people, but because we are currently only in the city of Hangzhou City, the registered users are more than 700,000 people, of which the success of the first time to sweep the code to ride the user has also exceeded 300,000. After saying that, Chu Yang pointed to a number in front of him and, by the way, that number was only 8,500 yesterday morning. What? In just one day's time, the number of new registered users has increased by more than 2 million? This time it was He Ping who directly exclaimed in shock. As the head of Penguin's External Project Cooperation Department, he is most familiar with the promotion figures of such platforms. Even Penguin's newly launched platform, which was comprehensively promoted through a variety of channels, plus Penguin's golden brand, could not have achieved such a horrific registration speed. Keep in mind that this is still with only one city, Hangtown, placing pineapple bikes. If all the medium and large cities in the entire country of China were to be placed, what would the number be? Thinking of this, He Ping's body actually trembled a little. The middle-aged man named Zhang Shangdong also forcibly suppressed the shock within his heart, and then frowned slightly. He already knew that he was afraid that Penguin was going to go over budget with the price they offered this time. Because of this new registration red packet activity alone, the other party has already burned out more than 10 million Huaxia coins, and is still continuing to burn money. But he had only one thing to say about the number of registrations and the number of people who had ridden, which was displayed on the big screen. It's worth it. Mr. Chu, I heard that you are still a college student. I wonder if this is true or not. After leaving from the program technology department, Chu Yang directly invited several people into his office. Sitting down on the sofa and looking at the extremely simply furnished office, Zhang Shangdong could not help but open his mouth and ask. Chu Yang smiled and nodded. That's right. I'm currently in my sophomore year at the Zhejiang Province College of Finance and Economics. Sophomore? A few people were directly dumbfounded. Then this guy is not just a year of college? Especially Zhang Shangdong. He looked at Chu Yang with a few more points of gravity in his gaze. Just a year into college and you've come up with such a promising venture. In time, I'm afraid this young man's accomplishments will be immeasurable. It's even possible that at some point in the future, this young man will actually be able to stand on the same level of conversation as himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Shangdong slowly opened his mouth. Mr. Chu, since that's the case, let's just cut to the chase. Chapter 141 Opening Price. Hearing Zhang Shangdong's words, Chu Yang smiled faintly and turned around to signal Lin Xiyu, who was at the side, to make tea while waiting for the other party's next words. Mr. Chu, we came over this time, mainly on behalf of our penguin company, to inquire whether you have the will to transfer the pineapple bicycle project. Zhang Shangdong's expression also became solemn. Without waiting for Chu Yang to reply, he continued, you should also know the strength of our penguin company, and I believe that we can give a price that will satisfy Mr. Chu. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly as he nodded and waited for the other party to follow. Seeing Chu Yang nodding his head, Zhang Shangdong could not help but feel a great sense of relief in his heart, and He Zhiping, who was on the side, also looked happy. Their original biggest worry was that the other party had no intention of selling at all, and since the other party was interested in selling, everything would be fine. Zhang Shangdong paused for a moment, then remembered something and, however, Mr. Chu, before discussing the specific transfer price, I have two questions that Mr. Chu needs to confirm. Director Zhang, please go ahead. Chu Yang nodded his head. The first question is that our company needs to confirm whether the Pineapple Bike platform, as well as the Pineapple Travel Technology Company, are personally owned by you, Mr. Chu, and whether there are any other people who hold the relevant shares? Zhang Shangdong's words were very strict, and it was obvious that he should have dealt with similar things on a regular basis. Chu Yang immediately reacted to the fact that the other party was confirming whether or not he had full disposal rights over the Pineapple Bike platform. This is also to avoid some problems with the law. Chu Yang didn't answer Zhang Shangdong's question directly, but walked behind a desk, took out a stack of information from a drawer and handed it to the other party. Dong Zhang, this is the registration information of Pineapple Traveling Technology Limited in the business sector as well as the relevant business procedures. You can take a look at it. Some time ago, Chu Yang specifically arranged Lin Xiyu to go to the business sector side of the newly registered Pineapple Travel Technology Limited company. The entire Pineapple bicycle platform placed under this company. Zhang Shangdong took the information and looked at it, then quickly nodded in satisfaction. The registration information on it already showed that the sole shareholder and legal representative of this company was Chu Yang. In other words, Chu Yang owns 100% of this company. Not waiting for Zhang Shangdong to continue speaking, Chu Yang handed another piece of information to him. Dong Zhang, this is the trademark registration certificate for the name of Pineapple Bicycle as well as the logo, and the registration filing information for the domain name and app of the official website. Zhang Shangdong couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then laughed and, because the second thing he wanted to ask, it is the Pineapple Bike platform trademark owner, as well as the domain name owner's situation. After taking the information over and glancing at it, and seeing that Chu Yang's name was on the back of everyone's information on it, Zhang Shangdong nodded his head once again in satisfaction, and then raised his head to look at Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, I don't know what is your mental expected price for the transfer of the Pineapple Bike project. Hearing Zhang Shangdong's words, both He Zhiping and Tang Jiejia on the side landed their gazes on Chu Yang. Even that male assistant of Zhang Shangdong looked over. They were all curious to see what price this uncomplicated college student could offer. Especially Tang Jiejia, her big eyes were filled with curiosity. How could she not have imagined that the older boy she met who had never even been on an airplane much would be a college student entrepreneurial genius? And the reason why He Zhiping brought her here today was simply because she had taken the same flight in the same cab with Chu Yang before. Under the gazes of the crowd, Chu Yang, however, slightly shook his head and faintly smiled and, Dong Zhang, it's better to please state your company's meaning directly. Zhang Shangdong could not help but smile awkwardly. It seems that although this one is just a college student, he is not that good to be fooled. Cough. It's like this, Mr. Chu, we have also done some investigation in the early stage, and we have some understanding of your company's current investment in the Pineapple Bicycle project. That's why our Penguin company is willing to transfer your company's Pineapple Bicycle project at a price of 200 million Chinese dollars. I wonder what Mr. Chu thinks? Seeing that Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and did not say anything, Zhang Shangdong hurriedly added another sentence. Of course, this part of your company's cost in terms of new user promotion can be taken care of by our company alone. Hearing Zhang Shangdong's words, Lin Xiyu, who was standing behind Chu Yang, could not help but tremble as her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Although a company has already proposed to transfer the Pineapple Bicycle project for 200 million Chinese dollars, but it was only proposed verbally on the phone. But now it is Penguin's big brother came directly to the company, face-to-face bid 200 million Chinese dollars, not to mention, is willing to bear the huge amount of cash promotion costs. As long as Chu Yang nods his head right now, it means that the 200 million Chinese dollars will come straight to him. Even if you remove the cost, that's nearly 150 million Chinese dollars in pure profit, a month's worth of $150 million in profits. Hiss. Lin Shiyu's breathing became a little short, her gaze blazing at Chu Yang, waiting for him to nod his head. However, Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and did not say anything. Seeing Chu Yang's expression, Zhang Xiangdong, however, jumped in his heart. Mr. Chu, if you have any objections to this price, you can also raise them directly. Instead of answering him, Chu Yang walked behind his desk, took another piece of information and handed it over to the other party. Zhang Xiangdong slightly froze, then received the information. He just glanced at it, and his pupils suddenly could not help but shrink violently. Just see that this is a certificate of patent registration. The name of the patent reads Bicycle Rental and Operation System and Method Without Fixed Pickup and Return Points. Is this even patentable? Patent types are still ing invented and patented. For Zhang Xiangdong, who majored in computer programs, this was obviously a bit beyond his knowledge. He does not have a deep understanding of intellectual property rights. Just take for granted that the pineapple bike is just a business model, so did not even think that this thing can apply for a patent. Since the other side has this patent, the value and significance of the pineapple bicycle platform has changed qualitatively. Let's not talk about whether we can eat this market alone. At least in the future, competition in the market has been invincible. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiangdong took a deep breath and once again looked at Chu Yang with a grave expression. Mr. Chu, name your price. Only to see Chu Yang faintly smile. Still not speaking, he only stretched his hand out, and it was clearly 2 fingers. Chapter 142, A Lion's Bounty. Looking at the 2 fingers that Chu Yang stretched out, Zhang Xiangdong could not help but freeze, his brows instantly tightening, and both He Jiping and Tang Jejia froze, not reacting for a moment. 200 million? Obviously impossible. After all, just now Zhang Xiangdong had already offered 200 million, and the other party had no intention of agreeing. Could that be 20 billion? Thinking about this figure, He Jiping couldn't help but gulp down his saliva before giving Chu Yang a deep look. Such a sophomore student quoted such an appalling price so lightly. I'm afraid ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it, right? Tang Jejia, who was beside her, had obviously guessed this figure as well, and she directly stared at Chu Yang, who had a bland smile on his face, with a pair of beautiful eyes wide open. 2 billion? That's a full 10 figures. This guy really has the guts to ask for a lot of money. Right at this moment, Tang Jejia suddenly felt as if something was wrong with Zhang Xiangdong's reaction, and she couldn't help but look over, but only to see Zhang Xiangdong look gloomy. Is frowning tightly thinking about something? Seems to be considering whether this price is appropriate. Holy, the company wouldn't really be willing to pay $2 billion for such a platform for renting out bikes, would they? Right at this moment, Zhang Xiangdong finally stopped thinking and raised his head to look at Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, if you want to sell the pineapple bike project for 2 billion Huaxia dollars, in addition to the platform and trademark, our company will also need to transfer the complete patent rights. Tang Jejia was directly confused and stood there dumbfounded. Lin Shiyu was also already dumbfounded. She felt like her brain was no longer enough. But without waiting for Zhang Xiangdong to finish, Chu Yang directly shook his head and interrupted him. Dong Zhang, you may have misunderstood. I mean 20 billion Chinese dollars. Plain voice into the ears of a few people. 20 billion Chinese dollars, a few words as if the thunder generally in the ears of He Jiping and Tang Jejia exploded. The two instantly petrified. At this time in 2012, what is the concept of 20 billion Chinese dollars? It was important to realize that even the listed company, Mu Tian Group, had a total market capitalization of only 2 billion Chinese dollars combined. 20 billion Chinese dollars, which already exceeds the market capitalization of more than 80% of listed companies within China. Even if a top internet giant as powerful as Ali Group and Chidu Corporation wanted to come up with 20 billion Chinese dollars in cash within a few days, it would be almost impossible. So Zhang Xiangdong directly froze, thinking that the young man in front of him was joking. Mr. Chu, you should be joking, right? Chu Yang, however, slowly shook his head with a serious expression on his face. Dong Zhang, I don't mean any jokes. If your company really wants to purchase the entire pineapple bike project outright, it would require 20 billion Huaxia dollars. In fact, he really did not mean to ask for a lot of money. According to the valuation of the previous generation of Hello Bike, that is a full 40 billion Chinese dollars. That's still in the context of a three-pronged bike sharing market. Although that was a few years later, but now pineapple bike has a high-low bike does not have the absolute king of bomb. That is, bike sharing model patent. Just have such a patent in hand. In the future, after the full popularity of bike sharing, just the license fee will be able to count to soft. However, Zhang Xiangdong had not been reborn and did not know about this. Hearing Chu Yang make such a lion's share of the money, his face instantly sank. In fact, his heart is still able to accept the price of $2 billion, because before coming to Hangzhou, A few executives in Penguin had already analyzed in depth the development potential of the Pineapple Bike platform and the benefits that it might bring to Penguin next. That Mr. Ma also gave him full authority over the transfer price. So it's possible that even if it's a bit higher than 2 billion, like 2, 5 billion or even 3 billion, Penguin's side might agree. But Zhang Shangdong never expected the other party to offer a sky-high price of $20 billion. This is unbelievable. He was even wondering if the other party was deliberately tricking himself. Just as Zhang Shangdong snorted coldly and was about to directly brush his sleeve and leave, Chu Yang spoke once again, his voice sounding incomparably sincere and, Dong Zhang, you don't have to be in a hurry first. I know that the price of 20 billion Chinese dollars may sound as if it's a bit ridiculous, but the development potential of the Pineapple Bike platform is something I think your company should be able to roughly analyze, especially with the strength of your company and the exclusive patent rights that I currently own. After 2 years at the most, the annual revenue of this program should not be lower than this figure. Only after seeing Chu Yang's sincere expression did Zhang Shangdong forcefully hold back the anger in his heart and said with a cold snort, Mr. Chu, you also know that needs to rely on the strength of our Penguin company. And things in the mall. No one can say for sure. Who can be sure that another more advanced business model won't appear in the market next? Chu Yang nodded. He knew that the other party had a point. After all, no one but him can know in advance what's coming next in the shared mobility market. Now Penguin company to buy Pineapple bicycle platform is just a kind of investment behavior. Since it is an investment, that is the risk and return coexist. Looking at Zhang Shangdong who still had an unhappy face, Chu Yang suddenly spoke. But the Pineapple bicycle platform is definitely of great significance to your company's next strategy of vigorously developing the field of mobile internet. After all, next, the mobile internet is destined to become the main ground of competition for internet enterprises, especially since your company's WeChat app has only just been launched now. If it can be integrated into the Pineapple bicycle platform, I believe it will have 100 benefits and no harm, especially for the mobile payment function it has just added. Speaking here, Chu Yang looked towards Zhang Shangdong, whose face had already changed drastically, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. So, I have another way of working together. Chapter 143, Reaching an Agreement. So, I have another, better way to work together. I wonder if your company is willing to purchase 51% of the equity of the Pineapple Bike platform, also known as Pineapple Travel, at a price of 2 billion Chinese dollars? Speaking here, Chu Yang pointed to the pile of information on the table. If your company is willing, all the trademarks of the Pineapple Bike platform will be transferred to the ownership of the Pineapple Travel Company. And this patent, naturally, I will authorize the Pineapple Travel Company to use it for free. After saying that, Chu Yan looked at Zhang Shangdong and waited for the other party's reply. He knew the other party's position in Penguin, and this time when he came over in person, he should just be able to shoot straight. Only Zhang Shangdong was seen frowning, obviously weighing something. In fact, for Penguin, whether or not to get the Pineapple Bike platform all the equity is not the most important thing. As long as you can have a controlling stake in the platform will be fine. The figure of 51% proposed by Chu Yang is just enough to meet Penguin's requirements. The key to the problem still lies in the patent of bicycle rental operation system and method without fixed pickup and return points. Because the owner of this patent is not Pineapple Traveling Technology Limited, but Chu Yang personally. In other words, even if Penguin has an absolute controlling interest in Pineapple Travel Technology, it has no right to dispose of this patent. And as one of the founders of Penguin, Zhang Shangdong knows very well that patent transfer and patent licensing are two completely different concepts. If the patent is transferred, this patent will be owned by Pineapple Travel Technology, and Penguin, as the controlling shareholder, can authorize others to use this patent. More so, you can get patent license fees from it, and no other companies, including Chu Yang himself, can use it without authorization from Penguin. But the patent authorization is a lot worse. Pineapple Travel Company just has the right to use the patent, and even the Penguin Company themselves want to use this patent, have to need Chu Yang himself agreed. After a long time, Zhang Shangdong finally raised his head to look at Chu Yang and slowly shook his head and he didn't think the deal was very cost-effective for Penguin. However, without waiting for him to open his mouth to refuse, Chu Yang added with another smile, Dong Zhang, I won't hide it from you. For our Pineapple bicycle platform, not only your company is interested in it, companies such as Chengdu and Beaver have also contacted us, especially Ali Group. They may be feeling that the Pineapple bicycle, this project is very useful for their smart pay platform, so they have been wanting to ask me for an interview. It's just that I prioritized your Penguin company given our previous advertising partnership. Hearing that the two companies, Chengdu and Ali, had also contacted each other, Zhang Shangdong's heart could not help but sink. Chengdu and Ali are Penguin's direct competitors at the moment, both vying to lay out what's next in the mobile internet space. Ali Group, in particular, with the rapid development of the Taobao platform in recent years, has stabilized the #1 position in the field of mobile payment, and currently has almost no rivals. And Penguin's new prestige platform is only just getting off the ground. If the other side to take the Pineapple Bike platform, according to Professor Lee Ening's description, that is equivalent to take the next internet ecological war a key entrance. Then Penguin's plan to shake up the other side's mobile payment status with its newly launched WeChat platform will be much harder to come by, I'm afraid. Just then, Lin Shiyu's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Shiyu, who was still in a state of confusion, could not help but hit a jolt, took out her cell phone to take a look at it, and hurriedly walked over to Chu Yang's side. Mr. Chu, it's a call from 1000 Degrees. Chu Yang was slightly stunned, then his heart could not help but rejoice. This was a ING divine assist, on the surface, but he did not move and nodded, took the cell phone to press the answer button. A middle-aged man's voice came out. Hello Assistant Lin, I'm Zhu Yong from the Strategic Cooperation Department of 1000 Degrees Company. I'm sorry to bother you again. May I ask how is Mr. Chu's side considered? Please don't worry. Our Chitta company will definitely give a price that will satisfy your company. I'm sorry, we'll have to reconsider. Chu Yang said faintly and then directly hung up the phone. The volume of the handset of the cell phone was set very high, and Zhang Xiangdong, who was on the side, vaguely heard the words coming from the cell phone. It seems that the other party didn't lie to himself. Chidu's attitude is surprisingly proactive, and Ali Group is probably not far behind. Thinking of the consequences of the Pineapple Bicycle platform being invested by the Beaver Group, Zhang Xiangdong couldn't help but bite his teeth and finally nodded his head. Okay Mr. Chu, then as you just said, we, Penguin Company, will contribute 2 billion Huaxia coins to purchase 51% of the shares of Pineapple Traveling Technology Company. Seeing Zhang Xiangdong nodding his head in agreement, Chu Yang quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and that hanging heart was finally released. However, he still didn't show any color on the surface, and the corners of his mouth still had a faint smile on them. Okay, all the trademarks of the Pineapple Bike platform, I will transfer them to the name of Pineapple Travel Company. At the same time, this patent I will also directly authorize the use of the Pineapple Travel Company for free. After all, I am also a shareholder of the company. Speaking here, Chu Yang once again walked behind the desk, took out a piece of information and handed it to Zhang Xiangdong. Since Zhang Dong is so forthcoming, I can't be petty. This is some ideas about the integration of the functions of the Pineapple Bicycle platform and your company's Weixin platform, as well as some improvement suggestions for the Weixin app, which I think may be of some use to your company. Zhang Xiangdong casually received it, but in his heart, he didn't care about Chu Yang's words at all. In his opinion, the other party must be because of the Pineapple Bike, the accidental success of the entrepreneurial project and some drift. Even dared in the face of his own Penguin Chief Technology Officer to mention what to WeChat app improvement suggestions. Is this not taking Penguin's top software technology team in the industry into consideration? However, he only glanced at the information in his hand, and his pupils suddenly shrunk violently, the shock on his face even stronger than when he had just heard that $20 billion price. The more Zhang Xiangdong looked, the more shocked he became, and his breathing became more and more rapid. The content inside this material is simply, for WeChat platforms, unbelievable. From interface design, to feature development, even some chat details are taken into consideration. As Penguin's Chief Technology Officer, Zhang Xiangdong saw at a glance the importance of this information for the WeChat platform. Although some of these features are still a bit technically difficult at this point in time, there should be hope that they can all be overcome after a while if they are studied with all their might. After carefully reading this information in his hand, Zhang Xiangdong forcibly calmed the excitement in his heart. He knew that with this information, for Penguin, the significance may not even be much worse than taking the Pineapple Bicycle platform. Thinking of this, he raised his head to look at Chu Yang, and in his gaze, apart from the gratitude from the bottom of his heart, there was also an indescribable admiration. To be able to write such a profile, the other party's talent in software design is simply terrifying. Mr. Chu, I won't say any more words of thanks. Your support and help for our Penguin Company will definitely be conveyed to our Mr. Ma when I return. Zhang Xiangdong finished speaking in a deep voice, then turned to look at He Jiping, who had a somewhat dull expression on the side. Jiping, you immediately contact the finance department side of the company to prepare the funds. In addition, contact the legal department side to prepare the relevant contract. He Jiping and Tang Jejia both reacted to this, nodding their heads in a hurry, and then couldn't help but glance at this young college student whose fortune had already reached 2 billion Huaxia coins in the turn of an instant. Chapter 144, The Interview. The two sides agreed to formally sign the contract the next morning, and Zhang Xiangdong's several people took their leave. Chu Yang and Lin Shiyu sent the other party to the downstairs of Antai Mansion. Watching the other party get into that Toyota nanny car of Penguin's Hangzhou branch and go far away, Shu Yang turned around and saw Lin Xiyu, whose pretty face was still full of shock, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Why? Does Assistant Lin think this price is okay? Ah, May. Only then did Lin Xiyu come back to her senses, thinking that she had tried to persuade the other party to agree to the transfer of the pineapple bicycle project for 200 million huaxia coins, and she couldn't help but blush. Suddenly thinking of something else, she couldn't help but say with some confusion, Mr. Shu, why didn't you take that information out earlier just now? Although she didn't know exactly what the content of that information was, she just knew that it should be very important to Penguin by looking at the other party's reaction. Shu Yang shook his head and explained, for one thing, I was worried that Penguin's side would bargain with us, so I left a bargaining chip. After all, 2 billion Chinese dollars is not a small amount. Secondly, do you think they'd be so eager to sign a contract with us tomorrow if I had that information out ahead of time? What Shu Yang didn't say is that after this transfer, he still owns 49% of Pineapple Travel Technology, plus the patent rights of the shared bicycle model, which will inevitably be inextricably linked with Penguin in the future. The reason why he chose to transfer the Pineapple Bike platform to Penguin is also because he sees the development prospects of Penguin, and in the future, many of his business plans will need each other's help, so it's cost-effective to reveal some of the future direction of the WeChat platform to the other party in advance without much effort and gain some goodwill from them. After all, it was supposed to be Penguin's own achievement. One merely makes it appear earlier. It was just that he naturally wouldn't explain these things to Lin Xiyu. Ah, I see. So that's it. Looking at Shu Yang, who had a hint of charming arc between the corners of his mouth, Lin Xiyu finally came to a realization. If that information is brought out ahead of time, that would be the equivalent of making that information part of this deal, and after reaching the terms of the transaction and then gifted to the other party. It is not related to this transaction. The other party will naturally be touched beyond. This is also known as the stick and carrot strategy. First fry a plate of cold rice for the other party, and when the other party has eaten almost as much as he can in his overwhelming hunger, then hand over a bowl of hot porridge, and the other party will naturally be grateful. That's a big reason why the other party was so moved that they decided to sign the contract directly the next morning, right? This guy is just too demonic. And remembering Shu Yang's breezy and self-contained performance in front of those Penguin Corporation bigwigs just now, it was only then that Lin Xiyu suddenly realized that just now, during almost the entire negotiation process, the rhythm had actually been firmly grasped by this big boy in front of her. She looked at Shu Yang's clear-eyed face with a bland smile in a somewhat dazed manner. Her pretty face slightly flushed, and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up once again. Well, let's go up. Seeing that Toyota Alpha disappearing into the distance, Shu Yang turned around and walked towards the inside of the building. Good. By the way, Mr. Shu, why did you choose Penguin instead of Ali Group? Lin Xiyu hurriedly followed and couldn't help but ask again. In her opinion, Ali Group was a lot stronger than Penguin. Ali Group? Have they contacted us? Shu Yang casually asked back. Lin Xiyu first froze, then directly opened her mouth wide and looked at Shu Yang's back in a dazed manner. Turns out this genius boss isn't a nice guy either. Zhejiang Provincial Academy of Arts. Mu Yurong and Ouyang Jie were cooperating with the Zhejiang Provincial Television Station to do a segment of an interview for a financial program. The interview was about the Kongmei Wellness Hotel, a winning project at the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition. Ouyang-san, that should do it. We have something more urgent over at the radio station, so we have to go back first. The young female reporter in charge of the interview asked her two assistants to put away their equipment, then said to Ouyang Jie, well, it's hard for you guys to come all the way over here. I'll let my dad talk to your director Liao about this matter. Ouyang Jie revealed a thankful expression, then turned to Mu Yurong and smiled smugly. Miss Mu, how about it? My dad's connections are okay, right? It's not like just anyone can receive an exclusive interview like this from the financial program of the provincial TV station, because Ouyang Jie's father had a not-so-low position in Star Entertainment. He had a good relationship with the Zhejiang Provincial Television Station side, this time specifically in Zhejiang Province Television Station in charge of financial columns. Liao director greetings. So that side to do a 2-minute or so interview video. Put in this issue of the financial program. Thanks. Mu Yurong nodded, although she didn't have the slightest goodwill towards Ouyang Jie. This time, for the sake of the publicity and promotion of Kongmei Wellness Hotel, she still accepted this offer from the other party. After all, the other party was right. To be able to appear on the financial column of Zhejiang Provincial Satellite TV, and in the name of the winning project of the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition, it was really meaningful for the project of Kongmei Health Hotel. Although less than 2 minutes of the interview video, there is a full minute of interview footage of the other party, the president of the student council of the art school and one of the founders of the project. Just then, the sound of a conversation between a few people from a TV station on the sidelines came in. Sister Bai, what's so urgent? It's Director Liao who just called to ask us to rush back immediately, saying that the station plans to do a special program on that pineapple bike project. Pineapple bike? That's the bike-sharing program that was named by Professor Lai Yining? Yes, listening to Director Liao's meaning, the other party seems to be still not quite willing to accept our interview, so let's go back to discuss it. Hearing the words pineapple bike, Mu Yuron couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She naturally already knew that this project had been featured in the Global Finance magazine and had caused a lot of repercussions on the internet. It's just that she didn't expect the influence to be so great that even the Zhejiang provincial television station was going to make a special program for this project. An entire dedicated program and a 2-minute interview like theirs are two completely different concepts. After all, she wasn't majoring in economics and was in the art school, so she wasn't aware of the significant influence of global finance and the three words Lai Yining in the financial world. This rental bike program is so awesome? Thinking of this, Chu Yang's nasty face reappeared in Mu Yuron's mind once again, leaving her dazed and somewhat lost in thought. Humph, just a guy who stepped on. Only a cold humming sound came from Ouyang Jia. His face was filled with disdain. To actually refuse an interview with a provincial television station? You don't even know how to cherish this opportunity to appear on provincial television. This alone tells us how intelligent this genius from a second-tier academy really is. So even if this project Blind Cat Meets Dead Rat really stands on the wind, in the hands of this guy also designated development cannot be up, at most, but to sell a sum of money just. Hearing Ouyang Jia's disdainful words, Mu Yuron's pretty face chilled, and that already ice-cold face became even colder by a few points. She soon frowned. Though, that guy isn't really going to sell the program outright, is he? Shouldn't be possible. That guy is a bit annoying but doesn't look stupid. Chapter 145, The Short-Sighted Chu Yang. Penguin is very efficient. The next morning, Zhang Shangdong brought people from the legal team of the company's headquarters to Wantai building again. Director Zhang, your Penguin company is truly worthy of being a leading enterprise in Shenzhen City. This efficiency alone is definitely worthy of the term Shenzhen City Speed. Looking at a total of 3 copies in front of him, adding up to dozens of pages of contract information, Chu Yang said with a look of amazement. Mr. Chu, yesterday our general manager Ma personally approved the expenditure of this payment. You only need to prepare a bank account now, and after the contract is signed, our company's finance department side will be able to transfer this 2 billion Huaxia coins right away. Looking at the young man in front of him, who was around 20 years old at most, Zhang Shangdong still had some feelings in his heart. That's a full 2 billion Chinese dollars. And the other guy, just a sophomore in college. By the way, Mr. Chu, our Mr. Ma also said that he hopes to have the opportunity to meet with you next time to exchange and discuss, especially for the future development trend of the internet economy. As Zhang Shangdong's words fell, behind him, He Ziping, Tang Jiajia, and a group of people from the legal affairs department all had shocked looks on their faces. Mr. Ma, for the people of Penguin, the word Mr. Ma represents more than just the chairman of Penguin, and not only in the Penguin internal, even in the whole of China. The Penguin Company's brother Ma is called a legendary figure, and an idol to countless others. After graduating from university in 1998, Penguin founded Penguin Corporation from scratch, and in just a few years, Penguin QQ, a software, captured the entire Chinese domestic instant messaging market. Next it led Penguin to accurately capitalize on market development opportunities, successive success in online games, space blogs, online movies and other fields, hard to kill in the blockade of internet giants such as NetEase, Baidu and so on. Nowadays, it has even become one of the super giants in the domestic internet field in China. A being so transcendent actually said that he wanted to communicate with this college student in front of him to discuss the development trend of the internet economy. Thinking about this, the crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva once again, and after hearing Zhang Shangdong's words, Chu Yang just smiled faintly, for which he was not too surprised, because he understood the terror of this Mr. Ma of Penguin better than these people in front of him. Not surprisingly, a few years later, Penguin will completely surpass the current Chinese domestic internet giants, and even vaguely over the most popular Ali group. The bat, once the leading brother of Baidu, was even 2 horse pressure cannot breathe, until the second line, no longer able to fight Ali Penguin front. Penguin, with its exclusive position on 2 instant messaging platforms, QQ and Wisdom, has been playing the internet capital market by utilizing the core of traffic access. Some people even say that Penguin is not a business, but a game of human trafficking, and this Mr. Ma, a few years later, also repeatedly topped the richest man in China. As an internet entrepreneur who started from nothing, his vision and sense of smell is evident in his ability to achieve such success. So this time from the Pineapple Bike platform, as well as the information provided by their own feel what, this is not surprising in the least. Dong Zhang, please tell Mr. Ma that I am also looking forward to the opportunity to communicate and discuss with him in the future. Seeing Chu Yang's blandly smiling expression, Zhang Xiangdong solemnly nodded his head, secretly surprised in his heart. Unlike himself, who was not well known in the outside world, Mr. Ma was the first big brother of Penguin, the man of the hour in the internet field of the entire country of China. The other party was not surprised, and even used the words exchange and discussion without modesty. It seemed that the other party had absolute confidence in their abilities, and could even be called conceited. But when he thought of that improved information about the WeChat app, he couldn't help but be struck by a sudden realization in his mind. A young man who was able to come up with all that content as a sophomore. The other side does have an ego. Zhang Xiangdong secretly lamented, then glanced at the contract information on the table and raised his head to look at Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, please provide the bank account to receive the payment. We can sign the contract after filling in the account information. Chu Yang, however, did not rush to report the bank account number, but instead, he turned his words around and, Dong Zhang, for this cooperation, there is one more thing that I hope your company will agree to. Mr. Chu, please speak. Here's the thing. I'd like your company to keep the specifics and price of this transaction out of the public domain. Oh, Zhang Xiangdong was obviously a bit surprised to know this Penguin company spent 2 billion Chinese dollars to buy the Pineapple Bicycle platform shares of the matter. If the rumor, it will be a very hot news. As the founder of the Pineapple Bike platform, Chu Yang himself will naturally become the focus of this incident. It stands to reason that a normal young man would want this opportunity to show his face more than anything else. However, seeing Chu Yang's serious expression, Zhang Xiangdong nodded his head. After all, Penguin also likes to be bored and get rich. No problem. I'll be able to do the honors of agreeing to this. So many thanks to Dong Zhang. Chu Yang smiled gratefully, which then reported his bank account number. Although Penguin has not disclosed the details of the transaction and the purchase price, the news of Penguin's acquisition of the Pineapple Bike platform has spread rapidly, and the previous negative public opinion about the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition seems to have suddenly fallen silent for some unknown reason. Soon everyone's attention was drawn to this even hotter news. After learning about it, many heads of internet companies couldn't help but slap their thighs furiously, cursing Penguin for the quickness of its move. This, coupled with the fact that Penguin did not disclose the purchase price to the public, added to their belief that Penguin was picking up a bargain at the hands of that silly entrepreneurial college student. For the outside world rumors and questions, Penguin did not respond, but directly announced that the Pineapple Bike platform will be fully integrated into the Weixin app, and will continue the previous cash bonus promotion mode. Meanwhile, Penguin's headquarters will fully support the Pineapple Bike platform to complete the vehicle placement coverage in the shortest possible time in the 3 cities of Yanjing, Mudu and Shenzhen. This story, on the other hand, is once again making waves online, and Mu Yurong, who saw this news, was nothing but speechless. She did not expect to be the same as Ouyang Jiegest. That guy actually really put the Pineapple Bike this project to sell, and it's selling so fast, didn't even wait a day. She had originally planned to let the Mu Tian Group's business operations team go and help the other side analyze how the next development is most appropriate. Thinking of this, Mu Yurong felt angry. At this point in time, how much can such a startup program that has only been in development for a month or so sell for, even if it has potential? And no, hundreds of thousands or millions should be considered an astronomical amount for that guy. Short-sighted? Seeing money in the eye of the beholder? For a moment, Mu Yuyong could only think of these words to describe each other. Chapter 146, The Launching Conference. At this moment, Mu Yurong was sitting in the middle of the office of the Mu Tian mansion, and a young female assistant was standing at the side. Seeing Mu Yurong's stunningly beautiful face that was always clear and cold had a complicated expression. Angry for a while, chagrined for a while, changing one after another. The female assistant couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It was the first time she had seen this great lady reveal such a complicated demeanor. Mr. Mu, the Ali Group's side sent an invitation, saying it's for you. Only then did Mu Yurong come back to her senses and took the exquisite letter handed over by her female assistant. I took a look at it and saw the words AliCloud Smartphone Program Launch Ceremony and AliCloud OS Release Conference Invitation written on it. The column for invitees is clearly marked MS. Mu Yuyong, and the drop name is clearly Ali Group AliCloud Smartphone Program Department. Mu Yurong casually put the invitation to the side. Her face had returned to its usual cool expression, and she faintly said, "Reply to them and tell them I don't have time." Okay. The young female assistant couldn't help but stare. To be invited by the Ali Group was something that ordinary people could only dream of, and the other party would not hesitate to refuse? Mu Yurong's heart, however, was clear. This must be the handiwork of that Zhang family's great young man. After all, there was no reason at all for Ali Group to invite the hotel industry's Mu Tian Group for a smartphone project launch like this. Not to mention inviting yourself by name. She knew what Zhang Fan had in mind for herself. In fact, normally speaking, With the other party's family background, including his personal ability, he was definitely considered to be the most outstanding young hunk in Hangzhou City, but for some reason, she didn't have the slightest feeling for the other party, and even vaguely loathed them, especially thinking about the scene at the live networking session at the startup competition. On Tai Mansion, looking at the full 10-digit SMS arrival notification on his cell phone screen, Chu Yang couldn't help but secretly marvel at Penguin's efficiency, and with this $2 billion, plus the accumulation in the stock market today, his first step of primitive accumulation is also considered to be initially completed. Chu Yang dropped his gaze on the computer screen, seen a finance homepage of the front page of the headline news. It is about Ali Group will hold Ali Cloud smartphone project kickoff meeting news. Smartphone? Seeing this piece of news, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth couldn't help but hook up an inexplicable arc as he raised his head to look at Lin Xiu, who was beside him. Assistant Lin, aren't there a few electronics factories north of the university town? Yes, Mr. Chu, there are two of them right next to the piece of factory we purchased. One is called Tsinghua Purple Light Electronic Factory, a company that produces portable video and audio players. The other is called Yuanqing Optoelectronics. The specific products it produces are not very clear. Lin Xiu nodded, then added, however, due to the downturn in the domestic electronics production industry in the past 2 years, both electronics factories are operating in a dismal situation, and it is said that there are not many workers left inside. Cyanide violet light? Hearing this name, Chu Yang couldn't help but slightly froze, and his mind couldn't help but recall an MP4 player that he had purchased when he was in high school in his last life. The Assistant Lin, go and find out the specifics of these two electronic factories and ask if the other party has the will to transfer. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Lin Xiu couldn't help but be slightly stunned and, now because of the Pineapple Bicycle project transferred to the Penguin Company, even the original purchase of the factory in the north of the university city will be idle. The other side still want to buy electronic factory? Though her mind was puzzled, she hastily nodded her head and, okay Mr. Chu. The next morning, under the wide attention of media from all sides, Ali Group held the launching conference of Ali Cloud smartphone project in the newly built high-tech park in Hangzhou City Economic Development Zone. At the conference, the Ali Cloud smartphone OS smart operating system was officially released. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, made his first public appearance at the conference as the head of Ali Group's Ali Cloud smartphone program department, and chaired the entire conference. Seeing that the helmsman of Ali Cloud smartphone program is so young, the conference was another sensation, and the media from all sides pressed the shutter frantically. Zhang Fan stood on the stage with a confident face, saying that this set of Ali Cloud smartphone OS is fully based on Google's Android system, exclusively adding the cloud intelligence technology. In the use of the experience is far beyond the general domestic Android smartphones. Next, he announced that Ali Group and Tianyu, Inli and other domestic cell phone brands officially set up Ali Cloud Smartphone Alliance, and said that the first Ali Cloud smartphone will be officially launched in 6 months. In addition to the high performance and cost-effective double high positioning of this phone, it will also support 4G network, and it will be sold by online reservation in a rush mode. In addition to the excitement felt by some smartphone enthusiasts at the launch, many industry insiders were smelling a strong sense of gunpowder. Obviously, Ali Cloud cell phone. This is the sword refers to the current Chinese domestic most popular cell phone brand Rice Cell Phone, because in recent years, the use of humanized MIUI system interface, as well as 1,999 yuan fever price to kill the smartphone market, and quickly caused a strong reaction in the market. In just 2 years, it has already revolutionized the lives of Tianyu and Inli, the oldest domestic cell phone brands, and it has gained a large number of loyal fans within China, although still not comparable to those international brands, but the current momentum is very rapid, and Ali Group this time to set up Ali Cloud Smartphone Project Department, obviously is looking at the smartphone market this huge cake, want to get a piece of the cake. Many insiders are secretly speculating that with the entry of Ali Group, I'm afraid the competition in the domestic smartphone market will be even more fierce. Yanjing City, Wangjing Science and Technology Park, Rolling Stone Heaven and Earth Building, also known as the headquarters of the Rice Company. Mr. Lei, this is the news from Hangzhou. An assistant-looking staff member brought a piece of information to the middle-aged man sitting in front of the desk. Ali Cloud Smart OS? Oh, but wearing a vest, you dare to say that you are a smartphone operating system? The middle-aged man sneered, then looked downward and, after seeing the Beaver Group's claim that it will take out 10 billion Chinese dollars to support this project, his brows couldn't help but frown. The Rice phone is a good development in the past 2 years, but it can't help that the Beaver Group has a lot of money. Not to mention the fact that the company hasn't had a chance to make much of a profit due to the extremely low market pricing that Rice Mobile had previously adopted to capture the market. The Ali Group is currently the strongest internet company in China, and its financial strength is horrible. I'm afraid that the market advantage already achieved by the rice phone is worrying if the other side is a step ahead. After thinking for a long time, the middle-aged man finally raised his head and said with a grave face, "Notified the R&D department over there to immediately speed up the development progress of the Rice 3 cell phone, and strive to release it on the market 3 months earlier than planned." Goryeo, Songnam City, Gyeonggi Province. A highly iconic skyscraper stands amidst hundreds of electronics factories, and the dark blue Samsung logo at the top of the building is very eye-catching. Here's the smartphone industry giant, the headquarters building of the mobile business division of Samsung, which currently holds an absolute leadership position in the global Android smartphone market. And on this day, a celebration is being held here. The celebrations were in turn about the huge success of Samsung's recently launched Galaxy S3 and Note 2 phones in the global market. Dear Mr. Shin, first of all, congratulations on being able to achieve such amazing results after being the head of the mobile business division of Samsung. Here we would like to know what sales secrets you have employed to make these two Galaxy flagship phones such a success in the global market? A beautiful reporter turned the microphone to a middle-aged man with a short stature but not bad temperament and asked with a smile on his face. This is none other than Samsung's newest head of the mobile business unit, Shin Hongjun. The two smartphone products of Samsung, which were invincible in the market and achieved amazing sales, came from his handwriting. Sales tips? Only to see Shin Hongjun show a somewhat exaggerated expression of dismay, then shook his head vigorously. No, this beautiful lady, I think you may be mistaken. We, Samsung, have been able to achieve such success in the market by virtue of nothing more than our company's hard power in terms of product functionality, product design, and product quality. The kind of starvation marketing tactics employed by the kind of no-good manufacturers like those in the country of Huaxia, we at Samsung definitely don't care to use them. Chapter 147 Reassignment, Recommendations Plus. Oh, so it is. The beautiful reporter gave an expression of dawning realization before asking again. Then I wonder what plans you have for your company's next global market development. Mr. Shen, well, our company's next key market in addition to the U.S. market, it will also put more energy on the Western European market, over there for our newly launched flagship products. Especially Note 2. This product market response is very good. What about the Chinese market? The beautiful reporter with a face that looked as if it had been carved out of a mold asked again. Mr. Shen, recently many international economics experts have analyzed that the country of Huaxia will probably be the next windfall for the smartphone market to explode. I don't know what you think. The country of China? Shin Hongqian directly rolled his eyes with an exaggerated expression of helplessness. I'm sorry, it's unlikely that we'll waste too much energy on the Chinese country market. Of course, this is not to say that the market in the country of Huaxia is not important. In fact, the economy of the country of Huaxia has been developing quite well in the past 2 years, especially in terms of garment processing. We all know that there are a lot of cleaners in Goryeo who are clothes made in China, so the country of Huaxia should have a bit more spending power now than before. Plus they have a large population, and the volume of the high-end cell phone market should still be very large. The reason why we won't use too much energy is simply because this market is just not difficult. With our excellent products from Samsung, do you think you need to think too much about entering a market in such a backward area? Perhaps the only thing that needs to be considered is how to crack down on those Shanghai companies in the country of Huaxia. I believe that you have heard about the imitation and counterfeiting speed of those companies in the country of Huaxia. Well, the pretty reporter, whose face seemed a little dull, also nodded profoundly. Then Mr. Shin, I wonder what you think about the Fruit 5 generation cell phone launched by the Fruit Company this time. Who do you think will gain an advantage between your company and Fruit Company in the next market competition? When he heard about the Fruit Company, Shin Hongjuan's face immediately became serious, thinking for a moment before slowly speaking. Yanjing City, northern suburb. A pearl-white Audi S7 coupe sped down the highway, then slowly stopped in front of the gate of an ancient courtyard. The door opened and a young woman stepped out of the car. The young woman has a magnificent appearance, and her temperament is unassuming. Her long, cascading hair was tied back, and she was wearing an exquisitely crafted evening gown. Not waiting for her to reach the door, the gate had slowly opened and an old servant greeted her. Miss, you've come over. Master is waiting for you, and there is another guest. Okay, Auntie Wang. The young woman nodded gently and took a step directly toward the inside of the courtyard. Just before she reached the inner courtyard door, her willow eyebrows could not help but slightly knit up, her gaze falling on the two straight figures like javelin-like figures on the side of the door, only to see two military uniformed soldiers standing on either side, left and right, with a cold expression, their eyes falling on the young woman like electricity, and then retracting again. Ah, could it be one of the official bigwigs here? As one of the topmost families in Yanjing, the old family head Su Wangda was also quite prestigious among the older generation. so it was normal to have certain official bigwigs come over to visit. But the two military men gave her the impression that they were definitely not the usual guards, so this one in there should not be your average official big shot. Thinking of this, the young woman's petite body shook, and her entire aura instantly tightened up even more by a few points before she walked in somewhat restrainedly. In the middle of the inner courtyard, several ancient trees were strewn about, and the breeze made for a tranquil environment. Under the ancient tree, a country-faced man around 50 years old was playing chess with an old man who was past his prime, and when he heard the commotion he raised his head and smiled faintly. "And, it's Ruo Qing, the girl who came over." "Ha!" The old man beckoned with a smile on his face. "2. Qing, come over and greet your Uncle Chen." When Su Ruoqing saw the country-faced man opposite the old man, her heart once again jolted, and she hurriedly walked over quickly, respectfully and incomparably. "Hello Uncle Chen." She's always been confident, and has managed to stay calm and collected, even on many big occasions. But in front of this one, she was having trouble keeping her composure. Although the Su family was still currently one of the top few families in China, it had been affected by various factors in recent years and had been in a vague trend of decline. And in the country of Huaxia, no family is as strong as it is, but it can't be compared to the officialdom. This was also the reason why there was no shortage of military and political bigwigs among all the major top families in Yanjing. Su Ruoqing served in the National Youth League for this very reason. The one in front of him was one of the top few official rankings of the current Huaxia country. The only time the general public gets to see him is on the TV news. That's the peak position at the center of the pyramid of power in China. Even an existence like the Su family had to walk on thin ice in front of the other party, so there was no way for her not to be nervous. This girl, Ruo Qing, has been doing very well in the youth group these past 2 years, and is considered outstanding among the younger generation, worthy of being trained by your Su family. The middle-aged man glanced at Su Ruoqing, smiled faintly, and nodded his head in approval. Although Su Ruoqing has been working for a few years, she still belongs to the young generation in the eyes of men. But that's normal. After all, seniority is highly valued among officials. Generally speaking, around 30 is only just getting started. Of course, for a high achiever like Su Ruoqing, who had started out by serving in the National Youth League, though only starting out, it had already surpassed the lifelong goal of the vast majority of people. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Ruoqing couldn't help but be surprised and delighted in her heart. To be able to receive praise from this person in front of him, that was definitely an incomparable honor. For the average person, it's enough to be proud of for a lifetime. The old man also looked at Su Ruoqing approvingly and dropped a white stone down, smiling, with the Qing, this girl is still small. Experience in all aspects, there are still a lot of deficiencies. There are opportunities for you to give more guidance. The middle-aged man gave a slight pause, then placed a black seed at the center of a blank area and smiled faintly. "The elder Su, don't worry. With the ability of this girl Ruoqing, she is already fully capable of more important work. Next I plan to transfer her to the Ministry of Information Industry. What do you think?" Chapter 148, Su Ruoqing's surprise. Ministry of Information Industry? The old man's motion of dropping his son slightly stalled, then seemed to think of something, and a touch of undisguised joy flashed through those cloudy eyes. "The Qing, don't be quick to thank your Uncle Chen. Although the National Youth League is one of the most central departments of the central government, after all, it is only a reserve cadre and has no real power. Eventually, they will have to move into positions in other departments, and as the helmsman of the Su family, Su Wanda had already vaguely heard the news. The official high command has set the course that the next most important development strategy of the Huaxia country is the high-precision and technology industry, especially in the field of high-end technology such as smartphones, semiconductor chips, optical electronics and so on. This is also the biggest shortcoming of the current Chinese country compared to the Western developed countries, the place that has been stuck with the US. The Ministry of Information Industry, on the other hand, is the most important authority in these areas. The key to this, as you can imagine. Thanks Uncle Chen. Su Ruoqing hurriedly thanked him with a respectful voice, her heart both shocked and delighted. Although she wasn't aware of the direction set by the official hierarchy, she knew that the Ministry of Information Industry was one of the most important departments in the country of China. Not to mention the fact that this is the same person who personally asked to transfer himself from the National Youth Corps. She added with a rush of reassurance, "Please don't worry, Uncle Chen. I'll work hard after I go over there and won't let you down." The country-faced man nodded approvingly and, well, to be able to graduate from Yanbei University with a doctorate at such a young age, there's definitely no problem with your ability, and there are indeed many important jobs that you need to pick up after you go over there. When Su Wanda sniffed, the joy on that aged face intensified. He remembered something else and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. The younger generation of the Su family's first line was thin, the third generation of 2 brothers, but only one of them is in politics. although the position is also already not low, but the influence is still a lot worse compared to him. This is the main reason why the Su family is now gradually showing its decline. And this granddaughter is the only first daughter of the fourth generation of the Su family, and the only direct successor of the Su family at present. Now that he is old, he can only do his best to make her quickly gain a foothold and a certain position among the officials. But this granddaughter is now in a position of responsibility in the National Youth Corps, and now that this one has personally asked for a transfer, she is bound to go up another level soon, taking up a position of deputy division head in a corps department at an age of less than 30 years. Even when placed in the Yenjing of Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons, it was already considered to be the number one person in the younger generation on the surface. As a representative of the younger generation of the Su family, this was definitely of extraordinary significance to the current Su family. Thinking of this, the old man felt some relief in his heart and slowly dropped a white stone down. The man with the Chinese character face dropped another piece, actually connecting the originally seemingly scattered chess game into a long dragon. Seeing the steeply changing situation on the chessboard, Su Wangda's movements that were originally prepared to drop his pieces slightly stalled, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. But after a few breaths the corners of his eyebrows once again stretched out, and he dropped one of the white pieces down and laughed cheerfully, worthy of being with the It turns out that just now has been in the layout. Only a pity that this long dragon after all the roots are not stable. I am afraid that it is difficult to continue. The man with the Chinese character face called with the frown slightly, and then his eyes fell on the old man's drop, thinking for a long time, and then finally smiled bitterly and shook his head. After all, it's still a bad move. It seems that Elder Su's chess skills are even better than back then. Su Wangda shook his head, but smiled even more happily and, after all, I've lived a few decades longer, so it makes sense that I'm slightly better than you at chess. The country-faced man didn't say anything, and his gaze fell on the entire chessboard for a long time without retracting. Seemingly thinking of something, his complexion was somewhat complicated, and he finally sighed slightly and, yes, after all, it has been developed for decades more. I'm afraid it's not that easy to catch up in a short time. Chapter 149, Reapplication. At this time, Xu Yang had also just arrived in Yanjing. According to the contract with Penguin, he needs to handle the transfer of the trademark of the pineapple bike platform as soon as possible. With He Zhiping, as well as Penguin's legal department of two people together again came to the Anjia intellectual property law firm. Xu Yang will be the transfer of trademarks need all the information to Anjia in front of the explanation of the purpose of the visit. No problem. The trademark transfer procedure will take about half a month or so. I'll let you know when the process is complete. Anjie, who was dressed in a professional outfit, reviewed all the information once, then raised her head and said to Chu Yang and the others. It was just that when she looked at Chu Yang, there was a slight hint of surprise in the depths of her gaze. Okay, then thanks, Counselor An. Chu Yang smiled and nodded, and after paying the relevant fees, he bid farewell and left together with He Zhiping and the others. Looking at Chu Yang's back as he left, and Jie's expression could not help but be a little complicated. She was wrong for a long time some time ago when she read that article in the Globe and Mail. After all, the trademarks and patents of the pineapple bike platform were all registered through her hands, especially that technical patent, and she has made some modifications to improve the formatting. After reading the article and learning about the development prospects of this bike sharing model, her first thought was that the value of this technology patent might be beyond imagination. Her heart was also intensely curious about Chu Yang, who had applied for the patent of this technology. When she learned on the news that the other party actually transferred the pineapple bicycle project to Penguin, she could not help but be a little disappointed. But she could understand that, after all, at the other person's age, it would be a normal choice to turn this kind of venture into quick cash. And this time to see the other side is just a personal possession of the pineapple bicycle platform-related trademarks, transferred to the Pineapple Travel Technology Company, but did not mention the patent thing, cannot help but let her secretly guess the reason for it. Just as Anja sat down to prepare for work after fruitless pondering, a young figure reappeared in front of the office door. Mr. Chu, is there something else? And Jia raised her head and looked somewhat doubtfully at Chu Yang, who had once again entered the office. Chu Yang smiled faintly and placed a delicate and compact USB flash drive on the other party's desk. It's like this lawyer and I still have a few trademarks and patents that need to be registered on my side, and I still need you to keep an eye on them. Oh, Anjia slightly surprised. The other side last time registered so many trademarks things she's still vivid in her mind. This time even have to register new trademarks and patents? However, with the example of pineapple bicycle in front of her, she already did not dare to underestimate this college student-looking young man in front of her. Taking the USB flash drive up and plugging it into the computer, seeing what was displayed on the computer screen, Anjie couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Only this time, the name of the trademark is a few strange-looking English words. Touch ID, Face ID, TikTok. After Njia roughly looked at the trademark classification information and then searched on the relevant platform of the National Intellectual Property Department, she raised her head to look at Chu Yang. Mr. Chu, there's no problem. These several trademarks can be applied for registration directly. Well, Counselor Anne, take a look at the patent documents in the back again. Chu Yang nodded, then pointed to the patent folder at the back, and Jia opened the patent folder and glanced at it, and found that the contents of the names of these patents also seemed to be related to those few English words before, like what contact-sensitive fingerprint unlocking, face-sensitive biometrics, but the specifics of the patent were indeed a bit complicated, and she couldn't help but stare at it carefully. It was more than half an hour before Ange looked up and, Mr. Chu, the professionalism of these several patent documents is very strong, and I still need to carefully review the relevant information and consult professionals in the relevant fields before I can determine whether I can apply for registration. No problem. I'll work hard on this matter, Counselor An. Chu Yang nodded without surprise. These several patent documents he combined with the memory of his last life have spent more than a week to organize. He naturally knows the complexity of it. By the way, Lawyer An, these several trademarks and technology patents in addition to applying in the country, I also need to apply in the United States, Western Europe, island countries, Goryeo country and other countries and regions. I do not know if your side can handle it? Ange froze slightly, then nodded and, it's not a problem to apply in other countries, but the costs associated with it are a bit higher due to the more complicated process. That's not a problem. Chu Yang smiled faintly and shook his head indifferently. After leaving from Anjia's place, Chu Yang directly boarded the flight to Hangzhou City alone, because before he came to Yanjing, he knew that Yang Zihan had recently been preparing for this national television's New Year's Day gala program, and time was very tight. After all, it's a rare thing for a student to be able to perform on a national television stage. It's also important to Yang Zihan, so Chu Yang did not tell the other party about his visit to Yanjing this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Yang Zihan might just throw away the rehearsal program and run to find himself. Thinking of the last time I came to Yanjing, that night Yang Zihan's delicate and charming indulgent appearance, Chu Yang cannot help but a fire in his heart. Chapter 150, International Friends, 12:30 p.m. Chu Yang first enjoyed a relatively sumptuous, but capable of making one's mouth light up with birds, buffet in the exclusive VIP waiting area of the first-class cabin, and then picked up his boarding pass under the attentive service of the attendants. Taking a seat in the spacious first-class cabin, Chu Yang adjusted his seat while glancing around. The first-class cabin on this flight was full of foreigners and there were a few young women who looked like they were in the entertainment industry. In addition to a somewhat exaggerated scarf, he wore a large pair of sunglasses. The whole face was wrapped up tightly, as if they were afraid that people wouldn't know that they were some kind of star in the entertainment industry. Chu Yang withdrew his gaze and casually turned on the LCD TV in front of him, when suddenly an exclamation rang out from one of the seats. UPS, Keen Strom. Chu Yang looked over, only to see a tall foreign man on a side seat looking anxiously at the laptop in front of him. He could hear that the foreigner was speaking German, which translated into Chinese meant oh no, there's no electricity. In his last life, after founding Tianyang Capital, he had specialized in learning German and French for a period of time, and general language communication was not a problem at all. The service of the first class naturally needs no introduction. After hearing the exclamation of this foreign friend, a flight attendant quickly came over and politely asked, "Can I help you, sir?" Then she said it again in standard English. "What can I do for you, sir?" Bilingual service is standard in first class, with some flight attendants even speaking Korean or Japanese. The foreign man was able to understand English, but didn't seem to speak much of it, and still spoke in German with some anxiety. "My computer is out of battery. Is there a computer on the plane I can use?" The flight attendant's expression was a bit embarrassed. Obviously she didn't know German and didn't understand what the international friend was saying. This friend is asking if there are computers on the plane. The one who spoke was Chu Yang, who glanced at the ThinkPad laptop in front of the German national. It was the same model as the one he had, but it seemed to be the previous one. But that's normal. After all, your own latest model has only been on the market for just 2 months. The stewardess gave Chu Yang a grateful look, then shook her head apologetically at the foreigner and said in English, "I'm sorry sir, there is no computer equipment provided on the plane." The foreigner's expression was clearly anxious, and he said in German while scratching his ears, "It's terrible. This work is urgent. I have to have this document done by 5 p.m. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, then still took out that laptop of his and handed it to the other party, saying in German, "Here's my laptop. See if you can use it to get work done." Hearing Chu Yang's standard German pronunciation, the foreign man obviously froze for a moment and then took the computer from Chu Yang's hand with great surprise. He also did not forget to show a grateful expression to Chu Yang. After seeing the software he was going to use on the desktop, he couldn't help but feel great joy in his heart. turned to Chu Yang and politely thanked him. Then he concentrated on starting to write it. You can see that for him, this document is really important. The pretty stewardess on the side curiously surveyed this little handsome Chinese man who could fluently use German, then politely thanked Chu Yang again before turning to leave. An hour later, the foreign man handed the computer back with both hands, his expression full of gratitude, and then also said in German, "Because of your help, I was able to get my work done. Thank you very much indeed." Chu Yang took the computer and smiled as he spoke back in German. "It's just a show of hands, don't take it to heart." Instead, the foreign man shook his head and handed over another delicate business card with a serious expression. "This document is very important to our company, so please take it, and I hope I will have a chance to repay you in the future." Seeing his serious expression, Chu Yang didn't refuse and took the business card over and glanced at it, then instantly froze. The Armlted, Chief Technical Officer Maker Muller, CTO of ARM Germany, Michael Muller. ARM may not be very clear to the general public, but Chu Yang is well aware of it. That is the world's top mobile embedded processor giant. In the CPU R&D technology belongs to the existence of the big brother can wrestle with Intel. Currently more than 70% of the global mobile processor market processor chips are using the design architecture of the ARM company, which includes Qualcomm, Samsung, MediaTek. These chip giants. What does CTO mean? That stands for Chief Technology Officer, responsible for grasping the overall technical direction of the entire company, overseeing technical research and development activities, and providing guidance and gatekeeping on technical selection and specific technical issues. This position is generally only engaged in specialized technology research and development of the top technology companies will be set up. Moreover, only in the relevant field has a real hardcore strength of the big brother can serve. CTO of ARM. Chu Yang could not help but jerk back a breath of cool air when he looked again at the foreign man in front of him, who seemed to be plain and ordinary. Chu Yang's attitude unconsciously underwent some subtle changes. This foreign man obviously has a very straightforward character, probably because of the many years of technical drilling, and carries a strong air of a man of science and technology, which is very good to get along with. It wasn't long before the two began to make small talk. "Mr. Chu, this computer of yours is the same one as mine, but because it has taken the Intel processor of the latest architecture, it is a bit lower in terms of energy consumption, and the endurance time is about 1 hour more than that of mine." Michael pointed at Chu Yang's ThinkPad laptop and unconsciously referred to his area of expertise. Chu Yang smiled faintly. He felt the need to show himself in front of this superb man that, "Mr. Michael, I don't think that a computer chip with the x64 architecture, even with a lower voltage, will be able to match the power consumption of a mobile processor with the ARM architecture." Michael was visibly surprised. "Mr. Chu, you actually know how to do this?" Chu Yang nodded and continued. "In fact, the next development potential of the mobile processor chip is very large. In terms of power consumption ratio as the traditional computer chip architecture cannot be compared to the advantages, especially the next with the continuous development of smartphones. The performance of the mobile chip should also reach a new height. GPU graphics processors in particular have the potential to replace even traditional computer processing chips with mobile processor chips if breakthroughs can be made." Hearing Chu Yang's words, Michael was obviously a bit excited and nodded his head repeatedly. Right. Besides core computing speed, number of cores and energy consumption, the graphics processor is also a critical part. Just that many chip companies as well as cell phone manufacturers don't realize it now. It was not easy for him to meet a young man who shared the same opinion as himself, so he could not help but be a little excited. The two talked more and more in depth, from the current shortcomings of mobile processors to talk about the future development trend of cell phone processors. Although Chu Yang did not know something absolutely specialized, he skillfully grasped the focus of the conversation. When I heard Chu Yang mention that mobile processors can be considered to use big core plus small core multi-core collocation mode, and respectively, different cores are responsible for processing different tasks, so as to improve the overall performance, Michael was outright stunned. Chapter 151, One Word Drop. Much of Chu Yan's description, while only a general outline, is of a mobile processor revolution that will not happen for several years. Michael Muller, who is quite vocal in the field of semiconductor chip expertise, thinks this is a genius idea. Muller seems to think that this is simply a vision of genius. It is even a possible direction of development if the conditions are right. Although with the existing technical conditions, Chu Yang said these ideas are still a little too rough, temporarily impossible to realize. But I'm afraid the value of these ideas alone is incalculable. Michael? Mueller looked at the simple watery-chested Chinese college student in front of him and secretly nodded his head. Regardless of learning or character, this teenager was very much to his liking, and had just helped him, when getting off the airplane, This straightforward arm company executive directly took the initiative to ask for Chu Yang's contact information before bidding farewell to Chu Yang with some reluctance. The next morning, on Tai Mansion, Chu Yang just walked into the office and opened his computer while lifting his step to look at Lin Shiyu, who was beside him. How's it going with Penguin? Penguin's branch in Hangzhou has just been established not long ago, and it's very adequate in terms of personnel and equipment, and the other party is also very efficient. If there are no surprises, the entire Pineapple Bike project should be able to complete the handover next week, Lin Shiyu said with some excitement. With her management skills, she loves to work with big corporations like Penguin, where all aspects of the pace can be right on the money. After the handover is complete, basically all of the group of workers we had at the plant north of University City will be assigned to Penguin's management, which is equivalent to just a change of workplace. Speaking of which, Lin Shiyu's heart was once again overwhelmed with admiration for this young boss. The management and operation model previously developed by the other side of the Penguin company was basically not changed, and directly followed all. It's a small detail, but it's enough to show the other person's amazing talent for management. Well, what was the situation with those two electronics factories I asked you to find out about last time? Chu Yang nodded and then asked. Lin Shiyu was just about to reply when her cell phone suddenly rang. She immediately showed an apologetic expression, and Chu Yang signaled that there was no harm in waving his hand for her to pick up the phone. Lin Shiyu took out her cell phone and looked at it, then couldn't help but stare. The word Zhou was displayed on the screen. It was the start of the morning, and it was usually rare for the other party to call her at this time of day. Mr. Zhou, is something wrong? Before Lin Shiyu could ask, the voice coming from her cell phone directly made her face change. It was too late to hang up some phone calls. She directly raised her head to look at Chu Yang and said in a trembling voice, Chu, Mr. Chu, those 3 stocks that you had previously allowed to take a heavy position in, suddenly and coincidentally opened substantially lower this morning, especially Blue Earth Holdings. This check, just surprisingly direct one-word board down, stop opening. The sell orders on the falling board are a full 1 million lots. What? Hearing Lin Shiyu's words, Chu Yang couldn't help but jump in his heart, and his brows instantly furrowed. He hastily opened the stock software on his computer. Sure enough, just a few stocks in front of me in the self-tick stock selection were at around -8 points, especially inside the Blue Earth Holdings, which occupies the heaviest position, was more than 1 million lots of sell orders pressed to death on the stop. And in addition to the 3 stocks that he had Lin Shiyu arrange for Zhou Yu's site to build a position in and buy some time ago, even he used his own Guotong Securities account alone to buy the Hengli shares. At this time has been smashed to the position of -9 points. Look to stop. Looking at a green list of self-selected stocks, Chu Yang's heart could not help but sink. Because of a nearly perverse memory gold finger, the next trend of these stocks in the last life he remembered very clearly, should be a wave of rapid rise. These were the same few stocks he had identified after careful comparison in his memory, especially the stock Blue Earth Holdings. It had bottomed out some time ago due to the slump in the housing market and then rebounded to a higher position, and a lot of the hedges above it have loosened up and shipped out, and Chu Yang knows very well that this seeming high is really just a bottom position for the next 2 consecutive explosive rallies, especially in the blue group took Hangzhou City Jiangdong New City. This super big project, Blue Land Holding, that already doubled the share price again directly does in one-word board stop. After these 2 waves of crazy rise, Blue Earth Holdings share price directly from the current about 7 yuan per share to 42 yuan per share, which is awesome. Imagine, in addition to the wildly rising stock prices, Blue Earth Group has also firmly grasped this wave of opportunities in the domestic real estate industry in China this time, and its overall strength has been greatly enhanced. It has officially become one of the leading companies in the domestic real estate industry in China. And now, this next top big demon stock that should have been strong and unparalleled has opened up a one-word board down? Looking at this bizarre and eerie scene, Chu Yang took a deep breath, and his mind had begun to think quickly. During this period of time, with the clear memory in his mind of the last big market stocks, he divided the funds in his hand into batches and some demonic bull stocks fast in and out. The gains can be said to be not bad, but he has also carefully observed, because he put in a more dispersed capital, and the operation is more covert. For these stocks trend did not cause how obvious impact, so it's the first time a situation like today's has occurred. Could it be a collective killing of high-level stocks? Chu Yang opened a few other stocks that were rising strongly, only to find that the rest of the stocks are still moving as he remembers them, with little change. That means that only these stocks that Tianyang Capital and his personal stock accounts have built positions and have suffered large order smashes? Almost just instantly, Chu Yang thought of 4 words: Xinhai Private Placement. Chapter 152, Rehearsal. Xinhai Private Placement. This in the Chinese stock market invincible. Almost no one dares to oppose its front of the private equity giant approach has always been ferocious, and that chief helmsman Su was known for being ruthless and vindictive. It seems that if one's prediction is correct, one has finally been targeted by the domestic private equity brother. However, thinking of the previous Zhedong Sherbao this check, and later on the Mu Tian shares of this check on the Tawdry operation, the other side stared at their own as normal. I just didn't expect to wait this long. Because of the previous in the Mu Tian shares, the ticket on the other side of the Ina hand, Xu Yang has been ready to be targeted by the other side of the preparation, so the continuous period of time operation is very careful. The results did not expect. He just bought a heavy position in the Blue Earth Holdings. The other side of this ferocious operation came. Another look at the trading interface of the Blue Earth Holdings stock. His eyes stopped at the 1 million lots of sell orders closed on the downturn. Xu Yang silently calculated in his mind. These more than 1 million lots of closed orders look scary, but the total volume of funds is only about 600 million Chinese dollars. For Blue Earth Holdings, nearly 8 billion market capitalization. The proportion is less than 10%, even less than 8%. Keep in mind that there are a lot of retail chips in the mix. According to the normal ratio, the other side smashing chips in this should be about 3% at most. Xu Yang secretly marveled in his heart at the ferocity of his opponent's operation this time. In this just rebounded up position, such a large sum of money to slam the plate. Obviously the other side has calculated, confident that no one dares to plunge into the market. And even if this time there are new funds into the field, a copy of this stop on the 6 billion chips, and the number of chips in the hands of the other side compared to the estimate is also a far cry. Coupled with the ample financial strength of Shanghai private equity, it can only be ravaged by the other side. In other words, it is estimated that the proportion of chips held by the other side in the Blue Earth Holdings ticket, I am afraid that it has exceeded 15%. Thinking of the relationship between the Blue Earth Group and the Oriental Group and Shanghai private equity at the shareholders meeting of the Mu Tian Group, Xu Yang has already vaguely guessed what. The only thing he was a little confused about, though, was that, how could the other party dare to take the risk of crashing at this time if they now knew that Blue Earth Group would be able to take the project of Jiangdong New Town in Hangzhou City in a month's time? You know, in the face of such explosive and absolutely positive news, all shorts are just mantles, so that means there are two possibilities. In the first case, the other party was absolutely confident that there was not the slightest possibility that anyone else would know this information. After all, Sherbao Tian was the chairman of the Blue Earth Group, and it was possible that he was the only one who knew about this matter. And the second possibility is that there is no news on this matter yet, or at least it is not completely finalized. Xu Yang slowly exhaled a breath and looked at Lin Xiyu with a rare serious expression. Assistant Lin, I need an updated chart of Blue Earth Group's shareholding relationships, as well as the recent shareholding changes. The information must be detailed. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Xiyu hurriedly nodded her head. It was the first time she had seen this young boss show such a grave expression, and then she remembered what had happened to those stocks, and her heart sank violently. And, could it be that the myth of the other side operating in the stock market is finally coming to an end? Yanjing City, as one of the strongest domestic entertainment companies in Huaxia, coupled with the close partnership with the national TV station, Star Entertainment's headquarters is located in the Star Building in Shanyang District, which is just less than 5 kilometers away from the national TV station. At this moment, in the spacious and incomparable rehearsal hall on the 20th to 22nd floors of the Starry Sky Mansion, several beautiful young figures were standing above the stage, in a row across the back of and the spot right in the middle of the front is exclusively empty. Mr. Song doesn't have time today. Why don't we start letting the few college students who are backing up the vocals practice first? An assistant-looking woman walked up to the viewing platform at the very front of the 22nd floor and spoke respectfully to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked to be less than 40 years old, not particularly handsome in appearance, but he looked very flavorful and gave off a sense of gentleness. Well, let's get them practicing first then. The female assistant nodded her head in a hurry, then walked quickly to the top of the stage and spoke to the teacher in charge of conducting in front of her about the situation. And Yang Zihan was standing in the middle of this group of female college students. Because of her relatively outstanding body temperament, she was also arranged to the center position. On the side was the girl with big waves who was dressed in a somewhat sultry manner, her hair carefully treated today, a somewhat stiff smile on her face, and in her mind, she was gritting her teeth. Her limelight was almost entirely stolen by Yang Zihan. Hearing that Mr. Song couldn't come over today, Yang Zihan's pair of beautiful eyes then flashed a slight trace of disappointment. For this Mr. Song guy she had been admiring for a long time, when she first heard that she would be able to sing backup for this Mr. Song at this New Year's Day gala, she agreed to that Professor Lee's invitation without hesitation, and her heart was still excited for a long time. I thought I would finally be able to meet this Mr. Song today, but I didn't expect it to be the same as the other day. She understood in her heart. After all, with the other party's status and position, time was bound to be very tight. But in any case, Before this New Year's Day gala on national television, one will definitely be able to meet the other party. Thinking of this, Yang Zihan's mood once again improved. At that moment, seeing the teacher in front of her directing movement to take her turn, her expression was fixed, and she began to sing softly and intently. Only an ethereal and melodious voice slowly resounded throughout the hall, although the sound is not very big, but as if it can penetrate into the depths of everyone's heart, so that people seem to come to the mountains and fields in general, so that people cannot help but relax. It's a jasmine song, a very common old song, but it's as if you're hearing it for the first time, although there is still a gap between the singing details and Mr. Song's kind of professional top singers, but it's already considered very good. When Yang Zihan's ethereal voice rang out, it was as if everyone's voices were flat just before. After hearing this voice, the middle-aged man on the 22nd floor viewing stage couldn't help but change his face, and his gaze instantly landed on Yang Zihan, who was right in the middle behind the stage. And when he saw the other party's exquisite and incomparable stunningly beautiful face, especially the pair of straight, long, slender, snow-white legs that could be described as perfect, he couldn't help but see a trace of undetectable amazement in his eyes. It was definitely the most perfect pair of legs he had ever seen amongst the Starry Sky Entertainment. Even Ms. Honey, the top superstar who is incredibly popular and has a perfect body, and is even known as the Legs, is a little bit inferior to this college girl. Above the stage, under the direction of that teacher, 6 female college students sang in turn. Almost everyone couldn't help but secretly cast their gazes towards Yang Zihan in the center, and a few girls' eyes even revealed a color of jealousy that was hard to hide. The girl with big waves, on the other hand, quietly went to her bag and took out her cell phone, quickly edited a message and sent it out. Chapter 153, Chifu. Under the direction of that teacher, the stage was prepared for the second round of auditions. Just then, a short-haired woman with a strong aura suddenly strides into the rehearsal hall. Assistant Zhu, why do you have time to come over? The teacher in charge of the rehearsal saw the short-haired woman and quickly piled on a smile. This is the working assistant of Starry Sky Entertainment's current top signing big shot, Ms. Honey. With Miss Honey's current red-hot level of popularity in the entertainment industry, this one's status has also risen. Plus the other party has a good relationship with several vice presidents of the company, so his status in Starry Sky Entertainment is very unusual. It speaks volumes on a lot of things, so it's not up to her not to curry favor. The short-haired woman, however, ignored her, and swept her gaze over several students, lingering on the big wavy girl for a moment, nodding slightly at the other woman before speaking faintly. Which one of you is called Yang Zihan? Everyone's gazes couldn't help but turn to Yang Zihan's body in the center. Yang Zihan was slightly stunned, not understanding the other party's meaning, but still stepped forward and, "Hello, I'm Yang Zihan." The short-haired woman glanced faintly at Yang Zihan and coldly said, "You're disqualified from this backup singing gig, and someone will take your place later." Hearing the short-haired woman's words, the several girls were a bit stunned, but soon an indescribable joy appeared on their faces. After all, with Yang Zihan's outstanding voice, if they participated in this program, they would definitely have no chance of coming out on top. It would definitely be good news for them if they were disqualified. As for the big wave girl, the corner of her mouth hooked up a trace of triumph. Since this assistant Jude just appeared, she has been excited. It was the academy that arranged for me to come over for this show, and I have not been notified of the academy's disqualification at this time. Yang Zihan frowned and glanced at the big wavy girl next to her with a smug face, already vaguely guessing something in her heart. As an art major who hadn't even graduated yet, it was extremely rewarding for her to be able to perform on national television, even if it was just as a backup singer. That's why that Professor Lee recommended her to come over. Since he had already accepted Professor Lee's invitation, he was naturally unwilling to be disqualified so unexplainably. Assistant Zhu, is there a mistake? This student's voice is still very good. The female teacher who was in charge of the conductor was also a bit puzzled. Hearing Yang Zihan's insistent words, the short-haired woman called Assistant Zhu raised her eyebrows and smiled coldly. "I'm sorry, the basic requirement for backing singers this time is students from the Yenjing Film Academy or the Huaxia Conservatory of Music. I've just checked and she doesn't qualify. Our Starry Sky Entertainment isn't for any student from any cat or dog school, so it's better to leave at your own risk." Hearing such mean words from the other party, Yang Zihan's pretty face slightly whitened as she opened her mouth, but no words came out. Indeed, she was only a student of the Zhejiang Provincial Art Academy after all. This visit to Yenjing Film Academy is nothing more than an exchange study. But you've only been in our academy for a few days, and you really think you're from our Yenjing Film Academy? A show of this caliber isn't something that just any bumpkin from a countryside academy can participate in. The big wavy girl skimmed her lips, a mocking look on her face. Yang Zihan took a deep breath. His heart was a little gloomy. It seems that he has no chance to see that teacher Song dying this time. She shook her head and turned around, ready to leave. However, right at this moment, a young woman walked quickly down from the viewing platform on the 22nd floor and walked straight to Yang Zihan, saying with a polite smile, "Ms. Yang Zihan, right?" Yang Zihan looked at the other party with some confusion. "It's like this. Just now your voice was so outstanding that our general manager you praised it, and he thinks that you're fully capable of performing in this program," the young woman explained with a smile, then pointed in the direction of the viewing platform. Yang Zihan was slightly stunned, then looked in the direction the other party was pointing in, only to see a gentle-looking man looking at himself with an approving face, smiling and nodding. The young woman turned to look at the short-haired woman next to her with a complicated expression and blandly said, "Assistant Zhu, Mr. Yu has just said that this student Yang Zihan will be the main backing singer this time. You don't have any comments, do you?" Cough. No. Since Mr. Yu has personally opened his mouth, how can I have any comments? This assistant Zhu gave a dry laugh and shook his head in a hurry. This director Yu had a high status within the entire Starry Sky Entertainment. Even though she was Miss Honey's assistant, she definitely didn't dare to disobey the other party. Even Ms. Honey herself was generally obedient to this director Yu's arrangements. "Ms. Yang Zihan, please feel free to sing next is all. Our general manager Yu is very optimistic about your voice potential." The young woman smiled at Yang Zihan and then handed another business card to Yang Zihan. "This is Mr. Yu's business card. You can always contact our Mr. Yu if you encounter any difficulties." Yang Zihan took the business card and glanced at it, and was shocked to see that it was written with the line, "Yu Xiaobo, acting director of Starry Sky Entertainment Media Limited." She knew that in a media company like Starry Sky Entertainment, the acting director was a very important position, second only to the company's chairman and general manager. Yang Zihan felt a gaze looking at her from high above, and she couldn't help but look over and, only to see that Superintendent Yu was looking at himself, with praise in his gaze and a gentle smile on his face. She couldn't help but feel some gratitude in her heart. After all, there are too few leaders in the entertainment industry who are willing to step in and help each other out just because of their vocal talent. "Thank you. Please tell Mr. Yu for me. I will do my best to sing well," Yang Zihan said with a firm face to the young woman. "I believe that you will definitely have no problem. After all, the person that our general manager Yu favors is definitely not bad. Well, I'm going to go and get busy first. You guys continue to rehearse." The young woman smiled weakly, then turned to leave. That assistant Zhu also left the rehearsal hall somewhat sardonically, with the big weighty girls' ugly faces. The second round of rehearsals began again. Chapter 154, Network Accounts, Hangtown, Blue Earth Group Headquarters. In the middle of the luxurious chairman's office, three middle-aged men with unassuming aura were sitting on the sofa and sipping tea. TSK, chairman sure really knows how to enjoy himself. If I'm not wrong, this should be the top-grade bird's tongue dragon well tea picked from that Imperial 18 tea trees in Lion Peak Mountain, right? The middle-aged man sitting in the guest seat position only took a shallow sip of tea before revealing an expression of awe. "Ha ha, Mr. Su is really a master of the tea ceremony. There are probably not many people in the entire Hangzhou city who can taste out the origin of this tea in one bite." Sherba Tian laughed out loud, then said without any complacency, "But, Mr. Su probably doesn't know it, that the best few tea gardens on Lion Peak Mountain have all been bought by our Blue Earth Group." "Oh, your Blue Earth Group is really a big spender." Lei Taing, when you're leaving later, you have to ask Chairman Sher for some special grade Longjing tea for us to bring back to Magic City. The middle-aged man also laughed, then laughed at the spectacled young man standing to the side. "That's right, this is China's stock market in the famous private equity a brother, known as Su General Helmsman Xinhai Private Equity Head, Su Yang." The Dongfang Hai on the side was a bit secretly shocked when he saw this scene. He didn't realize that these two were so familiar with each other that they had even reached a level of intimacy. "Mr. Su, I don't know how the investigation of that Mutian stock from last time is going. Do you still need me to step in and help with the investigation?" Sherba Tian suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile. "No need to bother the chairman. We've already investigated it clearly. It's just a small private equity firm that doesn't know the rules. It hasn't been established for long in total. I'll soon let them know what it means to be too late to repent." Su Yang shook his head, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cruel arc. Sherba Tian nodded and laughed. "Ha ha, the investigation is good. To the strength of your Xinhai private equity, not to mention such a newly established not long small private equity company, even before the famous Hangxin Fund, now is not even the atmosphere do not dare to gasp it. It is said that they have recently shifted to the entity investment side of the." Hearing the words Everest Fund, Su Yang's face was full of disdain. "Oh, Gao Yongheng is quite moralistic, but in the stock market, you can't live by being moralistic." However, Sherba Tian's face suddenly became somewhat serious. "By the way, Mr. Su, There are still 12% shares of our Blue Earth holding on the side of the Hanshin Fund, and they are also the second largest shareholder of our Blue Earth holding, second only to this 20% in my hands only. Su Yang shook his head and said with confidence, "Don't worry, Chairman Sure. The main reason why we've been smashing the market lately is to force them to throw out the chips in their hands. Don't worry. We have already investigated the situation on the side of Hanshin Fund in detail, and Gao Yangheng definitely can't hold on for long. Once they throw out their chips, we, Xinhai Private Equity, will eat all of them at the first time and then go long on the backhand." It's interesting to say, that small private equity firm that dared to go against our Xinhai Private Equity even recently built a position to buy your Blue Earth holdings it. We smashed the disc this time on the one hand, but also to scare them. Only after hearing Su Yang's words did Sherbatian put his heart down. By the way, Mr. Sure, it is said that your Blue Earth group is going to apply to the Zhejiang province officials to undertake the big project of Jiangdong New City? If this matter can come to fruition, our cooperation this time will be simple, and I'm afraid that the benefits can even exceed what you and I can imagine. Sherbatian, however, shook his head with a bitter smile. This matter is not expected to be very hopeful. It is said that Vank Group has also submitted application materials this time. Vanguard? Su Yang could not help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. He knows the strength of this Vank Group better than anyone else. That was one of the top giants in the real estate industry in China. Definitely not comparable to the current Blue Earth holdings, with the other side into the game. This time the Blue Earth Group wants to take Jiangdong New City. This big project hope can be said to have been very slim. Su Yang thought briefly, then shook his head indifferently. It doesn't matter. Don't worry, Chairman Sure. Even without this project, this time we can just as well take all the chips and then push your company's share price up. Newton Mansion. Because after the last shareholders meeting, Mu Yurong officially entered the board of directors of Mu Tian Group. That's why nowadays, he usually works in the Mu Tian building and participates in the management of the whole group's affairs as a member of the board of directors. In the morning, Mu Yurong had just walked into the office when a young female assistant knocked on the door and walked in with a nervous face. Mr. Mu, the news just came from the senior residence project department's side, saying that the Blue Earth Group has unilaterally defaulted on its obligations and is ready to take back those 2 pieces of land in the Binhai New area. What? Didn't we already sign the land grant agreement before? Mu Yurong's face changed drastically. The senior citizen apartment project was currently one of the most important projects of the Mu Tian Group, and it was also the main task that she was responsible for after entering the group's board of directors. The 2 lots in the Marina del Rey area are the main construction sites for the senior housing project. Now that all aspects of the project's preliminary work have been done, it will soon be necessary to apply for land use procedures and construction procedures, and then construction can begin. If something went wrong with the land at this time, the loss for the Mu Tian Group would be incalculable. The previous investment in the project amounted to a total loss. Chapter 155, The Fruit of the Loom. Blue Earth Group's side says they're willing to take responsibility for breach of contract. The young female assistant's face was also very unsightly. The attitude on the Blue Earth Group's side just now was not friendly, or very strong. Liability for breach of contract? Mu Yurong frowned. According to the previously signed land grant agreement, the default clause in it is that if one party defaults, it only needs to pay 1 million yuan in liquidated damages. The Blue Earth Group said they were willing to pay liquidated damages. What? Mu Yurong's mouth opened wide and her face turned a little white. She then remembered that since Sherbatian was a shareholder of the Mu Tian Group, there had been a cooperative relationship between the Mu Tian Group and the Blue Earth Group, so the parties were not scrupulous in signing the agreement. It is even said that there are many cooperative agreements that follow the content of the old format from years ago, and for those 2 full 200+ acres of building land needed for the senior housing project, not to mention 1 million, even if it was 100 million, that wouldn't be enough to make up for the loss of the Mu Tian Group. I didn't realize I'd only just gotten on the board and made such a big mistake. And the Blue Earth Group side at this time to propose the recovery of land, obviously come from a bad place. Mu Yurong's willow brows were locked in thought for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and took out his cell phone to dial Sherbatian's number. Soon the other man's gruff voice came from inside the cell phone. Ha ha, niece Yurong, why are you thinking of calling uncle? Is it because you want me to introduce a boyfriend to you? Mu Yurong ignored the other party and directly opened the door. Mr. Sure, the purpose of my call should be clear to you, and I won't say anything more than one thing. I know that your Blue Earth Group has always wanted that piece of land in Jiangdong New Town. If you can give us those 2 pieces of land in Binhai New area according to the content of the previous agreement, I can let you Blue Earth Group have the piece of land in Jiangdong New City. She knew that Sherbatian had always wanted the piece of land she had previously taken over at Jiangdong New Town. The reason why the other party had united with Dongfanghai to turn on the Mu Tian Group at the shareholders meeting before was also because of that piece of land. After all, that land is in a very good location. especially after the construction of the future Jiangdong new town. It can be said to be one of the most central locations. The value is definitely more than double the value of those 2 pieces of land in the Binhai New area. Just have to use it for swaps now for the senior housing program. But what she didn't expect was for sure Ba Tian to shake his head and, "I'm sorry, your own niece. You may have misunderstood. Jiangdong New City side of our Blue Earth group is no longer interested. As for these 2 pieces of land in the Binhai New district, our group already has another use for them. Ahem, by the way, I have to thank you, niece, for this point. If it wasn't for your reminder, we, Blue Earth Group, hadn't thought of developing a senior apartment project here." Mu Yurong almost lost her breath. Resisting the urge to curse, she hung up the phone and threw it directly onto her desk. Although the female assistant on the side didn't hear the voice in the cell phone, it was still the first time to see this beautiful president lose her temper like this. Knowing that the Blue Earth Group side must have said something very excessive, Mu Yurong was so infuriated that she didn't recover for a long time. She didn't expect the other party to be so shameless as to directly copy her project plan, forcefully picking the fruit of the Mutian group. After a flurry of chi and blood, finally calming down some, Mu Yurong's face was even more ugly. Although the Blue Earth group was shameless, she could do nothing about the other side. As the major shareholder of the Mutian group, Sherbatian could be said to know his previous project proposal like the back of his hand. The other side could have copied the past and just built the same senior housing project on those 2 lots. What's more, with Blue Earth Group's strength and foundation in the real estate field, it was more than 1 step stronger than the current Mutian group, and if one chose to change a place, then all the various publicity done before, as well as all the other preparations, all amounted to a dowry for the Blue Earth Group. Thinking of this, her stunningly beautiful face, where innocence and charm coexisted, became even paler. On Tai Mansion, Shu Yan was looking at the still green list of self-selected stocks on the computer screen, slightly lost in thought, especially the Blue Earth Holdings. Today is still another one-word stop. There were even more sell orders on the dips this time, a full 1.2 million lots, wailing inside the stock bar comment section. Yesterday, after discovering that the trend of these tickets is abnormal, he did not let Zhou Yu and others to carry out other operations, but to wait and see what happens. And Zhou Yu and the others had already sensed that something was not right in it, having the feeling of being targeted by a poisonous snake. They were even vaguely able to feel that the losses this time were likely to be beyond their imagination. But although their hearts were anxious, they could only follow the instructions conveyed by Lin Xiyu. Shu Yan looked at the situation of his account funds, suddenly thought of something, and hastily exited this Wotong Securities trading program, opened the desktop flush trading software, then lost a set of account passwords. It was one of 2 accounts he had opened himself online some time ago, belonging to the securities account of Oriental Fortune Lhasa. Now at this time of year this type of online account opening is just starting to appear. This kind of network opened account is also different from the traditional offline opened account, and its most important feature is that it is extremely hidden, because the entire Chinese domestic, all online account opening stockholders users are in this same business department. The number is so huge and mixed that it is difficult to find out what is going on. After Chu Yang logged in, he took a look at the account holdings interface, and then a hint of joy couldn't help but flash in his eyes. Star Entertainment, current price, $24.05. Current gain, plus 6, 20%. Number of positions held, 2044200 shares. Position amount, $492, 326, 100, 00. Profit on position, 17, 55%. Amount of profit, $72, 776, 032, 00. Some time ago, Shu Yang transferred a large portion of the amazing gains from his Guotong Securities account into 2 online securities accounts through a more covert method. This Star Entertainment was also the only stock he purchased in both accounts, and the shareholding on this account has reached more than 4.5% of the entire Star Entertainment company, which is about to reach the tipping point for a shareholding move. Based on the current share price, the market capitalization is close to 500 million Chinese dollars. And the check from Star Entertainment is still going essentially the same way as one remembers it, and has not been affected in any way. Or maybe the trend is even a lot stronger than it was because of your own buying. That is to say, the Xinhai private equity side did not check these 2 online securities accounts that they opened online. Chapter 156, a head-to-head encounter. Just then, Lin Xiyu walked into the office holding a thick stack of file boxes. Mr. Shu, this is all the information about the Blue Earth Group, as well as the relevant information about the Jiangdong New Town project. Shu Yang frowned at Lin Xiyu after he stood up and took the information and put it on his desk. Didn't I tell you to get yourself some secretaries or assistants? How come you never got around to doing that? Lin Xiyu's pretty face was slightly flushed and she shook her head. There's not much going on in the company. I'm too busy to do it alone. Besides, I have to be able to afford this $1 million annual salary you gave me. Chu Yang shook his head helplessly and said nothing more, picking up the information on the table and reading it. Marvel entry? After seeing this latest information on the Jiangdong Newtown project materials, Chu Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Then instantly it dawned on him. No wonder. I guess now Blue Earth Group themselves don't think they can take the Jiangdong Newtown project this time, right? Or, they've already decided that Blue Earth Group won't be able to get this project. That's why Shinhai Private Equity has been so reckless in smashing the market. Chu Yang had figured out the key. Vank's sudden entry has made those in the know believe that Blue Earth Group is completely hopeless. After all, the two were not currently on the same level of strength, competing with Vank, a real estate giant that could be called a behemoth even in the entire country of China. The current Blue Earth Group was simply not qualified. That's a Fortune 500 company, a proper real estate one. Even real estate giants such as Poly, DGN and Evergrande had to bow down in front of Vank. Not to mention the Blue Earth Group, which is now only developing in the province of Zhejiang. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth rose slightly. He has a clear memory of his last life, but he knows that the final contractor of the Jiangdong Newtown project is the Blue Earth Group. It's not clear what it was that caused Marvel to finally pull out though, but now it is obvious that the Blue Earth Group and Shinhai Private Equity side do not know about this. This is the fundamental reason why the other side dares to smash the disc wildly with impunity. After scrutinizing the latest shareholding relationships of the Blue Earth Group again, looking at the information material of several of the major shareholders, and then looking at the disc on the computer screen which was still in a downward state, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up a cruel arc. Since the other party was so unforgiving, let's try to see just how strong this Chief Rudder Master Su was. After all, in his last life, when Tianyang Capital developed, this Chief Helmsman Su had already gone to jail, and the two sides did not have the opportunity to face each other. And this time, it was the first head-to-head encounter with the legend himself. Thinking of this, Chu Yang directly arranged it to Lin Shiyu. Notify Zhou Yu side that, except for Blue Earth Holdings, all the other several tickets will be liquidated this morning. At the same time Blue Earth Holdings has hung up half of its position with a sell order on the dips. Okay, Mr. Chu. Lin Shiyu nodded, some gloom in her voice. That's right, she thought Chu Yang was preparing to liquidate his position and withdraw, which is equivalent to raising the white flag directly to Shinhai Private Equity. But she also knew that this should be the least damaging approach for now. After all, Shinhai Private Equity, this behemoth, now only just started Tianyang Capital, obviously cannot try its front. But Mr. Chu, Blue Earth Holdings has too many sell orders in front of it on this check drop. I'm afraid it's hard to successfully sell today. Who says we're selling? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Lin Shiyu's beautiful face was filled with doubt. She obviously did not understand what Chu Yang meant. Chu Yang looked at the disc again and faintly said, tell Zhou Yu and the others to remove all the sell orders from Blue Earth Holdings after the market closes in the afternoon. And in addition, prepare all the funds from today's liquidation, and sweep the stock with full force directly after the market opens tomorrow. Lin Shiyu was directly dumbfounded. Ignoring this beautiful assistant who was dumbfounded, Chu Yang took out another exquisite business card and placed it on the table. Also, make an appointment for me. Watching this beautiful assistant walk out of the office, Chu Yang's gaze once again fell onto the computer screen, opened the U.S. stock market interface and looked at Intel, which is only $12, and WisePock, which has fallen continuously for nearly a year and is currently at an all-time low. After a moment's thought, Chu Yang opened a U.S. website called Tiger Brokers. Click on User Registration, simply enter your information, and then apply for both a cash account and a margin account. Afternoon, Magic City, Shinhai Private Placement. Boss, those assholes finally couldn't hold out and started shipping out. The spectacled youth couldn't help but voice out in surprise when he saw the change on the disc. Oh, what about a couple other tickets? Several of their positions have started to ship out large amounts of money at the same time. Only the Blue Earth stock is the only one because it's on the downside, but they've also put up a lot of sell orders. The spectacled young man quickly switched between several other stock pages on his keyboard before answering. There are now 1.5 million sell orders on the Blue Earth stock dips, nearly 50% more than before, and a good chunk of those are presumably from those assholes. Proportionally, they should have hung out at least half of their position as well. These assholes must be scared or they wouldn't have put up so many sell orders at once. Boss, should we backhandedly eat their chips now? Glass's youth is very clear. The other several checks do not matter. The most critical is the blue land holding this check. What's the hurry? Su Yang waved his hand and smiled coldly. Hey, do you know you're scared now? But I'm afraid it won't be that easy if you want to sell it now. His mouth was full of mockery before he arranged it to the spectacled youth. Keep lining up dips and pending orders tonight, and eat the goods on the dips tomorrow. Yes, boss. The spectacled youth's eyes lit up and he hastily nodded his head. In his heart, He secretly admired the boss's tactics were just awesome. In this case, the other side will have to lose at least 10 more points. I wonder if they will vomit blood. Also, keep an eye on Hanshin Investment's side. If there is also shipping behavior, eat it all together. If it doesn't ship out yet, then keep slamming it down. Smash it until they ship it. Chapter 157, The Determination of Gao Eternity. Hangzhou City, Tianyuan Mansion. As the top financial center in the entire Zhejiang province, Tianyuan Building is located in the core business district of Hangzhou, surrounded by the headquarters of major banks and securities. Of course, the 10-story Antares building across the street is an exception. Tianyuan Mansion is also home to some of the top financial firms and private equity organizations in Zhejiang province. These include the once famous Hanshin Fund in the whole of China. Having just finished a day of trading, Gao Yongheng rubbed his somewhat sore eyes, and then looked at the disc was 1.5 million lots of sell orders sealed Blue Earth Holdings. Long exhaled a breath. Mr. Gao, at present, the loss of our position in this check of Blue Earth Holdings has exceeded 38%, and if tomorrow's opening is still down, the loss will be close to 50%. Are we still not shipping tomorrow? A short-haired woman in her 30s stood up and looked at the increasingly haggard Mr. Gao with some concern. She knew that this Mr. Gao's natural strength in finance and management was top-notch even in the entire Chinese country, just because of the offense of that Sioux chief helmsman and was continuously sniped. After a series of tragic defeats will no longer have the initial sharpness. Everest Fund has also been completely reduced to a second-rate private equity institution. Gao Eternal didn't say anything. Because of the successive setbacks in the stock market and the continuous substantial losses, his own assets have not much left. The Hang Seng Fund officially changed its name to Hang Seng Investment some time ago, and shifted its focus to entity-based investments. This Blue Earth Holdings, however, is one of the few remaining long positions in Everest Investments. The share of the position has reached 12%, and the total amount of money invested before and after has exceeded 1 billion Chinese dollars. Hanshin Investment has also become the second largest shareholder of Blue Earth Holdings. Originally he had inquired through his connections that Hangzhou City's largest recent Jiangdong New City project, likely to be responsible for the Blue Earth Holdings. I thought I would be able to make a killing on this absolutely positive news and get out of there in one piece. And yet, it never occurred to me that the trend of Blue Earth Holdings could be described as a mess during this period. It was up less and down more a while ago, but overall it was only slowly going down. And with Gao Yongheng's rich experience, has vaguely judged that this check, although the trend is downward, but there are big money in it slowly sucking. Clearly there is a long intention. However, it never expected that these days will be suddenly smashed, but also continuously smashed to a halt. Backhanded long? Gao Eternal slowly shook his head. Not to mention that there is no longer so much money in the account of Hang Seng Capital now. Even if it was put into a few years ago, when Hang Seng Fund was at its peak, he would not operate like this. With their own hands now up to 12% of the proportion of positions, the other side dared to so recklessly smash the disc. Obviously not good. This is obviously not a simple money game. In this position, 2 consecutive days of volume smashing, it is likely that there is a outside world does not know the negative news. It's so easy to get into trouble if you're not careful. Just then, a cell phone rang. Gao Yongheng picked up his cell phone, and when he heard the message coming from the receiver, his face instantly changed dramatically. The already gloomy face became even uglier. Why? What's wrong, Mr. Gao? The short-haired woman's heart skipped a beat and she asked in a hurry. Gao Yongheng took a deep breath and slowly said, "Just got the inside scoop. Vank Group shortlisted for Jiangdong Newtown project." What? Vanguard? The short-haired woman directly couldn't help but exclaim in shock. She naturally knew what it meant for Vank Group, the leading real estate company in China, to be shortlisted for the Jiangdong Newtown project. That was almost equivalent to announcing that Blue Earth Holdings had completely lost the opportunity for this project. Odd. No wonder Blue Earth Holdings stock price is. At that, the woman's mood plummeted again. If this news is released, the Blue Earth Holdings ticket is bound to continue to fall. Gao Yongheng was silent for a long time. Then his gaze steeply became firm. Notify everyone to jump the queue to hang up and sell starting tonight. Okay, Mr. Gao. The short-haired woman nodded her head in a hurry. Gao Eternity's eyes fell back on top of the disc with a tense sigh. Their position in Blue Earth Holdings is too large. Even with Blue Earth Holdings' high turnover rate during this period, it is estimated that it will take a week to complete the shipment. And even if the shipment goes well, the total loss is estimated to be more than 50%. That would also mean that the amount of money lost on this check this time is going to be over 500 million Chinese dollars. The few $100 million of assets left in his personal account are not enough to cover this loss. That's all. After you finish this shipment, pay out what's left of your assets to a few investors. Gao Yongheng exhaled a long breath, having made his decision. In fact, under the rules of private trading, he is not required to pay out losses to his funders. but Gao Yongheng has always had a bottom line that he insists on. The reason why he invested in Blue Earth Holdings this time was because of the information he acquired and the decision he made. So naturally he has to answer to a few investors who trusted him. That's how he went from being worth billions of dollars to where he is today within just a few years. After this deal, it's just a matter of getting out of the financial investment world. Gao Yongheng's entire person seemed to have instantly aged a few years. He originally also wanted to transition to investing in the internet sector. After all, compared to finance, he was actually better at management. And there is still hope for HSI to return to the top if it can successfully invest in a potential internet project. Now it's just a matter of giving up. Gao Yongheng couldn't help but think of the recently very hot pineapple bicycle project, and was again annoyed for a while. If only I could have talked that college student-looking young man into it in the first place. This one program alone can benefit Everest Investments. Just as Gao Yongheng was chagrined, the cell phone on the table rang once again. Looking at the phone on the screen, it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, he pressed the answer button, and a pleasant young female voice came from the phone. Hello Mr. Gao. I'm Lin Xiyu from Tianyang Capital. Do you have time in the evening? 6 o'clock in the evening. The Green Vine Tea House at Shizi Lake. Gao Yongheng froze directly after walking into the room. He could never have imagined. In any case, that. Ask yourself to meet to discuss matters related to Blue Earth Holdings, Tianyang Capital Controller. But will be that on the plane by chance to meet the entrepreneurial teenager. Looking at Chu Yang, who was sitting on the main seat of the tea table and skillfully cooking tea with a smile on his face, Gao Yongheng had a puzzled look on his face. Little brother, you, Chu Yang, however, had already stood up, smiled and extended his hand to Mr. Gao. We meet again. Chapter 158. You're the one who's going to admit it. The next morning, 9:15 p.m., the start of the stock market's pooled bidding. Looking at the opening of the market again directly -1% stop. And the stop on the plate by a full 1.2 million hands of sell orders sealed dead. All the stockholders holding this check from Blue Earth Holdings can't help but want to curse. What the hell is wrong with this check? It's the third consecutive day of losses. And the number of sell orders today, surprisingly, nearly doubled again from yesterday's open. How much is in the hands of this dog bank to get out? Is it a INGST? If they hadn't seen that Blue Earth Group's basic operating numbers were steadily improving, they would have really suspected that the check was about to be bounced. As one of the 3 consecutive days of downtime, Blue Earth Holdings has also managed to enter the entire A-share attention list of the top 3. At that moment, a news article Vank Group is once again entering Hangzhou, pointing at Jiangdong New Town. The news rushed to the stock market hot search. All of them suddenly dawned on me. No wonder this is so. The reason why Blue Earth Holdings rose significantly some time ago. On the one hand, it is following the entire real estate sector rally. The main reason, on the other hand, rumor has it that the Jiangdong Newtown project, the biggest key project in HCM City, is likely to be built by Blue Earth Group, the largest local real estate company. And now that Vank Group, a real estate giant in China, has entered the scene, Blue Earth Group has naturally lost its chance. Coupled with Vank Group's foray into Hangzhou City, it is bound to get involved in other real estate sectors in addition to building the Jiangdong Newtown project. In this way, as the largest local real estate company in Zhejiang province, Blue Earth Group's development is likely to be affected. And only insiders like Spartan know that even if Vank Group takes the Jiangdong Newtown project, it will definitely not be able to suppress the Blue Earth Group, which has stepped into the fast lane of development nowadays, especially in the context of recent favorable policies frequently promulgated. Blue Earth Group is bound to usher in a wave of rapid development. Under the stimulation of this news, Blue Earth Holdings stop on the sell orders surge again. Some of the original deadlocked hedges, but also finally could not resist hanging up the sell order. Shanghai private placement. Boss, we've already released the news of Vank Group's entry into Jiangdong New City as you instructed. Your method is really powerful. There were close to 1 million lots of sell orders lined up last night alone. That doesn't include our 300,000 lots of pressure orders. Seeing Su Yong walk into the operation room, the spectacled youth hurriedly stood up and reported. That's right boss, 500,000 of those sell orders are ahead of us, and they're exactly the goods of that piece of Tianyang Capital. They were the ones who jumped right on the dips in the wee hours of last night. They must have been scared and wanted to liquidate their positions and get out as soon as possible. Ha, 500,000 lots? That's hanging on to nearly the entire position to ship at once? You know it's hot now? If you want to make a move, you can, but you'll have to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood for me. Su Yang mouth cold smile, thinking of the time when this jumping clown dared to shade himself on the Zhedong Sherbao that ticket. He could not wait to step on the other side to the ground and rub it fiercely. Another look at the sell orders on the disc, which had increased to 1.3 million lots, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful Add another 300. 000 lots of pressure orders after the open to continue to create panic. Don't those assholes want to ship out? We'll teach them what the rules of the game are in the next 2 days. The spectacled youth looked at this ironic and treacherous chief helmsman Su with a face of adoration. He knew that this time, this Tianyang capital was bound to have bad luck. It's probably going to take at least 2 more dips. And with the other side of this newly established small private equity institutions, this magnitude of loss certainly cannot afford. But with such a ferocious smashing, will there be other funds to take the plunge? As soon as this thought rose, the spectacled youth shook his head in his mind. With the degree of control that Shinhai Private Equity has today, it is unlikely that any funds would dare to venture in. What's more, in today's A-share market, no one dares to touch the mold of Shinhai Private Equity. Su Yang remembered something else and looked at the spectacled youth. What about Hengshin Investment? Is there any action? The spectacled youth shook his head and, there's still no movement over there. They should still be waiting and seeing, but based on the cost of their positions, it's probably not going to last. Well, with the size of their position, they wouldn't be pressing orders on the dips if they wanted to ship. Su Yang nodded and asked again, are the funds ready? Boss, please don't worry. I've already prepared all of the currently vacant funds, a full $2 billion, together with the balance of funds on top of a few other tickets. Even if all of Hengshin Investment's positions were thrown out, we would still be able to eat them completely. Glass's youth is very confident that, with the size of today's Shinhai private equity volume, the available funds are far from the general private equity institutions can be compared. Gao Yonghang absolutely can't hold out any longer, and will inevitably ship out in the next 2 days. Su Yan looked at the plate that had reached 1.5 million sell orders and stood up and said indifferently, I hope that after this operation, we, Shinhai Private Equity, will be able to become the largest shareholder of Blue Earth Holdings. Okay boss, promise to finish the job. Glass's youth incomparably confident should be said, and then looked at the time has to gather bidding, then commanded the trader began to prepare to continue to press the signal. Su Yang walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire Mordor River. Shinhai Private Equity can develop to today's position. He himself is really extraordinary strength, but more crucially, the power behind him was far from ordinary. This time, for example, taking down Blue Earth Holdings, it is the layout of some really big guy behind him, and this is not known even to Shur Badian, the de facto controller of Blue Earth Holdings, who works with him. Wotai Securities Business Office. 1.5 million lots of sell orders? Looking at the number of sell orders on the disc, a haggard face with red eyes, bald Moncler outlet store directly dumbfounded. That's right, this is exactly the same grandpa who used to enjoy slapping his thighs by Chu Yang's side before. Only recently he shaved his head because of the bad stock market. This one didn't hold back from buying heavily during that rally in Blue Earth Holdings a while back. As a result, just bought. This originally bullish real estate demon stock, like a frosted eggplant, began to wither, straight to the bald Moncler jacket standing on a high hillock, so that the bald Moncler outlet store was not less ridiculed by the surrounding shareholders, but instead of being discouraged, he began a pattern of successive position increases based on the wealth of experience he had learned over the years, until the day before yesterday morning, finally liquidated the last long-term stock in his hand, Guizhou Mutai, with 200 shares of Guizhou Mutai sold 50,000 Chinese dollars, once again bought all the Blue Earth Holdings. As a result, just bought a few minutes, this was Moncler outlet store alone. Blue Earth Holdings was directly smashed to the floor. Then there were 3 consecutive days of consecutive drops. Looking at a full 50-point loss on the account, the bald Moncler outlet store body is a little shaky. Old Lee, you are stupid. Right, the day you let you sell you do not listen to, but also said what is the dealer's violent washout maneuvers. This is good. You have seen the use of 3-stop washout? Luckily, I didn't listen to Old Lee during that time and cut my meat in time, or I'd have to cry to death now. Alas, this Old Lee does not listen to people, but also always like and the main force hard to carry. You have seen a retailer can bar over the banker? Old Lee, it is better to sell it. If you don't sell it your coffin capital will fall out. Sell it, Old Lee. A few stockholders on the sidelines were urging the stubborn old man on. Bald Moncler outlet store Lowly did not say anything, just staring at the plate with red eyes. The heart is cursing. Sell your MMP, now this more than 1 million hands of sell orders, how to sell out. Just then, another cry of alarm came. Asterisk. This Blue Earth Holdings sell order has increased again. 1.8 million lots? Those sell orders alone must be 10% of the entire company? Grass. Is this the Jiangdong Newtown project falling through and the company's major shareholder is running away? What? The bald grandpa dead stared at the downturn, instantly added another 300,000 lots of sell orders. His body trembled violently. After biting down hard on his fake teeth, he finally picked up the mouse and prepared to put up a sell order to get in line. Damn it, I'll take it this time. Just then, only to see the 1.8 8 million lots of sell orders on the disc instantly turned into 1.3 million lots. Then just for a split second, it became 800,000 lots again. No one was given a chance to reflect at all. The last 800,000 lots of sell orders once again simply disappeared into thin air. The stopper is open. Chapter 159, 10 times the leverage. Shanghai private placement. As the top trader team, the moment the first 500,000 lots of sell orders were withdrawn from the Blue Earth Holdings disc, the young man with glasses and they had already reacted. It's just that I was so confident that I didn't have any response plan in place before. After all, no one would have guessed that. This has been down for 3 consecutive days, can be said to have been Shanghai private equity completely control of the stock. This time there are funds dare to enter the field. After all, with the name of Shanghai private equity, the industry has been very few people dare to touch its mold. Even that chief rudder Master Su, I'm afraid he didn't expect it at all. It is amazing that this tiny private equity organization, which was forced to sell overnight on a pending order, would still have the courage to go long on a backhanded basis. By the time the young man with glasses panicked and reflected the situation to Su Yang, the stop had completely opened. A full 1.8 million lots of sell orders on the downturn have actually been eaten up entirely. You mean a full 1.8 million lots of sell orders that were all eaten up? Su Yang didn't show too much panic and only frowned. Yes, boss. According to the transaction details just checked, to be precise, 500,000 of those sell orders were withdrawn first. 500,000 sell orders removed? So that means this is that Tianyang capital move? Su Yang couldn't help but stare. He had thought it would be a new money coming in to stir things up, or a fight to the death on the part of Everest Capital, but never thought it would be the move of that little new private equity organization. Have Lightning determined that right away. At the same time, find a way to determine how much money is on the other side. Su Yang's brows were tightly locked and his voice was already incredibly serious. To be able to eat 1.3 million lots of sell orders in one breath. That would mean that the amount of money in this one trade is nearly 800 million Chinese dollars. Together with the number of previous positions, the proportion of shares in the hands of the other party, I am afraid, has exceeded 10%. Although it cannot be compared to the number of holdings in the hands of Shanghai Private Equity and Sherbatian, but it has affected their next layout. Boss, it's been checked out clearly. It's exactly that Tianyang Capital's action. The other side is using the same funds that were used to liquidate several other stocks some time ago, but using a 10x placement. Speaking of which, the spectacled youth couldn't help but be a bit speechless. It was the first time he had seen a private equity firm use leverage to trade. Because of the huge amount of private trading funds, the market is volatile. If the use of leverage trading, it is easy because of the uncontrollable factors and lead to the explosion of the position. And using 10x leverage, that would also mean a forced blowout once the stock price falls below 10%, or even 9%, of the purchase price. What? 10x matching? Su Yang was also directly frozen there, somewhat unresponsive for a moment, obviously also directly shocked by the other party's tawdry maneuver. How much money do they have in total? According to the information that Lightning investigated, the total amount of funds on the other party's account will not exceed 200 million Chinese dollars at most, and according to the number of positions the other party held before, as well as the funds that have just plumbed the bottom of the market, the rest of the funds should be around 80 million. By the way, boss, just now Lightning sent over the information. The actual controller of this Tianyang Capital is called Chu Yang. Age is only 21 years old. It seems to be still a sophomore student. What? Only 21? Su Yang once again froze there. He really hadn't expected that no matter what. This guy who dared to call his bluff and even made himself suffer a dark loss once would be a mere 21-year-old college student. After all, he was nearly 30 years old when he was first called a financial genius. It is no wonder that the other side is so not according to the set of cards. Dare to use 10 times the capital to fight to the death. Young people always like to take radical risks, and the other side surprisingly used only $200 million of funds this time. Has pride by their own heavy single smashed blue land holdings, and even has the hands of the equity share, and Shanghai private equity, Hanshin investment tripod, evenly matched, be one of the biggest beneficiaries of the next share price lift. Even in this case, the dips have been pulled up in a straight line. The market sentiment has reversed after sky-high sell orders were eaten in one bite by big money. Generally speaking, one is no longer afraid to continue to smash the disc, and even to grab chips to eat the goods, thus making the share price skyrocket. And the other side is using 10 times leverage, is bound to double the amount of money in this wave of upward movement. This is the same maneuver that the other side has used before on the Zhedong Sherbao ticket, definitely enough to qualify as a demonic operation, more so than the last one ever was. After all, the amount of money this time, to be more than a dozen times than ZDO and Sherbao that small cap stock. Ha ha, awesome. it really is a hero. It was only after a while that Su Yan let out a loud laugh. If he hadn't already known the other guy's background. And the other side is not clear about the number of shares that can be operated in the hands of Shinhai Private Equity. This time I am afraid that the other side will really have their way. The smooth sailing in recent years made him unable to help but somewhat enjoy this feeling of someone provoking him. 80 million? That means that the available funds in the hands of this genius college student, even using the highest tenfold placement, would only be 800 million Chinese dollars at most. Speaking of this, Su Yan looked at the spectacled youth with a flash of viciousness in his eyes. Immediately use our remaining holdings to smash the market with full force. If it's not enough, contact Mr. Sure's side directly and borrow a position in his hands. All I want is one result, and that is that tomorrow morning, this check has to open down. Chapter 160, Pancakes and Fruits. Keep smashing? The spectacled youth froze for a moment, then reacted. Now although the market sentiment has shifted, but also absolutely cannot resist the full force of the Shinhai private placement smash. After all, no one could have possibly imagined that. Today, in addition to the remaining nearly 10% of the shares in the hands of Shinhai Private Equity, it also holds 20% of the shares in the hands of Sure Badian, the largest shareholder and actual controller of the Blue Earth Group. In accordance with the securities law of the state of China, the actual controller of listed companies and private equity institutions to join hands to manipulate the stock price is strictly prohibited. So many of the irregularities in Shinhai's private placement are in a state of absolute secrecy, and as soon as Blue Earth Holdings drops again tomorrow, then it also means that all this money on the other side that is bottoming out today is going to just blow up because of the 10x leverage. Blood money, and at that time, Shinhai Private Equity could easily take the goods back on the downside. Instead of lowering the cost, they were able to reel in the followers of the retail investors once again. It can be a triple whammy, not bad for a boss. The spectacled youth looked with incomparable admiration at Su Yang, who had a bland and self-contained face, and then nodded his head heavily. Okay boss, promise to get the job done. Brothers, prepare to continue the smash with full force, soon, only to see the disc was almost about to turn red. Blue Earth Holdings, once again by a dozen consecutive 10,000 large single directly smashed back to the stop. Then the closed orders increased rapidly, reaching 1 million lots again almost instantly. Makes all the stockholders look silly, especially the stockholders who were just about to plunge to the bottom were directly silenced. Hastily, he stopped moving. Grass, this dog bank is acting for us again. Fortunately control the hand. It looks like the check is really finished, otherwise it wouldn't have been so big a deal to entice more. There are just too many ING sets. Wipe. Just opened trading more than 1 million lots, and now it's nearly 1 million lots. Doesn't that mean that this dog banker has at least more than 2 million lots in his hands? Crap. 1 million lots of bait and switch? Feels like there's something about this stock, but I'm not buying it. Ha, you guys, look, the number of sealed orders is decreasing again. It seems like there's still money eating up the stock? Because of the previous changes, Blue Earth Holdings has become the current A-share market attention of the highest ticket. At this moment, many shareholders are focused on the Blue Earth Holdings again sealed the stop. Just see the 1 million lots of block orders on the downturn, is slowly decreasing at a rate of 10,000 lots each, but only lasted a short time, was once again increased by the sell orders directly to the death of the stop. This also makes a lot of shareholders concluded that this Blue Earth Holdings long bait failed, is completely hopeless. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock market is closed. Only then did the spectacled youth and the others withdraw their gazes, rubbing their already incomparably sore eyes and letting out a long breath. Then he stood up and looked at Su Yang. Boss, we just slammed another million lots on the dips, and just now those assholes ate another 600,000 lots, and then nothing. 600,000 lots? That's about $400 million used? Su Yang frowned and asked again, how much cargo do we have left in total now? The spectacled youth glanced at the sell order on the disc and replied, there are now a total of 700,000 sell orders on the dips, 400,000 of which are ours, plus we have 500,000 lots left to go, which adds up to 900,000 lots. 900,000 lots? Su Yang frowned slightly. After thinking for a long time, he finally looked at the spectacled youth and contact Spartan and notify their side to place a 1 million lot sell order with us tomorrow morning when the bidding is assembled. Also determine if there are any other available funds in the hands of HSI. The spectacled youth was slightly stunned. In his opinion, this 900,000 lots of sell orders in the hands of Shinhai Private Equity, even if tomorrow's stock price is another drop, it will take nearly $600 million to eat, not to mention all the other follow-through selling. With the only $40 million left in the hands of Tianyang Capital, it is simply impossible to eat it even if you use 10 times the allocation. As for the side of Hengxin Investment, Lightning had already determined before that the funds left in the other party's account were almost zero, but he understood that this boss must be trying to play it safe and nodded. Okay boss. On Tai Mansion. Lin Xiyu looked at the close of the market is still down on the plate. Willow eyebrows knit up. Crystal as snow on the pretty face is full of doubts. Mr. Shu, didn't you say before that you would eat as much as possible? Why did you just tell Zhou and the others to stop buying again? According to her expertise, since she was already prepared to go long, after the surprise bottoming out, she should have taken advantage of the market sentiment and pulled up directly in one fell swoop, not giving the shorts any chance to react. How can I get the stock to drop again? Wouldn't that be a blow to market confidence? Very unfavorable for subsequent shipments. Seeing that Xu Yang smiled without saying anything, Lin Xiyu could not help but ask again. And Mr. Shu, why do you want to use match trading this time? It's something she's also very confused about. After all, with nearly $1 billion in matching funds, a high 8-figure fee made her feel a great deal of pain. Xu Yang still didn't answer her. He just looked at the remaining 700,000 lots of sell orders on the disk and was silently calculating something in his mind. Then he picked up the shareholder information of Blue Earth Holdings. His eyes fell on the name of the first major shareholder, the actual controller Sher Badian. The corner of his mouth hooked up a touch of evil arc. It was only after a long time that he raised his head and smiled faintly at Lin Xiyu, who had a dumbfounded expression. Come on, let's go to the diner. I'll buy you pancakes and nuts tonight. Lin Xiyu had a messy face. The next morning, Wotai Securities business office. Bald Moncler outlet store early in the morning to the business hall, looking for a computer to open the Blue Earth Holdings disk. I don't know why. There was a vague intuition telling him that today was likely to be a highly unusual day. The moment he took on the role of the start of the collection of bidding, he directly paled again, because the Blue Earth Holdings bidding actually fell again. And there were a full 1.2 million sell orders on the dips, more than ever before in the last few days. And it's growing. The bald grandpa stood there dumbfounded, his eyes staring blankly at the sell order on the plate. Intuition? For the first time, a hint of bitterness appeared at the corners of the bald grandpa's mouth. Looks like he's really going to lose his coffin money this time. And after the number of sell orders on the disk suddenly and instantly increased from 1.5 million to 2.5 million lots in the last minutes of the assembled bidding. The Blue Earth Holdings, this check again rushed to the whole A-share market attention list first. The whole hall was in an uproar as well. Boy, keep in mind that the total share capital of this check for Blue Earth Holdings is just 2 billion shares, or 20 million lots. The liquidity is even just 12 million lots. 2.5 million lots of sell orders. That is, it has reached 10% of the total share capital and more than 20% of the entire float. Such a sell-off has arguably broken the all-time record for big A-pooled bidding. This check is a total waste. Just as this thought rose unanimously in the minds of all the people. Yet it was only seen in the last second of the pooled bidding. At 9 hours 24 minutes and 59 seconds, the original 2.5 million lots of green down sell orders on the disk instantly disappeared. In its place was a crimson million lot up buy order. The whole hall was suddenly silent for a few full seconds. Followed by an outcry. Chapter 161, A Rat's Eye View. Hiss. Crap. This. My eyes aren't going blurry. Are they? Where is that 2.5 million lots of sky-high sell orders just now? Where did it go? I didn't read it wrong, did I? Blue Earth Holdings, is this up to open? Withdrawn orders? Open your eyes. Those 2.5 million lots of sell orders were eaten in one breath. Eaten in one bite? Will the check go down next? This dog banker won't be baiting the long side again, will he? Have you ever seen a 20% change of hands used to bait the long side? You look at the stop on that $700 million. It is estimated that yesterday's more than 1 million lots of sky-high buy orders are also the other party's handiwork. Down, the main force. This is equivalent to a clear card. The next check, I'm afraid we cannot even see the taillights. Alas, my biggest regret is that yesterday did not buy a few strokes in the drop. A murmur went up in the hall. Witnessing the historic scene together, all of them were astonished inside, and bald old Lee, standing there dumbfounded and muddy eyes staring dead. It was a million hands by orders steadily sealed up plate. The body cannot stop trembling. The corner of the eye is already a tear. My old Lee's intuition was right. Shanghai private placement. There was a silence throughout the manipulation room. Everyone, including the spectacled youth, didn't dare to make a sound. All of them were looking somewhat apprehensively at Chief Helmsman Su, who was sitting in front of his desk, expressionless and not saying a word. It was the first time they had seen this one looking so glum. After a long time, Su Young finally raised his head, his voice a little hoarse. What did Spartan say on his end? Boss, Mr. Sure, he said. He said it's impossible for him to continue to ship out and smash the market, and he also said that he wants us to bear his previous losses. Oomph, the light of a rat's eye. Su Yang grunted coldly, but he also knew that this situation had made it difficult to convince the other party to ship and smash the disc, and now that the amount of money in the opponent is unknown, even if Sherbatian steps in to smash the disc, the result is uncertain. He was really not expecting it in any way. Such a heavenly amount of goods the other party dared to directly eat it all. This simply defies stock market common sense. And this tiny new private equity firm, this sophomore in his early 20s with no background, was able to raise funds of this size overnight. Right at this moment, a special cell phone ringtone sounded, and Su Yang actually winced as a reflex. Then in a hurry, he stood up, picked up the cell phone on the table, and carefully pressed the answer button. What's going on? Hearing this somewhat low voice, Su Yang's posture in answering the phone became somewhat respectful. Elderly, this time it was us who didn't think things through, leading to a change of heart. It's like this. Su Yang trembled his body and told the process, which emphasized the fact that Sherbatian did not cooperate with his own shipment to smash the plate. He knew that although he was calling the shots in the stock market and seemed to be in the limelight, but for this one, the fate of his future was just a matter of the other's words. Delayed in hearing the other party speak, Su Yang could not help but swallow hard. Thinking of the horrible consequences of the other party's anger, he hastened to explain again. Elder Lai, please rest assured. Just so a newly established small private equity, a family ate nearly 20% of the shares of Blue Earth Holdings, bound to digest. Do not say they, even if we Shinhai private equity, in the absence of absolute shipping grasp of the premise, also easily dare not build such a heavy position. In the current market situation, the next time the other party wants to pull up the stock price and then ship it out, it can be said to be harder than ever. With the sky-high fees of 10x placement, I guess they won't be able to afford it soon and then choose to ship out. By then we can. Not waiting for him to finish, the other party but faintly hummed, followed by a sentence that made Su Yang's entire person directly dumbfounded there. Chapter 162, Eternal Gratefulness. It has just been made clear at the high-level meeting that the entire Jiangdong Newtown project will be handed over to Blue Earth Group for full responsibility. Hearing these words, Su Yang directly froze, followed by his entire face turning red. How is this? How is this possible? 1. Where's the Vanguard Group? The other party's faint voice came from the cell phone. It is said that because of the collapse accident in Guangdong province last night, which caused the discontent of the one in the province, it did not pass. What? Su Yang was once again dumbfounded. He had seen the news this morning as well and didn't care, but he had no idea at all that the building that collapsed was built by the real estate giant Vank. What is even less expected is that just such a small accident will affect the choice of the contractor of the Jiangdong Newtown, which can be called a giant project. Su Yang opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Trouble shipping? Oh, all tactics pale in the face of absolute good news. Now with this absolutely good news, with the but also know that the bottom of the Blue Earth Holdings is bound to take off directly next. Even the stock may just double in price, and now having lost all their leverage, Shinhai private equity, and yet such a wave of opportunity has been completely missed. Su Yang gasped, his heart incomparably unwilling, but then he thought of something and his body shook violently. It's all your own fault that you're like this today. With this one's tactics, what will he do with himself? Thinking of this, his face instantly turned incredibly pale and he trembled. Lie, Elder Lie, I must. Oh, it's always easy to forget when one is complacent, and it's only natural that you made a mistake this time. And this time, since the other party is operating like this, in addition to a certain element of luck, I think that behind the scenes will certainly not be simple. The other person's voice was easygoing, not the least bit angry. And you know the purpose of this operation of Blue Earth Holdings. The real estate listed enterprises in Zhejiang province are only a few in total. In addition to this Blue Earth Group, then choose a suitable one. Yes, Su Yang hurriedly assured. Elderly, please don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission this time. Aha. The other nodded slightly, his voice still flat. And, let it go this time, but I never want to see the people below me make a mistake a second time. Do you understand? Ming, understand. Su Yang nodded with a trembling voice, his body trembling uncontrollably once again. Looking at the boss whose entire back had been drenched in sweat after hanging up the phone, the spectacled youth and the others were silenced. At the same time the mind was very puzzled. The man who was invincible in the stock market and a god in their eyes. Why is there such a side to talking to that old man Lai? 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Antai Mansion. Looking at until the rest of the market is still more than 1 million hands of buy orders steadily sealed disc. Xu Yang this is completely relaxed. Then he turned around and waved his hand at Lin Shiyu, who was still staring with a wide-eyed, dumbfounded expression on the side. Water. Ha? Xu Yang shook his head helplessly. Get me a glass of water. Okay. Only then did Lin Xiyu react and hurriedly walked to the side to pour Chu Yang a cup of warm boiled water, and then couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chu, we have eaten so many goods, can we still get out? I am afraid that no one can understand it. From the original 500,000 lots that Zhou Yu and the others bought, to 1.3 million lots yesterday, and then to nearly 3 million lots today, instead of speculation, she felt like an acquisition, right?" Chu Yang smiled faintly and spoke the speculation in Lin Xiyu's mind. Looking at the beautiful assistant who was guessing the center of the matter with a flushed face, the corner of Chu Yang's mouth could not help but curl up slightly. He hadn't thought of that either. In such a short period of time, one has the first controlling public company. "Assistant Lin, make an appointment with Gao Yongheng for me and tell him to come to my office immediately if he has time." Yes, Mr. Chu." Lin Xiyu tried to calm down, then went to the side and dialed Gao Yongheng's number. Turning around a little later, he asked, "Mr. Chu, Mr. Gao would like to ask what is the matter. Does he need to prepare anything on his side? What is it?" The corner of Chu Yang's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness and said meaningfully, "Of course I'm going to sell him stock." The next day was Saturday. The stock market is closed. Blue Earth Holdings has made 2 official announcements back and forth. The first one is a company equity transfer announcement. Announcement that the company's newly promoted major shareholder, Tianyang Capital Limited, will hold 417 million shares of the company's unlimited selling conditions of the circulation of the company, through the agreement to transfer to Hanshin Investment Company, Ltd. Has been in the Huaxia Securities Registration and Settlement Company Limited online for the completion of the transfer of the registration formalities, and to obtain the transfer of the confirmation of the registration. The second is an announcement of a change in the company's shareholding. The content of the announcement shows that the largest shareholder of Blue Earth Holdings has changed from the original chairman of Shi Badian to Hanshin Investment Company Limited, with a shareholding of 32.85%. According to the Articles of Association and relevant regulations, Hanshin Investment Company Limited became the actual controller of Blue Earth Holdings. The 2 announcements were quickly followed by heated discussions on the internet. Numerous shareholders, and even netizens, have been speculating about the story behind this shareholding change. After all, the announcement was clear. These 2 days, in spite of the continuous fall, breaking the A-share collection bidding transaction record, the volume of the Blue Land Holdings is the same Hanshin Investment. As for the Tianyang Capital, which has never heard of its name, it has been selectively ignored. This kind of little-known company is surely nothing more than a vest of Hanshin Investment. But many people don't understand that taking over Blue Earth Holdings on such a large scale at this time is tantamount to playing a clear card to shareholders. In that case, can the back of the stock still go up? And on Sunday afternoon, Blue Earth Holdings made another announcement that directly dazzled and then dazed everyone. Announcement of Blue Earth Holdings on pre-winning major construction projects and temporary suspension of trading. Mr. Chu have already notified the Blue Earth Holdings site to hold a shareholders meeting tomorrow according to your intention. Gao Yongheng hung up the phone and looked at the college student-looking young man in front of him with a complicated expression. He could never have imagined, in any case, that this entrepreneurial teenager, who had wanted to invest in each other when he first met him, had turned out to be his boss. That's right, Chu Yang transferred most of the shares of Blue Earth Holdings held by Tianyang Capital, including the 12% shares that had already been bought from Gao Yongheng in cash before. All of them were transferred to Eternal Investment again by way of agreement transfer. In exchange, it was a 75% stake in Eternal Investments. That is to say, nowadays, Chu Yang had both an absolute controlling stake in Eternal Investment and was able to indirectly hold Blue Earth Group through Eternal Investment. Well, I'll leave the Blue Earth Group side of things entirely to you next. I just need 2 results. First, you have to get full control of the Blue Earth Group as soon as possible. Secondly, operate the various companies well and utilize the opportunity of this Jiangdong Newtown project to ensure the group's healthy development. Okay, Mr. Chu. Gao Yongheng nodded with a solemn expression, an unspeakable gratitude welling up in his heart. In fact, after selling the 12% of the shares of Blue Earth Holdings, all the assets of Hanshin Investment, together, will definitely not exceed 200 million Chinese dollars. Instead, the other party only wanted 75% of the shares and gave him full control of the entire company. He asked why. Instead, this seemingly young but incredibly powerful teenager simply said, because of his character. Seeing Gao Yongheng walk out of the office, Chu Yang was just about to rest for a while when his cell phone rang. Looking at Su Yuru's caller number on the screen, Chu Yang could not help but smile bitterly. He then remembered that he hadn't been to class for 2 weeks straight. Chapter 163 Bowling for Graduate School. Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics. First floor of the office building. In the newly renovated reception room, a rather well-dressed middle-aged man was sitting on a sofa with a young woman sitting beside him. The middle-aged man wore a pair of glasses and sipped his tea slowly. The girl was wearing a school uniform with the words ZS University written on it, and glanced at Yi Xiaozhu on the side with an arrogant look on her face. Teacher Su, we've been waiting for what must be half an hour? It seems that this Chu student is indeed very busy. The middle-aged man put down his teacup, held up his glasses, glanced at the beautiful teacher with the amazing figure, and his voice was vaguely dissatisfied. I'm sorry, directorly, please wait a little longer. Chu Yang students are already on their way. Su Yuru squeezed out an apologetic expression, then looked out the door somewhat anxiously. Although this director Li's gaze was very disgusting to her, she could completely endure it for the time being for the sake of Chu Yang's future. That's right, now that New Year's Day is a week behind us, the master's degree entrance exams within China are about to begin. This recent period of time is the time when major universities and colleges are recruiting early exemptions for master's degree students, also known as guaranteed enrollment. These two, however, are the people in charge of the enrollment office of the University of Zhejiang Province. Today came to the Zhejiang Province College of Finance and Economics, but the Zhejiang Province University side intends to enroll the entrepreneurial students who have been publicly praised by Prof. Li Yining before free admission. When she learned of this news, Su Yuru was directly overjoyed. It was almost as if she was even more ecstatic than when she had gotten into the doctoral program at Yinjing Normal University. After all, being able to enter a key university like Zhejiang Provincial University for graduate school was definitely very rare for students of the finance college. So hastily called Chu Yan while coming over to receive these two. She was going to drag Dean Wu Guoliang over with her. After all, it is the Zhejiang Province University to come to people, so it can also reflect the degree of importance of the college. At the same time, to ensure that Chu Yang can be successfully exempted from the examination to enter the Zhejiang Province University to study in the graduate school. But Dean Wu Guoliang said that there were other important guests to accompany, and casually arranged for Yi Xiaozhu to receive with her, so she could only carefully accompany these two and wait for Chu Yang here. Humph, a sophomore is so undisciplined. No wonder he couldn't even get a book promotion for so many years. The girl on the side wearing the uniform of Zhejiang Provincial University skimmed her mouth with a sneer. She was in a very bad mood. Indeed, with the strength and status of their Zhejiang Provincial University, take the initiative to extend the olive branch to such a second-rate undergraduate institutions to guarantee enrollment even. It is surprising that the other party has only arranged for such a homeroom teacher and a student to receive them. You know that in the past, when they went to other second-tier colleges, even the dean-level leaders would accompany them. What upsets her the most is that both this teacher and this girl are still looking so pretty. She was directly compared to her, the courtyard flower of Zhejiang Province University. And how dare this student be late? That's why this flower of Zhejiang Province University directly couldn't help but open her mouth sarcastically. Hearing her words, Su Yuru couldn't help but frown. However, without waiting for her to open her mouth, a cool voice had already sounded from the side. Listening to you, I'm glad I didn't choose Zhejiang Province University in the first place. Yi Xiaozhu's face was expressionless, and her gaze was cold as she looked at this girl from Zhejiang Province University. As the president of the student council of the finance school, she would not allow anyone to insult the school in front of her. Choosing our school? Ha ha. The girl couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking at Yi Xiaozhu with an amused expression. This student, do you know how many points you need to get into our Zhejiang Province University? Ahem. The middle-aged man at the side hastily coughed dryly and, Ji, this Yi Xiaozi student scored all A+ in the joint entrance examination for finance last year, and was one of our school's guaranteed enrollment candidates last year. But she chose the Magic City University of Finance and Economics. What? The girl froze right there and, as a senior student of Zhejiang Province University, she naturally knew the gold content of this achievement. All A+ grades in the joint entrance examination in finance. That means a score of 95 or higher in all professional exam subjects. This was definitely the top of the line even when placed in Zhejiang Province University, and the other party's choice of Mordor University of Finance and Economics. The strength of the financial and economic majors, compared to the Zhejiang Provincial University, can be said to be not bad at all. She never thought that, inside such an unimpressive second-born college, there is actually such a demonic school bully exists. The girl opened her mouth for a moment before grunting. What does a person's grades say about him? Just this undisciplined guy. If it wasn't for his luck, there's no way he would have been guaranteed a place at our school. She's already heard. This student called Chu Yang was just lucky enough to be noticed by a certain famous professor because he had gotten a startup project going. That's why schools consider bailing on each other. Otherwise, with the other party's grades and other conditions, there is no possibility at all to enter the University of Zhejiang Province. Hearing her words, Yi Xiaozhu frowned, but did not say anything else. Previously, she had also had a hint of curiosity about Chu Yang after reading that article by Prof. Li Yining. After all, whether it's an internet eco-portal or a sharing economy model, the The fact that these concepts can emerge from the other side's entrepreneurial program shows that the other side is unusually strong in economics. But after checking the other party's miserable grades in several major courses, and learning that this guy was so short-sighted as to sell the pineapple bicycle project directly to Penguin, she lost the slightest interest in Chu Yang. It is even more determined that the other side of the pineapple bicycle project, only a blind cat touched the dead mouse. Good luck. And Su Yuju didn't hear the girl's words. At that moment, all of her attention was focused on the young figure outside the door, who was coming slowly from a short distance away. I'm very sorry, bookworms. I just realized that if I update too late it won't be reviewed until the next day, because last month's results were mediocre and the draft fee was too small. So the last few days I've had to move bricks during the day to make money for food and come back at night to code. But I'm almost used to it, and I've found a routine for reviewing it, so I'll do my best to make sure I update it consistently every day. The author is also a person who once had a dream. Life floats through several storms. To be able to write a book with you all to communicate has been a great blessing, so I will stick to it. And thank you for your support. If you have a ticket you should still use it on me? Chapter 164. When did I say that? Chu Yang, you finally come. Su Yuru walked out of the reception room, a pair of beautiful eyes looking towards the teenager not far away, a hint of anger in her voice. Mr. Su, it's been a long time, and you still look great. Chu Yang winked at the beautiful teacher and then his eyes fell on the other party's perfect mature petite body, and he couldn't help but remember certain beautiful images. The fire that had been suppressed for many days instantly rose up, and his mouth suddenly became a little dry. Feeling the fire in Chu Yang's gaze, how could Su Yuru not know what the other party was thinking? Her petite body involuntarily trembled a little, and a pair of beautiful eyes had a watery glow in them. She hastily glared at Chu Yang, took a deep breath in an effort to suppress the fluttering in her heart, and pulled Chu Yang into the reception room. Then he introduced himself to the middle-aged man sitting there. Director Lee, this is student Chu Yang, who is also the vice president of our academy's student council. Chu Yang was stunned. What? When did he become the vice president of the college's student council? The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Yang and didn't get up. He just nodded slightly and said indifferently, Chu Yang, student right, we come over today, mainly to inform you, in view of your previous entrepreneurial project is quite innovative. Our Zhejiang Province University can consider admitting you to our school for graduate studies without examination. You should fill out this application form for exemption from graduate school, but whether you can pass it or not depends on the subsequent approval results in the school. After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand at the girl on the side. The girl on the side skimmed her lips, took out a form and handed it to Chu Yang and said coldly, just a reminder, make sure you fill it out carefully, otherwise if there's anything inappropriate, the application won't go through, you won't have a chance. They had already checked Chu Yang's grades in his major before they came over, knowing that although this boy's grades were not bad, they were limited to being in the middle of a second institution like the College of Finance and Economics. That is, if one normally takes the graduate school entrance exams. With the other party's grades, there was not the slightest possibility of getting into the University of Zhejiang Province, plus the name of the College of Finance and Economics as the examination base. Therefore, in her opinion, this kind of student can be exempted from examination and guaranteed graduate school to a famous school like Zhejiang Provincial University. It is definitely a good thing that the other party can't even beg for it even if they cry for it. Although he heard the seriousness of the two men's words, the heart of Su Yuru on the side was already greatly settled. In fact, she knows very well that, since the other party was able to come to the College of Finance and Economics today, that meant that the school side had already determined that they were willing to admit Chu Yan without examination. As for this application form of whatever kind, it is merely a formality. These nationally ranked major universities like to do this when it comes to admitting students to graduate school. You apply first, then I'll agree. As if this is the only way to reflect the lofty status of these key universities. After the girl finished speaking, she handed the application form to Chu Yang, but she did not see any reaction from the other party for a while. She couldn't help but furrow her brow and was just about to open her mouth with even more impatience when she only heard a faint voice ring out. When did I say I was going to your school? Although the voice was not loud, it fell into the ears of several people, but it was like a thunderous explosion. What did you say? The middle-aged man rubbed his ears and looked incredulously at the boy who seemed to be a bit more mature than his peers, thinking that he had heard wrong. In all these years, it was the first time he had encountered someone who refused the invitation to graduate school from Zhejiang Provincial University, and an average student at such a second-rate undergraduate institution. The girl even stared at Chu Yang with wide eyes and an expression of having seen a ghost. The application form in her hand forgot to take it back for a while. Hearing Chu Yang's refusal, Yi Xiaozhu, who was on the side, was also slightly stunned. The head in the high ponytail finally lifted, and her gaze went to the boy, who was clearly a bit of an anomaly. In thought, Su Yuru, on the other hand, Her delicate body trembled. Her heart sank violently, and she hurriedly pulled Chu Yang aside and lowered her voice. Are you stupid? Interview to go to Zhejiang Province University for graduate school, or economics major. This kind of opportunity is very rare. Chu Yang smiled faintly at Su Yuru and shook his head, giving the other party another reassuring look. The middle-aged man finally put down the teacup in his hand and looked at this student who seemed to him to be very brainless. This student, you have to think clearly. Our Zhejiang Province University is a key university ranked in the top 5 in the country, and the number of students who want to come to our school every year can be said to be countless. Chu Yang, however, still shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to go to graduate school. It has nothing to do with which school. Not just Zhejiang Province University, even if the two universities, Yanbei or Jinghua, invite me, I will likewise not go. It's hard to be born again. Time is so precious. It's a great honor to go to college, and now they want him to go to grad school? Not to mention that the expertise in economics, finance and other related fields is already well known to him, who has already accumulated sufficient research in his last life. Any degree qualification from a prestigious college or university has also become meaningless to him now. But after hearing his words, that middle-aged man laughed angrily. And, oh, you're not going to Yanbei Essence either? This student, I think you're overconfident. Our Zhejiang Provincial University this time has not already agreed to admit you without examination, but only has this intention. Even if you fill out the application form and hand it in, whether it can be approved and passed by our school, that's still two different things. As for Yanbei Jinghua, two of the nation's highest academic institutions, admitting you without examination? Oh, the middle-aged man's mouth smiled coldly, although the last only said 2 words but the meaning of the mocking irony is self-evident. Indeed, the other guy just got lucky with a startup program. It's not about acquiring some prestigious award in some field of study, and the venture, while quite promising, has now been transferred out. No longer have the slightest connection with him. The reason why the school side of Zhejiang Provincial University is considering admitting the other side without examination. More because one is the organizer of the National Student Entrepreneurship Competition, because the other entrepreneurial project recognized by Professor Lai Lao only received a score of 50 points, results triggered by the network public opinion. And expressing an attitude is just that. Chapter 165, The Deluxe Lineup. Oh, Yanbei Jinghua? The girl beside the middle-aged man also snorted, the mockery between the corners of her mouth not hidden at all. Do you really think that because of an article published by Prof. Lai Lao, you're going to fly high? Besides, it's just that pineapple bicycle project that old Prof. Lai values. You guys. Su Yuru heard the two mocking words. Her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to retort. Yi Shiatsu on the side didn't say anything. It just seems like this guy is just a little bit unbelievable. But an average student, with grades in every area, refused the Zhejiang Provincial University's invitation to graduate school, even if it is, but also said what Yanbei Jinghua invitation will not go. Chu Yang frowned and was about to speak when Su Yuru's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone, but it was a call from Wu Guoliang, a hand of the Finance Academy. Dean Wu. Yes, we're in the reception room on the first floor of the office building. Student Chu Yang? Student Chu Yang is also in. Well, we'll wait for you. Su Yuru had just hung up the phone not a moment before, only to hear a sound of footsteps ringing out from outside. Immediately afterward, a line of figures with clearly unimpressive auras appeared outside the door of the reception room. Walking in the forefront was none other than Wu Guoliang, the dean of the Zhejiang Provincial College of Finance and Economics. With the other party's status, it was surprising that he walked ahead to lead the way himself, and although he was leading the way, he was clearly in a good mood. A smile spread across that somewhat aged face, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to stretch out for the most part, and behind him, it was a middle-aged man of about 50 standing to one side. The middle-aged man wore a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, with an indescribably refined air between his demeanor and his feet, and there was also a special aura about him that made people yearn for him, and at a glance, he knew that he was a figure who had been engaged in the cause of higher education for many years, and right in the middle, but it was an old man with gray hair and deep, bright, godlike eyes. Behind these two, there were a couple of teachers with briefcases close behind. The other few leaders of the College of Finance and Economics could only follow at the end, while not really knowing the identities of but when he saw these people walk into the reception room, I don't know why, but this middle-aged director of the admissions office of Zhejiang Province University unconsciously stood up, and even his posture was a bit constrained. Dean Wu. Su Yuru also greeted him, looking at Wu Guoliang with some confusion. Oh, Mr. Su, student Chu Yang, let me introduce you. Wu Guoliang glanced at Chu Yang behind Su Yuru, confirming the identity of the other party, and his smile grew a few points wider. Yi Xiaozhu on the side. as well as the two from the admission office of Zhejiang Provincial University, were directly and selectively ignored. Only Wu Guoliang turned around and introduced himself to the elegant middle-aged man behind him. This is Dean Song Jiming of the School of Computer Science and Technology at Tsinghua University, and the current national discipline leader of our domestic computer science program in China. Hearing the name Song Jiming, even though Su Yuru and Yi Xiaozhu were not computer science majors, they were both shaken by the same coincidence, including the middle-aged man from Zhejiang Provincial University on the side. He directly couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Su Yuru and Yi Xiaozhu were not familiar with the field of computer science, but had only heard of the name Song Jiming. The reason why he was shocked was mainly because when he heard Wu Guoliang's introduction, the other party's two names, Dean of the School of Computer Science and Technology of Tsinghua University and National Discipline Leader of Computer Science, were too shocking. This directorly of the admissions office of the University of Zhejiang Province is different. As a graduate of one of the ace majors of Zhejiang Province University, Computer Science and Technology, he knew better than anyone else present how shocking the identity and status of this Dean Song in front of him was. It can be said that in the current Chinese domestic all universities, computer software technology research field, the other party has stood in the most peak position. If the other party went to the middle of Zhejiang Province University, they would definitely be received at the highest level. Even old Dean Ming Tingqian will accompany him personally. Just, with the status and position of the other party, why did he come to the small Zhejiang Province Finance and Economics College? Putting aside the size of the school, it seems that even the computer science major is not set up in this second-level college of finance and economics at the moment, right? Just as the middle-aged man was puzzled in 100 ways, Wu Guoliang looked again at the old man standing in the center. Just without waiting for his introduction, Su Yuru had already gotten a good look at the old man's appearance and directly couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Lie, old prof, lie. Yi Xiaozhu, who was beside him, was stunned at the words and hurriedly looked up, then also recognized this old man who had once attended the closing ceremony of the entrepreneurship competition. Her eyes widened, and her snow-white face, which was always cold as frost, was filled with shock and surprise as she muttered under her breath. Surprisingly, it's old prof, lie. Seeing the reaction of the two, Wu Guoliang couldn't help but laugh and nodded his head rather proudly. Ha ha, it seems that you guys have already recognized it. Yes, this is the dean of Yanbei University's new Economic Research Institute, and the current Tarzan in the field of economics in the country, Professor Lai Yining. Chapter 166, The Old Man's Shock. Wu Guoliang's voice fell. The entire reception room was incomparably quiet, including Director Li of the admissions office of Zhejiang Province University, as well as the girl. All of them were looking at the hale and hearty old man with shocked faces. There was another difference from the Dean Song, who had a great reputation in the field of computer science. On the sidelines, let's not talk about the fact that all the people present, except for that Director Li, are almost exclusively students majoring in economics and finance, leading the two domestic economic reforms in China alone, and establishing the shareholding model of Chinese enterprises by his own strength. The influence of the three words Li Yining is definitely not limited to the field of economics. Whatever the status and influence of this old prof, Li can be seen from the fact that he presided over the drafting of the securities law, securities investment fund law and other laws and regulations of Huaxia. After the crowd was shocked, they couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. How could this old professor, who carries more weight than the presidents of most 985 key universities, condescend to come to such a second-rate undergraduate college? The only thing that seems to intersect between the two is, the crowd couldn't help but think of the article in Global Finance, but that possibility was quickly dismissed in his mind. The other party is just an ordinary second-year student. How can this personally come over because of a small entrepreneurial project? Just as everyone was secretly speculating about the reason for the appearance of these two academic bigwigs from the most powerful academy in China, the hale and hearty old man, however, took a step forward, looked at Chu Yang who had a bland expression beside Wu Guoliang, and suddenly opened his mouth. Is there a downside to the full development of the internet economy as the fastest growing economic sector today? The crowd was slightly stunned, not expecting this old professor's opening statement to be this, and then some more giggling. Now the world is supporting the development of the internet economy, especially in the Chinese domestic, along with the rise of Ali, Jingxi and other e-commerce platforms. It can be said that the internet economy has become the strongest engine of the current rapid development of the Chinese domestic economy. The textbook specifically describes the various advantages of the internet economy over traditional models, but never mentions any disadvantages. Yi Xiaozhu was also slightly stunned and could not help but stare in thought. Competitive involution, head monopolies, data security, and the digital divide. Chu Yang, however, barely thought about it and blurted it out directly. Hearing his answer, the crowd frowned. The girl from Zhejiang Province University even directly snorted, obviously mocking Chu Yang for not pretending to understand. Competitive involution and headline monopoly are two completely opposite words that were uttered at the same time. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy didn't have even the most basic grasp of common sense economics. And after hearing Chu Yang's reply, Lai Yining was the one whose eyes flashed with a bright light. This student, can you expand on that? Chu Yang nodded at the old man. In fact, he still had great respect in his heart for this old man who could be called the helmsman of the domestic economic reforms in China. Not to mention that the other party had published that article before, which could be said to have given him a great deal of help. Otherwise, even if the pineapple bike program would have caught fire, it probably wouldn't have done so quickly. Ahem, let me clarify a concept. I think the term internet economy is not fully adaptable to the current needs of the latest economic sector development, because along with the development and maturity of network technology and digital technology, the original narrowly defined internet economic model will mainly rely on internet platforms. So I think that the discussion of the new economic sector, then the use of the concept of platform economy may be more accurate. Chu Yang cleared his throat and spoke eloquently in front of the crowd. When Prof. Li Yining heard the term platform economy, the light in his eyes suddenly grew a bit more intense. The platform economy uses digital technology as a means to greatly increase the speed of circulation of all kinds of economic factors, and at the same time, it can improve the efficiency of economic operation and give play to the advantages of scale agglomeration. But it is also based on this, so there are bound to be the following drawbacks. First of all, the various industry sectors in the platform economy at the beginning of the development, because of the scale effect as well as the temptation of monopoly interests at a later stage. The competition is far more intense than the traditional industry. Crazy subsidies and price wars will inevitably become an important means to seize the market opportunity. Second, after experiencing excessively involutional competition, according to the dynamic model proposed by the German economist Stankelberg, a duopoly or triopoly will inevitably become a natural consequence of the development of the platform economy. Chu Yang's speech was not fast but incomparably smooth, falling clearly into the ears of the crowd one word at a time. Not to mention how the content is, just that kind of calm and self-contained and trustworthy temperament alone. It directly makes the eyes of Su Yuru on the side straight up stars. A full 10 minutes later, Chu Yang only with the essence of the platform economy is the economy of scale. And the fundamental attributes of the economy of scale will inevitably lead to the increase in the gap between the rich and the poor, so it can be interpreted as a digital divide. Such a deafening words to end this small speech. Then he took the water cup in Su Yuru's hand and drank a mouthful of hot water to moisten his somewhat dry throat. And by now, the entire reception room was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded at the pontificating young man, although some of the content they did not fully understand. But at this moment also already know that the other party's attainments in economics are obviously not ordinary people can compare. Even the always ice-cold Yi Xiaozhu was frowning tightly at this moment, seemingly thinking hard about something. Lai Yining, on the other hand, was getting more and more alarmed the more he listened. He originally thought that this young man should only have an in-depth study of the sharing economy, but he didn't realize that the other party had such a deep insight into the entire field of internet economy, and even the entire field of economics. Directly put forward the platform economy, this forward-looking concept does not say. What's more, many of his previous research and analysis and conception of the internet economy, as well as some doubts in the academic aspect, have been clarified under the words of the other party just now. With his unrivaled attainments in the field of economics in the entire country of China, Lai Yining even has a hidden feeling that what this student just said is probably the standard answer for the future internet economy after it has been fully developed and tested in practice. With such talent, it is no wonder that the concept of sharing economy has been developed. The more the old man listened, the more excited he became. And when Chu Yang finished speaking, he actually did not hold back and walked directly to Chu Yang with a longing look on his face. Mr. Chu Yang, would you like to be my graduate student? Chapter 167, Robbing People. The old man's voice fell, and all of them were all directly stunned there, including behind the old man. Those teachers from Yanbei University's admissions department. They knew better than anyone how many people wanted to become this old man's students, and there was definitely no shortage of amazingly talented people from the major top universities. But the old man hadn't taken on a student since his last doctoral student 5 years earlier, and as long as you can become a student of this one, your future prospects in the field of economics will definitely be smooth sailing and the sky is the limit. Chu Yang was a bit stunned. He didn't expect that he had made this old professor so excited by just reading out some of the contents of a random development analysis report on the current state of the platform economy 10 years later. However, without waiting for him to reply, Song Jiming, who was on the side, came forward and, elderly, you don't have to rob people like this. When we came here just now, Didn't we already agree that we would invite both of our families at the same time and let this Chu Yang student make his own choice? The already confused crowd became even more confused, feeling that this big man from Essence University is also here to snatch people. No, the other guy is the dean of the School of Computer Science and Technology, which has nothing to do with economics, right? Song Jiming had walked up to Chu Yang and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Chu Yang, I've seen the back-end management system of your pineapple bicycle project, and the architecture design is very groundbreaking. By the way, Old Ma also told me that you made a lot of critical suggestions on the software design of their newly launched WeChat app, so that our college mustn't miss you as a genius. The old horse? Chu Yang was first stunned, then instantly reacted when he heard the other party's words afterward. It seems that the other party should be talking about that Mr. Ma from Penguin. It seems like the two should know each other and be on good terms. That's why the purpose of my coming here today is to represent our College of Computer Science and Technology at Tsinghua University and invite you to come to our college for graduate school. Speaking of which, Song didn't forget to add, by the way, as long as you agree to come to our Tsinghua University, all the well-known expert tutors are free for you to choose, and all the expenses during the period of graduate school are totally free. In addition, there is also a living allowance every month. After he finished speaking, he held up his glasses and didn't forget to give a provocative glance at Li Yining on the side. Other people were afraid of him, Li Yining, but they didn't care about the elite Institute of Computer Science and Technology. Besides, in his opinion, it would be a waste for such a software programming genius to go to those old farts at Yanbei University to study something about economics. Hearing this, other than Wu Guoliang who already knew the purpose of these two beforehand, everyone else was already dumbfounded, especially the two from the admission office of Zhejiang Provincial University. Their expressions were incomparably wonderful. Just now, they had mocked Chu Yang, and in the blink of an eye, they were slapped in the face so loudly. Zhejiang Provincial University is indeed an extraordinary strength, and is considered one of the top few universities in the entire Chinese country. But compared to Yanbei Tsinghua, the two top academic institutions, the difference was not a star, or rather, the two were not even a level of existence, and they are nothing more than two ordinary officers of the admissions office of the University of Zhejiang Province. The two top institutions of Yanbei Tsinghua, however, were personally visited by old Prof. Li and Dean Song Jiming. More than that, they are scrambling to get each other into their colleges for graduate school. Thinking of their lofty stance just now, that director Li couldn't help but bashfully turn red in his old face. The girl on the side had lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Yang again. Yi Xiaozhu, on the other hand, stood there in a daze, an unusually complex expression on that cool and pretty face. After all, spare her, as the student with the best grades in the Academy of Finance, she had only been guaranteed a place in the Magic City College of Finance and Economics before, and this sophomore boy, whom she has always looked down on, was invited by two famous schools in Yanbei Tsinghua, and his own most admired old professor Li Yining, just now even took the initiative to open his mouth wanting to recruit him to be his own graduate student. By this time Su Yuru's heart had jumped to her throat. She had never thought that this little man she liked would be able to do what it took to make these two of the country's most powerful colleges and universities snatch people together. It's simply awesome, just like that night. However, she was also considering which one Chu Yang would be more appropriate to choose, just as the gazes of the crowd all fell on Chu Yang, speculating in their hearts how the other party would choose. Chu Yang, however, smiled helplessly and bitterly, then shook his head with an apologetic smile at this old man, as well as Song Jiming, who was at the side. Ahem, I'm sorry Professor Lai, Dean Song, because I still have to start my own business. I really didn't consider graduate school. Hearing Chu Yang's words, everyone was directly dumbfounded. The two from the admissions office of Zhejiang University, on the other hand, were numb. So, what this guy just said is true. Just now they were laughing at the other party's blind arrogance, and as a result, what the other party had said had now been fulfilled. His rejection of Yanbei Essence University was as simple as drinking plain water. It has been proven that pretending without strength is and pretending with strength is truly awesome. An hour later, after finally sending the two Yanbei Tsinghua University giants away and getting rid of Wu Guoliang who was already furious and blowing his beard, Chu Yang followed Su Yuru to her office. Sitting casually on the sofa and looking at the beautiful teacher who still had a sultry expression on her face, Chu Yang shook his head helplessly. He knew it must be difficult for the average person to understand this approach of his, but it was something he couldn't explain too much about. And time is already running out for your own next program. Seeing Chu Yang's somewhat grave expression that seemed to be somewhat exhausted, Su Yuru could not help but feel a pain in her heart. She walked over to Chu Yang's side and used her hand to gently help the other party knead up her shoulders, then softly said while doing so, "Don't worry, I'll support you no matter what you choose." Chu Yang's heart warmed as he turned to look at the gentle and beautiful matured woman beside him. I only saw that the other party was wearing a tight black professional short skirt today, and a pair of snow-white slender legs looked even more round and tight under the package of flesh-colored stockings. On top of it was a white professional shirt, the original standard design on the other side but obviously a little tight. The top 2 rows of buttons a few want to hold open, and the slim, soft waist underneath contrasted with it. Amazing waist-to-hip ratio. The soft long hair was coiled up, adding a little more intellectual beauty to this sexy and charming beautiful teacher. Xu Yang's gaze landed on the other party's delicate and moist red lips, and he couldn't help but put his finger on it. Su Yuru's delicate body slightly trembled. Unconsciously will open the red lips. Will fingers suck up, feeling the moist heat and warmth in the other party's mouth, as well as the soft and mischievous tongue. Xu Yang couldn't help but feel his mouth drying up a bit, and his body was getting higher and higher. Su Yuru's legs had also been unable to resist tightening together. Feeling Xu Yang's change, she incomparably and delicately crossed the other party's eyes, then knelt down in front of the sofa. This office was incredibly quiet because it was in a separate one inside. The office was also cleaned up by Su Yuru in a well-organized and spotless manner. Just today it was a bit disorganized. It was crazy for nearly 2 hours. Looking at the beautiful teacher who was already powerless and paralyzed on her body once again, the corner of Xu Yang's mouth raised slightly. Remembering that his cell phone had just rung twice, he picked it up and looked at it. It's eternity high on the phone. Mr. Xu, Mu Tian Group side wants to talk to us. Chapter 168, The Shocked Mu Yurong. Newton Mansion. Dad, how's it going? If we can't get those 2 plots of land again, we'll have to give up on our senior apartment project this time. Mu Yurong walked into the chairman's office with a sad face and looked at Mu Tianyuan, who was sitting in front of his desk. She was really distraught during this time. The senior housing program was her first initiative and the first major project she took full responsibility for after joining the board. It would definitely be an unusually severe blow to her if it didn't go well. It directly affected her position and prestige in the entire Mu Tian Group. So during this period of time, she had exhausted every means to negotiate with the Blue Earth Group, wanting to regain those 2 plots of land. In addition to offering to exchange the piece of land in Jiangdong New Town, he even offered to buy it at 2 times the price, but all of them were rejected by Sherbatian. Just when she was almost in despair, she was concerned about the news that the actual controller of the Blue Earth Group had changed from the original Sherbatian to Hanshin Investment, so she rushed to find her father, Mu Tianyuan, to see if there was any hope of being able to solve this matter. I've already called the high general manager of Hanshin Investment and also offered to buy it at twice the price, but this high general manager said that he still has to ask for instructions from above on this matter. Mu Tianyuan raised his head and shook his head helplessly. He's a little confused, too. Originally, as far as he knew, the Everest Fund was founded by this high general manager, only to be renamed as Everest Investment later. Why do you need to ask for permission? So he couldn't help but assume that this was the other side's reason for pushing back. The two were in Hangzhou together and had met a few times. Now that the other party had become the actual controller of the Blue Earth Group, it was also equivalent to replacing Sherbatian and becoming one of the major shareholders of the Mu Tian Group. It makes sense that the other side would find a reason to shrug it off. If it really doesn't work, let's give up on this senior citizen apartment project and focus on the Kongmei Wellness Hotel first. Mu Tianyuan looked at his daughter, who was obviously much more haggard, and said somewhat helplessly, "But Dad, the Kongmei Wellness Hotel project is far less important than the elderly residence project. After all, the market for wellness hotels is far worse than that of elderly residences by more than one step." Mu Yurong looked at Mu Tianyuan with some anxiety. "But there is no way. You also know that the Blue Earth Group was originally the major shareholder of our group, and now Hanshin Investment has just gotten the controlling stake, and it is certainly not willing to relax in terms of land use." Mu Tianyuan sighed, and before he could finish, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller's number, first staring in disbelief, then hastily picking up the phone and, "Hey, hello Mr. Gao. What? You mean? Well, okay, then do what you want. I'm totally fine with that." Not knowing what the other party said, Mu Tianyuan's face changed dramatically. His eyebrows were filled with indescribable surprise, and he nodded repeatedly. Then he glanced at Mu Yurong, who had a curious face on the side, and his voice affirmed, "Yurong, she certainly has no problem with it. Please rest assured. Well, when you have time you are welcome to come to our group site to guide." Seeing Mu Tianyuan hanging up the phone, Mu Yuyong hurriedly asked, "What's the matter, Dad? Are they willing to let us have those 2 lots? Mu Tianyuan, however, smiled and shook his head, his gaze filled with undisguised joy. "No, just now Mr. Gao didn't say anything about those 2 pieces of land." Mu Yurong couldn't help but stare, then with a look of disappointment on her face, "What's that say? What I don't have a problem with." Seeing his daughter's lifeless appearance, Mu Tianyuan decided to stop teasing her. "Just now, Mr. Gao said that the Blue Earth Group side wants to hire you as the assistant to the group's chairman, as well as enter the board of directors, assist the chairman in managing the affairs of Blue Earth Group. As for the matter of those 2 pieces of land, just now Mr. Gao has already said that after you enter to go and serve in the Blue Earth Group, it will be up to you to deal with it. What? Mu Yurong was directly dumbfounded, and it took a long time before she reacted, still muttering under her breath. How is this possible? Chapter 169, Tenure of Office. Seeing his daughter behave like this, Mu Tianyuan shook his head in amusement. In fact, he was a little puzzled. Just now, Gao Yonghong meant that Blue Earth Group had just finished adjusting some of its management, and it was the time when it needed talents. And I heard that although Mu Yurong on the side of Mu Tian Group is young, he is very capable in business management and business development. So he wants Mu Yurong to directly enter Blue Earth Group as the assistant chairman, or even directly on the board as a board member. Although he didn't understand the other party's reason for doing so, Mu Tianyuan naturally wasn't stupid, and after being surprised, he hastily agreed at the first opportunity. It is important to know that Blue Earth Group, as the largest real estate enterprise in Zhejiang Province, is also one of the largest several veteran-listed enterprises in Zhejiang Province, is not comparable to Mutian Group, which has just been listed for a few years. Whether it was the current market capitalization or the scale of the enterprise, it was more than one step beyond the current Mutian Group. What's more, the other party has now taken Jiangdong New Town, a key project that can be called a giant. No exaggeration. After the completion of Jiangdong New City, the volume scale of Blue Earth Group will certainly more than double than now. This is also one of the reasons why the securities market has recently commented very much on Hengxin Investments taking the controlling stake in Blue Earth Group. Therefore, Mu Yurong's ability to enter the Blue Earth Group for a position definitely had 100 benefits without any harm, not to mention assistant to the chairman, or even a direct member of the board of directors. Even if it is just an ordinary deputy general manager, it is much higher than the gold content of the current position in the Mu Tian Group. Mu Tianyuan was thinking so, but he only heard Mu Yoyon's voice of incomparable surprise after her shock. Dad, are you serious? I can really go to Blue Earth Group as the assistant chairman? And I'll be in charge of the key project side as well? Only to see that on Mu Yurong's snow-white, crystalline, stunningly beautiful face, all the exhaustion and haggardness from just now had been swept away. In its place was unending euphoria, that kind of natural flirtatious temperament inadvertently revealed. Fortunately there is no one else on the side, otherwise absolutely cannot withstand. That's right, that Gao Yonghong Gao general manager's character is recognized as good in the industry. Always practice what you preach. Next preparation. Tomorrow directly to the Blue Earth Group to join the job can be. Seeing his daughter in such a demeanor, Mu Tianyuan nodded affirmatively, then couldn't help but feel secretly pleased in his heart. His own daughter was indeed powerful, and before she had even graduated from college, she was able to be spotted by the Blue Earth Group. Now let's see who still dares to say that she relied on her nepotism to enter the board of directors of Mu Tian Group. And just now that Mr. Gao has clearly said that after his daughter enters the Blue Earth Group, she can completely make her own decisions in terms of cooperating with the Mu Tian Group's land use projects. Suffice it to say, in the future, the Mu Tian Group side even have to rely on the daughter's care. But before he could get carried away, all he heard was his baby girl's voice. So I'm with the Blue Earth Group from now on? Only to see Mu Yurong's willow eyebrows slightly condensed, as if she was pondering something. In that case, let's see. Those 2 plots of land are still for our group's own use, which is more in our group's interest. Your group? Mu Tianyuan was slightly stunned. Yeah, us Blue Earth Group. Mu Tianyuan directly full of black lines. Yanjing City, located on the north side of West Chang'an Avenue in the most central area of the entire Kyoto. A few office buildings of only 3-story high stood amidst a compound that didn't look very eye-catching. These green brick and green tile office buildings look a little old, but they give people an incomparably solemn feeling, and the straight and upright figures standing like javelins at the doorway emphasize the extraordinary nature of the place. That's right, this is one of the most important core departments within China, the Ministry of National Information Industry. Morning, a middle-aged man in his 50s with an extraordinary aura, and a young woman under 30 years old, walked out of the easternmost office on the second floor of the deepest office building. The young woman was dressed in an incredibly formal and sophisticated professional outfit, and her long hair, which was originally as black as a waterfall, had been cut into a short haircut, making her look much more mature and capable. Congratulations to Director Suwa. You are now the youngest division-level leader in our Ministry of Information Industry. Previously, the youngest director of our ministry, Mr. Zhou, was nearly 10 years older than you. The middle-aged man walked ahead and smiled faintly at the young woman on the side behind him, with quite an emotion in his voice. That's right, this young woman with extraordinary temperament was none other than Su Ruocheng, who had just been transferred from the National Youth Corps. to the Ministry of Information Industry of the State of China. The rank is even directly from the original grade, elevated to the Deputy Secretary level. Thank you, Minister Wang, and I'll ask for your guidance in terms of work in the future. Su Ruocheng nodded her head slightly. Her expression seemed bland, but the depths of her gaze carried a hint of joy and pride that was hard to hide. After all, with her age, to be able to serve as a real division leader in such an important department as the Ministry of Information Industry, even if placed in the whole of China, there are only a handful of them. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, remembering that one's explanation, and said in a serious tone, "Just now, I heard the minister mean that he is going to put the most important current electronic technology company directly into your charge. This position is very important. Director Su, you should have understood before. According to the directions set by the senior management, one of the most important tasks of our ministry now is to guide the development of domestic electronic technology enterprises. Among them is the smartphone manufacturing industry, which is arguably the top priority as the current global economic windfall. So next, one of the most important tasks of your company is to guide up, support and foster a group of market-recognized and self-reliant smartphone manufacturing enterprises. Next year's CES International Consumer Electronics Industry Conference is the time to test the performance of your electronic technology company's work." Chapter 170, The Celebration Party. After separating from the middle-aged man, Su Ruocheng walked into her office. As a substantive deputy division leader presiding over a full division, the specifications of her office are already not low, far from the tiny divisional office in the National Youth Corps that he had previously occupied. After all, to reach the level of the department, has been considered to formally enter the Chinese official higher leadership sequence. Sitting in front of her desk, after reading a copy of the 2012 Annual Electronic Technology Industry Development Report of the State of Huaxia on her desk, Su Ruocheng furrowed her brows slightly. While many of the figures in the development report look good, the nature of the high-end technology sector is still completely dependent on imports, and when it comes to profits, it is almost entirely taken by developed countries such as the United States. For example, take the Fruit cell phone. Although nowadays it is produced in China's domestic production, but the vast majority of spare parts in it are imported from the United States. Cherry Blossom country, Stick country. What takes place within China is nothing more than final assembly. As for the domestic cell phone companies, the only other cell phone company in the country that is currently gaining momentum is the Rice phone. But Rice takes the route of starvation marketing and is still very much dependent on foreign countries for systems, chips and imaging. Su Ruocheng couldn't help but frown a few points deeper as she remembered the words of the one just now. Looks very difficult. After thinking for a long time, her eyes fell on the words AliCloud smartphone platform on the data, and then picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. Same with Yanjing City. Just under 5 kilometers away from the national television station in the midst of the Star Building, there was a not-so-large celebration going on at the moment. What was celebrated was the fact that this CCTV New Year's Day gala went well and had a good program. Two group executives, Yuan Lin, Deputy General Manager of Star Entertainment Group, and Yu Xiaobo, Director of Performing Arts, personally presented the awards on stage. Yang Zihan, as the outstanding singing star in this gala, also took the stage to receive the award during the second round of awards. As the largest entertainment company in China, almost all of Starry Sky Entertainment's artists are handsome and beautiful. As you can imagine, this kind of party can be said to be full of all kinds of beautiful figures competing with each other, so that people are dazzled. And Yang Zihan stood on the podium. Snow-white straight pair of legs directly crowned the whole scene, coupled with that pure-as-water stunning face, attracted many male artists have side-eye. Great singing, looks like I wasn't wrong about the guy. Yu Xiaobo handed the trophy made of crystal to Yang Zihan. His smile was warm and mellow, and his gaze was full of praise. Thank you for your help. I'll keep trying. Yang Zihan received the trophy somewhat nervously and thanked him in a hurry. No problem. I've never been wrong in my vision. I think you have all the potential to be the next rising star in the singing world. Yu Xiaobo nodded, his deep gaze unobtrusively sweeping over Yang Zihan's snow-white jade legs that could be described as superb. Really? Really? Thanks. Thanks for the encouragement. Yang Zihan didn't notice any other implication in the other party's gaze, but just felt both nervous and surprised. In her opinion, the other party was the acting director of Starry Sky Entertainment, one of the highest-level executives of the group, so his vision would definitely not be bad. The other party is so sure of himself. Doesn't that mean he really has potential? Seeing the joy and expectation in Yang Zihan's beautiful eyes that were as clear as water, the corner of Yu Xiaobo's mouth hooked into a hidden arc. Then he gave a slight nod to Yang Zihan and turned to walk off the stage. And off stage, looking at this scene of Yang Zihan standing on the stage to receive the award and talking with Yu Xiaobo in close proximity, that big wavy girl couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Thought it was so noble, but it's just spreading her legs and leaning on a man to get to the top. A few other girls from Yenjing Film Academy around them chimed in, but the jealousy in their voices was obvious. No, Zihan, she's not like that. Hearing a few classmates say so, Sun Xiaoru couldn't help but speak for young Zihan. Hey, isn't it obvious? If it wasn't for this Tai Hoof climbing into that Director Yu's bed, how could Director Yu be so helpful to her that day? The big wavy girl hems and haws and sneers. Besides, all hang out in the circle. Who does not know that this Director Yu's reputation for flowers is far and wide, and that none of those who lay their hands on her are young and beautiful newcomers? But, Sun Xiaoru opened her mouth, not knowing how to refute the other party, but she still doesn't think in her heart that Yang Zihan would be that kind of person. After the celebration party, Yang Zihan, together with Sun Xiaoru, was just about to prepare to leave. A young woman, however, stopped the two men and, Ms. Yang, please wait. Yang Zihan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She recognized the identity of this young woman. It was that Director Yu's assistant. Hello, is something wrong? The young woman looked at Yang Zihan with a smile on her face. It's like this, Ms. Yang, Superintendent Yu said he has some things he wants to talk to you about. He's waiting for you in his office. Director Yu wants to see me? Okay, I'll be right over. Although Yang Zihan was a bit puzzled, he didn't think much about it and directly nodded his head in agreement. Then he turned to Sun Xiaoru. You go back to school first. I'll go back myself when I'm done. Okay. Sun Xiaoru hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head. Then he watched Yang Zihan follow that young woman in the direction of Director Yu's office. Remembering the words of the few people from the big wave girl just now, his expression was incomparably complicated. Chapter 171 Appreciation. Director Yu, you're looking for me? Walking into this office that could definitely be called luxurious, Yang Zihan looked at Yu Xiaobo who was sitting there. Ahem, Ms. Yang has come over. Please sit down. Yu raised his head and pointed to the sofa on the side, then waved his hand at the young female assistant. Pour water for Ms. Yang. No, it's not necessary. Yang Zihan hastily shook his head somewhat nervously. Where would she have thought that this acting director of Starry Sky Entertainment would be so warm and polite to herself? Ms. Yang, you don't have to be nervous. Our director Yu is very talent poor, especially for newcomers with real talent. Without missing a beat, the young female assistant smiled at Yang Zihan and pulled her to sit down on the sofa before stepping on a pair of high heels and twisting her waist to pour water aside. While pouring water, at an angle Yang Zihan couldn't see, he threw a wink at Yu Xiaobo. Yu nodded approvingly, then stood up and, that's right, I've always appreciated talented newcomers, and Ms. Yang, she definitely counts as the most promising newcomer I've seen in the past few years. Thank you, Superintendent Yu. Yang Zihan's heart beat a few minutes faster. She had loved singing since she was a child and dreamed of becoming a singer. This one, as the acting director of Star Entertainment, has been so sure of himself several times in a row. She feels like this is the closest she's ever been to her dream. Seeing Yang Zihan's reaction, the corner of Yu Xiaobo's mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc. He had encountered a lot of this kind of pretty schoolgirls with dreams of stardom. Without exception, all had trouble resisting the lure of fame and ended up in their own beds. The only difference was that this schoolgirl was way prettier than the ones before, although she was still slightly green. Even if she looked at the entire Starry Sky Entertainment where beautiful women were like clouds, she was definitely considered top-notch, especially that pair of snow-white, straight, extremely beautiful legs. No one could compare with her. He had also checked the information of the other party, but it was just an ordinary student of the Art Academy of Zhejiang Province. For this kind of ordinary student with a dream in his heart, he has absolute certainty to take the other party down, and even further completely control. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaobo smiled faintly, walked to the sofa and sat down directly beside Yang Zihan. It's a short distance. Seeing the other party's movements, Yang Zihan frowned slightly and moved out directly to the side behind him at a safe enough distance. Ahem. Seeing Yang Zihan's reaction, Yu Xiaobo hastily coughed dryly to cover up the embarrassment he just felt. Ms. Yang, it's like this. I'd like to ask if you have any plans for your future career development? Seeing Yang Zihan's puzzled look, Yu Xiaobo smiled slightly and continued. Or rather, I wonder if Ms. Yang is interested in joining our Starry Sky Entertainment? Really? Can I really enter Starry Sky Entertainment? Hearing Yu Xiaobo's words, Yang Zihan couldn't help but tremble with her delicate body. In the country of Huaxia, being able to sign with Star Entertainment was the ultimate goal of many vocal students, and it had always been her dream. She hadn't expected that this director Yu would take the initiative to open her mouth and invite herself to join. But then, Ms. Yang should also know that our Starry Sky Entertainment's signing standards are very high, especially when it comes to musical talent. There are only a few places for singers who can enter our Starry Sky Entertainment every year. The preciousness of these few spots should be known to Ms. Yang. and I, as the group's acting director, will have to decide on the allocation of the spots based on your performance. Yu Xiaobo bit the words your performance very heavily, and when he said this, he swept his gaze meaningfully around Yang Zihan's body. Although Yang Zihan was inexperienced, she had heard of certain rumors in the entertainment industry. At this moment, when she heard the other party's words, and felt the other party's gaze vaguely contained other meanings, her pretty face suddenly chilled, and she directly stood up, expressionless, and said, "Excuse me, Director Yu, I'll go back first if there's nothing else." Ahem. Seeing Yang Zihan reacting so violently, Yu Xiaobo's heart sank and he hastily coughed dryly a few times before giving a wink to the female assistant at the side. The young female assistant immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Ms. Yang, you must have misunderstood. Director Yu means that there are very few spots. He needs to be responsible to the group and decide on each spot carefully. Make sure that everyone who enters Starry Sky Entertainment is truly someone with real talent and development potential." Yu Xiaobo gave the young female assistant an approving look, and his face had changed to a despondent expression as he sighed slightly. "Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that I'm in a position where I get to decide the allocation of places, so I always like to make things difficult for newcomers. But really, I've never had any personal interest in watching the level and potential of newcomers while also considering their character. On the one hand, it is responsible for the group, and on the other hand, it is also for the sake of every newcomer with a dream and talent to have an equal opportunity to show their own." After listening to the words of the young female assistant, and seeing Yu Xiaobo, who seemed to be a bit tired with a grave face, Yang Zihan could not help but be stunned. "Looks like you just misunderstood each other?" It was also true that if the other party was really that kind of person, how could they have helped themselves that day for no reason? And after helping himself, he didn't make any demands. Thinking of this, Yang Zihan couldn't help but show an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, Director Yu. It was me who misunderstood you just now. It doesn't matter. I'm used to it. It's good that Ms. Yang can understand me." Yu Xiaobo waved his hand, with a sprightly expression of not caring about things outside of his body, outside of his name. After all, if you want to really do something, you always have to carry something, especially in our Chinese music scene. Once again, the young female assistant volunteered to play assist. "Ms. Yang, you still don't know it, although our Director Yu is the leader of the group. His talent in the field of music is not comparable to ordinary people. Director Yu has brought out several popular new stars like He Jia and Zhao Yueying to the group over the years, not to mention that many of their songs were written by Director Yu himself." Chapter 172, Invitation to Join. Hearing the words of the female assistant, Yang Zihan couldn't help but be a little surprised. He Jia and Zhao Yueying, the two recent rising stars in the singing world, is considered a small reputation she naturally know, although she didn't think that these two were in any way amazingly talented. What she didn't expect was that this Director Yu could even write songs. The reason why Starry Sky Entertainment has an extraordinary status among all the entertainment companies within China. The main reason is that it holds the most abundant resources of classic pop music in China, including Shangjiang and Baodao. But in terms of movie and television work, there hasn't been much development. This is the main reason why Star Entertainment Group's market capitalization isn't very high, even though it went public years ago. Feeling Yang Zihan's eyes that seemed to be somewhat adoring, Yu Xiaobo waved his hand in a pretense of indifference. "But it's just a hobby. If Miss Yang doesn't mind, when I have the opportunity one can write a few songs specifically for Miss Yang." "Really? Thank you, Director Yu." Yang Zihan was directly overjoyed. She had always covered other singers' songs at the moment, even though she was very outstanding in all her major classes and could easily manage various singing skills. "Never had a song of my own yet. If she has her own song, it will definitely be more beneficial for the future." Seeing Yang Zihan's delighted expression, Yu Xiaobo's eyes flashed with a touch of triumph and smiled. "Next Monday is the time for our Starry Sky Entertainment to sign newcomers. Ms. Yang, go back and think about it. If there is no problem, just come directly over to sign at that time." Watching Yang Zihan walk out of the office, the booming desire in Yu Xiaobo's heart finally stopped hiding. The evil gaze fell directly on the pair of snow-white, straight, extremely beautiful legs below the other party's back, and then lingered for a long while on that erect, voluptuous, and perfect curve. It was only until Yang Zihan's back disappeared around the corner that he withdrew his gaze with great reluctance. "Mr. Yu, did you have a new goal here and forgot about Wei Wei again?" Seeing Yu Xiaobo's expression, the young female assistant on the side directly walked to the other side and pouted. "Ha ha, what? Is our family Wei Wei jealous?" Yu Xiaobo pulled this young female assistant called Wei Wei to his side and directly put his hand on the other party's plump thighs that were tightly wrapped in black stockings and rubbed them. "If you were jealous every day, you wouldn't have to be sour already." The young female assistant's petite body trembled, then rolled her pretty white eyes and grunted. In fact, she once did adore this high-ranking and quite talented Director Yu. Only later, after the other party in her face, continuous, and several beautiful actresses one by one in death contact. Slowly she has been numb. There wasn't the same feeling for this one that there had been in the beginning, and all that was left was an exchange. She pays for the body. The other side gave her help. It's very naked and pure. That's the unspoken rule in this circle. Ha ha, Wei. How do you feel about this MS? Yang? You wrapped one hand around the other, and the other big hand went up the stockings. Of course it's the very best. Mister, you are looking at her legs. After all, then MS. Honey is so much more perfect. A pair of legs is not common. Ah, Mister, you bad. Before the young female assistant could finish her sentence, she had already gone limp in the other's arms. Besides that, Yu Xiaobo smiled faintly, his fingers ruffling as quickly as if he were playing a piano. And she didn't take the initiative, and even just avoided you. So you want it even more. Ah. The young female assistant suddenly tensed her body and her eyes turned white, and in the end, she couldn't help but scream out, true to form, Vivi sure knows me. Yu nodded approvingly and took out his hand somewhat proudly. Looking at the young female assistant who was still twitching, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. The reason why this young female assistant, whose appearance was not very outstanding, was able to stay by his side all the time was precisely because of the special abnormal physique of the other party, able to find a lot of fun in his office. This one was right just now. He had just sat next to Yang Zihan on purpose, just to test the other party. As it turned out, the other party was not already ready to offer themselves voluntarily like those new people before him, but instead, they directly avoided him without hesitation. This, on the contrary, intensified his desire for conquest. As for being able to conquer each other, as the acting director of Starry Sky Entertainment and also considered a well-known music composer, Yu had absolute confidence in himself, especially when the other party enters Star Entertainment. He has countless opportunities and many ways to make the other party take the initiative to climb into his bed, letting the other person fall in love with him, not to mention that he wants to be in complete control. Thinking of that beautiful face as pure and clear as an angel, as well as that pair of superb jade legs that could be called perfect, Yu Xiaobo gulped, and an evil fire quickly rose up. He lowered his head and vigorously slapped the young female assistant's plumpness. The other man grunted in pain and also instantly realized what was going on and got up and walked straight to his desk. Hangtown, Antai Mansion. Xu Yan was still very busy during this time. In addition to working with Gao Yonghong to finalize some important matters of the Blue Earth Group, he was also seriously planning the next direction of development. Recently, the stock market is relatively stable. In the Jiangdong New City by the Blue Earth Group Comprehensive Construction News Release, Blue Earth Holdings has been a week of one-word board stop. Although the shares held by Hengxin Investment were not intended to be sold, but looking at just a week's time, the market value of the Blue Earth Group has nearly doubled. That mood is also incomparably huge. What's more, in Chu Yang's own hands, there is still a portion of the Blue Earth Holdings remaining that was purchased utilizing a 10x placement. Chu Yang was sitting in his office, and after making a pass at the stocks in several accounts on his computer, he looked at the profitability of the positions in the U.S. stock accounts, and nodded his head with considerable satisfaction. Just then, a pleasant cell phone rang. Chu Yang picked up his cell phone and looked at it, directly pressing the answer button. Chapter 173, A Good Mistake. Only Yang Zihan's ethereal and sweet voice came out from the cell phone. Senior Sister Zihan, are you saying that Starry Sky Entertainment side is now actively inviting you to join them? Hearing Yang Zihan's words, Chu Yang couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In his memory, in her previous life, the Art Academy schoolgirl had only officially signed with Starry Sky Entertainment a year later. That is, after entering Star Entertainment, a few individual singles came out one after another, and with that angelic ethereal voice, he directly became the hottest new star in the singing world at that time. Soon after it is to take advantage of the wave of fast-shoot short video app explosion, directly on the internet to harvest a large wave of fans. The door incident also happened not long after Yang Zihan burst into flames. It seems that because of his rebirth, the trajectory of some things has changed. Chu Yang could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He had already decided long ago that he could never let the tragedy that had happened in his last life repeat itself, and he would never allow anyone to harm Yang Zihan. That's why they specifically applied for 2 online securities accounts to buy shares of Starry Sky Entertainment, just to make it easier to protect each other. Now that the original trajectory has changed, one doesn't have to worry so much. And when he heard Yang Zihan say that she would not be able to make it back to Hangzhou next Monday to sign the contract before the vacation and might need to go home directly from Yanjing, Chu Yang could not help but be a little disappointed. Seemingly sensing Chu Yang's lost emotions, Yang Zihan smiled playfully and said that she would wait for him in Linhai City when she returned home from Yanjing. It was only then that Chu Yang remembered that both he and this schoolgirl schoolmate were from Linhai City, Su Province. Yang Zihan's home is in the city of Linhai. Chu Yang, on the other hand, was in Yunshan County below, so to speak. Even in the middle of winter vacation, the two are able to see each other regularly. Thinking of this, Xu Yang couldn't help but swell with some fire. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Seeing Lin Xiyu and Gao Yongheng both standing outside the door together, Xu Yang then hung up the phone with Yang Zihan rather reluctantly. Mr. Xu, according to your instructions, after these few days of work, this morning we have signed the transfer agreement with those two electronic factories. Among the two electronics factories, including two sites totaling nearly 500 acres of industrial land, multiple production workshops, and two factory office buildings, all of which were directly transferred to us. Here are the two transfer agreements. Lin Xiyu put the two transfer agreements in front of Xu Yang, then remembered something else. By the way, Mr. Xu, among them, Yuanqing Optoelectronics Company side said that they just installed and tested successfully two OLED screen production lines some time ago. Just because the production cost is too high, so it has not been used. They want to sell these two production lines together to us this time. I feel that the price is a little bit high, so I did not agree to it. What? OLED? Hearing the words OLED, Xu Yang directly froze. Are you saying that this Yuanqing Optoelectronics also produced liquid crystal displays before? Lin Xiyu was a little surprised by this General Manager Chu's reaction. Well, this Yuanqing Optoelectronics is very large. The original is also the domestic ranking of the top several LCD screen manufacturers, only later chose the wrong direction. The R&D focus on the OLED material display, resulting in a smaller and smaller market share, coupled with the market does not work in these few years, so on the verge of bankruptcy. Not waiting for Lin Xiyu to finish, Xu Yang had already picked up the piece of information on the table and read it. After looking at it carefully for a long time, he turned around and sat down in front of the computer again in a hurry, searching for relevant information about Yuanqing photonics on the internet. Then his eyes became brighter and brighter, and in the end, he didn't even hold back his laughter. Ha ha, picking the wrong direction? It's good to be wrong. It's good to be wrong. Lin Xiyu and Gao Yongheng were both dumbfounded, not understanding how this General Manager Chu, who had always been a teenager, suddenly lost his temper so much. Xu Yang finally calmed down and pointed at the computer screen, asking Lin Xiyu, Assistant Lin, is there a deputy factory director called Feng Dongfang amongst this Yuanqing Photoelectric? Feng Dongfang? Lin Xiyu's willow brows frowned, and it took a long time for her to think of it. Yes, Mr. Xu, there is indeed a person called Feng Dongfang, but he is not a deputy factory director, but a workshop director. That's right, Mr. Xu, it's this Feng Dongfang, who has been opposing the sale of the factory to us in front of their bosses, and said something about how their two OLED production lines would be the hope of the whole factory. Chapter 174, dedicated to the profession. Mu Yuyong. It's this Feng Dongfang who has been in front of their bosses opposing the sale of the factory to us, and saying something about how their two OLED production lines would be the hope of the whole factory. Thinking of that stubborn old man, Lin Xiyu's pretty face was filled with indignation. If it wasn't for that guy, the price of this transfer of Yuanqing Photonics, an electronics factory, would probably have been a bit lower. After hearing Lin Xiyu's words and seeing the displeasure on her pretty face, Xu Yang however smiled. Ha ha, that's right then, that's him. Ha, Lin Xiyu was confused. It was completely incomprehensible why Xu Yang would be interested in such a smelly and hard guy. Without waiting for her to figure it out, Xu Yang's voice came again. What's the situation of the workers over at Yuanqing Photonics now? Besides those two OLED production lines, are there any other equipment? Lin Xiyu replied somewhat helplessly after hearing this. The workers in the factory are now desperate. After all, after the whole electronics factory was transferred to us, they are also facing unemployment directly. Although the performance of Yuanqing Photonics was also poor before, it was always a job for them, especially those old people in the factory like Feng Dongfang, who are emotionally attached to the factory, are very reluctant to leave. Speaking here, Lin Xiyu seemed to be afraid that Xu Yang would be worried and explained one more time. But you don't have to worry, Mr. Xu, because these workers also know very well that even if they don't transfer the electronics factory to us, the factory won't be able to support us for long. And then she pointed to the transfer agreement on the table that had been signed between her and Metastar Photonics. There is also the fact that all those old equipment in the factory, together with the plant workshop, are transferred to us free of charge as an attachment, and all these have been clearly written inside the agreement. Xu Yang nodded. His expression had become serious. After a brief thought, he then said to Lin Xiyu, Lin Assistant, you immediately go to the Yuanqing Photoelectric side. In addition to the two LED production line we take over the whole. If the other side has no objections, directly the entire Yuanqing Photoelectric all complete next it. The price of some higher there is no harm. All complete next? Lin Xiyu was dumbfounded and did not understand what Xu Yang meant for a while. Xu Yang nodded and explained. That's right, that is, without changing the original structure as well as the operational status of Yuanqing Photonics, including all the workers, all of them will be received. Well, it's also equivalent to a direct acquisition. Of course, if any of the workers don't want to stay, they can always leave. After saying that, Chu Yang looked at Lin Xiyu, who was still in a state of confusion. Do you hear me? Listen and understand. Lin Xiyu nodded somewhat numbly. Rao had already gotten used to this general manager Chu's not following the rules, but she still couldn't quite figure it out. How did the other party suddenly go from transferring the factory's construction site to directly acquiring the electronics factory in its entirety? Not to mention the fact that this electronics factory is doing so poorly, this is the time to acquire. That's really incomprehensible. Thinking of the other party's amazing maneuver earlier, Lin Xiyu only convinced herself to follow the arrangement before turning around and exiting the office. Only after seeing Lin Xiyu leave did Gao Yongheng, who was on the side, open his mouth. Mr. Chu, Blue Earth Group side has been basically arranged. After yesterday's shareholders meeting, elected a new board of directors. At the same time the new chairman of the board of directors positioned by me. The original chairman of the board of directors Sherbatian no longer serve as chairman of the board of directors, but still retains the identity of the board of directors. Speaking here, he glanced at the young man in front of him who was only in his 20s. Who would have thought that such a young man would become his own boss? And Blue Earth Group such a scale of a real estate listed enterprise. But a month's time has been by the other side through their own complete control. It had also dawned on him in the past 2 days. Why did the other party take the absolute controlling interest in Hangshin Investment and then hold Blue Earth Group through himself? Apart from the fact that the other side doesn't want to show its face to the public, the most crucial reason should be that Hangshin Investment, as the previous major shareholder of Blue Earth Group, many things will be more convenient. Hearing Gao Yongheng's words, Chu Yang nodded slightly. Well, what's the reaction from Spartan's side now? Sherbatian's side is very calm. He should know that the momentum is gone. So he cooperated very well in the handover of the chairmanship with me. Co-Eternal remembered something else. By the way, Mr. Chu, I've followed your instructions and poached Miss Mu Yurong from the Mu Tian group. And yesterday I've also successfully entered the board of directors and assumed the position of assistant to the chairman of the board. Sherbatian's side doesn't seem to be very friendly towards Ms. Mu Yurong, and he was the first to vote against the election of Ms. Mu to the board of directors yesterday. Well, how did Mu Yurong do? Chu Yang did not care and asked again. Mr. Chu, your vision is indeed impressive. This Miss Mu is extremely talented in real estate development, and the several project directions proposed for the current situation of the Blue Earth Group are all very valuable and operable. Ms. Mu's work ethic is also very serious and very, very dedicated. Speaking of this, Gao Yongheng revealed a somewhat odd expression, seemingly considering how to describe it, and finally chose the word dedication. Very dedicated? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Gao Yongheng nodded and, on the second day of her employment, Miss Mu she transferred the senior citizen apartment project, which was one of the key projects of the Mu Tian group, directly to our Blue Earth group. This time, it was Chu Yang who was directly confused. Chapter 175, Partnership. Hearing that this Miss Mu would even have this kind of tawdry operation, Chu Yang was dumbfounded and then could not help but laugh. It is estimated that Mu Tianyuan must be angry by his daughter this operation to spit out a few mouths of old blood. Chu Yang's eyes fell on the table on the Blue Earth Group shareholding relationship map, and then looked at today's still one-word board stop. The stock price has exceeded 15 yuan Blue Earth Holdings disc. Mr. Gao, after you go back and prepare a concert party agreement, wait until the share price of Blue Earth Holdings stabilizes a bit, and look for several other major shareholders to sign it respectively. Concert party agreement? Gao Yongheng couldn't help but stare, then quickly realized what Chu Yang meant, and couldn't help but frown. Mr. Chu, it should be difficult to get them to sign this agreement, right? Difficulty? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, you can first talk to several shareholders with less than 5% of the shares to use the works in this Jiangdong Newtown project, and I shouldn't need to teach you exactly how to do it, right? Works in the Jiangdong Newtown project? Gao Yongheng was first stunned, then his heart skipped a beat before he reacted. Yeah, with such a big piece of cake as Jiangdong Newtown, it's all up to you how you distribute it. Are you afraid they won't listen? It was estimated that even Sherbatian, in front of this great temptation of benefits, would obediently listen to his own arrangements this time. When he thought of this, Gao Yongheng couldn't help but be secretly alarmed again. This incomparably young Mr. Chu, experience is so old-fashioned, for human nature grasp is even more amazing, and Chu Yang's faint voice sounded once again. If they are still reluctant, it does not matter. Directly with the name of Hangshin Investment to set up a few limited partnership companies, and then with the Blue Earth Group to set up a partnership, after which the Jiangdong Newtown project to this partnership is responsible for can be Partnership? Gao Yonghong was puzzled. He didn't understand what Chu Yang meant. According to the newly implemented Chinese partnership law, each general partner in a partnership can have complete control over the entire business and the right to distribute benefits by means of an agreement. Chu Yang didn't say much. Point blank, he knew that for a private equity bigwig like Gao Yonghong, who had been in the Chinese capital world for many years and was familiar with the rules of business operations, a lot of things only needed a little reminder. Sure enough, he only saw Gao Yonghong's face change dramatically, as if he suddenly knew some kind of shocking secret. Mr. Chu, are you saying that the latest partnership rules can be used directly to take control of a business? Chu Yang nodded slightly. In fact, the initial purpose of the introduction of the partnership law and the introduction of the partnership as a form of business was an important step taken after the accession to the WTO in order to adapt to the international economic situation and to take into account the development needs of law firms, accounting firms and other professional service organizations. So the rules on shareholding are different from ordinary companies. But I did not realize that it has instead facilitated many large corporations to gain control of their businesses by using a smaller shareholding. A few years later, that boss of Ali Ma took advantage of this rule, using only less than 1% of the shares, easily obtained the absolute controlling power of Ant Financial, and at this point in time, the vast majority of people don't even realize it. Gao Yonghong's face changed one after another, clearly having figured out the key. It was a long time before he came back to his senses, took a deep breath and, the gaze that looked at Chu Yang once again, however, had already changed once again. Two little reminders of these two casual words from the other side just now. It would be enough for him to easily take control of the Blue Earth Group. In particular, I am afraid that the value of the latter reminder about the use of partnership rules is incalculable. Looking toward this young man who was smiling blandly, a feeling of heartfelt submission arose in Gao Yonghong's heart for the first time. Okay, Mr. Chu, I promise to complete the task according to your instructions. Seeing Gao Yonghong's increasingly respectful attitude, Chu Yang nodded, quite satisfied in his heart. That's right. Just now he had also intentionally displayed some strength in front of the other party. After all, his apparent age was too young, and if he couldn't completely subdue the other party, many aspects of the plan's execution might be affected. And this founder of Everest Investments is one of the most suitable executives and spokespersons he has chosen, both in terms of ability and character. Mr. Gao, I heard that you were previously developing in the Soviet province? Well, our Hengxin Fund was initially established in Jinling, and it was only later that it was transferred to Hangzhou. And now our Hengxin Investment still has a branch in Jinling. Gao Yonghong nodded and introduced the situation of Hengxin Investment in Su Province again. Good. Next you pay attention to the Linhai City side of Fusu Province. It is said that recently there are good investment policies there. See if there is a suitable opportunity to invest in the establishment of a high-tech industrial park around Linhai City. Okay, Mr. Chu. Also, before the year you have to go to the West China Sea Province, mainly to understand a few things. The two men conferred for more than 2 hours. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when Gao Yonghong left. Chu Yang stood up and walked to the window. Looking out the window at the slightly dim sky, feeling the slight chill brought by the north wind, he suddenly remembered a figure. So he quickly walked downstairs and drove himself out of Antai Mansion and sped towards Hangzhou Mansion. Chapter 176, The White Rabbit. Half an hour later, Chu Yang walked out from the middle of Hangzhou Mansion, carrying a few delicate handbags in his hands. Then, to the colorful gazes of several young women around her, she sat inside the jewel-blue Mercedes-Benz coupe. By the time we got back to the gates of the College of Finance and Economics, it was past the time for school to end. The sky was even darker, and the remnants of the winter sun had been almost entirely swallowed up by the western sky, leaving only a faint golden color. Because the weather had turned cold, there weren't a lot of students outside. There were only 3 or 2 young couples clinging to each other. After Chu Yang stopped the car, he took out his cell phone and was just about to make a call when he saw a somewhat bloated figure standing at the corner of one side of the road, raising his head from time to time to look around, seemingly probing for something. A thick scarf wrapped the snow-white, slender neck tightly under the long, thick, black hair of the face was also mostly covered, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes as dark and pure as a baby's. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh and drove the car directly to the other side, rolled down the window and gently honked the horn. The other man visibly froze. Chu Yang nudged the bloated and incredibly dull girl to get on the bus. After seeing Chu Yang, Su Ruwashi's big bright eyes obviously flashed with a touch of joy, then somewhat doubtfully walked to the front of the car, but hesitated to extend her hand. Seeing that the other party had no intention of getting into the car, Chu Yang could only park the car on the side of the road, opening the car door and stepping out of the car. His eyes fell on the somewhat droll kawaii girl. Why don't you get in the car? Well, hearing Chu Yang's question, Su Ruwashi's small hands wrung together somewhat in a hasty manner and did not answer. Walking up to the shy little girl, Shu Yang realized that the other party was wearing an old-fashioned big cotton jacket, thick pieces of clothing wrapped around her body, so she looked a little bloated. The rosy red crushed fabric is a different kind of beautiful. This old-fashioned parka may look a little old-fashioned now, but a few years later it's making a comeback online. Feeling Chu Yang's gaze fall on her big cotton jacket again, Su Ruwashi's pretty face slightly reddened. It's beautiful. I used to have one. My grandmother made it for me. It's very warm. Chu Yang didn't seem to notice the little girl's shyness, and directly stepped forward and pinched the thickness of the big cotton jacket, and then looked at the tightly wrapped orange thread knit scarf, nodding his head with a face of approval. Winter in Hangzhou is not as cold as in Sichuan and Chongqing, where the basin topography isolates the cold winter air, and because Hangzhou has a typical monsoon climate, winters are especially wet and cold. He was worried earlier that the weather was turning cold and this little girl didn't have any thick clothes to wear. It seems that I was overthinking it. This Chuanyu girl seems to be afraid of the cold. Have you eaten? Shu Yang asked. But before Su Ruwashi could nod her head, he directly took her hand and, walking over to the car, he opened the door and shoved her into the passenger seat, his voice unmistakably domineering. It doesn't matter if you've eaten, then eat with me again. Su Ruwashi's little head was filled with question marks, but she still let the other party stuff herself into the car. Let's go for Sichuan food. Chu Yang thought about it and directly kicked the gas, and the car sped toward Riverside Avenue. At this time the Riverside Avenue has just been repaired not long ago, is one of the most spacious avenues in Hangzhou City. Both sides of the trees, forests and grasses are lush, and the night view of the riverside is also very beautiful. Su Ruwashi sat in the co-pilot's seat with some urgency, her legs stiffly together, a pair of small hands carefully placed by her legs as if she didn't know where to put them. After hearing the sound of the seatbelt's prompt, Chu Yang turned around and saw Su Ruwashi's somewhat tense and nervous sitting position. He could not help but be slightly stunned, and then he remembered the scene just now when the other party stood in front of the car and hesitated to get in, and then he seemed to understand something. Chu Yang frowned slightly before stepping on the brakes and pulling over to stop the car. Seeing Chu Yang's expression and actions, the little girl's heart instantly tightened, thinking that she had done something wrong. Her body couldn't help but stiffen a few points more, and a hint of watery light was also hidden in her big eyes. Chu Yang stopped the car, then sidled closer to the co-pilot, in Su Ruwashi's tense expression, but drew out the buckle of the seatbelt and waved it in front of the other party. This is the seatbelt, and when you're seated, you need to go around your side and insert it into the red one here. After helping the other party to fasten her seatbelt, Chu Yang got up a few more points closer, and almost his entire body leaned on Su Ruwashi. It smells so good, Chu Yang gently sniffed and said in his heart, but on the surface, he pointed to the right side of the car door in a serious manner. These buttons on your right door panel correspond to the seat under your butt and can be adjusted accordingly. I'll show you. It's like this. Chu Yang leaned a few points closer, almost his entire body pressed on Su Ruwashi, and after adjusting the seat, he gripped the handle on the door and pushed it outward. Here is for opening the door, and from the outside as well. Hold it and break it to be able to open the door. It may vary a bit from car to car, but basically it's pretty much the same. Got it? Seeing Su Ruwashi nodding her head, Chu Yang's originally gentle expression instantly became ferocious again, rubbing the other party's small head hard and viciously saying, in the future, whatever you don't know or understand just ask me. Got it? Well, Su Ruwashi was taken aback. Then under Chu Yang's threatening gaze, she could only nod her head. That's more like it. Chu Yang grunted, which loosened this like a small white rabbit. No, it is definitely a big white rabbit like a nervous and dull girl, and sat back in the driver's seat again, starting the car while reminiscing about the absolutely perfect firmness and fullness of what just happened. While experiencing the scene just now, Su Ruwashi was somewhat slightly relaxed and, sitting on the soft perforated leather seats, she was vaguely able to feel the high-end and luxury of the car even though it was the first time in her life that she had been in a private sedan. The little girl quietly glanced at the driving Chu Yang, and there seemed to be some curiosity in those big black as ink eyes, then looked down at her bursting chest again and wondered what she was thinking. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Shu Flavor Xian not far from the Westlake. Chapter 177 Off-Campus Reunions. Shuwei Xian is one of the most famous Sichuan restaurants in Hangzhou. In addition to the elegant environment and authentic dishes, the spending is quite modest. However, for Chu Yang, whose fortune had now exceeded 10 digits, this level of consumption was already basically negligible. Normally, such an upscale restaurant should have been a big shock to Su Ruwashi, who had come from the western mountains. Thinking about how this dull girl behaved just now while riding in the car, Chu Yang paid special attention, but to his surprise, even the car door will not open the little girl. In this per capita single consumption to be more than $1,000 in the high-grade restaurant performance is actually very comfortable and decent, except that it will still have its head down as it always does. Seems to have a bone in his body that blends well with such upscale establishments. During the meal, Shu Yang learned from this little girl that the department had organized an off-campus reunion activity on Saturday, which was in Longjing Village in the Lion Peak Mountains on the outskirts of the city. The reason for organizing this reunion is also that the Department of Economics and Management requires every student to participate in order to complete the teaching plan that was set up by the college before the start of the school year. Of course, Shu Yang knew that he was completely exempt from attending, not to mention the extent to which that old Dean Wu Guoliang was now precious to himself. That Director Wang of the Academic Affairs Office alone would take the initiative to help himself with these small matters. However, seeing the hidden anticipation in Su Ruwashi's big eyes, Shu Yang decided to go ahead and participate in this group building activity. Did you say you'd experience college life after being born again? In fact, Shu Yang knew very well that there was not much time left for him to experience college life properly next. The two of them came out of the Shu Taste Xian and it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the financial institution. Shu Yang parked his car in the parking lot opposite the school and then walked into the finance academy with Su Ruwashi carrying several handbags. It was at the end of the evening classes. Many students came out of the building and the whole campus looked quite lively. However, a while ago, although Chu Yang had made a serious splash after the entrepreneurship competition, not many people knew the specifics for ordinary students. As for the matter of being invited to graduate school by Yanbei Elite, even including Zhejiang Province University, it was only known to a few people, such as Wu Guoliang, Su Yuru, and Yi Xiaozhu, so Chu Yang students didn't enjoy that scenic feeling of being widely noticed. There were even a few students who recognized him as the famous anti-killer in the campus posting bar and quietly pointed behind him. Shu Yang didn't care about that. Walking downstairs to the girls' dormitory, he shoved the handbag in his hand into Su Ruwashi's small hand. A couple of dresses for you. Don't forget to change them usually. Well, Su Ruwashi was first a bit overwhelmed, then finally nodded her head. Shu Yang remembered something else and directly went forward to hold the other party's other small hand. Su Ruwashi's pretty face instantly colored with a reddish hue as she stood there dumbfounded. Shu Yang, however, lifted her beautiful snow-white and slender wrist with one hand and, with his other hand, he took a very simple silver compact watch out of his pocket and put it on easily. Looking at the incomparably appropriate compact wristwatch on that snow-white wrist, Shu Yang nodded his head in satisfaction, then waved his hand at the somewhat dumbfounded Su Ruwashi and turned around to walk towards the outside of the academy. Su Ruwashi stood downstairs for a long time. It was only until Chu Yang's back turned the corner and completely disappeared into the night that she bit her lip, carried a few not-so-small handbags, and turned around to go upstairs. Saturday. Shu Yang was woken up early in the morning by the urgent ringing of the phone. He picked up his cell phone to see that it was Zhou Wei's call, and only then he remembered the outdoor group building today. Sure enough, only Zhou Wei's urgent voice came from the cell phone. Yangzi, Mr. Su informed us to leave at 8 o'clock sharp at the entrance of the academy and take the bus together. When can you arrive? 8 point? Why go so early? Shu Yang yawned and said breathlessly. Last night he operated 2 U.S. stock accounts until midnight and didn't sleep for a few hours in total. Asterisk. You're not up yet, are you, Yanko? Wang Kai's somewhat exuberant voice came from the cell phone. I'm telling you, Yangzi, not only is Mr. Su leading this off-campus group building, it's said that even the Yi Big School Flower will be attending, so why don't you hurry up and come over? Right. There's also your previous goddess Zhang Xiaoying, their finance class is also on the team. Shu Yang, however, yawned again and, you guys go ahead and send me the location on my cell phone later. I'll drive there myself. Drive there yourself? You really bought a car? Wang Kai was directly confused when he heard this. Before Zhou Wei had inadvertently mentioned in the dormitory that Chu Yang might have bought a car, but a few people didn't really believe it. After all, Chu Yang's previous history of renting a car was there. And coupled with that post made by Ma Ziqiang, they all took it for granted that Chu Yang had rented a car again. Well, I bought a car a while back when I made some money. By the way, do you need a ride with you guys? Chu Yang nodded indifferently and asked again. Grass. We still have to take the bus together with Yi Big Schoolgirl. This time, we designated not to take your car, but say yes, let me experience it next time. Without waiting for him to finish, Chu Yang directly hung up the phone. He knew that in the hearts of these birds, a mere car was far less important than Yi Xiaozhu. Looked at the time just over 6 o'clock, he breathlessly rolled his eyes, directly flung the cell phone to the side again into the dreamland. Chapter 178, Hot Schoolgirl. Longjing Village is located in Shifeng Mountain on the south side of Shizi Lake in Hangzhou City. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, it is famous for producing top-quality Shihu Longjing tea, and is known as the first village of tea township. Longjing tea produced here ranks among the lion, dragon, cloud, tiger first. According to legend, when Emperor Qianlong traveled to the south of the Yangtze River, but also had a special to the Lion Peak under the Hugong Temple to taste the West Lake Longjing tea, and praised that can be called the world's first tea. The theme of this off-campus group building of the Department of Economics and Management of the College of Finance and Economics is Taste Longjing Culture. Explore tea economy. This is said to be a suggestion made by one of the newest teachers in the Department of Economics and Management. And in addition to the tea culture, the entire Longjing village environment is also one of a kind. Surrounded by mountains and lush greenery, several buses travel down winding mountain passes. The terraced tea trees on both sides and the cloudy scenery are mesmerizing. The mountain path here is so twisted. Can Chu Yang find it by himself? Sitting on one of the buses, Zhou Wei looked at the maze of winding mountain roads outside and couldn't help but worry a little. I guess it's bad enough. For a novice like him, I guess he hasn't practiced much to become proficient at driving. Why is he in such a hurry to buy a car? Chen Xiaokang, who was on the side, said somewhat sourly. Originally he had planned to save enough money to buy a used Jetta to drive recently, and then he could be the first boy in his class to have a car. But he didn't expect to be robbed by Chu Yang. By the way, why? What model is that car of Yangzi's? How does it feel to sit in it? Model? Zhou Wei shook his head. He didn't really know much about car models. It feels good to sit up. Never mind. I'd better call Yanko first. Zhou Wei took out his cell phone to call Chu Yang, but there was no answer for a while. So in the end, he could only give up helplessly. On top of QQ, he sent a few more photos of both sides of the road, as well as a few iconic locations, hoping that the other party would not get lost. On the side, Wan Kai and Guo Xiangdong were focusing their attention on Su Yuru in front of them, and Yi Xiaozhu on the side respectively. Today's Su Yuru changed her mature professional dress, a slightly loose white gymnastic outfit, but it was hard to hide that mature and sexy perfect body. In particular, a pair of long, round and sexy legs, as well as the peach-like perfect curves under the slender waist, were presented in just the right way. Coupled with the pair of small white sneakers on her feet, it made her whole person look a little more youthful and beautiful. And Yi Shiatsu on the side was even more so that all the boys couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. This ascetic schoolgirl was actually wearing a tight gym suit straight out of the box today, except for that thin down jacket on the outside. The yoga-like tight clothes and pants inside directly outlined her perfect curves that had been worked out by long-time exercise to the fullest. That Snow White, flat belly was hidden underneath that super thin, compressed down jacket from Uniqlo. Such a hot body, coupled with that cool and unmistakable ascetic look. Straight away, all the boys couldn't help but gulp furiously, feeling the frequent gazes thrown around her. Yi Xiaozhu frowned, her expression a few points colder. In fact, she was speechless. Originally, she had gotten up this morning to get ready for a run, but she had just gotten to the playground when she received an urgent notice that she needed to go over to the student council to take care of it. As a result, after processing has arrived at the time of departure, she did not have time to change clothes with Su Yuru pulled on the bus. TSK, who of you has ever seen that Ye Big School Flower still has such a hot side? You don't know. With my rich experience of being in 100 battles for so many years, Ye Big School Flower is definitely the kind of real human superb quality. Wan Kai shook his head inside while frantically stealing glances. He thought he knew better than anyone else how deadly that snow-white waist that looked slender but was vaguely somewhat vestigial could be at certain moments. I still think my teacher Sue is the prettiest, especially in this outfit today. She simply finished off the schoolgirl I had a crush on in high school. If we don't say she's a teacher, who can tell she's older than us? On the side, Guo Changdong stood firm on his principles and still strongly supported his Mr. Su. Right at this moment, Chen Xiaokang, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask, who's that guy sitting with Schoolmarm Yi? It looks like he's familiar with both Teacher Su and Schoolmarm Yi. Hearing his words, the crowd then noticed the young man sitting on Yi Xiaozhu's right side. Although they only looked at it, a few boys instantly felt a sense of pressure come over them. The man was about less than 30 years old, dressed in a Versace-branded upscale casual wear, and wearing a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses that looked expensive. There was a faint smile between his eyebrows, but there was an undisguised confidence and pride in that smile. The kind of conceited temperament revealed between hands and feet was obviously not something that could be compared to the ordinary rash kids in this car. He looks a little older than us. I think he's a teacher from another department? Guo Changdong's voice was unconsciously smaller. Asterisk. With this kind of opponent, Ye Big School Flower, we are hopeless. Wan Kai cried and shook his head with a sad face. Isn't today our economics and management department's reunion activity? Why are you inviting people from other departments? Who knows, but maybe this isn't a teacher, but a past senior? A few of the boys were murmuring, apparently a bit annoyed by the sudden visit of this outsider. His name is Chang Yaojie, he's a new teacher in our department. He just graduated with a PhD from the School of Economics at Zhejiang Provincial University, and his main research direction is macrofinance and market policy. Sun Guodong, who had always been silent on the side, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 179, Young Handsome Men. Sun Guodong, the school bully, rarely spoke on weekdays, and the result was that this opening was a stone's throw away. Hearing his words, several people were directly confused. Since this is not a student, but the lead teacher this time? Also ING graduated from Zhejiang Provincial University Doctoral High School students. Looking at Mr. Chang, who was talking happily with Yi Xiaozhu, including Wang Kai, all the boys instantly had a feeling of powerlessness of being raped but unable to fight back well up in their hearts. After traveling for nearly half an hour on the winding mountain road, the bus finally slowed to a stop in a clearing. A few of the students who were seasick got out of the car quickly with yellowed faces in a hurry and ran to the side of the road barely able to spit out their bile. After Zhou Wei's few people got off the bus, they realized that this was actually a vast tea garden. Although it was in winter, not the tea production season, this tea garden was still lush green, and from time to time there would be some faint tea aroma wafting in. Wait until all the students have gotten off the bus and stood in line to gather. The top leader of the entire Department of Economics and Management, Director Liang Wenquan, then walked to the front of the line, and behind him, in addition to Su Yuru and a few other lead teachers, that young man also followed to the front. This Director Liang, whose temples were slightly gray and the top of his head had been oiled, cleared his throat and made a brief opening statement. Everyone, according to the unified arrangement in the college, every department needs to organize an off-campus group building activity before the winter break. Our Department of Economics and Management is also kind of taking advantage of this opportunity to lead everyone to the outskirts of this beautiful HCM city and embrace nature. This kind of opportunity is very rare. I hope you, according to the arrangement of the teachers leading the team, under the premise of ensuring personal safety, fully experience, deep sense, and gain. Before I introduce the specifics of this reunion, I'd like to first introduce you to a wonderful new faculty member who has joined our Department of Economics and Management. Speaking of this, Director Liang stretched out his hand and pointed to the young male teacher beside him. Mr. Chang Yaojie, a PhD graduate from the School of Economics of Zhejiang Provincial University, is also one of the youngest PhDs in finance in the School of Economics of Zhejiang Provincial University, with several academic papers published in top international journals of finance and economics, especially in the field of securities finance. The research is very in-depth. This kind of top finance talent, if not for our old dean Wu's best efforts to invite, it is very difficult to come to our College of Finance and Economics to teach. Everyone applaud. As Director Liang's voice fell, a round of applause rang out. Almost all of the girls had little stars sparkling in their eyes, looking with incomparable admiration at the young, handsome and knowledgeable new male teacher. Girls worshipped the strongest, especially this kind of handsome teacher who graduated from a prestigious school and is young and golden at first glance. The boys, on the other hand, were the complete opposite, coping with the usual sparse clapping. Only Sun Guodong's classmates were there to sell their applause, looking earnestly at the notorious new teacher. This Mr. Chang Yaojie, on the other hand, smiled and nodded his head at everyone, and the look on his brow made the many girls even more infatuated. Hear the applause fall. Director Liang nodded in satisfaction, then continued, because the content of this off-campus group building activity was suggested and fully supported by none other than Mr. Chang Yaojie. The next specific content and arrangement about this group building activity will be introduced to you by Mr. Chang Yaojie. Chang Yaojie nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over all the students for a week before he turned to Su Yuru on the side and smiled slightly before speaking. Fellow students, just now Director Liang has already made an introduction for me, so I won't say any more. In short, I'm very happy to come to the College of Finance and Economics. Maybe I won't be able to work here for long, but I also hope to be able to contribute more to the Finance Academy in my limited time. Hearing his words, the girls looked at him with even more admiration. That's right, how can such a brilliant and outstanding young talent stay in the small Finance Academy? Su Yuru, however, frowned. She already didn't have a good feeling about this arrogant fellow, and now that she heard the other parties say so, she couldn't help but be even more displeased. What's wrong with the finance school? If she really took the gold content of her academic research, she, who had studied at Yenjing Normal University for her bachelor's and master's degrees and had won several research awards before graduating with her doctorate, didn't have to be much worse than the other party. It is only in recent years that finance economics has been a popular subject. Let me introduce to you the organization of today's reunion activities. Chang Yaojie's gaze fell on the tea garden on one side and continued. Today's reunion is divided into three main stages. First, everyone first in the middle of this tea garden, the field to feel the design of the tea garden, planting, as well as care and other types of costs, to the tea farmers a comprehensive understanding of the process of growing Longjing tea. When it was over, everyone returned to the bus again and then rode to the next stop, which was the Lions Peak Tea Culture Hall on Lions Peak Mountain. That's right, the second stage of our reunion is to visit the Lion Peak Tea Culture Hall. Speaking here, Chang Yaojie smiled and explained one more sentence, not without complacency in his smile. As you should know, the Lion Peak Tea Culture Hall is one of the most well-known tea culture halls in Hangzhou City, but it is privately owned and normally not open to the public. Because I have some personal relationships with the owner of the club, I have made a special trip today to say hello and open the Lion Peak Tea Culture Club to our Academy of Finance for one day free of charge. But everyone must be careful and pay attention during the visit, so as not to break the exhibits inside the clubhouse. After the morning's tour is complete, we will all share lunch, have tea together and take a short break. Then in the afternoon, everyone gather at the meeting room on the top floor of the clubhouse. That is our last activity of today's reunion. It's by a senior that I spent a lot of effort to invite, and a top expert in the domestic financial field, to personally come to give you a lesson. Speaking of which, this Mr. Chang Yaojie was selling a secret, revealing a somewhat mysterious expression. I won't disclose the identity of this expert, but I will say that this is definitely one of the representative figures in the financial field of Huaxia in recent years, especially his rich experience is a real-life version of the textbook. So this class is definitely worth more than you can imagine, especially for finance majors. Hearing his words, the crowd couldn't help but wonder about the identity of this expert. Since he was this one's senior, he must have also graduated from the School of Economics of Zhejiang Provincial University as a high achiever. To be judged so by this fine man must carry a lot of weight. At the same time, the crowd was secretly shocked at the young teacher's energy as well as his connections, including the boys, Wang Kai. At this point, he also had to recognize the strength of the other party. After all, the other party is not much older than them, but can easily arrange such a tea garden, as well as the extremely famous Lion Peak Tea Culture Hall for everyone to visit, but also able to invite to the financial field of well-known figures to give lectures to everyone. For them it's just crushing. As for Yi Xiaozhu on the side, she tightened the somewhat thin piece of Uniqlo's ultra-light down jacket, and a hint of curiosity appeared on her pretty face that was as cool as snow, because that's exactly what she majored in, finance. And just then, two other girls majoring in finance arrived late. A white Honda sedan was seen coming down a distant side road and stopping next to a couple of buses. Then in the crowd's attention, Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana both walked down from the car with waxen faces. Chapter 180, Lion Peak Tea Culture Center. Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana's faces were incomparably ugly. The two of them had obviously been tossed around this way. The girls were up early this morning well dressed, and it was not yet 7 o'clock when they set out. Their original plan was to take Ma Zichang's car and arrive at the Longjing village reunion site before the bus, then wait here for their classmates to get off. That feeling of superiority with a special car can then be maximized. As a result, I didn't expect to leave at less than 7 o'clock and end up arriving at nearly 9 o'clock at the spot where the bus stopped. The original journey of only half an hour was actually driven by Ma Zichang for nearly 2 hours. Especially this is a novice Ma Zichang, in this winding mountain road in the middle of the repeated round and round, so that the original is not very seasick. Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana's stomach repeatedly churning. Getting out of the Honda sedan, the two had long since lost their original mood of brushing off their feelings of superiority and ran straight to the side of the road to dry heave for a while. If not for the fact that some students have just had a similar reaction to motion sickness, those who don't know would have thought that these two were expecting at the same time. And seeing these two girls arrive late, teacher Chang Yaojie, who had already been authorized by Director Liang to be fully in charge of this reunion activity, couldn't help but frown, and was about to prepare to criticize these two students who didn't follow the discipline, and even missed the scene of his wonderful appearance. As a result, after seeing the exquisitely dressed Jiang Xiaoying, her eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Chang Yaojie really didn't think that there would be so many beautiful women in the Department of Economics and Management of this small finance and economics college. Let's not talk about the beautiful teacher, Su Yuru, who had already amazed him, and the president of the school's student council, Yi Shiatsu. Just this random average girl has a level of about 90 points. It's not at all comparable to the Zhejiang Provincial University where spectacled female academics are all over the place. Chang Yaojie couldn't help but feel secretly happy in his heart. It seems that this time did not come to the wrong. With his strength and charm, in the future, these beautiful women will not go forward and backward to have some stories with him. So he just whispered to Jiang Xiaoying, two people pay attention to follow the team, to ensure their own safety, then pretended to turn around, began to direct the students into the tea garden, leaving Jiang Xiaoying and Lu Nana with a handsome figure. Wow, is this the teacher from our department? So handsome. Little stars rose directly in Lu Nana's eyes. Jiang Xiaoying didn't say anything, only that her gaze towards Chang Yaojie was clearly flashing with a strange color. Like Lu Nana, she recognized the other party's absolutely invaluable Versace casual wear at first glance, as well as the Zegna brown mid-calf leather boots on her feet. After being cheated by Chu Yang last time, the two of them went back to specialize in these luxury men's clothing brands, as well as some simple methods of identifying authenticity. So at a glance, I could tell that this man with an extraordinary temperament was definitely worth a lot of money in this outfit. It was far from the embroidered and pillowy Chu Yang in the beginning, especially when hearing that this young and handsome man is the new teacher of the Department of Economics and Management. Zhang Xiaoying's heart is even more ripples. In fact, for many girls, a forbidden romance with a handsome, flirtatious and wealthy male teacher is something they are perfectly fine with, and may even look forward to a bit. Sensing the strange color in Zhang Xiaoying's eyes, the heart of Ma Zichang on the side could not help but sink, but he opened his mouth and ultimately said nothing. After all, the other party wasn't like the Chu Yang from before, an ordinary poor student he could just crush, and this time it's the complete opposite. No matter which way he looked at it, this young teacher, who was obviously from a not-so-small background, was able to completely crush him. Not to mention, the status of teacher and student alone is not something he can compare with. After everyone had already stepped into the middle of the tea garden, there was also a somewhat bloated figure, still standing on the side of the road, looking into the middle of the mountain pass from time to time, as if waiting for something, and that teacher Chang Yaojie at the front of the line completely ignored this girl who kept her head down looking a bit rustic. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when Chu Yang woke up. He picked up his cell phone, which had been put on silent, and looked at the time, and casually set it aside. With no sense of being late, he stretched a long, lazy stretch, then slowly sat up and got dressed while opening and browsing the unread messages on his cell phone. After seeing Zhou Wei say that today's group building process even included expert lectures, Chu Yang could not help but roll his eyes speechlessly. I don't know what kind of fairy teacher arranged this reunion. It's not easy to go out for a reunion, but what's the point of giving lectures? Don't you think it's good to relax and play for a day? I don't know which pheasant expert had to accept this invitation instead of resting at home on a big weekend. Casually putting on a casual outfit without any logo, Chu Yang took another look at the location that Zhou Wei had sent over, then got up and went out. Lion's Peak. The teachers and students of the Department of Economics and Management spent about an hour or so in the middle of the tea plantation. After coming out from the tea garden, including Zhang Xiaoying Lunana, all of them directly sat in the bus again. The trail continued upwards, and after passing through the village of Longjing, it came to a rather impressive building. The people got down from the bus and saw the words Lion Peak Tea Culture Hall written in bold cursive at the entrance of this castle-like building. They understood that this was the main location of today's group building activities. Even teachers including Liang Wenquan and Su Yuru were a bit surprised at the size of this Lion Peak Tea Culture Hall. To be able to build such a large-scale hall on this Lion Peak mountain, and named after the word Lion Peak, the strength of the owner behind it must be extraordinary. And many of the girls looked at Chang Yaojie with a few more moments of admiration. To be able to get acquainted with the owner of this place and borrow it exclusively for students to visit, the strength of his connections can be imagined. Right after all of them walked into this Lion Peak Tea Culture Hall in turn under the leadership of the lead teacher, a jewel-blue Mercedes-Benz coupe, however, winds its way through the mountain passes, easily and skillfully navigating the many angular and tricky mountain curves. With a final, somewhat exaggerated flop, it came to a steady stop in front of the clubhouse. ______.